How did this young man suddenly find himself transported to a strange world during overtime? I was clearly working late at Gamer Company, testing the new sword skills. Why did he suddenly end up in this strange place? Before him stood an old man with white hair and beard, exuding an ethereal aura. "Never mind what's in front of you. Tell me what divine art you just used," the old sage said, glancing at the giant demon beast that had been cleaved in two. Hearing this, Ye Yang demonstrated it again. "Oh, you mean this? It's not some divine technique." His arm glows, he swings lightly, and a maxed-out mid-tier skill from a game is activated. With a single move, the city wall gained a massive scar. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, legends falling from the sky are either gods or perverts. By the way, the old man subtly mentions that there is also a demon army causing trouble in the north, hoping to get help. Ye Yang casually mentions that Little Tam has everything under control. Little Tam, as in a three-headed dragon summoned through high-level necromancy. With a single fiery breath, Shaosan wiped out the entire demon army in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the old man trembled. "That Shaosan. Please use it sparingly in the future." He couldn't shake the feeling it would destroy the world's ecosystem. The tension was palpable, and suddenly, Ye Yang was bursting with excitement. "Ah, I see. I've absorbed all the skills from every class during the job changes on the company's test account. Dai Yang's game company uses GM accounts for testing, which include every profession, like cultivators, assassins, mages, archers, and sword emperors. Every job is maxed out at level 100 and has all the skills." The old man looks at the spaced-out youth with judgmental eyes. What's a test account? What a perverted waste. Even so, he still trusts him to take over the entire sect. Oh well, this old man doesn't care about such things. Frankly, if it weren't for me finding you while you were unconscious, you'd have been eaten by those demons long ago. You should be grateful, understand? But before he could finish, Ye Yang knocked him on the head. "That's no reason to make me inherit your broken-down sect." The old man, though bitter, couldn't beat Ye Yang and had to compromise. He didn't have to be the sect leader, just make the sect number one. And so, Ye Yang was brought to this strange world, inheriting a tiny sect ranked below 100 in Four Seas City. While the old man left him with this debt and ascended to the heavens, his business concluded. To elevate his sect to the top, Ye Yang has come to this undeveloped corner of Four Seas City. But his high standards mean he can't recruit any disciples. Faced with the unending sect's absurd demands, 2 billion noses couldn't help but scream. He's a perverted bully. Stop making excuses or you'll never find a disciple. Let the limitless sect collapse. Ye Yang gritted his teeth, stung by the criticism. Fall if it must, I've had enough. I don't want to be this lousy sect leader anymore. I'd rather go back to Earth and be an overworked dog. Such were his thoughts, but he had no idea how to return to Earth. Having waited in vain for a disciple, Ye Yang reluctantly headed back to the sect. Just then, the murmurs of the crowd caught his attention. A group of celestial maidens had descended from the heavens. They must be the fairies of the Eternal Navigation Sword Sect. Everyone in that sect is exceptionally talented. Ling was even known as the Sword God Maiden. So why are they here? 3 months ago, the Eternal Navigation Sword Peak was struck by a meteor and collapsed. The sect leader has been missing ever since, leaving them penniless and adrift. He'd heard they were looking for a sect to rely on, but he didn't expect them to come to this small place. Listening to the crowd, Ye Yang scratched his head and muttered, "Eternal Peak Sword Sect. That mountain shaped like a sword? I remember now. When I first came to this world, I tested my skills there. That's the mountain I hit with a high-level demonic area of effect spell. I really screwed up. Not only did I vaporize their leader, but now I'm stuck with a bunch of beauties. Forget it. Forget it. It's best to get out of here quickly." Ye Yang, startled, wants to escape as soon as possible. But suddenly, the crowd surged forward, clamoring. "Come to our sect, beautiful ladies. We're the best choice." The representative of the Eternal Navigation Sword Sect, Ling draws her sword and steps forward, declaring that they are choosing the disciples, not the other way around. Let the sects who wish to join us send forth their representatives. This overwhelming aura left the other sects cowering, afraid to step forward. After all, the Eternal Voyage Sword Sect was once beyond the reach of these minor sects. At that moment, Ling noticed Ye Yang's departing figure. Humph. And here, this one has no interest in us. Are we not good enough for him? Unlike the others, is he some kind of extraordinary master? Just then, a large, burly man roared. No one is to choose, touch, or take these women. No one is to lay a hand on them, understand? Damn, this impotent sect still wants to show off. After the announcement, he waved at Ye Yang. Hey, you leech, I'm talking to you. Turn around, suddenly called out. Ye Yang was startled, unsure of what to do. Should I run? No, I can't. The old man spoke of the sect's rules. The sect leader must maintain the demeanor of a master before the public. After a moment's thought, Ye Yang decided to stop and turn around with a cool demeanor. What's the matter? Ye Yang's cool demeanor irks the big guy, who decides to make a move. What a poser. The leader of a ruined sect. I'm in charge now, and what I say goes. Everyone entering or leaving must follow my rules. You all better watch closely. This is what true power looks like. Yes, sect leader. Yeah, I'll give you the chance to hit me 3 times. If I even flinch, then you'll be qualified to leave. The big guy pointed to his head and said, Hit you? Hey bro, are you sick in the head? Enraged, he burst into flames and charged toward Ye Yang. Kid, do you have a death wish? Someone actually wants to die. With a sigh, Ye Yang throws a casual punch. A simple technique, yet it's actually a basic boxing skill known as direct dragon strike. With a single punch, the big guy is sent flying into a wall, breaking countless tables along the way. Zhang doesn't move, and Ye Yang suddenly feels a little uneasy. No way, he's dead. The others trembled, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could this be? How could the declining endless sect have such a powerful leader? If that punch landed on me, I'd explode. While no one was looking to retaliate, Ye Yang quickly turned and fled, not forgetting the old man's words, putting on the airs of a master. Sect leader. Huh. Liang, 1 punch is enough. No need for 2 more. Bye-bye. His stance, movement, and sharp eyes have deeply captivated me. Speechless. She already wants to have his babies. Meanwhile, Bing Liexu is still reeling from that 1 punch. He's so special, so different from the sects that want to recruit us. So unassuming, so humble. He must be a peerless master, a hidden grand master. We must join this sect. After a moment of thought, she suddenly spoke, chasing after Ye Yang. Sect leader, please wait. Hearing the call, Ye Yang slowly turned around. Hello, is there something else? He looks calm, but he's really trying his best to appear that way. The others looked on with envy, saying he probably only knew that 1 punch and shouldn't be fooled. But Ling Ruoxuo, unconcerned, expressed her desire to join the Limitless Sect, a request that caught Ye Yang off guard. You want to join my sect? Do you even know what it is? Ling Ruoxuo immediately responded. I don't understand, but sect leader, you seem trustworthy. Seriously, do these girls just follow any handsome guy? As a righteous bachelor, Ye Yang quickly interrupted. Hold on, you've never even met me and you already find me trustworthy? My dear, you're far too easily impressed. Ling Ruoxuo was about to speak, but Ye Yang cut her off, saying there was no fate between them. Forcing things won't bring happiness. It's best if everyone saves face and remains friends. But to be rejected so directly, the Eternal Sword Sect is speechless. Seeing this, the other sects turned from jealousy to anger. He actually refused her. That fool actually rejected a goddess. Ling Ruoxuo is the chosen one of this era. Her swordsmanship is unmatched among the younger generation, and she's considered the most promising spirit sword wielder in all the land. Everyone wants her, and he just turned her down. Is that jerk from the Limitless Sect crazy? It's hard to understand these people. I'm criticized whether I accept or decline. Ling Ruoxuo hasn't given up, and is trying hard to persuade Ye Yang. Sect leader, I'm a spirit realm larva, meeting your sect's requirements. All my senior sisters have surpassed the 6th level of the martial realm. Please reconsider. Ye Yang was flustered and tried to politely decline. Yes, you all meet the requirements. But alas, our sect is full for this year. Perhaps you can come earlier next year. Sadly, as soon as he said that, those around him exposed his lie. Who's that trying to act cool? Isn't the year just starting? And aren't you the only one in your sect? Sensing trouble, Ye Yang quickly turned and vanished. No need to explain things to NPCs like you. Farewell. Lang Rushua quickly retorted, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone, leaving everyone who witnessed this in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Ye Yang hid in a nearby alley, breathing a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. Ugh, troublesome. But it seems he underestimated Lang Natuyet's persistence. Even when her sisters suggested finding another sect, she remained steadfast in her belief in the Limitless Sect and its master. The sect leader is an extraordinary master. He won't agree easily, he's testing us, and we will pass. After the Eternal Descent Sword Sect was destroyed, what hardships haven't these sisters endured? Along the way, despite encountering countless villains, Lang Rijue wielded her sword, sweeping away all threats to protect her fellow disciples. No matter what, she would never bow her head, and with her resolve, the sisters sang out in unison. Passing the test and joining the Limitless Sect, Ye Yang sensed trouble and hastily fled back to his own sect. After a long flight, Ye Yang finally returned to the Limitless Sect. Whew, finally back, I'm exhausted. Why did they build the sect in such a remote place? But seeing the dilapidated gate of the sect, he couldn't help but smash it open. The most troublesome thing about returning to the sect was opening the gate. It was so big and heavy that ordinary strength couldn't budge it. Last time, he used his maxed-out level 1 elementary palm technique to shatter the door, and the old man nearly killed him. Now he has to sneak into the sect like a thief. After climbing over the wall, a paradise-like scene suddenly appeared. Who knew such a remote sect as the Limitless Sect would be so vast? But being alone makes Ye Yang a little lonely, and as he wanders the streets, he suddenly hears a resounding noise. She's washing the pot again. I need to take care of this. With that, Ye Yang headed straight for the demon imprisonment hall. Seeing him barge in, the outer demon warned its companions, "He's here again. Be careful, everyone." It's so hot. It seems Senda can't stand his disciple today. It looks like she's gotten used to this side of Ye Yang. Deep inside the prison, past countless enchanted bars, Ye Yang finally spoke. "Save your strength. Your cries won't sway anyone. I'm the only human here." The pampered prisoner inside dares to cause trouble. From within the cell, a weak whimper echoes. I didn't mean to eat them. I just want to go outside. I'm so bored being locked up here." Inside, they were keeping an ultra-adorable little fox, but seeing it cry, Ye Yang felt no sympathy. Bored? Then think about how many people you've hurt. That's why you're locked up here. The fox pleaded through tears, claiming to have repented, suggesting that since he can barely support himself, he should just let her go. Ye Yang refused without hesitation. "No, I promised the old man, I absolutely can't let you escape. Stop trying to escape. There's a storm outside." "Aren't the free snacks good enough?" he said, trying the takeout outside the cell. The little fox then approached, constantly coaxing him. "I'm better than those snacks. If you let me out, I'll marry you." "Damn, where's the FBI? I need to report something." But Ye Yang, being an upright man, naturally refused. "Do you take me for a fool, little fox? I'm not that easily fooled." Hearing this, the little fox still wouldn't give up, saying, "Silly, I'm being serious. Run away with me. We'll have so many children, and I've even thought of a name for our eldest. Or, if you release me for 3 years, I can make you the #1 expert." Hearing this, Ye Yang suddenly spoke up, dismissing her childish games. "The 9-tailed demon fox once destroyed a kingdom. Don't even think about causing trouble in this world again. You're going to stay here obediently for the rest of your life." With that, Ye Yang stood up and coldly walked away. The little fox then revealed her true form as a seductive girl, saying, "Foolish humans, he saved you once, so you'll bind yourself to him for life?" Ye Yang retorted, "You're wrong. I agreed to inherit this sect not just because he saved me, but because I respect his path. He spent his whole life trying to revive this sect, and I agreed with his courage and persistence. Ye Yang came into this world with nothing and decided to inherit the old man's legacy so that this sect could once again stand tall." Once again, failing to persuade him, the little fox returned to her original form, looking annoyed. Acting cool with me, huh? You won't let me out. If you don't release me, I'll escape on my own, and you'll be sorry." Time passes, and the next morning, the sun is high before Ye Yang finally wakes. But the moment he opened his eyes, he rolled right back over. There's nothing to do with the sect anyway. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the window. "How can the Limitless Sect ever recover with you like this? At this rate, the Infinite Sect will be ruined by you." The voice belonged to a strange bird wearing a scarf. Ye Yang sat up, disgruntled. This broken sect is getting weirder and weirder. "Can waking up early save us? Besides, you're just a bird I picked up off the street. Mind your own business." Hearing that, the bird sulked. Fine. I won't manage this broken sect's accounts anymore. You can deal with the ancestral teachings and rules yourself. Today, I officially resign as manager of this sect." Damn, who knew this bird was so powerful? Ye Yang was so scared, he had to beg for forgiveness. I was wrong. Invincible divine bird knows all." At this moment, the bird reminds Ye Yang of his promise. "Good. Remember, this is a transaction. I'll help you manage things for 3 years, and you'll help me fulfill a wish. Then you should greet them," Ye Yang thought, startled by the mention of guests. This sect hasn't even seen a demon, so who could be visiting? Before flying off, the bird mentions a group of beauties outside the mountain, clamoring to join the sect. Ye Yang knows exactly who they are. Not wanting the trouble, he tries to avoid it, but his eyelids are too heavy. He can't stay awake. There's no way he can meet any guests. Seeing this, the bird wondered why he wasn't interested in disciples, especially when they were practically begging to join. It was suspicious, but Ye Yang didn't want to hear any of it and went to bed. If he ignored them, they'd eventually leave. That's right, it must be, but he underestimated these sisters. Outside the sect, Ling Ruoxue was determined not to leave until she met the sect leader. And so, from morning till night, she led her sisters in, kneeling before the sect gates, constantly shouting, "Sect leader, please come out and meet us." But high above, Ye Yang heard everything and did nothing. After a day, her fellow disciples began to dissuade Ling Ruoxue. "Senior sister, we've been kneeling for a day. If the sect leader won't see us, does that mean he doesn't want to accept us?" Ling Ruoxu then encouraged her junior sisters. "The sect leader is an extraordinary master. His acceptance of disciples is sure to involve trials. We must steel our resolve and never waver." Hearing that, Ye Yang was speechless. Oh heavens, are they planning to kneel for the rest of their lives? Whatever, he'll just go back to sleep and eat some snacks until they leave. As night falls, the rain pours, and a bird outside the window reminds Ye Yang. Ye Yang hesitated but remained firm. They're all cultivators. A little rain won't hurt them. He was trying to figure out how to make these women give up and leave. After a night of storms, Ling Ruoxu and the others still hadn't budged. Even as his martial sisters shivered from the cold, Ling Ruoxu's eyes remained firm. She believed that with persistence, the sect leader would accept them as disciples. Witnessing this, Ye Yang sighed and turned to leave. "Hey, why aren't you leaving?" "Forget it. Out of sight, out of mind. You guys can suffer slowly." Just then, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of lust approaching. Ling Ruoxu sensed it too and spoke up. "This broken sect has too much baggage. I don't want any part of it. Let's go, sisters." This sudden decision astonished them. After all, their impression of their eldest martial sister was not someone who gave up so easily. Just then, a swordsman with twin swords appeared in the distance, radiating murderous intent. "I've finally found you." The disciples were immediately terrified at the sight of him. "He's here. What do we do? Is this demon not going to let us go?" At that moment, Ling Ruoxu drew her sword and stepped forward. "What was inevitable has arrived. I'll deal with him." The mysterious swordsman slowly approaches, a sinister smile on his face. "The Vinhang sword sect's spawn have joined the limitless sect. This broken sect dares to defy me." Ling Ruoxu retorts, "Wipe out our sect? Such arrogance. Furthermore, the limitless sect won't abandon me. 9 underworld sword sovereign, you killed innocent people and had your left eye destroyed by my master. Now you're taking advantage of my sword sect's misfortune to seek revenge. I'll play along. Let's move this somewhere else and not fight on the Wuji sect's turf." The 9 underworld swordmaster ignored her words. "Today, none of you are going anywhere. You'll all hand over your left eyes to me right here. My pain will be quick so you won't suffer for long." Ling Ruoxue, seeing that battle was unavoidable, fearlessly launched a preemptive strike. "Back then, my master left you one eye so you could continue to wreak havoc on the world. Now, I'll finish what he started and take that other eye." Her sword is strong, but the 9 underworld swordmaster easily evades it. Such power, truly befitting the sword god's maiden. But you've only reached the border realm, while I'm a high-level soul realm expert. Knowing this, Ling Ruoxu still refuses to give up and unleashes another sword strike. Who will win and who will lose remains to be seen. The former Dark Sword General leaps into the air to evade, but Ling Ruoxue immediately gives chase, striking relentlessly. The other disciples could only offer silent encouragement, knowing their meager cultivation would only get in the way. At first glance, Ling Ruoxue seems to have the upper hand, but in reality, the 9 Nether Swordmaster has easily blocked all of her attacks. Even the Great Summoning is easily avoided. Not bad, you're better than I thought. I'll have to be careful. It's my turn, huh? No more dodging. The former Shadow Sword soldier has decided to attack. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes behind Ling Ruoxu, and despite her reaction, he reappears behind her again, landing a blow to her shoulder. Despite her grave injuries, Ling Ruoxue grits her teeth and refuses to surrender. Seeing this, her fellow disciples charge forward. Suddenly, Ling Ruoxu shouts, "Don't come any closer. What did I tell you all before? When we encounter him, I'll hold him off while you all escape. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. You C-ranks, stop getting in my way." Just then, the former Jade Sword Sovereign spoke up. "Still trying to resist? Your talent runs dry. Perhaps in a year things could change, but not now." Just then, all of Sang's energy gathered on Ling Ruoxu's sword. It's not over yet. Seeing this move, her fellow disciples realized what she was planning and desperately tried to stop her. A suicidal attack. But it was too late. Ling Ruoxu unleashed her final desperate attack. Sword Incarnate. Eternal. A sword-like figure suddenly appears, charging straight towards the former Sword Saint, obliterating everything in its path. After he passed, Ling Ruoxu's sword was shattered beyond repair, and she suffered severe backlash, leaving her gravely wounded. Only now could Ling Ruojue fall, relieved. It was a success. Seeing this, her fellow disciples rushed forward to help their senior sister, but things were not so simple as the voice of the former sword saint suddenly echoed. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought, Ling Ruoxu, that you could transcend your limits and unleash the eternal sword, a technique you shouldn't have been able to perform. Too bad, it's all just a facade. You're pushing yourself too hard. Ling Ruoxu, riddled with wounds, grits her teeth in defiance. Now unable to move, is she to simply await her death? At that moment, Lord Darksword landed, radiating murderous intent. To prevent future troubles, I've changed my mind. I don't just want your left eyes, I want you all dead. The game begins. Sensing danger, Ling Ruoxu immediately pushes her sisters away, stepping forward to take the blow herself. But what can she do with her broken body? The other disciples draw their swords, stepping forward to protect their senior. As their senior, Ling Ruoxu couldn't let her sisters sacrifice themselves for her. She mustered her remaining strength and charged forward, meeting the enemy head-on. This senior sister hasn't needed your protection yet, so get out of here. And this display only excites the former Dark Sword commander. No one in this world can catch my sword empty-handed. Senza, you're insane. I'll cut you and your hand to pieces. Just when it seemed it was over, Ling Ruoxue was pulled back, narrowly avoiding the blade. It was Ye Yang who intervened, and upon seeing him, the sisters cried out in unison, "Sect Master!" His plans ruined. The 9 Underworld Sword Sovereign is furious. How dare a mere sect leader interfere? Looks like you're tired of living, Di Yang says. I like that arrogance. But little did he know, he was the one with a death wish, as the dark nether sword soldier fearlessly swung his sword. If it were me, you'd be dead with them, so don't overestimate yourself in metal. Disappear with them. Ye Yang didn't even move, reaching forward with his bare hand. Seeing this, the 9 Underworld Swordmaster laughed. Ha 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 ha! Another fool trying to catch my blade with his bare hand. But he was wrong. Ye Yang didn't even need his whole hand. You're mistaken. 2 fingers are enough to deal with you. With a simple pinch, the former Dark Sword soldier's blade shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, he didn't cower in fear, but instead roared madly. This is my strongest sword. Hellfire gun, go. How foolish. With a wave of his hand, Ye Yang summoned Ling Duoxu's broken sword. With a casual flick of his sword, he activated the elementary martial skill, Water Severing Draw, instantly bisecting the former Dark Sword Lord, turning him into a pile of minced meat. With the trouble resolved, Ye Yang gently set Ling Duoxue down and coldly turned to leave. Though surrounded by her sisters, Ling Duoxu's eyes were fixed on the powerful man. So, there really are people in this world who have mastered both fist and sword techniques, and seizing this rare opportunity, Ling Duoxu and her fellow disciples quickly knelt down and begged, "Thank you for saving us, sect leader. Please take us in. We will devote ourselves to restoring the limitless sect to its former glory. We beg you to take us in, sect leader." Finally, Ye Yang relented. "If your will is so strong, and you understand our sect's situation, then I'll give you 3 days to prove yourselves. If you fail the trial and can't stay, then don't linger here." Hearing this, Ling Duoxu's eyes filled with hope. On behalf of her fellow disciples, she boldly declared, "Thank you, sect leader. We will do our best, and we will stay." After so long in despair, they finally had a chance, and their joy was evident. Ye Yang then called Ling Duoxu to his side, and though she didn't know why, she obediently stepped forward. Ye Yang then casts the Lesser Heal spell, maxing out his basic priest skills. In an instant, all of Ling Duoxu's wounds are healed. The other female disciples were stunned. What kind of technique was that? The senior disciple was healed so quickly. Is the sect leader a divine physician? One person in particular took notice, and the healed Ling Ruoxue was even more astonished. She didn't expect even the old wound on her wrist to be healed. This divine-level skill is just too OP. Speechless at this turn of events, her wounds now healed, Ling Ruoxue quickly knelt to thank her master. Not wanting to lose face, Ye Yang put on the airs of a master. "Yes, rise, and come with me to the sect." Finally having a sect to rely on, the girls grinned with joy, feeling happier than they had in a long time. Standing before the enormous gate of the limitless sect, the group was stunned, as he casually pushed it open with one hand. Stepping through the gate, they were all awestruck by the sight before them. They couldn't believe that a declining sect like the limitless sect could be so magnificent. The next morning, Ye Yang was awakened by the little bird pecking at his cheek. Why so early? A little bird perched next to Ye Yang and chirped, "See how hard these girls are working." Only a heartless person would want to send them away. "Look, Ling Ruoxu has been training there all night. She seems to have fallen asleep. This girl is truly the sword fanatic they say she is. But is she too absorbed in swordsmanship to be interested in men? This bird is such a busybody. Next, Ye Yang inquired about the other disciples, and the little bird pointed to the rest, asking if Ye Yang remembered their names. Not really paying attention, Dai Yang only remembered a few of the more eccentric ones. The tall, clumsy one who did all the heavy lifting, the cultivation idiot, Little Thunder, and the only genuine fan of Ling Ruoxu. Little Chef, Oilman, Mu Hanner, the one with a fear of men, the tomboy, Xiong Xiaoxi, the cosplayer, Lu Qing, and the strange young woman, these were all the names Ye Yang could remember. After observing for a while, Ye Yang suddenly stood up, deciding it was time to purge the sect. He would secretly observe them, find their weaknesses, and then expel them. Upon hearing this, Little Bird wondered if the person rushing to drive them away had done something wrong. Ye Yang remained silent, continuing to observe them, searching for flaws. Meanwhile, back at Shangla Palace, 3 billionaires gossip while sewing. Do you think our sect leader is trustworthy? Could he be watching us right now? Men, such unsettling creatures. Listening from the side, Ye Yang felt a pang of guilt. He was openly monitoring them, not secretly peeping like some kind of creep. Just then, he noticed Su Shu chopping wood. This simpleton wasn't using her chi. Perhaps she was the key to his breakthrough. Meanwhile, another group of female disciples were cleaning the rooms of the vast sect, which were covered in dust due to disuse, making the task difficult. One of the girls, while cleaning the floor, muttered that the sect seemed unreliable when she accidentally triggered a mechanism in the floor, sending her plummeting into a bottomless pit. Hearing the desperate scream, Ye Yang rushed over, tearing through countless walls. Luckily, he arrived in time, catching Yi Hanzhu and landing safely. You're all right, don't be scared. One fragrance. One Hanner trembles, but still insists, I'm not scared. Also, my name isn't Quan Huang, it's Han Ni. The master was right, men are all dogs. The sect leader immediately let go of me. Don't take advantage of me in my moment of weakness. But Ye Yang had already let go. It was Yi Hanzhu who was clinging to him. The air suddenly thickens with awkwardness as Ye Yang, blushing, reassures her, Don't worry, we're safe now. It took a while for the other to let go. Observing their surroundings, she asked about the way out. Ye Yang solemnly replied that this place was meant to trap intruders, and the formation here could suppress divine sense probing and flight. Flight spells won't work here, so let's just wait for backup. Upon hearing this, the little one immediately expressed great disappointment. Ah, so it's just you and me waiting for reinforcements? Sect leader, you wouldn't take advantage of the situation, would you? Ye Yang is used to his antics and doesn't bother explaining anymore. Just then, a rat appeared by the wall, scaring the girl half to death, and she clung to Ye Yang. Sect leader, how could you take advantage of me like this? I'm just a disciple, not your slave, sect leader. Don't push it. Empty threats and no action. Ye Yang had to beg her to come along. But why was she acting so aggrieved? Unable to bear it any longer, Ye Yang told her to follow him to find a way out, but the one who desperately wanted to escape now wants to stay put. I don't want to. I'll wait for reinforcements here. It's too dangerous to go into the dark with a man. Ye Yang gave up trying to convince her and headed straight for the exit. But as soon as there was a breeze, she jumped on his back again. Unable to take it anymore, Ye Yang says, It's just a breeze. What's there to be afraid of? You've clung to me 3 times today. Are you addicted to it? This time, one of the spirits seemed aggrieved, declaring she wouldn't follow him and would wait for reinforcements. Despite her tough talk, she's already terrified and chasing after Ye Yang. Wait for me, sect leader. This girl is truly something else. Along the way, she clung to Ye Yang's clothes, never letting go. The master once said that a man and woman should keep a respectable distance to avoid unwanted reactions, leaving Ye Yang speechless with frustration. He couldn't believe his master had taught him such a clueless disciple. After a while, the two arrived at a large room filled with stone pillars. As they entered, one of them exclaimed in surprise, Wow, so many stone pillars. This is going to be exhausting to jump across. At that moment, Ye Yang looked serious. That's not the point. The point is, it's a non-Ming meridian formation. Hearing this, the little one was puzzled. This is the legendary Void Formation, said to have tens of thousands of variations. One wrong step, and the whole thing collapses in an instant. Seeing that this guy knew a thing or two, Ye Yang was a little surprised. I'm a formation enthusiast. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen the pigs run. To get through it, you have to jump countless times. Each jump resets the formation's eye, forcing one to recalculate the only safe landing point from scratch. This formation is impossible to pass. Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Yang approached the ancient pillars. Seeing this, one of them wondered what he was up to, but Ye Yang said his legs were getting numb from standing around. so he wanted to try jumping. Hearing this, one of them quickly advised against it. Sect leader, don't act rashly. One wrong step could mean death. I think we should wait for our senior disciples to come and rescue us. But Ye Yang didn't care and approached the formation. Then you can wait. I'm going across. Just then, a lackey latched onto him. Come on, I'm ready. Let's do this. After all, I'm a disciple of the sect leader. I vow to stand with the Grand Sect Master. Ye Yang is more than just a sigh. Yours are too small and you're holding on too tight. With that, he jumped into the center. Amidst the countless stone pillars, Ye Yang heads straight for one and lands. After a moment of nothing happening, one of the men asks in surprise, "How can this be? He actually stepped on the only safe spot?" Of course, it's only natural. What kind of sect leader wouldn't know his own traps? Ye Yang then said he wanted to speed things up, shocking the other guy. No way. Each jump requires calculating the only safe path over 10 million times. Before she could protest, Ye Yang had already leaped across the pillars, landing safely on the other side. To the astonishment of the disciple, Ye Yang explained that he had calculated everything. Before jumping, he calculated all the subsequent changes tens of millions of times, an impossible feat for ordinary people. But with all his passive skills, Ye Yang could calculate it with his eyes closed. At the next gate, Ye Yang told the henchman to let go so he could move more freely. After staring at the strange door for a long time, one of the henchmen seemed to recognize something. Ye Yang then spoke the name, Dragon Severing Demon Trap Formation, and the henchman was able to point out its characteristics. This is an epic level seal, and to break it, you have to press the protrusions on the door exactly 18,386 times. One mistake, and the door will be locked forever. Only 3 people in history have ever succeeded. This time, Ye Yang wasn't surprised, and he walked straight forward, ready to break the seal, prompting the young man to quickly stop him. Don't act rashly. This is an epic level seal. If you try blindly and the door locks, the entire space will be sealed, and we're done for. It seems she still hasn't grasped the sect leader's true power after his display. Ye Yang, unconcerned, sighs in relief and prepares himself. Hearing this, one of them wondered, "Wait, have you already figured it out?" Ye Yang replied, "No. Calculations are simple, but pressing those stones 10,000 times would be exhausting. I'm not solving this formation." Hearing this, the man was dejected, realizing that he couldn't solve it at all. It seemed only the great sages of old could unravel this formation. Just then, Ye Yang swung his fist straight towards the door, proving there's another way to break a formation besides using your brain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Lang Rokshu was preparing to dig through the mountain to save them, determined to dig through the infinite sect if necessary. Suddenly, the cliff face shook violently, and a large hole appeared out of nowhere, revealing Ye Yang's imposing figure through the dust. Behind him, a man is in utter shock. This method of breaking the formation, this man is just too terrifying. The sect leader's appearance left Lang Ruoxue and the others speechless, his power far exceeding their expectations. From this moment on, Lang Ruoxue vowed to follow the sect leader for the rest of her life. The next day, in the west district of Four Seas City, Ye Yang mumbled to himself, carrying a stack of books. This world may lack anime games, but at least there are novels to read. Turns out, that book the naive young man recommended wasn't bad at all. That's right, today is the second day of their probation period. Now that I've borrowed the books, I need to hurry back and clear the myriad households. At that moment, a group of thugs noticed him and prepared to strike, but Ye Yang, engrossed in the novel in his hands, carelessly bumped into one of them. "Hey kid, where are your eyes? Watch where you're going. You bumped into us." Ye Yang, unfazed by the thugs before him, simply apologized as he picked up his book, hoping to avoid trouble. Of course, the thugs weren't going to let it go that easily. One of them stepped on the books and pointed at him. "Hey kid, you hurt my brother and he's badly injured. An apology won't cut it." This excuse is ridiculous. The guy from before is still clutching his stomach in pain. Those around them can only sigh. These poor guys, getting shaken down by thugs, they often prey on students around the library. Back to Ye Yang, he coldly questioned the thugs who, unaware of the iron wall they faced, continued to threaten him. "So, hand over all your money and we'll forget this ever happened." Ye Yang, his face darkening, asked again, "And if I don't, what then?" Seeing his defiance, onlookers believed he was doomed, wanting to help, but knowing these 4 thugs were mid-stage martial experts, untouchable by anyone present. With no guards around, they acted even more brazenly, showing off their power by breaking wooden boards and demonstrating punches that could strike from 10 meters away. This sight sent shivers down the old man's spine. He had underestimated his power. After being threatened, Ye Yang said he knew all that stuff too, which immediately sent the thugs into an uproar. Ha ha ha, is this kid stupid? He's still acting tough. Just then, he realized the sword at his hip had vanished. Looking around, he saw it was now in Ye Yang's hand. I'm not lying, I really do know it. Watch, with just a little force, the sharp blade shatters into pieces. The disciples were stunned into silence, but Ye Yang didn't stop there, continuing to demonstrate his power. And this too, I know all about it. Take a good look. With a single punch, the high wall crumbled in an instant, terrifying the thugs. Witnesses couldn't believe their eyes, thinking the man before them was a god descended to earth. Having displayed his strength, Ye Yang turns to rob the thugs, telling them to hand over all their valuables if they want to be spared. The thugs, terrified, scattered and fled. But of course, Ye Yang wasn't about to let them get away that easily. But just as he was about to chase after them, one of his shoes came off, nearly tripping him. To avoid embarrassment, Ye Yang picked up the shoe and used a technique he'd learned from Vietnamese mothers. The seemingly harmless shoe suddenly became a weapon of surprising force, bouncing between the four thugs and felling them in an instant, especially the last one, who took the shoe right in the mouth and was knocked back to Ye Yang's feet. The one who dirtied my shoe is here, scared, witless. The thug knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Spare us, hero. Everything we have is yours. But that wasn't enough to satisfy Ye Yang. Well, that won't do. You'll have to take a punch from me as well. Hearing this, the thug was so scared that his soul left his body and he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Ye Yang shook his head in disappointment. Useless. Fine. Let's see if they have anything of value that can soothe my traumatized heart. While he was busy looting, a little junior sister was being a bit too nosy. Let's see what kind of books gave him such power. By the time Ye Yang noticed, the girl had already read the titles of his adult books. Hero A, is this the kind of thing you read every day? Mortified, Ye Yang silently took back his books and fled back to the sect, returning to his study and sleeping straight through from morning till night. It wasn't until the little bird called out that he finally opened his eyes, and seeing that he was up to no good, it asked him what he was planning. Ye Yang smirks. I've already found the loophole. We can let them go now. This is definitely the look of a villain. The little bird is speechless and doesn't even bother to dissuade him. Then, the two hid behind a tree, secretly observing the seemingly talentless disciple. Not seeing any issues, the little bird questioned it. Ye Yang then revealed his plan. The key was that the firewood girl never used inner force, so her martial level was likely below the 6th stage. I'll check her pulse. If she's lying to me, she'll be banished from the clan immediately. With a cruel tone that seemed inhuman, Ye Yang composed himself and casually approached Su Shu. Su Shu, hold off on your work. I need to confirm something with you. Before Su Shu could react, Ye Yang grabbed her hand, a scene witnessed and gossiped about by the other girls, leaving him no choice but to drag her to a more secluded spot. This was Su Shu's first time experiencing such a thing, and without resistance, her mind raced. Was this a scene from a romance novel, with a domineering sect leader seducing a naive girl? Damn, what are these girls even thinking about? In a secluded spot, Ye Shu was about to ask a question when Ye Yang gestured for silence. This action only made her thoughts race even more. Was this the rumored, don't speak, just kiss me? This is happening way too fast. Do I even want to kiss him? No, it's too soon. And so, Su Shu was caught in a fierce internal struggle, unsure of what to do, while Ye Yang took her pulse, searching for the source of her problem. Ah, she's only condensing true energy when there's a problem. It gathers and then dissipates. Her cultivation is still at the 6th level. Well, there's no other way. Having grasped the situation, Ye Yang let go, but Su Shu couldn't stop overthinking. As one of the parties involved, could I share my feelings of starting with you, sect leader? After all, I've never had physical contact with a man before. Sect leader, you're moving too fast. Being noticed by you is a blessing. I know that staying with someone comes with sacrifices. I understand, but it's my first time, so please give me some time. As the group's good-for-nothing who eats too much, I'm willing to rely on the sect leader to give everyone a place to belong. I do have some feelings for him, but please, take it slow with this naive girl. Ye Yang was about to lose it at those words. He didn't understand anything either, so what was there to guide? But his junior sister continued to fantasize. Sect leader, as for sharing a bed, could you give me a few days to prepare? Just then, Ling Rukshu appeared from behind. Little idiot, what nonsense are you spouting? The sect leader would never do something like that. Hearing this, Toithu naively asks, didn't you say I could use my body to keep everyone here? Suddenly labeled a pervert, Ye Yang felt a bit uncomfortable. But how did Ling Ruoxue get the wrong idea too? Great sect master, I was wrong. If you need someone, I'm more than willing to take her place. Why does everyone want a piece of Ye Yang? To keep things from escalating, he explains that he was only checking if his disciple was suitable for cultivation. The misunderstanding resolved, Ling Rukshu quickly apologized, and the sect leader, seeing the problem with Rushu's chai, offered to help. Taoshu innocently asks the sect leader if they should continue holding hands. It seems she's enjoying this. Ye Yang replies distractedly, telling her to forget it and that they can discuss her problem once she becomes an official disciple. Tomorrow, prepare for the entrance trials. Hearing this, the girls were immediately excited. This is their chance to depend on the limitless sect, one they absolutely can't miss. That night, in the dungeon, Ye Yang waited and urged Little Fox. Eat faster, Mao. The new guys are waiting to wash dishes. Little Fox gossiped as he ate. Just let me out. I'll wash my own dishes. Speaking of which, do you really want them to take the initiation trial? Ye Yang calmly replies that their cultivation meets the standards, so they must participate in the trial. Whether they pass is up to fate. Little Fox is worried about Ye Yang and warns him. The Limitless Sect's entrance trial hasn't been activated in nearly a century. Its sudden revival could signal great chaos. You must be careful. Ye Yang lowered his head upon hearing that. Don't be intimidated. It's just mountain climbing. Reaching the summit is all it takes to pass. This is too simple. Little Fox still holds to her prediction. The Eternal Sect is an ancient order, and a mountain may be more than just a mountain. I suspect something big is about to happen. But with his immense power, what does Ye Yang have to fear? His only concern is that the Little Fox eats quickly so he can go to sleep. Little Fox continues to eat while trying to find a way out of here. That's right, how about I try the entrance exam? I might as well become your disciple. But no matter what clever plans she concocts, Ye Yang won't indulge her. Seeing the Little Fox keep talking, Ye Yang doesn't bother clearing the dishes and just leaves. After talking to herself for a while, the Little Fox realized that no one was there anymore. At this moment, she once again put on her majestic facade. This prison won't hold me. I will escape this place. The next day, the trial of initiation into the Limitless Sect began at Little Spirit Mountain, a smaller peak in the Limitless Spirit Peak range and the sect's back mountain. Overseeing this trial is Sparrow Butler. The sect leader couldn't wake up after staying up all night, so you're on your own to climb the mountain. To pass the entrance exam, all you have to do is climb to the top using your own strength. Hearing that the test was just a climb, the girls were a little surprised. Climbing a mountain, is that all? Anyone can climb a mountain. Is that really the test the Eternal Sect is giving us? So even martial arts masters can't sleep? That's when Zhang Yu steps in to explain. That's not it. Last night, I happened to see the sect leader. Late at night, he was carrying a lantern and heading towards the cliff face. This place is close to the Yellow Zone, where demons run rampant. The sect leader must be on night watch to prevent them from invading the human world. The sect leader is indeed a hidden master. 70% of the world has already been taken over by demons. The demon realm continues to expand, but thankfully we have unsung heroes like the Night Watch to protect the human world. The Limitless Sect is on the edge of the Yellow Zone. We should have known. After this, everyone's impression of the sect leader has deepened. Everyone shouted in unison, vowing to join the Limitless Sect, even if it cost them their lives, and to follow their esteemed sect leader until death. But only the little bird knows the truth. Last night, he clearly got up to pee and wandered off a cliff. He even begged me to save him, saying he was cold and scared. But now he's a completely different person. Never mind, let them have their fantasies. Just then, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone, wait! I'm here to participate in the initiation trial as well. Hearing someone call out, everyone stopped and turned around, wondering who it was. They were all surprised, wondering how there could be another person, and one dressed so strangely. Dressed in an oversized coat, Ye Yang thought, the Little Fox made this trial sound too dangerous. I'll secretly follow to be safe. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Natu Yet loudly questioned, shouldn't one be upright and honest? Who's the weirdo in the coat? Hearing that, Ye Yang broke out in a cold sweat and coughed a few times to cover up his voice. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, the little bird spoke up. That's right. She is also a good sect master, but she is shy, so please forgive her. Hearing that, he sulked and cursed inwardly. Who the hell is a woman? I'll settle the score with you, you cheap bird. Someone in the crowd teased, if this big sister is shy, she won't find a boyfriend. He feigned disgust, saying, who needs a boyfriend? I mean, I'm still young and haven't thought about that sort of thing yet. Zhang Yu looked doubtful. But you seem quite tall. He quickly defended himself. So what? I have long legs. Just then, a small bird in the branches chirped, urging them to hurry and get going, so they immediately began their ascent. One of them spoke up, saying the mountain felt like nothing more than a tall climb. Ling Ruoxue stopped in front, warning them not to be careless, as this mountain was unusual. She would lead the way, and her sisters should follow closely, to which everyone behind her agreed. They stood before a 100-meter cliff, and one by one they channeled their energy and soared upwards, with Ye Yang calmly following suit. High above, a bird flapped its wings, delighted, thinking that these young women were of good character and talent, and that Ye Yang had found a treasure. Leading the way through the towering cliffs was Roche, followed by her sisters. Xian Yu, noticing Su Shu struggling, slowed down to meet her and asked what was on her mind. Yo Yang, trailing behind, wondered what they were talking about, while Su Shu sadly thought about giving up on the upcoming initiation trial. Xian Yu interjects, telling her not to do anything rash, saying that despite his strictness, the sect leader is actually a good person. Meanwhile, Ye Yang flies along behind them, thinking to himself that he's no good person, and that these girls are so naive. She sadly says that she's not suited for cultivation, and if everyone else has a place here, she can leave in peace. Xian Yu says the sect leader will help her. Forcing a smile, she thought, perhaps finding manual labor down the mountain to support myself would be more suitable. The sect is so poor, and the sect leader has it rough. Hearing Su Shu's words, Ye Yang was moved to tears. Finally, someone understands him. At that moment, the sun began to rise, its rays illuminating the entire mountain. At that moment, Ye Yang, Xian Yu, and Su Shu quickly accelerated to catch up. The three of them soared through the air, skillfully weaving through the rock crevices. Finally, Su Shu and Xian Yu sped up a cliff face, surprising Ye Yang, then landed safely, followed by Ye Yang, the last to arrive. Ye Yang followed slowly behind, and now they all stood dumbfounded before a bottomless abyss. Xian Yu stepped forward, asking why they had stopped, saying the chasm shouldn't be hard to jump across. Her sister replied that the chasm was strange, with strong winds appearing whenever they jumped, and only senior sister Lang could make it across. Niandu scratches her head, wondering why the wind is such a big deal. Two more try their luck, focusing intently as they leap toward the other side, but halfway across, that strange wind appears again. They struggled to keep their balance and leaped with all their might toward the remaining path as everyone watched. But despite their best efforts, neither of them could reach the other side of the abyss. Realizing they couldn't hold on any longer, the two quickly turned back. Ye Yang stood aside, deep in thought. Something wasn't right. Something was about to happen. Yan Yu confidently stepped forward, wanting to try herself, saying her movement techniques were quite good. As soon as she said that, she leaped forward, but those below frantically tried to stop her, shouting for her to turn back. The space around her blurred, shrouded in a thin mist with only a streak of light flying past. Niandu's body emits a mystical blue light as she weaves and dodges. In the blink of an eye, she's almost at her destination. Just a little further, and she'll reach her goal. The other disciples praised her relentlessly, saying senior sister Yan Yu was indeed powerful. Her movements were excellent, and she had a good chance of being the second person to make it through. Suddenly, the gravity seemed to change. Trees began to fall, and rocks crumbled and flew into the air. Fear gripped Niandu as she looked around, sensing impending doom. Then a great wind rose, tearing trees from the ground. The two girls worried, realizing the wind had grown stronger. It knocked Niandu backward, and she cried out, begging for help. Hearing the cries for help, everyone was on edge, rushing to see what was happening. Ye Yang was also panicked, trying to figure something out. Lang Nuok Tuyet quickly rushes down to catch Niandu, who was falling freely from the cliff, landing successfully before everyone's eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right. Niandu trembled. It's so cold. I feel awful. Someone asked, this ravine is too dangerous. We can't cross it. Senior sister, what do we do now? Nian Yu comforts her, telling her to go on ahead and not worry about them, that they'll figure something out. But Ruoxu refuses, telling her to be quiet. She notes how strong the wind is, and that even for a level 6 martial artist, it's difficult to break through without entering the spiritual realm, so the only thing she can do is cut through the strong wind. While Su Thu wondered how one could possibly cut the wind, Ling Ruoxue unleashed her power. Amidst the raging storm, only Ruoxue braved the elements, hovering alone in the eye of the cyclone. She tells herself that there's a formation here, and destroying it will eliminate the wind, allowing her sisters to pass safely. Ye Yang secretly praises her, thinking a genius is indeed a genius, discovering the key point so quickly. The wind's speed and gravity whipped her blue hair around her as she faced the intense battle with a serious expression. Her sisters above were worried about her, calling out in unison, Senior sister, are you okay? They move forward to assess the situation below. Senior sister, please be careful. A dark atmosphere permeates the space, with a terrifying black smoke emanating from somewhere. Han Nia panics, realizing this formation carries a massive amount of destructive energy. The world begins to shift, and powerful tremors erupt from beneath their feet. An earthquake? Ye Yang is stunned. Things are not looking good. We're doomed. What do we do? Before they can recover, trees are uprooted by the wind and flung around, along with countless rocks and debris. This is bad, very dangerous. The scene unfolded before them, a baffling tempest of wind. What was happening? The little bird spoke. Ling Ruoshui has caused a disaster. She should have passed the trial alone, but she couldn't leave you behind. Forcibly attacking the ancient void formation has angered the formation spirit. It frantically explains that not only is she certainly doomed, but the storm will soon engulf the area and they must flee. Su Shu and Yan Yu refuse, insisting they must save their senior sister and cannot abandon her. The little bird dodges the stones, explaining that the ancient void formation can devour the earth and destroy space itself. Even a grandmaster of formations would be helpless. Run, don't throw your life away. Just then, a bold idea strikes Ye Yang, and without hesitation, he approaches the edge of the abyss and pretends to slip. Ye Yang, frozen in place, shouts to get their attention. "Oh no, I'm slipping!" Su Shu hears the commotion and turns to see what's happening, looking slightly panicked. She rushed forward, trying to catch Ye Yang, her hands outstretched. "Grab my hand!" "Why can't I move at all? I'm completely numb." Over here, Luo Qing and another person exchanged glances as thick dust billowed behind them. Ye Yang plunged downward, his body radiating a green light, and before Su Shu could react, she could only watch him fall into the abyss. She wondered why she had fallen. Was she a fool to rush forward at a time like this? Meanwhile, Ye Yang was enveloped in a green light, his intentions unknown as the chaos wind continued to swirl. Soon, Ye Yang located the heart of the formation, staring intently at his target. The eye of the storm, swirling relentlessly before him. Golden streaks engulfed Ling Yexui's body, causing her to cry out in pain. Her whole body trembled, and she could barely withstand the situation. Suddenly, another ray of light flashed, a kick flying through the formation's eye. Below, a pillar of light emitted a golden glow, scattering tiny sparks of electricity. The lightning splits into three, each strike far more devastating. Ye Yang raises a hand to his forehead, muttering a secret incantation. His eyes sharpened, his aura blazed, and an electric orb formed at his fingertips, spreading outwards. Ye Yang moved with lightning speed, plunging it straight into the heart of the formation. Like a fearless arrow, he plunges into the heart of the formation's eye. Lang Nuok Tuyet looks on in disbelief, wondering what he's planning. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke billowing into the sky, shattering rocks and debris into the air. The eye of the formation calmed, and the wind dissipated. Ye Yang lay scorched on the ground, barely breathing. The ground is shattered, debris flies everywhere, a testament to its destructive power. Amidst the chaos, massive cracks begin to appear on the surface of the giant rock. Debris flew everywhere at high speeds, showing just how destructive the clash had been. Ling Ruxu turned to look at Ye Yang, who was falling freely without resistance, and called out loudly. "Hey, are you all right?" Niue Yue asks, wondering if he fell on the formation eye to save her. Ye Yang covered his face, explaining that he'd simply slipped and fallen, accidentally destroying the formation, and that his face hurt terribly. She was still confused, wondering how someone could destroy the formation eye with such force, but he dodged the question, saying he was just too heavy and needed to lose weight. She hugged Ye Yang and jumped onto the stones, saying he was indeed a bit heavy, and they should head up first. The sky returned to an unusual state of clarity, surprising those above as the vortex suddenly stopped. A small bird flew up to survey the scene. What? The formation was broken? The group was shocked. Even grandmasters of formations couldn't break an ancient grand formation, so how could it be broken so easily? Strange. This formation is far more powerful than those in the sect. Xiang Yutun smiled. It must be the sect leader's will protecting us, turning misfortune into blessing. To repay this kindness, I must do something tonight. Nixue has successfully brought Ye Yang back, and everyone rejoices at the return of their senior sister. They praise her, saying she's amazing for not only breaking the void formation, but also saving this sister. Lang Rixu shook her head. It wasn't me. It was this sister who accidentally stumbled upon the array's eye, causing the great formation to collapse. Hearing this, they were all incredulous. The array's eye was broken so easily? The little bird announces that this woman has failed the trial and the others must depart at once. Hearing this, Ye Yang angrily wonders what the bird is doing. Manhwa Tuyet was unwilling to accept the little bird's decision, but this woman had helped her. The little bird replied, "I make the rules. Her trial is over. Now be on your way." She turned and said, "Thank you for saving me. If I have the chance, I will repay you. May I ask your name?" But he refused. "There's no need. We're all just wanderers who happen to meet. Then, if fate allows, we'll meet again. If not, there's no need to ask." Ahana rests her chin, pondering. That tone, the more she hears it, the more familiar it seems. They slowly turn and leave. "Senior sister, we should go." Lang Nuxue and her group continued their journey, Nuxue simply telling Ye Yang to take care. One by one, they use their power to teleport to the next location as the little bird watches him and says, "Not bad acting from that older sister." Ye Yang gently took off his round hat, wondering who could say he wasn't acting. What if they found out and misunderstood him as a pervert? The little bird flapped its wings and flew away, saying, "What misunderstanding? You're originally the master of a sect participating in the trial. They'd understand that something big happened, so I came here. Now that the matter is resolved, I can leave." The little bird added, "Lang Hooks Tuyet wouldn't normally act on emotion, forcing her way through the formation. Being so sentimental will definitely be a disadvantage." Annoyed, he said, "Okay, stop it, you gossipy bird." The sky returns to peace, the landscape serene as if nothing happened. The wind whispers through the towering cliffs as the disciples trudge on, complaining that this mountain, though not high-looking, has taken them all day to climb. Behind Zhu's back, they wondered if she was some kind of machine, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Meanwhile, Lang Nuk Tuyet continues to decimate her enemies, her blade splitting them in two. She unleashes 2 diagonal strikes at an incoming bird. Next, Nuk Tuyet effortlessly slices through a massive green serpent. Sushu wonders if their initiation trial is too easy. Nian Yu chimes in, "How so?" Sushu looks at Nian Yu. "That's not right. One path of magic, and except for the cliff, everything is within her range." Nian Yu reminds him that a smooth trial is a good thing, and they'll have a place to hide soon, so don't overthink it. Sushu wearily says that, in the sect leader's words, this is setting a flag, and Nian Yu is confused, asking what a flag is, but the main point is that she's been secretly seeing the sect leader. Ye Chen interjects, sensing a situation. Nian Ru's sect leader is about to be stolen. Lei objects, saying the sect leader belongs to everyone, and they all have a chance. Sushu calmly explains that she simply ran into the sect leader on the road yesterday and exchanged a few words. Nian Yu interjects, trusting her sister one last time as they approach the cliff where the light is obscured. Before them, a thick fog begins to dissipate as Ruoshi stops and raises her hand, ordering them to halt. Realizing something was amiss, Sushu sensed her senior disciple's unease. Something wasn't right. She turned to warn the others. "Be careful. Senior disciple has noticed something." Lei gripped her sword, drawing it from its sheath. Her master was not acting like herself. The black fog thickened, obscuring their vision despite the daylight. Tethu wondered about the strange scene. Where did the fog come from when it wasn't even dark yet? As the black mist dissipated, a large, indistinct figure was revealed. Finally, a skeleton soldier emerges from the smoke, heading straight for Nuok Tuyet, and Lei, startled, raises her sword to defend, her eyes wide with alertness. Niet Tuyet frowned, effortlessly slicing through the skeleton soldier with a single stroke, maintaining her stance without breaking a sweat. Sushu commented that the skeletons were just intimidating and not particularly strong, while Diet Chan added that their senior apprentice was too strong, but her expression was still frighteningly serious. Nuok Tuyet took a battle stance and warned everyone to be on guard and prepare for a fierce battle. The first skeleton soldier charges forward with a fierce look, its eyes flashing a deadly red light, followed by a horde of them emerging from the smoke, swinging their bony claws. Nirvana's expression darkens as she sternly reminds everyone to grip their swords tightly. They're surrounded on all sides. A skeleton soldier roars furiously, surrounded by blue flames. Chaos erupts as they charge. They're here. Teshu raised her sword to defend herself, stealing her resolve. But with a single strike, the skeleton warrior sent her weapon flying. Her eyes remain fixed on the skeleton soldier as Suseo grits her teeth and struggles to hold on. The skeleton lunges again, its ghastly claws reaching for her. Suddenly, a clean strike severs the skeleton soldier's neck, too fast for it to even register. It was Nuok Tuyet who now stands before Tethu, coldly ordering, "Flee." The misty village turned green, and more wraiths appeared, writhing and hissing. Niue gritted her teeth, tense. We can't stay here. Charge! They're coming. They're here. Little Bird watches the group and notices something is off. Something's not right. A thought flashes through its mind. There are too many skeletons. This isn't the entry-level trial, but the extermination level for intruders. Little Bird panics. This is terrible. It's all that jerk Ye Yang's fault for shattering the great primordial formation. Leading to the intruder extermination mechanism, this will be endless. Nurture Snow's group cried out, "Quick, take this chance to get through." The little bird felt guilty. I made a big mistake. I shouldn't have chased Ye Yang away. It's too late to go down the mountain for help now, and by the time Ye Yang arrives, they'll be dead several times over. This is bad. Yi Tuyet takes the lead, fighting the skeleton soldiers while guiding her companions to escape, as Mia-chan anxiously calls out, "Senior sister!" On the rocky mountaintop, the skeleton soldiers have cornered Ni Tuyet's group against a cliff, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. They rush in, ferociously trying to destroy Nu Tuyet's group. Nu Tuyet is flustered, unsure of what to do. Those behind her are also terrified. It's the skull mist. It's here. Nurksu decides to sacrifice herself, ordering everyone to fall back. "Leave it to me." But the other disciples refuse. "Senior, we'll advance and retreat together." The skeletons leap towards Nurksu and the disciples behind her. Lu King uses her sword to shatter the skeleton's mist, while Ruo Ro swiftly decapitates another. Mi-chan effortlessly eliminates another with a flick of her sword, but the skeletal soldiers seem endless, growing in number. Ni Tuyet shouts that none of them can die, and she'll hold back the skeletons so they can escape over the cliff and live on. Lu Ting didn't want to abandon Niue either. "No, senior sister, we go together." Honor quickly chimed in. "Yes, we go together. Every little bit helps." Nurk's group was completely surrounded, forced to huddle together for defense, when suddenly the jade pendant on Honor began to glow. Finally, it crashed into the ground several times. The skeleton soldiers looked at the jade pendant nearby, confused, as a surge of electricity erupted around it, resulting in a massive explosion. Taking this opportunity, the Ice Jade group retreated, wary of the explosion's origin. Susu is curious. "What's going on?" Shinner replies, "I don't know either." As the smoke clears, a motionless figure is revealed, and an overwhelming pressure keeps the skeleton soldiers at bay. The disciples were also stunned, mouths agape, as Diep Duong lay on the ground. Genji. He sits up, eyes glazed over, wondering who disturbed his slumber. Hunter exclaims with joy that she remembers, last night the sect leader gave her a jade pendant saying it was for emergencies, so it must be a teleportation device. Yanyu and Lu Qing were frozen in shock as the skeleton soldiers attacked again. 4 sharp weapons aimed directly at Ye Yang. Ruoxu cries out in alarm, "Danger, sect master!" But Ye Yang remains calm, slowly glancing over. Then Ye Yang moved with dizzying speed, leaving no afterimage. The skeleton soldiers were bewildered as Ye Yang vanished before their swords and spears. The skeletons searched for Ye Yang, but these undead creatures were too slow. All eyes fell on Ye Yang, standing on a nearby cliff. He smiled. "I'd rather play with people." The skeleton soldiers surged toward Ye Yang's group like a tide. They rush menacingly toward where Ye Yang stands, and Ruoja cries out in alarm, warning the sect leader to be careful. But Ye Yang remained calm, standing still. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a surge of power erupted from him. Ye Yang's power surged towards the skeleton soldiers, who were completely unaware of the danger. And in an instant, they were blown to pieces. Nuojue's group was astonished by the scene around them, as Ye Yang raised his hand, his knuckles cracking softly as his fingers moved. Immediately after, another group of skeleton soldiers turned to dust as he telekinetically summoned his spear. Then he gripped the glaive tightly, his curiosity piqued by the bird-headed monster wielding a sword and charging toward him. A new species. The bird-headed monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth as it neared Ye Yang, who spun his spear. Then, the spear suddenly extended, slicing through the bird-headed monster as Ye Yang spun it, standing his ground as the skeleton soldiers charged. He raised his spear to the sky, spinning it at dizzying speeds, then unleashed a devastating strike upon the skeleton soldiers. With a single strike, he cleaved through the skeletons, obliterating them in an instant. Ye Yang stared ahead, his expression calm and unreadable, as the female disciples behind him cried out, "Xiao Diao, senior sister, the skeletons are attacking." Ye Yang snapped awake at the sound of the shout, gripping his spear as electricity crackled around his hand. Ye Yang unleashed 2 simultaneous strikes, each blade glowing brilliantly. Ye Yang thrust forward, his slashes growing ever larger. It then charged toward the skeleton soldiers, shaking the earth, who stood frozen, unable to move before Ye Yang's attack. Wherever Ye Yang's attack landed, it swept everything away, leaving Ruo Yui's group in awe. The skeleton soldiers surrounding the female disciples were completely annihilated. Nyangdu's eyes widened in shock. With the sect leader here, I have nothing to fear. Su Shu felt the same. He's too OP. However, Ruo Shu's expression turned serious. This isn't good. The skeletons are still multiplying. They're about to launch an all-out attack. Everyone give the sect leader your full support. Swarms of skeleton soldiers and bird-headed monsters charge forward as Ye Yang smirks, his body slowly ascending. A small light appeared on Ye Yang's fingertips as he brought them together, followed by a powerful burst of light. Ye Yang raises his hands, summoning a massive sphere that floats above him, radiating immense power. The light from Ye Yang's power illuminates even the distant fields. As a weary farmer sighs, "I'm so tired." His eyes turned to the light, wondering if the sun had fallen, only to see a dazzling sphere of light in the sky. Ye Yang adjusted his basic wood mastery skill, his head turned towards the sphere above, followed by level 100 Azure guidance. The light incinerates the skeleton soldiers, causing them to vanish as they scream in agony. Then the remaining skeleton soldiers suffered the same fate, burned to ash. The land once teeming with them was now empty, with only smoke filling the air. The skeleton soldiers crumbled to dust as light poured down, their numbers dwindling, leaving only embers and falling debris. Debris bounces off the ground, settling after a brief struggle as Rushu's group surveys the newfound peace. Zushu says in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? Is it over?" The female disciples finally become noisy again. Did the Sea of Suffer really exist? This mountain looks so real. The sect master's light is indescribable. So handsome. Ye Yang landed, standing near the cliff and gazing into the distance, his robes billowing in the wind. Ruo Shu stepped forward, clasping her hands, and said, "Thank you for saving us, sect master. I suppose our trial is a failure, isn't it?" Ye Yang declared that their perseverance and strength during the sudden annihilation had earned the sect's recognition, and their willingness to protect each other in the face of danger was exactly what he sought in his disciples. He coldly announced that from this day forward they were all members of the Limitless Sect, and he would protect them from anyone who dared to cause them trouble. Ruok Shui was stunned by what Ye Yang said. She and the other female disciples quickly knelt. "Thank you, master." Ye Yang turns and smiles. "You've done well. You've worked hard. Rest for a moment, then I'll lead you on your way." The female disciples respond with enthusiasm. "Yes, master." Ye Yang and his female disciples silently gazed at the horizon. Ye Yang stood on the plateau awaiting the little bird's arrival, who questioned why he had been summoned in secret. Instead of answering directly, Ye Yang asked how many of the new recruits could become his true disciples. The little bird scoffs. "You used to criticize them and now you're choosing true disciples?" Ye Yang explains dejectedly. "To return the sect to the #1 spot in the world, it's hard to find 7 true disciples. But there's hope I can soon return to a peaceful life." The little bird scoffed. "Aren't you just scraping by each day? But if you're training disciples of the supreme polarity, it's a heaven-defying task. Maybe only Ling Ruxue is capable." Ye Yang added, "There's someone else who's starting to look promising. The important thing is that the sect's great cause has someone now." The little bird asked, "How do you want to arrange things?" He pondered for a moment, then replied, "Based on their potential, the obedient ones can do laundry and cook, the strong ones can give massages, the shapely ones can be dancers, and the silver-tongued ones can tell stories to entertain me." Hearing his terrible idea, it repeatedly pecked at Ye Yang's head. "You tyrant! They're here to cultivate, not to be your concubines." He then brought up another idea. Taking care of the sect leader is also a form of cultivation. He's really not funny. I'll train them to be professionals, like magical girls, swordswomen, yin and yang masters. At this point, the little bird stopped him and asked, "Wait, why are they kneeling?" A group of disciples arrived, bowing their heads to report, "Master, I've finally fulfilled my promise to you, leading everyone to a place. With a good master, we no longer have to wander and be bullied." Ye Yang sighs. "Well said. So they're already preparing to avenge their master." Hearing this, he almost coughs up blood. Su Shu retorted that their master was only missing, his life or death unknown, and that declaring revenge might be a bit premature. It could just be a natural disaster. Hanner chimed in, saying their master never allowed them to call him that, claiming they were destined to have their own masters. Perhaps he foresaw his demise at the hands of a villain. Ouyang Lei chimed in, "When we find the culprit, I'll whip him with all my might." Ye Yang listened, utterly speechless at his disciples. Nangdu says that they finally have a place to stay, and their senior sister can rest in peace and have sweet dreams. As the first rays of sunlight touched the courtyard, everyone awoke and prepared for class. A crowd gathered outside a room, and someone asked if their senior sister hadn't arrived yet. Everyone whispered that she was never late. Xiangru turned, guessing, could it be? Suddenly a figure soared in. Lang Ruoxu worriedly thought, I'm late, and it's that dream again. Run, run, don't stop, and don't look back. I have to escape. Lang Ruoxu presses on, knowing she absolutely can't turn back. But Tingjisu startles and turns, wondering who's there. Lang Ruoxu, catching her breath, apologized for being late as her fellow disciples exclaimed, Senior sister, one of them added. Luckily, the master hasn't arrived yet. As Yang Yu approached, she wondered if her senior sister was having that dream again. Lang Ruju denied it, telling her not to pry and to head inside. Following their senior disciple's lead, the group entered the classroom, but a strange silence filled the air as they noticed the master's absence. The little bird announces, Everyone, the master has already broken their promise on the first day. This is too outrageous. The bird relays the message that the assembly will be held another day, and the master wants Lang Ruoxue to write a development plan for the sect first. Zhu Shu muses that being a sect leader seems easy. Lang Ruoxue accepts the task, stating that she'll start by improving the sect and planning everyone's training. Before leaving, the little bird asks if anyone has any questions, but Yan Yu awkwardly wonders if the sect leader is dating any women. The little bird guesses, could he be going to see a woman? Its answer only confuses Yan Yu further. He's interrogating her. Lang Ruoxue, do you know what you've done wrong? She's startled, not understanding what's happening. The little bird chirps. I told you not to give the sect leader pocket money. You still secretly gave it to him. A man with money will become corrupted. She blushed, helpless. I can't refuse the sect leader anything. Cut to the Jiyama Hall, where a series of clicks echoed. Baifei muttered to herself, come to think of it, that scoundrel Ye Yang is there again today. She scribbled aimlessly on the wall, annoyed that such a beautiful woman as herself was being ignored. He's gone to that vulgar place again. Men are all pigs. Suddenly she shouts, I'm so bored here. Ye Yang, you jerk, come back and talk to me. In Four Seas City, a beautiful and fertile land bisected by a blue river, the right side boasts noble towers and luxurious architecture, while the left is home to humble dwellings. In a tavern on the left, the rhythm of working-class life flows peacefully with familiar voices calling out, Welcome to the 3-room tavern, bartender, more wine. The bottle cap flew onto the table as Ye Yang, half drunk, propped his feet up and ordered, Boss, 3 skewers of chicken, 5 of mutton, a grilled squid, and a cuttlefish. The others were surprised and couldn't help but wonder, Sect leader Ye is ordering extra dishes today. Did he suddenly come into money? Behind Deep Duong, 2 girls gossiped about him, wondering if the penniless devil had finally found a sugar mama. Hearing this, he quickly clarified, I've never been one for women or wine. I'm as pure as the driven snow. Hearing that, the girl was visibly frustrated and annoyed, saying, Fine, don't expect to borrow a penny from us in the future. Ye Yang leaned back in his chair, shaking the bottle in his hand, and teased, Don't be serious. Friends in need are friends indeed. A little money is worth maintaining a friendship with a powerhouse like me. Xiong Xiaoxi puffed out her cheeks, looking disdainful. Who would be friends with a hooligan like you? You're probably the weakest man in this bar. Suddenly a voice cut her off, defending Ye Yang. I, Feng Hao, am his friend, his brother. Feng Hao strode in, imposing and fierce. You bully my brother while I'm away? Do you need a beating? Despite this, Ye Yang felt uneasy looking at the person before him. The young master was here, and these guys were doomed. Just as he thought, the young master began to wreak havoc on the bar. First, Feng Hao approached Xiong Xiaoxi and mocked, Hey sis, have you gained weight recently? Your belt is about to snap from your slender waist. Enraged, she hits him hard and scolds him mercilessly. Go die. Just because your father is the city lord of Four Seas City doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Feng Hao rubs the spot where she hit him and calmly remarks, Violent women are scary. Then he suddenly turned around, spotting a familiar face, and Ji Shai was startled to be seen. Feng Hao starts chatting him up. Senior brother Qi, 6 years, and your cultivation hasn't budged. I heard you're a father now. You must be an old uncle by now. If I were you, I'd have given up cultivating and settled down. Qi Shi shivers, his mind in turmoil. Feng Hao's words strike a nerve, reminding him that he should have given up cultivating and settled down, causing Ji Shi to panic. Feng Hao then turns his attention to the woman beside him, asking if she's still alone and implying she'll end up lonely. Back and forth, he ends up at Ye Yang's place again, and Feng Hao says generously, "Brother, same as always. Put it on my tab." Ye Yang declines shyly. "I can't do that. Thanks." Xiong Xiaoxi angrily picks up a steak knife, sees this scene, and her hand trembles, wanting to throw it, but her will holds her back. It's not fair. Why does no one ever mess with him? With a grin, Feng Hao retorted, "What do you know? Ye and I are kindred spirits. We're both die-hard fans of Yan Niang." Then, leaning close to Ye Yang, he whispered to prove his point. "Xiao Yu is the most gentle, right?" Ye Yang feigns a laugh, but inwardly curses, "You know nothing." Of course, the sexy and alluring Yan Niang is the best. He laments that the others prefer the cold, aloof beauty with the big thighs, showing a lack of taste. He turns to discuss with the restaurant owner. "My boss pays for his, and I'll pay for mine." The owner happily agrees. No problem. Then, Feng Hao orders more pig trotters for Brother Ye, and Ye Yang smiles happily as he sits down next to him. The two began to confide in each other, with Ye Yang speaking first, lamenting that no one understands the hardship of leading his disciples, that they're lost without him, and how exhausting it all is, prompting Feng Hao to comfort him. But just as Ye Yang picked up his chopsticks to grab some food, they snapped, leaving him stunned, staring at the broken chopsticks for several seconds. His face filled with panic, a storm of unease brewing within him. A bad omen. Something must have happened to one of his disciples. In contrast to the turmoil at the tavern, the sect was peaceful and quiet, bathed in the morning sun filtering through the trees. Inside, the girls discussed their plans, as Lok Thon reported that the central area to the north was 70% damaged, and Niet Tuyet added that the Nam Dien group was in the worst shape, with a massive, deep lake. Lok Thon continued, taking notes, saying that many areas were temporarily inaccessible due to road damage. Nuyet adds, pointing to the map, that the cost to repair the sect is high, and they'll do it in 3 phases, starting with the living quarters, and they'll earn the money themselves, without telling the sect leader or master. The serious atmosphere is broken when Ren Yu suddenly runs in, shouting, "Senior Nangong, junior sisters, we have news about the 5. She was out of breath, her face pale and strained. "They're alive." Upon hearing this, Ri Wei was startled. "What?" Lu Qing quickly asked for more information. After the Eternal Sword Peak collapsed, the 5 of them had gone missing. Ren Yu reports, gasping for breath, that they're trapped in Tianyanning, a demon-infested and extremely dangerous area, and they've just received their distress signal. Mijin asks if they should seek help from the sect leader or master. With that, Ling Rixu stood up and declared, "No need. I'll go alone. It's too dangerous there. I won't let anyone else be sacrificed. You all wait here." And she was extremely resolute. "I'll bring them back." Deep within the secluded forest, amidst the intertwined rocks and lush greenery, something falls from a tree like a gust of wind. Catching it, Rijue sees it's a device to help her find them, and she tries to reassure herself, they'll be all right. They have to be. As she continued forward, she thought, "Nam Kongshime, you must persevere. I know that no matter the situation, you will protect everyone." This reminded her of the past. Ling Rixue said to her old master, "But master, I don't like the new Shimei." The master asked, "Why?" She replied, "We are a sword sect that values offense. Why would she come here wanting to learn defense?" She paused, then offered a reason. "It's only because you're a good person." Ling Rixue was puzzled, feeling indignant. A good person? What kind of standard is that? She explained that the Nam Kung family was one of the 4 great houses of the Ziwen kingdom, with many options available to them. Her father, Nam Kong Tuongguan, sacrificed himself to protect the Ziyuan kingdom. He announced the situation. Yet the children of the previous Nam Kong family head are constantly bullied by their uncles and aunts. How stifling. She sympathized with Nan Guantong's situation, as they were each other's only family. Now that they knew, they absolutely couldn't leave her at the Nangong estate. Nam Guantong's stepmother, the one behind all of this, sneers, saying sarcastically, "We weren't bullying him, gentlemen. He's just naturally bad, always stealing from the house. We were punishing him to keep him from going astray." Enraged, he turned and scolded, "Shut your mouth. You're spitting blood on people. What's wrong with sneaking food from the kitchen when you don't even give her enough to eat?" His words left her speechless. Even if she took food, it wasn't for herself, but for the disabled retired war dogs that followed her grandmother. She can barely feed herself, yet she thinks of feeding stray dogs. How dare you slander her character? After you discovered these disabled strays, you wanted to kill them for wasting food. She desperately protected the dogs and was severely injured by you, which is how this all came to light. She didn't bother to argue, biting her lip in annoyance. He bent down and patted Guantong's head. Good boy, tell me, which sect do you want to join? Your uncles and aunts here are all peerless masters. Take your pick. Hesitantly, she said, I want to join that sister's sect, as Nan Guantong pointed to Ling Ruoshui's former master. She paused, and he couldn't help but ask why. Because she's a good person, Guantong explained. I saw her feeding Big Yellow. The master smiled. A month ago, I passed by here and felt sorry for these stray dogs, so I fed them. That doesn't make me a good person. The little one wants to be a protector, but my sword sect values merit, so think carefully. Guantong, clutching his dog, tearfully replies that the elder sister is good and will help him become a protector. He turned to explain to her that the child always said her favorite person was a national protector. She couldn't protect the world like her father, but she wanted to be a protector who could at least protect one person. He urged her to accept the girl, promising to arrange for the dog to accompany her to the Eternal Sword Sect. I understand, she replied softly, reaching out to comfort the girl. With rosy cheeks, Guangdong gazed at her, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and innocence, while she smiled kindly like a benevolent Buddha at the peak of the eternal sword. Niet Shui added harshly that she didn't like weaklings, and Guantong timidly listened in silence, not daring to argue back. The two trained on the mountain with Niet Tuyet's commands guiding her. Defend to the left. She bought a beautiful sword before everyone's eyes. Nan Quendong struggles to hold his crutch as Niet Tuyet reminds him to anticipate her next attack. He mumbles in agreement. One clear day, Niet Tuyet finds him weeping before a forest grave. Ling Ruxi inquired about the situation. Your dog died? Guangdong sobbed. Big Yellow is dead. She cried harder and harder, as if the most important friend in her life had left. Nixue patted Guantong's head, reassuring her. It's all right. It's gone. You can keep protecting me. Think of me as Da Huang. Just protect me. Nam Guangdong sadly says, Oh, senior, the autumn wind is rustling. The two trained together again, but this time, it's just them. Ling Rexue warned that there were many wild beasts nearby and to be careful. Guantong reassured her, promising to protect her. The two grew closer, Rexu's hair blowing in the wind, ending the old memory. Back in reality, she receives an ominous signal as the red dot on her device fades away, triggering her anxiety. The signal is disappearing. Ling Ruxu hurries away, repeatedly praying for their safety. Nan Guangdong, please be all right. Meanwhile, Nan Guangdong's group has just lost someone, and panic begins to set in. The communication crystal is failing. The girl worries that her senior will never find them, but Nan Quan reassures everyone that her senior sister will find them. It just might take some time. The girl frowned, saying that if they didn't rescue senior sister Milo, who had been captured by a monster, she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Quan Tong changed her plan, saying she would go rescue her. Everyone tried to dissuade her, seeing her wounded body. No, Nam Quan. She seemed to lack any offensive power, but Nam Quan replied, Rescuing people doesn't require attack power. I'm very agile. I'll bring her back alive. However, Nan Quan Tong still flew off, carefully instructing everyone to stay behind and flee if things went south, despite their pleas for her to return. They were helpless. One girl wondered how such a weak disciple could become an outstanding talent, while another agreed, recalling that their senior sister had said she made up for her physical shortcomings with willpower. Let's hope junior sister Nan Quan can pull off a miracle, because rescuing senior sister Mei Lu from the stone giant's lair is far too dangerous. Inside the stone lair, Nan Quan Tong safely lands on a small rock, her breathing labored from exhaustion. She clumsily climbs onto the larger rock, the cold wind blowing, with only a few leaves drifting by. It's so high. Guangdong sighs, finally making it to the top. She frantically searches, muttering, Senior sister Milo, where are you? Found you. She happily climbs up, half her anxiety now gone. Milo sat huddled in a corner formed by stacked boulders, sensing her unease. Guantong reassured her, Senior Milo, don't be afraid. Like the wind, she leaps down from the highest stone step to the lowest. Nam Guantong quickly reaches the ground where Milo is. Guangdong breathes a sigh of relief. She's not here. He asks caringly, Are you all right, senior sister? Milo hesitates. Nangong, senior sister. Nangong Tong quickly pulled her up, urging, Let's go now! But the ground shook violently and they couldn't keep their balance. Milo was growing weaker, and Nam Quan couldn't hold on any longer, sending them both tumbling. The stone face cracked, emitting a grating sound, revealing something no one could have imagined. From it, a stone body began to form, piece by piece. A colossal stone monster emerged, chaos erupted, dust filled the air, and the monster glared at them with fiery intent. It's over. Why now? The stone monster picked up rocks to examine, crushing them to dust. They hid behind a small pile of rocks, Quantong holding Milo tight as she desperately tried to think of a way out. They had to hold their breath. Thinking back to that moment, Quandong knew they were done for if they were discovered. The stone monster leaned down, tilting its head as it searched, peering all around. Quantong stirred as well, silently pleading, "Please don't find us." But before they could react, the monster had already found them. It slams its hand down, shattering everything into rubble. At that moment, Nam Guandong, with Milo on his back, leaps across. The rock demon, hearing the noise, quickly looked over to investigate as the two girls dashed away. The rock monster, exhausted, panted heavily. Milo spoke up, saying she was foolish to sacrifice herself to save her, that they couldn't possibly defeat the giant. Undeterred, Quandong reveals she has a protective treasure left by her father as the giant lumbers towards them. Nam Quandong throws a talisman, hoping this temporary blindness will work. The rock monster stares at the small object flying towards it, confused. The talisman suddenly emitted a blinding light, causing the giant to roar in pain, clutching its face and covering its eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Quandong carries Milo and flees, shouting, "It can't see anymore, run now!" Despite the pain in its eyes, the rock monster slams its fist into the ground, causing cracks to spread across the earth. Seeing the danger, Quandong cried out in alarm, "We're done for!" Without hesitation, she spread her arms to protect Milo behind her, taking the full force of a massive rock. Guantong screams in anguish, blood gushing from her mouth. Though collapsing, she desperately summons her shield and calls out. The two are struggling, barely standing, using their shields to defend themselves. "We need to keep retreating." The rock monster continues to smash its fists into boulders, creating a deafening boom. Nam Quandong held up her shield, supporting Milo, and asked if she was all right. She replied that she was fine. The giant rock monster then reached for another stone ring nearby. Without hesitation, it hurled a massive stone ring toward them, sending dust and debris flying. Quandong carefully calculates that once they cross this distance, they can escape, urging Milo to endure, before using her shield to protect her as they run. From the green branches, a figure appears, swiftly leaping across. Ling Ruoshui is now rushing forward, rapidly traversing the distance. As she ran, she thought, "Hang in there, junior sister Nan Gong." Meanwhile, Nan Quandong was also pushing herself, thinking, "Just a little further, and we can get out of here." A small rock flew toward her and Milo, striking Quantong's shield, which was already cracking from the constant attacks. She ran tirelessly, panting with exhaustion, when a voice called out to them from afar, startling Nam Quandong. 3 figures rushed from the path, asking, "Junior sister, are you all right?" She exclaimed, "Why are you here? I told you to stay put." A massive boulder, twice their size, hurtled towards them. The giant rock golem grunts as it strains to crush them, and Nam Guandong and Milo realize the imminent danger. 2 worried voices called out, "Junior sister, be careful." Quantong told Meilu to go back to them, saying, "Take her with you, I'll stop it." She turned around, her eyes filled with a chilling resolve as Quandong strained to hold back the massive boulder. The boulder had grown to an unnatural size, and the staff could barely hold it back. She teared up, trying to reassure herself. "Nam Quandong, don't be afraid, you can do this." Yang suddenly appeared and told her to step back, shocking her. The silver-haired senior sister caught Meilu and cried out, "Junior sister!" The massive boulder crashed down, shattering several flagstones. With a gentle block, Ye Yang cracked the boulder, leaving Nan Quandong in stunned disbelief. She hesitantly asked him, "Who are you?" Ye Yang glanced back and calmly replied, "Call me master." His hand remained above the rock, and with a crash, the massive boulder shattered into dust. Nan Quandong marveled at the explosion before her, and her fellow disciples were equally astonished. Where they stood was now a deep pit, surrounded by dust and flying rocks. Ye Yang looked at them and said gently, "That's right. Sushu told me to take you home." His sisters watched him in stunned silence as Ye Yang spoke. "Go on ahead and wait for me outside. I'll be there soon." He then reached out to one of the girls and used his ability, saying, "I'll borrow your sword for a moment." The sword then left its sheath, startling the girl. The sword spun towards him, and Ye Yang caught it, returning it to her immediately. Then he swiftly moved from his position, landing on a stone pillar near the golem, his face expressionless as he gazed upon it. Then Ye Yang calmly made a noise, and the creature, hearing it, immediately turned towards him, growling and exhaling a thin cloud of smoke. The stone man quickly punched where Ye Yang was standing, but he gracefully moved away, kicked the stone man, and landed behind it. Seeing this, it immediately turned and swung its fist at Ye Yang, who had just landed. He countered with his own small fist, and the two collided, shattering the ground around them. The ground there gradually caved in as intense spiritual energy emanated from Ye Yang's hands, and a hint of tension flickered in the monster's deep eyes. From its fist, a crack appeared, and the monster's entire arm began to shatter into pebbles. It looked at its severed arm, breathing heavily in pain. Ye Yang stood on the rock behind it and said, "Big stone." It held its lost arm, groaning in agony. He continued, "Still not giving up?" It turned its head to glare at him with hateful eyes. Suddenly, the giant rock monster slammed its head toward him. A crazy idea flashes in Ye Yang's eyes, and he meets the attack head-on. The earth and the giant rock begin to tremble violently. The surroundings were now shrouded in a thick cloud of dust, and Nam Kwandong stared in disbelief, utterly astonished by what he had just witnessed. Ye Yang once again slams his head into the giant rock's head, showing no emotion as fragments fall around him. The giant rock lost its balance and began to sway, its head quickly cracking into large and small pieces before exploding into a shower of fragments. The golem's body shattered along with its head. Large chunks of rock crashed down, engulfing Diep Duong in a cloud of dust and debris. Standing on the stone pillar, Ye Yang looked down with regret, lamenting that the stone was too weak, an elementary martial art, a mediocre gold top, gone with a single touch. He gazed towards the light, lost in thought for a moment. But then, Di Yang left to return to the others. Seeing the silence, they wondered if the fighting had stopped. "I wonder if he's all right. Oh, I'm going to check on him." "No, it's too dangerous. You'll just be throwing your life away." Just then, one of them exclaimed, "Hey, look, he's back!" Ye Yang landed gently, reassuring them. "Don't worry, that big rock has been cut apart. Is anyone hurt?" Nam Kwandong looked at him curiously and stammered, We're okay. You're so strong. So you're really our master." Before she could finish, a voice echoed, "That's right." They turned to see who it was, overjoyed. Lang Rihui smiled gently and replied, "He is our master." They exclaimed happily, "Senior sister." Kwandong rushed over and hugged her tightly. "Senior sister." Rituyet patted Kwandong's head, comforting her. "It's all over. You led everyone to persevere for so long. You deserve praise. I thought I'd never see you again, senior sister." Seeing everyone reunited fills Ye Yang with joy. A truly beautiful reunion. He then says, "Let's go, I'll take you all home." Hearing this, Nat Tuyet looked at him with admiration, thinking how great her master was, before the scene shifts to the Hall of Infinity, where Diep Duong is fast asleep in a chair. Below, everyone is staring at him with judging eyes, the sect assembly, and he's already dozed off. They're left standing there, listening to Ye Yang's snores. Just then, a bird swooped down and kicked him in the head, yelling, "Have you had enough sleep? You're out cold the second you sit down. Where were you gallivanting last night?" Ye Yang coughed, feigning illness. "Sorry, I stayed up late planning the sect's development." The bird just scoffed, "More lies." Ye Yang frowned, annoyed. "I really was working, reviewing everyone's files all night, preparing their training plans." He thought back to pacing around his room the night before. Arranging for Tu Thu, whose true energy cannot be condensed for long, with a simple personality and a love for top-quality food. Wrinkled, gentle, but lacking strength. Luke Than, too solitary, quiet, as if estranged from everyone. Ouyang Lei, perhaps, but he hates getting his hands dirty and physical contact, and neglects his training due to excessive worship of Ling Ruoshui. And so, Ye Yang spent the entire night evaluating each person, empty-handed and leaning back in his chair. A group of problem disciples that even Ling Ruoshui couldn't find a good home for. Luckily, they met me. Watch how easily I'll coax them. He finished his thoughts from yesterday, coughed a few times, and continued. "Everyone's here, so let's discuss a plan to revitalize our sect. It's simple. All you have to do is return a sect to its #1 ranking in the world." Tethu and Nam Quan exclaimed in surprise, "#1 in the world?" Ye Yang, eyes closed, pondered and said, "Seems a bit rushed. Let's make it simpler. Within half a year, 7 of you must pass the True Disciple Trial." Meng Ling, hearing this, was terrified. How is that possible? The sect's entry trials are already so twisted. The True Disciple Trial must be hell level. At this moment, Ling Ruxu spoke up, explaining with a serious and determined look that the True Disciple Trials were extremely important to the Limitless sect. According to the sect's historical records, if 7 disciples pass the true disciple trial, the sect leader will gain a special privilege and the sect's secret treasure vault will open. Only then will the hope of the sect returning to the top of the world emerge. What Nuk Tuyet is talking about are incredibly precious secret treasures. The librarian says suspiciously, I bet that with these treasures, the master will use his special privilege to lead them to escape. Hearing this, Diep Duong began to gloss over things, saying that the Gloom sect was a responsible sect, and that the true disciple trials were very important. At that moment, Nuk Tuyet suddenly blamed herself, saying that she was willing to do her best to attack the true disciple trials. Her eyes gleaming with confidence, she declares her willingness to contribute to the sect, and Ouyang Lei follows suit, gritting her teeth. With that, everyone shouted, We unworthy disciples will give our all in the true disciple trials. Seeing their determination, Ye Yang exclaimed, Excellent, I will initiate a divine plan to specially train you all, a full-scale transformation of the female disciples. Please look forward to it. The bird beside him was judgmental, saying, I bet you haven't even thought about how to train them. He slowly walked down, saying, I heard the sect's repairs have a huge deficit. I've decided to head down the mountain to earn some money. I can't let you all struggle too much. The bird angrily retorts, Don't change the subject. Sushang whispers suspiciously to Lele and Yanru. Is he up to something? The sect needs a lot of money to start repairs. Can Han really earn money? It doesn't matter if he does or not. Our master's self-reliance is so alluring. Ye Yang calmly walks toward everyone, announcing, I'm going to work. Wait for me to return to the mountain. Who will be the first female disciple of the Super God Project? Everyone watched Ye Yang leave, respectfully bidding him farewell. Cut to the Demon Cultivation Institute, where Ling Roxue placed a meal on a table in front of a prison cell. The prisoner inside asked, Why has everyone been bringing us food lately? Where's Ye Yang? The master has gone down the mountain to work. Lang Huok Tuyet sighed upon hearing that. Men always use work as an excuse to chase after girls. You're all too young. Tuok Tuyet said sadly. Really? Lang Huok Tuyet continued drawing on the wall. She seems very devoted to Diep Duong. Stung by the comment, Ruo Shui stammered, I'm just a disciple concerned about my master. She sighed again. And I was even going to prepare a technique to help you win Ye Yang's heart. She blurted out, Really? Then quickly regaining her composure, she gritted her teeth and declared, I've already decided to dedicate my life to the sword. Don't even mention such things. And if you try to seduce my master with your beauty, I will not forgive you. When did Ruok Zue grab her sword? She warns Bai Fei with a stern expression. Bai Fei jumps back in fear. Well, what are you going to do? She then laughed loudly to hide her fear, saying it was a joke, and that if she had such a thing, she would have won Ye Yang over long ago, before the other woman even had a chance. Hearing Bai Fei's words, she sheathed her sword, saying that was for the best, and quickly left. Trapped in her cage, Bai Fei sighed wearily. Hoo, jealous women are terrifying. But then, a sly grin crept across her face as she mused, Why do I suddenly feel having someone compete for Ye Yang makes things even more exciting? Ye Yang studies the board, searching for his destination, and quickly makes his way to the Demon Leaf hideout. Looking at the building, he muttered, This must be the place. The owner said I could take on monster hunting quests here to make money, so fists can lead to riches, huh? He quickly stepped inside, finding it quite crowded. Inside, the tavern was spacious and bustling, with mission postings plastered on the walls. Ye Yang gazed at the long board and couldn't help but exclaim, So many missions? Just then, a girl sitting at a nearby table spoke up. Hello there, newbie. I'm the hostess here, just call me Tiu Mu. Feel free to ask me anything. She had barely finished speaking when he asked, Tell me directly, how do I take on the highest paying mission? Oh, you must be a new cultivator visiting for the first time. Ye Yang smiled. I've been found out as a newbie. The girl gently reminded him, Sorry, the most profitable quests are all Earth-level difficulty, too dangerous for newcomers. You can only start with the no-level quests. The last one is blank. Just then, 2 people behind him mocked, Wow, he wants the highest paying mission right away. He really doesn't know his limits. The most lucrative quests involve great demons, being so powerful that even the strongest cultivators of Four Seas City would back down. Longyi watched Ye Yang's retreating figure and remarked that newcomers as greedy as him were bound to meet a grim end. Xiaomiao leads him to the quest board, wondering if he's hesitant because the low-level quests are too difficult. Don't be afraid. Just take that first step, and you'll find that low-level tasks aren't as scary as you think. On the mission board, he's eyeing the one for 10 fangs and 20 pieces of something. Seeing him so lost in thought, she encourages him, saying every newbie grows bit by bit, and though beginnings are never easy, all it takes is a little courage. One day, you too will become a powerhouse on the demon extermination board. After hearing her words, Ye Yang finally spoke. The reason I was distracted was because the rewards for the level 0 missions are too low, a pure waste of my precious time, which Longue overheard and scoffed. He glanced at the board of level 1 mission rewards and immediately asked Xiao Miao what the requirements were to accept them, since the rewards were barely acceptable. She replied that you need to complete 500 level 0 missions. He looked dejected, muttering to himself that the tasks here offered no chance for newcomers to earn money, and decided to look elsewhere in the city. Leaving the iron shop, Diep Duong ran into an acquaintance and exclaimed in surprise, "You!" Seeing him, Chothach laughed and waved. "Sect Leader Diep, what a coincidence. You've finally come to the Demon Subjugation Hall. I've been waiting for you." But Chothach's joy was short-lived, as Diep Duong asked, "Who are you?" He panicked. "Hey, we drank together and you've already forgotten me?" Ye Yang chuckled, pointing at him. "Oh, I remember now. You're Wen Nan, the outer disciple, senior brother Che Thach, right?" Chothach quickly calmed down and replied, "You remember that kind of thing, huh? You're leaving?" Ye Yang looked exhausted. "Newbies can only accept level 0 missions and the pay is too low, so I have to go." Shivering, Shir quickly grabbed him by the neck, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "If you're really short on money, I can take you on a demon-level mission, but it's risky." Ye Yang gasped in response. The two of them enter the demon extermination level, but will his heart be able to withstand such a stimulating mission? They can form a mission team and share the money. That's right, this Blood Axe mission is perfect for newbies with no power. I'll take you to do it. Not interested. I want to do this one. He looks at the red-lettered quest on the board, and Shir's face pales with fear. "Ah, you're being reckless. You absolutely can't do the red quests. They're extremely difficult. That mission has the highest death rate for level 1 missions. You can't accept it. You look at me confused, but the reward is 1 gold coin, and other level 1 missions pay too little. I'm scared, but you're giving me a sinister look. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you safe during a mission like this. Don't worry, I'm a very fast runner, you know." He sighed. "All right, remember safety first. Quest: Misty Willow Village. Search and destroy 30 level 1 monsters." They quickly moved outside Four Seas City. As they walked, they talked, and he explained that since this was his first demon subjugation and he didn't know how dangerous it was, he felt obligated to tell him, to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. 70% of this world is occupied by demons, but humans absolutely refuse to give up, and demon subjugators are humanity's resistance. Hearing this, he let out a sound of understanding. Demons always want to turn the remaining human world into a wasteland, but humans are trying to reclaim lost land. Therefore, the wasteland around human settlements is constantly being taken back by the army or powerful demon-slaying forces. Sect Leader: "Yea, our demon exterminators are mainly in charge of cleanup, which is also very dangerous. Not life-threatening, right?" Ye Yang replied nonchalantly. "No problem. As long as the valuable monsters don't run amok, I won't either." The man looked at him, bewildered. "Sect Leader, yeah." Ye Yang smiled mysteriously and joked that they should go. The two of them and the others then headed to Tanswang Village. The desolate village is devoid of life, so cold you can hear the wind howling. A man shouts a warning. "Danger zone. Non-demon slayers keep out." Everyone stood motionless, observing. Ye Yang and Chithach warily scanned their surroundings. "I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this village. Don't you? Rumor has it that many demon slayers in this village have died suddenly. The mission is simple. Slay 30 demons and we can leave." Hearing this, he panics and says, "Sect Leader, yeah, don't underestimate this mission. It's extremely difficult. If it were simple, they wouldn't have opened it to so many demon slayers at once." Shusha glared at Ye Yang. "Team missions are for when powerful demons appear, so we can help each other out. Why do you all have weapons? I forgot mine, so I just grabbed this shovel." Chuthach was frustrated, thinking, "I shouldn't have brought this clueless guy to such a dangerous place." Ye Yang and Chuthach continued into the village in search of demons, with Ye Yang calmly walking ahead. Sect Leader: "Yeah, wait for me a moment. The quicker we are, the quicker we can clean up." He ran ahead, wearily grabbing Ye Yang's waist. "Better to be careful. We're in the wilderness. This place could have terrifying spirit realm monsters." Panting, he continued, Remember, if we encounter a spirit realm monster, just run. Don't hesitate." Ye Yang calmly acknowledged him, thinking even Ling Ruoxue couldn't beat a spirit realm. At that moment, black crows began to appear in the surrounding trees. She looks around in shock. We've gone the wrong way. Back to the main path, quick. If it's just us two against a powerful monster, we're doomed. Suddenly, Ye Yang sees something nearby. The monster? Is that what you're talking about? From the shadows, a three-faced wolf appears, growling at them. Chuthach panics, blurting out, "We're done for! We've run into the most vicious monster in this area." He quickly stood in front of Ye Yang, his sword trembling as he reassured him, "Don't be afraid. The fox is fierce, but I can handle it." Ye Yang looked at the trembling figure, confused. "You're the one who's scared, big brother." Shivering with fear, Chuthach stared at the three-eyed fox, trying to ignore his terror as he charged forward, only for the fox to strike him in the chest. He clicked his tongue in pain as the red-eyed fox roared again. Chateau looked around warily, realizing the situation was worse. Two more had appeared. Three-eyed foxes were deadly in packs, but he reassured his boss, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Ye Yang finally speaks, "Let me go." Chuthach cries out in confusion as the wind whips through his hair and clothes. Small sparks of electricity begin to crackle around his palm as he stares, puzzled at the person before him. Long slung his blade, wiping it clean. "Newbies, this territory belongs to me now." The girl with him sneered, "You're scared of these weak demons? Pathetic. Watch how the pros do it." He frowned in annoyance, encountering these two living treasures yet again. The three-eyed fox snarled at them as Longe ferociously attacked, blood splattering everywhere. The loud commotion startled the nearby crows, sending them scattering. The three-eyed fox heads lay scattered on the ground. Long confidently boasts, fighting like a textbook example, and then, like the girl, casually says, "Oh, isn't that the little newbie trying to take on a high-level demon extermination mission?" Hearing this, the girl dismissively waved her hand, saying they were overestimating themselves and that a level 1 mission was too dangerous for amateurs. This hellish battlefield isn't for amateurs. They mocked the pair before leaving, earning an angry glare from Ye Yang. Wiping sweat from his brow, Chuthach said, "Let's go, we can't stay here any longer." But with determination, he replied, "Go where? We're here to complete the mission. Let's go. I saw him, and if you leave, I'll follow you immediately." "No, this place is too dangerous. Wait for me." "Hey, no, this fog is too thick. There must be many monsters. Let's go back quickly." But Ye Yang didn't listen. His eyes were full of murderous intent as he continued on. Chuthach gasped, "Sect leader Ye," as a red-eyed wolf appeared on the roof, growling. It glared at them both, and Chuthach jumped at the sound. Panic-stricken, he cried out as the wolf lunged, "This is it!" It leapt toward Chuthach, who couldn't draw his sword in time, but suddenly its head was severed by Diep Duong and his shovel. Chuthach stared blankly, mouth agape, but before he could speak, Ye Yang warned him, "Sect leader Ye, don't talk." The thick smoke slowly parted, and from within, two wolves emerged, snarling, saliva dripping from their mouths, their eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. The wolves growled, slowly advancing towards Ye Yang's group, prompting him to warn, "It's coming." Then a crimson light flashed. Ye Yang effortlessly decapitates the two dire wolves in a flash, then coldly orders them to pick up the pace, staying within 10 feet of him. Hearing this, Chuthach nodded blankly in response. Oh. As he hurried to catch up with Diep Duong, he wondered how he could be so fast using a shovel like a sword. Suddenly, Diep Duong swung his arm, effortlessly slicing off the head of another royal wolf. Another strike, and another wolf's head is effortlessly severed. His movements are lightning fast, leaving a trail of severed wolf heads in his wake. Chuthach couldn't help but gasp, "What kind of skill is that?" Finally, Ye Yang stopped, plunging his blood-soaked spade into the ground as the other man struggled to catch up. He ran, panting, and called out, "Yeah, sect leader, yeah." Chosha had to lean on his sword to barely stand. He panted, asking, Haven't you never slain a monster before?" His swordsmanship is so terrifying, it's inhuman. Ye Yang coldly replies that it's because of his passive skill, swordsmanship proficiency level 100 max. Chuya Shichiang wipes the sweat from his brow, frustrated, and asks what that even means. Unexpectedly, Ye Yang indifferently warned, "Forget it, you're still too slow. Stay here and don't move." With that, he leaped into the air, shovel in hand, leaving Chuthach staring after him, speechless. Meanwhile, ear-piercing swishing sounds echoed through the dense fog, followed by mournful howls, and as Chuthach strained to follow Ye Yang's shovel, he cried out, "My head hurts! I can't follow his movements at all!" Unexpectedly, Ye Yang flew out, drawing the wild wolves out with him, sending Chuthach into a panic. Eyes wide, hair standing on end, sweat pouring down his face, Ye Yang landed with a soft thud. He gazed at the dense pack of wolves before him, calmly stating, "Not too many, not too few, plus the ones from before. Exactly 30. Chuyathach, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim in terror. But they've surrounded us." His face dark and cold, he replied, "That's fewer to deal with." Chuthach's face paled, and he trembled, asking, "What do we do?" Suddenly, Diep Duong patted his shoulder, startling him. Unexpectedly, he flung his hand, gently sending Chuthach flying away as the terrified man flailed and screamed. The wolves seized the moment and pounced on Diep Duong, snarling, their red eyes blazing as they flew towards him. Ye Yang spins the scepter above his head, causing bright sparks of electricity to appear on the ground, then grips it tightly as rings of light emanate from its tip, drawing dust and smoke upward. The rings of light grew larger, and the airborne wolves realized it was too late. In an instant, many slammed into the light, sliced in two without a sound. Beneath the setting sun, Ye Yang casually wielded his scepter as the bisected wolves rained down around him, a truly terrifying sight. Just then, as Zhuoshi plummeted towards the ground, he flailed and screamed, tears and snot flying everywhere. Just as he thought he'd meet the ground, Ye Yang effortlessly caught him. Before Zhuoshi could regain his senses, he knelt down, but upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This is the end. It's over. You cut the wolves in half, so the sooner we finish, the sooner we can clean up. A dark shadow quickly flashed by and disappeared into the thick white smoke, and a voice echoed, "Sect leader. Yeah, what technique did you use just now? So many monsters. All at once?" Before he could finish, Ye Yang, who was leaning casually against a tree, replied as if it were nothing. "Basic swordsmanship." Zhushi, diligently bisecting wolves, turned to look at him in surprise. "Ordinary swordsmanship? The most I've seen you do is flourish your sword." "What was that just now?" Ye Yang coldly replied, "This? I'm really good at it. Anyway, it hits the vital points." As if remembering something, he added, "Oh, right, I have a question. What's the difference between a demon beast and a demon?" Joshua patiently explained, raising an eyebrow. "Monsters are beings that have opened their minds but can't speak human language. Demons, for the most part, can speak and have intelligence close to humans." He muttered, summarizing, "So demons are generally more powerful. Mostly, but some monsters are stronger than demons. The main difference is intelligence." He nodded, understanding. "So, after completing this mission with you, can I take on Route 1 missions myself?" Zhushi coldly replied, "Absolutely not." Ye Yang sighed in frustration. "It's so hard to make money in this world." Zhushi said, "Sect leader Ye, don't rush. Take it slow. If you need money urgently, I have some." Before he could finish, Ye Yang interrupted, looking suspiciously in one direction. He gasped, "What is it?" Two people ran towards them, shouting, "Help! Run, there's a demon!" Ye Yang calmly watched them run past. "A demon?" As soon as Assistant Shu heard that, he was covered in sweat, and he called out blankly, "Sect leader Ye, we—" Ye Yang calmly replied with his eyes closed, "It's okay, you go on." Assistant Shu was so scared that he stammered, "Let's run. My hands are shaking." Just as the electrified smoke reached them, leaving them with seemingly no escape, 3 more people ran out. Long Ji stayed behind to hold it off. He might be able to stall it for a while. "Run!" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Long Ji's massive body was sent flying. A massive boar demon emerges from the smoke, its eyes burning with rage, a metal ring piercing its snout, and a spiked club in its grasp. Longa lay injured on the ground, his body trembling, his breath growing shallow as the demon slowly approached, and he struggled to stand. Seeing Ye Yang still leisurely leaning against the tree with no intention of running, he kindly reminded him, "Hey, you clueless newbie, what are you still standing there for? Run!" The man and woman who had just run away turned back to help Long Jay up. The girl anxiously exclaiming, "Long Jay, are you okay?" He struggled to say, "Go." She helped Long Jay up, saw him standing there calmly, and bit her lip, thinking he was useless. "Long Jay, forget about that newbie, he's probably frozen in fear." Just then, the giant hammer struck, sending the 3 of them flying, and the pig demon roared. Not stopping there, it continuously swung its club at Longue and the others, forcing them to flee in disarray. Suddenly, Longue collapsed, instantly losing the strength to stand. Ye Yang slowly approached him, and Longue was shocked, thinking, a newbie, how is he still? The pig demon swung its club, ready to deliver a final blow to Ye Yang and Longue. Just as the hammer was about to reach him, he stood motionless, but then, with lightning speed, he struck. In the blink of an eye, the pig demon's hammer was sent flying into the sky. Long Ji and his group were astonished. Ye Yang coldly told them that if someone protected the newbie while he ran, he would help them once. The pig demon stood frozen, staring at his empty hand, barely believing it, and wiggled his fingers. Finally enraged, the demon boar roared, charging directly at Ye Yang. He wouldn't stand still either. He lunged toward the pig demon, his iron fist crackling ominously. As expected, Ye Yang's fist, imbued with immense power, pierced through the giant demonic boar's body, leaving Longue and his crew aghast. The boar-like demon beast looked stunned, its face paling as a hole larger than Ye Yang himself appeared in its body, so large you could see right through it. He even jumped through the gaping hole in its chest to prove it wasn't an illusion. As soon as Ye Yang nonchalantly walked away, the demonic boar's body exploded. A gentle breeze rustles Ye Yang's hair as he unexpectedly turns to look back. Long and the woman are terrified. Clutching his chest, still in shock, he stammers, are all the new guys this twisted now? The woman, unsure if she was joking, called out, Long, I'm sorry, but I want to go with him now. Hearing this, he looked at her helplessly, while Ye Yang approached the demon's head and asked, Senior Brother Zhao, how much is this demon worth? Zhao Shishi stammered, At least 1,000 gold coins. Hearing that, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. That's enough to start repairing the sect. He raised an eyebrow, curiously asking him, Sect leader. Yeah, you're too strong. You can even kill a celestial. Just how powerful are you? Ye Yang looked up at him and replied without thinking. I'm also curious about the limits of my strength. I really hope an opponent appears who will make me fight seriously. Xiao Shi's face paled with fear, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, heavens! Ye Yang took the lead, not forgetting to turn back and call out to Zhao Shi. Let's go home. I'm treating you to drinks tonight. It's been a while since I've seen her. I wonder if I'll run into her tonight. He hastily gathered his wolf ears and growled. Dinner was at a certain tavern, where, besides Ye Yang and Zhao Shi, there were only a few other patrons. Now completely drunk, he turned to Ye Yang, trying to dissuade him. It's getting late, Sect Leader Ye. Why don't you go home and rest early? Ye Yang, head down, his expression unreadable, replied, Is it late already? He was so drunk he was rambling. You've never been a dog working overtime, never seen 4 a.m. The tavern owner smiled indulgently, reminding him, Sect Leader Ye, you've had enough. Someone's here to pick you up. Confused, he asked, Someone's here for me? The owner grinned slyly and nodded. That's right. Zealing Duoxue came by earlier and left a crystal contact method saying to let her know if you got drunk. Ye Yang mumbled, That girl really likes to worry too much. The tavern owner quickly reminded him, Hurry up, your ride is probably waiting outside. Outside the tavern, many people bustled about, but one person had been standing at the entrance for a long time. Ye Yang stumbled out, drunk as could be, and upon seeing the person outside, burped in surprise and asked, Oh, it's Su Shu. She softly replied, Master. Blushing, Su Shu didn't dare look him in the eye and awkwardly explained, There was no choice. Senior sister is swamped with sect matters. The other sisters couldn't leave, and it's not like people know I'm acquainted with Master. Plus I work in the city, so it's convenient to pick you up. He asked curiously what kind of work she did, and she honestly replied that she unloaded cargo ships at the South City port. Don't underestimate her just because she couldn't cultivate. She was still strong. He didn't seem to hear her and just asked happily, Oh, why? With a sad expression, Tothu explained that she lacked the talent for cultivation and couldn't help the others. So she worked in the city for 3 days to earn money and contribute to the sect. Hearing this, Diep Duong comforted her, saying, Who says you can't cultivate? You have. Before he could finish, he leaned over and vomited uncontrollably in front of the tavern, as Sutu rushed over, calling out, Master! He replied, No need, let's go. Under the starry night, Tuthu timidly asked him, Master, am I heavy? He slurred, drunk, but immediately refused. No, no. But moments later, Tu Thu was carrying Diep Duong on her back as he babbled on, "I'm so happy today." She emotionlessly hummed in response. Suddenly, Diep Duong asked if she had any worries she wanted to share so he could be amused. Tu Thu was surprised and hesitated. He was like a child wanting to hear a story, and when she didn't speak, he started shouting, urging her to speak quickly. Helpless, she stammered, "I want that." Leaning his head against her neck, Ye Yang whispered, "Do you still want to leave the sect?" Tu Shu blushed, sadly replying, "I'm not suited for cultivation. I know I'm a fool who always drags people down. Leaving is better for everyone." Ye Yang squinted sleepily, suddenly noticing something. He pointed curiously at the gourd charm dangling from her waist, asking, "Huh? What's that hanging on your waist?" Su Shu exclaimed in surprise. "Ah." She reached down, rummaging around as she asked, "You mean this? This gourd keychain? I bought it for senior disciple sister with my wages. It's the only thing she likes besides swords." Ye Yang replied in surprise, "She likes cute things too." To which Su Shu gently replied, "She's still a girl, even younger than me. She's a great senior sister." Little did she know, Ye Yang was holding the gourd pendant, shaking it back and forth when he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" Su Shu lowered her head, a tear falling from the corner of her eye, and in a warm voice began to recount, "She's the one who took me in." A vision of Nuoc Tuyet stands in a meadow, the wind gently blowing through her hair and white robes. I was very young then, and had been expelled from a sect. In the cold rain, Tu Thu was mercilessly driven out by the sect members. I thought someone like me, who falls asleep while reading, only had cultivation. But I couldn't condense true energy for a long time. Then I was suddenly slapped to the ground. The two thugs casually walked away with the money, threatening, I haven't even hit her yet." All right, just a little warning is enough. Let's leave her life for later. There's plenty of time." Susu crawled up from the ground, weakly crying out, give it back to me." The thugs sneered. "Next time, little girl, we'll play with you again. Let's go." Suddenly, a girl dressed in white stood before them, yelling, "Stop!" The long-haired thug pointed and mocked her. "Huh?" Honda smiled mockingly, seemingly unafraid. But in mere seconds, the two thugs were sprawled on top of each other, with shattered teeth scattered on the ground. Nuk Tuyet returns the money bag, and in that moment, everything seems to brighten again. She says gently to Su Shu, "Here you go." At that time, she didn't want to be abandoned. I didn't mean anything by it, but luckily I met my senior apprentice sister, who took me in. Back in the present, Su Shu continued, "My sister just wants to use her power to protect everyone. She's really stubborn, and I can't add to her burden anymore." Suddenly, Ye Yang, who had been silent since the beginning, spoke up. "Who says you can't cultivate without condensing true energy?" He pointed forward and declared confidently, "Don't worry, you don't need to cultivate much. Your master has already observed you. You have potential especially. I'll take your place." Before she could finish, Ye Yang was overcome with sleepiness and began to snore. Hearing his steady breathing, Su Shu finally dared to speak her true feelings. Sect leader. "Master, you don't need to force yourself to comfort me. You fight well, but you can't outrun us." My sisters were wondering if Master knew how to teach disciples. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she panicked and shouted, "Oh no! Senior sister told me not to tell Master about this." Her voice faltered. Let's go back." And so, under the silent moon, a woman carried a man away into the night. After a while, she finally carried Ye Yang to the top of the bridge, panting with exhaustion. Phew, it's so troublesome without true energy. After working all day, I'm running out of strength. Suddenly, she turned around in surprise, as a gust of wind swept past them. Below him, the city lights twinkled with bustling crowds, and above, the stars glittered. "So beautiful," she whispered. Hearing this, Ye Yang groggily awoke. "The stars are so beautiful," he murmured in awe. He swayed back and forth. "Then I don't want to go home. I want to stay and watch the stars." Seeing this, Su Shu quickly tried to stop him. "But you're drunk. You'll catch a cold." Before she could finish, he sat down on his own. "It's okay." She was speechless. Helpless, she sat down next to Ye Yang, gently removing her hair tie. He gazed at the scene below, murmuring, "So beautiful." Still drunk, he only woke up for a moment before collapsing against To Thu, startling her as she took her hair down. "Hey." Tu Thu blushed, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. In the dark night, the wind carries dry leaves swirling gently in the air, and as the night deepens, everything grows quiet. Afraid of waking Ye Yang, Sushu sits still, thinking, I can't fall asleep so Master can lean comfortably. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, a massive explosion suddenly rocked the area. The shock jolted Tuthu awake. From the explosion, the lucky survivors screamed for their lives as a massive shockwave sent dust billowing into the air, and through it all, flashes of lightning. As the mist cleared, 3 demons emerged, 2 men and 1 woman. They sneered at the people below, the scarred demon with a chin scar scoffing, Humans, so pitifully weak. The demon with scars on his cheeks watched the struggling people flee, sneering, You want to run? Can you really? He reached out, a surge of power forming at his fingertips, aimed directly at the civilians below. In an instant, countless stones enveloped in a blue aura began to fall, and Sushu, horrified, rushed forward. Then, a series of earth-shattering explosions echoed through the city, as innocent civilians screamed in terror, begging for their lives. Some fled for their lives, while others struggled to carry crippled fathers on their backs. The demons had invaded. Just then, the soldiers rushed in, their leader anxiously thinking, Damn it! Move out! Looking up, he yelled, Demons! Our demon hunting squad is on its way. Surrender now. Tuhaithon is not a place for you demons to invade. Meanwhile, the female demon mocked, Still so defiant when death is near. From the scarred demon's hand, an energy orb formed, aimed at the troops. He unleashed the power, shouting, Who's going to clean up your corpses? The energy sphere hurtles downward, leaving the soldiers stunned. In the blink of an eye, the massive force struck the soldiers, creating a resounding explosion. The demoness smirked, feigning reproach. Did you really have to go so hard on such weak humans? Suddenly, she cried out in surprise. The demoness looked towards the 2 people still calmly sitting on the bridge and exclaimed in surprise, There are 2 people over there, and they didn't immediately run away when they saw us coming. With a viperous glint in her eyes, the demoness grinned, a drunken man and a frightened woman. I think I'll play with them a bit. An unexpected sensation flashed through Sushu's mind. The scarred demon warned her not to waste time, but the female demon dismissively replied, I know. The scarred demon couldn't help but sneer. Those 2 are so pitiful, running into a pervert like her. She cackled, conjuring a small flame from her index finger and launching it towards Tothu and Daepduang. She barely had time to react before it was too late. The small flame caused a massive explosion. In an instant, a wall of fire erupted before them, and without hesitation, Sutu carried Ye Yang on her back. She struggled to carry Ye Yang and run, her breath growing ragged. The demon woman sneered, amused by the human struggle, then twisted her lips into a sinister smile. Then she casually throws down 2 fireballs. How interesting. The 2 fireballs quickly strike the pair, creating massive tremors. In an instant, Tuthu's face turned ashen with shock. As expected, she'd been hit, and a mouthful of blood spewed from her lips. From above, the fireball's immense power is clear, leaving 2 deep craters and sending them flying. A gust of wind howls as she's thrown back, skidding across the ground. Ye Yang, already unconscious, was thrown far away, his body skidding along the ground. Yet he remained still, his breath growing shallow. Susu struggles to sit up, her face obscured by her long hair. Panting with exhaustion, she vows to never give up cultivating again. Her hand clenches on the ground, trembling, because in this world only the strong have the right to live. Her whole body trembled, tears streaming down her face, lamenting her fate that she could never cultivate. Meanwhile, in the sky above, a demon turned to remind her, Had your fun? Finish her. The demon woman sighed regretfully. Oh well, I'm sorry, Afu, as a fireball slowly formed in her palm. The demoness's tone turned savage as she declared that the girl must die, and countless fireballs rained down upon the earth. Sushu helplessly watched the fireballs descend, then stood up, blaming herself. Master, it's my weakness. Suthu used all her strength to run towards Daepduang, but it was too late. Suddenly she stopped, her feet scraping against the ground. She spread her arms wide, shielding Ye Yang, determined to survive. Fireballs rained down, creating a deafening roar. The explosions erupt into a massive pillar of fire, illuminating the land, leaving only roaring flames as the demon woman laughs in satisfaction. Suddenly realizing something, Ada's face showed suspicion, then darkened with obvious shock. Within Ada's flames, Sushu was still shielding Ye Yang, surrounded by a blue barrier, keeping them safe. Just then, Ye Yang's voice echoed, speaking of something called a magic shield. Sushu was startled, her eyes widening in surprise. Beside her, Ye Yang's hand had reached out at some point. Even those without inner energy could learn. He sat cross-legged, his hand forming a shield, prompting Sushu to exclaim, "Master!" Ye Yang calmly states that her soul power is immense, so he thinks she should become a magical girl. She repeats curiously, "Magical girl?" He slowly stands and calmly replies, "A mage, a profession that uses magic to attack." Ye Yang and Sutu completely ignored the three demons floating in the sky. The demon, still stunned, exclaimed, "Strange. That drunken ghost actually blocked my attack." The demon with the scar on his chin smirked, "He's just lucky. I'll teach him a lesson." The demon with 2 scars and furrowed brows pointed down sternly. "You two, stop the chatter. Reinforcements are on their way." Ye Yang gently cupped Sutu's cheek, making her blush, and softly said, "Sutu, you've worked hard." He looked at her with gentle eyes and a slight smile. "Your teacher will now help you open a door to a new world." With a flick of his finger, Ye Yang conjured a small flame, a magic vortex, leaving Sushu in awe. Still confused, Sushu asked if it would even work, but Ye Yang simply replied that she would like it, before throwing the small tornado towards Chu Chong. The flame hurtles toward the 3 demons on the mound. The scarred demon sneers, wondering what the human is trying to do, daring to unleash such a weak attack. The female demon mocks, noting the small thing's speed. Only the demon with 2 scars stared in disbelief at the fire Ye Yang was conjuring, a fire that grew faster and faster, tearing through the air. His eyes turned bloodshot, teeth laced with blood, and he panicked. "This is bad." The demon with 2 scars immediately turned and ran, leaving the other 2 demons looking at him in confusion. The scarred demon lord briefly wore an expression of disbelief as below, Ye Yang emotionlessly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the small flame became a massive vortex, causing the 2 demons to turn around in a panic, and the scarred demon's eyes widened in shock. The demons were horrified, and soon both of their bodies were sliced in 2. The remaining demon with 2 scars heard the noise and turned around, only to be met with a sharp flame that cleaved his body in 2. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with resentment even in death, as streaks of light sliced the demons to pieces. The 3 flames gradually merged, soon becoming one massive fire, and Sushu watched in wide-eyed amazement. The corpses of the demons fell from mid-air to the ground, as fragments of rock rained down from the sky. Sushu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the power of magic. Ye Yang, standing beside her, confirmed that this was only elementary magic. Of course, his touch added to the effect. Sue felt it was only elementary, but she looked at him with unwavering determination. "Master, I want to be a mage." Sushu set her sights high. "A magical girl is definitely my future." Hearing her resolve, he approved. "Very well." Emerging from the rubble, the bewildered citizens wondered what that explosion in the sky was. Demons? The grimy soldiers looked up, bombarding each other with questions. How could this be? The demons are gone in the blink of an eye? The people stared at the suddenly clear sky, wondering if a celestial being had taken pity on them and saved them all. The immortal the people speak of is Ye Yang, who is now dizzy and drunk. He loses his balance in the air and falls, startling Sushu. She rushed to catch him, calling out to her master. So worried, she wondered if his last attack had cost him his life force. Ye Yang, his face dark, said he wasn't drained by any magic, but was just drunk and feeling awful, his body limp. Helpless, Sushu didn't know what to say, then offered to take her master home, but Ye Yang refused. No, he didn't need it. And in the end, Sushu carried her master home, who had already fallen fast asleep. Sushu looked back and smiled softly. She wondered why her master's scent wasn't unpleasant when he was drunk. Meanwhile, in a dark, demonic place, a figure sat atop a mountain, cultivating and radiating immense power. He is a demon, known as Chunky. Just then, a lesser demon flew in, saying, "My lord, yesterday the 3 great demon generals entered 4C City to search for clues, but they're all dead." Upon hearing this, Kung Ma was shocked. "Impossible. I clearly lured all the powerful demons out of the city. How could anyone kill them?" The demon, sweating, replied, "I don't know either. According to passers-by, it seems to be the work of some young, mysterious expert." Kung Ma is furious, refusing to believe a powerful youth exists, and insists on finding the human intruder hiding in 4C City. The subordinate demon acknowledges the order, understanding that the intruder stole a great secret from their clan, and no one can protect them. Once again, Kung Ma reiterated that upon finding the intruder, the secret must be retrieved, for it concerns the fate of their race. The demon subordinate was resolute. Yes. Cut to the sect. In the break room, snores fill the air as Ye Yang sleeps on a chair, mouth agape. Suddenly, something hits him in the face. Thwack. He groggily opened his eyes, wondering, Where am I? When he saw the bird, he thought, death stare. He's finally awake. Ye Yang heard the bird speak, and his eyes widened in shock. He sat up, rubbing his head, wondering how he'd fallen asleep here, and if To Thuna had left him there. The bird replied, "Of course not. After drinking so much, you kept saying you had to work. Then you ran and hugged a chair and wouldn't let go." Hearing this, Ye Yang couldn't believe it. Was he really that fond of working? The bird butler remembered that Ling Yi was outside waiting to see him. Ye Yang asked if she was still outside, and the bird butler confirmed that she was. Ye Yang called out, "Nuok Tu Yet, come in quickly." She entered, followed by Ko Kwai, thanking him for agreeing to teach Tu Thu. She says that starting today, she will follow him on the path to becoming a magical girl. Though she doesn't know what magic is, she's sure that what her master teaches will be amazing. Ye Yang thought, magical girl? What did I say when I was drunk? She stammered, I... Nuo Tuyet bowed her head. Because of her constitution, Tu Thu has always wanted to give up cultivation and live a secular life. But I, her senior sister, am helpless. She bowed deeply, grateful to have met her master. Ye Yang approached and reached out his hand, saying, "Get up quickly." Nu Tuyet rises, and he waves his hand, saying that he's not her mother, and she worries too much. She needs to relax sometimes to make life easier. Nu Tuyet thanks him for his guidance, then says she has one more thing to report, piquing his curiosity. With a serious tone, Nook Tuyet announced that she would be going into secluded training to break through to the Soul Realm, requesting permission to take some time off. Ye Yang responded, "The Soul Realm, if I remember correctly, the realm divisions of this world are..." He put his hand to his chin, muttering to himself, "Martial Realm, Spirit Realm, Soul Realm, Secret Realm, King Realm. What comes after that? I forgot. Anyway, to be attacking the Soul Realm at such a young age, she truly is a genius." Ruoxuo bowed her head. "I've already arranged everything for the sect. If Master has any tasks, you can instruct Second Sister to handle them. I hope Master will allow me to enter seclusion." Everything's been arranged, and he gives an okay sign, saying there's no problem. He tells her to be careful with both the sect's affairs and her training, and asks if she has anything else to say. No Tuyet clasped her fist and palm in thanks. "Thank you for your concern, Master. That is all." She glanced away, her face flushed, thinking, "I'm not used to the idea of being in seclusion and not seeing Master for a while." She suddenly realized, what am I saying? Hesitantly, she said, I'll take my leave." Nuojua quickly turned away, and he responded to her back with a simple, Stepping outside, she wondered, what's wrong with me? I've dedicated my life to the sword. I can't waver. Just then, Ouyang was waiting for her. "Senior," she called out, and Nuojue turned around. Her question struck a nerve, causing Nuok Tuyet to blush. "You wouldn't let feelings for the master interfere with your sword path, would you?" Nuok Tuyet turned around, vehemently denying it. "Of course not. Don't be absurd." But Ouyang was determined, saying, "Senior apprentice is your only weakness, and for the sake of your sword Dao, I will eliminate anything that hinders you." Nuoshui asks what Aoyang intends to do, and Aoyang reveals her plan. "If Master's affection becomes an obstacle to her cultivation, then you could offer yourself to our Master, accept his affections, and make him forget about our senior." Hearing this, she cried out, "Don't do anything rash!" Ruoxu turns away, blushing, leaving a clueless Ouyang behind, who says, "I have to go get her." Ouyang remains determined. "Rest assured, I'll stand guard outside and keep Master away." Cut to the desolate Huangju district, where two figures flee for their lives, screaming, "Run! It's the demon woman, Dongfang Qing!" Drenched in blood, they cursed the monster who betrayed humanity for power, destined to be struck down by the heavens. The man in blue, running behind, replied, "She's now the leader of the three great sky demons and has gone completely mad, killing both humans and demons. It's terrifying." Just then, Fangxing, with rabbit ears, appeared, floating up with an eerie laugh that made the two tremble. "Dongfang Qing, please, don't come any closer," they pleaded, but she stared at them blankly. "Spare me." No sooner said than done, she lashed out and the ground was soaked in blood. After the deed, she licked the blood from her fingers. "When I, Fangxing, strike, be they human or demon, none shall live. There are no exceptions." She cackled with glee, a mad grin on her face, as declaring that foolish creatures should be lost forever. Then, calming down, she smiled sweetly, remarking that it had been a while since she'd been back to the inexhaustible sect, and that she missed the sect leader, her junior brother, and the old spider collector. She walked away, saying with amusement, Let's go see him again. The scene returns to the Boundless Sect, where 2 stones are thrown out. Inside the prison, Bai Fei muttered to herself, "Ye Yang, you stink, you're awful." As she prepared to throw some stones, a loud laugh suddenly echoed. Fang Xing appears behind her, asking, "Who, little fox, still not out yet?" Bai Fei coldly replies, "Mind your own business. I eat well in the Limitless Sect and don't want to leave at all." Hearing this, Fang Xing began to mock her, saying it was her own choice to stay when she had intended to release her. Bai Fei turned around, changing her attitude, and asked, "Really?" But she hesitated, recalling her grandmother's words. Never trust someone who betrayed the infinite sect for power and abandoned their humanity. I won't be fooled. Fang Xing stood outside the prison, continuing to tempt her. "Little fox, don't jump to conclusions. Hear my offer first. You only need to promise me for 1 year." She lowered her head, thinking of a land with incredibly foolish ambitions. "Extract me. Bewitch the White Circle Emperor in the northern lands, and let me control the nation. Now, I'll release you." Bai Fei turned her back. "I refuse. This kind of thing doesn't interest me." Dongfang Jing says, "Don't you want revenge? How can you get it chained here for life?" Hearing the word revenge, Bai Fei wavered, thinking of her enemies. Knowing her weakness, Fang Xing continues, saying that even someone who could topple a kingdom can't overcome their own enemies. "So, how about this? If you complete my mission, I'll help you get revenge with all my power. How does that sound?" Bai Fei is constantly being seduced, really. The deafening sound shifts as Dongfang Xing, a traitor to the Infinite Sect, asks who allowed her to run back and seduce the little fox. Ye Yang's arrival triggered silent mode, as he quietly exuded an aura that frightened Dongfang Xing. Suddenly, she jumped to lean on Ye Yang. "Sect Leader Shidi, we finally meet again. I missed you so much I couldn't bear it any longer and ran back." Ignoring her pleas, he pushed Dongfang Xing away, saying, "Enough nonsense. I've said before, if you dare step foot into the Boundless Sect, I will imprison you in this dungeon forever." Dongfang Xing retorted, "That's fine. I need a reason to stay by your side." Dongfang Xing pouted at Ye Yang, freezing him in place. "Because of the curse, I can only marry the new sect leader to break it. We'll have to consummate the marriage anyway." He cut her off. "Stop talking nonsense here. Follow me outside first." She can't beat him, but she won't listen to him either, words that infuriate Bai Fei. The little fox hisses, "Enough, you damn fox. Stay away from him." Ye Yang's face flushes, and he remains silent. He immediately dragged Dong Puangtin away, saying he'd take her outside, but she desperately screamed, "No, let me go!" Diep Duong snapped, "Shut up." Before they disappeared, the little fox couldn't help but warn, "Diep Duong, don't let that woman near the fox star. She's just trying to seduce you." Hearing Bai Fei's warning, Dongfang Xing retorted playfully, "Bai Fei, you're the real fox spirit here." The little fox was speechless with anger. Once outside, Dongfang Xing asked, "Sect Leader Junior Brother, did you carry me here because of impure motives?" Xing shyly covered her face and giggled. "I like it." His long-held restraint breaks and Ye Yang throws her away, shouting for her to stay away from the Iniquity Sect. Sensing the imminent danger, Dongfang Xing immediately activated her spiritual power, teleporting to a rock behind her. She sadly asked, "Junior Brother, will you really not help me? If I don't marry you, my soul state will be unstable." "It's so pitiful," he retorted. "The old sect leader was all over you. Don't call me senior brother. It has nothing to do with me. You betrayed the sect long ago." Dongfang Xing replied, "People can change, and come back under your wing, senior brother." Ye Yang replied, "Spare me, great love killer Dongfang. The human and demon worlds avoid you. I can't afford to provoke you." He added, "And one more thing. I'm warning you for the last time. Don't you dare set your sights on the little fox." With that, he paused, his sharp eyes scanning each word, "Or I'll just have to kill you." After the threat, he turned and left, saying, "Well then, I'll be going." Dongfang Xing grumbles, annoyed that he cares so much for a little fox demon in captivity. Accused of harboring ulterior motives, Ye Yang makes a hasty retreat, not wanting to say any more. "I'm busy writing a cultivation handbook for my disciples, so I don't have time for your nonsense. Leave the Limitless Sect immediately." After he disappeared, she chuckled like a triumphant fox. "This sect leader apprentice is quite interesting. Can a disciple escape my grasp? Once I return from the Arctic lands, I'll continue to absorb her power." Cut to the prison of demons. Golden talismans line the iron gate as a voice echoes, "Your disciple is more interested in a side hustle than cultivation. She clearly doesn't understand its significance." Ye Yang lowers his head and replies that she likes her current job and will resign at the end of the month. But you only sought me out to talk about a disciple, nothing else? I'll be going now. A voice calls out from behind the door. Wait. With a dark expression, Bai Fei interrogated him. Tell me, has that fox spirit done anything untoward to you? The boy fearfully replied, You're the fox spirit here. Little Huli was so angry that all her tails came out, and she snapped, That ugly Eastern woman wants to steal my man? She's 100 years too early. Hearing her words, Ye Yang arrogantly asked, Is this a sudden battle of wits? Rest assured, neither of you can seduce me. The little fox's sharp eyes scanned Ye Yang, when suddenly an explosion rocked the prison, sending Bai Fei's feathers scattering everywhere. Ye Yang's expression changed rapidly. It turns out Bai Fei has taken human form, seductively asking if she's really not attractive. Ye Yang blushes and refuses, saying her acting has no effect on him, so Bai Fei asks what he's looking at. Clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, he admits that she's temporarily ahead of the rabbit, but warns him not to be tricked into leaving. Meanwhile, Bai Fei pleads with her head bowed, begging to be let go, as she has unfinished business. Ye Yang insisted, saying that staying here was safer for her and the world. Just then, Lu Qing was startled as she entered, sensing someone's presence, and Ye Yang turned to look as well. She unconsciously stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, master, he asked. She's a disciple replacing Ling Xiaosui to deliver food. But he warned, absolutely do not speak to her to avoid being bewitched. She obediently agreed, revealing her name, Lu Qingxiao. Suddenly, the little fox spirit in the prison cell cried out, remembering how Ye Yang, that pig-headed man, used to treat her. It must be because of that rabbit. She wouldn't lose. He smiled reassuringly, telling her to be good, that he was going to the library to find some information and would be back to see her soon. Meanwhile, in the western district of Four Seas City, murmurs arise. How should I write a basic magic introduction that's easy to understand from this world's perspective? He decides to consult books on the 5 elements of this world. After all, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are related elements. Inside the library, Ye Yang asks at the counter, Excuse me, where are the books on the 5 elements? Yuru scoffs, thinking, that good-for-nothing is back to reading novels again. She sneers. The Book of 5 Elements? As if he could understand it. What a joke. Ye Yang is stunned, wondering what's going on. She pointed to the left, saying the first row of bookshelves, numbers 1 through 13, were all about it. And to help himself. Hearing the maid's words, Ngochnu became conceited, thinking, it's such a pain being too beautiful. Ye Yang was astonished. Is she crazy? What gives her the confidence? Carrying on, he went to the bookshelf that Ngochnu had pointed out, flipping through each book, focusing on the models and writing style, not bothering with the content. My passive skill, 5 Elements Mastery, is maxed out, so this is as boring as reading an elementary school textbook. This book's angle is good, but it's too simple. Their nosy nature wouldn't allow them to sit still, so they went to where Ye Yang was and whispered behind the bookshelf. He really isn't serious about studying. He's just trying to get Ngochnu's attention, a futile effort. How could I ever be worthy of him? I can only admire him from afar, and those who are infatuated with me are all useless trash. You secretly wipe, you 2 lunatics. After selecting the book he wanted, Diep Duong began to write things down. He couldn't take the reference books with him, so he would start here. The maid observes that he's been pretending to write for a long time, all to impress the young lady. He'll stop at nothing. After a short while, Ye Yang has written a bunch of nonsense on the paper. Ngochnu, enraged by the maid's words, slams the table and shouts, Enough! You good-for-nothing novel reader dares to pretend to be interested in the 5 elements to get close to me. The 2 women storm over to where Ye Yang is sitting. Sensing something amiss, he turns, annoyed, and says, Are you 2 crazy? Why are you here? Suddenly, they stand before him and shout, Leave now! Ye Yang paused, then replied, What do you mean? Ngochnu and her servant pieced together a story, each adding their own embellishments. We know the truth. You're only pretending to like the 5 elements to get close to senior sister Notch Nu. The library isn't a dating spot, and you know nothing about the 5 elements. Leave, for it is a supreme art you are unworthy of belittling. Leave now, and perhaps you can still hold on to some illusions about me. You 2 can stand here and berate me even in a library, but you still want to pretend you understand the 5 elements? I'll expose the truth. You know nothing of the 5 elements. Pick a book, passers-by quietly remarked on the loudness of the 2 women. Ngochnu, increasingly agitated, raised her voice. If you can answer a question about the 5 elements, I'll admit you're actually reading these books. If not, give up on me, leave the bookstore, and stop bothering everyone." They wasted their breath scolding Ye Yang, but he simply replied, "I don't offer free answers. Besides, you two are the ones disturbing everyone." The murmurs around them grew louder, everyone annoyed by the two loud women. Ye Yang, struck by an idea, said, "I don't offer free guidance to outsiders. 10 silver coins per question." The servant cursed under his breath. What a cheapskate. Yu-Ru held up a book and began to speak. "All right, if you can answer this, I'll give you 10 silver coins and even sweeten the deal. If you, a useless sect leader who can't get disciples, can answer, I'll become your disciple. If you can't, you're banned from this bookstore," the servant added. "If you answer correctly, you'll get what you want," daring to take on Miss Yu-Ru's question. Ignoring their nonsense, Ye Yang returned to the counter to take notes, writing with disdain. Even a menial disciple wouldn't need to think about this. 10 silver coins per question, and more if you ask too many. You're faking it. You probably don't even know the basics of the 5 elements. She flips to a random page and reads aloud, "Let's not make it too hard. Try this introductory text. Combinations in elementary 5 elements techniques." Murmurs arise around them. Not too hard? This is an advanced problem in elementary 5 elements techniques. This kid's really in a tight spot. It's too complicated. Tell me, in the evolution of the 5 elements, how many possible combinations are there of Geng, Xin, Meng, and Qi? Ye smiles strangely, ready to be embarrassed as his lips begin to form the answer. Whispering, Ngochnu and her maid urged him to speak, and he managed to say, 36. No sooner had he spoken than Ngochnu turned and smirked at her servant, and the two burst into laughter, startling Diep Duong. He angrily retorted, "I told you two weren't sick, were you?" Ngochnu shoved the book in Diep Duong's face and pointed to the answer. "As expected, you didn't study properly and tried to fake it. Take a closer look, you fool, there are 72 types." He pointed out their mistakes, annoyed, telling them to look closely, that she got the question wrong. The original text clearly says Kui, but you read it as Kui, Kui Herb Group, and Kui Fire, which are completely different. Realizing her mistake, Yu-Ru stammered, "I misread it." The man behind her chimed in, "This young man is no simpleton." Tat speaks up, 10 silver coins, paid in full. The whispers continue. Others come to study the 5 elements. These two women are quite dramatic. They seem smitten with his good looks, wondering if he has a girlfriend. Yu-Ru avoids the question, picks up a book, and stubbornly offers another topic, saying he just got lucky guessing one. She wants another question. Ye Yang seriously raises the stakes, increasing the bet to 20 silver coins. No haggling. The teachers exchanged glances, wary of what might happen, and decided to give him the hardest problem possible to see how he'd handle it. The teacher signaled the maid to find another book, as these were all too simple, and to get one that was a bit more advanced. Ye Yang nonchalantly agrees as she climbs a ladder, searching for the most difficult book, an advanced version, and finds it, holding a book filled with incomprehensible text. "Well done," Ngochnu said. Diep Duong glanced at it and said, "This goes beyond the 5 elements. It involves formations. The maid is leading you astray. Just admit defeat. All these excuses will only make Ngochnu want to test you more." Ye Yang explained that the part beyond the 5 elements needed to be answered, and that this premise required an additional 30 silver coins. Hearing the price, Ngochnu was speechless with anger. He held out his hand and said, "Here, you add the question first. Give me 40 first, and if I can't answer it, I'll return it all to you." As Ngochnu cursed, she pulled out her money bag and placed it in Diep Duong's hand, saying, "Shameless, you can't take it anyway. Here you go. Now answer honestly, and thank you. You may begin." Ngochnu's stern expression looked more like she was testing Diep Duong. "Listen up, this is a complex formation that has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Almost everyone knows it. This formation uses Tan and Kwai as its eyes, with Bin, Mong, Kan, and Giap as its gates. If we use Rong and Bai as the eyes, and Thin, Go, Than, and Mong as the gates, and then merge the two formations, what is this ancient mixed formation called, and how should it be broken?" The old man listened, amazed by the difficulty. This was an ancient, lost formation known to few. Without years of research, it would be impossible to answer. Yet Ye Yang listened, silent and unwilling to speak. Yu-Ru, confident in her victory, grew even more arrogant, urging him to concede if he didn't know, to avoid wasting everyone's time. Suddenly, Ye Yang spoke strangely. Sorry. Because I love this formation. When I came to this world, I used my limited knowledge and skills to level up to 100, absorbing all the formation knowledge. As Ye Yang wrote and explained, this is actually 2 problems, but never mind, buy one, get one free. I'll be generous and explain it for you. This formation uses yin heavenly stems and yin earthly branches as its eyes. Using yang heavenly stems and yang earthly branches as the gate, the formation eyes are metal water and metal earth, combined after use, forming an absolute counter-formation core of mutual generation and destruction. In history, only 7 of these formations exist, and only 3 are recorded at the level of this library. Naturally, only 1 is available for viewing, so learn as much as you can. This formation is called the Yin-Yang Ancient Killing Soul Restraint Formation. As he finished speaking, the book in Ngachnu's hand suddenly crumbled to dust. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock, and after a long moment the servant slowly said, "He was wrong?" The old man standing next to him was also stunned. "He was right?" The person next to him echoed, "How is this possible?" He actually answered it. A lady's pride wouldn't allow defeat, so she stubbornly denied it, saying, "Then solve it. I don't believe you can." Ye Yang held his head high and simply said, "Unsolvable." Yuru sneered, "As expected, you can't solve it." Ye Yang rose from his seat, adding, "Listen to everything first. When I say it's unsolvable, I mean for ordinary people. To me, this formation has 7 flaws and at least 4 solutions." He stood before her, raising a finger. "Listen closely. I'll tell you the simplest one." He noticed she wasn't paying attention and thought, "Too advanced." Listen closely as the 2 experts stare in stunned disbelief. Could it be? Ye Yang begins to explain the method, starting with the Bing gate of the Yang heavenly stem. 3 steps back, shift the deep gate of the Yang earthly branch to use fire to overcome metal. Then, 2 steps back and 1 forward, shift the Jia gate of the Yang heavenly stem. 3 steps, then 2. To the tomb gate of the Yang earth branch, taking 1 moment of earth, Jade asks, embarrassed, "What comes after?" He bluntly asks her if she's stupid. At this point, the core is destroyed, so how could there be an after? Did he really figure it out? Jade was confused, not believing what she was seeing. "I don't know. The answer isn't in the books." The maid breathed a sigh of relief. Then he must be making it up. The brown-haired man looked hopefully at the elder of the Thanvan sect, desperately wanting him to say it was a lie, as the elder quickly approached. The 2 still clung to a sliver of hope. Finally, the elder couldn't take it anymore and was about to deal with this lying cheat. He approached Ye Yang with a menacing aura, shocking everyone. Looking solemnly at him, Ye Yang asked, startled, "What do you want?" Suddenly he knelt down, shocking everyone. He cried out, begging the Grandmaster to take him as a disciple, a request that shocked everyone present. Tears streaming down his face, he begged, "Great Master, you are skilled in the 5 elements and formations. After 15 years of research, I couldn't solve the yin-yang formation. I hope to purify my heart and learn the Tao from you." Ye Yang awkwardly replied, "You belong to the Thanvan sect and cannot betray them. Moreover, you are already grown. It is not appropriate for me to be your master." He reached out to help him up, saying, "Please, stand up." Only then did Ngochnu and her servant realize he had solved it. "I can't believe it, Mom. He's not a useless bum who just reads novels. We've offended a big shot." At this moment, he turned back with a dark face and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" At that moment, Ngochnu and her servant knelt down in unison. "We misunderstood you, Great Master. We are willing to admit defeat, become servants and serve by your side. Please give us a chance to atone." He simply replied, "Sorry. Your realm and qualifications are too low to be my servants. You are not worthy." With those words, he turned and left the library, leaving Ngochnu kneeling on the ground in shame. Tears of regret streamed down her face as one phrase echoed in her mind. "You are not worthy." Time passed, and after some arguing, Ye Yang finally left, the sun now high in the sky. The streets were bustling, filled with the sounds of vendors selling fresh fruit and the replies of passers-by. Soon, Diep Duong arrived at a bustling gathering, filled with awed voices praising Hung Tien Tu. Getting closer, he saw it was Hung Tio Hai, her body swaying gracefully to the music, captivating everyone with her beauty. She had appeared again. The crowd cheers wildly, declaring the fairy dancer as the #1 in Ziyuan Kingdom, utterly captivating. Suddenly someone shouts, "Brothers, let's give her a reward." Ye Yang, curious, peeks in, marveling at the crowd. He turned and left, thinking that if he didn't return this time, Fasushu would surely run away again. Meanwhile, Xiaohai sighed in her heart as she danced, knowing that the senior sister said that, to revitalize the limitless sect, they needed more money. And Sushu had no way to make money faster than her dancing. I can only go back to dancing. It's a shame Master only knows how to fight. If he knew how to make money, I could relax at home. Escaping her thoughts, the musician continued to play, each sound ringing out. The notes seemed to dance in the air, weaving through her hair, and after listening for a while, Ye Yang muttered to himself, "The #1 dancer. She does have a certain charm." He thought of the jostling crowd and sighed, ignoring the exclamations behind him. It was too crowded to push through. Meanwhile, the young woman continued her work, her slender hands dancing in the air. Her lithe body moved effortlessly to the music. Just as everyone was lost in her dance, a group of hooded figures appeared behind them. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws rested on the shoulder of the person in front, pushing them away, saying, "Move!" Annoyed, the person turned around, ready to curse. "Hey, who's pushing?" Without a word, these strange men pushed their way forward, shoving the crowd aside, who angrily shouted, "Who said you could cut in line? Get out!" The commotion quickly caught the attention of Xiaoxi, who was dancing nearby. Ignoring the crowd, the strange figures spoke in unison. "Fairy hero, we require your peerless weapon. Please come with us." Enraged, the crowd retorted, "Insolence! Even royalty cannot invite Fairy Hero for a private performance. Who do you think you are?" A muscular brute quickly stepped forward, telling the others to stay away from the fairy. But before he could finish, a hand reached out and attacked, fingers digging deep into the man's flesh. When the arm retracted, the man collapsed, dark red blood splattering through the air. Looking back, deep bloody holes marked his face, his eyes wide and vacant. It all happened so fast, so brutally that the crowd was frozen in shock. The crowd quickly realized these people were demons, and their faces turned pale with fear. The nobles in the back also rose, aghast. "Demons are cruel! Run, fairy!" The demons then spoke up. "Have you made up your mind? Those who don't leave, what will happen to those around you?" The disciple, knowing she had no choice, stammered, Don't hurt the innocent. I'll go with you, but before I do, I have one last thing to say." Only the echo of her voice remained. "Master, save me." Ye Yang, drawn by the sound, immediately turned. He muttered, "Was that my disciple's voice?" Ye Yang immediately turned and ran back the way he came, realizing she had already descended the mountain. Ye Yang moved like the wind, deftly avoiding the crowd as he rushed forward. Returning to the gathering place, he found her gone and asked urgently, "Where's my disciple?" A young man, wounded by the demons, grits his teeth and answers, "They took Xiangxianze toward the north gate." Hearing this, Ye Yang sinks into thought. Why would those demons take his disciple? The man gritted his teeth and continued, They concealed their presence. It's over. Xiangxianze won't be coming back." Just then, a hand reached out and touched the abandoned instrument, offering reassurance. "Don't worry." Ye Yang clutches his disciple's instrument and departs with resolve, vowing to find her, no matter how far he must search. Meanwhile, on a barren northern cliff, the conditions are so harsh that few trees can grow. In the sky, a mass of dark shadows flew swiftly past the cliffs, while below, a group of people crossed the vast river, shouting, "Demons, release Xiangxianze." Realizing they were being followed, the demons landed on a nearby rocky outcrop, baring their fangs and snarling, "Fools, do you have a death wish?" Hearing this, the group below quickly roared, "Invading Four Seas City and capturing humans. You demons are truly audacious. Immediately return the people you've captured to us." These words held no threat to the demons. "Not the demon extermination squad, yet you dare to chase us? You're the truly audacious ones. Third brother, kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue hand reached out and grabbed the front of his shirt. Then a giant lizard priest appeared, with wide teeth and huge arms, saying, "Just leave it to me." Soon more and more gecko figures appeared, moving so fast they left only afterimages, and the people below raised their guard, gripping their swords, ready for battle. As they braced for attack, a lizardman silently snatched one of them before their very eyes, throwing them into chaos as screams filled the air. More and more people were snatched away. Panic seized everyone, and the demons reveled in it. He immediately cast a greedy gaze upon the person before him. "No problem. 1 second to settle this." Just then, a hand touched the strings of a zither, emitting a sound that halted their actions. The lizard leader sensed the change and stopped, turning his head to shout, "Who's there?" Looking up, it was Ye Yang, who had arrived unnoticed. He calmly said, "Not bad, you finally found me. Return my disciples, and I might consider giving you a chance to live." Arrogant as ever, the lizard priest laughed. So you're the rumored trash sect leader who likes to boast? You're willing to spare us? How unfortunate, because he doesn't plan on letting anyone leave here alive. He immediately ordered, "Third brother, clean up the scene first, then deal with this fool." As soon as he said that, the geckos attacked, their long tongues darting out hungrily, amidst the screams of the people below, who were fleeing in terror, shouting at each other to run, mixed with cries for help. Just then, the finger of Yang Extinction moved, touching the strings, and almost instantly, a stream of golden aura burst forth. The power spread rapidly, seeping into the demons, and soon they all felt dizzy, their minds beginning to spin. Even the fleeing crowd was affected, stammering, "I'm so dizzy, I think I'm going to be sick." One voice added, "This music is awful," but another countered, "He's playing a soul-severing melody." Just who is this young musician? Even the three great lizard priests were reeling, one of them shouting, "Second, fourth, wake up, he's weird. Third, go kill him. Second, protect third." The ones mentioned immediately sprang into action to carry out their orders. The massive lizard lunges forward, closing the distance between himself and Ye Yang. Then stops, mouth agape, as guttural roars erupt from his throat, attempting to counter the music. Ye Yang clearly saw their plan, to use their roars to counter his music. Pathetic lizards. He scoffed, his fingers moving faster, the music growing more intense. Streams of energy shot out, striking the growling gecko head-on, sending him flying backward with a pained shriek. Just then, another swarm of chameleons charged at Ye Yang, who was imprinted on the cliff face. "You arrogant brat! We're here to finish you!" But he didn't flinch, simply waving his hand as beams of light shot towards them. The unleashed power surged forth, slamming into the lizardman. Almost instantly, violent explosions rocked the air, sealing the monster's fate. The high priest watched in stunned silence. The third elder was dead. Ye Yang spoke calmly. "Do you want to back down?" The answer came swiftly as the gecko high priest commanded the second elder to avenge the third with his ultimate technique. The latter immediately opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of azure light. The beam of light hurtles toward Ye Yang, who remains seated high above. He simply plucks a string on his zither. A red light then emerged, preparing to confront the second chameleon's power. Quickly, the two beams collided, and the confrontation began. The massive energy blast stuns Lizard second. As time passes, Ye Yang's red light grows stronger, nearly overwhelming him. Just then, a light flashed before Han's eyes, spreading in all directions, and he couldn't help but scream. A shocking explosion followed, sending rocks, dirt, and dust flying everywhere. After a long while, the commotion subsided, and dust filled the air. As the white smoke cleared, a deep pit was revealed in the ground. The injured onlookers were stunned, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" Those below were dumbfounded, still in shock. "Han has a grenade launcher. The fairy's master is intervening. I'm certain the fairy is from the heavens." Ye Yang calmly says, "Hey, are you dead yet?" Just then, a snapping sound echoes not far from where he's sitting. The high priest bares his sharp teeth. "You little brat, you're playing with fire." In the next moment, Han's clothes are torn, revealing his lizard body, and he laughs with glee, then leaps to attack Ye Yang, shouting, "I haven't truly killed you yet, die." Everyone was shocked and cried out, fearing the worst. The musician is weakest in close combat. The lizard then focused all his power into his massive arm and struck. The bloody scene everyone imagined never happened. Ye Yang simply raised a slender arm and easily caught the attack, the two fists colliding in midair like two opposing forces. The lizard man staggered back, clutching his arm in agony as Han was sent flying into the vast sky. Just like their comrade before, Han's body explodes in midair. Ye Yang remains unchanged, not even shifting his position, and says it's the lizard priest's turn. The high priest lizard continued to curse, "Arrogant humans, do you believe I'll kill your brothers first?" But when he turned around, he was stunned to see that Xiao Shi, who had been restrained, had already crawled quite a distance away. Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the #1 dancer, even her escape, had a sense of rhythm. Seeing this, the great lizard priest immediately roared, "Get back here!" Before Han could grab the person, a surge of energy hurtled towards him from Ye Yang, striking him and causing everything around to explode. The force of this power pushed them back, and they wondered how this newcomer could be so strong. When the dust cleared, a massive forest was revealed, and suddenly a dark shadow darted away. In the next moment, it reached the group, ensnaring one with its long tongue and pulling them into its maw, before flinging them away with a sickening thud. This massive body seemed capable of crushing anything. He sneers, calling humans foolish and weak, vowing to devour them all. Seeing the situation worsen, the group flees. This gecko is impervious to weapons and fire, a level 1 demon. Run, it's gone mad. The gecko's tail swung, slamming into the ground, unleashing a wave of green energy, then whipped around, flinging the fleeing people into the air with agonizing cries. One of them was hurled against a wall. Another one is sent flying, the rocks shattering from the impact. Ye Yang, observing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully. So tough and thick-skinned, and resistant to normal zither sounds. Somewhat interesting. Xiaoxi sees the giant lizard approaching and cries out in terror, "It's coming this way! Master, save me!" The lizard continues to crawl forward, intent on catching the fleeing figure. He roared, mouth agape, his scarlet tongue darting out to seize his prey, as Ye Yang flicked his wrist, and the sharp strings moved as if alive. Strands of thread-like strings lash out, approaching the giant gecko. One wraps tightly around its leg, another coils around its body, and the last quickly tightens around its neck. The other end of the strings remained in Ye Yang's hand as he frowned down at the struggling high priest, the strings tightening, restricting his movements. Ye Yang calmly stated, "You can't escape, it's a waste of effort." The lizard thrashed, trying to break free, and roared, "Damn you, let me go!" He opened his mouth wide. "You forced my hand." Ye Yang didn't even flinch, muttering, "Unrepentant." With a flick of his hand, beams of light surged from the instrument, carrying incredible power, as the gecko's body was constricted tighter and tighter by the strings, drawing blood. The bite marks on his body grew deeper and deeper, and he cried out in agony. The strings around his body exploded in midair, the thin threads slowly retracting, and as the smoke cleared, only fragments remained, falling back to the ground. The onlookers were dumbfounded, mouths agape. Wasn't she impervious to pain? Even Xiaoxi was shocked that he cut her free like that. At that moment, Ye Yang approached, and she hurriedly said, "Master, quickly untie me." Before she could react, the ropes binding her body were suddenly severed. Turning to Ye Yang, she questioned, "Who told you to sneak down the mountain and perform? This lazy little girl." Xiaoxi stammered, I just wanted to help the poor." Ignoring her and the girl, he hoisted her over his shoulder and left amidst her cries. "Master, you haven't untied me yet," she exclaimed. He calmly replied, Consider this a warning for sneaking off the mountain." Watching the two figures leave, the group behind them buzzed with excitement. The fairy's master is indeed a god. Are they going back? Maybe. Meanwhile, in the dark demon realm, a voice echoes, "My lord, should we directly seize the sacrificial ritual of that secret object?" A small flame flickers. "No, it's impossible now." The other immediately asks, "Why?" The flame flickered, the sacrificial dancer couldn't be obtained, and even worse, the high priest who went to Foreseas City to choose someone was torn to pieces. Hearing this, the man's expression darkened. This path is blocked. The mad demon slowly rises, declaring he must journey to Foreseas City to find the thief and reclaim the secrets tied to their clan's fate. Meanwhile, night falls on the limitless sect, lights illuminating the grounds. The competition for the head disciple at the Wuji sect is about to begin. Ye Yang, beaming with excitement, shouted, "Is everyone ready?" Standing in the bustling crowd, he announced, "Bring out all your skills." Milo then presented a jar of wine, saying, "The tavern owner sent a cup of wine. Master says wine must be paired with delicacies." She took a breath and continued the competition, words that ignited everyone's fighting spirit, determined to win or lose. Xiang Yuti picked up the grater and complained that anyone who made a mess in the kitchen would be disqualified. She wanted to take a hot spring bath with her master, and Ye Yang, hearing this, patted her head, saying she was too much. Milo raised her hand and announced that the judging standard was based on the master's taste, the sect's funds were limited, and there could only be one winner, so the competition would now begin, as Sushu stepped forward with a covered dish, declaring that she would go first. As the lid is slowly lifted, Ye Yang peers inside, drawn to the aroma and the two colorful buns. Steamed buns. They look delicious, but no, the moment he takes a bite, his face changes. Too salty. Moments later, Ye Yang spat out the cake in horror of the cook. Milo cleared his throat, saying that Sushu couldn't cook and shouldn't have tried to make something for the master. The next contestants are the Papaya sisters, Makhan Ni and Monglin Ni, who are as thick as thieves. "Please, master, drink up while it's hot." The lid is opened, and a cloud of purple smoke rises before Diep Duong's eyes. He sizes it up. Bone-melting soup, or bone-dissolving soup, more like. Seeing this, Milo tactfully spoke up. Master refuses to drink this black soup next. More food was brought out, this time in cherry cake that looked incredibly delicious and refreshing. Ye Yang's listless eyes quickly lit up. Finally, some real food. The creator of this dish is Shield Maiden Nangong Dong. Little Dong made this snack. I don't know if it suits Master's taste. Ye Yang Ate, giving a thumbs up, saying it was great, a hot restaurant-level dish on Earth, so rich that even Tu Thu was envious. Another dish was brought out, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside with an earthy aroma. Amazing. A steaming hot chicken is placed on the table, and a voice responds to the praise, "You flatter me." Standing to the side, Lu Qing lowers her head. When I was a soldier, I only knew how to make this. I hope Master doesn't mind. Next up is a steaming bowl of noodles, which immediately makes Ye Yang pale. Noodles, instant noodles. It reminds him of all those days working overtime. The otaku Xiaoxi made thins, plain instant noodles without seasoning, but it touched my heart. Master chose me. The hot springs can provide meza, and Ye Yang is helpless, refusing to eat. Xiang Yu sighs impatiently beside him. So who is lucky enough to travel and soak in the hot springs with Master? It was then that he regained his composure, slowly stood up and declared, "I announce." The room fell silent, everyone eagerly awaiting the final result. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Ye Yang declares frankly, "There is no winner." Everyone in the room, as if anticipating the result, can only sigh in disappointment. Just then, another finger is raised, and Ye Yang adds, "But I will take everyone to the hot springs." Xiang Yu, sitting next to him, is stunned. His voice remained steady as he spoke. "While Ling Ruoxue is in seclusion and no one is watching the money, how about we go have some fun?" Xiang Yu finally reacted and jumped up and down, to Ye Yang's shock. "Sounds great." Everyone immediately responded with beaming faces, chanting, "Long live Master!" This commotion startled a nearby bird, who couldn't help but sweat and mutter to itself. Ling Ruoxu, she must break through quickly. This guy is too chaotic. Meanwhile, the real Ling Ruoxu sneezes during her seclusion. She thought to herself, something's not right. I must focus my mind. Her eyes slowly closed as she began to hypnotize herself, repeating, I must quickly emerge and see my master. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoxue's fan, Ouyang Lei Lei, sits in a corner thinking, I don't need hot springs. I need to be with senior sister. But the thought of soaking with her fills her with excitement. Life would be perfect. After a while, Lei Lei fell asleep on a pile of straw, muttering, Nirvana. I want to soak in a hot spring too. Meanwhile, in a picturesque landscape, flower petals fluttered in the air. Beside a waterfall forming a small lake, a small figure speaks up, bathing in a hot spring alone. Fangqing soaks until her face is flushed, relaxing her body in comfort, and sighs, how boring. The night sky over the Four Seas Citadel twinkled with stars, and warm yellow lights glowed at the Three Rivers Tavern. Inside the tavern, everyone was busy chatting quietly. Today was the 1-year anniversary of the Three Rivers Tavern, with cheap, free-flowing wine and extra bottles. As she brought the wine to the table, she grumbled, That damned sect master. Always eating and drinking for free, and he's not even here. How strange. These words happened to reach Feng Hao's ears, and he retorted unhappily, Brother Ye is busy teaching those female disciples every day. He hasn't been free lately. The girl shrugged dismissively. The weakest man in this tavern, what can he teach? How to play dead? Hearing this, someone else chimed in, saying that with it being such an important day, it felt like something was missing, with both sect leader Ye and one book not being there. A white-haired old man suddenly said, Could Li Kunxiang have taken a liking to those little ones? The girl laughed and replied, Elder, you're such a joker. The tavern patrons happily chimed in, agreeing with the elder, while others remained disinterested. Just then, 2 dark figures appeared outside the door, and the waiter politely refused them, saying, Sorry, today is our anniversary, and we're only serving regulars. Before he could finish, a voice cut him off. Get out! He was stunned, and the next thing he knew, he was sent flying by a kick. The tavern erupted in chaos as tables and chairs were smashed. Startled, Feng Hao quickly turned toward the entrance. 2 figures appeared, and before anyone in the tavern could react, the shorter of the 2 spoke, demanding to see their boss. The command sparked outrage as the patrons rose to their feet. Do you know this tavern is a gathering place for cultivators? Using force here has serious consequences. Enough talk, let's fight first. Suddenly, a dark figure swept through the air towards the man, and he was instantly struck down by what appeared to be an animal's tail. Everything happened so fast, and the young man in the bar angrily shouted, "Hey, you!" But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. The two dark figures were revealed to be the Mad Demon and the Task Demon. They roared, "There's nowhere to run, boss, get out here!" Lady Lee quickly stepped forward. "The boss is out. If you kill indiscriminately in 4C's city, don't expect to leave easily yourselves." She then looked at the others and said, "The Mad Fiend and the Devil Fiend are monsters who leave no one alive. I'll hold them off, you all run." But the Mad Fiend was already behind her, staring intently. "Who did you tell to run?" Suddenly, a series of sounds erupt as Miss Lee is caught in his grasp, lifted helplessly into the air. Enraged by the sight, Feng Hao clenches his fist, cursing the fiend. Instantly, he hurled a wooden chair at the Mad Demon, screaming, "Let her go!" The demon slowly turned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the attacker. Zealot opens his mouth wide and roars straight into Feng Hao's face. The sound carries a powerful force that spreads throughout the room, shattering everything from wine bottles to dishes. The force of the attack sends the onlookers reeling, desperately shielding themselves from the pain. Until finally, the room falls silent, and Feng Hao's body freezes. The wooden sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor, his eyes vacant as two trails of blood trickled down his face. His stiff body then collapsed to the ground, and Li Kungjiang, still in the demon's grasp, desperately called out to Feng Hao as the elder finally regained his senses and stepped forward. He slowly approached Feng Hao's body, then hoisted him onto his shoulders and roared, "This is the central area of 4C's city. The two great demons, Jumo and Renmo, have revealed their demonic energy here. Human cultivators will soon arrive." Before their horrified eyes, he continued, "I advise you to leave at once." Renma, without a word, tossed Li Kunjiang aside, shocking everyone. Her body flies away, crashing into a nearby table with a loud bang. Han looks down and says, "Old man, don't be naive. We've set up a barrier in a 10-mile radius. Even if everyone here is killed, no one outside will know or be able to enter." The elder trembled with rage. "So you used the legendary treasure, the demon shadow barrier. Just how many demons have entered Breath Ocean City?" A faint demonic voice replied, "Over 100. The elder's face was now dripping with sweat, his intentions clear. "It seems what they seek is quite significant. What exactly are they after?" He says humans stole an absolute secret from their demon world, a secret their race cannot afford to lose. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. "You've pushed humanity to the brink. This secret is our only hope for retaliation." It was the tavern owner shouting, "So what if you found me after all this effort? Even if you kill me, I won't give it back." Renma, who had been silent, finally unsheathed his sharp claws and spoke, "What if I just kill them all?" The tavern owner stood firm. "I still can't allow it. This concerns the survival of humanity, not just their lives." With that, he clenched his massive fists, declaring he'd protect them, even if it cost him his life. At that moment, a hand reached out and grabbed a nearby weapon. The silent demon then slams his blade into the ground. "Then come!" The barkeep's muscles tense, tearing his clothes as his body grows larger and stronger. The sudden transformation stunned everyone in the tavern, leaving them speechless. The tavern owner finally roared, "Come on!" Hearing this, Renmo quickly unleashed a powerful aura, and a streak of blue light flashed across the air. When the dust settles, the tavern owner and Renma are already facing off, locked in a tense stalemate. The elders, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, scrambled to their feet, shouting for everyone to run. Almost immediately, the blue energy expanded, spreading rapidly. The once peaceful tavern exploded before everyone's astonished eyes. The sturdy walls crumbled in an instant, sending debris flying everywhere, while the innkeeper and the demon continued their fierce confrontation, their figures turning into two streaks of light emerging from the chaos. The two exchanged blows, their powers clashing in the air as the innkeeper brought his full force down on his arm and the demon instinctively raised his blade to parry. The two hover in midair, relentlessly attacking each other until the demon forces his blade down upon the innkeeper. Reacting instinctively, the man raised his arm to block and a loud clang echoed. But in an instant, both were enveloped in light, plummeting to the ground one after the other. He landed on his feet and turned to face the descending light, shouting, "Counterattack!" Renma, seeing the change in him, paused in surprise. The shop owner instantly gathers power in one hand, slams the other into the ground, and begins, while the demon raises his blade, ready to strike. Instantly, two streams of power, one blue and one red, clashed with immense force. The light radiating from the melee intensified, gradually obscuring their figures. Finally, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire area, and both are forced to retreat. Renma plunged his blade into the ground, praising, "Not bad." Meanwhile, the shop owner, exhausted from his previous attack, gasped for breath as the two continued to clash, with the woman provoking, "Show me your best." She smirked, saying it had been a long time since she'd had such a good time. The shop owner, exhausted, was still panting. Amidst the chaos, the shopkeeper stood tall as the onlookers marveled at what they had just witnessed. "The boss is more formidable than I thought. He must be careful." All of this unfolded before the eyes of a demon who had been observing from above. Suddenly, the shopkeeper moved, focusing all his strength into his arm to lift a large rock nearby. A multi-ton rock that he hoisted up. The innkeeper was playing for keeps, hurling the boulder forward, straight at the demon. Her white eyes showed no fear in the face of the attack. In the next moment, she raised her sword and with a single strike, shattered the stubborn rock. But just then, strange lights appeared behind her. In an instant, the innkeeper was behind her, raising his arm high, saying, "Here," a fist carrying incredible power strikes, but is quickly blocked by her blade. Not stopping there, he relentlessly punches and kicks, forcing her back. Finally, his fist gleamed as he roared, "Starfall Fist!" The immense pressure of the blow descending with a blinding flash of blue light. But Renma remained unfazed, curling her lip in disdain as the tavern owner yelled for everyone to prepare for a new attack. Almost instantly, a massive Buddha figure appeared behind him, the Six Paths reincarnation battle form. Renma was momentarily stunned by this development. Even the elders hiding behind the rocks peeked out to watch. "The boss is amazing. He can summon a battle avatar. Go for it." The boss's body is enveloped in golden light as he waves his hand, and the figure behind him mimics the motion, striking at the demon. She was quickly forced back, crashing into a nearby wall with a resounding thud, and she wasn't stopping there. Finally, she had to plunge her blade into the ground to stop herself, her eyes fixed on what lay ahead. Meanwhile, the shop owner continued his assault, his puppet's massive arm swinging towards the demon, creating a deafening crash. The relentless assault spread chaos, and with one final blow, he pulverized the already shattered earth. When he retracted his arm, a cloud of dust obscured the surroundings, a scene witnessed by those hiding behind the large rock. They were stunned, eyes wide with disbelief at such power. Before the shop owner, the attacks had carved a massive crater. Dust still billows from the bottom of the seemingly bottomless pit, as the cafe owner hovers in the air, surrounded by a golden aura. He looked down, his exhausted body drenched in sweat as he gasped for breath. When suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the white smoke. As the dust settles, Renma stands unharmed at the bottom of the pit, a sight no one expected, leaving the shop owner in stunned disbelief. The elders were stunned. It was as if nothing had happened to Renma. Seeing this, the shop owner gathered his strength for another attack. He clenched his teeth so hard they bled, as a flurry of punches rained down, intensifying the chaos. But now, Renma no longer intends to endure the attacks, easily dodging her opponent's blows. Just then, Gungma flies to her side, telling her to stop playing around and finish him. Hearing that, her weapon-wielding arm tightened, strange lightning flashing around it. A moment later, the demoness lunged forward. "I don't need you." Too much talk. A flash of red light is all that's seen in the air, immediately after the large puppet is split in two and slowly vanishes. The tavern owner coughs up blood from the blow, now utterly exhausted and defenseless. The last traces of the figure vanish as Namma gracefully returns to the ground, while the tavern owner's body hangs in midair. A moment later, he lost strength and fell freely, stirring up a cloud of dust that swirled in the air. The tavern owner was utterly spent, his body plummeting to the earth, and the onlookers fell silent, not a word spoken. Then, the Namma stepped forward and stomped on the man's body, sneering at his weakness, saying the human body was far too frail. The demon in the sky scoffed, wondering how humans dared to oppose them. He then ordered the others to kill the humans and bring him back alive, promising to extract the secret from him by any means necessary. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. What were they saying? An elder realized something and shouted, "This is bad! They're going to start a massacre!" Just then, a bizarre red light flashed in the eyes of both the demon and Namma as they stared sinisterly at the crowd. Everything here is now in ruins, unrecognizable from its former glory, as if engulfed by that swarm of white locusts. Just then, a wooden chair falls from the sky. The chair landed with a thud, startling the two demons. The sudden movement caught everyone off guard, including the elders. Soon, a figure appeared, sitting upright in the wooden chair, leisurely asking, "Boss, Any wine today?" Hearing this, the tavern owner took a ragged breath and replied with difficulty, "We're closed today. Please leave." Seeing who it was, the elders exclaimed, "It's him!" Then, not forgetting to mock, "The weakest man, what's he doing here causing trouble?" To this, Diet Duong simply yawned in response. But Renma immediately noticed something was off. This man's body was marked with a shadow barrier. He just came in from outside? Kwangmo retorted, joking, "How could a human break our barrier?" Hearing this, Ye Yang finally spoke. "You mean that dark dome? I just tore it open." This answer shocked both Kwangmo and Renmo. "What?" Ye Yang calmly continued, "Boss, I'm telling you, I won't leave until I get a drink today. As long as I come here for a drink, your tavern will stay open. You're the only one who's let me eat and drink for free for so long, so I'll eliminate anyone who tries to stop you from doing business." Renma couldn't believe he'd broken the barrier. It must have been pure luck. Kwangmo was equally puzzled. Where were the guards, and why weren't there any alarms? Renma insists it must be because he's too weak. The soldiers didn't detect his presence. A mistake. Hearing this, Ye Yang smirked. "They truly didn't detect me, because outside the corpses of demons are scattered everywhere, some beheaded, others stabbed to death, blood covering the ground." The scene was utterly gruesome, as dark lightning flashed across the sky, and his deep voice echoed, "The dead have no senses." The meaning was clear. The demon was enraged by the human before him, cursing, "Bastard! How dare this lowly human?" She raised her blade high, screaming, "I must kill you!" The demon behind her echoed, "Send him off with the 30 heavy cuts." "Die!" she roared, lunging forward, her blade crackling with thick red lightning. The attack was upon him, but Diet Duong remained unconcerned, calmly waiting. Just as Nam Ma was upon him, he suddenly pulled the chopstick from his mouth and blocked the blow. Renma was stunned that the young man so easily blocked her powerful attack. Before she could recover, the chopstick in his hand glowed, and he launched a swift counterattack. When it stopped, her mighty blade was cleaved in two, her body riddled with wounds. Her form then split apart, and in disbelief she muttered, How could—" Unable to accept it, she screamed, "Impossible!" Soon after, Nam Ma's body was forced to explode, shocking Kong Ma, who had been enjoying the show. But before he could react, Diet Duong flung the chopstick toward him once more. The ghoul was stunned by his actions, eyes wide as the chopstick spun and hurtled toward him. He quickly dodged to the side, but his arm wasn't so lucky and was cleanly severed. Immediately, his hand was separated from his body, and the gong demon, in pain, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" From the severed point, sparks of crimson electricity flew as he declared, "I have high-level regeneration magic." Finally, his severed arm grew back, good as new. Having done all that, the gong demon paused, panting, and regaining his composure, he glared angrily at the foolish human nearby. "You little punk." At that moment, the chopstick, having fulfilled its mission, quickly returned to Ye Yang's hand. He spoke again, full of sarcasm. Regeneration? Still a painful death. And the scene that unfolded before the distant onlookers left them, stunned. What had just happened? Everyone is astonished by Ye Yang's power. It seems sect leader Ye dealt with Ren Ma in an instant. Ren Ma was no match for him. The tavern girl screamed in terror. "How can this be? He just eats and drinks. I'm done for. I always laughed at him for being the weakest in the tavern." Enraged, the mad demon roared, "I'll kill you." It seems Ren Mo was too afraid to transform, and that's why he was killed. The madman roared, and a terrifying energy erupted around him, growing stronger with each passing moment. The berserker's body grew larger, fueled by the undying shade, as he threatened to kill them all. Ye Yang, intrigued, looked on with curiosity, even remarking that it was quite interesting. The onlookers in the distance hesitated, assessing the berserker's massive form, now even larger. Without another word, he closed in, raising his fist to strike. He roared, "Die!" His arm swung with terrifying force, but Ye Yang remained unfazed, calmly drawing a circle in the air with his chopstick. Instantly, a golden halo appeared, a level 100 maxed-out novice priest skill. Purifying bullet. A simple action, yet radiating unexpected pressure. Before the madman could reach him, he was enveloped by this power, his eyes bloodshot. Then he collapsed to the ground in agony. The tavern patrons were stunned into silence by the scene. The berserker couldn't believe what was happening, as a great light flared around him. "No, it can't be." He gritted his teeth. "Vile human, you've made a grave mistake. We've been planning this for a long time. If we can't retrieve the human thief, we'll begin the destruction of Four Seas City. The three great lords of the seven deadly sins will arrive soon, and you won't see me then." The light around him grew blinding as he stubbornly declared that the city would be destroyed. And then his body completely vanished, his echoing voice promising death. The sky finally clears and the crowd erupts in cheers, marveling at his power. They're stunned that sect leader Ye killed another of the seven deadly sins, each a monstrous martial-level demon. Hearing this, Miss Lai added that each of them had the power to destroy a city, and this time there were three of them. What would become of Four Seas City? At that moment, Deep Duong carried the tavern owner to Tran An, saying not to worry, he would have Tiu Nut take a trip. Then, looking at one of them, he called out, "Chu Thatch, the boss is in your hands." The named man agreed, flustered. As he carried the man on his back, he wondered, "Sect leader Ye, what kind of divine intervention is this?" Two chopsticks solved two great battles. Then, remembering something, he asked, "Right, you mentioned Xiao Yi earlier, what is it?" Before he could finish, Ye Yang cast an intermediate summoning spell. With a single strike, a level 100 bear appeared before them, asking for orders. The Chu Thatch group cried out in alarm, "Xiao Yi, Xiao!" Seeing this, Ye Yang laughed. Too bad Bookworm isn't here, or else he paused, a smile playing on his lips. He would definitely love Little One. Meanwhile, at the southeast entrance, chaos erupted as people screamed, "Run! Help!" But the rampaging demons were instantly obliterated by a single white paper. A glowing book floats in the air as Fan Shu, the bookworm of the tavern, smiles, two fingers quickly snatching a piece of paper. After searching for ages, he's finally found the gap in the barrier someone kindly left behind. At last, he's in. Though surrounded by demons, Fan Shu remained calm, a smile playing on his lips. As one lunged, he casually raised a hand to block it, musing that the story of Yan Yang was already in its third volume, and he needed to discuss the long-legged Ling Feng with the foolish sect leader. Fan Shu then quietly mocked them, saying that demons always resort to violence when reading is so much better. One must study to avoid being so crude. Behind him, a figure appeared, remarking that he was the famous Fan Shu monk on the demon extermination list. No wonder he's so arrogant. The newcomer was Envy, who continued, "You and all the humans of Four Seas City are the same. Your time is near." Recognizing the newcomer, Fan Shu was shocked. Why would Envy, one of the seven deadly sins, send a demon of this caliber? Unexpectedly, two beams of light flashed in the sky, startling him. Soon, two more figures appeared. One dressed as Impermanence, called Greed, and the other surrounded by red flames, known as Arrogance. Three figures, each with a distinct aura, yet blending into an incredibly ominous atmosphere. Looking at them intently, Fan Shu realized three of the seven deadly sins. It seemed today, Four Seas City was doomed. The tendrils of envy writhed to life as he declared humanity's extinction, starting with him. The tendrils then plunged into the ground, cracking the earth, followed by a barrage of attacks that shook the very foundations. But it didn't stop there. Envy controlled the tendrils, relentlessly striking at Fan Shu, who barely dodged each blow. Finally, resigned, he drew a sword. No escape, only survival. The long tendril relentlessly whips Fan Shu's body, causing him to curse, "Damn it! Every blow rattles my entire being." Then Envy's eyes gleam and he shouts, "Bind!" Suddenly, from deep within the earth, a series of white tendrils emerged, surrounding Fan Shu. They surged forward, binding his arms so tightly that blood was drawn, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is it." Meanwhile, Envy was pleased, thinking that neither brats nor giants could escape his binding magic, and that he would grant them a spectacle before they died, conjuring a fierce tornado in the neutral zone. The great demon tornado spun, and as the sharp point approached, Fan Thu, unable to move, felt doomed. But just as he closed his eyes, a voice rang out, declaring a final move to annihilate the army. Just then, Xiao Yi descended from the sky before Fan Shu, shouting, "Don't panic, bookworm! Leave the fighting to me!" With that, Xiao Yi looked up and raised his fist to face the approaching, ferocious tornado. Then a massive explosion echoed as the tendril tornado was shattered to pieces. The sheer power made Fan Shu mutter unconsciously, "A bear that can destroy a great demon core." Even the three opponents were stunned by this turn of events. Xiao Yi turned and roared, shattering the tendrils binding Fan Shu. Finally free, Fan Shu wondered whose beast this was, capable of shattering space with a single punch. But the rival's beard had been severed, his eyes wide with disbelief. 100 years of cultivation destroyed. He roared, unforgiving, demanding the mangy bear pay with its life. Then, as if revived, the vines elongated and surged forward, rapidly transforming into sharp drills aimed at the little one. Enraged, with eyes burning red, he roared, "Straight through the vines!" And with that, his fists ignited with unexpected power. The fire gradually builds as Xiao Yi breathes heavily, preparing for battle, only to casually reach out and grab the incoming tendrils. No one expected this move, not even Envy himself. Xiao Yi exerted all his strength, pulling on that long beard, cursing, "You're not dead yet? Come down here, you old bastard." Then he mustered his strength once more and yanked Envy down. At this moment, both greed and arrogance were terrified. He's being dragged down by a bear. "You beast, stop." Xiaoyi's eyes flashed, ignoring their pathetic cries. After a final struggle, he finally pulled him close. He's coming down. A flash of crimson filled the air as Xiao Yi bit Envy clean in half. He coughed up blood, weakly whispering, let me go." But Xiao Yi was unmoved and with a snap ended his life. Seeing the bloody scene, greed and arrogance paled, devoured, just like that. Even Pan Shu was horrified. One of the 7 deadly sins, gone in a single bite. Greed seethed with rage, remembering how they, as conquerors, had destroyed countless human cities. How could they be devoured by a human pet? Pride, consumed by rage, roared that he would bury the entire Four Seas city with envy. Greed immediately waved his hand, and an enormous eye appeared in the sky. The eye of divine punishment. Then arrogance unleashes his power, his sword growing larger and larger, the awakening of the demon sword. Seeing this, Panseo turns pale with fear, realizing that Sea City is about to be destroyed. But Xiao Yi, intrigued by their power, simply laughed. "If the 3 of you are so inseparable, then be reunited within my belly." In the next moment, he opened his bear-like mouth wide, emitting golden rays of light, an advanced beast technique, devouring field, and they transformed into 2 streams of light, rapidly pulled towards him by a powerful force. In the end, both greed and arrogance vanished, and Little One, pleased with his meal, patted his chest contentedly. The scholar, who witnessed everything, was pale as a ghost, realizing this bear. His face paled as he froze, having devoured all 3 of the great sins. Meanwhile, the tavern in the city was eerily silent after the recent battle. A hand placed a wine cup on the table with a clink. "All right, I'm done. The rest is for you, bookworm." Ye Yang happily left after enjoying his wine, suddenly remembering, "My disciples are waiting. I'll head back for today." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sect Leader Ye." The bandaged tavern owner, Thi Thao, repeatedly expressed his gratitude for stepping in at humanity's critical moment. The waitress also clasped her hands, stammering, "The weakest man. No, Sect Leader Ye, you're too amazing." Hesitantly, Miss Li spoke up. "Sect Leader, yeah, thank you. Next time it's on me. I'll treat you until you're satisfied." The elder, supporting Feng Hao, also shouted, "You're the great hero who saved Four Seas City." Hearing this, Ye Yang waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourselves. When I had nothing, you indulged me in this strange world." His figure gradually disappeared into the light, leaving only the words, "I'm leaving." The innkeeper muttered to himself, "Sect Leader Ye, the secret is actually hidden in a place called Wangjia Village." But thinking again, a more opportune time is needed. I'll tell him when the chance arises. High above, 2 figures silently observed everything that had just transpired. All 3 of the great sins had died in Four Seas City. The girl, perched on Tu Kantamo's shoulder, wondered how Monk Fan Thu, having lost the heavenly book, could still kill the 3 great sins. With arms crossed, she wondered if something powerful was hidden in Four Seas City. Strange. Then he asked, "One more thing. We can't find Renma's pain demon and someone has taken her relic." She replied, "Never mind. We'll return to Yan City and, according to the Master's plan, I'll tear a hole in the human defense line." The other person agreed, saying that their lord wanted to subdue the creature in Mount Limitless Sect, but it hasn't been dealt with yet. She scoffed, saying that they couldn't worry about it anymore, as the creature was ferocious and its domain was extremely dangerous, spelling certain death for any human who dared to enter. Finally, she gave the order to return to Yan City and bid farewell to Four Seas City. Meanwhile, all was peaceful within Ye Yang's sect. As Nangdu did laundry, she sighed. Muchinger is being personally taught by the master. When will it be my turn? Linger asked. Don't you hate cultivation? Nangdu immediately smiled. Personal teaching means lots of alone time, which means I can ask about maidenly feelings. Yiguanyang, you want that too, don't you? At this, Linger was speechless. Wan Quan Nuong is my sister. Nangdu immediately apologized. I forgot she was your sister, but neither of you can try to seduce our master. Linger retorted, the master isn't your personal property. You have no right to monopolize him. The sharp-tongued Xiang Yu tells him to stay away from their master, and after a long while, the air is clean and crisp, with birds occasionally flying overhead. Ye Yang was awakened from his slumber by a voice saying, Master, wake up, we're almost there. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a cart being pulled along. He quickly jumped up, saying, I didn't drink too much and fall asleep in the study. How did I get here? Are you trying to sell your master to the mountains to live as a son-in-law? Xiangru heard this and turned to smile. It's not convenient for women to go out, and they all said we should respect our old master and go to the back of the mountain where demons gather to reclaim the spiritual fields. With that, the sex food problem is solved. Please take charge, master. Receiving this answer, Ye Yang collapsed in resignation. No problem. I'll lie down a bit longer. Wake me when we arrive. Milo speaks up, saying frankly that as the master of a sect, his actions shouldn't be so arbitrary, as every word and deed affects the entire sect, so please don't be so impulsive and reckless. Ye Yang's eyes snapped open, fully awake. Wasn't this female disciple the same Milo who was captured by the giant? Speaking of which, Milo said, Master saved me. Senior sister acknowledges you, so naturally I won't waver, but I hope to see qualities in you that inspire genuine respect. Everyone then tried to break the tense atmosphere, but Milo was a bit stiff. Ye Yang reassured them, Don't worry, I'm good at winning people over with virtue. Soon after, the group entered the forest, and the deeper they went, the darker it became. Na Yu seemed a little worried. Ahead lay the Yu Min forest, rumored to be haunted by ghosts. Milo added stoically, the only way to reach the spirit field. Lin Ni quickly chimed in, urging her to remain calm and ladylike in front of their master. Just then, a commotion in the forest startled them all. Something was approaching. Before they could react, a figure leaped onto the back of their vehicle. Nangdu turns back in astonishment, only to see that Lin Ni has seized the opportunity, feigning fear as she jumps onto the carriage, clinging to Dai Yang. And the source of all this chaos? A tiny bunny hopping along. The others immediately protested. Where's your ladylike grace? You coward. Just like your sister, running to the master for protection. Get off. Linger blushed slightly, but what's wrong with disciples and their master bonding? Sung Yu vehemently objected, Cowardice isn't a weapon to get close to the master. Stop running into my arms out of fear. Suddenly, Ye Yang, who had been silent, jumped forward, landing with a serious expression. He stated that the forest path was treacherous and they should travel together. The disciples immediately buzzed with excitement, reminding their master to be careful, as this place was said to be particularly treacherous, making them anticipate what was to come. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the air damp and gloomy, and the group spoke in hushed tones, sensing that evil spirits could appear at any moment. Hearing this, Renyu turned her head. Linger remembered that she couldn't borrow the evil spirit's power to invade, yet she took the opportunity to harass their master. Her face flushed red, her cheeks puffed out, her mind steadfast, unafraid of evil spirits. Just then, strange white birds suddenly appeared, fluttering above everyone's heads. Then, a scream shattered the silence. Looking back, Lin Ni had once again latched onto Ye Yang, much to Renyu's horror, while Ye Yang was too numb to even react. 1 second, 2 seconds, and Renyu explodes, yelling Meng Linger's name. The next second, she rushes over, grabs the girl's leg, and starts pulling with all her might. What is she doing? Let go. But the other girl clings on for dear life. I'm protecting Master. The chaotic scene was beyond words, leaving the two hidden observers speechless. Finally, Renyu managed to pull Linger away, who stood angrily behind her master as Ye Yang spoke. It's all right, let's keep going. After all the commotion, the group continues deeper into the forest, where the trees become increasingly bizarre and ominous. This time, Lin Ni's face suddenly changed, and Renyu, sensing something, quickly looked over. As expected, Lin Ni lunged at Ye Yang, but Renyu stopped her. What are you doing? He stammered. I want to protect Master. Mai, however, was unconcerned, sensing something was wrong. Lokthan drew her sword, suspecting a trap. From within the bushes, many red eyes glared at them. Master, there's nothing here. This is getting interesting. Without turning back, Diep Duong says, "Lok Than, don't look back, just keep going forward." Though wary, she obeys and replies. Finally, they follow the trail and continue forward. After a long while, Linger grew uneasy. "We've been walking for so long," and you immediately added, "Yet we haven't gotten out." Lu Qing also realized the problem. "We've been here before." She pointed to a tree by the road. "Look, that tree has claw marks." Milo felt something was wrong. "We've been walking straight, so why are we back here?" Lu Qing whispered. "There must be demons causing trouble here." Ye Yang grew serious, asking her and her sister, both lovers of formations, to analyze the situation. She speculated that they might be trapped within a large formation. Soon after, Ye Yang confirmed her suspicions, acknowledging her abilities. Ling Ni puffed out her chest. "See who's more important to master. I think the demon turned this into a maze to confuse us and trap us here." Ye Yang smiled, acknowledging her understanding of formations, but then asked how to solve it. She pondered. "Let me think. We can't leave. The formation messes with our senses, so if we aren't deceived by external things, we might have a chance to escape." Yan Yu, beside her, wondered what she meant. Linger began to explain her simple plan. The four of them would run in 4 directions, ignoring any illusions they saw, and keep moving forward. At least one of them would find the true path out. Hearing this, Ye Yang simply smiled without comment, saying it was worth a try. He then sat down, leaning against a tree, as the other 4 each turned in a different direction. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Yang shouts, "Begin!" and the others vanish into thin air. Lin Ni rushed forward without stopping, while Yan Yu flew off in her predetermined direction. Lu Qing and Mei Lu also flew off head first, when suddenly a red light flashed in the sky. Relieved, Ling Ni realizes she's close to finding the exit, spotting a thick fog ahead. In an instant, the space shifts, shocking the 4 of them as those left behind reappear before their eyes. Seeing Ye Yang sitting there, they wondered, what was going on? He opened his eyes calmly and said, "Listen carefully. This formation doesn't just confuse the senses, it's a complex spatial formation." Linner exclaimed that the overlapping space formation meant the spatial rules within were altered, and they would be trapped here forever. Hearing this, Ye Yang praised her understanding, calling it the Mirage Sky Blood Realm. The more she spoke, the more terrified she became. This blood shadow formation would ultimately turn those trapped within into blood shadows. Just then, countless bats with glowing red eyes appeared from nowhere. They swarmed in quickly, and within seconds the group was surrounded. Ling Ni paled, realizing the formation had spawned a bloodbat maze. Looking up at the dark sky now swarming with thousands of bats, big and small, this is bad. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they can split apart madly, only multiplying. They bared their sharp teeth, wings flapping, ready to attack. But Ye Yang remained calm. "Let me teach you how to clean them up." As he spoke, a flame flickered at his fingertip. "Munglinger, watch closely. These creatures fear fire." With a wave of his hand, a strange symbol formed from the flames. "Learn this, and you can deal with them yourself." Yan Yu and Linger could only stare in astonishment. Soon, Deep Duong finishes drawing the talisman, and a shimmering charm floats in the air. With a wave of his hand, the talisman flies away, a level 100 elementary fire charm. The glowing talisman sped away, flying into the center of the blood rain, and slowly diffused its light. Ye Yang flicks 2 fingers, and an explosion rips through the sky, felling trees all around. The fire met the wood, igniting and spreading rapidly, consuming everything in its path, until the vast forest around them was filled with billowing smoke. Everyone is shocked by the scene. The talismans they rained down are all used up, and even Milo is stunned as the very space around them burns. Before their eyes, a raging inferno consumes the ancient trees and the bats they once feared. But Diep Duong was calmer than ever, thankful for his advanced fire talisman skills. A lower level would have cost him his life, along with this Min forest. With that, he stomped his foot, deciding that since the place was already in chaos, he might as well destroy the formation completely. Then, Ye Lian stomped his foot down, instantly shattering the ground, causing the group to struggle to keep their balance. From those cracks, fiery red lines emerged, quickly spreading and engulfing the vast Umbra forest. A vast area of forest is destroyed, trees and rocks collapsing everywhere, and the group's former position has sunk deep into the ground from the shock. Milo gasped. To break a formation like that? I've never seen it before. Even Lu Qing secretly acknowledged, impressive. Linger was even more astonished. Master didn't use any tricks. Just brute force to destroy the formation. How did I learn that? Yanyu is jumping for joy. Master is amazing. Yang, standing on a high rock, suddenly speaks up. Everyone has their strengths. Forget it. Don't mind the details. Then he calmly tilted his head and said, "Let's go reclaim our spirit field." On the cliff, Ye Yang and the others arrived and looked down below, exclaiming in surprise, "This spirit field is larger than we imagined." He gazed at the vast spirit field, the lush green grass, a breeze rippling across it like a velvet carpet. Ye Yang assessed, "Perhaps many things could be planted here." The peaceful and dreamy scene was created by the gentle sunlight falling on everything, turning it into a myriad of colors as flocks of birds fluttered across the sky. In Yanzu's eyes, she rubbed her hands together excitedly, planning, "I want to plant a rose garden, then pick them and offer them to my beloved." Suddenly, Mai, on alert, shouted to remind everyone, "We can't let our guard down. The demon's main body is probably nearby." Suddenly, Ling gasped in terror, pointing ahead. It was right in front of them. Sure enough, not far away, a demonic beast snarled and charged, sending the group into a terrified frenzy. "Whoa! A great demon beast!" The arriving monster takes the form of a wolf, but with the wings of a great eagle, surrounded by a dark and sinister power. Ye Yang slowly raises his hand, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and coldly commands. "The Black Leader has appeared. Once we take him down, the task of reclaiming the spirit field will be complete." A light flashes in the eyes of Nianzu, Lukthan, and Milo. They immediately rushed forward, but not without telling Ye Yang, "Sect Leader, Master, leave this to us disciples to handle." Nianzu nodded in agreement. "That's right, if we rely on Master for everything, what use are we disciples?" Linger excitedly raised her hand. "Master, you can cheer us on. Leave everything else to us, everyone good luck." But she didn't rush out with everyone, just stood there, leaving Ye Yang speechless. He reached out and ruffled her hair, asking gently, "One shall pass, but what about you?" Flustered, Linger quickly explained, I have to stay and protect Master, and there are already enough people going. Why is Master staring at me like that?" Ye Yang just sighed and brushed it off. At the same time, below the spirit field, 3 dark shadows flashed towards the great demon beast, catching it off guard. But it quickly realizes, its eyes narrowing dangerously. Qinglu rushes forward, throwing her sword towards the great demon beast. This single strike manages to cut it, but it's not enough to kill it, and it roars back. Another flash of light, this time from Mei Lu, who shouts, "Die!" and cleaves off one of the great demon beast's legs. Now completely enraged, it roared to the heavens. Finally, it was Yanzu's turn. Without hesitation, she hurled 3 daggers at the great demon, shouting, "I'm here too!" As expected, all 3 daggers plunged straight into the great demon beast's vital points. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and its crimson tongue lolled to one side. Not giving it a chance to escape, Lu Qing quickly followed up. Milo and the others attacked with great momentum, shouting in unison, "End it!" With perfect teamwork, they slashed horizontally and vertically, cutting the great demon beast into 4 pieces. Before being completely torn apart, the great demon beast let out one final deafening roar, and in an instant its body exploded, sending crimson flesh flying in every direction. A wisp of white smoke rises, accompanied by blades of grass gently falling. Seeing this, Hanni is stunned and wonders, "So weak?" Ye Yang, standing nearby, asked her what was wrong, and Ling Ni replied gravely, "Something's not right." Milo and Yanyu, who were leisurely turning back, were suddenly startled by Ling Ni's shout, "Ahead! Ahead!" Revived? Hearing this, Milo, Yanyu, and Lu Qing turned around to see the wolf resurrected, charging ferociously toward them. The great demon beast roared, its eyes gleaming, its maw wide, each step creating a powerful gust of wind. Linger cried out again, warning them that it was much bigger now. Standing high above, she shouts a warning, "Run! Get back! It's much faster now," but it's too late. Lukthan, who was closest, is the first to be struck. She's flung backward, but quickly regains her balance, twisting mid-air to counter the attack. From a disadvantage, she quickly turned the tables, using her strike as a counterattack against the great demon beast. She charged straight at it, shouting, "Let's go all out!" Just as Qing was about to strike, Linger's face paled as she screamed, "Behind you!" Qing was horrified, and her disbelieving eyes slowly turned to see a massive shadow looming behind her. The great demon beast let out a piercing shriek, then used its massive claws to send Lu Qing flying. In an instant, Ye Yang's face turned terrifying. Seeing this, Mei Lu and Yanyu cried out in alarm. No longer able to remain calm, Yanyu hurled 3 daggers, shouting, "Get out of the way!" The great demon beast roared, unleashing a sonic blast that struck Yan Yu, sending her flying back and coughing up blood. The three daggers were also blasted back by the sound wave as Milo rushed over, anxiously calling out, "Xiaoru!" Suddenly, one of the daggers trembled, enveloped in a vibrant golden power. In an instant, the dagger flew up as if drawn by an unseen force and shot backward. A strong hand reached out and firmly grasped the dagger's hilt as he shouted, "Sword! Come!" Meanwhile, Milo clutched Nandu tightly as the great demon beast lunged, ready to devour them both. Ye Yang's brow furrows as he rushes towards them at lightning speed. A powerful golden light flashes in the sky, and the grass dozens of meters away is torn apart by the force of the wind. Lian was burning with worry, wondering if her master would arrive in time, as Milo carried the injured Yanyu, trying to escape the great demon beast's claws. A flash of black lightning suddenly streaked across. Despite being injured, Luthan struggled to stand in front of Milo and Nandu. Jiang shouted loudly, "Go quickly, I will hold it back." As the great demon beast's claws came down, Mei Lu's face instantly turned away, blood splattering onto her clothes. Tears welled in Mei Lu's eyes, and Linger cried out in alarm, but upon closer inspection, they saw the familiar arm wielding Yan Yu's dagger, which had unleashed the bloody spray. Milo stunned for 5 seconds. Lin Ni also blinked and looked closer. It turned out that all three people below were wrapped in a blue leaf-shaped shield from Diep Duong, while the giant beast in front of them was still lunging forward, but a cut of blood had appeared across its belly. Ye Yang's face was dark and intimidating as he coldly asked, "You dare touch my disciple? Do you wish to die?" The great demon beast's body was gradually enveloped in a black mist, then vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. Still shaken, Lu Qing stammered, tears welling up. "Thank goodness for Master. How terrifying." The dry leaves fall gently as Qing Lu mutters seriously, "The monster is constantly evolving on its own." Suddenly, from afar, Ling Ni shouted, Look ahead! It's getting bigger again!" Everyone was shocked to hear this. Lu Qing and Mei Lu Haisheng turned back at the same time, only to see the great demon beast revived, its body now much larger than before. With crimson eyes, Ye Yang smirked, "I'll play with it." Lu Qing was shocked, but before she could speak, Ye Yang dashed towards the great demon beast like the wind. As he left, 2 explosions rang out from either side, and 2 more great demon beasts appeared, roaring ferociously as they attacked simultaneously. Seeing this, Linger immediately shouted a warning. "Master, be careful behind you. There are 2 more." Ye Yang became vigilant upon hearing this. The great demon beasts bared their fangs and claws, lunging ferociously, but Ye Yang gripped his sword, relentlessly striking back. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the great demon beast before him was torn to shreds, and he shouted, "One down!" A great demon beast lunged from the left, and he coldly assessed, "The second one is too slow." Ye Yang spun and leapt into the air, creating a perfect arc as the great demon beast below lunged, missing its mark. He struck suddenly, slashing at the beast's nape, causing it to shriek in agony, its eyes wide, mouth agape. After dealing with the second beast, he turned to the last one and yelled, "Last one, don't run!" Before it could react, Ye Yang was already upon it, startling the creature. This time, instead of his sword, he uses a kick to the remaining great demon beast's face, yelling, "Fly!" as it sent soaring dozens of meters away. The force of the kick carved a deep trench in the ground, and the poor great demon beast, pummeled by the rocks, formed a dazzling golden star. Finally, the rocks couldn't bear the weight and exploded one by one. Debris rained down upon the motionless demon beast. A cool breeze swept past Qing, Mei, and Yan. Milo, still in shock, stammered, "It's over. We're safe, right?" Just then, Yan Yu coughed and slowly woke up. Lu Qing frowned, remaining vigilant, and warned, "No, its true form hasn't emerged yet. We can't let our guard down." Suddenly, a ray of light pierced the darkness, followed by many more. The ground began to split, forming a deep, bottomless trench. A savage laugh echoed from the depths below as white smoke rapidly ascended. Lin Ni, Lok Than, Nandu, and Milo paled, their eyes fixed on the source of the sound. An angry voice echoed from the depths. "Foolish humans, you dare trespass upon my sacred ground." Its sharp teeth widened as a white mist poured forth. Appearing now was the great demon beast from before, but now it was equipped with protective gear. It continued to provoke, saying it would leave them without a burial place, ending its words with an earth-shattering roar. Lu Qing's face flashed with fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, while Linger, pale as a ghost, anxiously screamed a warning. "This is bad. It's a corpse spirit orb." the most terrifying thing a secret realm-level demon can create after death. She quickly urged Ye Yang, "Master, we don't want the spirit field anymore. Let's go. Its attack on the body is not the same level as the spirit oath." The beast soared into the sky, its savage voice dripping with disdain. "Trying to run? Too late. You'll all be scattered to the winds." It opened its maw, gathering power into a violet orb of spiritual energy. Without warning, it unleashes its immense power directly at the four of them, the energy sphere hurtling towards Ye Yang. Against the great demon beast's immense power, he floated in midair and coldly declared, "3 moves." His face became terrifying, his pupils contracted, and in an indescribable tone he uttered, "Blind fool." Ye Yang was too slow and missed. With that, he swung his sword, unleashing a force as great as the demon beast's. The opposing powers collided, and the demon beast's energy ball was cleaved in two. But it didn't stop there. This one strike cleaved through the great demon beast. It let out a piercing shriek, and in an instant its massive body was split in two. The immense power also scorched a straight line across the ground, reaching the great demon beast, leaving Linger, Milo, Loc Than, and Han Du utterly astonished. With a single move, he effortlessly defeated the massive demon beast, its body exploding into a cloud of white smoke. Chunks of charred flesh rained down upon the earth, and even tufts of hair floated in the air. Everything happened in a flash, and when it was all over, things returned to normal, with a cool breeze gently blowing, carrying dry leaves back and forth. From within the rising white smoke, the demon beast became tiny, wearing a halo like an angel, cautiously peeking out. After confirming everything was safe, it anxiously looked around, thinking, "This guy is a pervert. I'm getting out of here. Live to fight another day." Suddenly, a talisman flew straight toward it, and it turned its head in surprise. But as soon as it saw what it was, it panicked, yelling, "No, don't destroy me!" But it was too late. The talisman stuck to it perfectly. With a flash, the adorable little beast was sealed within the talisman. Ye Yang gently held the talisman in his hand, comforting it. "Don't worry. I'm not destroying you, but giving you a chance to be reborn." Suddenly, he exclaimed that the talisman was now hers. Linger held it curiously, asking how it was used. He turned back and coldly replied, "No need to worry about it now. Once you become an yin-yang master, you'll know. Take good care of it." Linger obediently acknowledged. Everything returned to silence, save for the faint voices of the disciples. "This spirit field isn't bad at all. Even if I stay in the sect and never leave the mountain, I won't starve." Milo lowered her head slightly, disappointed. "Master, as the head of a sect, how can you be so useless?" Ye Yang instinctively turned around, then scratched his head with a silly grin. Seeing this, Milo was momentarily stunned. But then he made her laugh, her eyes softening, her face flushed as she looked at him helplessly. And so, master and disciple stood in the spirit field, enjoying the warm sunlight and cool breeze, she mused. Indeed, my choice was right. Though he has some minor flaws, he's truly reliable. Back at the demon hall, as Diep Duong strolled down the corridor, a piercing cry rang out. "Junior brother, sect leader, junior brother." Fong Qing, trapped in the iron cage, saw him pass by and hurriedly begged for help. "Quick, get me out!" Aunt Shi angrily shouted. "Bai Fei, you bastard. I kindly helped her leave, but she tied me up here instead. Junior brother, quickly release me." Ye Yang raised an eyebrow, asking, "The little fox ran away?" Hearing this, she momentarily became smug. Contrary to Fong Qing's expectations, he nonchalantly replied, "Why would I panic? It's perfect. I was getting tired of watching her anyway. My senior apprentice sister can still give me some novelty and excitement." Bai Fei gritted her teeth and shouted, "What? You're already tired of me?" Ye Yang calmly replied, "That's right. My senior apprentice sister is beautiful and knows how to have fun. Stay here and keep me company in place of the little fox." Fang Qing's face flushed red. Her eyes now like bullets, she angrily retorted, "No, I'm not as good as the little fox. She's beautiful, innocent, and fun." Ye Yang raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "Enough, change back." Fong Qing was slightly startled and huffed, and with a poof, Bai Fei quickly shrunk back to her original size. Ye Yang smiled without teasing. "Can your transformation technique turn you into anyone? Or how about transforming into Yan Yang from the Yan Yang story? I've been wanting to meet her for a while now." Furious, Bai Fei ranted, "Is my real form not good enough? All he does is obsess over girls in stories. He's sick." Ye Yang chuckled, clasped his hands behind his back, and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. I must go and complete the final part of the demon-subduing spell. I'm done playing with you, bye-bye. Bai Fei simply grunted in response. In the sect's library, a weary voice echoed, Finished. Ye Yang, his face smudged with ink, stretches and laments how difficult it is to master the techniques. Luckily, someone is reciting poetry, triggering a passive skill that enhances his storytelling prowess. He leaned back wearily and ordered, Clean up. I want wine, and I want to see Yan Niang sign number 4. A small bird perched on a branch outside chirped a notification. Even the little cook has been secretly watching Yan Niang lately. The sect's atmosphere has been corrupted. Ye Yang frowned, asking what was said, too sleepy to hear clearly, and that he'd sleep a little longer. As he spoke, his breathing evened out, and the little bird, as if it hadn't heard, continued to fulfill its duty. There's something you should know. The world is about to hold a Grand Sect competition, and it's our chance to reclaim our spot as number 1. Tension mounts as a long journey begins. At the harbor, a sudden urgent cry rings out, Someone lend a hand, quickly. The shouts and hollers created a chaotic scene as Tu Thu carefully placed a bag down, panting. Come on, move it. Everyone, a little faster. She sighed wearily, wiping the sweat from her brow. This is exhausting. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Sushu. Her face paled instantly, and as if by reflex, she stood up straight and stammered, Sorry, boss. I was just resting for a moment. I'll get back to work right away. Ye Yang spoke softly. It's me. Sushu turned around in surprise. Master! She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked towards him. Why are you here? I told you not to come. This place is dirty. Before she could finish, Ye Yang coldly interrupted, handing her a fruit. Tethu's face flushed instantly, and she exclaimed excitedly, Yummy! Ye Yang pulls out a book and presents it to her, calling it spiritual food, startling Sushu. The moment her eyes land on the book, they turn purple, and her pupils dilate as she stammers, I already wrote it. My head hurts just looking at the book. Birds fluttered in the sky as Ye Yang asked if her fire elemental awareness had improved. Sushu stammered that she fell asleep as soon as she tried to imagine magic. He coldly comforted her to take it slow, but Sushu suddenly changed the subject, saying that she didn't want to talk about studying while sitting with her master. She turns to look at Ye Yang with a warm smile, saying that's great, but she'll try not to disappoint him. Ye Yang also turns to smile slyly, reminding her that he'll be checking her results today. Hearing this, Sushu quickly made an excuse, saying she had to get to work and that her master should leave because the place was dirty. She hurriedly pushed Ye Yang away, who reminded her before leaving to remember their promise. Su hurried to reply, Okay, I'll quit after this month. A colleague nearby chimed in. Public displays of affection. Before Ye Yang left, Su waved and called out, Come home early and don't drink too much. He waved dismissively. I know. But then she suddenly stopped. At that moment, a group of people brushed past Ye Yang, calling out in confusion, Young master? Their faces twisted in displeasure as they sneered. Isn't that the good-for-nothing Su Shu, the idiot still in Four Seas City? Hearing this, Ye Yang's face darkened as he turned around. Zhang Sheng approached mockingly, saying, Long time no see, Su Shu. Her face smudged with dirt, she replied, Zhang Sheng. The Ling Yun sect members blocked Su Shu, constantly insulting her, saying, After being expelled from the Ling Yun sect, didn't this idiot find another sect to take her in? This fool has really fallen from grace. A cultivator working as a laborer at the docks is a disgrace to the entire sect. One of the women chimed in mockingly, saying that this rising star had already been kicked out of 2 sects after leaving the Ling Yun sect. Zhang Sheng sneered in agreement, saying that Ling Yun had the foresight to drive out this stray dog. With his head down, unable to express his feelings, Su Shu asked if they had come just to say these things to him. He turned and left decisively, saying he had to get back to work, when suddenly a loud shout stopped him in his tracks. Zhang Sheng scoffed, Don't go. Though you've been expelled from Ling Yun sect, I'm still your senior brother. You must respect me for life. Have you forgotten all the rules after being in those worthless sects? Enraged, Su Shu immediately retorted, The Limitless sect is not a trash sect. He smirked, asking, If it's not trash, why did they accept trash like you? They must have a trash sect leader to accept trash like you. They mocked and insulted her relentlessly. What, you idiot, you want to fight a genius like me? Su Shu trembled with rage. You can say whatever you want about me. Su Shu leaps and shouts, saying they can insult her, but not her master, who is no good for nothing. Shang Sheng easily dodges her blow, sneering that anyone who teaches a disciple like her is probably worse than useless. Unexpectedly, he reached out and grabbed Su Shu's wrist, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he declared he would teach her a lesson on behalf of her incompetent master. He struggled to land a crushing blow, and as expected, a crisp smack echoed. Su reflexively dodged, but nothing happened. Zhang Sheng was stunned and turned around while the woman stood there, dumbfounded. A warm voice boomed, "Let her go!" Though smaller in stature, Ye Yang's presence dwarfed Zhang Sheng's. His face dark, he repeats the question, "Jade pendant." Zhang Sheng trembles uncontrollably, wondering who this man is and why he can't move. Ye Yang calmly explained to Su Shu, "I am her master. You want to discipline my disciple in front of me?" Zhang Sheng writhed in pain, his whole body trembling. His face chillingly cold, he tells him that he's tired of living. Zhang Sheng tries to pull his hand back but fails, and he roars, "Let me go! A declining infinite sect dares to provoke our soaring cloud sect? If you don't, my master will come for you, and you're dead." The others immediately threatened, saying that he couldn't bear the consequences, and demanded that he release senior brother Shang. Su turned away, timidly pleading, "Master, let him go." He released his grip, coldly replying, "Letting him go isn't a problem, but—" Zhang Sheng quickly pulled back his hand, scoffing. "Humph, scared now, are you?" Before he could finish, Ye Yang slapped him across the face, sending Zhang Sheng flying. He declared with imposing force that his disciples would not suffer injustice. Zhang Sheng was thrown back, his large body crashing to the ground. Touched, Su Shu called out, "Master!" The three members of the Lingyun sect couldn't help but stare in stunned disbelief. Another slap echoes, each strike fueled by Ye Yang's fury. Next was the short-haired one, and finally he stopped before the only woman in the group, who scoffed arrogantly, "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" As expected, another resounding smack echoed. She was sent flying into the air, sharing Zhang Sheng's fate, as he coldly muttered, "Thinking you can look down on everyone. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a girl." Watching his underlings writhe on the ground in pain, Zhang Sheng glared at Ye Yang and struggled to his feet, vowing revenge. He reached out and grabbed the sword beside him, taking advantage of Diep Duong's distraction to lunge forward, thinking, "Kill him." Tethu was startled. She cried out, "Master, be careful." But he already knew, and with a flick of his wrist, Zhang Sheng's large body was sent flying once more. Ye Yang asked curiously, "What is it?" I was speechless, feeling like I'd said too much. "No, it's nothing." Zhang Sheng was once again slammed to the ground, his gaunt face bruised and marked with symmetrical red handprints. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked Zhang Sheng's light, his eyes wide, revealing the blood vessels within. Ye Yang stood ethereally in the wind, coldly commanding, "Stand up." Zhang Sheng, terrified, scrambled back, yelling, "No, please!" Zhu Shu, fearing what he might do next, cried out to stop him. "Master, no. Your face is dark and terrifying right now." After a moment of silence, Ye Yang spoke coldly. "I'll spare you this time for my disciple's sake, but the last time your Lingyun sect bullied her, this isn't over." Not stopping there, he suddenly roared, "Get out! Tell your sect leader that I will settle this debt with him." The remaining men helped the injured Zhang Sheng up and replied fearfully, We will report this. The triennial Grand Sect Tournament is about to begin." Not stopping there, he raised his head and angrily shouted, "At that time, our Lingyun sect will definitely challenge you, so you'll be completely eliminated and disbanded." Ye Yang pondered, "The sect tournament. It seems this is what Chim wanted to tell me." Zhu Shu shyly calls out, "Master, it's all because of me." Before she can finish, he turns and interrupts, "Don't worry, it's nothing." Ye Yang then turns to Zhang Sheng's group and says, "Very well, we'll meet at the Great Sect Tournament. Tell your sect leader that we'll settle the debt for bullying Zhu, my disciple." He paused, pointed to Zhu Shu behind him, and continued, "She will personally challenge all of you from the Lingyun sect and defeat every single one of you." Zhang Sheng scoffed, full of disdain. "Relying on a piece of trash like her? Ridiculous. Let's go." Zhu Shu was silent, her eyes downcast with sadness. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Master, can I really do it?" Ye Yang gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Don't worry." His voice firm, he dispelled Zhu Shu's worries, saying if he said it was no problem, then it absolutely wasn't. A gentle breeze blew as in the distance a master and disciple focused on their training. "Master, I really can't do it. I can't conjure this fireball." Zhu Shu is surrounded by flames as she focuses on conjuring a fireball. Or maybe I should just go home and work. I can earn a lot of money. Ye Yang stands before her, urging, "The Grand Sect competition starts in 3 months. You must become strong enough to defeat those who bullied you." Or she tries to dissuade him, "Master, let it go." Ye Yang coldly replied that he could let it go, but any disciple of his who was bullied would be avenged. Then he seriously shouted, "Now let's continue practicing magic. At least cast one." Zhu Shu sighed in frustration. "Headache. If it weren't for the special training allowing me to spend more time with Master, I definitely wouldn't be here." Zhu Shu explained that all the senior sisters said whoever marries the Master will be the one who spends the most time with him. Ye Yang was speechless, saying he wasn't sleepy anymore. Zhu Shu despondently began to ramble, saying that among the disciples one would marry the Master, and the eldest senior sister had already made arrangements for her, to which Ye Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Before the first senior sister went into seclusion, she told me to keep an eye on you and not let you drink too much. She's clearly entrusting you to me. Speaking of which, my face is flushed. I know I'm not worthy of you yet, but I'll try my best." Ye Yang, speechless, changes the subject. "Well, let's focus on the fire tea first." But the librarian laments, "No matter how hard I try, I can't concentrate the elements." He patiently explains, "Your soul power is strong. Just use the method I taught you before." Just then, another person arrived, immediately taunting, "Joe, isn't that sect leader Ye playing around?" Ye Yang, hearing the unfamiliar voice, turned around in surprise. It's Lin Ya and her top disciple. So she actually teaches disciples. He turns away pretending not to know her and asks who this older sister is. Zhu Shu casually replied. "My chicken," she retorted, enraged. "I am Lin Ya, the sect leader of the mixed origin sect next to the limitless sect. People are coming to our land to cultivate and you're asking who I am?" As he trains, Zhu Shu chimes in. "The mixed origin sect leader seems to be like us, an ancient declining sect." Lin Ya huffs, "Who's like you? This Grand Sect tournament will be our revival because I've found a genius disciple who cultivates the flame system." The disciple looked at them smugly and raised his chin. Ye Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Fire magic! And my disciple is also a fire magic genius." Lin Ya scoffs, "A genius?" "I saw her doing hard labor at Port Thuyan, sect leader Ye. My advice? If you can't find good disciples, disband the sect. Don't just pick up strays." Ye Yang retorts, "She truly is a genius." Linya sneered at Zhu Shu, saying that even after all this time, the genius hadn't produced a spark, and told Juner to show them his great flame palm. The disciple opened his hand, instantly creating a spark. Then he playfully extinguished the flame, creating a puff of black smoke that wafted towards Ye Yang. Lin Ya triumphantly exclaimed, "Look, this is a true genius." After only half a year of cultivation, he's already produced black smoke with his great flame palm. By the time of the Grand Sect tournament, he'll surely condense smoke into fire and create a flame. Ye Yang waved away the smoke, pinching his nose. "This is supposed to be great flame growth? It stinks." Lin Ya sneered. "What do you know? It's because you're a useless master that your disciples don't respect you." Zhu Shu was furious. Her eyebrows furrowed in anger as she retorted, "Watch your mouth. Don't insult my master. You can call me trash, but my master is definitely not." A ball of fire slowly formed in her hand. Zhu Shu looks up, her eyes filled with determination. He knows how to teach disciples. Lin Ya and her disciple are astonished. Ye Yang calmly says that she's already conjuring fire, and she's only been training for less than 10 days. Amazing, right? Lin Ya and the other disciple are just standing there dumbfounded. She clenches her fist, reassuring herself that it's just for show, and that combat is more important than destructive power. "Juner, show them the power of the great flame palm." He immediately nods in response. "Okay." With that, he took a stance, readying himself, then leaped forward, a dark flame erupting from his palm. The disciple then targeted the tree in front of him, striking it with full force, shouting, "Ha!" as he slammed into the trunk, causing it to shake violently. When he pulled his hand away, a palm print was deeply embedded in the tree. Lin Ya burst out laughing, pointing at Ye Yang and insulting him. "See that? A normal person would be internally wounded by that strike." He turns away, ignoring her. Zhu Shu creates a fireball, saying, "Master, I can fight too." Zhu Shu hurls a fireball at Lin Ya's disciple, but it flies weakly backwards, prompting the disciple to scoff in disdain. Lin Ya burst into laughter, mocking her lack of aim and weak attacks. With a thunderous crash, the tree that Tuthu struck exploded, and Lamna's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the disciple was frozen in fear, as the tree was reduced to a stump engulfed in flames. Even Ye Yang couldn't help but laugh in amazement. "My disciple is indeed a super genius." Sushu, still unwilling, angrily blamed herself. I missed, I can't let Master lose face. Linya stares blankly ahead as Sushu conjures over a dozen fireballs. What's next? She hurled dozens of fireballs at the training post, which erupted in a series of explosions, sending debris flying everywhere. Linya stood frozen, not even daring to blink, as half the forest was destroyed in the blink of an eye, returning everything to that disciple's location. He stood frozen, a statue of terror, his body trembling, face pale, and words failing him. Master, I've decided to withdraw from the Mixed Origin sect and go home to be a freeloader. I'm sorry, Master, I couldn't hit it. I'm really not suited for combat. It's okay, you got the fireball out. That's a huge improvement, you'll get the aim with practice. Hearing that, Linya couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Oh my God, and she says she's not suited for combat? Ye Yang turns to her calmly, saying he's already mentioned how amazing his disciple is. Linya refuses to back down, stammering that he's just lucky to have received a good disciple when he himself knows nothing. Sushu's face instantly turned menacing as she conjured a chilling fireball, warning Linya not to speak nonsense about her master. Though pale with fear, she stubbornly challenged, All you do is hide behind your disciples. If you've got the skill, conjure a fireball like your disciple. Ye Yang smiled gently, saying it would be a shame to destroy such a beautiful forest. Ye Yang turned away, sighing helplessly. Fine, you asked for it, so don't blame me when I destroy it. With that, he raised his hand to the sky, power quickly gathering in his palm. In moments, a massive fireball was conjured, a basic fire spell yet 100 times more potent. Linya and her disciple were terrified as Ye Yang slowly raised the giant fireball into the air. Sushu watched closely. Master, how did you teach me to throw a fireball? Sushu replied excitedly, and Ye Yang smiled softly. Go. The giant fireball descends with immense power, impacting the ground and filling the air with tension. It quickly created a powerful shockwave that spread everywhere, and the trees caught in the blast were reduced to ash. Everything happened so fast. The fire spread quickly. The entire forest was engulfed in a raging inferno as Ye Yang quickly scooped up Sushu and flew into the air, sighing helplessly. I told you, this isn't the place for fire spells. With one hand, he pulls Linya, who's lost her spirit, her eyes filled with regret for the mountain, me, and my sect. How could this be? Beneath her feet are the disciples she was most proud of. Right now, they're so scared they're crying for their parents, wanting to go home to their husbands. Ye Yang struggles to drag the three of them away from the scene, saying he'll get them out of here first and that the Mixed Origin sect will surely be destroyed by the fire. Move out soon, or I'll sick your neighbors on you, he said, zooming off at lightning speed, leaving only a faint scream echoing behind. Ha ha, wait up! Cut to the demon-plundering hall, where Xiang Yu was engrossed in a book, muttering to herself, Why does Master like these kinds of books that make people blush and their hearts race? I'll save this so I can have something to talk about with Master. Baifei, bored, spoke up, Hey girl, aren't you supposed to be cleaning? What are you standing there for? Nangdu quickly hid the book behind her back and replied with an awkward smile, Nothing. Baifei suspiciously said bluntly, Don't hide it. That book is called The Tale of Yan Niang. You think you can win a man with just a book? Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Nangdu proudly retorts, I don't need you to teach me, but tell me a little first. Bakfei lazily sprawls on the ground, replying casually, Men are visual creatures, and Ye Yang is no different. Big breasts, a slim waist, long legs, you don't even need to say a word, and he'll come crawling. Nangdu is instantly furious. Don't you dare seduce Master. Baifei, trying to keep her from getting worked up, said that the next part was key. No matter how much excitement men crave, when it's time to marry, they'll choose an honest girl, so if she just holds on to Ye Yang, she'll have a chance. Nangdu asks, dumbfounded. Really? Suddenly, Bakfei jumps up, acting like a righteous hero. How to keep him? 3 words. Cut off the romance. If you see any beautiful woman who wants him, find a way to cut off those relationships. Over time, your chances of getting him will increase. Nangdu was successfully swayed by Baifei's words, and she unconsciously let go of what she was holding. Afterwards, Nangdu walked away, deep in thought. She pondered, the little fox had a point, but why would she help me? Thinking this, she suddenly looked around, searching for something. Where did that book go? Meanwhile, back with Baifei, she was engrossed in a book, muttering angrily, I have to see what's so special about this woman who's driven him mad. I refuse to lose to a girl in a novel. Amidst the bustling streets, Ye Yang frowned, muttering to himself, I should hurry back to the sect. The author still hasn't released Chapter 4 of Bewitching Neon. The sect is holding a selection to choose 5 disciples to participate in the preliminary competition. Inside a silent smithy, muffled curses could be heard. We've told you, Grandmaster Yinlong doesn't receive guests. You've been standing here for days, disrupting our business. Ye Yang turned his head, curious. In the distance, a blonde girl is being shooed away by a large man, who says the master doesn't have time to fix her broken shield, and she should leave. She sadly pleads, saying the shield is the only thing her father left her, and in all of Four Seas City, the master is the only one who can repair black sky stones. Unexpectedly, Ye Yang approached her from behind and said softly, "Donger." Nan Guangdong turned around reflexively, confused. She became flustered and asked repeatedly, "Master, why are you here too?" He didn't answer, but instead asked, "No wonder I haven't seen you for days. So you've been looking everywhere to get this shield repaired?" Ye Yang examines the shield, then says, "Don't ask just anyone. We'll go back to the sect, and your master will fix it for you." Guantong is surprised, asking, "Master knows how to fix shields?" Lisan is shocked. Enraged, he shouts, "That's nonsense. The best smiths in the world, including Grandmaster Truongan Long, couldn't fix this shield." What an arrogant statement. Han's words attracted a curious crowd. "Grandmaster, what's wrong?" Not wanting to cause more trouble, Ye Yang pulled Guantong away. "Let's go." Guantong wanted to say something, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Don't worry, my master's artisan-level skills will definitely fix it perfectly." His words enraged Lisan, and Han angrily shouted, "No one but Grandmaster Silver Dragon could fix it. If you really can, I'll give you my shop and 1,000 gold coins." Hearing that, he stopped in his tracks. A volcano of money erupted in his mind. In a flash, Ye Yang appeared before Lisan, shocking Han, who paled. "Are you serious?" Li Tam gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Of course it's true." And Han replied, "Even the great Silver Dragon Master failed. Your disciple is here bothering the master." Ye Yang, face dark, walked straight into the smithy. "Enough talk. 1,000 gold coins, deal. Boy, bring it over." Their dealings drew a crowd of curious onlookers as birds flew peacefully across the clear sky, amidst the constant clang of metal. Inside the forge, Lisan warned, "Easy to take the money up front, but if you can't fix it..." Han scoffed, telling everyone, "He's a swindler who deserves a beating before we hand him over to the authorities." The onlookers began to murmur, "This guy's crazy. If Han can fix it, I'll quit being a blacksmith." Even Guantong anxiously advised, "Master, should we go?" Lisan stroked his beard, confidently declaring, 3 days. If you can't do it, then you must." Before Han could finish, Ye Yang interrupted, "No need. I only need the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks." The blacksmiths couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy really is an idiot. He thought to himself, smiling, "Let them laugh first," but on the surface, he calmly replied, "The shield needs fixing anyway, and I can use your materials here, right?" Lisan crossed his arms and declared, "Materials are no problem. Just don't waste them. We won't allow any excuses for failure." Without further ado, Ye Yang picked up a shovel and began the repairs, saying, "Excellent. Give me 20 caddies of gray roasted volcanic rock." Lisan stroked his beard, secretly pleased, thinking that this amateur fool had chosen the lowest grade material, unaware that even Grandmaster Silver Dragon had failed using Frost Star steel. Ye Yang examined the shield, thinking, "So it was tampered with during inspection. The technique is crude. Was it gold-silver flour?" Lisan immediately retorted angrily, "You can't insult Grandmaster Silver Dragon." He raised his eyebrows and sternly asked him, "First, who in your shop is qualified to use such high-grade material as frozen flood dragon crystal? Second, only he knows the Zhuanyang Zhujian technique in the Azure Four Seas." Lisan angrily stammered, "You're talking nonsense." Suddenly, Yinlong appeared beside him, coldly reminding him, "I told you, there's no need to hide that I modified it. I'm not a god. Failing to repair this shield isn't something to be ashamed of." As he arrived, the craftsman bowed respectfully, chanting, "Master Silver Dragon. Master Silver Dragon is here. Master." Silver Dragon explained, "Any craftsman with a keen eye can tell that the old talisman has been altered. But Lao Fu has been forging for 50 years, repairing countless divine weapons. How could he fail, only for an amateur like you to defy fate?" 3 incense sticks were quickly placed on the table, smoke rising, next to the gray Hak Hoa sun. Yinlong often reminded him that only 3 incense sticks should be lit when forging, and he silently watched Ye Yang's awkwardness as he used the spade to put the gray volcanic ash into the furnace. Silently observing, Yinlong thought that Ye Yang's stance was completely wrong. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted, causing Ye Yang to cough violently, prompting Guantong to rush over and pat his back, asking worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Coughing, he replies that his throat is burning, while the craftsmen outside lament that such a treasure is being smoked. The shield is then placed in the furnace, and in an instant it's engulfed in flames. Silver Dragon couldn't help but speak up. "Young man, I must remind you, half an incense stick has passed. To fix it, you'd need at least 1,000 strikes, and you haven't even made one yet." He walked to the old weapon rack and casually picked up a hammer. "Thanks for the reminder. Fixing it doesn't need thousands of strikes. One is enough." Lisan cringed, closing his eyes. "Master, this guy..." But Silver Dragon cut him off. One strike was all it took. Even the top master craftsman of the Four Seas Nation couldn't do that. This con man is way too deep in character. We'll turn him over to the authorities later. Ye Yang picked up the hammer and slowly walked towards the anvil, coldly calling out, "Old man, watch carefully." He raised the hammer high, using the strength of an ultimate craftsman, and struck the anvil with 100 refined blow. Yinlong closed his eyes and sighed in regret, but when he opened them, he was shocked. He stammered, This is... But before he could finish, Li Tam interrupted. "I'll take him to the authorities immediately," Guantong exclaimed in astonishment. "Iya, her shield is gleaming after just one strike, the surface flawless and without a trace." The blacksmiths, including a pale-faced and wide-eyed Lisan, were stunned. "Oh my God, it's been restored. He fixed it in the blink of an eye. There really is a superhuman with a single hammer blow." Yeziang splashed water on the still-hot shield and announced, "Done." Guantong moved, clasped his hands. "Father, your shield is restored." He turned to Yinlong and coldly asked, "That gold and silver flower thing, do you want to check it out?" His face darkened and he stood there silently, his whole body trembling. Lisan fearfully reminded him, "Sir, wouldn't you like to inspect it?" Yinlong slowly replied, No need. I've been forging iron for 50 years. I can see it's been thoroughly repaired." In his heart, he secretly roared, "So a true forging god really exists, and he's right next to me." Ye Yang smiled faintly and said, "Please enlighten me." Silver Dragon knew in his heart, "I have no words." Ye Yang stood leisurely with his hands behind his back as Guantong picked up the stretcher, unable to contain her amazement. It wasn't just fixed, it was like new, just like when her father gave it to her. He avoided her gaze, muttering, "This skill is too OP, I don't want it." Guantong lowered her head to the stretcher, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Master is so good. I will definitely repay him with all my strength in the future." He placed a warm hand on her head and asked gently, "What's wrong, Donger?" She thought to herself, "My master's hands are so warm. He must be a kind and selfless person." Suddenly, he turned around, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and pay me." The two silversmiths and Lisan were startled, quickly agreeing. "Right, Lisan, get the money," he exclaimed. Oh. Soon after, Lisan produced a bag of money, kneeling and respectfully offering it with both hands. I was disrespectful. Please don't blame me, God. Here are 1,000 gold coins, please accept them." Ye Yang accepted the money, saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, Yinlong blocked his path, his face serious but unable to hide the excitement in his voice. "To see true forging skills in my lifetime, I have no regrets." Ye Yang muttered in confusion. "Ultimate skill is god-level what?" Without warning, the old man clasped his hands and knelt down, declaring loudly, "I beg the crafting god to allow this old man to join your sect as a servant." The onlookers were shocked, exclaiming, "Master!" His face, a mix of seriousness and worry about rejection, he added, "I know I'm not worthy to be your disciple, but please let me be a servant by your side. If I could occasionally receive a few pointers on the art of forging, my life would be complete." He found it difficult to refuse, saying, "No need, my sect is too small for a servant." The Silver Dragon was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. But he quickly regained his composure, standing up and saying, "I suppose I didn't catch the eye of the divine smith." He then wondered, perhaps the old man has a granddaughter. I wonder if the divine smith would be interested in her as a servant. Ye Yang could only offer a helpless, forced smile. He wondered to himself, what is a divine smith? Best to leave this place quickly, to avoid being pestered by these blacksmiths. He coldly ordered, "Donger, let's return to the sect." Guantong smiled brightly and politely replied, "Yes." As Ye Yang and Guantong left, the smiths shouted after him, "Farewell, divine smith," drawing curious stares from passers-by. Startled, he glanced back. Cut to the Wuji sect, where Ouyang Lei stood alone before Lang Ruoshui's closed-door training chamber. She clasped her hands in prayer, hoping her seclusion would be a success, that her sisters needed her, and an image of Ruoxu's gentle smile appeared in her mind. A gust of wind swept fallen leaves across the hills. In the main hall of the Limitless sect, all the disciples gather as a raspy voice booms, "We've failed to show up for the sect competition 3 times in a row. Now forget world rankings. We're dead last even in 4C's city, and it's all the sect leader's fault." The little bird perched and spoke. "We're dead last, even in 4C's city. The rest is up to the sect leader. Where is he?" The bird's face flashed with surprise. The sect leader's chair sits empty. Enraged, the little bird goes to find him, discovering Ye Yang happily playing with a puppy. "Na-na-na, eat this, woof." The little bird, merciless, kicked Di Yang, telling him to get back to work. He never acts like a sect leader, and the disciples are used to it, silently hiding their helplessness. After being lectured by the little bird, Ye Yang finally sits seriously on the sect leader's chair, feigning dignity, as he announces that since the sect has been absent from the Grand Sect Tournament for 3 years, they'll casually play around with the competition this time. Looking at his disciples, Ye Yang announced that there was still a lot of prize money, and then named the 6 disciples who would be chosen, or rather the 5, since Chu Di Ling Ruoshui was already a given. The disciples below waited with bated breath, and the first name was called Nam Quan Dong, who was shocked and surprised. Ling Ni tilted her head, confused. The strong man was captured? Zushu, though prepared, couldn't help but gasp when her name was called. She bowed her head, determined, "I may not have mastered magic yet, but I'll try my best." As for Renyu, she absent-mindedly played with her hair, showing no surprise at all. Ye Yang closed his eyes and continued. "Now, for the final announcement. Only 4 remain with a chance." Everyone looked tense and expectant. Unsurprisingly, the last name Ye Yang called was Lu Qing. The white-haired female disciple turned to the side disciple with a doubtful look, saying, "Senior sister Lu Qing was the last to join us, yet she's also the last to enter the circle. She's so lucky." Lu Qing respectfully clasped her hands and said, "Disciple Lu Qing will certainly live up to Master's expectations." Ye Yang lowered his head, muttering that he felt like he'd met Loc Than somewhere before. Before he could finish, Loc Than interrupted, saying that she had actually met him once before joining the Limitless sect. "It's normal that Master doesn't recognize me." Suddenly, Yan Yu cries out in surprise, and Ye Yang slams the table, exclaiming, "Oh, I finally remember. You're from 3 months ago." Lu Qing nods expressionlessly. "Yes, it's me." 3 months prior, in a rugged, rocky land, black crows filled the sky. On a nearby rock, a white-haired man stood and watched the scene, sighing, "So many bodies." With his hands clasped behind his back, Bei Fan stood ethereally in the wind. The human and demon armies often wage war on the Western Front. Countless deaths and injuries result in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. "This place is extremely dangerous. If I hadn't found you, you would have been eaten before you woke up." Ye Yang coldly replied, raising his brow, "Thank you for your help, but I have no interest in being some kind of sect leader." Before he could finish, the old man pretended not to hear and asked, "What did you say?" "I can't hear you. I'm getting old." "The only downside is this." Ye Yang frowned, annoyed. "Damn old tiger. If I owe you a life, I'll find a way to repay it. Don't overthink it. Just rest assured and revive the Limitless sect." Suddenly, lightning flashed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Look at the sky. It's about to rain again." Thunder rumbles, scattering crows and casting an eerie pall over the land. Rain quickly begins to fall. So I haven't breathed my last yet? At least I was dumped in a place like this. This is the dwelling of a soldier, her pale face and lifeless eyes staring up at the sky, letting the rain soak her face. Lu Qing closed her eyes, thinking, "It's good. At least I'll have the sound of rain when I die, so it won't be so lonely." She recalled the words of those who had abandoned her. "Number 7, there's no choice. You're too badly injured. We can only leave you here. Even if we could save you, you'd be useless. A soldier who can't fight has no value." Having no parents or family, she felt no regrets as her life came to an end. The men who abandoned her placed their hands on their chests, exclaiming, "Impotence! Take it as an honor." Exhausted, Luo Qing thought. Nameless and orphaned by a demon attack, she was now alone, left to die on the battlefield, the life of a soldier. She closed her eyes, ready to give up, when a strange voice echoed out. Following the trail, he arrives at a place littered with corpses. After searching for a while, he sighs and sits down next to Luo Qing. Yeah, here she is. She breathed weakly, opening her eyes at the sound. Ye Yang smiled gently and asked, "Are you all right?" Ignoring her pleas to leave her behind, Ye Yang carries her away, his face dark and serious. "You're mine now, since I found you. Whether you're useful or not is for me to decide." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes the ground, and two demons appear before them, blocking their path. They grin savagely. "Well, isn't this fortunate? 2 survivors. Shall we kill them or take them as slaves?" The lead demon spoke barbarically. "Let's just eat them, but that pale face looks too weak." Seeing Ye Yang pause, a blank look on his face, Lu Qing weakly said to him, "I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this." He chuckled, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Don't talk, just leave this to me." The demons found his words hilarious, and they burst into scornful laughter. "Pale face doesn't even know what's going on. What you face isn't just the 2 of us. Countless massive demons rise from the ground. What you've stumbled upon is a secret unit responsible for hunting humans, ha ha ha." Ye Yang chuckled, asking if there was a difference between 1 demon and 1,000. The lead demon grinned savagely, saying humans were stubborn even on the verge of death. Yang lowered his head, raised one hand towards the demons, and golden rays of power immediately emanated from his palm. A large, armored demon scoffed, "Surrendering already? Humans are so useless when it counts." Unexpectedly, a burst of power erupted from Ye Yang's hand, splitting into 3 directions. Dozens of fireballs shot skyward simultaneously. The demon paused, a look of surprise and caution washing over his face as he warned the others, "Something's not right with him. Don't let him attack. Take him out now." "Kill him!" The demons charged ferociously toward him, but he raised his hand and shouted, "Lightning!" A dark cloud gathers above Ye Yang as the demons stare in dumbfounded awe at the blinding light about to strike them. A thunderous bolt of lightning strikes the ground, its power shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the ground to explode in succession. And the demons are caught in its inescapable path. In an instant, the demons were blasted to pieces by lightning, black smoke billowing as the wind swept it away. In the blink of an eye, everything was desolate, leaving only Ye Yang with the azure dragon on his back. He exhaled a breath. Ye Yang scoffed. "How boring. A bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand basic lightning magic." Even as she gasped for breath, she was shocked by his words. Then suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face. On a high cliff not far away, another demon who knew how to shield himself with his wings watched on, enraged that a human dared to use lightning magic to ambush them. Spreading its wings, it roared, unafraid of lightning after consuming so much from the human armies. It threatened to tear them apart limb by limb. Ye Yang coldly sneered, wondering if he should let Xiaoyi handle this fool, as Lu Qing watched in stunned silence. The demon roared in fury, his body swelling to immense size in an instant as he bellowed, "Come!" Lu Qing was pale with fright, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ye Yang created a circle of light and said seriously, "Let Xiao San wake him up." Suddenly a light flashed in the sky and the demon reflexively looked up, only to be struck by a massive beam of light. Crimson claws crashed down on the demon as a red dragon roared, shattering the stone beneath its feet. A series of sharp cracks echoed as the shattered rock succumbed to the immense force and rained down. In the blink of an eye, the dragon had crushed the massive rock. Stone fragments rained down, skimming past Xiao San's enormous wings. Not stopping there, it continues to spew flames, incinerating everything around it, turning it to ash and mangled flesh. Despite her grave injuries, Qing couldn't help but sob. The sky-devouring beast. It's gone. Ye Yang, annoyed, complained that his pet was too big and troublesome to summon casually. "Let's go," he said, grabbing Lu Qing and quickly leaving. She exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, the rain seems to have stopped." Ye Yang gently tells her they need to find a place to heal her wounds. After searching around for temporary shelter, they finally stop under a tree, but she has lost all will to live, lamenting, "I'm useless. Even if you save me, I'll be a cripple. Don't waste your medicine." Ye Yang raised his index finger, creating a light screen, and confidently replied, "Skills like this don't cost money. Relax." Whoosh! Without waiting for her consent, he cast a mid-level priest skill, True Healing, sending 100 points of healing straight into her head. Soon, Lu Qing's entire body was enveloped in a green aura, and the two sat beneath the tree, healing. Suddenly, he retracted his hand, telling her to try moving. Lu Qing looked at her own hand in disbelief. The pain was gone, and so were the wounds. How could this be? She was sure that many of the tendons and bones in her body were broken. She immediately knelt down, grateful, saying, "Number 7 can never repay your life-saving grace. From now on, you are my master." Ye Yang smiled wryly and replied, "It's just a small skill, nothing much. Actually, repaying me is very simple." Without hesitation, Luo Qing shouted, "Master, just say the word. I'll go through hell and high water for you." He stood up and said resolutely to Luo Qing, "Get ready to inherit a sect for me." Though she didn't understand, she still replied with spirit, "Though I don't know how, but I will definitely fulfill whatever my master asks of me." Ye Yang sighs in annoyance. "Ugh, please don't call me master. Wait here, I'll be right back." Half an hour later, he finally returns. Ye Yang frowned, annoyed, asking, "The old fox won't let anyone else in, so what are your plans?" Lokthan exclaimed in surprise, "Master doesn't need me?" Her face saddened as she said, "I'll return to the Liyang army and await the master's call at any time." Hearing this, Ye Yang sincerely advised her, "You've already died for the army once. Change your way of life and go to the mortal world." Lu Qing replied dejectedly, "I've never left the army." He encouraged her, saying, "It's okay, the path is ahead, just keep moving forward. In this package is some dried food I took from the old fox and 20 gold coins. Take it." Lokthan accepted the bag and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." He turned away and before leaving reminded her, "Live well." With that, he shot off like an arrow. Lokthan silently watched Diep Duong's figure disappear in the blink of an eye, remembering his words, "The path is beneath my feet." Her eyes filled with determination as she told herself, "My name is Lokthan." Back in reality, Ye Yang turned away, silently listening as Lokthan recounted everything. After that, I wandered, meeting senior sister Ling and the others. The infinite sect fell silent, save for Lu Qing's voice. Senior sister said she was also a wanderer and asked me to join her, which is how I met Master again. Ye Yang coughed, reminding her, "Call me Master." He mused, "What a coincidence." She coldly replied, "Master, it's fate." Not wanting to delve deeper into the matter, he immediately changed the subject. Let's get down to business. Now that everyone's here, the first thing I want to announce is that 2 of you 5 will be chosen to leave Sihai with me the day after tomorrow to cultivate. Everyone's face tensed with anticipation, except for Su Shu, who seemed uninterested. Xiang Yu looked up, a determined glint in her eyes, thinking that she would be the one to travel romantically with their master. But Qing was different. She secretly rejoiced, thinking that this was her chance to grow stronger by training with her master. Only Guantong naively wondered, training, now that demons are rampant everywhere? But Linger was the most different. Upon hearing Ye Yang's words, her face revealed a troubled expression, thinking, "This is going to be troublesome." The little bird curiously turned to ask Ye Yang, "What's the criteria for choosing disciples to go out and train?" He calmly replied with his eyes closed, "Second senior sister is making uniforms for you all, and the first 2 to finish win." The little bird chirped in confusion. "Uniforms?" Ye Yang nonchalantly explained. "For example, Sushu is a mage, so she'll wear a sexy mage robe, and Ling Ni is an onmyoji, so I'm preparing a cute onmyoji outfit for her." The little bird immediately flew into a rage and kicked him in the face. "This isn't a standard at all, it's clearly just your disgusting hobby." The great hall fell silent. The disciples used to this scene could only watch helplessly. After a while, in the demon prison, Bak Fi, bored, asked Tu Thu, "Is this your first time here, big sister?" "You look unfamiliar." Susu sighed. "Second senior sister had something to do, so I'm helping out. Mostly, it's that magic notebook. It's giving me a headache. Master had to leave and made me catch up on studying, so I'm hiding here for a bit of peace." Hearing this, Baifei stopped acting and cried out, "I have such a headache, can you help me?" Sushu shook her head seriously and replied, "No. Our eldest sister said you're very dangerous." Pretending not to hear, she cried out urgently, "I'm so uncomfortable, I can't breathe. Just pick any talisman and take it off me." But to her surprise, Sushu completely ignored her, plunging the room into silence. Seeing this, Baifei couldn't keep up the act, overwhelmed with anger. "Don't you have any sympathy? I'm really dying here. Just remove 1 talisman so I can breathe for a minute, that's all." Sushu blankly walked to a talisman, replying in a compromising tone, "All right, just 1 talisman, right? I'll only remove it for a minute so you can breathe." Her hand slowly reached for the charm, still cautiously repeating, "Just 1 minute." Baifei's eyes reflected the growing tension with each movement. Tosu struggles to remove the talisman, complaining, but her expression shifts as she smirks, realizing it's a demon-suppressing charm. Baifei coldly asks what she's holding, and Sushu is shocked to see the talisman in her hand. Her face pales, her eyes wide with disbelief. Baifei lowered her head, her eerie laughter echoing through the prison cell as she cackled madly. A blinding light engulfed the room, and the remaining talismans were blasted away. Too late, Sushu could only watch in horror as Baifei rapidly transformed, her laughter and screams echoing with 100 voices, causing blood to flow like rivers. Before she could finish, the talisman was back in place. With a flash, the arrogant Baifei was forced back into her tiny form. Her face froze in disbelief, feeling as though a flock of crows were flying overhead, until she saw who reapplied the talisman. It was none other than Ye Yang. With an emotionless face, he tells her to continue her performance. Baifei falls to the ground, stammering, How is this possible? Once the confinement charm is removed, the entire formation should be useless. There's no way it can be reapplied and still work. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Yang calmly explained, simply put, when the Nine Heavens locking demon talisman is removed, the formation link connecting the talisman characters will indeed disappear. But if you instantly inject 10 times the link energy into the talisman, use the new link energy to connect all the spells and rebuild the link formation 9 times, it's done. Baifei's face paled as she choked back tears of frustration, yelling, That's too much. I've never heard of a great talisman master being so shameless and wicked. He casually reminded her, Stop changing the subject. If you try to escape and get caught, you have to be punished. Behind him, Sushu muttered to herself, Master is so strong now. She realized with surprise that, besides making her study, her master was, actually, quite nice. Suddenly, Ye Yang ordered her, Sushu, step back for a moment. I have something to say to Little Fox. Also, tomorrow I'm testing you on the first 10 chapters of Western magic numbers. You must recite them from memory. After Sushu leaves, a tense standoff ensues between Ye Yang and Baifei. He speaks first, seriously, I want you to... But Baifei quickly interrupts, Okay, I'll offer myself as repayment. Please forgive me. Ye Yang angrily shouts, Enough nonsense, I'm warning you. This is the last time. Hey, Baifei replies coquettishly, Are you being too strict? I know I was wrong. He reaches for a cake, his tone becoming calm. To atone for your sins, as the 9-tailed demon queen reveals some secrets of this world to me. He calmly took a bite of the cake, and Bakfi angrily asked what he wanted to know. Diep Duong curiously asked why people said this world used to be the most dangerous place. With a bat of her eyes, Baifei easily answered, Because it was once humanity's last line of defense. This world originally belonged to humans 30,000 years ago. As if recalling the past, she began to recount, demons suddenly appeared in this world on a massive scale, and the world gradually fell into darkness. Seeing their impending doom, humanity, under the call of several peerless powerhouses, launched a joint counterattack, forcing the most powerful demons to the central region where they first appeared. The human nations joined forces to build a massive wall, linking them together to form a great demon-sealing formation, forever trapping the most powerful demons within, but the cost was steep, with 90% of the demon-sealing army perishing. Hearing this, Ye Yang understood that as long as the wall stood, the great demons within could never enter the human world. Baifei nodded, agreeing that while the wall was built, it only trapped the great demons inside, while the scattered demons outside continued to multiply wildly. The demons grew in number, gradually encroaching on the human world, which had already suffered great losses. Ye Yang asked curiously, I have a question. The demons outside the wall probably want to destroy it and release the ancient demons inside, right? Why haven't they done it? With a serious expression, Baifei replied, First, the demon-sealing army is a formidable guard. Second, the wall contains a great killing formation that restrains demons so they dare not offend it. Suddenly, her tone turned grave. Third, a breach has appeared in the wall. With a serious expression, she explained that the wall and the demon-sealing army were actually one entity, working together to unleash terrifying power. Ye Yang rubbed his chin regretfully, saying he really wanted to see it someday, but unfortunately he had to go to Yan City this time, which was too far from the central world. Suddenly he asked, Is there any other valuable information? Baifei blushed and, in an inviting tone, said, If you want more information, come and conquer me. You can unlock so much more knowledge. Hearing this, Ye Yang immediately stood up, ready to leave, telling her to behave while he's gone. Suddenly, his face darkened as he warned her, Remember, there won't be a next time. Annoyed, Baifei huffed and puffed out her cheeks, then ominously said, Ye Yang, this is actually the last time we'll meet. That night at the Limitless Sect, a light bulb with 2 wicks wandered off somewhere. It was none other than the large Sushu, sleepwalking and swaying. Her eyes are closed, and she occasionally dreams of something delicious, opening her mouth for a big bite. But suddenly, a light with 2 bright eyes appears in front of Baifei's prison cell. With a snap of her fingers, Sushu jolted awake, her hand already tearing off the talisman. Baifei's white hair flowed out like tentacles, and with a wicked grin, she transformed into her adult form with a resounding boom. Baifei laughs maniacally, thrilled that she can finally escape, while Bai Mei smirks, reminding her to go back to sleep before leaving. Still half asleep, Sushu held the talisman and replied, "Oh." Baifei used her spiritual power to blast a rock in the middle of the room, then laughed excitedly. "Make a stand-in first." In an instant, another small Baifei was created. She raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Unintentional non-thought. Taking advantage of his trip down the mountain to cultivate tomorrow, he won't be checking the prison. By the time he returns, I'll be thousands of miles away, having escaped this prison. Baifei happily waved her large tail and leisurely left. She walked to the front of a prison cell. The person inside asked suspiciously, "Huh? Who is it?" She politely replied, "Grandma, it's me." The grandma in the prison gasped in surprise. "You're leaving already?" Baifei nodded. "Yes, my wish is unfulfilled. I must go." The old woman's face darkened as she asked, "When will revenge be enough? Your opponent is too strong." Baifei was resolute, stating firmly, "I will have my revenge, even if it costs me this lifetime." The old woman sighed helplessly. "You're as stubborn as they come." She changed the subject, asking, "Grandma, would you like me to help you get out?" Her slender fingers gently caressed the strings of her instrument as she flatly refused. "No need. I have a date with the old sect leader. I have a year left, and then I will leave on my own." Hearing this, she turned to leave, saying, "I'll be going now. Thank you for always taking care of me and teaching me." Longpo smiled gently. "That great battle almost shattered your spirit. I remember you're still afraid of thunder. Are you truly ready to face your enemies?" Beifei's face darkened, and she stammered, I'm ready to face anything." Before she could finish, Longpo waved her hand and called out, "Catch!" Baifei easily caught the object. Opening her hand, she saw it was a jade pendant, and Long explained, "This is the primal chaos pearl the old sect leader gave me. With it, you can enter and leave the Limitless Sect without being affected by the defense formation." Baifei lowered her eyes, grateful, and replied, "Thank you, Granny." Before Baifei could be moved, she was petrified by the next sentence. "If you've made up your mind, then let me play a farewell tune that the previous sect leader taught me. For you, may you reach the pure land of ultimate bliss." Baifei was stunned and quickly refused. This isn't necessary." Ignoring her, Granny Long raised her soft hand, and in an instant, the calm old woman became a raving maniac, cackling wildly. The sleeping demons were startled awake by her jarring music. Not again. The music was immediately met with countless complaints from fellow prisoners. "Dragon Granny, please stop. I'll kill myself if you play another note. People play music for money, but she plays to kill. She's a demon." Baifei stands there, sweating bullets. As if that weren't enough, she cruelly shouts, "Die, you wretches!" Baifei is instantly terrified, his face turning pale. She didn't dare linger, scurrying away while shouting, "Take care, Granny." Granny Long sighed. This child must not be able to bear parting, running away so quickly. But today, my mood has come. Play a few more tunes. The demon beasts sound like they've been struck by lightning. Their faces are pale and sweat pours down like rain. And so the prison was filled with a noisy night, and no demon beast could sleep. The gate to the Limitless Sect was tattered, patched up in so many places it was an eyesore, when a dark figure gracefully landed before it. Baifei turned back for one last lingering look at the Limitless Sect, thinking, "Goodbye, Ye Yang. And thank you, Xuan, for those stormy nights." She recalls their first meeting on a stormy night. Bakfei trembling, shaking, and terrified. It was then that he came to her, concerned, asking if she was afraid of thunderstorms, as the old sect leader had said. He looked at her with suspicion, thinking her reaction was a bit exaggerated, when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck right where they were. Baifei screamed, shrinking into a ball of fear, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Ye Yang reaches into the prison cell, saying, "Here, take my hand. With me here, I guarantee no one, demon or monster, can hurt you." Despite her fear, Baifei stubbornly refuses. "I don't want to." Another lightning bolt then strikes the ground. She cried out in fear, unaware that she had unconsciously grabbed Ye Yang's hand, who chuckled softly, reassuring her that there was nothing to fear. He then squeezed Bai Fei's small hand even tighter, causing her to blush and quietly moan, deeply moved as she recalled their time together, grateful for the years they shared, the gentlest of times, and the rain that brought her the most peace. From outside the window, Bai Fei watches him sleep soundly, knowing they may never meet again. She quietly slips into his room, thinking she'll take advantage of him while he's out cold. As she bids him farewell, Bai Fei quietly sits beside him. Even in his drunken sleep, Ye Yang remembers her, mumbling, "Little fox, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Tearfully, she says, "Ye Yang, I must go. Thank you, you pure-hearted fool, for wanting to protect me." "Thank you." She gently leans down and places a warm kiss on his cheek. In the stillness of the night, the wind carries leaves swirling through the hills, and the bright moon casts a silvery glow upon all things. Bai Fei silently gazed at the limitless sect for a long time before decisively leaving, glancing back one last time to say goodbye. Cut to a day after their training excursion in Forsy's City, where Guantong's alluring outfit turns every head. The last one is dressed as a cute and adorable maid, drawing everyone's attention to the three of them. Guantong, curious, watches passers-by and asks Ye Yang if many people are staring at them. Ye Yang tersely replies that it's probably because they look beautiful. Ignoring the stares of passers-by, Qing was delighted. "I love this maid outfit. It represents my desire to serve my master." Ye Yang coughed dryly, reminding her, "Call me master." She obediently nodded. "Yes, master." Remembering something, Guantong shyly asks if they have enough money to get to Flame City, since his master's blacksmithing money went to the sect. With an emotionless face, Ye Yang replies that he forgot about that, and a silence falls between them. Suddenly, Guantong had an idea. She could busk for money, but Ye Yang smiled, confidently reassuring her that someone would bring them money at the station. Surprised, Guantong exclaims that such good fortune exists, then reminds him that his secret benefactor is up ahead. After a while, the three finally arrived at the relay station when suddenly a young man in the distance waved and called out, "A sect leader, yeah!" The trio and Ye Yang stopped at the sound of the call. Feng Hao and Ye Yang, in perfect sync, high-fived and cheered. "Hu Ying!" Feng Hao handed him a bag of money, saying seriously, "Brother Ye, this is my farewell gift." Ye Yang took the bag, feigning politeness. "Your seeing me off is enough. No need for money." Feng Hao waved his hand, explaining loudly, "Hu Ying is taking his disciples far away to cultivate. They'll need the money." Guantong naively wonders why their master looks so surprised, since he said someone would give them money. Lu Qing kindly reminds her that she doesn't need to understand the fake world of young people. After some back and forth, Feng Hao finally waves goodbye, telling them to be careful out there. When Huyin returns, the Yandang records should be out. Then we can chat about books and drink. Yang smiled and waved goodbye. "Take care, Huyin." Luoting emotionlessly states that this man is the Vice City Lord's son, but has been working hard to earn money lately, while Guantong wonders if he's been deceived by their master, as he seems so naive and easily fooled. Ye Yang scratched his head, chuckling. "I didn't deceive him. We're here. Let's go." Guantong, still curious, asked, "Master, why is he so desperately supporting you?" Ye Yang scoffed, thinking to himself that this was a man's story, and he wouldn't tell them. Flashback to 3 months prior, a flock of birds suddenly gathered and flew in circles. He slumped down by the roadside, quietly watching the bustling crowds pass by. He sighed in frustration. "I really want to go back to Earth." Suddenly a man approached him, asking with concern, "Brother, I've seen you sitting here sighing for days. Is there anything I can do to help?" Ye Yang, completely drunk, looked up with a dazed expression and replied, "You can't help. I have no family anywhere. You'd sigh too." Feng Hao pointed at himself, confidently declaring that since he had no family, he must have wandered here alone, and offered to be his first friend in Forsy's City. Ye Yang, expressionless, coldly replied, "Get out." 3 days later, a loud shout echoed in the street. "I told you, stop following us." An angry man grabbed Feng Hao by the collar, demanding, "Are you stupid?" His face still reeling, he retorted that he was no longer worthy to play with them. The fat man hiding behind him also sneered, saying that his father, the deputy city lord, had fallen from grace and could be exiled at any moment. Enraged, Feng Hao recalled his vow that friends would never abandon each other and the oath they swore over wine. But the long-haired man punched him, sending him sprawling, and cursed him as a fool. They revealed their true colors, admitting they never considered him a friend, only someone to exploit. Then, the sounds of blows echoed as they ganged up on him. Satisfied, they dusted themselves off and sneered, asking how old he was to still believe in friendship. They burst into laughter, unaware that a figure was slowly approaching them. Ye Yang suddenly appeared behind them, coldly asking, "What are you playing? Or should I join in?" The group was immediately startled, anxiously turning around. Seeing him arrive, Feng Hao couldn't help but gape in astonishment, while the bullies, enraged, yelled, "Get lost! Can't you see we're dealing with trash?" With a dark look, he assessed the situation. "So, you're fighting? You guys are so unprofessional." The bully leader frowned, unsure of what he was getting at. Ye Yang stepped in front of him and coldly said, "I'm here to teach you how to fight." He looked up, his face calm and emotionless. The bully leader, out of patience, throws a punch at Ye Yang, yelling, "Go die!" But Ye Yang simply sidesteps, causing him to punch nothing but air. The bully boss was momentarily stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, something flashed by like lightning, accompanied by a voice. "Be quick when you strike." His eyes narrowed dangerously as he added, "So you wouldn't run." Without warning, Ye Yang hurled the bully into the wall, causing it to crumble. It was then that he roared, before gently pushing forward. The leader's face turned ashen, his eyes wide as if they would pop out, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. The remaining bullies were shocked as the leader's body slammed against the wall, sending debris raining down. Feng Hao was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as Ye Yang walked slowly towards him, hands clasped behind his back. "You told me last time." The remaining bullies grit their teeth, deciding to risk it all. They leaped at Ye Yang, who calmly asked about being friends. Feng Hao cried out in alarm, "Careful!" But even as the two bullies were about to reach him, Ye Yang remained unfazed, continuing, "I accept. From now on, you are—" Feng Hao was stunned, an unbelievable sight unfolding before him. His first friend, Ye Yang's face became terrifying as he appeared behind the bullies, his hands gripping their heads. With overwhelming force, he slams the fat one's head down while simultaneously burying the skinny one's face into the ground. And in a flash, both bullies are dealt with. They were beaten so badly they were embedded in the ground, silent and unmoving. The fat one had lost several front teeth, his eyes rolling back in his head. The skinny one was forced to kiss the ground. Ye Yang approached Feng Hao. "That's taken care of. They'll be out of commission for months." As if remembering something, he asked curiously, "By the way, brother, do you have any good novels to recommend?" "You know what I mean." He trembled, tears and snot streaming down his face, repeating Ye Yang's words with emotion. He, Feng Hao, finally had a true friend. Seeing him like this, Ye Yang asked, "Why are you crying?" The carriage speeds along a deserted road, the surroundings desolate as a middle-aged man guides the reins. The golden sky signals the end of a long day, but the carriage continues on, unceasing. A fire crackles to life with small, dry branches as the group rests in a small forest after traveling from afternoon until night. As dawn breaks, the carriage resumes its journey along the winding roads. Stepping down from the carriage, slender legs and dainty pink shoes appeared. One of them spoke first. "Master, this doesn't seem like Yan City." Nam Quan Dong's words left everyone speechless. They were dumped here because the beast carriage got a 40% discount. Outrageous. So that's why the three of them were abandoned midway. Ye Yang reassured his student, saying it probably wasn't far. Looking around, Quan Tong noticed it was getting dark. He pointed toward some houses in the distance. "Look, there's smoke ahead." She's a little confused. How can these few protect themselves from the rampaging monsters of the wastelands? Lu Qing replies immediately, "Simple." She explained that they relied on the Starstone-powered tower to provide a defensive formation, an idea he had. He then suggested they freeload, to which Guantong thought, "Typical master." Together they head towards the houses, smoke billowing from the roofs, the secret hiding place of the tavern owner, Wang family village. As soon as Ye Yang and his group arrived, they were greeted by the villagers, but he stared at them, confused by what was happening. The old man beamed. "You've finally arrived. The number of demons around the village has suddenly increased lately, but thankfully, you're here just in time." He frowned, asking, "What great master?" He replied, "Of course. The world-renowned demon slayer sword sect Master Bei sent you all. You've had a long journey. Have some food and drink first, and then we'll talk about eliminating the demons." He didn't dwell on the old man's words. He didn't know any demon-slaying grandmaster, but that wasn't a problem. He was full, so he'd get to work. One of the old man's subordinates whispered, "He looks weak. A mountain demon could take him down 3 times over." The old man considered. "He's not with the grandmaster." Nankyuan suddenly shouts that his master is super strong, a man who can duel with many monsters. Another chimes in, saying not to defend this pretty boy, who probably wouldn't even know how to run if he saw a monster. With a flushed face, Ye Yang thought, freeloading is hard. Heeding their advice, the village chief immediately turned on him. If he's worthless, then get out of the village. The most powerful man has spoken, and the villagers rush forward, eager to drive him away. Suddenly, a loud voice booms from behind. What do you think you're doing? Before the man gives an order. The village chief abandons me. Never before has a guest been chased into the wilderness before nightfall. They must stay. He roared, his face dark. Old village chief. You're confused. We can barely fend for ourselves, let alone care for these useless outsiders. The old man frowned and lectured. Though they may be in charge now, I am the eldest of this tribe, and my word on hospitality is law. Then, he announced, everyone leave. I'll handle this. The man had no choice but to comply, turning away with lingering resentment. What kind of fake compassion is this? Don't forget I'm the one protecting this village now. Don't anger me. Old man to Ye Yang and his students, please follow me. Following the village chief, he wondered, Old man, this village hasn't been repaired in ages, and it doesn't seem like many people live here. A student interrupted. Master, don't say that. The old man smiled kindly. You noticed, young man. He nodded, understanding the situation in the village. So that's how it is. The sun began to set, giving way to night, and the old man led the three back to his home, just in time for dinner. Entering the house, Ye Yang abandons all pretense of decorum at the sight of food, much to the dismay of his two female students. The old village chief, a gracious host, warmly welcomes his guests, offering a humble meal. I hope you three aren't too critical. The children are happy to serve. The moon is high, lighting up the sky. At the village chief's house, Ye Yang and his students feast to their heart's content, savoring the delicious meal. Afterwards, Lu Qing curiously picks up a red staff, examining it carefully. Meanwhile, Guantong and the old man's daughter washed dishes together, singing merrily as they worked. Nearby, Di Yang sat pensively in a tall tree, hearing a voice in his ear. He could attack Wangda village because there were no spirit realm experts here. He should disguise himself and act quickly to retrieve the clan's secret treasure. In the dead of night, an apprentice reports to Ye Yang under a tree, saying he's patrolled the village once over. Ye Yang coldly asks if he found anything, and Lu Qing replies that the village's guardian spirit stone is too petrified. At any moment, it could be breached, meaning monsters could invade at any time. The village chief's domain was shrouded in an eerie silence, yet her voice remained steady. If demons invade, as she says, then it's time to practice. The shooting stars in the sky signal Lu Qing's agreement. Time passed slowly, and a full moon rose. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the village, illuminating the dark settlement. The light was so intense that the spiritual seal couldn't extinguish it, and instead shattered into pieces. The turbaned man recoiled in fear, muttering to himself. The elder Junjun spoke. The protective talisman is shattered. The village is doomed. He shouts that staying in this village is a death sentence, and they must flee. The turbaned man asks if they should leave the sick and elderly to fend for themselves, and let those useless outsiders who can't take care of themselves die. And so they quickly gathered their belongings and food to leave this place, urged to hurry and leave things behind. Elsewhere in the village, the old village chief lamented that everyone was gone except for them, and urged everyone to take refuge in the ancestral shrine, hoping their ancestors would protect them. A little girl worriedly says that she's going to find her older siblings so they can escape too. An old villager suggests they've probably already fled, and the village chief agrees, saying it's good, they're young and don't need to wait here to die. Everyone to the ancestral hall. Next, he and the village elders went there together, noticing the main door wasn't locked properly. The old man frowned, puzzled, wondering why the door was open. He pushed the door open to find Ye Yang and his three disciples inside, and in disbelief asked if it was really them. After a pause, the old man asked what they were doing there, to which Nan Guantong hesitantly replied, Village chief, He continued his disciple's thought, saying that he intended to repair the spirit formation, but found it was completely broken. He asked if there was any blue starstone in the village, so he could make one. A nearby boy happily exclaimed that he could, and that the storehouse had blue starstone. Blue. He ruffled the boy's hair and said, Okay, I know. You guys stay here. Then he turned and headed west, saying, I'll be back. Meanwhile, a group of people fled the village and a turbaned man hesitated, spotting something. What was that? Ahead, a blue halo surrounds an unknown object, and it seems to be something precious. Ahead, there's something ahead, but not what they expected. a red-eyed monster leering at them, drool dripping, a savage grin on its face. The others panicked, stammering, "Monster!" But suddenly, one of them stepped forward, shielding the group and reassuring them. "Don't be afraid." He spoke as if victory was assured. "This is a mountain spirit, a fierce little monster that loves to tear people apart, but its attack power is limited." Just as he finished speaking, the creature attacked, and he kicked it back with all his might. Witnessing this, the crowd cheered him on, while the leader smiled, satisfied that his expensive bodyguard was cutting down these demons like chopping vegetables. The battle raged on as the demon flew in at breakneck speed, a contemptuous smile on its face. He scoffed, then kicked the demon with full force, a sickening crack echoing through the air. Suddenly, a sharp, blood-soaked blade emerged, and he collapsed. The turbaned man cheered wildly, but the fleeing crowd was left bewildered. His face twisted in displeasure as he clutched his trembling, wounded leg, while the monster writhed on the ground, reveling in its success. He struggled to stay standing, realizing he'd underestimated the small but vicious monster. No more chances. The leader shook his head, denying it. But no, they were out of chances. Now, the demon army has appeared, weapons in hand. The fleeing humans stand before them, the silence thick with dread. The demons stared at them with predatory eyes and contemptuous smiles, then launched their attack without delay. They could only stand there, unable to defend themselves. The demons grew fiercer, and the scene devolved into chaos and desperate screams. At the ancestral shrine where the village elders gathered, whispers spread. The rune master couldn't use raw ore as a ward. That youth must have lied and fled. The old village chief spoke. "He's a guest. Let's hope he can hold out tonight. Tomorrow, my old friend, Master Bay, will arrive." Suddenly, terrifying sounds erupted outside, sending shivers down everyone's spines. What was that horrible noise? That chilling laughter is the signature of the demons. They've successfully infiltrated Wangjia village, and now they're racing to attack the remaining villagers. Just as the monsters thought they could run rampant, a figure appeared to stop them. Lochthan arrived like a savior, telling them in a low voice, "You're too late." But the monsters showed no fear upon seeing her. Instead, they grew even more excited. The two monsters launched a flurry of attacks, but with her honed speed and strength, she easily evaded them. Suddenly, a golden shield and a clear voice emerged behind one of the monsters, successfully drawing its attention. The demon's scream reverberates, heavily impacting the demon in front, leaving them vulnerable to Quan Tong's attack from behind and unable to defend against Luo Qing's strike from the front. Seconds later, Luo Qing shouts, "Yes!" and swiftly dashes past the monsters, slicing them in two with a single strike of her spear. Having dealt with the annoying demons, she gently landed on the ground, and without looking at Nam Quandong, Lu Qing coldly praised their teamwork. The Nameless One marvels at Qing's master's aura, making them stronger, but she warns him not to celebrate too soon, before a giant version of the demons appears. Luo Xing cryptically states that things are about to get much more complicated than they thought, and without hesitation, the two charge forward. Darkness surrounds them, broken only by the screams of demons, and the ground is littered with their defeated corpses. A grotesque demon is impaled by Lochthan's spear, and she lands gracefully after the kill. She sighed, her strength waning, and turned her gaze. The more they fought, the more demons appeared, and Nam Guan worried, realizing the numbers were far greater than they'd imagined. She quickly assesses the situation, saying that the village is in danger with this many high-level demons, and they must return at once. But Luo Qing disagrees, saying they can't leave, and points to something ahead. A massive foot stomps down, followed by rows of sharp teeth dripping with saliva and heavy labored breathing. They were afraid. This demon was many times larger than any they had faced before, grinding its teeth and panting as if to announce its dominance. Suddenly, it clenched its fist and delivered a devastating blow, shattering the ground beneath Lochthan's feet. But she managed to leap away just in time. Realizing the situation is dire, she calls out to her friend as smoke fills the air after the monster's earth-shattering punch. Nam Quangdong manages to escape, using his shield and the art of duplication. Luo Qing tells Nan Guang to hold on a little longer, then announces that she'll use the Void Spear technique against the monster. And so, Lochthan was enveloped in brilliant light, charging straight toward the massive demon. But it easily dodged, forcing her to circle back, landing once more with her spear in hand. The situation looks grim as the demon's hand looms behind her, ready to strike. And it does, with all its might. Luckily, Nam Quangdong swiftly used his ring to save Lochthan's life. She thinks to herself, "We must hold on." Using her feet and spear as anchors, she manages to stop herself and Guangdong from being pushed back any further, and their efforts pay off as they finally come to a halt. Gasping, Nam Guangdong retorted that he was a fighting machine, hoping the village chief was safe. Meanwhile, the village chief muttered to himself, puzzled why the monsters hadn't arrived yet. The villagers behind him clasped their hands in prayer, hoping for deliverance. Then the village elder realized something. The monsters had arrived, not just one, but dozens surrounding the village. Someone screamed, "They're here!" The village elder's eyes turned red with fear, and the villagers began to cower. A monster opened its maw, saliva dripping, and threatened everyone with a hideous laugh as they spread out to control the battle. The village elder trembled as he gripped his axe, while the demon held a sharp blade, sneering at his opponent. Suddenly, the elder slammed the ancestral shrine's door shut, trapping everyone inside as he went out to face the demons alone. Then he roared, "Hide and don't move." Everyone worried for him, their village chief. At this point, he feared nothing, standing tall against the monsters. Suddenly, a purple light appeared with a piercing shriek. The old chief frowned, trying to see what it was. Another large monster had found its way here. "Old man, where is this village's treasure hidden?" The large demon relentlessly questioned the village chief. "Old man, tell me where it's hidden." But the chief stubbornly denied it. "What you seek isn't here. I'm not afraid of you. Come and get me." Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, the demon ordered, "Tear him apart!" The lesser demon swarmed without hesitation, as one raised its weapon to strike the elder. But the old man was ready, mustering his strength to defend himself. "Don't underestimate me." He then punches it hard in the right cheek, sending it flying, his two fists pummeling it relentlessly. The large demon scoffs, saying humans love to struggle in vain. The village chief huffed, "As long as I have my axe, I'll protect this village, protect the human world." The demon scoffed, "With that axe?" A suspicious water stain appeared on the ground, and the elder paled as he watched it grow larger. Turns out, a monster ambushed him from below, leaving him no time to react. He could only parry with his small axe, but two more monsters joined the fray. The hulking demon sneered, saying the hammer couldn't even scratch its skin. Human weapons were so weak, before wondering where the village elder had gone, leaving only three smaller, vicious demons. The demon was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, before turning towards a strange noise. A low voice echoes, "Sorry, I'm late. The spirit stones are ready. We can trade up now." Ye Yang continues, "Now." The village chief, rescued in the nick of time, is still in disbelief, able only to utter his name. And so, he reached forward, using the simplest technique to control the old man's axe. Now the axe is firmly in Ye Yang's grasp, and he finishes his earlier statement, letting them taste the true, destructive power of this axe. The hulking shrine demon was still running his mouth, talking about destruction, lucky sneak attacks on the weak, and his broken axe. But he barely got the words out before Ye Yang was in front of him, raising the axe high. His eyes widened in disbelief as the axe unleashed its full power, shimmering with golden light. Ye Yang's strike split the demon shrine in two, silencing its voice forever, to no avail. The demon temple lost focus and seemed to collapse, startling the other demons while the village chief stared in disbelief. Like a god protecting humanity from evil, Ye Yang stood ready. Let all demons come. Humanity's weapons were hungry. The air crackled with the promise of a brutal battle. The monsters, undeterred by the fate of their larger brethren, surge forward, and he begins to move like the wind. Wherever he goes, demons fall, their bodies sliced in two. The village elder prostrates himself, even giving thanks to their ancestors, certain this salvation comes from the heavens. The boy in the ancestral shrine peered through the doorway, marveling at how many monsters one axe could slay. But a villager doubted he could keep it up, as the monsters were endless, and he was just one man. The girl in pink cheered him on. "Go, uncle!" With each swing of his axe, Ye Yang struck true. Meanwhile, elsewhere, black smoke billows around Luqing and Guantong. Guantong hides behind a golden screen to avoid the dust, while Luqing stands firm with his spear. The massive demon reached out to crush the struggling girls, but then he heard the cries of the lesser demons behind him. He stopped what he was doing and turned around, confused at first, but quickly understanding and turning back. He focuses his power into his fist to strike Ye Yang's disciples, sending them on their way. From Nan Guangdong's perspective, Luqing still stands tall. She muttered fearful curses under her breath as the demon unleashed a devastating punch, sending earth and stone flying with a blinding light. Dust and stone mix together, creating a chaotic scene as he remains frozen in place. A forced smile appears on his face as he sees what he didn't want to see. Guantong peers over to assess the situation. Ye Yang arrives just in time to save his two disciples, using 2 fingers to block the massive fist. It's a miraculous sight as he stands as their savior, shielding them from the demon. He now holds a round pill, flicking it towards the creature's hand. This caused his hand to erupt in flames, and within minutes the pill had consumed his arm and then his entire body. The demon roared in agony, and Ye Yang seized the moment to strike the final blow. He used the old village chief's small axe to cleave the creature's massive body in 2. The demon's left arm shattered into pieces, and part of its left side was severed. The demon collapses, shaking the earth. Nanguan shouts, "Master!" and Luqing and the girl rush over, praising, "You're so strong!" She sadly tells him, "Master, we're too weak to be of any use." He gently comforts his disciples. "You've grown so fast already. Fight a few more times and you'll become stronger." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupts ahead, revealing another massive demon, unarmored. Finally, a worthy prey to excite me. Nam Guan is worried. The legendary Celestial Vein Possessor's armor is impenetrable by any human weapon. Luqing pleads, "I want to fight. Please, Master, restore me." Ye Yang asked, skeptical, "You want a forced recovery?" But she was adamant. "Please, Master, grant my wish. I want to fight this powerful enemy." As she spoke, he used his magic to grant her wish, instantly healing all of Luqing's wounds and significantly increasing her power. She gripped her spear, signaling her powerful return. Eager and with eyes gleaming, she flew forward to meet her enemy, her speed now greatly increased. Lock Than relentlessly attacks the Heavenly Vein Master, but to no avail, as every blow is easily deflected. Witnessing this, Kwandong remains indifferent, unfazed by the display. He draws his right arm back, preparing to strike, while Luqing, airborne, struggles against the relentless sonic assault. She widened her eyes to assess the situation, but unfortunately he had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the Celestial Vein user appeared right behind her, shouting to grab her attention. His eyes turned blood red, a wide grin revealing sharp teeth, and he struck a blow that left Qing with no chance to retaliate. She cried out in agony. Dip Duong quickly flies to avenge her disciple, as Nan Guandong can only call out her name. Luqing landed heavily, her body riddled with wounds, as the Celestial Weaver activated her magic, forming a brilliant blue circle. He roars like a madman, bidding farewell as he rushes towards Lock Than with incredible speed. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed for her friend to run. But she couldn't bring herself to escape, glancing back to see the situation behind her. The Celestial Vein user was inches away from her when, luckily, Diep Duong arrived just in time, throwing himself into the fray. He gently unleashed a powerful strike, so strong that it emitted a beautiful light. The Celestial Vein user was now half normal, half enveloped in that golden light. Perhaps his end will be the same as those 2 giant demons. His body, made of sin, explodes in a bright blaze across the sky, and all Qinglu could do was cry out weakly, "Master!" After those intense moments of battle, the sky began to clear. Guantong was stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. His master's father was a divine weapon? Just when they thought it was over, 2 giant demons appeared, posing a threat to humanity. But no matter, he'll crush them. Dai Yang, who was just behind Luqing, has now disappeared. One of them is stunned. Where's that kid? Speak of the devil, and there he is, hacking away at his opponent, blood flying everywhere. One by one, that small axe cleaves through the monsters, leaving them without armor or hope, their heads severed by Dip Duong's strike. The lesser demons dropped their weapons in terror, sweating profusely, and even the village elder was stunned by his extraordinary power. Nam Kwandong gaped, dismissing her previous thought. His master's hammer wasn't a divine weapon. Luqing echoed her unspoken words. It was his master himself. Dip Duong stood tall, a warrior who had vanquished evil to save the innocent, more fearsome than any divine weapon. The villagers rushed to see him, marveling at his power, declaring him a celestial being sent to save them. Nan Chuandong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over, thanks to their master. But then, chilling sounds echoed. But then, the giant demon's feet appeared again. Not just one, but thousands of demons standing there, sneering at the humans' feeble attempt to resist. Unbeknownst to them, a massive demon army had invaded, bringing with it a terrifying force of destruction. Guantong, his face pale, wondered what was happening. Luqing frowned and shook his head, sensing something was wrong. A small village shouldn't be the target of a demon army. What is in this village? The old village chief lost his composure, muttering about misfortune. We're doomed. The villagers were terrified by the horrifying scene, and the girl in pink sobbed uncontrollably, wondering what to do, fearing they would be eaten. Yet, despite the chaos, Ye Yang remained calm, casually dismissing the monsters as weaklings. He reached for the sky, gathering power as he muttered, "Let Xiao San get some air." A blinding light erupted, bathing the sky in crimson, the essence of the three-headed hellhound dragon. A three-headed red dragon is summoned to destroy the massive monsters, shocking not only the village elder and his disciples, but the monsters themselves. With the three-headed ancient dragon by his side, Ye Yang's power grows, leaving the demons in stunned silence, never having witnessed such a colossal beast. Without waiting, he commands the dragon to cleanse the area, and immediately all three heads spew forth raging flames, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. The once fierce monsters are now weak and defenseless, scattering and scrambling to save their lives. The ancient dragon unleashed wave after wave of fire, giving no quarter, while the demons scattered like frightened rats, trampling each other in their panic. The dragon's fire now forms a radiant halo, a breathtaking spectacle as it relentlessly breathes flames without pause. Ye Yang floated above, arms crossed, praising the dragon. As expected, of Little Three. The people stared in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before them. Even the male disciples of Kwandong sect held their breath. Deep Duong muttered to himself, "It seems I have to be careful using it. Tutom is too frightening." Suddenly, monstrous bird-like creatures appeared in the sky, accompanied by terrifying roars. The notorious Gygas, known for their brutal attacks on anyone who crosses their path. 3 giant lion demons charged towards the three-headed dragon with incredible speed. Village chief. La trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he muttered, "It's over. It's over." A great lion demon opened its massive jaws, forming a violet sphere of power. Then, with all its might, it launched the orb toward its opponent, the three-headed dragon, who stared wide-eyed, offering no resistance. The sphere explodes, engulfing the giant dragon in smoke, sending rocks flying in all directions as Nam Kwandong cries out in anguish for Tutom. She gasped for breath, unable to believe her eyes. White smoke filled the air, creating an ethereal scene. As the smoke clears, the three-headed dragon rises, seemingly unharmed and even stronger, roaring with power before unleashing a torrent of fire in retaliation. However, the great demon easily dodged that angry flame, which burned fiercely before dying out, leaving only white smoke. The three-headed dragon, just revived from the ground, is now behind the giant demon. And it's too late for the demon to look back. The dragon snatched it up with its claws, eliciting a piercing shriek, then carried it to the sea of fire it had created and dropped it in. The fire blazes higher than ever, and the three-headed dragon spreads its wings as if reveling in its victory. A fearsome yet compassionate savior to the innocent. Ye Yang turned his back to the crowd. The small villagers hid behind rocks. The injured Lu Qing clutched his arm, and the limping Nan Guandong were all astonished by the power of Ye Yang, the three-headed dragon. As the village elder knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. "Great dragon god." Moments later, the old man cried out with all his might, thanking the dragon god for his kindness, leaving him surprised and confused. He then gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly, as if responding to the old village chief's gratitude, while thinking to himself, "Well, it's good that you guys don't mind that I burned this plain to the ground." The land that had been fought over returned to normal, and the large group of demons was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the towering three-headed dragon. A long day ends as the sun rises again, a bright morning with clear blue skies. Ye Yang and his 2 disciples continue their journey after bravely fighting to restore peace to Wangjia village. Nanquan voiced his concerns, wondering if the villagers would face any more danger. Lu Qing suggested that such a large demon army appearing within the human line of defense must have been a long time in the making, and a danger of this magnitude wouldn't appear again. She nods, showing that she understands, and Ye Yang reassures his 2 disciples, telling them not to worry, as the legendary Master Bei has already arrived at the village. He turns and smiles brightly, saying he can sense a powerful aura and that they should depart for Flame City, to which his disciples loudly agree. In the hazy smoke stands a man in a mysterious black robe. He was full of doubts that a young man could hold the village. He was Bei Fan, one of the 4 great sword masters, and now many questions arose that few could answer. Just how powerful was this young man? Cut to another location where someone is flying through the sky. He kneels respectfully, reporting, "Your Excellencies, the Demon Legion responsible for attacking Wangra village and retrieving the item. They were all killed in a sea of fire." He paused, then added regretfully that even the 3-eyed demon lord, who commanded the army, had been burned to ashes, causing the two subordinates of Original Sin to frown unhappily. The man spoke up. "Are you joking? Our clan's great secret hidden in Vuongja village was meant for the demonic origin ancestral spirit to devour. We painstakingly gathered thousands of high-level demons for this surprise attack. The human world couldn't have been prepared." Perched on his shoulder, she replied, "Strange. The three-eyed demon lord gathered all the demons in the area, formed a massive army, and attacked a small village, yet they still failed? Unbelievable." He boldly states his opinion. "My subordinate dares to speculate. Perhaps it was the work of a group of superpowered humans passing through." He suddenly decides, "Human powerhouses. I'll go consult them." But she stops him. "Enough chatter. We must go to Viamthan to prepare for the great event and welcome our master's awakening." That subordinate reported that Boifam and Dokiamthan have settled in Vuonggia village, and no demonic forces dare approach. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." She turned to him with a dangerous look, saying that bringing bad news and ruining her good mood was punishable, sending him into a panic as he scrambled to escape. As expected, he took flight, begging for his life. The man casually unleashed a small orb of power as punishment. How could his flying speed ever match that power? Sweat drenched his face as he turned to see he'd already been caught. And with that, an explosion rang out, leaving him with no escape. The man angrily spat, "The three-eyed demon lord is truly useless. If the master had let us handle it, the secret would have been ours long ago. Let's go to Flame City." She smiled gently. Flame City, where all directions converge, is sure to be fun. In Flame City, the sky was clear, filled with birds soaring overhead, and the city gates stretched out grandly. After 2 days of travel, Ye Yang finally enters the city, lamenting the journey. Namguan observes the quiet, sparsely populated streets. Luoqing explains that this place is near the blizzard, making it extremely dangerous with a large number of monsters, so there are relatively few people. She then asked him curiously, "Master, are we here to find someone?" But Ye Yang replied, "We're not looking for anyone. We're going to the demon arena." Lokthan quickly deduces that the demonic origin arena is where humans and ferocious demons fight. He looks at his two students with a sinister gaze and a savage smile, saying that this is where he will train them, a super terrifying place. The frail Quan paled upon hearing his words, but he suddenly grinned. "Little Nam Kung, you really are scared." She was so embarrassed that she could only seethe silently. That's enough dawdling. He urges his disciples, "Let's go take a look." The scene shifts to the original demon arena, a vast space teeming with people. The trio arrived at the arena gates, where he shielded his eyes from the sun and announced, "We're here." Nam Quan Tong was stunned by the liveliness of the demon arena, as Lu Qing added that many cultivators would come to participate in sword fights for money, and some forces could bet on the outcome of the matches to earn money. An urgent voice rang out, "Make way, make way." Guantong wondered aloud, and a nearby person explained, "That seems to be the demon merchant's carriage from the arena. Demon merchants are incredibly dangerous." Upon seeing who was in the carriage, they exclaimed, "Heavens! It's the famous extermination experts from the Demon Slayer Board, Poverty Ghost and Evil Ghost of the 5 Demon Slayers. Why are they all in Flame City?" Lu Qing revealed what he knew, adding that the 5 Demon Slayers were renowned and Poverty Ghost was rumored to be unscrupulous for money. Gender unknown, this demon eats other demons when hungry, making them extremely dangerous. And indeed, the red-haired one is gnawing on a demon's arm. Ye Yang didn't care in the slightest, saying, "Whatever," and pointed, "Look over there, we're here." Ahead, cultivators from all over had gathered to prove themselves. He grinned, telling his disciple that they had to participate in the demon competition. He falls silent, closing his eyes to savor the moment, seemingly indifferent to the world. A clear blue sky, the sun's embrace, and birds in flight. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. Having left the Limitless sect for some time now, I wonder if the little fox is behaving herself. Here, in the east of the Myriad Forest Nation, in this world where demons and humans are sworn enemies, this is the only nation that allows both to exist. The fox who once saved the country's demons was deemed not a demon, but a sacred beast. Seeing Dong Yue walking down the street, 2 men exclaimed, "Wow, that girl is so cute. According to the old rules, let's catch her, beat her up, and take her away." But before they could act, Dong Yue appeared behind them, brick in hand, grinning. The counterattack begins. She then beats the 2 men senseless, leaving them groaning and begging for their lives. She casually reaches for their money pouches, saying she only wants money, not lives. The people on the street see Dong Yue and exclaim, "It's Spring Bandit! Is she robbing people again? Shouldn't a vixen be seducing men? Keep it down. Don't let her hear you. Suddenly, a light flashes across the sky, and Dong Yue looks up, stunned, saying, "Master." She knew then that her master had returned. Immediately using magic to prevent being tracked, Dong Yue went to meet him. Outside, Chunfeng asks the BAO shop owner, "Uncle, I don't have money. Can I trade radishes for bao?" The owner replies, "Of course, little cutie. Do you want one or two?" Chunfeng giggles. "You're so kind, mister." Then she hurries off. "Wait for me. I'll be right back." A moment later, Xuanfeng returns with a huge bundle of firewood on her back, leaving the baker aghast. Has a monster entered the city? The bundle of firewood was large and long, but Xuanfeng carried it with ease. She approached, smiling mischievously. "Uncle." Then she threw the wood forward with a shout. The firewood covered a corner of the yard, and Xuanfeng said, 3,000 pounds in exchange for 300 buns. Xuanfeng picked up the buns and said, "I'll take all the remaining ones, and I'll bring another 5,000 pounds of firewood tomorrow." Suddenly a flash of light streaks across the sky, and Xuanfeng drops her large bag of buns. She watches it, whispering, "My lord." Leaving the buns behind, she runs and shouts, my lord has returned!" Inside the hall, a voice rang out. "Young Master Li, I really can't drink anymore. Please spare me. Next time I'll definitely attend the flower viewing. I wasn't feeling well last time." Thutok put her arm around someone's shoulder, and old Zhang said, "Good girl, if you don't go next time, I'll really be upset." Young Master Chu spoke. "Miss Kukwa, you won't escape my wine this time. Of course, I won't avoid it either." Two women commented, "Kukwa truly is the most knowledgeable beauty in the nation of Wanlin. She's irrepressible. The charm of this fox spirit is unmatched." Thutuok offered wine to young Master Li, but before he could take it, she splashed it in his face, shocking everyone present. One woman exclaimed, "How could she? The beautiful Thutuok has lost her manners. She was once gentle and alluring, but now she's suddenly changed." Thutuok lands gracefully and says haughtily, "Young master, if you didn't have power and influence backing you, I wouldn't waste a single word on a fool like you." She continues, her voice ringing out, "Young Master Li, General Zhang, show your true colors. I am someone you can never hope to have. Wake up." Then, with newfound agility, she leaps over the wall, turning back with a cold gaze. "I am a heartless fox spirit, free to play whatever role you desire. I no longer need to pretend. You're on your own." She bid farewell and flew away, Thutuok heading towards her master. Dong Yue followed, as did Xuanfeng, and the three landed in an empty field. The three of them landed together and said in unison, "Spring breeze, autumn finch, and winter moon welcome the return of our master." Bai Feifei said softly, "Stand up. You've all suffered while I was away." With tears in his eyes, Chunfeng says, "It's so good that you're alive, master." Bai Feifei smiles and says, "Of course I'm alive. I'm back, and it's time to settle some scores." Dong Yue then replied, "Master, your strength has not yet recovered. You cannot enter that forbidden territory." Feifei affirmed, "I will recover quickly. I will not borrow the strength of anyone. Revenge is ours alone to take." Kyushu says that the master refuses to borrow anyone's power because she has someone in her heart and fears implicating him. Feifei is shocked and stammers, No, I don't have anyone in my heart." The three began to whisper amongst themselves. "My lord, did you live in the human world because of a man?" Feifei retorted, "Who would like a man? Men are just tools to our nine-tailed fox clan." Thutuk added, "My lord, you're explaining too much." Chunfeng raises an eyebrow, wondering what kind of man could move their lord's heart. She adds that the guards have already agreed to marry the person their lord loves alongside her. Hearing this, Feifei yelled, stopped, and then started hitting him. She declared, "Without this person, I will quickly recover my strength. Do you believe me?" Kyoku replied that she had a lead and would find her soon. Then Feifei jumped from the branch, turned, and said, "Very good." With that, Feifei departed, saying, "When my strength returns and the four of us are together, it's time to strike." Before the opening night of the demon tournament, Ye Yang walked along, saying, "This place really is exotic. Even the market girls dress so seductively." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was Dong Yue, muttering to herself, "Hurry back to the inn while the barbecue is hot and let those two taste it." With that, she cast a transformation spell. Dong Yue appeared in another area, leaping from a rooftop and landing silently in the hall. She looked around, asking where he went. Behind her, Ye Yang approached, tapping her shoulder, asking why the little fox spirit was following him. Dong Yue sighs, caught in the act. I only came to confirm what's so special about the man our lord is smitten with, but won't admit. Ye Yang whispers, "Your lord, little fox, really did run away while I was gone." Dong Yue thinks he looks ordinary and doesn't know why her lord is interested in him. Regardless, she must capture him first. Ye Yang smirks. Body snatching? I've long since stopped wanting to work hard. Come on, if you can touch the hem of my clothes, I'll go with you. Dong Yue insists that her speed is unmatched, but before she can finish, Ye Yang leaps over the wall. She was utterly bewildered. Was this even human speed? Vowing to catch up, she leaped after him. Dong Yue almost reaches Ye Yang, who's standing in front of the house, but just as she touches him, he leaps away again. He flew up high and said, "The moon is at its brightest when it's new." Behind the building, a figure lurked in the shadows. She quietly witnessed the scene unfolding before her as the two continued their pursuit across the rooftops. Dong Yue was out of breath chasing him, but he wouldn't listen and kept running. They pursued each other through the air until Ye Yang stopped above a vacant plot of land, announcing they'd arrived. Dong Yue panted, struggling to keep up with his speed. Ye Yang turned and asked, "You're the little fox's most powerful subordinate, aren't you?" Dong Yue retorts that she's the best fighter, but he says she's too weak to protect the little fox demon in her weakened state. "I haven't taught you enough to deal with so many enemies." Dong Yue retorts, "What do you mean? I don't need it. I can handle it myself." Ye Yang laughs. "Oh, while you were following me, you didn't notice someone was following you too?" He flies up high and says, "Never mind." He added, "I can catch them for you, but you have to deal with them yourself." He opened his mouth wide, took a deep breath, and exhaled a gust of wind with strange power. Dong Yue struggled to shield herself from the blast, as those hiding behind the rocks panicked. Then the rocks were blown away, revealing two figures. Dong Yue recognizes them as assassins from the puppet sect, enemies of the Qingshu lineage. The two reveal themselves after the smoke clears, their faces terrifying. Dong Yue draws her sword, as Ye Yang says, "Let's see if you're strong enough to protect that little fox." The cultist then unleashes a surge of power. Dong Yue dodges, but the other assassin attacks immediately after. But Dong Yue is already behind him, plunging her sword into the assassin's back. The remaining puppet angrily retaliates, but Dong Yue coldly glares and slashes at them both. The two were smashed to pieces on the ground. Ye Yang crossed his arms, impressed, but warned that the fight had only just begun. And to be careful. He added to watch out for their coordinated attacks after splitting. The puppets began their assault, unleashing a barrage of moves on Dong Yue. She's surprised as she flies. They vanished. Behind her, a puppet appears and attacks. But Dong Yue dodged in time, catching the puppet off guard. Dong Yue roared, unleashing her sword, slicing the puppet in two. But the puppet doesn't disappear. Two more appear behind her and attack. Helpless, she mutters. They split again. The puppets relentlessly attack Dong Yue, who falters in the air, her expression pained. Dong Yue regains her senses and cries out as another puppet begins its assault. Bursts of power erupt as Dong Yue leaps away, but a sudden attack from behind catches her off guard. She turned back to look. It was about to attack her. Just then, Ye Yang intervened, telling her to return. The power surged back at them, shattering everything. But the one behind it all was already launching another attack. Ye Yang quickly pulled Dong Yue out of the way, just as a bolt of lightning pierced through the space they had occupied. The smoke still billows as Ye Yang and Dong Yue land elsewhere, only to find themselves surrounded. Ye Yang speaks, telling her that evasion speed is crucial for a swordsman like her, but the puppets are closing in fast. Ye Yang, pulling Dong Yue along, dodges repeatedly, telling her to watch his footwork. 3 parts real, 7 parts illusion. Everything is an illusion. With incredible speed, Ye Yang dodges every attack, but the puppets relentlessly close in. Dong Yue, held by Ye Yang, says he's so fast he's like a phantom. She can't even feel his hand and suspects he's a spirit. He replies that next comes defense, the key to which is speed. Plus, he emphasizes with a wave of his hand, anticipating the enemy's moves. The puppet's sharp claws are about to strike, but Ye Yang parries, blocking the relentless onslaught. They relentlessly attack the two who are struggling to defend themselves. Amidst the onslaught, Ye Yang says, "Prediction is key." Dong Yue watched in astonishment as he stared intently at the gruesome puppet before him, concluding that only speed, power, and angles combined could ensure a hit. With that, a terrifying power erupts, and Ye Yang sends Dong Yue flying. His attack is incredibly powerful, with smoke filling the sky. The two of them had retreated to a distance, quietly observing everything as the puppets fell to the ground, defeated. He asked her softly if she remembered the fight, saying that remembering was useless if she couldn't apply it, and then gave her a basic swordsmanship manual. He handed her the book, saying it was one he wrote, and that she would benefit from combining it with today's combat. Dong Yue took it, marveling at such a treasure. Ye Yang departed, saying that if the little fox wanted to leave, he would let her relax, and then he would go and bring her back. But until then, she had to protect her well. With that, he flew away. Dong Yue held the book and said, "This man is so powerful, no wonder the master is moved by him. If the 6 of us follow the master and marry him, we'll be at an advantage." As she walked, she thought, returning to the country of Wanqin. The tracking formation of the Dui prefecture has been used up. Now I can only walk back, and it's a good opportunity to practice this sword technique on the way and protect the master. At the opening of the Great Yuma Arena, Ye Yang, number 297, casually remarks that there are more shadows than spectators. Just then, beams of light appear in the sky, and a host of heroes emerge. The spectators below exclaimed, "It's the master of the Yuma Arena, Blood Elder," and the 6 blood guards beside him are all experts who have slaughtered countless Yuma. Nam Kwandong observed, "Their aura is terrifying." Ye Yang remarks that the truly powerful one is the old man, finding him somewhat interesting, as Bloodlord announces that the Yuma Arena competition is officially open. Life and death are predestined, and the strong are revered. The ultimate champion will have the chance to fight me. Blood Elder turned around sternly. "I hope you all have good luck." Then they slowly disappeared into the space warp. The crowd murmured with excitement. Such a powerful master like Bloodlord was giving the younger generation a chance to spar. A truly rare opportunity to receive his guidance and potentially increase their strength tenfold. Outside the arena, Ye Yang looked at the list and said, "Not bad. You 2 are in the first group. Go to the arena immediately." He added, "Your teacher is in the second group." The arena announces to the contestants, "The first round of the survival competition is about to begin. Contestants number 1, please enter the arena immediately." Guantong, worried, asks, "Master, is this a survival competition? Will people die?" Ye Yang reassures him, "Don't worry. With the void strike technique I've taught you, no demon can get close." Anwei added, "Go, but in this match you must fight for yourselves. No teaming up." The 2 disciples responded with a loud, "Yes, sir." Inside the arena, it was extremely lively. Lu Qing speaks up, "Master told us we can't team up. I'll head over there, be careful." An announcement rings out. Survival competition rules. Contestants enter the arena and must withstand attacks from various monsters for 30 minutes to qualify for the next round. A clear announcement rings out. The first wave of monsters is coming. Contestants, prepare yourselves. Counting down. 10, 9, 8. The fighters are anxious, including Quan Tong. From behind, a voice says, "Brother Yang, I'm so scared. I shouldn't have come." The other replies, "Don't be afraid. Just some low-level monsters. Just hide behind me, and I'll hold off 1,000 armies for you." The girl said to Guantong, "Don't be nervous, little sister. Come with us, and I'll ask Yongge to look after you, too." No need. The countdown dwindles. 3, 2, and then a resolute 1. Strange vapors begin to spew forth into the arena. These are the monsters that are swarming in. They're ferocious, terrifying. The fighters are here. Everyone is shocked. What's going on? These monsters are insane. Not only are the wolf demons incredibly strong, but they're fast too. Everyone, be careful. The beasts roar and howl, then leap at the combatants. The arena descends into chaos as the beasts rampage and tear through the crowd. A wolf-like monster appears before Guantong. The 2 were locked in a fierce battle, as Cowardly Bro hid behind Moi Moi, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The fighter on the side sneered, "Useless." Then he dragged his massive body forward, facing the wolf beast head-on. The audience marveled, impressed by the true powerhouse who dared to fight the wolf demon. He was a master of the spirit realm, so he had the confidence to fight such a terrifying monster. In the sky, 2 forces clashed, but soon the stronger one was bleeding. The beast landed heavily on the ground, slowly approaching Kwandong. As the monster drew closer, that coward Dung fled in terror, shouting, "Demon, I'm here!" Kwantong says nothing, silently creating a shield as the wolf beast advances with its gruesome maw. Remembering Ye Yang's words to believe in herself, Guantong charges forward, using her shield to push the beast back. The wolf hit the shield, blood flowing freely. Everyone was stunned. Its claws broke against the shield. Guantong then attacks with all her might, sending the wolf beast flying before it collapses. The beast lay dead in a pool of blood after the powerful blow, and the arena erupted in cheers. Some whispered, "My God, this girl is a monster." Kwandong slowly came to a stop after the blow, opening her eyes and looking around in surprise, thinking, so. The second thrusting strike my master taught me really works. Everyone clamored in response, saying if the little girl could stand up, so could they. But before they could finish, the next wave of monsters appeared. But all their courage has vanished, replaced by screams of terror. They shout and scatter, knowing they can't win, and survival is their only priority. Suddenly, a spear pierced the throat of a wolf beast. It was Lu Qing, radiating power. Everyone marveled, isn't this a survival competition? Why is she hunting monsters? And what is this terrifying spear technique I've never seen before? Lokthan calmly says this is a spear technique her master taught her, before impaling another monster, adding that everything in the universe has a weakness. Lokthan emphasizes, find the weakness and pierce through. Everywhere the beasts fall, defeated by her spear, lying scattered on the ground. The spectators exclaimed that the wolves had all been killed by the two of them, leaving them with nothing to do but cheer. Outside the hall, someone said that those two girls were really surprising. And watching them was so exciting that he wanted to join in. It must be the prize money that was so tempting. The demon says that their mission in Flame City concerns the lives of countless people, so don't cause any trouble. The ghoul replies, we'll see. I like that girl with the spear. He watches her, hoping she can hold on a little longer, as the system announces the next wave of monsters is coming, and the players should prepare themselves. The countdown begins. 10, 9. Panic sets in as the second wave arrives so quickly. Then time runs out. 3, 2, 1, and a monster with a sharp tongue flies in. These are snake beasts, incredibly agile. They begin spitting a terrible venom, causing panic among the warriors. Those they bite become frozen and immobile. Yonga and Moi Moi are terrified, saying, how scary, they're ice serpent demons. What do we do? Stay calm, stay calm. Then they pointed at Kwantong, believing she would protect them, and huddled behind her. The serpent demons attack relentlessly, but Kwantong defends with her hoop. The crowd marvels, impressed by her ability to even block the freezing air, but there are just too many snakes. They insisted that they couldn't keep watching and wanted to help her. Kwantong confidently replied that it wasn't necessary, as her shield technique had another dimension. Kwantong unleashes her full power, countering with shield strike, freezing the serpent demons on impact. They fall to the ground and shatter, leaving everyone speechless. She's stronger than a demon. The hall erupts in cheers. Go, shield maiden! Blasts of icy power shot out, and Luo Qing gracefully dodged them, her spear leaving a trail of fallen snakes. The crowd cheers them on, yelling, Spear Maiden, Shield Maiden, fight on. Meanwhile, the system announces to Team 2, please do not leave the staging area. Everyone's talking about how lucky Team 1 is to have two goddess-like warriors, wondering who trained them. It feels so good to win. We weren't so lucky, stuck with a useless burden. They glanced at the dozing Ye Yang and said, the system announced that time was up. The survival round was over, and all surviving players had qualified for advancement. The strong are rejoicing. We survived. The demon spawn and wolf beast writhe before Lu Qing's spear. The system urgently warns, Team 1's upgraded players, retreat from the scene from the left. As they left, they showered the girl with gratitude, thanking her for protecting them. She turned to Guangtong and said that if she ever needed anything, all she had to do was ask. Guangdong laughs, suggesting she date his master since she's pretty and he's single, but Dung mutters a warning not to listen to her, and she promptly kicks him away, saying she wouldn't mind if he doesn't. Speechless, Lokthan calls Guangdong an idiot, then drags him away, apologizing to the girl, saying it was a joke, but their master is single, and finding him a wife to bring him happiness is their mission, isn't it? The girl stopped, blushing, as everyone filed out of the city. Guangdong looked around, wondering where their master was sleeping, and Lokthan replied that their master really couldn't be without them. Lokthan and Guangdong stood outside, watching as the system announced the start of the survival competition and called for Group 2 contestants to enter the arena. Ye Yang yawns after waking up, and Guangtong says, Master is with him. She adds, a girl in line for registration said she wanted to protect me. She mused that her sister was at the same school as her master, recalling her words. Little sister, the demon arena is extremely dangerous. Your terrible master forced you to participate. If we're together, I'll protect you. From behind, a voice calls out, oh, it's the old hero. The old hero is here too. Hearing the name, Ye Yang wonders, old hero. The protector of Tiancheng Ma Wei appears, standing imposingly before him. People whisper, wondering why old Ma is here, remembering how he subdued the three great demon generals last time. The whole city will be submerged. The old hero's arrival must mean something. Ye Yang is confused. How did he become the old hero? The scene flashes back 3 months, to when Ye Yang was fighting the 3 great demons, and he yells at them to get lost. He unleashes an attack on the 3 beasts. His punch pierces through the beasts, a deafening explosion shaking the very earth. Ma Wei can only mutter in shock, "Oh, heavens." Ye Yang casually remarks, "Those 3 demon corpses are all yours to deal with." With that, he flew away, and the scene returned to the arena. Ye Yang called out, startling Ma Wei. He rushed over to him, calling him Big Brother. Ye Yang casually asked what was going on, saying he was told to protect his disciple. He rushed over, saying he came because he was told to, but the team assignments were not set. He calmly replied, "Then protect me. I was teaching the little fox girl late into the night, so I want to get some sleep. This isn't really appropriate, is it?" He replied, "You're right. Have a seat then." The system blared. "Attention contestants, the first wave of monsters is coming. Please prepare." The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. The arena gates open. Everyone holds their breath as the count reaches 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a scorpion tail appears, revealing the monstrous scorpion beasts. They look disgusting, saying, "All of you are just prey." The sword-wielding girl warned, "Be careful. These scorpion demons are fast. Watch out for their tails. They're sharp and deadly." Then, the scorpions attacked, one leaping and tearing the arm of a warrior. The scene erupts into chaos, and Ma Wei, terrified, pleads, "Please, just stay away." The scorpion, without a word, glances over, having spotted Ma Wei from afar. It sneers, saying, "Old man, you've got some guts not running." Ma Wei grits his teeth, thinking, "Me, an old man running a martial arts school to swindle petty money, suddenly became a hero of this city, but my strength is still pathetically weak." He panicked, wanting to run, if only his legs weren't so weak. The crowd cheered, wondering if the creature on the ground had fainted from fear. Old hero, protecting the weak is in your nature. Never abandon, never give up. The scorpion demon draws closer, and he stands frozen in fear. Ye Yang suddenly awakens from his sleep, disturbed by a strange sound, and returns to his room. In anger, he unleashes a surge of power, terrifying all the scorpion demons. It struck and collapses, eyes wide with terror, as a powerful aura erupts around him, creating a level 1000 defense field, leaving Ma Wei stunned. Everyone cheers, praising the invincible hero, marveling at his power. Ma Wei ponders, even asleep, the boss is terrifying. Ma Wei laughs, declaring he will use his righteousness to suppress these demons, as the others cheer him on. Then they dove into a chaotic brawl, taking down beast after beast, day after day. The first wave of beasts is wiped out, and the system announces the arrival of the second wave of monsters. This time, a horde of powerful roaring ogres. Everyone marveled at the ogres' immense strength, warning each other to be careful. But Ye Yang was still fast asleep, as the ogre roared and pounced, the space erupting into chaotic battle. The sword-wielding girl said to avoid direct confrontation, as their movement speed is slow, and to circle around them. But a brute demon appeared before Ma Wei, who anxiously asked Ye Yang if they should run. But Ye Yang refused. His face turned ashen as the monstrous horde charged, and in a moment of desperation, Ma Wei stumbled backward, only to be caught by Ye Yang. He cast his magic on Ma Wei's back, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. The beasts faltered for a moment, and the clubs in their hands crumbled into pieces. The audience erupted in cheers as the beast stood no chance against Ma Wei. Everyone marveled at the old hero's strength as he relentlessly attacked the dull demon. From behind, Ye Yang's voice echoed, "I've enhanced your body with primal battle energy for 3 minutes. Drive them away and don't disturb my sleep." Ma Wei laughs with glee, and with newfound power he charges forward, shouting, "This old man is here." He struck blow after blow, leaving the demonic beasts reeling, as the experts marveled at the old hero's speed and agility. He lets out a mighty roar as he finishes the job, unleashing a sky-high aura. He mockingly gives them the finger, but nothing happens to the bulls. The audience was bewildered. Why were the bulls unharmed? Was this some kind of low-damage, high-humiliation attack? He panicked, realizing his boss had only enhanced his body, not his attack power. Behind him, a bull charges at Ma Wei, but as it does, blood splatters everywhere. Another bull charges next, but the same thing happens. Before it can even touch him, it's torn to shreds. The strong are excited, so the old hero was just toying with them. What a calculation. Ma Wei is surprised. His brother buffed his body, borrowing strength to counterattack and destroy the enemy. That's too OP. The stands erupt in cheers for the old hero as he basks in the atmosphere, but the system warns that the final monster has arrived. The appearance of the ancient elephant demon throws the arena into chaos. The strong cry out, "Run!" The arena is trying to assassinate us. If that elephant touches us, we're done for. The rampaging elephant throws everything aside, wrapping its trunk around a warrior, then crushing them to a pulp as Ye Yang remains still in the chaos. The experts scramble to react, and the brocade-robed girl sees the elephant charging towards the commoners. She steps in front of them, shouting, "Get up now!" as the elephant bears down on them. Suddenly, Ye Yang opens his eyes as the elephant kicks out towards the sword-wielding girl, but it stops short, as if hitting something. It was furious and savage, but what stopped it were Diep Duong's hands. He had to give a gentle push to send the elephant flying 100 meters away, clear out of the way. The elephant refuses to give up and charges again. He gradually tightens his grip and unleashes his magic power. The elephant's trunk begins to show signs of injury. He created a whirlwind that spun around the arena and then shouted, "Get out," causing the elephant to be knocked flying in shock. His overwhelming power caused the elephant to be deeply embedded into the wall with a single strike. The crowd gasped, and he quickly caught the fallen person, asking if they were okay. On the confused stands, what just happened earlier was all smoke and unclear. Who the hell threw the elephant onto the wall? The smoke cleared, revealing the armor on it. The audience is excited. Quickly look, it's the old hero. Everyone chants together, "Old hero is invincible, old hero." Now Diep Duong speaks, thanking you for taking care of Dong Ni while lining up. "Are you all right? You are her master." Diep Duong smiles and whispers behind, "The hero is really kind, saving people while carrying this useless trash." Han is probably a student of the old hero, admired by many for his life, and this time, seeing him like that, he's definitely going to die next time. Outside the arena, the crowd is packed. Kwandong is worried, furious that they won't let us stay inside to watch the master's style. Lu King replies that there's nothing to see, even if their master takes action against such a low-level monster. Guantong adds that she wants to see if the little maid wants to take care of her, and if there's a chance for her and their master to develop further. Luting says not to find a wife for their master, as the system announces the survival round is over, and those who survived are eligible to level up. Ye Yang scratched his head and casually walked out, ready to clean up and go back to sleep, while inside the hall Aunt Uy was still enjoying herself. Suddenly, a wolf beast appears behind him and bites him. "No, no!" The audience is stunned. Why doesn't the old hero deal with the wolf? Maybe he loves dogs. He truly is a great hero, with a heart that loves animals. Ye Yang sighs, finding it boring. He clearly saw some interesting demons, so why didn't they release them? The organizers say that the youth behind the old hero has an unknown origin and is very powerful. Perhaps he is the person the demon realm is looking for. Someone reveals that a special envoy from the demon realm said that person would come to the demon arena, and Bloodwave suggests testing him in the next match to avoid the demon realm, accusing them of taking their benefits these past few years. The scene shifts to Autumn Leaf Lake in the Wanlin Kingdom, where Chu Shui is rowing a boat carrying Bai Fei Fei, when Chun Feng rushes over, shouting, "Master!" and leaps onto their boat. Kyushu scolds, "You scatterbrain, you'll disturb the master's training." Bai Fei Fei asks softly, "What is it?" "Master, I found a peerless book, one that I study happily every day." Bak Fifai said, "Xuanfeng, I've reached a stage where I no longer care about worldly things or personal feelings. Let me see." As soon as she saw that book, the demonic nanny, Bai Fifi, was hit with an explosion of rage. She threw the book. "Die. Die for me. I don't want to see this book. I must burn all the demonic nanny books from Van Lam Kingdom," she shouted, causing both of them on the boat to be confused. Diem Nuong Ki is a scheming woman, pretending to be innocent all day to deceive men. A slut. Thutuyet asked, "Master, what is a man who is deceived?" Kusulong said, "A type of man." Thutuyet replied, "If the Lord hates the Dame Nuong Ki like that, I will find someone to write and kill him. That so-called Trachnam will also lose all thoughts of Diem Nuong. My feelings are for him, so I only want to serve him without caring about anyone else's feelings." Bai Fai Fai responded. She shouted, "I simply don't like Diem Nuong." She growled and flew away. Tutuyet said, "The Lord is really strange, worried about a human man and losing her sense of direction." Xuanfeng said, "Wait until Dong Nguyet returns to see what kind of man he is. After all, he might be my fiancé." The two still wondered. It's really strange. On the second day of the ancient demon exam, Dayata suddenly spoke, signaling the second-round contestants to prepare, and the exam immediately began. Kwandong looked at the announcement board and said, "Master is going ahead of us today." Those standing around marveled at them, saying, "It's the goddess of the spear and the goddess of the shield. They really are together." The man then added, "Wait, that's the hero's trash student. How is he so close to them?" A man pointed a finger at Ye Yang and asked the two goddesses if this good-for-nothing was bothering them. causing him to spit out his drink. Lu Qing sneered, pointing at Ye Yang. "We all belong to Han. What are you talking about?" The man's eyes widened, his finger retracting in shock. Ye Yang announces that his match is about to begin, as the crowd scoffs that he must be in it for the money, only to be a simp for the goddesses, but they're confident Han will be eliminated today. The host announced that the contestants should proceed to their assigned platforms for the individual advancement competition. The audience roared with laughter, convinced that Ming Han would piss his pants in fear, as someone chimed in, "Don't jinx it. Act 2 is about to start." From the void, a massive white octopus with several tentacles emerged. Everyone around was shocked and wondered, what is that? Even the arena referee couldn't help but shout, "This kid is really unlucky, summoning a great demon-class monster." Before she could finish, she frantically opened her book and chanted, wondering, "What is it?" The referee's face turned to one of utter shock. Just as it fully emerged, she cried out, "It's a death steamer!" From the shadows of the arena, small voices whispered, "Master." One asks if using Death Aura on him would be a waste. The girl beside him replies that when Death Aura kills its prey, it can devour their soul, confirming whether he participated in the Wang family village incident. The Blood Elder frowned. "If so, we'll know what happened in the village of the king, and selling that information to the demon world will bring us great profit." He looked down at the fight and continued, "If not, then he's just dead." Ye Yang, holding his nose in disgust, cried out, "Ugh, please, just stay away." The giant octopus then unleashed a flurry of attacks, pummeling the area around him with tentacles and spectral energy. Ye Yang dodges the tentacles, not forgetting to taunt it, leading it away. The audience laughs, wondering where he thinks he can run. "This is going to be good. Go get him, white turbid." Ye Yang pondered his next move. Attacking its body would only scatter the liquid, leaving him with one option. He turned and flipped off the white octopus. The Blood Elders and the others watching were speechless at the sight, as Ye Yang wagged his finger at the monster. He uses the elementary Shadow Priest skill to stun it, and Ye Yang activates his max-level Soul Snare, forcing the white monster to obey. The Blood Elders watched in disbelief while the demons stammered in shock. This is the legendary Soul Lock technique. The poor ghost beside him asked, "Is he human or a god of death?" The crowd couldn't see the spirit body and wondered what the trash was doing, daring to provoke the death chapter. But Ye Yang calmly waved his hand, creating a red and gold energy. He simply turned away, pinched his nose, and said one word, "Done." The white worm's soul, high above, was instantly split in two. The white demon was quickly crushed to death by falling rocks, shocking everyone from the audience to Blood Old and the evil spirits. The referee raised his hand, announcing number 287 as the victor, advancing to round 3, leaving the audience in confusion. How did that monster just fall? Were they already injured? He just got lucky, facing one on its last legs. Meanwhile, after his fight, Ye Yang ran away, disgusted, muttering about how smelly it was. Then the Blood Elder's disciple asked, "Zhang died at his hands. Should I go and check him out?" The girl next to him ran over coquettishly. "Let me have this one." Blood Old then said, "It's been a while since such interesting prey has appeared. I'll go arrange things." Once it's confirmed that he's involved in the king's village matter, his face darkens as he vows to personally bring Han to the demon realm to atone to the world of demons. Meanwhile, the crowd roars with excitement for Ma Wei, the old hero, whose personal battle is about to begin. With a confident wave, Ma Wei beckons all demons to come at him, a far cry from 10 minutes ago when he begged his brother to protect his hero title and save his martial arts gym. He agreed to help the orphans of soldiers who died in the demon wars. The power of money? Turns out he was so confident because he had Ye Yang backing him. Just then, Ye Yang, sitting in the back, spoke up. "Hey, look ahead." Instinctively, Ma Wei looked, and what met his eyes was a Min Tui crocodile slowly emerging. The commentator slams the table in excitement. It's a water spirit crocodile. The old hero's opponent is strong, with a brutal nature and a body impervious to weapons, like an immortal being. How will the old hero respond? He frantically opens his eyes, reminding himself to stay calm. After calming himself, he pointed and yelled, "Come forth, my substitute." In his heart, he thought, "Big brother told me to say such humiliating lines." Ye Yang remained calm, raising a finger to cast some kind of spell. Then, from behind Ma Wei, a giant bear appears. Summoned through the intermediate summoning technique, one-hit explosive bear, level 100. Seeing this, the old man's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Huh, so, this is what you've been hiding?" Ma Wei flails his arms wildly and shouts, "Stay back, substitute!" The audience cheers wildly, praising the old hero's swagger and the imposing summoned beast. Ming Shui's crocodile avatar rose to its full height, thinking the old man was all bones, so this bear must be delicious. Tang Yi was annoyed. "Old man, get out of here. I want to fight." "Grandpa, Bear Bro, can you let me feel like I'm participating? With so many eyes watching, at least save me some face." Hearing Ma Wei's words, Tang Yi looked at him askance, then flung him into the air, allowing him to join the fray as bait. The spectators above were shocked. That avatar of the old hero was too brutal. Is this a summoned beast that needs to sacrifice its master to unleash its true power? Instantly, the Min-Tai crocodile, filled with ferocity, charged as if wanting to devour its opponent whole. Next, it opened its long mouth filled with sharp teeth, intending to devour the old man before the bear paw. But Xiao Yi, now ablaze, rushed forward to block it, declaring that it wouldn't get the bear paw. With the full force of his bear fist, he unleashed a devastating blow called the Exploding Bear Strike. The next moment, the alligator's head was separated from its body. The audience in the stands erupts in shocked chaos, exclaiming that one punch was all it took. The arena floor collapses as the water crocodile crashes down. With arrogant flair, Xiao Yi gazed upon the motionless Ming Shui crocodile, blood flowing freely. Huyat Lao's disciple, Ma Wei, how could he possess such a terrifying summon? Our previous investigation suggested he wasn't this strong. We must report these new developments to our master. After Xiao Yi defeats Ming Shui, Ma Wei falls from the sky, landing in a spectacular fashion, surprising everyone. The commentator shouts that player 3 of 14 wins and advances to round 3, as she thinks to herself that this ending was quite beautiful. The audience is ecstatic, calling him a true hero. Even with the monster's attack, he let his summoned beast finish it off. His coordination with the beast is perfect, his acting is strong, and that scream of agony was so realistic. Xiao Yi approaches Ma Wei. "Old man, on our master's behalf, this is the last time I help you." Ma Wei is dizzy, his whole body shaking. My back, someone help me up." Then, at the next arena, Long Shi is defeated, groaning, my back, someone help me up." Lu Qing coldly announces, Long Shi surrenders. Player 288 wins and advances to round 3. Next, the player who broke White Bone Spirit's bones, player 289, wins and advances to round 3. Ye Yang sits in the corner, looking bored as he watches the match, then lazily mutters, "Not bad, not bad." Invisible Spirit, Ye Yang, loudly yawns. Next, he wiped his nose and wondered, "What's going on? Who's thinking of me?" Cut to a study in the sect, the door is slightly open. Startled, the little bird asks where they heard the rumor that the first girl to enter Ye Yang's room will be blessed with good fortune, suspecting he made it up because he's too lazy to clean. They say the sect leader is the only man whose room can bring good luck, especially romantic luck, so they must win the right to clean their master's room. With a twitching eye, Xiang Yu declared that only she could clean their master's room, and anyone who wanted to enter would have to get past her first. Xiong Xiaoxi waved her hands, saying that a shut-in's room should be cleaned by a shut-in like her, and they wouldn't even know if they broke any of his strange gadgets. Oh, Yang Lele braced herself, deciding to sacrifice herself to dissuade the eldest disciple and endure the master's cruel romantic aura. Little Bird looked confused, saying she didn't care about the cleaning rites and they could do as they pleased. As soon as she said that, the door suddenly opened and Su Shu walked out calmly, asking what all the noise was about so early in the morning. She rubbed her eyes and complained that they had woken her up. Xiang Yu can't believe her eyes, asking how she got in here. She replies that the eldest disciple decided to let her marry the master, and since the master isn't here, she's getting used to the place, so she doesn't have trouble sleeping after the wedding. Enraged, Nhangdu seethed like a volcano. "You wretch Tethu, I'll kill you." Tethu trembled. "I'm the master's wife in life, and his widow in death." The little bird sighs helplessly. "Ye Yang, please come back quickly. I can't stand these women anymore." Cut to the next day, the third day of the demon battle, top 16. The eliminated contestants say, round 3, the audience has increased. That good-for-nothing, will he die this time? His luck is about to run out. If he makes it to the next round, I'll quit martial arts. The referee announces that the third round of the tag team demon battles will continue. The next team, please enter. He sighs. Finally, the wait is over. Then, with confident strides, Ye Yang walked onto the arena. The audience threw trash, shouting, "It's that loser again! Quit the competition! Quit the competition! Yeah, it's the old hero! The old hero is here!" Ma Wei steps forward. "Big brother, To be able to fight monsters alongside you is the luck of 3 lifetimes, a blessing beyond words. The audience erupts in anger. Is he colluding with the organizers? How can he be paired with the hero? I'm losing hope in a world where money controls everything. As they stood before the gate awaiting the demons, Ye Yang exclaimed, I hope they have some interesting demons. A moment later, a massive and ferocious Fen Tian blood peng emerged, causing him to groan. The commentator is shocked. It's a Fen Tian blood peng, a ferocious beast that feeds on the heavens. She reassures, everyone, don't worry. This great demon is under a spatial seal, and the audience area is protected by a barrier. Everyone is safe. Mai pals in fear, wondering how this could be, as this monster was supposed to be released only in the finals. He's done for, but Ye Yang smiles, saying this is a good thing. He says, killing them isn't my goal, but to make them emit the greatest fear before death, so the Blood 5 soul control skill can be activated to read their memories. Thanks to you, fatty. He whispers, I put their soul into the body of the heaven-devouring blood rock, you control it. Let them feel the fear of death, then despair become your soul puppet, reverse kill the enemy, my specialty. With that, Bloodold used some kind of technique to extract a portion of Han's soul, then hurled it into the Fen Tian blood python, commanding it to go. Instantly, the Bloodwing Tengu's eyes snapped open as the soul entered its body. Now, he completely controlled the demon's body. From the stands, the forbidden summoning spell, GOG, echoes as the Frostblood Python's snakeheads relentlessly attack him. It spews countless poisonous darts at Ye Yang, but he swiftly dodges them, pulling Ma Yu away to protect him. The audience cheers, impressed by the old hero's fearlessness, his ease in the face of danger, and his compassion for a useless student. Pulled away, Ma Yu felt dizzy and disoriented. Ye Yang asked, Old hero, what do we do now? Flustered, Ma Yu replied, Big brother, please don't call me that. It's bad for my health. He calmly says, I'm not the one who wants to kill you. It's that bird. The heavens-splitting blood. Peng swoops towards them. Dozens of snakes opened their mouths wide and lunged forward, but Ye Yang quickly pulled Ma Yu back, dodging the attack. He grabbed the old man's clothes and quickly ran. Why don't you play with it? Then he pressed on Ma Yu's acupoint, causing him to slowly float up. Big brother, I can't move a muscle. He says, Of course you can't move. I've used my energy to harden your body. You are my weapon now. Ma Yu weeps silently, realizing he's just a tool. The venomous snakes from before slithered back, almost touching him, but Ye Yang swiftly pulled Ma Yu away and struck back. Everyone was shocked. This unfilial student was using the old hero as a weapon. His powerful attack sent its head flying 100 meters to the observation point, landing in the hands of the Blood Fiend's disciple, giving him a fright. Suddenly, the body of the one possessing Fen Tian Sui Beng started bleeding, taunting them all. The audience was moved, seeing the old hero using himself as a weapon to protect the useless students, a truly virtuous and heroic act. And then they began to cheer for Ma Yu, chanting, Invincible hero, mighty hero, handsome hero. The hero, Ma Yu, dizzy, lay on the ground, still smiling at them. Within the Bloodwing's body, he's using some kind of technique. Damn it, I'll make you feel fear. His eyes burst open, tears of blood streaming as he roared, Die! Then, from the Bloodwing's body, 3 giant serpent demons emerged, along with a barrage of star cannon fire. Ye Yang, showing no fear, taunts, Come on! While Ma Yu, now terrified and teary-eyed, cries out, Big brother, finish it quickly, I want to go home. From above, the Bloodpung's bird unleashes a massive energy blast, along with the mantra star cannon, while below, Ye Yang hurls Ma Yu forward without hesitation, calling him an old hero. Ma Yu became a sharp weapon, piercing through the powerful attack, drawing ever closer to the Bloodpung's bird. After completely deflecting the attack, Ma Yu even slashed at the red bird's body. Blood Elder and others in the audience were astonished. Ma Wu, circling in the sky, flies toward Ye Yang's outstretched hand, who catches his foot, ensuring a safe landing. Mao Yu's face turned pale, foam dripped from his mouth, and he lost consciousness. The audience erupted, realizing the old hero was fighting with his life. Even the strongest weapon can't easily destroy it. Another disciple of Bloodold speaks, saying that as long as the head isn't destroyed, there's still a chance. Hearing this, the Blood Eagle immediately casts a healing spell. In the blink of an eye, the red bird's mangled body began to regenerate, and in mere seconds it was fully restored, as if it had never been injured at all. The crowd couldn't help but comment that the Blood Pung was immortal. The green-haired man next to him added that even after being chopped up, it couldn't be killed, and that this was going to be troublesome. A dazzling golden charm was surrounded by a powerful magic. The red bird's eyes glowed brightly, a sign that the blood phoenix was awakening, its body enveloped in powerful magic, the sound echoing throughout the arena. The rock begins to gather spiritual power to unleash a powerful technique. Blood flame, sky burning. The energy emanating from its body grows, threatening to engulf the entire arena. The attack was so powerful, it pressed against the protective barrier, causing the crowd to cower in fear. From the outside, the massive energy sphere looked ready to consume the arena. In that desperate moment, the demon jerked his head up to face the energy orb before him. Without hesitation, he began to absorb the energy from it. He really will eat anything. Hope he can digest it. Even as he consumes the energy, the demonic being retorts, "Poor ghost, enough talk. Stop being sentimental or you'll kill him." The poor ghost beside him, watching the bean soldier leap, laments, "One bean soldier, one silver plum blossom, a month's worth of food, gone." The small bean soldier gradually grew larger, sprouting features almost identical to a human, and successfully evolved into a silver-grade bean soldier. The silver-grade bean soldier leaps out to block the gap in the protective barrier, but ultimately merges with it, its body dissolving away. Thanks to this, the gap in the protective barrier has closed. A commentator somewhere speaks up, thanking the penniless demon and the devil for their help, saying it's all too terrifying. Bloodflame Sky Scorcher will incinerate everything in its path. Can the old hero and his student endure? Just as his name is called, Ma Yi is thrown once more into the arena by Ye Yang. Go. Mei slowly ascends, closing the distance with the awakened Blood Garuda, who maniacally laughs and chants, "You overestimate yourself. You'll soon be burned alive." Standing before the twice-as-large awakened, Ma Yi was drenched in sweat, while below, Ye Yang casually raised a hand. In the sky, Ma Yi mirrored his movements in confusion, using the puppet technique. The Blood Eagle braced himself, casting a spell and shouting, "Come, the moment you touch me, your soul will be scattered." Suddenly, a fist came out of nowhere and struck Huyet Bang's head. Or rather, Ma Yi's fist slammed into the Dibang's head, a synchronized direct punch. Then he landed another punch on the red bird's face with maximum force. A blow that not only affected the bird, but also Huyet Bang on the other side, causing him to vomit blood and shock his fellow disciples. The crowd watched intently as the Blood Eagle crashed to the ground, its head now a pool of blood, and the strange bird plummeted from the sky, hitting the arena floor with a resounding thud. It remained motionless, head buried in the cracked ground, as the commentator's voice cut through the silence. Huyet Bang has fallen. Congratulations to the old hero and his student on their successful advancement. Ye Yang beckons with a single finger, "Come down." Immediately, Ma Yi descends from the sky, landing on his feet. Ye Yang turned and snapped his fingers, declaring it cleanup time, one step closer to riches, as the enhancement magic on Ma Yi was dispelled, leaving him pale and speechless. Meanwhile, cheers of old hero," echoed through the stands as the Bloodmaster's purple-haired student asked, "Master, how should we deal with him? Should I go down there and take care of that kid?" Blood Elder's eyes turned crimson, his rage evident. Blood Fifth skill was no match, and the arena has its rules. But this arena is my world. No matter how strong he is, he's just a pawn, unable to escape my control. Just wait and see the fate I have in store for this pawn. In Tien Sam Nation, Gyoi Mountain, a figure sat beneath a pavilion nestled under the shade of an ancient tree. Bai Fei was inside, cultivating to level up, while Xuan Feng and Thu Tuyet stood guard outside. Suddenly, Bai Fei's eyes snapped open, looking forward. On the bridge not far from the pavilion, a figure with a powerful aura of resentment suddenly appeared. Chun Feng clenches her fists, exclaiming that the evil energy is too strong, as Chu Shui raises her guard. An illusory image appears behind Chun Feng, its fur bristling as it roars, "Stay away!" Dongfang Qing laughed. "Ha, you think two mere foxes can stop me?" Chu Shui shouted, "Dongfang Qing leaves no one alive, human or demon. Master, go, we'll handle this." Xuanfeng roars at Dongfang Xing to come at him, while Bai Fei, with his eyes closed, says it's all right to let her through, even if it costs a tail to defeat her. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xing, who was once a distance away, appeared right in front of her, saying, "Little fox, are you really going to cut off your tail to kill me? Oh, to think the once great queen of tails is now a homeless fox, how tragic." Bai Fei retorts, "You're the pitiful one, a once genius girl, now a monster, ready to explode at any moment." Bai Fei glanced at Fang Xing, thinking she still wanted to rely on Ye Yang to break the curse. Ye Yang wouldn't even look at them, because he already had someone else in his heart. She understood that. Fangxing narrowed her eyes in response and said in a sarcastic tone, "Who is this sect leader's junior brother? Hard to say, huh?" Bai Fei suddenly jumped up from the ground. In a flash, she sat on the railing of the small pavilion. "Need I say more? We've even kissed. Every time you see him, you just get beat up, right?" Dong Fangxing retorted angrily. "Little fox, stop talking nonsense. If you two really had something, would you have escaped the limitless sect?" Bai Fei replied matter-of-factly. "Fool, the man you yearn for, I avoid like the plague. That little boy is just too clingy. Speak, why are you here?" Dong Fangxing smiled, freely admitting, "I wanted to discuss cooperation, but the atmosphere isn't right. I'll come again later." Before leaving, she offered, "Here's a little something related to your sect leader junior brother's life or death." Bai Fei looked up at Dong Fangxing, who had already turned her back. The demon world was about to unleash a cataclysm in Red City, and no human could escape. The demon world's plan is a calculated first step to destroy humanity's defenses, turning Crimson City into a wasteland. Dong Fangxing walks in the wind, a smile on her lips, wondering if her junior brother will be caught up in it all. How worrying. Immediately after, she soared into the sky, reminding her to take care of herself. But as soon as Dong Fangxing left, Bai Fei suddenly rushed out of the pavilion, declaring she had to go to Red City. Tuyet immediately blocks Bai Fei, saying he wants to save Ye Yang, but Bai Fei blushes and denies it, claiming he only wants to find pills to restore his strength in Crimson City. Tuyet bluntly states that the master hasn't recovered, and even with Ye Zhongzhu's power, they wouldn't gain much by going. So she suggests Dong Yue secretly inform him to leave. Suddenly, Chu Shui announces that she's found Xiahua, but she's being held captive, and they need to deal with that first. Bai Fei is startled, a flicker of worry and hesitation in her eyes. She turns and compromises, telling Dong Yue to inform Ye Yang to leave Red City quickly. "I don't care about his life or death, but he helped me, and the Qingqiu clan always repays its debts." After Bai Fei relented, Chu Shui and Chun Feng agreed. "We understand. You repay debts and grievances." Chun Feng secretly smiled, thinking, "Our lord is so adorable." Bai Fei, suspended in the air, commanded, "Go find Jiahua." Chu Shui and Chun Feng responded in unison once more. "Yes." Meanwhile, back in the brightly lit Red City at night, a man at a restaurant comments, "The old hero's student actually made it to the top 16. "That's outrageous," another person at the table chimed in. "It's infuriating that he's always with those two goddesses." Just then, Ye Yang appeared with a pile of stuff in his hands. "Boss, I'm back. Are my 40 mutton skewers, 20 chicken wing skewers, and 30 beef tendon skewers ready?" The barbecue owner replied, "Just a moment, almost done." Ye Yang smiled faintly, saying, "Please hurry," as the image of Dong Yue delivering the news flashed through his mind. That little fox. A pretty woman eating nearby turned to look at him and said, "Speak of the devil." To which Ye Yang retorted, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" A woman at the table raised her glass. "We've seen pretty boys, but never one eliminate himself." The spiky-haired guy next to her chimed in. "Worthless punk. Contestants aren't allowed to leave the training camp dorms at night during the Demon Arena competition." The man next to her chuckled. "Leaving on your own means automatic disqualification. Too bad. No more good shows to watch next round. Ha 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 ha." Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue for Ye Yang, who thought, "I don't believe it." He cried out in alarm, "No!" Meanwhile, the barbecue restaurant owner called out, "Your grilled meat is ready." Then, upon his return, Ye Yang was stopped at the gate by 2 burly guards. Leaving without permission means automatic disqualification. Clutching his food, tears streamed down Ye Yang's face. It was over. All his affection was focused on himself, and he'd lost it all. The next morning, at the Demon Arena's final battle, 2 figures stood atop the arena, one saying, "What a pity. But duty calls. They can't watch the duel any longer. The demon world's grand scheme is about to begin, and the Liaoyang army is frantically recruiting in Red City, where a crisis could erupt at any moment. Below, the troops are arrayed as if ready for battle. The poor devil continued from above. Hundreds of thousands of human army supplies are in Red City. We must hold it." He then lamented the worst-case scenario for Red City, sighing, "I can't cheer for Spear Maiden and Shield Maiden today." The evil spirit continued, saying their feelings were all for their master, to which the poor ghost sobbed, saying he didn't trust men anymore. Elsewhere, in a private observation room for distinguished guests, the masked man in black announced that Ye Yang had broken the rules and was automatically disqualified. The armored man beside him speculated that perhaps he had seen through it all and left beforehand, knowing the outcome. Blood Old spoke grimly. It's fine. Blade Maiden and Shield Maiden are his disciples. As long as they're here, Ye Yang can't escape. The purple-haired student added, Master has made arrangements. No one can escape this net. Look, Ye Yang is right beside her. Meanwhile, Ye Yang relaxed in the stands, surrounded by the crowd's angry mutterings and an old hero singing beside him as the female referee excitedly announced the final demon battle, with herself as the host and referee. There are 4 people in the finals, and the ultimate winner will have the chance to challenge the strongest demon, with a very special final battle format. The scene shifts to the arena, where Thuong Nuong and Thuan Nuong stand together as the female referee's voice continues to ring out. And now, let's welcome our first cooperative pair, the Spear Goddess, Lu Qing, and the Shield Goddess, Nan Tong. And now, a voice rings out, welcoming everyone to the Demon Seed Battle Royale, where Team 2 consists of the Xiao siblings, Ling and Han. The cool and collected man with the bamboo flute is Han, and as you all know, they are heirs to the Zhao family, one of the 4 great houses of the Ziyuan kingdom. And that sharp woman is Ling, a prodigy of her generation. Let's look forward to their performance. The audience is murmuring, surprised that the Xiao family is participating in this deadly competition. These siblings are formidable figures. Perhaps it's a training arrangement by their family. The announcement continues, revealing the rules. The 3 groups will battle simultaneously, and if the last surviving group is human, one of them will challenge the final demon. Suddenly, 2 demons, Ancient Marvin and Huizi, appeared in the arena as the organizers announced the release of Team 3. Huizi grinned. Finally, my teacher let me out. No one on this stage will survive. The audience cries out, oh my god, it's an ultra-powerful walking magic platform, Ancient Marvin. Those 2 teams are so unlucky. Another says, what are you talking about? The point is, there's a high-level humanoid demon. This is definitely the final showdown. The opening bell rings. The battlefield is set. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see, and hope for everyone's good fortune. The crowd buzzes with speculation, wondering how this battle will unfold, with some suggesting the humans will team up to eliminate the demons first before settling their own score. I think someone will use the demons to eliminate a team first, then capitalize on that. The countdown echoes in the silent arena. 3, 2, 1. As the starting signal ends, 2 figures dash out to attack. The commentator is shocked. The Zhao siblings are daring enough to battle both humans and demons at the same time. It's too exciting. Ling fights the humans, while Han goes to the ancient magic ape. Ling relentlessly attacks with her sword as Guantong defends. Meanwhile, Han creates a series of tornadoes aimed at the demon team. The commentator is amazed, exclaiming that these 2 sisters are too powerful, subduing members of both factions at once. Truly worthy of the Zhao family, 2 against 4, unbelievable. Ling seems to have a new plan, her expression unchanged, but her movements are clearly faster. As she leaps behind the shield, the commentator exclaims that Ling has suddenly sped up. Nam and the others must be careful, as Lu Qing has also noticed Ling's strange movements. She quickly retreated, allowing Guandong to block the attack with his shield. But Ling's sword shattered upon impact. This surprises her, and Ling leaps back. The commentator continues to praise. How fortunate. Nam's shield is too powerful. It's a weapon shredder. Meanwhile, Han seemed to be gaining the upper hand, his relentless attacks leaving his opponent defenseless, separated by the vortex he had created. Han stood calmly, brandishing his gun in a whirlwind, using the wind formation, Kun Beast technique, creating barriers of wind to trap the demons. The tornadoes merged from all directions, converging on the 2 demons, forming a massive wind imprisonment. Then a roar suddenly tore through the silent arena. A demonic hand burst from the cyclone, punching Han in the face, sending him flying and dropping his weapon. The audience gasps in shock, and the commentator shouts, a major reversal! One blow from the demon has completely turned the tables. The demon's power is terrifying. Ling anxiously calls out, ignoring her broken sword, and rushes towards Han, shouting, I'm coming to help! At that moment, Xuezi emerges from the dust, unfazed, and says softly, let's continue. The monstrous ape doesn't relent, leaping towards the fallen Han with a devastating punch. A surge of green power slams into the earth, sending dust and debris flying. Ling witnesses this scene in shock and cries out, but Hayat too arrives to block her path, clawing at her and causing her to cough up blood in pain. Ling is sent flying by the blood fiend's blow, crashing heavily to the ground as Guantong blocks the attack with his shield. The commentator is stunned. Similarly, Xiao Nan steps in to take the hit, a beautiful and kind soul. But she must be careful. The commentator's voice rings out as Xiaoling lies in grave danger, the demon aiming a fatal blow. Just as the bloodchild slammed his fist into the ground, Xiaoling was pulled away from danger. Lu Qing leapt into the air, picked her up, and said to him, "She's already unconscious. Why be so merciless?" But Bloodchild, unmoved, attacks them both, laughing wickedly. "Then die with her!" Lu Qing calmly dodges the blow. The audience roars, asking why Xiangnu hasn't countered yet, urging her to strike back. The commentator explains that Xiangnu seeks the enemy's weakness, a one-hit kill strategy. When she strikes, it will be decisive. Based on previous combat data, her one-hit kill rate against monsters is as high as 95%. Is she waiting to strike because she hasn't found her opponent's weakness? As Lu Qing dodged attacks while holding Yao Ling, she thought, "I've found his weakness, but his strength is too high. Before I can attack his weakness, I'll be killed." Quan Tong continues to use her shield to withstand the primal devil ape's fierce attacks. Seeing her standing firm, the commentator can't help but praise. As expected of little Nan Gong, she can maintain an absolute defense even against the attacks of a giant beast. The ancient demonic ape had lost its composure. Enraged, it slammed its hands into the ground, and Guantong grabbed her Zhao Han, leaping onto her shield to ride it. The commentator exclaimed, "Using her shield as a skateboard, little Nan Gong is so clever." The arena is shrouded in dust, and the commentator wonders how the humans can possibly overcome the demon onslaught. The situation is incredibly tense. The commentator's voice rings out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the demon horde has complete control. The humans are in danger." Hu Yet Tu unleashes an attack with a sinister grin, erupting in terrifying laughter. Lu Qing calmly protects Xiaoling and dodges fatal attacks when a strong gust of wind strikes Chuizi from behind, startling him. Enraged, Bloodfiend turns around scornfully, the sneak attack of the weak. The source is Zhao Han's power. Though wounded, he struggles to his feet, retorting with a fan strike. "We have no choice. Humans must unite against demons." Something incredibly fast pierced Xiao Han's abdomen, and before he knew it, the blood demon appeared, his hand impaling him as he sneered. "Relying on humans?" Xiao Han felt pain course through his body, his eyes widening in shock, and in an instant he fell, a pool of blood spreading around him. Having dealt with Xiao Han, Xuezi quickly lunges toward Lu Qing, catching the commentators off guard. Things aren't looking good. The Zhuan-level disciples have been defeated in an instant, giving the Demon Alliance an overwhelming advantage. Seeing him rush towards her, Lokthan quickly dropped Tu Lin and retreated, causing the commentator to wonder what Thandong's team would do. The Qingdong duo are struggling, with the sky and earth under the demon's control. Seeing this, Mei Hui grabs Ye Yang's collar and shakes him. Bro, stop reading. Your disciples are in trouble." The others nearby wonder, "Bro, Han's disciples?" He then uses soul transmission. "Luoqing, Donger, listen carefully. The enemy's strength far exceeds yours. Cooperation is key to overcoming the odds. Nan must also clear the obstacles for Luoqing before the enemy's fatal weakness. They're surrounded, but Ye Yang guides them, telling them to use the two forms formation he taught them." Qing and Dong realize it, and Dong shouts, "Understood." The audience is fraught with worry. They're at their limit. The gap between humans and high-level demons is too vast. The two girls unleash their primal chaos. The two phases formation opens, and the commentator announces the ancient demon ape's ultimate technique is about to be unleashed. Can the human team withstand this? My heart is pounding. Meanwhile, the ancient demon ape is charging up its demonic ape destruction cannon. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful attack towards the human team. As the force approached, Quan Dong completed the two forms formation, shifting the stars and redirecting the attack behind him. The ultimate killing technique hurtled towards Bloodchild without hesitation, sending him into a panic. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stood frozen in place. That powerful attack slammed into him, sending him flying back with a burst of blood. He was thrown back several meters. He's battered and bloodied, shocking the commentator. A humanoid demon is critically wounded by the demonic ape. Humanity's chance has arrived. Seeing Hu Yet Tu defeated, Lokthan quickly leaps out to attack, while Komunda jumps from afar, gradually approaching the ancient demon ape. Guantong blocks the punch with his shield while Lu Qing seizes the chance to leap above him. Together they unleash the shield strike technique. The commentator exclaims that with the shield maiden's support, the spear maiden has finally struck. Lu Qing plunges her spear straight into the ancient demon ape's head, shattering every blood vessel in its body, and Bloodchild can only watch in stunned disbelief. Bloodold, the audience, and even she are shocked by the fatal blow, but Ye Yang continues to read. The ancient demon ape falls, and the commentator shouts, "One hit kill!" The commentator is excited. This battle is too captivating, full of twists and turns. Luching defends himself, looking like he's recovered his energy, letting out long roars. He swung his fist towards the two of them, saying, "You never know." The three of them joined the battle, the Bloodchild's voice echoing, "Who will die by whose hand?" He unleashed a flurry of punches, but Kwandong blocked them all with his shield. The commentator was astonished. The high-level demon's claws were rendered useless by the shield. Unbeknownst to Bloodchild, Lu Qing had already appeared behind him, brandishing a dark red spear that struck at him like lightning, forcing him to evade. The commentator praises the high-level demon for not being killed instantly, but acknowledges it's a last-ditch effort, as cheers for the Spear Maiden and Shield Maiden erupt from the stands. Meanwhile, Ye Yang was in a hurry, having eaten too much grilled food, and went to the restroom to quietly read the last few pages of the Flame Maiden Chronicles. But the arena's restrooms were too crowded, so he had to go outside to find one. The commentator is filled with anticipation, awaiting humanity's final stand. Meanwhile, Kwandong mercilessly assaults Bloodchild with his shield. Meanwhile, his face is being relentlessly beaten, spraying blood everywhere. The audience cheers, chanting, "Kill him! Kill him! Stab him!" Huyet-Tu screams in terror. "No, stay away! Get out!" In a hidden corner of the arena, a group of people huddled together. "Master," a woman whispered. "The demon envoy has ordered us to create as much chaos as possible, drawing the flame guard to the demon arena." Bloodold was furious, saying, "These foolish demons want to use me as a pawn, but I'm also using them. Now I'll kill everyone in the arena first, as an investment." He sinisterly calculated, "I will get what I want, and this world will become a bloody arena controlled by me." The commentator's voice boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the high-ranking humanoid demon has been cornered by the Spear Formation." Suddenly, Bloodmaster roared, "I can't accept this." Lu Qing leaps towards him, spear in hand, a flurry of cries erupting as she aims for a one-hit kill, her spear colliding with someone's finger, unleashing a burst of intense energy. Suddenly, a beam of light sends Lu Qing and her spear flying. Blood Elder appears, lamenting that the intense battle has made him restless, so he's joining the game. "From now on, the rules have changed. If you can make me bleed, you'll be the champions of this match. If you can't harm me within an incense stick's time, you'll all die." Is Huyet Lao insane? Why would he do this? He's not only protecting the demons, but he wants to kill us all. The commentator is also shocked, unable to believe what he's seeing. It was then that Blood Elder conjured an immensely powerful energy orb, which rapidly expanded into a secret technique, the Blood Prison Barrier. The commentator panicked, crying for help. The arena is sealed off by Blood Elder. No reinforcements can get in. Blood Elder's eyes turned cold. "You might get in, but only after your armies have become corpses. You'd be better off hoping these two can pull off a miracle." The two lean on each other as Lu Qing gasps for breath, stealing his resolve. This foe is far stronger than any demon they've faced. Just then, Blood Elder unleashes a crimson energy blast. The red energy hurtles toward Guantong as someone shouts a warning. She tries to block it with her shield, but the force sends her flying. Seeing this, Bloodold laughed. "Looks like you're tougher than I thought." He suddenly waved his hand, firing two beams of energy like before, and asked, "How about this?" The two red beams slammed into Quantong's shield, exploding with immense force, sending her and the shield plummeting to the ground. The bronze-clad warrior was now covered in wounds, coughing up blood. Taking advantage of the Blood Elder's inattention, Qing leaped up from behind, spear in hand. Her spear became a sharp arrow, piercing downwards, but the Blood Fiend casually stopped it with a finger, saying, "Child's play." He used his technique to knock away the spear and Lu Qing, causing her to cry out in pain, while Shui Lao calmly licked the blood from his hand, stating that human fear was the most delicious food. The audience cheers Quantong on, shouting, "Go, Shield Maiden! Don't lose!" as she and Lu Qing struggle to hold their ground. Together, they spring into action, preparing for a new assault. Quantong uses Shield Impact technique, Super Impact, while Lu Qing employs Spear Collision technique, Extreme Flame. With a mere hand, Bloodfiend grasped the spear, his other hand striking the shield. A single flick sent both warriors flying, eliciting cries of shock. Lu Qing is impaled in the shoulder by her own spear, while Guantong is sent flying, shieldless, to crash into the ground. But the crowd muttered, "No, these two are too weak. Let's run. We'll die if we stay here. Run!" The chaotic situation left the commentators speechless as spectators fled in terror from Bloodfiend. The match had turned into this. Bloodlord calmly approached the weakened Quantong. "So, quickly finished. How unsatisfying." He gathered energy to strike. Forget it. Maybe you can challenge old Master Chu in your next lives. Brat, I'll send you on your way first. Enjoy. Ma Wei now stood before Guantong like a hero, blocking the blood fiend's path, who asked, Ma Wei, do you have a death wish? Ma Wei replied, I'm here to stop you. Then he shouted, Listen up, everyone. We can't just sit here and die or rely on two injured girls to protect us all. The only way we survive this is to unite and fight with everything we have. Do you hear me? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and turned to look at Ma Wei, while a girl in the crowd who was about to run away hesitated, biting her lip. The crowd surged onto the arena floor, shouting, Let's fight! We'll stand with the old hero and protect Shield Maiden. The blood demon, now with a horn on his head, sneered, You mere humans! I have long possessed demonic blood, evolving into a superior being. I am a god. How dare you defy me? Do you even understand? The shattered debris rained down as Lord Wei's group, who had moments ago stood against Bloodfiend, now lay wounded. The audience is in even greater chaos, and even the old hero can't hold on. Is there anyone who can stop this monster? Save us. At that moment, Blood Demon notices Qing's spear flying toward him. Before the spear could reach him, it was stopped by a powerful force. It was quickly subdued, and Blood Old's voice echoed, Human spear techniques dare to harm me? Lu Heng remained in her throwing stance, but her spear was hurled back, piercing the wall behind her. How dare you listen to his boasting? Blood Demon sneered. I told you, kill her first, and you die next. This is my arena, my world, and I make the rules. He then approached Guantong, saying, Now let me send you on your way. Suddenly, a powerful force pierced through the stands, creating a large hole. Everyone present was shocked, even those lurking in the shadows, while Guantong secretly rejoiced. Hearing such a commotion, Blood Old also turned to see what was happening. A book falls to the ground, seemingly one of Ye Yang's, as a figure emerges from the hole with a free and confident gait. The spectators were stunned, realizing that Han had come to their rescue. Ma Wei abandoned his brave facade and sobbed, stuttering that he missed his dead friend. With a grim face and bloodshot eyes, Ye Yang strides forward, his robes billowing. Can Ye Yang really defeat Blood Elder? Let's hope for the best. A faint golden light emanates from Ye Yang as he faces the Blood Fiend, stunning the audience. Is this the same useless kid? Han. Han shattered the arena with a single punch. Seeing this, Blood Old Man braced himself, thinking, The last one has finally arrived. Excellent. The more I torture a strong opponent, the more excited I become. Ye Yang ignored him, and instead held up his book, saying, This book cost me a lot of money. I can't waste it. Blood Devil sneered. Want to fight me? We'll see if you're worthy. From the shadows, his men and Bloodchild appeared, lining up before him. Aside from the unrecovered Bloodchild, the others are brimming with power, ready to strike at any moment. Whispers spread that the 6 Blood Guardians are all monsters, and the Bloodchild's demonification is said to be the weakest. Against the 5 Blood Guardians, strength alone may not be enough. One of the men in brown steps forward, throws off his scarf, and taunts, If you want to save your Earth child, you'll have to get past me first. Ye Yang stares coldly at him and asks, You? The man then leapt into the air, tore off his shirt, and arrogantly declared, I'll send you to hell to wait for your Earth child. He aimed at Ye Yang and dove down, unleashing the twin star destruction. Unfazed, he calmly raised 2 fingers, and in an instant they pierced the brown-robed man, stopping him in his tracks. His eyes widened as Ye Yang pierced his chest, drawing bright red blood, a sight that shocked Bloodlord with his power. The audience roars as the Blood Guards prove useless against Ye Yang, unable to withstand a single blow. He kicks one aside, scoffing, Don't waste my time. Aura flaring, he scoffs at Bloodlord's disciples, telling them to come at him, and the remaining 4 rush to attack as one. The commentator was outraged, calling it shameless to gang up on one person, 4 Blood Guards against 1, an unfair fight. The woman raised her hand to the sky and used light area attack. The remaining 3 unleashed their powers, thunder cannons, heavenly flame waves, and sky-lifting strikes, all 4 converging on Ye Yang. A deafening explosion shook the heavens, leaving the arena shrouded in dust and smoke. The audience feared the worst, thinking, He's done for, and so are we. Ma Yi silently cried out, Big brother. From within the dissipating smoke, a figure emerges, composed and tall. The commentator is overjoyed to see Ye Yang brushing dust from his clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary smoke without injury has appeared on Ye Yang. To the Blood Guard's shock, Ye Yang casually wonders if that's all there is. He raises his hand, using basic skill replication, and says he'll return their own attack. With a wave, Di Yang unleashes a level 100 flame burst. Huyet too was quickly overwhelmed and slammed to the ground, screaming, while the green-haired man and the woman were similarly struck and sent flying. The armored man was slammed into the ground, and the blood guards were defeated and blown away by a single move from Ye Yang. The audience was stunned, mouths agape. Meanwhile, Blood Elder seethed with rage, grinding out, "You killed my disciple." He summons a dragon's hand to cover his own, declaring he'll avenge his disciple's death. Rushing toward Quan Tong, who's struggling to speak to make his master suffer for life. Meanwhile, Ye Yang tore a page from an advertisement featuring a beautiful woman, muttering, "Right in front of me." Just as the old man's fist was about to strike Guantong, something intervened to block the blow. He punched the advertisement Ye Yang had torn, his whole body trembling with rage. Ye Yang finally raised his hand, his face dark as he cursed, "You're not allowed to touch my disciple. Get lost." In an instant, the paper unleashed a powerful energy, sending Blood Old flying. He crashed into the stands behind him with a boom. The commentator is stunned. Blood Old actually lost to a piece of paper. The audience catches on and exclaims, "Oh my God, he's beating Blood Old. He's no good for nothing. He's a god." From where he fell, Blood Old spoke, "Is that your strongest move? Impressive. To destroy 80% of my demonized form." But he used a forbidden technique, Great Earth Battlefield, and laughed, "A body burned to ashes can be reborn. Now I'll show you the true terror of a great demon." After speaking, Blood Elder tenses up and laughs maniacally. The commentator senses the change and worries, "Something's wrong. Blood Elder wants to become one with the battlefield. Is this his final form?" Far from worried, Ye Yang scoffs. "So the old geezer likes eating dirt." The ground turns into a murky black liquid as Blood Old laughs sinisterly. "I have merged with the arena." The crowd wondered if the arena would swallow them whole, terrified and hoping Ye Yang would win. Ye Yang stared sharply at Blood Old, telling him to stop posturing and fight. Blood Old has fully transformed, sneering, "Then, let's crush you." He unleashes the Earth technique, Giant of Evil, as black arms erupt from the ground, seizing Ye Yang. The commentator cries out in alarm, "Ye Yang, run!" Instead of running, Diep Duong calmly stomps his foot, creating a circle, a basic skill. The circle grows, emitting golden light, forming a gravity defense field. This level 100 move detonates all around Ye Yang, and when the dust settles, Blood Old is nowhere to be seen. The audience above couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, this guy is too cool." Blood Old Man was merging with the earth, and several shadows appeared behind him as he lightly reminded, "Kid, that was just an appetizer." The shadows become puppets emerging from the earth, Blood Old's giant awakening, and he shouts that this is his true killing move. The commentator fears that Blood Old's golem army is like a monster attack and will kill everyone in the arena. Seeing this, Blood Old Man was filled with despair as everyone knelt down, begging for mercy. "Kneel sincerely, and perhaps I'll choose one or two lucky ones to live on as pets." Ye Yang's expression turned grim as he used a gravity defense field, expanding it. A multitude of red energy beams shot out in every direction, and suddenly the Blood Old Man and his stone giants knelt in shock. He grimaced, struggling, and said with difficulty, "It's too heavy." The commentator, witnessing this scene, was astonished. "I can't believe my eyes." Blood Old and the giant soldier legions suddenly knelt before Ye Yang. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he declared, "Kneeling won't save you." A golden finger of energy then pressed down on the Blood Old Man and his forces. The Blood Elder's face was slammed into the ground, shattering the surrounding stone, and the entire stone giant area instantly collapsed in a cloud of dust. Maui was moved to tears. Big Brother is so handsome. But Ye Yang was unmoved, staring at the destruction before him. Suddenly, Blood Old leaps from the ground, laughing, declaring that as long as he's connected to this arena, he can endlessly regenerate and fight forever. He slams his hand down and shouts, "Oh, come forth!" A cocoon-like mass with long tentacles emerges, called the Great Earth, Destroyer of Calamity. The white cocoon quickly sprouts tentacles that spread throughout the arena. One lashed out towards the stands, sending spectators fleeing in terror, barely missing Ma Ui, who narrowly escaped. Lu King and Guantong also used their rings to block and protect, as countless tentacles loomed over Ye Yang from above. He stomps his foot and declares he'll sever the connection between man and arena. Everyone is shocked as half the arena floats into the sky. Is he a god? The white silk is instantly torn to shreds. The arena is cracked and riddled with holes, a scene of utter devastation. The Blood Elder, perched on a detached rock, curses in fury, "Bastard! Beast you!" The spear in Luke Than's hand suddenly flies up, along with Diep Duong's message. Luke Than, watch closely. I'll show you once. Diep Duong now holds her own spear in her hand. He uses the Kun 1 pillar technique, and his rudimentary spear skill sends the spear flying toward the isolated rock, piercing Blood Old Man with level 100 accuracy. He was sent flying by the spear, his eyes wide as he thought, impossible. Hurled far away, the Blood Fiend was unwilling to accept his fate, to die at the hands of a pawn. He quickly plummets to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, and Blood Old lies flattened in the dirt, covered in blood. The Flame City guards finally rushed to the smoky scene. The lead soldier looked at the Blood Elder lying on the ground and wondered, it's over? We brought so many reinforcements for nothing. The shattered stone reassembled, the commentator announced the match's end, praising Ye Yang for saving them all. The arena returned to normal as the voice continued, hailing Ye Yang as godlike. The crowd chanted Ye Yang's name, marveling that he was no useless student but a god of war, and that the old hero was his student. But Ye Yang, amidst the cheers, remained grim. He's so dramatic, it's sickening. Why are you cheering? I didn't come to save you. I'm just protecting my territory. Everyone fell silent, confused by his words. Ye Yang used his childish trick and said softly, I'm sorry, Xianger. Master will make a new one for you. Don't look anymore. Lu Qing praised, Master's Qiankan brush is truly magical. He then waved his sleeve and said, let's go. Let's prepare to go home. The two replied in unison, thank you. It was then that Ye Yang noticed the sky and mused, looks like the master of Yan City is about to change. Cut to a place called the Hall of Demons, its doors wide open, and a large inscription on the wall that reads, Ye Yang's Guide to Conquest. A girl named Lan Yu speaks up. I know you've all been waiting for me to talk about this. Today I'll finally satisfy you and teach you how to conquer sect leader Ye. Nina Jadu says that senior sister Lam Vu is usually out on business, so this lecture is a rare opportunity. Lin Nai, standing next to Kung Ho, says that the greatest pickup artist of the Limitless sect is holding a class. Lam Vu scoffed, saying she knew a million ways to make men bow down, but the only thing she truly felt was money. She added that the rest could be paid off with labor, and from now on, cleaning the demon quelling hall would be their responsibility. Shin Ni and Lin Ni nodded. No problem. Lam Vu then requested that before the lecture, each of them should tell her why they wanted him. Holding her books, Nadu shyly says her master is too handsome. Whether he's walking around the sect in slippers or making noises in his sleep, he's smiling, dignified, and makes her heart race. Lam Vu is speechless and says, next. Han Ni pondered, I just feel like I can't lose the sect leader. Nadu retorted, lose what? You haven't even gotten him yet. Han Ni replied, either way, the sect leader is the most important man in my life. Nadu, angered, snapped back, hey, don't jump to conclusions. Just because you're afraid of other men doesn't mean you can force that onto the sect leader. Linger now speaks up, saying her reason is simple. The sect leader is a public resource, belonging to all disciples, and she doesn't want anyone cutting off their chance at love. She wants equal odds. Meanwhile, Shinner tugs on Nadu's pigtails, stopping her from flying into a rage. Lam Vu extinguishes the budding flames, ordering silence and investigation before class ends. Listen while you work. Baifei's puppet flips over as Lam Vu's voice echoes, first, everyone knows the sect leader is strong, in terms of combat power. The puppet leaps out as Lan Yu continues, explaining that emotionally he's just a simple-minded otaku who likes novels. To capture the heart of such an otaku is relatively simple. Allow me to introduce some techniques. The puppet transforms into Baifei and contemplates, good thing I can use soul-shifting magic. Guys like him are surrounded by beauties, but he cherishes the gentle type the most. When necessary, force a kiss, physical contact, not just words, is the strongest medicine. Baifei laughed. I'm dying of laughter. What nonsense. If you listen to her, you'll only push Ye Yang further away. The four of them then noticed her sitting in the prison. Lam Yu angrily asks the fox spirit if she has another way, to which Baifei calmly replies that humans are too one-sided when it comes to love. Do you know why, for thousands of years, fox spirits like us have been able to ensnare human men? It's because you women are too weak and don't understand the essence of love. If you want to win Ye Yang, you must follow these three principles. First, never be too forward. Being too aggressive will get you nowhere. Men never cherish what comes too easily, Nan Yu admired. Lam Vu listened calmly. Second, don't let Ye Yang touch anyone. Everyone is the same, which is the fairest. Third, absolutely no physical contact. Such promiscuity will leave a bad impression. Lam Vu smiles, saying the little fox's words are thought-provoking, but Bai Fei replies, what ulterior motives could she have? On the contrary, she's the most famous person in the limitless sect, so why is she still single? Is her theory trustworthy? Bai Fei turned and left, saying that was all and they should think for themselves. Yan Yu was frustrated, saying they were both reasonable and hard to choose between, wondering who to listen to, while Linger worried that one wrong step would lead to another, suggesting they hold back for now. Bai Fei turned around, vaguely hearing several calls of Master. She slowly opened her eyes to see Zhu Shui looking puzzled. Master, you were spacing out just now. What are you smiling about now? Back at Puchu Mountain, Bak Fai surveys the carnage left by the puppet sect. She denies laughing, claiming she was merely contemplating how to deal with the mess. Thu Tuyet suggests wiping out the puppet sect, but Bai Fei reminds her that their goal is to rescue Xiahua and retrieve the Forbidden Palace map. Thu Tuyet smiled. It'd be a waste to kill them all. How about we spare them and make them our slaves? We could use servants to do the dirty work. What do you think, Master? When she didn't get a response, she called out, Master. Bai Fei snapped out of it, waved her sleeve, and turned to leave, only saying, whatever. Inadvertently, she dropped a piece of paper. Chunfeng saw it and picked it up, wondering what it was that Bai Fei was writing down earlier. Bai Fei, startled, turned around and shouted, Don't look! Give it back! Chunfeng read the note aloud. Agree to all his requests. 3. If necessary. Force a kiss. Before she could understand, Bai Fei snatched the paper back, stammering, Don't worry about things that aren't your business. Anyway, we have the map. Let's go to where Huaxia is imprisoned. Suddenly, Bai Fei stops, realizing something terrible. A powerful, destructive aura emanates from the west, heading towards Yan City. Tuyet reassured her, Don't worry, Master. I received word from Dong Guyet that the Diet Tong Master has likely left Viemthan. Bak Fi softly replied, I hope so. Viemthan will likely be destroyed soon. I hope he's safe. Meanwhile, in Flame City, strange clouds gather, unleashing dangerous lightning bolts. Cut to another location, where the sky is dark, but otherwise seems normal. But suddenly vibrations emanate from the houses, scattering birds in fright. The tremors spread to the arena, still desolate after the decisive battle. Boulders fall from the stands, causing panic and cries of confusion. The unpredictable changes continue, followed by screams. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Help! 2 figures floated in the sky, witnessing the scene with a sigh. The final gambit has begun. The poverty fiend calmly stated, This is only the first wave. The evil fiend beside him lamented, The forest is done for. Even the lush, interconnected trees are toppled by the quake, and the very earth begins to crack and split. The skyscrapers couldn't withstand the earthquake and crumbled in an instant. The poverty and evil ghosts watched on, unmoved, commenting on how fragile these structures were in the face of such power. Buildings large and small crumbled together into ruin. The demon's face darkened, and he admitted that even he couldn't stop it. At that moment, a massive dam was torn apart by the earthquake, unleashing a devastating torrent of water. The poverty devil could only lament that this city was doomed, as a massive section of the wall began to crumble. The spectators in the arena, sensing the danger, cried out for help as the stadium collapsed. It was then that Ye Yang decided to intervene. Using his elemental power, he freezes level 100 stones mid-fall and creates a massive protective barrier below. Lu King shouted for everyone to get to the plaza and away from the falling debris, while those in the shield yelled for them to come over, and Ye Yang instructed his disciples from above. Lu Ting, Dong protect yourselves. I'm going up to take a look. With that, he turned and flew away, quickly leaving the area. As he moved, Ye Yang thought to himself that the earthquake only lasted 45 seconds, but the destruction was incredible. From above, he surveys the chaos engulfing Flame City below. A mother and child are struggling to escape the collapsing building. Run, you must run. The child, running, suddenly tripped and cried out in pain, and the mother, without hesitation, turned back to shield her child as the building collapsed. She was surprised the building hadn't collapsed on them yet, and looked up with worry and doubt. She's astonished to see Ye Yang floating in the air, single-handedly supporting the massive building, and the child cries out, Mommy, it's a god! A god! Ye Yang lifted the entire upper part of the building over the central district, as the people below, trapped between a broken bridge and giant fruit, cried out for help, saying they were trapped. With a gentle wave, Ye Yang sent the building's top flying. People watched in astonishment as it landed in the middle, wondering what had fallen. The building's top landed in the river, sending water spraying high, as Ye Yang exhaled a breath of green energy from above. The water that had been forced upward was instantly frozen in place, and Diep Duong emitted 2 laser-like beams from his eyes. The lasers strike the frozen waves, instantly slicing them into perfectly straight, towering blocks of ice. The people quickly ran onto the flat surface to cross to the other side, gratefully thanking the gods as a red dragon suddenly lost control and plummeted, crying out for help. On its back was a carriage with people screaming for their lives, and upon hearing them, Yang quickly grabbed the dragon's tail to stop it from falling. He pondered, "This city is in chaos. Even the flying beasts are out of control." Gazing at the ruined flame city, he thought, "I must quickly stabilize this disaster." Meanwhile, back at headquarters where everyone is sheltering from the earthquake, they see Ye Yang and shout, "Master, Immortal Ye is back." He replies, "Release the people from the dragon carriage first." Ye Yang and the dragon carriage quickly descended to the ground safely. He approached the 2 he had instructed. "Lu Qing, Dong Er, I've arranged for people to investigate the cause of this unexplained earthquake. These people are in your hands." The 2 responded in unison. With that, Ye Yang turned and left, saying only, "I'm going to save more people." Guantong was moved, thinking to himself, "Master, you're so cool." Meanwhile, at VM Than, where 1,000,000 bushels of grain were stored, someone cried out, "We're doomed." The earthquake triggered a fire. The flames spread rapidly, causing panic. VM Than's 1,000,000 bushels of grain are burning. Someone get help. VM Than's granary is gone, and so is humanity's last line of defense. The fire raged, consuming the Great Hall. A soldier, trapped in the inferno, cried out, "Number 5, rest. 10,000 granaries are ablaze. The fire is too great. We can't extinguish it." The exhausted soldiers muttered that they were trapped, resigned to their fate, while Number 5, Thuong Nuong, desperately tried to extinguish the blaze, lamenting that they couldn't give up, wondering what would become of humanity's last line of defense. From the fire that Number 5 was trying to extinguish, a sudden explosion sent her flying, helmet and all. The fire brigade was surrounded by a raging inferno, and she thought truly she couldn't accept it. But as Number 5 wept, she was startled by raindrops falling on her face. The others were just as surprised. "Rain? It's raining?" Someone said it wouldn't work, that a fire of this magnitude couldn't be extinguished even by a storm. Then, lightning crackled in the sky, revealing a looming figure. Number 5, her sorrow fading, stares intently at the sky where water and fire clash, and she sees a figure above. Ye Yang raises his hand to the sky, using the intermediate-level Rainmaster skill, Ascending Dragon Rain, level 100. Noble azure dragons appear around him, and with a shout he commands, "Extinguish!" The azure dragons opened their maws, unleashing torrents of water below. The rain intensified, joining forces to extinguish the flames. Before long, the flames were extinguished, and smoke billowed into the sky, which cleared to reveal Ye Yang hovering above. Seeing him descend, Number 5 muttered in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? The sea of fire. It's gone. The 1,000,000 bushels of grain. They're safe." Before everyone's eyes, Ye Yang quickly descended to Number 5's side and cast a minor healing spell. The spirits were astonished. Number 5, a god. Not only can they extinguish fire, but they can heal too. This god really knows everything. Ye Yang, slightly surprised, looked at her and asked, "You're Number 5? I have a disciple who was once Number 7. What a coincidence." Number 5 was shocked, exclaiming, "Number 7!" She remembered what Lu Qing, Number 7, had said, "This time, at the front lines, I may not return." Number 5 was now excited. "You're Number 7's master? Number 7 is alive," Ye Yang replied softly. "Yes, she is alive, and so are you. So are..." Before Number 5 could gather her thoughts, Ye Yang simply said goodbye and left, leading her to think, Number 7's master is so powerful. Flame City has been saved. Meanwhile, in the central area of VM Than, amidst the smoking mountain ridges, the poor devil and the evil devil look down upon the vast expanse, noting that perhaps heaven is helping humanity, sending a superstorm to extinguish the sea of fire caused by the earthquake. The evil spirit couldn't help but exclaim that humanity's true crisis had only just begun, lamenting towards the smoking volcano that the demon world had truly made a grand move this time. To awaken the ancient volcano slumbering beneath VM Than, they're triggering an earthquake. The ritual is activating the volcano, and if it erupts, VM Than will be destroyed, the granary lost, and humanity's western defenses will fall. This will be the true beginning of the demon apocalypse, the poor devil said softly, as the evil devil added, "No matter the cost, we must disrupt the activation formation and prevent Mount Tai from erupting." A voice suddenly echoed from behind, "This is what the Li Yan army must do." The two turned around in surprise to see three figures standing there. The legendary General Number 6 of the Lai Yan army, said to be cold and emotionless, was actually a girl. Number 6 calmly replies, "Greedy devil, poor devil, you are too kind. Humanity is on the brink of destruction, and the underworld army is deeply grateful for your help." Looking at the scattered demons below, she continues, "This time, the demon world must send countless soldiers to guard the erupting volcano." The soldiers below continue to fight, as Number 4 quietly causes a landslide, heralding mankind's doom. Before that happens, she resolves, we must extinguish the volcano. The poor devil added that the evil spirit was scanning the battlefield to assess the enemy's situation, and asked if, besides General Number 6, King Yomra also had Generals Number 5 and Number 7. Number 6 then sadly revealed that all of the numbered generals were orphans who survived the war against the demons. Number 5 was the fire soldier, and Number 7 was the ultimate frontline warrior. She died on the battlefield. Hearing this, the poverty devil asked if Number 6, the wall general, wanted to protect Flame City for her fallen comrade. She replied, "That's right, I promised her." Number 6 recalls the day. Number 7 went to the battlefield, marching onward. Then Lieutenant Lu Qing sees the injured Number 7 and asks why she's here. Number 6 replied, "I'm sorry you're injured, but I can't use my privilege to keep you from the front lines." Number 7 smiled, "I'm fine, just a small soldier." Number 6 was intelligent, calm, and meticulously calculating. Lu Qing turns and says, "No matter what happens, you must remember you were born to do great things. The army needs people like you. Only then can humanity hope to defeat the demons." 10 days later, a soldier reports that Number 7, with her incurable wounds, has been left on the battlefield. "Death in battle," Number 6 replied, "is a soldier's final resting place, and the Legion is honored by her sacrifice." Though she said this, Number 6 was saddened and shed tears, recalling the letter claiming she was born for great things, and that the wise always prioritize the big picture. She looks into the distance, wondering what happened to her childhood friends. In the end, she couldn't save anyone. Back to reality, a soldier runs up to report that they're approaching a volcanic smog zone. The injured soldiers begin to move slowly, but with only a few elite martial arts soldiers, it will be difficult to break through too deeply. The evil ghost then speaks, "The enemies of Flame City have finished scouting. Ahead of us is a great wall formed by a demon army, but we can only force our way through. Poor ghost, make your move." At this, the poor devil thought, "Damn it, this is a huge investment. The army must compensate me." He sighs, knowing he has to stop the ancient volcano from erupting to recoup his losses. This is a huge gamble. He waves his hand, using the advanced bean soldier transformation technique. The small silver-grade bean soldiers now brandish their swords and charge into the fray, swiftly attacking the demons below. Meanwhile, ancient demonic apes fought with all their might. The poverty demon was shocked. Demonic apes? And devils too? Look over there. It's even more chaotic than up above. In the distant sky, crimson lightning crackles amidst formidable demons, the 7 deadly sins and the upper 3. The Great Fall cries out, "Let the games begin." One of the 7 deadly sins, violence, roars and unleashes lion-heavy cannon. A barrage of intertwined energy descends, creating the shattering Great Earth. That energy unleashes a devastating shockwave, instantly obliterating the ground below and the innocent caught in its wake. The great sin of arrogance tells him to calm down, saying the battle is long and not to use all his strength at once, as energy blasts from arrogance freeze the lower-ranked soldiers. The lustful sin, cunning succubus, smirked, "The lion loves to show off." She then shouted, "Hey, idiot!" and unleashed a vortex of energy. The colliding vortexes unleash a wave of pain, sending soldiers scattering. Wrath explodes, calling her a bitch for daring to steal his prey. The demon of lust chuckled, "Enough talk, I'll tear you apart myself." Having watched them bicker, the demon mocked, "Why argue? There are plenty of humans here for you to kill to your heart's content. Just hold the fort and wait for them to come to their doom." Number 6 speaks, saying that they are the upper 3 sins of the 7 deadly sins, and that the upper 3 are more troublesome than the lower 3. The evil spirit says that the biggest problem isn't those 3, but the original sin, compared to whom they are just grains of sand. Upon hearing this, the poor ghost and Number 6 turned their heads in astonishment, thinking, "What?" They suddenly saw a figure faintly appearing on the top of the volcano. The two are shocked. The original sin has arrived. The one walking that path, along with the lightning, is the original sin of the 7 deadly sins. The original sin of wrath is almost always in a state of slumber, because once he awakens, the image of him wielding his axe is the epitome of destruction, capable of obliterating everything. One swing could crush an entire region. His terrifying acts of wrath and his physique are incredibly powerful. He once survived a 7-day siege by an entire legion without losing a single hair. His two subordinates gained tenfold power just by being near him, almost reaching the strength of the upper 3 sins. The poor devil asked what their chances were of surviving these monsters, reaching the ancient lava mountain and stopping its eruption. To which the evil spirit replied that the odds were too great to calculate. Number 6 declared that they would likely be annihilated before reaching the ancient volcano, but they had to gamble. Gamble that someone could break through, surpass the high 3 sins and the original sin, and stop the volcano from erupting. The evil spirit also expressed his determination, saying, "Save Damthan, save humanity." Everyone there thought with one mind, we can only move forward. The 3, Qinghio, Qui-Ak, and Number 6, soared into the sky, shouting, "Let's go!" Just then, a voice echoed from above. "Master, all the information I've gathered has been synchronized." The Lifeform Support AI, Mechanical Neon 02, continues, "Have you received it, Master?" As he flies, Ye Yang replies, "I know, Neon, so these demons are the troublemakers. I'll handle them." He gathers energy in his hand, thinking he needs a more reliable sword this time. Just as Number 6 prepares for battle, his sword suddenly slips from its sheath and floats away. The sword soared, leaving her in stunned disbelief. "My sword!" It cut through the smoke and dust without stopping. It flew until it reached Ye Yang, who grasped it tightly in his hand. Shower has a use limit with a default of 1. Ye Yang raises the sword high, unleashing his technique, a mid-level immortal's ultimate skill. 1 sword, 10,000 demons, level 100 max. In the sky, a series of golden lights formed a vast net, encompassing everything, so large it could cover the entire region around the volcano. It locked onto a minor demon, designating it Target 0001, and the net began identifying even more demons, 65, 66, 67. Even the massive demon beasts high above were targeted, marked as 151. More and more demons were discovered. 1334, 1335, 1336, 1337, 1338, 1339, 1340. They muttered ominously, "Eat humans." Even primal demons like the ancient demonic ape were caught in the net, numbered 5 Eisen, 458, 459. While Daida and Kwangduk looked on in confusion, they were marked as 7442 and 7-from-4. The violence on the other side was shocking, but quickly fell within range 7-44. The sleeping original sin and his subordinates were numbered 9999, 1000, 1000. Ye Yang raised his hand, his eyes flashing a terrifying red as he swung his sword down, unleashing a brilliant crimson slash. That single strike cleaved through demons, beasts, the ancient demonic ape, the upper 3 sins, and even the original sin, and split the original sin's iron coffin in 2. The box, his weapon, and his subordinates all fell into the volcano, and the lava reacted violently, churning and destroying everything. After a moment, the lava returned to normal, swallowing what had fallen in. Number 6, the evil spirit and the poor ghost watched in stunned silence as the battlefield fell quiet. Every demon below was sliced in 2. Bleeding out and dying. The poverty devil stammered, Is that the heavenly pig?" Number 6 stared in disbelief. "Am I dreaming?" The soldiers below, witnessing this, wondered if the demons' bodies had simply burst apart on their own. Number 6 clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking the mysterious hero, Heavenly Pig, for saving them from the demons, vowing the Yang platoon would never forget. The soldiers below cheered wildly, convinced a god had intervened to protect them. Number 6 marveled at their luck, while the demons looked on in disbelief, shocked that a single god had wiped them all out. He was shocked, considering these demons included the monstrous original sin. Du Ni asked, "Master, will we stop the volcano from erupting next?" Ye Yang casually says, "No need, just use an M74 missile to bombard the volcano." Du Ni is surprised. "Master, that will make the volcano erupt sooner, and the missile's mixed power is even more terrifying than a volcanic eruption." Ye Yang nonchalantly replied, "It's fine, let it erupt, I have a plan." She responded, "Understood." Ye Yang stood tall in the sky and called out, "Not good, move over here." "A yes, sir," echoed. Dewar quickly appeared and said, "Greetings, Master." He immediately requested, "Give me a spatial coordinate." She replied, "Understood," and began to carry out her mission. Moments later, she reported the coordinates, 9862, 1349. Ye Yang turned and ordered, "Make the first move." She responded affirmatively, then produced a massive M74 intercontinental missile, her eyes turning cold and robotic. The girl's vision locked onto the distant primordial volcano as she mentally guided the M74 intercontinental missile to its target. The missile flew straight into the mouth of the volcano. Suddenly, the spirit saw something strange fly into the volcano and cried out, "What's that?" The ancient volcano erupts with an incredibly powerful surge of lava. Number 6 senses the situation and worries. It's over. The ancient volcano's energy is out of control. It's about to explode. Suddenly, a level 100 rudimentary space displacement formation appears, completely enveloping the volcano. Even the impoverished demon is baffled, wondering why such a massive formation has suddenly appeared. Number 6 hesitates as Ye Yang speaks up, "Don't worry. I've read the spatial coordinates of where these demons are going. The terrifying energy from the ancient volcano's eruption will be completely transferred there by the barrier I've set up." Just as the volcano erupted with terrifying lava flows within the demon abyss, a mysterious and profound place of demons, a voice echoed from the great fox, "Master, the barrier around the demon abyss is too strong. We can't get in. Xiahua is trapped inside, and her situation is dire. If we can't get in, she'll be in danger." Seeing something unbelievable, Baifei exclaimed in shock. Within the demon abyss, a formation appeared, unleashing a torrent of molten lava. The lava flowed downwards like a river rushing to the sea, an endless torrent from the ancient volcanic gate. Lava poured down, destroying everything in its path, and the depths of the abyss exploded from the intense heat. The explosion spread, causing immense destruction, and Baifei's men look on in shock. The ancient volcano's power is devastating. Half of the abyss is destroyed. What is happening? Baifei knew it was him, and said, "Perhaps heaven is secretly helping us, giving us a chance to enter the abyss." The Lord of the Abyss, the 9-headed demon lord, cursed, "Damn it! Why is the ancient volcano attacking our abyss?" The 7 deadly sins and their useless followers allow humans to run rampant. Baifei, seizing the moment, whispers, "The master of the abyss is insane." She quickly commanded the fox beast to run, saying they would sneak in to save Huajia as the lava flow subsided, leaving a wasteland in the demon abyss. The next morning, peace returned to the land, and Tanthan looked at the 2 figures before her. Lokthan called out softly, "Number 5, number 6. She embraced her 2 friends, filled with longing, and said, "I must return home with my master." Number 6 gently says, "7 Qing, thank you for bringing your master to save Tanthan and the Western Front. Remember, Li Yang will always honor you, and I'm glad you're doing well." Tears welling, Luo Qing says she understands, calling them Baldies before Ye Yang, Luo Qing, and Guantong depart. As he watched Ye Yang leave, Ma Wei said, "Bro, I'll always love Hui Ying." Gui Qiong and Gui Yi also bid farewell. "Ye Chen, take care." As the 3 figures disappeared, he waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, everyone, until we meet again in the Jianghu." 2 months after the Battle of Damthan, the sun shone on a desolate plain. A massive explosion shatters the landscape before them. Lan Yu asks, "Master, we clearly took the money to kill just one Earth-Eater ancestor demon." Annoyed, she complains that he wiped out all the demons on the mountain, making the job unprofitable. Ye Yang simply says that finding one was too troublesome, so he attacked the whole map with just one basic fire spell. Lam Yu feigns realization, saying that his master's technique isn't called fire magic, but star shifting, and that the earlier scene resembled the Eternal Descent sword sect when they were attacked by the mysterious star shift. Ye Yang replies that it's impossible, as he used advanced skills back then. Lam Vu was taken aback and, realizing he'd misspoke, quickly backtracked, saying it was nothing and suggesting they leave, since he had demon subjugation cases to handle. Ye Yang quickly changed the subject, urging them to finish quickly so they could return to the mountain, as the grand Sect Trials were only half a month away. As they traveled, Lam Vu spoke up saying, "Master, thank you for your hard work. Developing the sect requires capital, and I'm grateful that you're willing to come down the mountain to manage the demon-slaying business with me. You've really matured a lot." Now a familiar book appears in Ye Yang's hand. Lam Vu is speechless seeing Ye Yang reading it and says, "Let's just forget I said anything. Let's go." After walking a while, Lan Yu spoke softly. "Master, I have a question for you." But he only grunted in response. She gently said, "Our journey of demon script is essentially a lone man and woman traveling together. I wonder what this disciple can do to please you, Master. Just say the word, and I'll do anything." Lam Yu's face showed displeasure at his lack of romantic understanding, and she thought with some annoyance, "Damn it, am I about to lose? This time I'm really up against it." I will definitely win Master over. I can't lose the title of greatest heartthrob to him. She then lowered her leg, revealing smooth skin, and complained, I wonder if the outside environment is too harsh. Master, look, my fair thigh is a little uncomfortable. Ye Yang remained in the back of the carriage, saying, You must be anemic. If you're not feeling well, drink more hot water. Lam Vu was speechless. In the distance, 4 horsemen approached. One shouted, Miss, our scouts have been watching you for a while now. We just want to give you a piece of advice. All that flattery will get you nowhere. These men are bandits, and their leader is quite large. He tells Lam Vu that the pretty boy doesn't care about her, so she should bring her money and become his wife, which makes his men laugh. Lam Vu is furious and asks what nonsense they're spouting. She was surprised to see Ye Yang kiss the book and say, Ma, Yan Yang, wait for me. I have something to take care of. Lam Wu quickly took out her leather whip. These small fries don't need master to take action. I alone travel all over the north and south. Dealing with them is no problem. These bastards daring to say I'm flattering go to hell. With that, she rose and lashed her whip at the group. The rider was sent flying, and even his horse was startled by the force. Another, great sword in hand, boasted that this young lady was a bit fiery, which only made it more exciting. Without a word, Lan Yu unleashed her whip, creating an impenetrable defense. The 2 horsemen instantly dropped their swords and flew away with the other man. She scoffed, saying, With your meager strength, you dare to be bandits in this desolate land? The gang leader remained arrogant, saying, Woman, underestimating your enemies will cost you dearly. A terrible price. Lam Vu's expression darkened. I'm too lazy to waste words on someone about to die. He then unleashed his bloodthirst transformation, his body growing so large it tore his clothes, and sneered, Kill me. Lam Vu then declared, You're indeed the heinous criminal on the Bloodhand wanted list, responsible for the deaths in 13 villages. He wondered if they were after him all along. Lam Vu broke free and retorted that if it weren't to lure him out, who would ride this old car back and forth in this place? She told him to obediently surrender. He effortlessly caught Lam Vu's blade, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A calculating woman is truly terrifying. But sadly, you're too naive. With a violent twist, he sent her reeling, exclaiming, I'll deal with you first, then kill that pale-faced brat. As Lam Vu was flung away by the whip, she screamed, but suddenly a hand reached out and caught her waist. Ye Yang held Lam Vu close, grabbed the whip, and scolded, You've got a nerves, daring to touch my disciple. The man was surprised, realizing this bookworm knew some kung fu. Lam Vu stuck out her tongue, while he, with a grim face, questioned, I have only one question. Does your power come from Maui? His eyes turned bloodshot and arrogant as he boasted, That's right. I once obtained the blood of the demon abyss. 1 finger could kill 100 men. He started to say something, but before he could get a word out, Ye Yang struck him with his whip, decapitating him. With a flick of his wrist, Diep Duong decapitates the 3 subordinates Lam Vu had just sent flying, simply instructing her to clean up, leaving her speechless with surprise. After completing their mission, the 2 returned to their car. Lam Vu, sitting in the front, couldn't help but ask, Master, I've noticed that you keep assigning me missions related to the demon abyss, and when you encounter anyone connected to them, you strike with extreme force. She glanced at Ye Yang and asked if he had a purpose, but he simply replied that she was overthinking it, and it was just a coincidence. Lam Yu continued, saying that the demon abyss had been quieter than usual for the past 2 months, and yet he kept provoking them. And she just felt. When Ye Yang didn't answer, she called out to him, but realizing he was asleep, she sighed in frustration. Ye Yang was only pretending to sleep to avoid her. He silently gazed up at the sky, as if contemplating something. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a hidden place was being built by the Shen family. As Lam Vu stepped through the door, she immediately raised the price, demanding another 100,000 gold coins, or she'd leave at once. The wealthy merchant, Shen San, hearing her blunt demand, immediately burst into tears, pleading, Lam Vu, no! We clearly agreed on 100,000 gold coins, and now you're raising the price as soon as you arrive? We're about to go bankrupt. We don't have much money left. Hearing his cries, Lan Yu coldly replied, You jest, Master Shen. You didn't mention the demon we'd be dealing with was the Earthworm Elder. This old demon, Dia Trung Laun Han, has lived for over 1,000 years, making him the oldest demon in the abyss, though not the strongest. He feeds on cities, absorbing their life force and turning them to dust. Hearing this, Lam Vu paused for a moment, then said, Since it's a demon from Mo Yen, I'll only charge 200,000 gold coins. And since you've already complained to me, I'll tell you that I never exaggerate in business. There are 2 reasons why I raised the price. At this, she paused, looked at the crowd, and said, First, someone concealed crucial information. The Mediterranean old man. Second, this house is under contract with the Black Wren Merchant Guild, known for its evil deeds. Tomorrow is the land transfer. What fate do you think awaits you? Hearing that she knew everything, the terrified Tum-Tam stammered that he only sold the land for 150,000 gold coins. If you're not willing to part with your money, then part with your life. My time is precious. Perhaps we can do business in the next life. Though he outwardly agreed, he thought, the rumors are true. Anyone who does business with her gets fleeced. Outside, Ye Yang leaned against the wall, taking notes, having heard the entire conversation. So decisive. Everyone was ready, but playing pitiful with me won't work. Lam Vu then called out, Master, I need you to take action. Hearing her call out, Diep Duong walked in, and the man asked, Miss Lam Vu, weren't you supposed to save the Western human line of defense? Lao Hue Shenbiao watched him enter and said, I can't sense his realm. He's clearly just a normal person. Annoyed by his rambling, Lan Yu, standing behind, retorted, Enough talk. If you bother my master, it'll cost you extra. Ye Yang sat down, tapped the floor, and said, After recalling O2, the time rewind is a bit slow. Then he pressed his hand to the ground, listening, and continued. Locking onto Yoma's position is easier. Seeing him work, Shen San declared that if he couldn't eliminate the old man, he wouldn't pay a dime. Shen Biao, hearing this, retorted, Do you think the old man will just crawl out of that tray? Meanwhile, Diep Duong places his hands on the water stain on the ground, and with a crack, the house splits in 2. Seeing the widening crack, the people above scream and scramble out of the way. The city gate was split in 2. Seeing this, the old guard Shen Biao exclaimed that his weapon was on the other side, and the rich merchant felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing their expressions change, the dancer said, We're just helping you tear down your house sooner. No need to thank us. Meanwhile, Ye Yang floated in the air, observing the ravine below. Then, Zhonglao spoke from below, but only Ye Yang could hear him. Fool, you dare disturb my slumber? Do you know the consequences? Intrigued, Ye Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh, what consequences? When he asked, the old man replied, I was going to enjoy this city, but you angered me. In 3 hours, I'll turn it into a wasteland. As soon as he said that, everything around them began to rise up, and he added, Now, let's sink this area first. Seeing the violent shifting, the worried merchants thought, We're done for. We're about to lose this land. Ye Yang, hovering in the air, looked down at Lan Yu and asked, Lan Yu, can we proceed with the plan now? Lan Yu quickly replied, Please, master. Ye Yang then reached into his sleeve and pulled out a bag of salt. Hearing this, Ye Yang chuckled and scratched his head, replying, The Earth Master said, I exorcise demons, and sometimes I have to follow tradition, like using salt. Below, the Earth Master was enraged, shouting, You little brat, you're insulting me. He then used his inner strength to hurl a chunk of earth into the air. Slightly surprised, Ye Yang's eyes turned a vivid red as he stared at the approaching debris. A massive explosion startled Shen San and old Shen Biao, and the old bodyguard exclaimed that a mountain had just been leveled. Seeing their faces turn pale, Lan Yu, still drowsy, explained that it was telekinesis, and that his master wanted to teach him, but he preferred whipping people. Meanwhile, Ye Yang grabbed a handful of salt and threw it, shouting, Get out of here, demons! And so the grains of salt fell upon Zhonglao below. Seeing this, he immediately slammed his hands on the ground, quickly gathering energy to create 2 large rings of aura. He quickly cast a great shield spell to create a large rock as a salt barrier. Immediately, he cast the elementary dark art, hidden weapon, Rain of Flowers, instantly amplifying the salt grains to level 100. The grains transformed into a torrential downpour, relentlessly assaulting the old man's rock shield. Quickly, the salt pierced through the massive rock he'd created, and then through the old man's body, leaving countless tiny holes. Then, the ground beneath him collapsed and exploded with a deafening roar. Seeing the old man explode, Shen San looked bewildered and exclaimed, Can it really be used like that? I've really had my eyes opened. Even Uncle Shen said, Is the Limitless Sect still recruiting? I want to join. Ye Yang landed and said to the others, Lian Wu, the demon extermination mission is complete. I can't wait to see Mo Yuen's reaction. Let's return to the Limitless Sect first. Hearing that, she replied, Yes, master, then turned back and reminded, Shopkeeper Shen, 3 days. Remember to transfer the gold to our Limitless Sect's bank account or face the consequences. Hearing this, the wealthy merchant Shen San cried out as he saw off Lady Lan Wu and Lord Ye Yang, while the old guard beside him wondered if the limitless sect was still accepting odd jobs. Now, Lan Yu and Yo Yang have arrived in Four Seas City, where the Fu City Lord resides. Soon after, the two of them, along with others, entered the VIP room of the Demon Slayers. The Taoist, seated at position 28, chugged his wine and said, "Just how strong is this demon that we need so many people?" Qiuzu, at position 25, levitating in a meditative pose, replied, "Bull nose, stop complaining. I'm claiming that reward." Seeing the two argue, Wu here speaks up saying, "Master, you won't blame me for coming to Four Seas City and taking on one last job, will you?" Before he can answer, she smiles and adds, "This 500,000 reward is too tempting." Hearing her words, Ye Yang casually replied while reading, "It's fine. It'll be over in one strike anyway." Suddenly, the regular customer of the tavern, the monk Fan Shu, entered with a smile, calling out, "Sect Leader Ye." Immediately, Fan Shu noticed the book in his hand, quickly wiped it, and called out, "Yan Yang, Yan Yang." Seeing him wiping it, Ye Yang warily kicked out and shouted, "Get out! Don't touch my things!" After a fierce struggle, Fan Shu went to Wu Gu and said, "So stingy, Miss Wu Gu. Long time no see. Long time no." Seeing him greet her, Wu Nu shouted back, "Get away from me, you bookworm obsessed with novels." Hearing her rejection, he retorted, "Your master's the same way." Wu Nu loudly retorted, "My master is researching the myriad aspects of life. Unlike you, who slays demons all day, only to have your own magic treasure stolen by a female demon." Annoyed, he retorts, "You're quite fierce, miss, but I'm Chief Ye. Want to share some top-secret intel on this demon in exchange for a night with Yan Niang?" Ye Yang simply grunts in response. Fan Shu began to recount that this demon extermination involved the city lord's precious daughter, a monster parasitizing the young lady's body, and the city lord had invited all the top demon exterminators in the country for her sake. Fan Shu then recalled and continued that a large number of demon exterminators were killed, and most frighteningly, the top demon extermination master, when purifying her, found the demon restored 3 days later. As people whispered that she was beyond saving, the city lord refused to give up, offering even more money to find other experts. Diep Duong listened to the story while reading, responding with a simple nod. Lam Vu listened to the questions, asking if he was confident in solving the demon. He replied without hesitation, "I'm here for 100 silver coins, and I have the flaming fragrant stir-fry and the blueprint. I need the money. And you, Miss Vu, what brings you here?" Seeing the question turned back on her, Lan Yu smiled and replied that she was also here for the money, nothing more. As she said this, she recalled a scene from 3 hours earlier when she and Ye Yang were walking and heard someone screaming, "I'm not a monster!" Suddenly, a girl burst from the manor, running and crying, "I'm not a monster! Don't lock me up! Someone, help me!" She tripped and fell, hitting the ground face first. 2 soldiers seized her, saying, "Miss, give in, you're a monster at night." She cried, "Let me go!" But he replied, "You're destined to be locked away forever." As Lan Yu listened, she overheard people whispering, "That monster is terrifying. I used to play with her, but I can never go near her again." Hearing this, she recalled her childhood, when she was scorned and mocked, told, "Don't play with that monster, she'll kill you." Stoned and surrounded by children wielding swords, Lan Yu could only cower in fear, until one of them declared, "I'll use my father's sword to kill you, monster." Hearing this, she was consumed by bloodlust, reaching for her sword, which shattered in her grasp from her overwhelming power. The kids watched her transform, and in their fear, they ran away, shouting, "Monster! Don't play with the monster!" After the group left, it suddenly began to rain, and someone told her at the Eternal Sword Pavilion that they heard she'd been doing chores since she was little. But she was always bullied and ostracized. From now on, wear these gloves and you can control yourself and never be bullied again. At that time, Lan Yu was very happy and replied, "Thank you, teacher." Recalling that time, Lan Yu couldn't help but think heavily, "I will never let others discover that I am a monster again." She unfurled the notice in her hand, saying, "Master, we must earn this money." Hearing this, Ye Yang was taken aback. In her mind, she became even more determined. "I must save this girl." Arriving at the manor, they were met by a soldier who said, "Exorcists 11 through 20, please proceed to the exorcism hall." Soon, they were escorted inside, directly to the grand exorcism hall. Before them stood the rumored father, whose daughter was said to be a monster. Immediately, the city lord, Tu Hai, bowed deeply and pleaded, "Please, save my daughter. If you can save her, I'll agree to any reward. I beg you, just save her." Inside the iron cage behind him, they saw his daughter, pale and dark, breathing heavily. Beside them was John Ji, the 73rd ranked demon slayer, who suddenly rushed forward, eyes wide with observation. Yo Yang hasn't made the demon slayer board yet, and Ye Shun is 9th on the Heaven's Trial board. They were both surprised by her speed and followed. Suddenly, inside the demon subjugation hall, John Ji's clear voice rang out as she rushed before the city lord, saying, "Let me." She then said, "Release my elder brother from the death row prison." He replied, "No problem. As long as you save my daughter, even a death row inmate can be pardoned." The soldiers then opened the iron gate, allowing her to step inside. As Zhanji entered, she immediately saw the man's daughter sitting in the grave, crying. The girl saw her enter and ran over, sobbing, "Sister, I'm so scared." Zhanji replied, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Let me check you over and you'll be fine soon." The little girl's eyes, once normal, turned fierce at the sight of the executioner. Her expression twisted, and she lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Startled by the girl, she quickly retreated, shouting, "You fiend, trying to sneak attack me." Before she could say no, the girl lunged and bit her neck. Instantly, Chamko's blood-curdling scream echoed within the iron cage, accompanied by a spray of blood. Those outside, witnessing Chamko's fall, were astonished by the demon's speed. The possessed girl sat on the iron cage, looking down at the group, and sneered, "Is that all you are? A bunch of useless trash?" The Taoist priest retorted, "Demon, don't even think about causing trouble. I'll subdue you." The demon ancestor jumped out, adding, "Brother, don't compete with me this time." Seeing the two argue, she remarked that the Taoist and the demon ancestor, both top 30 demon slayers, call each other's techniques dog meat and would rush to the other's aid if they were in trouble. At that moment, the possessed girl, enraged, dashed past them, letting out a loud scream. Immediately, the old Taoist unleashed his technique, spewing a raging inferno from his mouth to block the girl's advance and draw her attention. Seeing this, the old demon ancestor also cast his demonic dog rope, instantly launching the fishing line to bind her entire body. With a thud, the demon ancestor restrained the girl, sending her crashing to the ground as the city lord's daughter seethed with rage, grinding her teeth and growling. Seeing the girl subdued, the old Taoist quickly followed up, unleashing a ring of fire around her. Seeing this, the city lord worried, "Don't hurt her." The demon ancestor replied, "That old fool's demon-refining fire only harms demons. Humans are unaffected. I'll extract the demon now." With that, the demon ancestor retracted the rope, pulling out a mass of dark energy, while the city lord's daughter remained on the ground. Seeing this, the city lord exclaimed with joy, "Excellent." Fan Shujian also chimed in, "Ziqiang Shuangxian, truly skilled." Seeing that the old man couldn't control it, the Taoist used the flame spread skill, quickly bringing the gourd forward and sucking everything inside. Even the demon was caught by the flames, pulled violently towards the gourd, roaring and screaming. Soon after, the flames wrapped around it and disappeared into the gourd. The Taoist then declared, "Purification complete." Just then, the young city lord woke up, color returning to her face, and looked around in a daze. Seeing she was awake, Lan Yu was overjoyed and said, "Thank goodness, she's been saved." But soon, a cry of shock rang out, startling Lan Yu. The Taoist's arm had been severed, blood gushing out, and the young woman stood before him, while the old ancestor looked on in astonishment. The girl held the Taoist's arm, staring at him with a menacing look as she approached. The demon ancestor, seeing this, rushed over shouting, "Old ghost!" The Taoist stood frozen in shock, muttering, "Impossible." Before the demon ancestor could help, a surprise attack left him gravely wounded. The demon, now controlling the girl, hovered in the air, engulfed in flames, and declared, "Weak humans, come and entertain me." Seeing this, Fanshu immediately cast a summoning spell from the heavenly book, and a book appeared, emitting a dazzling light. Fanshu then opened the book and shouted, "Seal!" From within the demon girl, her body convulses as if possessed, then she's violently dragged downward. With a crash, the girl is pulled back and imprisoned within an iron cage. Seeing this, Fanshu said worriedly, "This demon is too terrifying. It can revive. The only way is for the host to die with it." Ye Yang, hearing this, said, "Lamvu, let me." But Lamvu, her face now clouded, suddenly objects. "Master, can I try? I want to say a few words to her." Hearing this, he agrees. "All right." Lamvu then sits in front of the little girl, who says upon seeing her, "Sister, you're so pretty." Hearing the girl's praise, she doesn't respond, but instead asks, "Big sister wants to tell you something." Lan Wu then said, "The only person who can save you is yourself." The girl's face lit up as Lan Wu continued, "Control your body. You must take control. If you don't want to be a monster forever and want to return to normal, then take back your body. Hearing this, the girl seemed helpless and asked Lam Vu, Sister, can I do it? Lam Vu reassured her, You must believe in yourself. The girl then sadly replied, Sister, I understand, but suddenly the demon took over again, controlling the girl as she said, But sister, I see a monster inside you too, and you can't control it. Inside, the girl's form shifted to reveal Lam Vu, and she asked, We're the same, aren't we? Suddenly, Lam Vu froze, and the girl continued, Why don't we destroy this world together, a world that hates and fears us? Immediately, Lam Vu's body changed, as the monster within her awakened, saying, That's right, I'm a monster too, and no one can accept a monster. Suddenly, Ye Yang spoke from behind, I will accept you. Hearing this, she suddenly seemed to awaken, and he continued, Even if you're a monster, even if the world doesn't accept you, I will protect you, so the world can't hurt you. It's my responsibility as your master. Hearing these words, Lan Yu couldn't help but cry, saying, Master, she continued, You really don't mind that I am? Before she could finish, Ye Yang replied, No matter how many identities you have, to me you're just the silly disciple I adore. Hearing this, she was overjoyed and replied, I understand, Master. Immediately, Ye Yang faced the demon and said, Actually, to eliminate this demon is very simple. Just 5 punches will do. The city lord, upon hearing this, anxiously pleaded, Please don't kill my daughter. At that moment, Ye Yang exuded a chilling aura, declaring, Killing it is pointless, because the real demon... He paused, then punched the man squarely in the face, shattering several teeth. He then revealed, It's you, and sent the man flying with a punch, shattering a pillar in the process. He shattered the wall ahead, creating a massive collapse, leaving everyone around in stunned disbelief. Lan Yu and the others could only watch as Ye Yang took action. Sihai was on the ground after Ye Yang's attack, but then something strange emerged from his body. The demon then looked at him and said, I didn't expect a human to discover the truth. Everyone else was stunned, but Fan Shuan seriously said, So that's how it is. No wonder purifying her over and over didn't work. The real culprit was the city lord, who was turning his own daughter into a demon. The demon then began a summoning ritual, declaring that he had long since evolved into a higher being with demon blood, and she was just bait to lure out demon slayers. As the demon said that, the young girl awakened, a fierce and gleeful look in her eyes as she stared at them. Lan Vu, realizing he'd been tricked, was furious. The demon continued, I can't believe there are humans clever enough to deduce what I've done. Hearing this, Diep Duong retorted, Deduce my ass. He smirked and continued, A basic demon appraisal. Lets me see all the creatures in this house. I wanted to appraise your daughter, but the power was too strong, so I appraised you instead. The demon was speechless, struck where it hurt, but enraged, he declared he would use his eye technique to send the demon to the afterlife, and immediately unleashed his attack. The eye the demon created then launched a soul-destroying magic cannon. Seeing this, Ye Yang was unfazed, firing beams at the demon, declaring that he too knew eye techniques. The initial beam was small, but he unleashed his move, amplifying his elementary lightning eye 100-fold, instantly creating a massive beam that pierced through the eye and the demon. Instantly, the eye and the demon were split in two, exploding into hundreds of fragments. As the demon was destroyed, the little girl in his grasp collapsed as well. Hearing a noise behind her, Lan Yu turned around, saw the scene, and could only sigh in silence. But seeing that the little girl wasn't like her, she felt a sense of relief and smiled. Half an hour later, outside the city lord's mansion, Ye Yang stroked the cat and said, My Niu, is Yan Nuong the female emperor the rebels are looking for? How shy. Yan Nuong, update quickly. Lam Vu emerged, happily announcing, Little one's all right now. Thank you, master. She's not a monster anymore. Hearing this, Ye Yang replied slowly, Actually, you're not a monster either. Lam Vu was shocked by his words. Ye Yang continued, Your innate power is too strong, and you couldn't control it, causing a mutated energy outburst. I'll teach you a special technique to control your abilities. She calmly replied, I don't care if I'm a monster or not. I only care that I'll always be your disciple. As the two shared a tender moment, the traitorous Carlo suddenly appeared, saying, I don't care if you're a monster, miss. Can you spare some money to buy a Yan Yang flag? Startled, Lam Vu flew into a rage, sending him flying with a blow, and angrily shouted, Get lost! As Diep Duong was about to leave, he said, I'll go back first. I have one more thing to do. She agreed. Okay, you go back first. Don't run off with the little fox. Soon, Diep Duong arrived at a deserted place, without a soul in sight. Below, someone lurked, watching the figure above, and Ye Yang immediately said, "Come out." Soon, 3 demon figures leaped up, standing behind where Ye Yang stood. Ye Yang stood still, not even turning around as he asked, "What do you want?" The snake-headed demon replied, "The Demon Abyss Lord wants to meet you." Ye Yang's expression darkened as he said mockingly, "A demon abyss moving through the void. Finding it isn't easy, but I have no interest in meeting it. If it wants to meet me, tell it to come to the Limitless Sect." Hearing his arrogant words, the demoness spewed out poisonous gas, declaring that he wouldn't get the chance. Immediately, the other 2 demons also released their poisonous gas, aiming it directly at Diep Duong. Ye Yang remained calm, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he said, "Is that all?" He had been frozen inside the demonic sealing crystal. Seeing this, the demon paused his chant and asked, "Did we get lucky? Is he the legendary god, Ye?" Another replied, "Yao Ming's sealing crystal is incredibly powerful. No matter what, we've done our part. Let's take him back to the abyss to see the Abyss Master." The 3 of them then used their powers to move, carrying Ye Yang away as he exclaimed. The once lively scene instantly returned to silence. A cold, dark aura descends upon the sky, focusing on the crystal in the demonic abyss. Dong Yue stands alone, observing the group playing cards and scoffs. As the game neared its end, the little fox, still holding cards, paled and lamented her impending loss. The person beside her suddenly remarked that sect leader Ye had certainly taught their lord a fun way to play cards, to which Chu Shui apologized. At this moment, Xia Hua, one of the 4 great bodyguards, held up a card with Ye Yang's image and said, "The last card, yeah, I win again." Thu Tu Yet, hearing that she had won, said, "The strategist Xia Hua is the strongest of our Qingqiu clan. It's only natural that we lost. But does the master care about winning this game, or is it that he doesn't want to lose to anyone after being taught by sect leader Ye?" Hearing this, Bai Fei retorted, "Isn't the point of playing cards to win? Why bring up that irrelevant name?" Seeing the 2 arguing, Xia Hua coldly spoke, "Sect leader, ye created an opportunity to save us." As she said this, she suddenly remembered the scene back then. She and the others faced the 9-headed serpent, never expecting that they would be targeted by the 9-headed serpent demon lord and captured again. Upon hearing this, Bai Fei the fox recalled that time, her face turning pale as she said, "Unfortunately, I've only recovered 2/10 of my strength. We have to find a way out, otherwise—" At this point, her voice turned serious, causing the other 3 to stop and turn around. In 3 days, he would lead them to the enemy, the very ones they were hiding from. While the others continued to discuss, Dong Yue stood aside, unconcerned, as Bai Fei agreed, and Xia Hua laid out their plan to escape from the demon Winnie. Hearing this, she replied that they would secretly set up a space formation, and when they were escorted out of the crystal prison, they would activate the formation and run. Outside the crystal prison, demons were always on guard, so Xia Hua said that thing was always watching them. Bo Fei assured them that he could block their senses, so as long as the chief didn't patrol, they'd be fine. Xia Hua considered this, then suggested that the chief demon and his cohorts were likely in the Scarlet Wind country, playing their game of human survival. They won't be returning to Mao Yen for now. Upon hearing this, Xuanfeng asked about the judgment of humanity's survival, which brought to mind the 2 demons from the Red Wind country. The 9-headed one was a national-level demon who led his subordinates to invade the weak human nations, taking control of them. He began to play a game of judging humanity's survival, getting the strongest leaders to play along and judging by rank. The 6 giants of the Demon Abyss, the Demon Abyss Remnants, the Demon Abyss Blood Buddha, and finally, the Demon Abyss Beast, or choosing the strongest human warriors to fight the heads of the Demon Abyss, with humanity's survival decided by the outcome of the game. But as a result, the humans of the 5 small countries have all been wiped out. Hearing this, someone spoke up, "This is too much." Bai Fei then said, "Don't delay. We need to set up a formation and find a way out, seizing the opportunity. The atmosphere and scenery here are even darker than the prison we were in before. This is the Great Hall of Demon Abyss." At that moment, the demons brought down Diet Duong, who was sealed within the demonic crystal. Hearing this, the demon guarding Blood Buddha replied, "This humble monk wants to see what's so special about this so-called god killer." He thought he'd be allowed in, but the 2 guarding demons shouted, "Do not approach." But he ignored them and attacked, yelling, and immediately a scream rang out, along with a shout of, "My lord!" After attacking, a look of satisfaction spread across his face as he smiled. Approaching the demonic crystal, the Blood Buddha peered at Diet Duong within, musing that he was the rumored destroyer, yet his power was unreadable. He then pondered that while Diet Duong was the weakest of the 6 great demon abyss leaders, it was still strange for Original Sin to die by his hand. With that, he thought to himself, it's one thing for Original Sin to die, but he killed so many of the demon blood believers I gave him. He was furious. Then he unleashed a massive attack, thinking he couldn't hold back. The demon behind him watched in fear, shouting, "Lord, you mustn't. Wait for the demon lord to return." Before the demon could finish speaking, the old fiend attacked Diet Duong, then feigned surprise, saying it was an accident. A deafening explosion follows, shattering the magic sealing crystal into pieces. Through the dust and smoke, the Blood Buddha eagerly anticipates seeing what has become of Dimie Yang. As the smoke cleared, Destroyer Yang remained, unfazed, staring at him before letting out a whistle. Seeing that Destroyer Yang was unharmed, Blood Buddha was shocked, thinking, "My Destroyer Buddha altar has no effect on him." Seeing him standing motionless and silent, Dimie Yang held up the wanted poster and declared, "You are the monster who spread the demon's blood, creating monsters everywhere." Then, Dimie Yang slowly and sternly called out, "Blood Buddha." At this moment, Dimie Yang's face was grim and his entire body radiated a commanding aura as he continued, "You have tainted countless humans with your filthy schemes." Seeing his fiery spirit and mocking tone, Blood Buddha replied, "You speak rashly. I am merely delivering salvation, saving them, for my Buddha is merciful." Tiana then threw the wanted poster at him, declaring, "Now it's my turn to save you. Killing those blood demon monsters one by one is too troublesome. I'll just save you directly." To purify this world, he throws the wanted poster, enhancing its power as it hurtles toward the monk. Seeing this, the Blood Buddha raises a hand to block the attack, then angrily replies, "Everything is but a fleeting illusion. Like dew or lightning, you are agitated." The old monk's face darkened, his eyes widening as he declared, "Let this humble monk teach you the way of Zen." But before he could act, Diet Duong arrogantly controlled the paper shards in the air, retorting, "I am the way of Zen." He then unleashed his move, a basic immortal technique. Leaf Flight. Level 100. Immediately, the torn paper transformed into fragments of public notices, swirling like a tornado before the Blood Buddha. Seeing Diet Duong's power depleted, the old fiend panicked, staring at the notice and shouting, "Retreat, now!" But before his men could move, hundreds, no, thousands of paper shards descended upon them. The demons were cut down one after another, and even the old Blood Buddha was now defeated on the ground. Seeing that the enemies were dealt with, Diet Duong decisively turned and left. Phuh! Soon after, he sat leisurely upon the blood demon's throne. From afar, a winged demon flies into the area, announcing their return. "Your Majesty, we're back." The one called Your Majesty replied, "This time, the Feng country's trial was boring. Those humans are too weak." Another responded, "Slaughter is satisfying as long as we can swing our blades and kill." As they approached, a demon leaped from the winged beast's back. The hulking monster saw the devastation and asked in shock, "What happened here?" Then the ram-headed demon lord appeared, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked ahead. The beast stepped inside and saw the demon hiding behind a pillar, who panicked at the sight of him, saying, "This is terrible. The Blood Buddha was killed by the human we captured." She then reported to the master, "I am useless. I await your punishment." At that moment, the ram-headed master and several other demons jumped down from the winged demon. The 9-headed demon then moved inside, but after a few steps he was startled. Before him, Ye Yang sat leisurely on the throne, and upon seeing him, greeted him as if they were old friends. "Huh, you're finally back." Then he said in a deep voice, "Let's play a game called The Judgment of Mayhem's Existence. If you win, you can live. If you lose, all the demons of mayhem will be slaughtered." The 2 demons, hearing this provocation, were immediately shocked and exclaimed, "A judgment game?" Hearing this, the beast warned, "Human, the demon abyss is no place for lies." Ye Yang coldly replied, ignoring him, "That monk couldn't even touch me. Are you sure you want to resist?" The ogre leader scoffed, "I can kill even a Blood Buddha with one strike. You're bluffing. You think you can kill my original Blood Buddha form?" The demon beside him added, "That's right. How can we allow humans to run wild in Lord Demon's territory?" Seeing their defiance, Ye Yang grew enraged, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent that seemed to devour them whole, declaring that he wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. Outside the great hall of Moyan, 2 immense powers erupted from within, stretching all the way to the horizon. Then, with a deafening explosion, the leader, stunned by his inner power, exclaimed, "You're—" Even his 3 demon subordinates were shaken. Ye Yang replied in a deep voice, Listen clearly. The Master of the Demon Abyss may feel he can withstand my attacks, but the demons under the Master of the Demon Abyss can't protect anyone. And therefore the only way out is to play this game according to my rules. His expression then became indescribably gloomy, his gaze full of blame as he spoke those words. The Horned One, wanting to lash out but still wary, said, "If I kill him first, my demon soldiers will surely die." The demon general responded, "Your Highness, for the sake of my demon soldiers, I can only agree to this game for now. I can win. Once he leaves the demon realm, I'll find a chance to deal with him and make sure he meets the most miserable end." Hearing his reasoning, he nodded in agreement, then loudly declared to Ye Yang, "I'll play this judgment game with you." Hearing them agree, Ye Yang encouraged them, saying, "Cheer up, you have a glimmer of hope now. Let Xiaoba oversee this game." After saying that, his expression turned serious as he slowly summoned a level 100 Jongguk Cthulhu octopus. Instantly, a small girl appeared, asking, "Hey sheep, I'll be hosting this trial game for the demons in place of my master." Little Ba floated in the air, continuing, "Little lambs, you're going to love this game. The rules are simple. The demons and my master will each have 5 one-on-one matches." Xiaoba looked over, and the man who was listening intently continued, "Do you demons feel your chance has come? My master is generous. If the demons win 2 out of 5 matches, the challenge is successful." Xiaoba looked at the demons and continued, "You can be spared by my master." With that, she approached him obsequiously, saying, "Master, you're so kind. Little Ba loves it so much, don't you all?" The demons were furious, but helpless. Ye Yang suddenly snapped his fingers, and understanding the signal, she announced, "Let the first match begin. Remember, if the demons win 2 matches, the game ends and you all live. Fight." Little Bat then gleefully added, "If the demons lose 4 matches in a row, the game pauses, the demons are destroyed, and they get to choose the first player." Hearing this, a beastly demon wanted to volunteer, but before he could be approved, the leader interrupted, brimming with confidence, "No need." After a quick survey, he commanded, "Kuijan will fight." Upon hearing the order, the demon Kuijan eagerly stepped forward, brandishing his blade with a terrifying aura. Xiaoba exclaimed in surprise, "That's the legendary first demon blade, known for its insane speed." He then recalled Ungui's past, single-handedly wiping out a group of human sword saints, a performance that made one anticipate Ungui's display. Hearing her words, Kwaicham arrogantly and confidently asked, "Who is my opponent?" Hearing his arrogant tone, Ye Yang silently flicked his fingers, summoning a sword with oppressive power, an ancient heroic spirit summoning technique, a level 100 relic. Kujan was visibly shocked by the sight of the sword. Meanwhile, the demon Yu Mong asked in surprise, "This is—" And the demon elder recognized it, saying, "It's the weapon of the deceased Nama. It wasn't lost? How is it in the hands of a human?" Nama appears, saying, "Master, thank you for summoning me once more, allowing me to experience the thrill of battle in the human realm as a heroic spirit." The demoness asks, "Nama, you are of our abyss bloodline. How can you serve a human?" Naham Ma replied that she only respected the strong, and they were too weak compared to her master. The ram-headed demon, enraged, ordered Kuijan to show no mercy to the lowly traitor who dared to betray the abyss. Kuijan obeys, unleashing his Kuiblade technique, promising to make her regret her betrayal as he attacks Renma. Kuihan unleashes another technique, the guillotine blade net, leaving Renma overwhelmed and unable to react as it hurtles towards her. But with swift reflexes, she dodges the attack, reappearing behind Kuijan, raising her blade to strike. But he was no pushover, immediately turning to block her attack. A loud explosion rang out as the two separated, and Kuijan glared at her, saying, "Stronger than I thought." She replied, "No kidding, I was enhanced by the master. On the contrary, the once high and mighty Kuijan is slower than I thought." He used his blades to regain his balance and roared with fury, "Die, wench!" The blades on his back immediately shooting out and following his command. Kuijan unleashed his third attack, Infinite Blades, the blades spinning in a vortex, hurtling towards Renma. Seeing him unleash an attack that left her no room to retaliate, the demon beast gloated, "Infinite guillotine, infinite pursuit, the bitch is done for." But with incredible speed, Renma dodged every attack and lunged forward. Now Kwaicham is shocked that she dodged his attack and is coming at him with fierce momentum. Before he can react, she uses a leaping afterimage technique, seizes his swords and turns them against him. He was immediately injured by his own attack, stunned that Kwaicham was hurt by Kwaicham's attack. Even the monster watching was dumbfounded, saying it was the first time he'd seen Kwaicham hurt by his own attack, and the remnant soul replied, surprised that she had modified it to such a monstrous speed. Namma hovered in the air, looking down at the injured guillotine and declaring that she would end the battle in 3 seconds. Hearing her boast, he snarled, calling her a lowly bitch for daring to speak to him that way. He unleashes Super Infinite Guillotine, reversing his blade to attack and destroy her. Then he adds another technique, Heaven and Earth Slash, bringing his hand down with decisive force. Seeing him struggle with his unfamiliar power, the Demon Lord excitedly declared that Namma was doomed by his forbidden technique, Heaven and Earth Slash, while the beast also grinned in anticipation. Namma, however, remained indifferent, unfazed by his attack, and dismissively remarked that he was too slow. She quickly unleashed her enhanced 1,000-fold slash, countering his attack. Now, both sides have unleashed their techniques, and they're about to collide. Kwai Cham is shocked by the sudden surge in her power. Before he could even get close, Namma's unsheathed blade sliced through his body. Unable to defend against the attack, Kwai Cham was cleaved in two. Seeing his subordinate defeated, Black-Haired is shocked and calls out Kuijan's name. Ma Yuan, seeing Black-Haired's growing anger, uses telepathy to advise, "Your Highness, be calm. You may be able to defeat him, but he will destroy all of Ma Yuan. You must endure." After relaying the message, he raised his staff and tapped it lightly on the ground, signaling the end of the spell. Enjoying himself on the throne, Ye Yang praised, "Excellent." Namma replied with satisfaction, "I feel my master is making me stronger. Truly wonderful." Xiaoba appears with a smile, announcing that A-Ren won the first round, Wuji Sect and the Demon Abyss are eliminated, and Kuijan has become too cute. As for the Demon Abyss, keep going. I look forward to seeing more forms I like, so we can continue playing. Seeing Namma obey Diep Duong, Manat couldn't help but angrily say, "That! Traitorous! Ma-ui!" Yumong gritted her teeth and said, "That bitch," and the monster was stunned by what had just happened. Ignoring the curses, Namma coldly replies that she only serves the strong and the weak should be silent. Ling. Hearing this, Hanbao relays the message. "Your Highness, the Demon Lord has no wings, but Renma's speed is terrifying, nearly 30 times faster after enhancement." The old demon continues. "She's strong enough to fight these 6 unfathomable demon lords. If you can't kill her in one blow, Your Highness, be patient." Hearing him, the leader gritted his teeth and replied, "Worthless." Above, Ye Yang watched the fight, and Lian said with satisfaction, "You've worked hard, Ren. You may step back." Hearing that, she replied, "That was a great fight. I'll follow the training methods. I look forward to the next match, Master. I also know how to serve you well, so please give me a chance. I'll take my leave." Seeing the demon leave without a word, Lian excitedly said, "Hurry up! Who's next from the abyss? Someone strong to make the fight more exciting." Hearing this, the demon said, "Your Highness, don't forget that the king has arranged for a monster in the 9 underworld abyss." After hearing him, the 9 underworld leader replied, "That's right. We're sure to win this round." The monster couldn't stand still and said, full of fighting spirit, "Your Highness, I will not fail this mission." Seeing the demon appear, Ye Yang watched as Lian snapped her fingers, saying, "Little one, go fight." Soon, Little One unleashed his power in the arena, appearing with a booming presence, declaring, "Master, you finally let me fight again." Seeing only a bear, the monster sneered, "You dumb bear, meeting me is the worst luck you could have." He then cast a spell, exhaling a long, dark purple breath. From the breath he created, 2 figures flickered into existence, then materialized, a hulking brute wielding a massive thunder hammer, and the executioner. Little Miss 8 watches with interest, saying that the beast's special ability is to use earth to recreate the bodies of dead comrades. The beast, pleased that she understands, explains that his body contains the demon blood of the 5 great heads, allowing him to create 2 deceased comrades in their strongest state, though only for a short time, and orders the hunt to begin. The 2 demon comrades listened to him, Lian's face revealing a confident smugness, while the old demon couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Immediately, the summoned berserker rushed forward, excitedly shouting, "Lian, I want bear gall." Then, he growled menacingly at the kneeling executioner beside him, who also advanced at the same time. The berserker, swift and observant, saw his chance and swung his thunder hammer down on Zhao Yi with a mighty roar. Zhao Yi didn't dodge as he rushed forward, directly blocking the attack. The 2 were evenly matched, Bao Nuo attacking with all his might, Zhao Yi resisting with all his strength until the power of both exploded, shaking everything around them. Quickly, Zhao Yi retaliated with a punch, yelling, "Haven't you eaten enough?" The sudden counterattack threw the enraged warrior off balance, but Kwai Tram appeared to take his place. Seeing Xiao Yi unguarded, he raised his blade, intending to strike, and shouted, "Kwai diet tram!" But he quickly dodges in time, and seeing the sneak attack, Xiao Yi explodes with anger, quickly clamping his teeth down and shattering the man's blade. Seeing his weapon destroyed, and Xiao Yi's rage, Kwai Tram is stunned, thinking, "My Kwai diet tram was eaten." But he wasn't worried because he had many other tricks up his sleeve. Though looking at Xiao Yi, he was a little wary, thinking, "This bear is too scary." Meanwhile, the beast was mutating, one arm becoming abnormally large, and he roared as he unleashed his power. Immediately, the beast attacks, using his crushing grasp technique, bringing his massive hand down on Xiao Yi. The enraged duo watch, stunned until Bao Nu's words snapped them back to reality. "Kill it." Hearing his command, the two demons understood, with the enraged demon using thunderous acts of fury and the other using severing slash, both attacking at once. Little Miss 8 appeared, excitedly commenting, "Finally, this is getting interesting." The three great ancient demons are teaming up against Little One. As the monster's hand approached, Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, but before the blow could land, a massive explosion erupted from Xiao Yi, sending the three demons flying. The monster, thrown back, quickly reacted, digging its hands into the ground to regain its balance. But then, Bao Nu was suddenly startled, because Xiao Yi in front of him was very different. He had erupted, activating high-grade beast transformation, Ancient Beast level 33. Seeing his transformation, the enraged monster cursed, realizing he had no choice but to use that move. He unleashed the Eternal Destruction Strike and slammed his hammer down before Xiao Yi, creating a massive explosion. But Xiao Yi didn't flinch. He was still moving towards him and was immediately shocked, but before he could react, Xiao Yi bit off his upper body and shattered his thunder hammer. The kneeling warrior was also screaming, and just as he witnessed the scene, he was frightened and thought, "Here goes nothing." But before he could react, Xiao Yi opened its maw once more, tearing him in half. The remaining monster, witnessing the demise of his comrades, was overcome with fear as Xiao Yi's massive foot descended upon him, prompting him to flee in terror, crying out for help. Before he could escape, Xiao Yi stomped its foot down with crushing force, sending tremors and a deafening boom through the earth. The leader watched in horror as the beast was obliterated, crying out, "Monster!" But as the old man watched another of his fighters fall, he cursed in anger, while Yao Meng stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Ye Yang clapped his hands in delight, praising Xiao Yi. Hearing his praise, Tiu that turned and replied, "You flatter me, master. It is my honor to serve you." Then Tiobat reappeared, cheerfully announcing, "Round 2. Tio, that is amazing, and master wins." The score is 2-0, Infinite Sect against Demon Abyss. "I'm disappointed in you demons. I really want to kill you all right now." Hearing Xiaoba's words, the demons were stunned, and Yao Meng knew something was wrong, exclaiming, "This is bad." Ye Yang says with a nonchalant expression, "I'll give you a chance and lower the difficulty for round 3. I'll send out a disciple who is still in training." The demon lord scoffs, "A disciple of the Limitless Sect? Those eternal sword sect girls from before were only at the spirit realm when they joined half a year ago. Anyone who comes will surely die." He looked up, saw Ye Yang's contempt, and angrily replied that underestimating the demon abyss would come at a price. Ye Yang ignored him, simply raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a magical girl named Su Shu was summoned. She looked around, confused, and asked, "I was just sweeping the floors, master. Why have you summoned me?" Hearing her, Ye Yang asked, "Tell me, what do you think of the new look for your mage?" She replied, "It's great, very cool, and most importantly, it makes master happy." Hearing this, she teased Ye Yang, asking if he would marry her sooner if she won. She then added that she wasn't smart and had read many books on maintaining mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, but had forgotten them, hoping she would remember the content and maintain the marriage in its early stages. He coughed and replied, "I'll go and show you the results of my special mage training." She responded, "Before we go into battle, how about an encouraging hug? Do you want to try it, master?" Seeing the two of them flirting, Yao Ming was furious and said, "I'll take this one. I don't need encouragement from you two lovebirds." Confident that victory is assured, she declares, "The maid is as good as dead," and unleashes her attack. Enveloping poison mist sea. Seeing this, Suthu braced herself, resisting the flames by spinning her broom to create a fiery vortex that blew away Yao Meng's poisonous gas. With her attack extinguished, Suthu's expression hardened as she shouted, "Now it's my turn!" "Watch this." Seeing her attack extinguished, Yao Ming was incredulous. How can a servant girl's fire control be so powerful? Soon, large and small fires appeared before her, as Su Shu unleashed her technique. With a barrage of fireballs, the demon barely had time to think before the onslaught began, and she cried out in terror. Then, without hesitation, Su Shu commanded, "Explode!" And the flames erupted one after another, creating a series of deafening blasts as the demon screamed in fear. Trapped by the flames, the demon ran back and forth in a panic, cursing in anger. Seeing the approaching demons, Ye Yang blocked them, saying, "Are you stupid?" That's Su Shu's innate grandmaster power. Xiaoba chimed in. Su Shu is a super magic girl destined to perfectly avoid her targets. Meanwhile, Su Shu calmly manipulated the magic circle, declaring that accuracy was unnecessary. She unleashed another technique, a fiery storm that spun wildly before descending upon the nightmare, who panicked and fled in terror. But before she could escape, Su Shu's fiery whirlwind caught her, pulling her into its vortex and lifting her high into the air, her screams echoing all around. Seeing their leader caught, Mong's subordinates charged forward, but someone swiftly severed their tentacles, preventing them from reaching the two demons. Seeing his attack blocked, Xiaoba seethed, "Anyone who breaks Master's rules will be punished." The injured demon was stunned by her words and demeanor, shocked into silence. Seeing the demon dared to interfere, Ye Yang coldly said with displeasure, "The demon abyss has lost 3 rounds in a row, so there's only one option left." His tone suddenly darkened as he said ominously, "The demon abyss has only one last chance." Suddenly Su Shu interrupts, saying her master has won, and shouldn't they discuss the wedding? Caught off guard, Ye Yang tilts his head as Su Shu continues, saying the betrothal gifts aren't necessary, just a discussion. Before Su Shu could finish, Ye Yang dismissed her with a wave of his hand and a snap of his fingers, saying, "Go back." And with that, Su Shu was summoned back. The little tyrant, no longer gentle and cheerful, now with a dark and gloomy face, coldly declares, "The final round, countdown to the destruction of the abyss." Taking this as a provocation, the leader retorts, "As long as I am here, no one can ever destroy the abyss." The demon elder, hearing his defense, spoke up, "Your Majesty, let these ignorant fools witness the true power of a nation-destroying force." The Lord of the Abyss, the Demon King, replied with a cold gaze, "Over the years, I don't remember how many kingdoms and people I've destroyed, how many faces twisted in fear, and who dares to fight me now?" Seeing this fearless challenger, Ye Yang's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. "Since coming to this world, no opponent has been worth my full attention. A nation-destroying demon, you say? Sounds interesting." The demon lord scoffed, thinking, "If not for the restraint of the great demon Maowen, I would have struck you down already. This battle will send you to the deepest hell." Ye Yang, now radiating an oppressive aura darker than hell itself, spoke in a low voice, "You better not disappoint me." Seeing the intense moment, Teobat suddenly gets excited, saying, "Master is about to make his move. I'm so excited." At this moment, the Lord of the Abyss launches the first attack, declaring Overlord Annihilation, and throws a punch towards Diep Duong. Seeing the attack coming, Ye Yang didn't flinch, immediately raising his hand to block it. A loud crash echoed as his small fist countered the massive blow, his strength proving to be a match. Instantly breaking through his attack, the leader was thrown off balance. Seeing Ye Yang's strength, he said, "Well done. To shake me with one blow, you're worthy of my serious attention." He then unleashed another move, 9-head onslaught, aimed directly at him. Quickly the snakes on his head elongated, nearly a dozen of them, and attacked him all at once, but Ye Yang, unfazed, unleashed his inner power. He taunted him, saying his strength wasn't enough, and then, with a fiery gaze, demanded more power. The leader, unable to withstand Di Yang's constant provocation, roared, "Die!" Then, with a surge of madness and power, both sides attacked simultaneously, unleashing a deafening explosion. The Demon Lord's grand hall began to crumble, leaving the demons and Ye Yang scattered. Seeing the destruction, Ye Yang smirked, taunting, "Is that all you've got? Can you at least make this a little fun for me?" He then channeled all his power into his arm. He unleashed a powerful punch, and with a resounding boom, the Demon Lord was sent flying back in shock. The Lord was blasted away by Ye Yang's power, crashing through space and debris, followed by another loud crash. After a rough landing, Ye Yang, unsurprised to see him still able to sit up, remarks that the Demon Lord has proven he's worth fighting. Xiaobo chimes in, agreeing that his master is still having fun and would be angry if it ended. The clan leader, defeated on the ground, seethed with hatred. "Wretched humans, if you seek death." The sky darkened, black clouds and lightning gathering above him, and he spat. "I will obliterate you." He unleashed his innate skill, lightning serpent of extinction, sending a barrage of snakes toward Ye Yang, who responded by channeling his inner power, unleashing a torrent of powerful lightning bolts to intercept the incoming serpents. This wasn't just an ordinary explosion, but one of utter annihilation. Xiaoba, witnessing this, cried out in alarm, saying that the attack had destroyed many of the floating continents of the abyss. Ye Yang, consumed by rage, coldly remarked that such pathetic attacks couldn't even scratch him. Then, unleashing the ancient forbidden technique, Lion's Roar level 100, he scoffed, "How laughable!" A colossal lion materialized, unleashing a devastating roar that annihilated the Hydra snakes, reducing them to nothing. Everything was gradually being destroyed, and even the demon was barely holding on against this terrifying power. He cried out, "Demon Lord, Your Highness!" But before he could finish, he began hemorrhaging from the mouth. Seeing Ye Yang destroy everything, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fury of 9 Heads, summoning another massive beast that charged towards him, roaring, "Human, be destroyed!" Xiaoba felt the danger and warned, "Master, be careful. Its poison is 10,000 times stronger now." Ye Yang quickly shifted to another technique, transferring the first level of Tai Chi to level 100. With a gentle wave, he created another spatial wormhole in the sky, saying, "Transfer." Instantly, the monster from his severed head was sucked into another dimension, screaming, "It hurts! Human, you—" Seeing his master defeated, the old demon cried out in terror, "My lord!" Ye Yang, standing before the spatial rift, coldly replied, "So you're not going to use your final form to play with me? Now, to send you on your way." Ye Yang's aura blazes as he casts a cold gaze. Though his head is sucked into the void, he still transmits his voice to Ma Tan. "Be ready to activate the barrier to protect the abyss at any time. My final battle form is too dangerous." The old demon Tan complies. Then he suggested that the prince unleash his power, saying that even if it destroys the demon abyss, they won't regret defeating this human. He then followed the old man, casting the demonic god transformation to return to his most powerful state. Then, Ye Yang saw a bizarre circle forming in the sky above. He crossed his arms, watching with interest, and said, "Don't keep me waiting too long." Immediately below, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the earth, and the demon lord appears in the distance. Surrounded by immense power, as he slowly emerges, clad in shining armor, he declares, "Human, it's over." In his new form, crackling with immense power, he raises his blade and unleashes the demonic god judgment. As he speaks, a blinding light descends from above, and demonic heads erupt from the earth as he roars, "Judgment space, open!" Immediately above him, a vortex appeared, the ultimate judgment, unleashing bolts of energy as if transferring power to him. The demon lord roared, "Human, turn to dust." He swung his blade, unleashing the immense power upon Ye Yang. Seeing his attack coming, he calmly raised a hand to block it, then easily shattered the technique with a clenched fist. Seeing his attack avoided and shattered, the demon lord refused to yield, swinging his blade forward and declaring, "You may have crushed my judgment, but I have a final move." But before he could react, Ye Yang's hand shot out, seizing his throat. Caught off guard, he could only utter, "You." Ye Yang, with narrowed, icy eyes, said, "Rest assured, the entire demon abyss will be buried with you." The demon lord, unnerved by his serious tone and demeanor, thought in terror, "I actually—" But before he could say anything, Ye Yang unleashed the elementary martial skill Dragon Claw Hand, level 100, instantly crushing the demon lord's head. Seeing this shocking scene, the old demon was terrified, and the demons stood motionless as they looked up. Immediately, he cried out, "Lord Demon!" As the demons were in shock, Xiaoba appeared, startling them even more, and she spoke. "Unfortunately, Master has won. The demons of the abyss, the judgment has descended. You're all doomed." Old Demon Tan, trembling with rage, retorted, "We won't sit here and die. We still have the legion of corpses, forged by generations of chieftains, the true nation-destroying divine weapon." As he said this, he ordered the demons to appear, and they swarmed forth. Then something began to appear from above, and the demons looked up in anticipation. Suddenly, a 3-headed dragon appeared with a deafening roar, ordering Little Three to burn everything. Little Three obeyed, breathing fire and fury. Old Demon Tan was instantly engulfed, falling from the sky with a piercing scream. Instantly, nearly half of the summoned demons were incinerated by Tiotam's flames, but another legion of demons appeared, the Demon Abyss Archery Corps 1, brandishing their bows. Ye Yang is suddenly met with a barrage of arrows, but before he can react, Xiaoer jumps out and says, "Leave this to me, master." Xiaoer stands before the demons, slowly spreads her arms, and unleashes the quantum drone C technique. Immediately, she summoned tens of thousands of missiles which soared through the sky, unleashing a barrage that repelled the demons' attacks. Seeing this, Xiaoba crossed her arms and said to the beast treasure, "How interesting. I want to play too." Xiaoer controlled the missiles, quickly causing the demons to explode into pieces. Meanwhile, Tio Bat joins the fray, wielding her hair like white silk threads to strike the demons, creating a scene of utter chaos. Then, a stray missile veers off course, heading straight into the demonic mist-water prison. With a resounding boom, Baifei's room exploded, startling her from her game. Seeing this, Baifei exclaimed, "The soul lock left on me has disappeared. It seems Ye Yang has broken it." Xiahua replied, "Sect leader Ye has finally arrived." Immediately, the room erupted, saying, "Go see him, my lord." But she replied, "Why would I meet someone so insignificant?" Another said, "You mentioned his name 1,000 times when you left the limitless sect." Hahua added, "Go, my lord. It may be the last time you see each other in this life." Bak Fi, ignoring the two, began to walk. She paused, then shook her head, saying, "I can't go. I mustn't. I know that seeing him will make me weak, make me want to stay by his side." She fell into thought. "I can't. I still have my revenge. I still carry the deep blood feud of my annihilated family." Hearing this, Thuyet Thu said, "So, Master is afraid of implicating sect leader Ye? Our enemy is the only remaining god in this world. Master stirred up the royal court to send troops to kill the gods, but in the end, they were annihilated." Junfeng then asked, "Sect leader Yi annihilated the demonic spawn, but he can't stand against a god." Baifei replied, "Let's go. I'll use every means to restore my strength." Instantly, Baifei transformed into a fox demon and departed, thinking to herself that she couldn't drag anyone else into this. But as they left, Ye Yang seemed to sense something, turning back to watch them go. At that moment, Xiaoyi noticed where he was looking and asked, "Master, what are you looking at?" He replied, "Nothing." Knowing he was lying, Xiaoyi pressed on, "Your heart rate fluctuated just now." Hearing this, Ye Yang angrily retorted, "Don't casually check my heart rate." He strides forward, declaring, "Let's continue our game of demonic dismemberment. Once they're all dismantled, you're free to leave. I'm returning to the limitless sect." Xiao Yi and Xiao Ba respond in unison, "Understood." Ye Yang immediately glanced at Xiaosan and said, "Xiaosan, don't be lazy." Soon, Ye Yang arrived in front of a prison in the Woji sect. He sat in front of the prison cell thinking, "I remember when you first gave me the mask." He looked at the puppet she left behind. "You tricked me into this world with that mask. When I came to the limitless sect, I was never alone," Ye Yang thought, gazing at the cell with complicated emotions. He sat there, lost in thought, and muttered, "Consider this a temporary vacation. One day I'll bring you back." Then he closed his eyes, remembering her words, "Wait for me." In Four Seas City, a long line of people are waiting for something. It turns out today is the day the bewitching maiden drawings are being sold, which is why so many people are here. Fan Shu laughs contentedly, marveling at the unique poses in the Yan Yang drawings. Feng Hao agrees, praising Xiaoyu Qingchun's breakthrough, lamenting that sect leader Ye won't be able to witness it at the Grand Sect competition. Suddenly, a tall figure shouts that it's Zhang Xianzi, the continent's #1 dancer, who surprisingly also reads books like the Nymphomaniac Chronicles. Zhang Xiaoxi smiles awkwardly, saying that she's the bookstore's ambassador, so everyone should support it. The fans of DM Nuong cheered, supporting DM Nuong in a dreamlike collaboration. Then she spotted Fan Shu and Feng Hao calling out, "Bookworm and Zhang are long time no see." Confused, Fan Shu asks why such a noble immortal would promote such a book, to which she replies that she gets advanced copies of Bewitching Nymph 7 a month early, and she wants to make her master happy. She then turns to the customers, urging them to buy, as a purchase gets them her autograph, blushing with embarrassment. How can a sect leader have a disciple who's obsessed with DM Nuong? Feng Hao wonders if sect leaders are even allowed to participate in the Grand Sect competition. Cut to a lush forest. This is the ancient Lao Nam Forest, the training ground for the Grand Sect competition of the 15 Eastern Plains Alliance. The first round of the Grand Sect competition, teams from different regions must traverse the ancient Lunam Forest. Those who reach the ancient city will advance to the second round. Due to the competition's rules, Ye Yang joins a team. Now he's roasting meat by the fire while drinking from his gourd. Joining this weak team and not having a decent meal for days is really tough. Elder Bach Haiyan panics, Deep Duong, no! Lighting a fire will attract the dark swamp demon. If it stays in this swamp, our team won't be able to continue. Ye Yang calms him, saying that their team was thrown together and could be eliminated at any time, so we should relax. He then calls him a dead man walking, a ghost who could die at any moment. Bai Xian was speechless, a useless fighter plus a 5-month-old baby. Right now, she's happily playing with the baby. Little treasure. When you grow up, you have to be like your sister and become a novelist. He didn't let anyone scold him, even that old martial realm master. It's a miracle this team has survived at all. Baekhyun angrily retorts that no matter what, the dark magic orb is a great demon-level being and should not be trifled with. Fearless, Ye Yang initiates a spell, eager to see what this unprovocable being is all about, and hurls a power orb into the lake. In an instant, the dark hell roller shot straight up, startling the elder so much his eyes nearly popped out. Ye Yang sternly reprimanded, "You scared Xiao Bao." With a snap of his fingers, the massive magic sphere explodes, leaving nothing behind. The little girl turns pale, body parts rain down, Bai Xian is speechless, and even the little devil can't help but stare. He calmly acquired the elementary telekinesis ability before the old man's helplessness. "You're strange." The spoils of war, a leg, were immediately devoured. Now the old man hesitates, knowing the remnant sect is an assassin sect, and Ye Yang will need to use more assassin techniques in this battle. He replies, "Old man, I'm just here to fill the quota, don't ask for much." Suddenly, Ye Yang exclaims, "Oh, the meat's all gone again." 3 days prior, Baek Hyeon was scrambling to find recruits. He was 1 person short. The ancient assassin sect was recruiting living participants for the great sect competition, all expenses paid. Yaryang asked the old man, "Is anyone alive okay?" He'd heard this morning they needed experts. The old man, desperate, said the registration deadline was near. "Sign here, and let's go to the future together." He thought to himself that the sect leader couldn't participate, but she was worried about her disciples, so she just threw something together. And so the ink was dry on the contract, but he still wondered, "Hey, is that really enough people?" Bai Xian nodded, saying that was enough, and introduced herself as the great elder of the remnant sect, who wished to revive it. She introduced the young sect leader, Bai Xian, who didn't know martial arts and had chosen to pursue writing instead. But her works were all flops. She retorted, "What? I've written books to make money too, like The Tale of the Enchanting Maiden." Ye Yang was stunned. "What? You're the fanfic author of Enchanting Maiden? I never imagined such a huge fanfic was written by you." Bai Xian gestures for him to be quiet, saying she's just trying to support her family, and her real dream is to be a famous writer. She then introduces the baby on her back, the youngest member of the team, Tiu Bao, whom she found when demons attacked the village. He felt helpless. The Grand Sacrifice sect has no age limit, and they're using babies to fill the ranks. How evil. Xiao Bao looked at him with sinister eyes. "I'm not some Xiao Bao. I'm Qing Ying of the demon world, infiltrating the human world, waiting for the chance to conquer you all and make you my slaves." Suddenly, the kid panics, seeing something, a sharper gaze reminding him to be good because he hates naughty children. So the boy smiles sweetly, trying to please him, and reminds himself, this person is dangerous and powerful. Baekhyun looks at the girl on the other side, the last hero I met in our town. We share the same aspirations, so we swore an oath in blood. The drunkard mumbles, "I'm not drunk. I don't want to see goldfish." Ye Yang is dissatisfied, convinced she was tricked into signing while drunk, but old man retorts that she was completely willing. Now, recalling everything that's happened, he can't help but sigh, wondering what kind of strange team he's joined. Xiao Bao looks at his back with worry, crushing the magic scroll in his hand, thinking, "This is too scary. I must not reveal Yuma's identity." After everything that's happened, Ye Yang now stands atop a high mountain silently praying. "May all the disciples be well. Keep going. The path for our sect to return to the top of the world has opened." From afar, in the training forest, cries for help echo. "Save us." A group flees for their lives, desperate to escape their pursuers. How could we be so unlucky? We're done for. We're all going to die here. A horde of terrifying beasts relentlessly gives chase, only to encounter a beast tied. Suddenly, a figure descends from above. The broom girl shouts, "Firewall!" That's Su Shu, and there's another girl behind her. "Don't panic, everyone." Lang Ruoxu confidently declares they will handle it, as a man shouts, "It's the sword goddess." Lang Ruoxu is here for the sect competition too? Suddenly, Ruakshu unleashes her ultimate move, creating a spectacular scene with countless sharp swords. Then she roared a battle cry, and the swords attacked the ferocious beasts at her command. Caught in a whirlwind of strikes, their bodies are torn apart. Nyandu unleashes her power on the disobedient beasts, reminding them that defiance has consequences. Another person marvels at the wolf goddess's rebirth and strength, truly befitting her title as the continent's beautiful young goddess, while another chimes in, admiring the adorable junior disciple. Everyone agrees that after changing jobs, they've all become stronger, and Luke Than begins to speak. She's also very powerful. No monster has broken her defense yet, and with her here, everyone feels much more at ease. Late at night, the crescent moon illuminated a corner of the forest as everyone gathered around a fire for warmth. Lang Roju spoke. There's no need to be afraid, everyone. The danger is past, we're all cultivators here. She added that if they were competing together, they should look out for each other and defend together. The young man smiled, thanking her, wondering who would be so lucky. But someone beside him dismissed it, saying the goddess was only interested in swords. Meanwhile, Yan Yu grilled meat and muttered, I wonder if Master is hungry, and if some strange woman will try to deceive him without me around. She paused, adding that Tu Tu seemed to be seeking advice from married women. Cut to Tu Tu. Excuse me, Senior Zhang, what should a new wife do if her mother-in-law is in a bad mood? Be sweet, speak softly, and most importantly, be generous. But what does an unmarried person know about these things? She forces a smile, saying, Soon, my senior sister will want to marry me off to our master, and I'll have to face these issues sooner or later. I'm just a slow learner. The slow need to start sooner. Chapter Shiji nods in understanding. Oh, and another thing, she asks. How often is appropriate to do that with my husband? Should I be more proactive or more seductive? This question leaves the other speechless, while Dongfang Qing, who overheard everything, is furious, wondering what kind of strange disciples her junior brother has taken in. She pondered, other than that mechanical cultivation machine. Ling Ruakshu is obsessed with the sword. The other disciples seem more interested in their master than cultivation. If I weren't afraid of angering him, I would kill them all. Unable to linger any longer, she flew off, thinking her brother must have gotten mixed up in this mess and she should go find him. But as she flew, Dongfang Qing suddenly paused. She landed on a branch, but it was no use. It was happening again, her soul becoming increasingly unstable. She struggled to hold on, the explosions growing more frequent. I must get to my junior brother quickly to avoid losing control at the last moment. I can't control it, I can only replenish my energy. Spotting a group of people in the distance, she grins maniacally, ready to unleash her skills and slaughter them all, her laughter growing louder with excitement as her body parts scatter. These people were demons in disguise. What bad luck for them. With the energy she needed now in hand, she felt much better and reached for the jade pendant. She's caught off guard. The Grand Tournament's demon lords are coming too? Do they have the same goal as her, the Lulan Treasure Vault? It seems there's something good there she doesn't know about. No wonder her junior brother was killed, not even leaving a scrap behind. A boar-like demon appears, its strength at a nation-destroying level, having annihilated several star-level city-states. The weakest of the 12 demons, not even worth a star. According to the Eastern Star analysis, Chu Tian is a red moon-level figure from the Yin Kingdom, devouring tens of millions in one bite. But the most terrifying is the existence of the Doomsday-level Dragon Lord. If Zhu Tian appears, the Great Trial sect will be devoured. She carefully considers her options, deciding to postpone the search for her junior and first observe what Zhu Tian is up to. Lost in thought, she wonders if she can acquire treasures to make her stronger. This grand tournament is more interesting than she imagined. Live, junior brother. The sky is clear in her eyes, but the baby wails incessantly, annoying Diet Duong. What's wrong? Crying nonstop so early in the morning? How troublesome. On the outside, he seemed fine, but inside, he was scheming. Just hand me off to someone else. If I can just get away from this scary person, I can reunite with my people in a safe place. He helplessly held the noisy child, and Baijian was nowhere to be found. I'm too old for this. My nerves are shot. I can't stand the sound of children crying. The baby wouldn't stop crying, and he lamented, wondering where that literary girl Bak Hien had gone. He had no experience with children. Unable to take it anymore, he decided he didn't care anymore and just lifted the baby high up. Kids on Earth seem to like this. The little guy senses something bad is about to happen. After Ye Yang said that, he flew high into the sky, making the little guy cry even more. Soaring through the sky, the baby's fear only intensified. Why was he flying so high? His head was spinning, he felt sick, and he was terrified. After a few minutes, he dove straight down, the impact shattering the ground with a deafening roar. He looks at the kid with a strange smile and says, raising him up, "High worked," he finally stopped crying. The baby, pale and trembling, thinks, "I'm alive again." Did he discover something and is using this as a warning? I absolutely can't move. Xiaokui stepped in front of him and said, "Give me Xiaobao." He was a little surprised. "Someone as addicted to alcohol as you knows how to take care of kids?" She slowly replied, "I'm a woman after all. I know how to make him stop crying. A few sips of good wine and he's guaranteed to be quiet. If you don't give him to me, then I'll just snatch him." Seconds pass and she lunges for the child, but Ye Yang dodges. "I'll snatch it." Unexpectedly, she clamps onto him with her legs, catching him off guard. She then gently descended, her hair fluttering in the wind, and the peerless Ye Yang was finally pinned down by the perpetually drunk girl. Her face flushed. She said apologetically, "Sorry, that was a little rough. I forgot I'm a girl and it's so hot, I'm sweating." Suddenly, someone high in the trees watched the events unfold. Didn't they say that after drinking, Zikwai would kill any male creature? He realized it was all a lie. Ziki looked in that direction with tears in her eyes. "Yes, I smell the stench of demons. Knowing that I, Zikui, am still ranked 99th on the heavens list, you still dare to come and offer your lives?" Despite her nausea, Zikui is the strongest of the Demon Slayer 5. Luckily, my special bloodline can hide my demonic nature. I can only imagine Ye Yang's dark expression. If I told him, the world would be destroyed. At this moment, Zikui awakens, the elite of the Demon Slayer 5. Absolutely cannot let any demon survive. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The demons in the trees panic, worried that even with the rescue signal from Saint Origin, they can't save him, even from a heavenly ranking powerhouse. Just as they were about to attack, she suddenly paused for a moment, then started vomiting from drinking too much, leaving Ye Yang and Xiaobao speechless. The demons hidden in wait burst forth, aiming to snatch the child from the weakened cultivator. Unable to watch any longer, Ye Yang drew his sword. "So, you're after the kid. I hate human traffickers the most." With a few basic strikes, he prevents the demons from reaching the child. But the situation is grim, surrounded by enemies. One of the demons speaks up, saying it's strange that His Highness Holy Origin isn't reacting to their rescue. His comrade replies that he must be preparing for the most crucial moment and that His Highness has matured greatly. Holy Source, as the child cries silently, "Grown up, my foot! This monster's holding me. He could crush me at any moment. Screw you all, I don't even know you." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and rain poured down in an instant. Ye Yang held up Little Bao, saying he didn't want to get his hair wet, while Saint Origin screamed in agony. "This master is definitely testing me. I must remain calm, not angry, and smile." The prince's subordinates don't understand why he's holding up Sheng Yuan, especially since Sheng Yuan is smiling. He deduced that Holy Infant must be signaling them, and they had to keep smiling until the end. This young man must not be strong. The pain from before probably took away his strength. Ye Yang couldn't help but wonder why these fools kept appearing in the same place, and so he decided to strike first. "Xiaobao, let's continue dealing with these traffickers." The demons cried out, "He's just trying to put on a brave face. Kill him!" With his agility, he easily moved from place to place. With effortless sword strokes, he cut down the demons in the trees one by one. In mere moments, he annihilated them all, leaving only their terrified screams echoing through the forest. Ye Yang then soared out of the forest like a bird. Zikui, swaying unsteadily, muttered, "Ye Yang is kind of handsome. I want to drink with him until I'm senseless, until we can be honest with each other." Holy Saint's subordinates were about to strike, but Ye Yang's descent startled them. He slowly turned his sharp eyes back. The demons scattered so fast they vanished. A pack of dogs and Than Nguyen's men lamented their failure to save him and rushed to get help. After the fight, he checked on the child, Tiu Bao, asking if he was all right, knowing Than Nguyen was testing him to see if he cared about his subordinates. To this question, the child happily babbled and sang, "Two tigers, love to dance, good little bunny, picking carrots." Ye Yang's face darkened with helplessness. This was the first thing the child had learned to say. If I'd known, I wouldn't have sung that earth song. And now Xiaobao keeps humming it. Loves to dance, picks carrots. Bai Xianqing praises Ye Yang. "A young hero. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Hiding behind a large ancient tree, he thought there was hope for their contest, but that small wish was quickly extinguished. "I'm only following the group into the ancient city of Lulan, and I won't take action after we arrive, so don't overthink it." After Liangzi fed Xiaobao wine on his knees, I couldn't bear to let others drink such a delicacy. and someone still dared to struggle. Saint Origin reminded himself, "Be patient. I can't act rashly anymore." He announced, "Actually, Xiao Bao can talk now. Just coax him a little more." His Highness Saint Origin wept silently, grateful that 3 had escaped this time, certain that he would be saved. While outside, someone sang innocently, "Two tigers love to dance. Good bunny picks carrots. How could I, Saint Origin, suffer such humiliation?" Bo Hyun applauds, happy that the young one has finally grown up. While Ye Yang, hiding behind his book, wonders if he should chase after the 3 escapees, but decides to just read the book the shut-in bought for him. "So someone gave you the book. I had Zahaiking get it for you with the Yan new cover. Time passes, and Holy Origin's men are still running for their lives. Keep running, don't stop." One of them lamented that the Thannian without the lower realm was truly terrifying. Dongfang Qing suddenly appeared before them, asking just how terrifying it was. She sneered, asking if she was as scary as them. The 3 were caught off guard and shouted in unison, "Dongfang Qing, why is the great demon here? She's injured." She doesn't deny it, saying she's injured and needs their sacrifice as medicine, flapping her wings as she flies in, assuring them it won't hurt a bit. Without hesitation, she uses her magic to suck the demons into her mouth. She explained that she was injured by their master, Zhu Tian, and absorbing them would be considered compensation. After finishing, she flew away, but a group of people chased after her, again. So she reluctantly landed on a nearby rock. Enraged, Zhu Tian demanded, "Dongfang Qing, come out and explain yourself. You've killed so many of my subordinates." The men with him chimed in, "Dongfang Qing, why don't you obey the Demon Lord's orders? Get out here and let us destroy this entire area." She replied, "If you destroy this whole area, it'll alert the organization. You're disguised as humans to participate in the competition. You don't want to be exposed, do you?" She mocked them, saying that so many of them ganging up on one weak girl was hardly sporting. Chu Tian repeated her words, "So humans and demons are different after all. And Dongfang Qing is just a weak girl." She feigns a plea. "Your praise is too much, Lord Chu Tian. For a demon lord like you to personally attend this competition. The killings were unexpected, but their lives are cheap and insignificant to you. Please, don't concern yourself with them." The Ice Lord questions what Dongfang Qing, this madwoman, is up to, but she retorts that she's more curious about what Chu Tian is planning and offers to guess. The Dragon Lord's missing son, a refined young man with human blood, is being sought throughout the demon realm. She pauses, then continues her speculation. Though the reward is generous, this is just something Lord Zhou Tian is doing on the side. It's not the real reason he's here. Dongfang Qing slowly analyzes that the 15-nation sect competition in Dongyuan must be where the secrets of Lulan are revealed, and that Lord Zhutian has come here personally because of an important treasure for both the demon and human worlds. Zhutian frowned. "Though a bit mad, Miss Dongfang is indeed clever." She winked coyly. "Why am I here? To find a husband. My daughter is of age and needs to marry well, which requires a fine dowry. So I'll take the treasure you seek as my betrothal gift." Zhuan fumed, "Your Highness, don't waste time with this crazy woman, Dongfang Qing. We can't let her ruin things. I'll kill her now." Zhu Tian replied sternly, "Capture her alive." Zhu Yan then attacked her with his weapon, declaring, "Good, I'll keep this crazy woman's head for a soul-cleansing ritual." The shark manifested and obeyed his command, going after her head, its sharp teeth bared as it flew straight toward her. Dongfang Qing wasn't about to stand idly by. "Who are you calling crazy? I'm not happy. As punishment, I'll drag you all to hell with me." And with that, an earth-shattering explosion lit up the area. Zhu Yan shields himself from the dust and shouts that she self-destructed. Zhu Tian sighs, realizing she detonated a puppet double and fled. If he truly wanted to kill her, she'll be dead in 3 seconds. She's good at finding treasures, so let's use her as a tool to find treasure in Lolandi. Long Chu has submitted to His Highness. Speaking of which, we received a distress call from Long Chu's holy son, but all of our subordinates are dead. He rejected it, unconcerned, saying to just deal with it, as Long Chu has 108 sons. Only 9 of his pure-blooded sons are considered precious. He sometimes sees the others as food, and I want to taste them too. Chumu reports that according to our base and intelligence, the Limitless sect, who killed the 9-headed demon lord, is also participating in this competition, and that Godslayer may also appear. Zhu Tian smirked. "That incompetent Juto, I feel so bad for him. I've decided. After arriving at lowland ancient city, I'll take care of that godslayer and see what he tastes like for the deceased Juto. In the vast lowland ancient city, supported by two colossal stone statues, only a few scattered people wander about. Ye Yang muttered to himself, leading his strange companions to fly up, considering it his last effort before being eliminated to find a place and have a good meal. As Bo Chen lay sprawled on the ground, he exclaimed, "The legendary ancient city? I can smell the history. Endless dark days. A breath without purpose." Noticing a puddle in front of the old man, he warned, "Hey, Xiaobao just peed there." Meanwhile, the undead were being chased by the townspeople for stealing their wine. The elder of the remnant sect lifted Xiaobao high, declaring, "Our ancestor has arrived in Lowland. I won't fail your trust and the revival of our sect. I'd rather sacrifice this kid to the heavens." But then Xiaobao screamed, "You damned old man!" Suddenly, a white bird appeared in the sky, carrying a group of people, and the people there shouted, "Look, it's the goddess Ling Rokshu of the Limitless Sect." Upon its back are all of sect leader Ye Yang's disciples. Xiang Rushi whispers, missing her master dearly. Many praise her, saying her junior sister is so cute, and recently Miss Su Shu's popularity has also skyrocketed. Ye Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. They have vehicles, and here I thought everyone just flew. The big bird then landed right in front of him. Ling Ruoxu approaches him, leaving everyone bewildered. What could the goddess possibly want with a weak, sickly old man? Some speculate she's asking for directions to the ruined sect. Ye Yang panics and covers his face, realizing he's been discovered. He recalls saying he absolutely wouldn't come this time. Ruoxu smiles sweetly and says, "Sister, I didn't expect to see you here since the entrance exam. This must be fate." He grimaces, remembering the past. "She recognized me when I was disguised during the entrance exam. What's with this swordswoman's gaze?" When he didn't respond, she simply picked him up, saying, "Sister, let's talk." He was shocked and cried out, "Ah!" Oh no, does she not like me? Is it because I'm not weak enough? At this, Ling Rocco interjects, "I've always been grateful for your help, and to meet you again is like destiny. We must talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Ye Yang, in despair, cries, "Let me down! You've gotten stronger in half a year, haven't you?" 2 months prior, on a stormy, thunderous day, a girl stood motionless, burdened by her thoughts as footsteps echoed through the rain, drawing near. Her tears mingled with the rain, a bitter taste on her tongue. "I told you, leave me alone. This is the 3rd time I've failed to break through. Just let me clear my head in the rain." Ling Ruoshui sadly replied, "The rain will stop, and I'll come back." Ye Yang worried about her, but she had already been in the rain for a day and a night, and the rain was only getting heavier. She stubbornly refused to listen to her master, insisting that she wouldn't leave until the rain stopped. Unable to persuade her, he simply took her sword, deciding that would solve the problem. Then, with a single strike, he slashed through the dark sky, creating a brilliant streak of light. And after a few moments, the blue sky and white clouds returned after days of heavy rain. Rixua lamented, wondering when she could master even a fraction of her master's swordsmanship. She recalled those happy times, and how her master told her to relax, taking her on a journey to many places, reading books and assessing people. Ye Yang took her to see the vast starry sky, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. She continued, "Not long after that trip, I broke through several realms from the spirit realm." She went from the spirit realm to the soul realm, then the illusion realm, and finally the secret realm. She was ecstatic. "Sister, I have a big question for you this time." She says this isn't something she can discuss with her sisters in the sect, only with Jiaotai Diep Duong. He obliges, and she asks him to stop so they can talk. She stops by a cliff, saying she's always told herself that her life would be devoted to the sword and free from worldly concerns. Her heart belongs to the sword, yet her master's image lingers, unbidden. Lang Ruoxuo hesitantly confesses, thinking of her master. "I sometimes even feel that my master is hotter than the flame sword, and I don't know which is more important. My master or the sword?" He froze, hearing the disciples' heartfelt words. Heavens. He turns away, thinking that body temperature is only around 37.2 degrees Celsius, 42 at most, while the melting point of a sword is 1,500 degrees. There's no way a master could be hotter than a sword, but if both master and sword fell into the water, which would she save? She hesitated, unable to answer. So she picked a flower and began tearing off the petals one by one. Master, swordsmanship, master, swordsmanship. Ye Yang was shocked. Where did she even get the flower? Each petal torn, its swordplay, no. One more time. Master, sword play. Damn it, I don't want to give up either. Please, Titi, guide me. After standing there for a long time, she realized that Ye Yang was already gone, and her mentor was missing too. Looking around, she noticed a piece of paper on the ground. The note contained his words to her, suggesting she write to author Yan Yang's mailbox for answers, adding he had things to do and wishing her luck in the grand tournament. Cut to the grand tournament, day 1 of the martial arts exam, with spectators flocking from all over to cheer. The commentator shouts, "Lucky viewers drawn from the 15 Eastern Continent nations, greetings." The enthusiastic girl announces, "I'm Tiu Dao, welcome to the 15 Eastern Continent Sect Tournament. Teams entering the martial examination space have a high mortality rate. Demons await them, but we're more interested in the number 1 abandoned sect." Bo Hien is overjoyed as a fan, lucky to draw number 1, a good start. Xiao Dao continues to introduce them. The abandoned sect is suspected to be the first to be eliminated, but unexpectedly they've made it to the ancient city of Lulan. How long can they last? The audience murmured that this team was a bit much, even having a newborn, and wondered if they could pass the martial test. One old man joked he'd be planting banana trees by the time the grand tournament was over, while a woman laughed that the assassin-looking guy reading a book was sure to be scared by the demons. Bai Xuan eyes visibly happy. The martial test is about to begin. Are they confident? Can they make it into the great tournament number 1 in the ancient city of Lulan? As for Ye Yang, he doesn't care. He's just waiting to be eliminated. The death spirit is focused on drinking, and Bai Xuan is overjoyed. Xiao Bao is about to come home. Among the crowd waiting to go on stage are Chu Tian and his group. I sense the aura of my dead brother from that bookworm. The ancient city of Lulan is bustling with people watching the trials, everyone chattering away, saying that no one on this team is normal and wondering how long they'll last. Despite being the center of attention, all 5 members remained calm, though the arena was sure to be a deadly place. Xiaorong asked if they should kill Han, but Zhu Tian stopped him, saying they should wait until they got the Lulan treasure map, at which point everyone in the ancient city would be eaten, with Han being the first. Then, Duodao announced the teleportation was beginning, and the remnant sect team was immediately sent to the martial arts space. Baekhyun urges his teammates to fight, but his call to action falls on deaf ears as they turn their backs on him. So he had to take the lead, saying, "Fine, I'll go myself." Ahead, all sorts of terrifying demons awaited. Their power makes the elder falter, vowing to never yield, while Ye Yang dismisses it all like a feather, saying, "Stop struggling, just die." The death spirit's eyes burn blood red, screaming, "Demons! Demons!" She screams with all her might, demons, kill them all!" And with that, she unleashes a torrent of black gas from her gourd. Baekhyun paused, realizing the death spirit had awakened. The smoke then formed a fiery girl floating in the air, Jia Tianxuan knew, determined to kill all demons. Immediately, the false deity and her master lunged toward the demons, intensifying the heat of the great trial. The death spirit seems like a different person now, and any demons still alive? I have to kill them all. The false celestial maiden uses her umbrella to create a source of power, preparing to attack her opponent. Once again, both sides clash, making the battle more intense than ever. Ye Yang is confused, wondering what's going on. Weren't they supposed to lie down and wait to be eliminated? Baekhyun explains that if she's truly the ghoul of the Demon Execution 5, then this is normal. Her umbrella echoes. The ghoul is a member of the orphanage organization Cheonggu, rescuing soldiers in the demons' territory. In one operation, all the members died, and her fight with the demons will cost her the ability to control herself. By the time Bai Xuan finished speaking, the death demon had returned to her tipsy state, saying, "It's over. These demons are finished. No fun. I still want to kill them." Duoda suddenly announces that all the demons have been eliminated and all members have been evacuated. Has the crippled sect been upgraded? We can't see the situation inside the sword trial space, but congratulations to the crippled sect for advancing to the next round. The audience couldn't believe it. This weak, crippled team had advanced? What was going on? Ye Yang scoffed. They can advance like this? Oh well, reading books is the same anywhere. Her Highness of the Holy Origin Hall sobs, "I don't want to advance. I want to be eliminated and stay away from this terrifying man." Meanwhile, Duodao gleefully mentions other teams, saying, "Let's focus on the other teams that have entered the sword trial space. This year's team to watch is the Limitless Sect. Wherever Goddess Ling is, so are the dreams of all the men of the southern cultivation continent." Only now did Ye Yang notice. Nirvana Snow, they've already started? In the trial space, the Wuji sect is playing cards. Is this okay? Su Shu reassures them, saying, "Not to worry, their senior disciple will handle it." Ling Yuxiu cries out, "Annihilate!" and the giant demon is immediately bombarded with attacks. The broadsword cheers, hoping the goddess Ling will be lucky, as everyone hopes for this sect competition. The Heavenly Sword Sect's sparring space is formidable, as they remain the strongest sword sect, each member a prodigy born for the sword. The sect's disciples don't understand why the sect leader wants to participate in this dull competition. Ling Yushen is annoyed, saying, "We of the Heavenly Sword Sect are above them all. What's the point of fighting those sword kids?" Zhou Diao adds, "What a bunch of inexperienced fools. Even someone like Ling Rujue is hailed as a saintess by them. It's laughable." With that, she summoned her sword, finding it all rather pointless. A few basic strokes were enough to wipe out the weak demons. Outside the arena, a red light suddenly appears. What could it mean? The host analyzes that it's the Heavenly Sword Sect's training space. These terrifying sword maniacs can shatter space itself. The Heavenly Sword Sect is indeed powerful. Let's look forward to the grand competition. The sparring arena is cracked by someone's power. Viewers can't help but exclaim that the arena has been blown apart and these people aren't from the Heavenly Sword Sect. It's Zhu Tian's team. Zhu Huo, still holding his fist, mocks, "This training space is so weak it broke with one punch. How boring." The announcer's voice rings out again. Here are the members of the Laoshan sect team who live in the mountains. Always silent and unknown, they haven't participated in the great competition for years. I didn't expect them to be this strong. So, that's how it is, Dongfang Xing thinks to himself in a corner. Arms crossed, she nods. I see. Chua Huo is actually a demon lord, Chua Yan is a goat, and Chua Mu is a rat. She's certain of one thing. Chua Tian brought a spirit-level demon lord to his side, made him a subordinate, and had him participate in this great trial. This is a demon lord squad. Humans can't possibly stand against them. Meanwhile, at the world tree on the mountain peak, Shanfeng says that absorbing all of its energy should restore half of their lord's power. Bai Fei channels his inner energy with overwhelming force, while Chu Yue adds that their lord sent puppets to infiltrate the grand tournament, and Dong Yu asks if it's to destroy the sect leader. She exclaims, "Who would do this for that person?" adding that this myriad sect tournament is related to opening the Lulan Treasury. I must prepare my layout thousands of miles away. It has absolutely nothing to do with that man. Strange. The scene shifts to the bustling ancient city of Lulan, where a woman in white posts a wanted order, asking if this was the man who approached her earlier. She replied that he only came to buy fruit. She looked at the girls in confusion and said, "He's my ex-boyfriend, and I'm an old friend of his ex-girlfriend, and I accidentally fell for him. I'm wounded, so no one will even accept me honestly. I'm the ex-wife. He once spoke of life and death, yet said he made a mistake over 300 times out of loneliness. An order is given, to execute the master's command, destroying any possibility of a relationship between Ye Wang and any female beings other than disciples." In the second round of the grand tournament, Ye Wang worriedly said, "It's strange. The women I met in the ancient city of Lulan all looked at me strangely, but Bai Xian brushed it off with a laugh. You barely made it into the second round, Yang Xiong, and you're already thinking about romance? How can you achieve great things like that?" He raged. "Our opponent this round is another assassin sect, the Ren Blood sect, and they're enemies of our sect." He calmly read his book and repeated, "I won't be participating this time anyway." Bai Xuan says that Zombie is too drunk to wake up today, so they should forfeit, and Tiu Bao thinks he can finally be free. He flies away, and I'll go see DM Nuong tonight and find somewhere to sleep. The old man has already surrendered, and the elder asks what they should do, as the Nam Huyet Tong are ruthless, and they must respond. Ye Yang answers clearly, "Surrender." He was sleeping in the forest when someone suddenly approached. The Ren Blood Sect squad discusses, "Let's start with the weakest one. Kill him first. He can only blame himself for overestimating his abilities, a non-cultivator getting involved in a high-level killing game." The assassins cried out. The Blood Sect shows no mercy, but in a flash, Ye Yang vanished, leaving their darts buried in the ground. He then reappeared under a nearby tree, looking incredibly calm. One assassin wondered how he'd escaped, and another replied that he must have a charm to deflect hidden weapons, a weakling's last resort. They all shouted at once, "Attack together! Kill him and divide his treasures." One assassin swung his blade, screaming, "Die!" But suddenly, he froze in terror. It turns out his latent power caused the assassin excruciating pain, and his arm instantly evaporated. The others, horrified, paused for a moment. The sky erupts in light from his awakening, the level 100 elementary defense barrier reflecting intensely. A massive crimson crater appears, leveling the forest, with a tiny figure lying amidst the devastation. Baishan collapses to the ground in terror, exclaiming, "Oh heavens! Oh heavens!" Baishan and the little one are clearly terrified, thinking, "Is this a warning for when I want to run away? How terrifying." A congratulatory message rings out. "Congratulations, Remnant Soul. You've leveled up 32 times. Yang awakens with a new face. He seemed skeptical, having leveled up immediately after waking up from a nap. He added that Ling Ruoxu's opponents today were from the Ling Yun sect. "I'm a little worried about that idiot Sushu, especially after she was exiled from the sect." Then, Ye Yang disappeared into thin air, forcibly entering the battle space to watch them. In the Infinite Sect's battle space, Nam Kwangdong says, "Sushu wants to fight 5 opponents at once. Is she going to be okay?" Ling Ruoxue replies, "This is her promise to her master. Trust her." Susu clasped her hands in prayer, remembering her mother's constant encouragement. She vowed to make her proud and fulfill her wishes, but knew she still wasn't worthy of her master. She thought, "But I will strive to be worthy of my master, and this battle will make her see me in a new light." Meanwhile, the others said, "Finally, they're clashing with that hussy Sushu's sect." The Ling Yun sect disciples spoke mockingly. "Look, it's that good-for-nothing Sushu." The girl beside her said, "She betrayed Ling Yun sect to become someone's concubine." Another replied, "Forgetting her roots and accepting a disciple from another sect, the limitless sect will pay in blood." Soaring through the sky, Sushu greets the invaders. "Long time no see," Ling Van sect. Han Jingbi scoffs. "A useless wretch who can't even condense chi dares to fly? You have no respect for your elders." The old man sternly replies, "You dare come alone, you little wench?" She retorts, "Enough nonsense. To deal with the likes of you, I'm more than enough. Now let's fulfill my master's first request, a slap for each of you." Han scoffs, but with a wave of her hand, Sushu begins her attack. Illusions abound. A slap lands squarely on Han's face, and he cries out. The next guy gets slapped too, and they're all beaten to a pulp, screaming in agony. The old man tears off his mask, furious, and yells, "You traitor! You've learned these dirty tricks from the heretical arts." Van Liam grumbled, daring to strike his benefactor. Tethu nodded, so it was Van Tong Chu, disguised to participate in the battle. That's against the rules. She paused, then her voice rang out again. "Besides, you are not my mentor. I only have one mentor, and that is Di Yang." Sushu took a cloth and blindfolded herself. "Now, to complete the second combat request my mentor gave me." She unleashes a devastating attack, a massive red orb materializing before them, filling them with dread, an apocalyptic energy ball. Everyone panics, wondering how this is possible. The red orb hurtles towards the ground, scattering the crowd as they scream and run. "Master, save us!" "Shut up, run!" They screamed in unison, a deafening sound. Sushu smiled and said, "My master's second request. Tear off your false masks," which means, since I couldn't find a blindfold, I'll just have to tear everything off. Their clothes were torn to shreds, leaving them exposed, a lifetime of reputation ruined. Ye Yang clutched his stomach, laughing. He thought tearing off the mask was just a figure of speech. This, Tuthu, is far too naive. The host announces that, as requested, they will now broadcast the Great Tournament of War within the battle space. We're now broadcasting the goddess Ling and Ling Yun sect. The battle is incredibly captivating, so don't blink. Those images are being shown. Sushu is truly vicious, bombarding us like a madman, deliberately missing. She's torturing us like this. Why doesn't that hussy just finish us off? Sushu replies, "Stop talking nonsense." Jiao Dao covers his face, saying, "Ling Yun sect said they'd show the Wu Ji sect some color. This color is too blinding, kids. Don't watch." Ye Yang, perched on a tree, muttered that absolute talent, like Sushu's, could be too cruel to enemies. Ling Yun sect is finished. Next, no matter who the opponent is, there probably won't be a problem since we have Ling Moxue. Amidst the chaos of the Heavenly Sword Sect's battle space, Chu-chan said unhappily, "I never want to hear the name Ling Moxue again. There is only one sword god, and that is me, Chu-fu, remember that." Long Yuchen interjects, declaring the Heavenly Sword Sect supreme, and the Limitless Sect lowly and inferior, forbidding any comparison and deeming their offense unforgivable as the defeated on the ground moan in despair. She angrily retorted that they were wrong. The one who deserved to die was dead, and the survivors were silenced by her curse, never to speak again as he instructed her. He hoped to face the inexhaustible sect in the next round, so he could deal with the fake goddess Ling Moxue, and she could kill the others. The desolate chill froze Chu-chan's combat squad. and many were frozen, unable to move in this boring competition. Chubing speaks up, saying he doesn't want to play anymore. Chuchan stops him, saying there's no rush and that they might face the remnants of the defeated sect next round, giving him a chance to play. The announcement lists the sects: Hoangkiem Mon, Antong, Vokuktong, Long Traobao, Lam Giabao, Duangmon. Diepduang reads it and comments that Long Traobao doesn't seem threatening. With tears of anger, Bai Qian scolded, "How can you still be concerned about other sects, Yang Xuandi? Our opponent is the Heavenly Sword sect." Bai Qian walked over to the two and bluntly asked, "What is the Heavenly Sword sect?" She smiled, analyzing, "Sword sect is the strongest in this grand tournament. They've already declared that the other sects are just cannon fodder." He stood aside, saying, "It's up to you guys. I'm not going to fight." Bai Xuan replied, "You have to, and next, 1 match per month, I'll commission a steamy doujinshi for you." Hearing this, Ye Yang's eyes lit up, asking, Really? I can make them do anything? Any action?" She replied, "Of course." He blurted out, "Little Jade, Lan Fong, and the main character are all locked in a secret room and they've been poisoned." The protagonist had to save all 3 at once, and she replied that it was no problem, as the erotic novel Diem Nuong Xuan Quang would immediately begin writing. The two high-fived, sealing the deal, and Bai Xuan cried with emotion, saying that the young sect leader finally understood and was writing furiously for the revival of the remnant sect. She said she heard that in the Lulan Treasury there are many ancient texts that she must obtain. The scene shifts to the day before the final battle between the remnant sect and the Heavenly Sword sect, where Ye Yang pushes open a door to unexpectedly find Tu Thu in the room. She then said, "Senior sister said you're about to have a decisive battle with the Heavenly Sword sect and told me to come," adding, "She told me to help you relax. I'm an expert at foot washing and massage." She recalled the past, saying, "When I was in the entrance exam, you saved me and I've always wanted to repay you." He said, "It's okay," and she replied, "You're too strong, senior sister." Ye Yang thinks in a panic the masked man who protected them during the entrance exam was mistaken for his senior sister. So all he needs to do is cover his face, and he can't get rid of this person? He slowly closes the door and says, "Thank you, but no need. Please leave." But the door is immediately blocked. With one hand against the wall, she asks what Gang Ying wants, and Gang Ying replies that if she can't get her sister to do something, then her sister can get her to do one thing: practice kissing. "I really want to marry my master soon, but I don't want to look like a fool on our wedding night. The first man I want to kiss is my master, but with you it's okay." He blushed and panted, and as she approached, she said, "Sister, let's have an epic battle of 300 rounds. I must master the art of kissing to satisfy my master." His voice rose. Ye Yang wondered if her master was really that important to her. She quickly replied, blushing, that they had once stargazed together, drank wine together, spent the night alone together, and woken up together in the morning. He thought, "Have we really experienced so much together?" She reminisces about the past, confiding that her master didn't scorn her for being a fool incapable of cultivation. In a world overrun by demons, she always had to rely on others for protection, adding that, though foolish, she couldn't keep burdening everyone. "Luckily, I met my master, who taught me magic and told me to always believe in the light." Ye Yang urged, "Focus your spirit." Tears welled in Su Shu's eyes as she thought, "You are my light, the one this fool wants to marry no matter what." Ye Yang patted her face, saying, "Silly girl." She bravely stepped forward. "What, sister?" "Beat me awake." He snapped his fingers and commanded, "Go back." Suddenly, she reappears on a crowded street, looking around in confusion. "Huh? That's strange. How did I get here? Weren't I practicing kissing skills with my master?" Ling Ruoxue clasped her hands, praying that her master would be safe against the Heavenly Sword sect tomorrow. Nan Guotong also prayed, hoping that if his master survived, he would introduce her to his master. Lu King was helpless. How many people were on her list to be her master's wife anyway? Meanwhile, at the arena, the host excitedly announced, "Welcome everyone to the Top 32 Showdown, the Remnant Sect versus the Heavenly Sword Sect, the battle of the weakest against the strongest in legend." In the stands, a girl is frustrated that the Remnant Sect made it to the Top 32. The man next to her suspects the Ghost Child on the Heavenly rankings led them in, but she thinks even if the Ghost Child wins, the other 4 will have a hard time. The host is excited that everyone is paying attention to the Heavenly Sword sect, and that Long Yu Shen, a handsome genius under 20, is the 9th generation Heavenly Sword. And Chu Xuan, the renowned sword goddess, challenges whether the Remnant sect can withstand a few of her strikes. Bai Xian cries out in despair, but Ye Yang reminds him to stay calm and follow his plan. Seeing Bai Chuan and Bai Shan wave the white flag, the host announces that 2 members of the Remnant Sect have already forfeited, giving the Heavenly Sword Sect an automatic 2 wins, prompting smug smiles from the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. The audience sighs, 2 consecutive surrenders. Unless a miracle occurs with 3 straight wins, there's no point in watching. It's over. A zombie, a child, and a bookworm with no cultivation. Winning 3 rounds is impossible. Jade Featherlong, Chang Shishu, Senior Chang, go end this fight. This battle is so boring. If the opponent doesn't surrender this round, Changzi replies, rest assured, everyone outside the Heavenly Sword Sect is just a toy. The arena fell into an eerie silence as light streamed down. The Death Fiend stepped onto the field, looking displeased, while Ye Yang grinned, cheering her on, promising to buy her wine if she won, saying his flame-fragrance companion missed her. With eyes blazing, Changzi sneered, vowing to make her pay for being weaker than him, declaring that all who opposed the Heavenly Sword Sect would be crushed, left worse than dogs. Like a bullet, the violet demon shot toward him, face flushed as she spat. How laughable. Before he could react, she struck him in the gut, eyes bulging as he coughed up blood. With a sky-rending kick, the violet demon sent the first disciple flying like a broken chair, leaving the audience stunned and speechless. What's going on? This zombie is fierce. Is this the Grand Sect competition or a street brawl? As the Grim Reaper dragged him by the hair, the elder sputtered in rage while the audience gaped in disbelief, slamming their fists on the table, exclaiming, I can't believe my eyes! The great elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a legendary figure who once destroyed an entire sect with a single sword, is now... What? In the arena, the zombie casually swats the great elder into the air like a broken bird, then takes a mouthful of wine and spews it out like a dragon's breath. The infuriated elder roared, You ambushed me, you fiend. What kind of hero is that? The fiend, cheeks flushed, raised a hand and folded a finger, her expression unchanging, as if preparing a secret, devastating move. Chengzid explodes in an instant, dust and smoke obscuring everything, save for a lingering, desperate scream. Chuchan and Lin Yushan recoil, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror and utter shock. Didao stood frozen, screaming, Could this ghost be the legendary heavenly ranking ghost? Why did she suddenly join the Remnant Sect? Chuchan bitterly lamented that she never expected the ghost to join the Remnant Sect, and that she should have told senior brother Lin to do it, to which Lin Yukan replied, The Grim Reaper struck Zhang, and that debt will be paid in full. After the grand tournament, the entire Remnant Sect will face the sword. The 2 contestants stood in the arena as the announcer bellowed, Next, the 4th trial. Ye Yang, red-faced, warned that his uncle would be furious if he saw the fan art, terrifying Xiaobao, who sweated profusely and thought, He's so scary. Chuchan angrily screamed, Sending a child to the stage is an insult. She sneered, Trash from the Remnant Sect, why don't you just surrender for him? With a powerful leap, the boy shot forward like a rocket, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity, ready to devour his opponent. Before she could react, Chuchan was defeated with a single, swift move. Xiaobao flipped backward while Chuchan stood frozen, whimpering like a kicked dog, then raised her head in confusion and rage, screaming, Bastard! Xiaobao descended from above like an eagle hunting its prey, delivering a precise kick to her face that sent her flying backward, unable to even scream. The ground where she landed became a huge crater, with earth and rock scattering as if struck by a meteor. The audience is shocked, saying the child is too violent and the goddess Chu's face is probably ruined, leaving only Ling Rushu as the sword goddess. Bak Tuyen panics and shouts, Ko Tu Bao, Tu Bao! Diep Duong replies, You finally noticed. Sweating profusely, Bai Xuan exclaimed that Xiaobao had learned bad habits, influenced by his surroundings, and that he couldn't let him play with Xiaokui anymore, leaving Ye Yang and Bai Shi speechless. Chu Chan, beaten beyond recognition, lay motionless on the conveyor belt, sobbing loudly. The host, Tiek Nui, announces that according to the doctor's diagnosis, Miss Chu's meridians have been shattered, rendering her a cripple unable to cultivate, and marvels at how terrifying the kid from the Tantong team truly is. Bak Tuyen spanks Tiu Bao's bottom repeatedly, scolding, Naughty, so naughty. The 2 commentators exclaimed that she could speak again. The spell had been broken, thanking the Remnant Sect. The final match for the bookworm against the strongest swordsman. Let's hope he survives. Long Gok Than's face darkens, eyes bloodshot and veins bulging like a storm, as he snarls, ready to explode with rage. You, ants. Tiu Dao excitedly announces that the final battle between the strongest and weakest sects is about to begin. Long Yu Shen, undefeated since his debut, warns the bookworm to surrender and save his life. Will he? From now on, these 5 from the fallen sect are my pawns to control, and for hurting my junior sister, you will suffer eternal damnation. Ye Yang, unconcerned, continued reading his book, saying he'd talk after finishing the page. Enraged, Yu Shen fumed, roaring that ants should fear the strong, and that he could sever all of Ye Yang's meridians. Then he unleashed the celestial sword's shadow, instantly creating 4 identical phantoms. The knife wielder was stunned. This was the 9th generation celestial sword flexing its muscles, deliberately avoiding using its true form to humiliate and torment its opponent, proving the supreme status of the celestial sword sect. Like a missile, Ngokthon lunged toward Diep Duong, eyes blazing with fury. But he was stunned, feeling as though he'd passed right through him, as Diep Duong vanished like a phantom. He slowly faded away like a phantom, vanishing before their eyes. Yu Shen turned his head in bewilderment, his eyes wide with horror, and exclaimed, as a stunned spectator gasped, that the heavenly sword image had failed. Jade God unleashes a storm of swords in all directions, roaring that this is the infinite secret sword of Soul Lock. He stares at Ye Yang, a smug grin spreading across his face, and shouts, "You're finished!" Yu Shen unleashed his soul sword, sending thousands of blades towards Ye Yang, but he stood firm, not even flinching. A deafening explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Jade God was in utter disbelief as Diep Duong remained unscathed, casually reading a book and thinking about the upcoming matches. What was happening? Despite standing motionless, none of Jade God's attacks were landing. The judges wondered why Lin Yuchen's swords couldn't even touch one sack, suspecting he might have some kind of consumable protective treasure. Yu Chen, his face grim, gnashed his teeth, each word filled with resentment, realizing he had underestimated his opponent after 2 failed attacks. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, the Heavenly Sword's ultimate technique, a sword storm that shattered the heavens and earth with each strike. The referee was shocked, warning the audience to move away from the stage, as this was the Heavenly Sword sect's most powerful area of effect finishing move. The force of the attack shatters the ground, sending debris flying. Lin Yuchen smirks, convinced he's finally defeated Ye Yang. Ye Yang appeared before him, asking why he didn't use the Celestial Sword Saint body, saying his disciple always wanted to study this Celestial Sword sect technique. He'd clean up the scene first, then he could show it off, leaving him dumbfounded. Without a word, he snapped his fingers, and a question mark appeared in Lin Yushen's mind as his 4 clones exploded like firecrackers on New Year's Day. The audience was stunned. With a snap of his fingers, each heavenly sword clone, comparable to a mystic realm expert, was instantly destroyed. An enraged Yu Shen cursed, "You fool! No one who has witnessed my heavenly sword physique has ever lived to tell the tale." He roared as he unleashed his technique, "Repent in hell for all eternity." The crowd was terrified. The Heavenly Sword Saint physique? This is the forbidden technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. It's the Holy Sword's ability to summon the Heavenly Swordsmen of past generations, combining their power into a devastating attack. A web of sharp swords intertwined with lightning bolts hurtles towards Ye Yang, as Yu Shen boasts that the merged Holy Sword has forged them into one massive blade. He shot towards Ye Yang like an arrow, sneering, "To die by the combined attack of generations of heavenly swords is the highest honor a man can achieve. For a normal person, anyway." Ye Yang looked up, cheeks flushed, and sighed. What a flashy but impractical sword. I'll have to make some adjustments before giving it to Ruokshu. With a kick, that massive, powerful sword shattered into 100 pieces in midair, and Ye Yang remarked, "As for the person..." Lin Yushen's inner energy was damaged, and suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth as if his body was rebelling against itself. Ye Yang pulled back his leg and casually remarked, "Show's over." He then delivered a reconnaissance kick to Lin Yushen's manhood, shattering his testicles. The pain sends him soaring, screaming, eyes bulging, and a chill runs down the spines of the audience, who instinctively shield their groins. Lin Yuchen was drenched in sweat and tears, as if the world was collapsing as he cursed Ye Yang. He instinctively flew headfirst into the grandstands and exploded like fireworks. Jade Spirit soared into the air like a discarded rubber ball, crashing through 3 more buildings before plummeting to the ground, leaving a massive crater. Jade Spirit, amidst the rubble and dust, was a broken man, lamenting his loss to a bookworm, while the host marveled at the underdog's victory. The bookworm's tang hand ends the match in unbelievable fashion, congratulating the fallen sect on advancing to the top 16. Little Knife grins, adding, "Are all men who read erotic nanny this strong? I found their common ground, Ye Chen and him. It's decided. My first condition for matchmaking will be reading erotic nanny." Ye Yang, still engrossed in his book, thought, "What the hell?" The next morning, the island's cherry blossoms began to bloom, painting the landscape in pale pink. Ye Yang lay sprawled on his bed, eyes closed, yawning deeply, as if to blow away all the troubles of life. He sat up, looked out the window, and wondered if Bai Piao Piao's Yan Yang Doujinshi was finished yet. He glanced over at the sound of a voice calling, "Stinky Junior Brother." Dongfang Xing reclines on the chair, swinging her legs as she wonders if she's not as appealing as Yan Yang. Meanwhile, Ye Yang leaps out of bed and begins making it with mechanical precision. He continued to sweep diligently, showing no signs of stopping, despite Dongfang Qing lounging in the way, infuriating her to no end, her eyes burning with rage. Ye Yang suddenly appeared before her, startling her. Something shot toward her like lightning, too fast to see, and all she heard was her own piercing scream. As Deep Duong carried her, Dong Puangtin purred, "You finally couldn't resist my charms, huh? I knew you'd fall for me eventually." But just 2 seconds later, her face turned pale as he tossed her out the window. Ye Yang looked out, sighed, and said, "Well, the room's clean now. Time to go. Today's the top 32 for the painting competition. I should go watch, even though I know who'll win." As he stormed out, he heard a delicate voice calling, "Senior Brother." He turned sharply, eyes like daggers, staring at the source of the sound. Dongfang Xing leaned against the wall, feebly exclaiming, "You hurt me." Ye Yang brushes past her like a cold winter wind, saying, "Don't block my way." Dongfang Xing playfully calls after him, "I came to ask a favor. I want you to come with me to the Lulan Treasury." "I went to great lengths to find its location," he coldly says, unimpressed. Dongfang Xing raises the book and says, "I spent a lot of money to buy these discarded drafts about Yan Niang's intimate moments. There are some very steamy action chapters, the exclusive rights to them." Hearing this, he froze. Smirking triumphantly, she laid down her condition. "Just come with me, and they're all yours." Yo Yang quickly agrees, signaling with a hand and saying, "Deal." Fang Xing giggles, imagining their intimate future, thinking about what she'll do when they're alone together in the Lulan vault. Now before the Lulan Treasury, one thinks to himself, the Zhutian treasure must be inside. What's within could greatly affect both humans and the demon world, and I must obtain it first. Dongfang Xing explains that the gates of Lulan are protected by ancient magic formations and made of sky-mending stones, and that it took a demon army 3 days and nights to open them. But she can do it in an hour. She turned to Ye Yang, who was engrossed in his book, and continued, "Then kiss me, Junior Brother." Dongfang Qing looked at him with expectant eyes and asked with a smile, "Well?" A terrifying force like a dragon's breath slams into the door, a cracking sound echoing as if it's about to shatter. Frozen in place, Dongfang Xing's eyes widen and her hair whips around her face. In an instant, chaos erupts, Ye Yang's arm smokes, and he urges them to leave. Once inside, Fang Xing thinks to herself, "Finally, we're in. I must quickly find the Heavenly Note's target and settle things with Ye Yang." As they stood before a multitude of doors, she spoke up, saying that she would choose the right one. When Fang Xing turned around, she was surprised to see Ye Yang casting some kind of spell, calling out, "Junior." A deafening explosion rips through space, sending rocks flying. In an instant, the surroundings are reduced to rubble with only 2 figures standing amidst the ruins. Dongfang Qing glared at Ye Yang, grumbling inwardly, "Damn it, he's acting cool again." A devious thought sparked within her. "No, I have to change my tactics. Force won't work, so I'll go soft. I have to seduce him in this Lulan Treasury. If that doesn't work, I'll become an actress and force him." A strange feeling washed over Fang Xing, startling her, and she muttered to herself, Weird." Stunned, she wondered, "Wait, I'm done for. I can't speak. Am I mute?" She felt like something in the vault was watching her. Wondering if the thing Zhutian is looking for is controlling her, she reminds herself to stay calm, unsure of where she is or if she's gone back in time. A group of people block her path, threatening that she can't blame them for luring her to the village because the village needs a child as a sacrifice. She was told she had no attachments, to eat and be on her way, that it was her fate, and nothing could change that. In an instant, the small village was engulfed in a sea of fire, the flames roaring like a rage, wanting to burn everything to the ground. Enraged, Fang Xing retorts that they wanted her life first, and this is their punishment. As she slits the throat of a demon, she thinks to herself, from now on, anyone who bullies me, human or demon, will be eliminated. The scene shifts to the Limitless Sect, where a man tells her that though he shouldn't accept someone with impure thoughts, he's making an exception because she persistently hunted demons day and night for 3 months. He then questions her about stealing treasures and killing innocents, leading to accusations and her expulsion from the sect. She retorts that this is a world of the strong where the weak deserve to die, and she wants to become a god to create the rules. Her face bruised, Dongfang Qing continues, I will not only leave the Limitless Sect, but also abandon my human identity to reach where I want to be. A strange voice echoes, declaring that Dongfang Qing has committed the sin of murder and is imprisoned by the gods for 30,000 years. She exclaims in surprise, 30,000 years? Has so much time passed? Have I arrived in the future? She paused, a mysterious smile spreading across her face, and said, But what is divine law? It's merely the rule maker of the game. As long as I, Dongfang Qing, have breath in my body, I will replace you and redefine the divine law. The strange entity roared, You are obstinate. Then Dongfang Qing laughed and challenged, Come. Closing her eyes, she lamented, I'm not reconciled. I'm still too weak. This is where it ends. A familiar voice, laced with a hint of mockery, called out, Hey, hey, you idiot. Ye Yang suddenly appeared before her, asking, And what? I've been waiting for you up ahead. What are you dawdling about, you crazy woman? Dongfang Qing jolted, gaping as she screamed, Junior, get out of here. This is a god's world. A huge question mark appeared in Ye Yang's mind as the strange being spoke. Too late. This is my world. Now that he's entered, he shall receive divine punishment, eternal damnation. Ye Yang throws a punch as he asks Dongfang Qing what that thing is. The strange object cracks and it furiously grits its teeth, calling him a criminal. Each fragment that fell from him revealed glimmers of light, like glittering lamps in the dark of night. The strange object exploded, sending shards flying like shattered glass through space. The fragments fell like hail, and Fang Qing instinctively crouched down, looking up at Ye Yang. He reached out and touched her face, saying, The old sect leader said that when you're frightened or go crazy, squeezing like this will make you feel a little better and quiet you down. Ye Yang asked her caringly how she was, and Fang Ting, deeply moved, teared up. Ye Yang, eyes wide, stared into her eyes and asked if she was feeling better. Fang Kung mazes that her junior brother seems different from other humans and demons. Ye Yang gets up, turns, and walks away, saying it's all right. Let's move forward and find what affected her origin. As they walked, Fang Qing explained that it was a powerful being slumbering within the Lulan Treasury. She added with some trepidation that even a fragment of its consciousness had plunged her into a world of inner demons, and she was only saved by her junior. Ye Yang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed that this powerful being could be worth toying with, causing Fang Qing to reply in surprise that it must be the reason Zhu Tian wants to come to the Lulan Vault. With absolute determination in her eyes, she declared that this powerful being might grant Zhu Tian the power he craves, a power she must obtain. Ye Yang says spiritedly, Let's go experience this being. Ling Ruoxu and her group should have an easy time. Meanwhile, at the arena, the host excitedly announces, Welcome to the top 32 sect competition. The goddess everyone's been waiting for from the Limitless Sect team, Ling, is now entering the arena. The goddess and her sisters have arrived, she muses, as Ling Ruoxu and her fellow disciples appear on the field, radiating power. The crowd is abuzz. The Supreme Sword Maiden is here. I prefer Su Shu, she seems more approachable, and that cute petite girl is looking at me. I'm done for. They chattered excitedly, noting that Senior Sister Thuong and Senior Sister Thuan were also very popular, one aloof, the other adorably silly, and that their master was truly blessed. The crowd cheered wildly, chanting, Unending Sect will win. Unending Sect is #1. Go, you can do it. On the other hand, the Dragonclaw squad is terrified, sweating profusely, and feeling defeated. The host excitedly announces the first match, Infinity versus Dragonclaw, a truly exciting prospect. On the field were Yan Yu and the Dragonclaw squad. Before they could prepare, a huge lightning bolt suddenly struck the Dragonclaw squad. His eyes rolled back and he screamed as if the world were ending. Yan Yu was bewildered, unsure what to do, frozen like a broken machine. The Longclaw squad exploded before the stunned eyes of everyone present. His teammates screamed in shock. What is happening? Shuho declared from above that the match had changed and their opponents were now them. Then, pointing down, he roared for everyone to get off the field, followed by a deafening explosion. Xiaodao was terrified. He wiped out the 4 remaining Longclaw Fort contestants with a single blow. The audience scattered, screaming, "Are they crazy? Save us!" Xiaodao anxiously warned, "Everyone run! Get away!" The 3 judges, enraged, rocketed toward the arena, the central one bellowing, "Outrageous! I am the city lord of Lulan. How dare you demons cause such chaos?" Chubing raised her hand and cast a spell, a blue vortex appearing in her palm, and a block of ice materialized, freezing the 3 judges solid. The ice crashes to the ground with earth-shattering force, and Chumu summons a purple energy orb, daring them to run. He continued with unwavering confidence, declaring that no one would leave the ancient city of Lulan. Chubing added that their master, through monitoring Dongfang Xing, had obtained the spatial coordinates of the Lulan treasure vault, but instead of going there immediately chose to eliminate the Wuji sect first, as a great favor to humanity. Xu Tian seethed, "You killed my precious brother. I'll kill his precious disciples to repay the debt." He then commanded, "Zhu Huo, go." Zhu Huo looked up, excitedly roared in acknowledgement, and tore through the air towards the Wuji sect. Nam Quandong stares wide-eyed at Zhu Huo, as if deep in thought. Then she summons a protective shield, a massive barrier rising before them. Zhu Huo punches the shield and unleashes demonic prison kill source, causing the ground around the limitless sect to explode. Xiaodao exclaims in awe, "So terrifying, an earth-shattering blow." Zhang Yu shouts as he unleashes Super Luo Profound Decapitation. Master said, "The best defense is a good offense." Zhu Huo looks up in surprise, a strange smile spreading across his face as he sees something like wings begin to emerge from the man's back. He unleashes the heavenly return of the devil, summoning massive blades wielded by muscular arms. Zhu Huo exclaims with glee, "Excellent, I love resistance." He grinned like a hungry wolf, saying, "That's right. The more you resist, the more excited I get." Ling Ruoyu stepped forward, glaring at him, and declared authoritatively, "I am your opponent." She lashes out, a sharp strike aimed at Zhu Huo as Ran Yu gasps, "Senior!" Ruoxu and Zhu Huo engage in a frenzied chase, battling relentlessly from the ground to the heavens. As their swords clashed, Zhu Huo gritted his teeth, saying, "You are more stubborn than I thought." Below, Xiao Dao cheered. "The goddess Ling is actually holding her own against the demon lord. Go get him." Ling Ruoxu uses the star-slaying sword, sending Zhu Huo reeling backward. He plummets to the earth, triggering an explosion of rock and dust. Ruo Shui unleashes the myriad sword convergence, summoning thousands of blades that encircle her. These blades then rain down with blinding speed, prompting Xiao Dao to exclaim, "The sword pavilion of heaven and earth." The sword struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that sent everything flying, as smoke and dust billowed, obscuring all visibility. From the ruins, Zhu Huo curses Ruox Shui, calling her a rotten broad. Covered in wounds, he stands up, grinning, and says, "Not bad, to make my hell-undying body bleed." Interesting. The wounds on his body healed themselves in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqiu stiffens, his body trembling, marveling at the hell-immortal body. Is Zhu Huo truly a demon lord? Could it be that each of them is a demon lord capable of destroying a nation? Zhu Huo sneers, "Is that all you've got?" Ling Ruoxu turned with eyes full of trust and called out, "Sushu, it's your turn." With a chilling gaze, Sushu stepped forward, declaring, "I'm here." Then she unleashed her magic, conjuring a colossal fireball. Zhu Huo glances up, a strange smile playing on his lips, and sticks out his tongue, saying, "Interesting." The giant fireball descends upon him. Zhu Huo suddenly braced himself, arms wide, as if ready to take the blow, and embraced the massive fireball. With a triumphant grin, Zhu Huo's laughter echoed, mocking his opponent as he embraced the fireball and roared with defiance. "Come on!" The fireball explodes violently, sparks flying everywhere, but Zhu Huo stands firm, unmoved. He rubbed his bicep and burst out laughing as the announcer reported that the great fireball had been crushed. Diao Dao's face darkened as she clenched her fist and exclaimed, "The Illusion Demon King is too terrifying." With unwavering resolve, Luo Qing charges towards Zhu Huo, unleashing a swift and decisive strike to the back of his head. Blindsided, Zhu Huo is furious, his eyes wide as he screams, "Damn it!" The audience erupts, cheering that Shuangniang landed a sneak attack, never missing her mark. As Locthan withdrew her sword, a torrent of blood erupted, leaving him speechless. But suddenly, Locthan's face paled as she was stabbed in the abdomen, her eyes wide with pain. Zhu Huo's arm sweeps like a razor, the force sending her flying. Ling Ruxu watches, a chill running down her spine, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu King slams into the stands, exploding on impact and collapsing a section of the wall. All eyes turn to her, jaws agape, unable to believe what they've just witnessed. Nuyet gently helps her out of the rubble as Juhuo exclaims, "Spear user, you've indeed seen my weakness, but I have 3 heads." His 3 heads appear as he challenges, "Unless you can pierce them all at once." "Now it's my turn, you bastard." Lokthan cursed at Juhuo with a voice full of fury. He was like a rocket, hurtling towards Lokthan, roaring, "Let the hellish performance begin." Not Too Yet casts a healing spell, followed by 5 of them joining forces to create a basic defensive formation of annihilation. A golden shield enveloping and protecting them from Juhu's attacks. He lashed out, striking the barrier, but it remained unscathed, as if impenetrable. Chuhua continued his assault, unleashing the demonic hell strike, shattering the ground around them, yet the barrier remained untouched. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he wondered if the shield was truly impenetrable. Chuhuo continued his relentless assault, but the barrier remained unyielding. A terrifying explosion echoes, sending debris flying in all directions, creating a scene of unimaginable chaos. Not Too Yet thinks to herself, "This is what our master taught us. The basic doomsday defense formation can indeed withstand attacks from ordinary demon lords." After observing for a moment, Jutian remarked that the formation was quite interesting, capable of blocking the attacks of a spirit-level demon lord. He pointed down, emitting a ray of light, and continued, "But everything can be destroyed." The light swept across, cutting the barrier in 2, leaving Ling Rihu's 5 sisters in utter disbelief. Jutian suggests Chumu join the hunt and torture them to death, to which Chumu happily agrees, while Chuhuo raises a finger, smirks, and calls him Master. Ling Riyue stepped forward to shield her sisters, saying coldly, "I'll stop them. You all escape." But a voice from behind her declared, "Ling Riyue, you can't stop them." A brown-haired girl with eyes blazing like fire says she'll go, combining with her clones to become one. They then used the 9-tailed puppet combat form, spinning like a whirlwind and unleashing a powerful energy. Baifei appeared, her face as cold as ice as she stared at them. Ri Zhao shouts that the little fox is helping them with remote puppetry, while Jumu scoffs, warning the 9-tailed fox not to interfere in Chu Tian's affairs, as he doesn't remember her protecting humans. Baifei retorts, "You're mistaken. If I said I wouldn't interfere, then I wouldn't. What kind of 9-tailed lord would I be? This is my business now." Suspended in midair, eyes blazing red, Baifei declares, "I will protect them." Chumu scoffs, "You haven't even recovered half your strength, yet you dare to show your face? You'll only suffer another crushing defeat." Enraged, Baifei vows to see who will be defeated, then uses her foxtails to bind Chuhuo with the 9-tailed imprisonment technique, shocking him. She continues her assault, decisively and powerfully thrusting her tails towards Chumu. His comrade above reminds him that even though her strength hasn't recovered, she's still a 9-tail, but hurry up. He hides behind a rock and replies, "I know." Suddenly, Chumu bursts into excited laughter, as if he's plotting something. He leaps up, unleashing a flurry of attacks while shouting, "Old man, let's take her down together." Meanwhile, Chuhuo rushes over, sneering, "These 2 tails think they can control me?" Baifei unleashes the 9-tailed fox's power, her eyes blazing, a golden light erupting from her back like the morning sun. The little fox is formidable. Baifei uses her infinite entanglement technique to bind Juhuo's limbs, leaving him in dire straits. Shuhuo struggles as her tails wrap around his neck, making him stagger like a drunkard. Sushu marvels at the little fox's strength, while Ling Rukshu adds that she's holding her own against 2 opponents. A black ray of light suddenly appears, sharp and cold as a blade, piercing straight ahead. Baifei looks down, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she's just realized something impossible. The dark light pierced her back, staining her tail crimson. It was the attack of the divine tree, who sneered, "A fragile spirit is easily destroyed. The game is over." Closing her eyes, Baifei fades away, like a small flame extinguished by an invisible wind. Her form grows faint, dissolving into the air like morning mist evaporating in the sun. In another space, Baifei suddenly sat up, pale and coughing incessantly. Xiahua cries out in fear, "The remote puppet is destroyed, and your main body is suffering a backlash." Baifei reassures her, "It's fine. After living in the limitless sect for so long, helping them once, I have no shortage of Ye-Yang." Shutuyet solemnly says that even with only 40% recovery, their lord can take on 2 opponents at once. At full strength, vengeance will be at hand. Baifei retorts grimly that she's only stalling them, especially the indestructible body of Quan Machu. She can't break Han's defenses at all. "I guess I'll have to destroy myself then." Spring Breeze is shocked. "Sect leader Yez here?" Bai Fei explains. Yes, he suddenly appeared the moment my puppet's body exploded. Back in the arena, Zhu Tian sneered, saying he was nothing more than a wild fox, unable to withstand a single blow. When Ye Yang suddenly appeared behind Han, asking, "Is that right? Were you the one who attacked my people?" Seeing him, Nam Kwok was overjoyed. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Ah, it's Master." Zhu Shu exclaimed, "Master is here." Zhu Tian sighed. The legendary Ye Shun has finally arrived. Then he ordered, "Hound Demon Lord, use your true battle form to send Han away." Shu Huo agreed, laughing gleefully, while Han grinned wickedly, sticking his tongue out. Chu Huo unleashed his full fiery power, and flames erupted from the ground beneath Han's feet, threatening to incinerate everything. Chu Huo rockets forward, gloating, "Let's see your ultimate move." Han's eyes blaze like headlights as he unleashes his ultimate attack, Hell Annihilation Fist. Ye Yang remained calm, his eyes following Han's every move, while Xiao Dao, looking worried, hastily warned him, "Lord Ye, be careful." Chu Huo throws a punch at Ye Yang, red energy swirling around his arm, but Ye Yang retaliates with a powerful and determined strike of his own. Upon impact, Chu Huo was instantly defeated, his upper body mangled beyond recognition, his eyes filled with regret and resentment. The audience was stunned, clenching their fists and exclaiming, "Instant kill!" A little girl, cheeks flushed, looked up and said, "As expected of Ye Yang, 9th on the heavenly list, a double kill with one punch." Shu Tian was stunned to see Chu Yan also fall to Ye Yang's attack, his bewildered form slowly fading away, like frost melting in the sun. The spectators' eyes widened as they exclaimed, "He killed 2 Chu demons with one punch?" Chu Huo and Chu Num fell head first, creating 2 massive holes in the arena. Ice and Sky's faces darken in disbelief, while one screams in fury. Sky sizes up Ye Yang, licks his lips, and growls, capable of unleashing attacks of this magnitude. "You're definitely the most delicious human, Ye Yang. I must devour you. Your fear will be the best seasoning." Ye Yang's body emanates a golden aura, his eyes burning gold as he challenges, "Oh? Then come and play." Chu Tian was suddenly in front of Ye Yang, saying, "I've smelled countless human powerhouses." He moved past him effortlessly, appearing behind him a moment later. Chu Tian smirks, certain that this one will be the most delicious yet, then bursts into laughter, opening his maw to reveal rows of sharp teeth and a long tongue, like a monster preparing to strike. The audience lamented that this young genius was about to become Chu Ma Chu's meal, adding that no human had ever escaped its clutches. Suddenly, Chu Tian froze, eyes wide as a blinding golden light erupted behind him. In his eyes, Ye Yang was now incredibly powerful, radiating a brilliant golden light like the sun. Chu Tian retreated 100 meters, screaming, his terror impossible to conceal. He was trembling like a leaf, saying, "Too scary." Chu Bing was surprised. "My lord, what's wrong?" Chu Tian, wide-eyed with fear, said weakly, I can't do this." Chu Mu exclaims that Chu Tian has consumed countless creatures and is especially sensitive to strength, so this enemy must be incredibly powerful. But they're not a god, so why is he so terrified? Heavens, he's not just cowering, Chu Tian isn't just trembling, he's peeing his pants, as if his body can't handle the terror. Duodao is startled. What's going on? Did the Crimson Moon level Chumachu actually piss his pants in fear? The audience is stunned. Did I see that right? Another replies, "No, you're not wrong. He really wet himself." Baekxuan is speechless, finding it exaggerated, while Xiaobao tears up, realizing, so I'm not the only one who finds him terrifying. Ye Yang is utterly confused, staring at everyone with a questioning gaze. Chu Mu said, "Lord Chu Tian is powerful, but cautious. Only fighting battles he's sure to win. In his demon god transformation, he's unbeatable by any human. We'll help him activate it." Chu Bing, stunned, stares ahead and shouts to bring him into the divine devil state. She and Chu Mu then work together to bring Chu Tian into that state, chanting in unison to slaughter the ancient city of Lulan. Chu Tian roars, and the transformation begins, his body changing at a dizzying pace, a powerful black energy radiating from him, as if an invisible force seeks to devour everything in sight. Chu Tian has completed his transformation, now a colossal and terrifying monster, completely different from before. He rasps, "I was careless. Without the divine demonic transformation, I was vulnerable to the aura." Chu Tian smugly declares that he is no longer restrained and will punish them from his position of absolute power, revealing his final transformation as Ye Yang accepts the challenge. Shu Tian roars in fury and charges forward, as if to crush everything in his path. A deafening explosion erupts and dust fills the air, obscuring all vision. Shu Tian's gargantuan foot slams down, shattering the earth. Lang Ruxu, Lu Qing, and Su Shu look up in stunned disbelief. Su Shu gasps, "Oh my God." Nyangdu, wide-eyed, exclaimed at its size, while Zikui looked up in disbelief, wondering if the end was near. Suddenly, Chu Tian turned black, his body smoking and emitting a strange purple aura. Xiaodo looks up at his blood-red eyes and cries out, This is the ultimate form, the devouring national beast cursed by thousands." Xiang Yu turns pale with fear, and Xiaobao thinks to himself he's finally revealed his strongest form. Towering over the city like a monolith, Chu Tian's presence inspires terror. He roars, "Humanity, the end is here. I am the God-Slayer, and I will give you no quarter. Be consumed." Ye Yang suddenly looks around frantically, searching for something. It's gone. He wonders where his exclusive copy of the Flame Sutra went, fearing he's lost his treasure. Shu Tian smiles triumphantly, realizing this distraction is his opportunity. He looks up, summons a massive black hole, and shouts, "Perish with the world!" Shu Tian unleashes the dimensional devouring black hole, a vortex above his head that distorts reality itself. He raises his arms in a V as the black hole swirls like a cosmic tornado, consuming everything in its path. Beside her, someone exclaimed that she was insane, willing to use a forbidden technique to wipe out her own team just to kill Ye Chen. Terrified, she turned and fled, screaming that she didn't want to die. Chu Mu looks up in terror, realizing that not only will the ancient formation be destroyed, but they won't be able to escape either. He gapes in horror, crying out as he's pulled into the massive black hole. Amidst the chaos, Xiaodo cried out in a panic, "It's over! The arena is collapsing." Fortunately, Guantong and Yan Yu cast a protective barrier, leaving Yaodu in awe. "Is this formation safe?" Guantong replies, "No problem. Our defensive formation can withstand it." The ground beneath their shield is torn away, and they cry out in fear, "It's over. The ground can't take it anymore." People scatter and float in the air, sucked up by the black hole, desperately calling for help. Baixuan and Ping Yu of Zikuai screamed, "No, I don't want to die!" Baixuan panicked, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Zikuai calmly said, "This must be our fate." Ye Yang's face flushed red, and he angrily gritted his teeth, cursing Zhu Tian. "This pig is so noisy." He turned, his face dark, eyes blazing as he questioned him. "My treasure is gone, and you're still causing trouble here?" Ye Yang waved his hand forward, shouting, "Noisy!" His arm was enveloped in golden energy. With an icy expression, he unleashes a serious ultimate chop, a level 100 move, striking down like lightning. Ye Yang chops down Chu Tian's massive form, splitting him in two from head to toe, leaving him speechless. The black hole above the Chu Tian was split, no longer swirling and sucking everything in. His body was cleaved in two, standing rigidly like a broken statue, unable to move. The sun rises, illuminating the devastated city, but at least things are more stable. Looking at the peaceful space before him, Ye Yang says with satisfaction, "Now, it's quiet." The falling citizens cried out, "The world is split in two. We're saved, but it's also being destroyed." A voice from within the shield mused, "I've met a man like Gadya before." Her cheeks flushed red. She sighed, wondering how she'd ever find a boyfriend now. Suddenly remembering where he left his treasure, Ye Yang slams his fist. Singing, he realizes the book must be in the Lulan Treasury, and a wind carries him off to find it. The scene shifts to the Lulan Treasury, where Dongfang Qing stands alone. A strange voice echoes, "Rabbit demon, did you awaken me from my slumber?" Fang Tin fearfully replies, "Yes." The ancient demon bitterly thought, "Damn it, I should have killed her in her sleep and absorbed her, but she woke up. What do I do now?" Fang Tin hurriedly knelt and said, "This world needs you, master, to descend and restore order." Zhubang exclaims that she's found him, the newly awakened, weakened ancient demon, the target Zhu Tian wants to absorb. She is the rabbit demon's wish fulfillment, Zhubang realizes with elation, and now she's his. The ancient demon grinned. "Another rabbit. I may be weak, but you're too insignificant to notice." Zhubang raised her hand, screaming, "I must have you!" Without hesitation, the ancient demon lashes out at Zhubang as if to obliterate everything, and in an instant a gust of wind slices through her, tearing her body in two. Shubang's brow furrows, her face darkens, and sweat pours as if under immense pressure. She feels a heavy suffocation, making each breath a struggle. Seeing this, Dongfang Xing muttered, "We're doomed. A red moon-level demon lord, defeated in one blow. What am I going to do?" The ancient demon spoke. "After 10,000 years of slumber, I will finally bring order to this world. I will crush the heavens and the earth." Han steps on the precious book Ye Yang was searching for, and Ye Yang confronts him from behind. "You idiot! You stepped on my exclusive, bewitching maiden book." The ancient demon is delighted. "Excellent. Another human to nourish my recovery." Enraged, Ye Yang slapped Han across the face, yelling, "Are you deaf? You stepped on my book. Get out." With that single slap, the ancient demon was sent flying hundreds of miles, crashing through buildings. Han lies amidst the rubble, dazed and lifeless, his body devoid of strength. The ancient demon's face is mangled beyond recognition, and Dongfang Xing exclaims in shock, "One slap and it's dead." Meanwhile, Ye Yang was dusting off his precious books, relieved that his beauty was okay. He'd gone too far, using an advanced martial arts technique on instinct, but it was just a demon. He'd killed it with one blow. With wide eyes, Fang Xing exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is an ancient demon. It's weak after just awakening, but it's still an immortal-level being." Ye Yang turned to her and said, "I'm heading back first. Do whatever you want. Become a god or a demon." He shot off like a rocket, telling Fang Xing to take care of herself. Looking at the ancient demon's corpse on the ground, a thought flashed through her mind. Now's my chance. The ancient demon's body. A gift from my brother. Fang Xing recalled the legend of the Dragon Lord, who ate the bodies of 3 ancient demons to become invincible. Now that I have this body, absorbing it will change my cultivation path. Thank you. I will definitely repay you. The next day, the townspeople came out to bid farewell to Ye Yang and his companions before their departure. Lu Ting turned to see that Ye Yang was sound asleep, oblivious to everything around him, as the townspeople tearfully bid farewell to Ye Chen, thanking him for saving them. "We're the first to survive an attack by the demon lords. Visit our ancient city if you have the chance." Bai Qian replies that perhaps the epics written are all legends of Ye Chen alone. She waved goodbye to everyone, and Xiaobao, feeling full, decided not to return to Dragon City. He would live as a human, or his uncle would never forgive him. The bird carrying Ye Yang and the others continued to flap its wings diligently across the vast sky. Lang Rixu says that even if the Great Tithe Sect stops the exam, they've qualified to participate in the world. The Umbrella House responds, "That's right, especially with her charming sleeping face. I suggest we play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner gets to kiss Master." Long Than couldn't hide her embarrassment. Her face flushed as she quickly turned away, while Nan Guotong covered his eyes, his face as red as a tomato at the bizarre suggestion. Susu cracks her knuckles, asking if it's okay, while Lang Ri Shui suggests rock. Someone says, "If the Great Lion goes, the 4 of them are in." But Ri Shui quickly objects, saying she is too. And so the 5 played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would win the right to kiss their master. After some deliberation, only one person chose rock, while the rest chose scissors. Su Xiao beams and leaps for joy, while Na Du fumes and orders An Jiang to call for backup. But facing Ye Yang, Su Xiao grows anxious. Though she can kiss her master freely after marriage, she suddenly feels a little apprehensive. As her face drew close to Ye Yang's, a thought sparked. Maybe, just maybe, she should stop. Birds soared in the silent air, the soft sound of a kiss the only sound in the tranquil scene. To everyone's surprise, Su Shu gives Ye Yang a passionate kiss, while a stunned and enraged House Du screams, "Su Shu, you bitch, I'll kill you." As for Ling Ruoxu, she was petrified, clutching her sword, muttering about her master and the way of the sword. The scene shifts to Four Seas City, a bustling metropolis with closely packed buildings. The boys are all completely smitten, exclaiming they're about to die, as the goddess Ling also joins the Yanyang martial arts tournament. The goddesses, the fairies, the enchanting ladies dancing in a dreamlike collaboration. I'm done for. Singing and dancing, I can't resist their charm. I'm so greedy, everyone is happy watching these 3 girls dance. Immortal heroine's dance is gorgeous, Su Shu's head shake is alluring, but Goddess Ling's dance, that's paradise. The little bird thought to itself, these disciples are having too much fun. Ever since returning from the ancient city of Lulan, I haven't seen them do anything serious. Nixue also joins the competition for the Flame Maiden puppet, but with the new year tomorrow, she decides to head back to the sect for the holiday. In the silence, 2 bird calls break the stillness. The little bird spread its wings and flew lightly towards the sect, until a sudden, earth-shattering explosion jolted it in midair. Looking at her magnificent invention, Ouyang Lele clicked her tongue. Master wants me to become some kind of gun mage. It's too violent. I feel like my senior sisters are avoiding me. Yi Huanyan spoke from behind. Were the senior sisters ever that close to you? Lele replied. The world tournament still has a year to go. Why is Master training us so early? Ye Yang is fast asleep on a tree branch as someone thinks, where did Master get so many monsters? It's terrifying. Yi Guotong is furious. Stop talking, I'm losing control. She continued, saying that Master required each of them to kill one, making Lele exclaim that she felt Master was rushing their training to destroy the world. Agua released her hand, and the arrow flew forward powerfully as she cast the soul-shattering bow technique. Each arrow aimed directly at the Iron Man. Each arrow struck the Iron Golem's face with deadly accuracy, its head exploding in a cloud of smoke, obscuring the space. The sound startled Ye Yang from his slumber. He said, "Is it over? Let's go." "Tomorrow is New Year's. Let's clean up early today." Startling Lele, she turned around and asked Ye Yang, "Master, tomorrow is New Year's. Can I tell you my New Year's wish now?" Ye Yang was stunned, staring at her, and asked, "Do you have to say it so early?" Lele then brought out the manual of the 18 Styles of Paradise and began a mental battle. Of course. Only Master can fulfill my New Year's wish, which is that I hope Master will stop seducing senior sister. It's messing with her Tao heart. She continued, "If Master is lonely, you can find me any time. I can definitely satisfy you. After all, I've been studying the 18 Styles of Paradise for a year now." He panicked. "What the heck is that?" With a helpless tone, Ye Yang urged, "Let's go. Everyone's waiting to celebrate the new year with us." The scene shifts to Tengyun Trading Company, a luxurious estate in Sihai City. Someone offered 1 million for the Infinite Sex Love Elixir, and another agreed without hesitation, wondering where Miss Lan got so many. Lan Yu smiled, crediting her fellow disciples' hard work, and urged them to pay up. Today, Miss Lam is offering generous prices, unlike usual. She explains, "It's the new year, and the most important thing is to celebrate with our master." Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Limitless Sect, bright lights illuminate the vast space. With everyone seated, Ye Yang spoke from above. Everyone's here. Let's start the feast. But before we do, does anyone have a New Year's wish to share? Lam Yu rises, her smile as bright as a spring flower, and politely says, "We want to hear Master's wish." Ling Ruxiu clasps her hands and softly guesses, "Master's wish must be to have the world in his heart." Ye Yang interrupted them, saying, "All right, I hope next year author Yan Niangji can update more chapters and not keep asking for leave." Haha, the little birds were stunned, speechless, as if their tongues had been tied by surprise. Nyangdu clasped her hands and said, "My New Year's wish is to always be with Master." Yi Guoqiang blurted out, "Me too!" Yi Guoqiang, Ling Ruoxue, and Zhong Xiaoxi said in unison, "We wish to always be with Master." Su Shu secretly prays for a wedding night with her master soon, while Lele makes a wish for her senior's path of the sword to be smooth, and for her master to see her as a worthy replacement. As the sun sets, birds fly home to find peace after a long day, and the full moon rises as fireworks light up the night sky. Ye Yang and his disciples watch the firework, savoring the moment. "Look, fireworks. The new year is here." Feng Hao sighs. "It's a pity sect leader Yu has to be with his disciples. The Flame Maiden gathering is short one." In the night forest, fireflies flicker, and the sky seems to light up with shimmering streaks. Dongfang Qing watches the fireworks alone, whispering, "Yu Di." Meanwhile, Dongfang Xing smiles, wishing to become the new rabbit demon chief and to have Ye Yang. Bai Fei and her 4 attendants watch the fireworks, remarking how boring humans are for enjoying such things. A year prior, Ye Yang told Bai Fei that they should get some fresh air for the new year, wondering if they'd be watching fireworks together again next year. Bai Fei reluctantly agreed, saying she was tired of him, but would humor him. Slowly opening her eyes, her cheeks flushed red, creating a delicate and captivating beauty. She gently tugged at Ye Yang's sleeve, as if wanting to say something. In the gloomy forest, a giant foot stomps, crushing the earth. A horde of evil giants roams the dark woods, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The helmeted soldier is terrified, saying the giants in this forest are too scary. The princess retorts that they're lost and have been wandering in circles for days. Xuan Ra laments that this place is nothing like their desert home, filled with nothing but wretched trees. He punches a tree, breaking it in half, and yells, asking where the hell the Yuji sect is. The hat-wearing soldier urged, "Stay calm, remember, the most important thing is to seek help from the Limitless Sect in Suhai City." Chunra clenched her fist. "The Limitless Sect once protected our great nature empire for thousands of years, but I heard they've long since weakened. We haven't interacted with them in decades. Can they really help us overcome this crisis?" With a determined look, she exclaimed, "We have no choice. Seeking aid from the Limitless Sect is our last hope." They exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, there's someone up ahead!" vaguely seeing Ye Yang's figure. Ye Yang was enjoying the tranquility, alone in the deserted forest, watching the newly released Yan Yang. Pure bliss. The hooded figure wondered, how can someone with no cultivation be in this demon-infested forest? Shanjiang surmises that he must be lost and stuck here. Worthless. But Ta Ben Yan approaches Ye Yang, asking if he's lost and trapped in the forest. "Come with us. We can protect you and get you out of here." He asks why he should leave, and she explains that the forest is full of demons, and one wrong step could be fatal. She adds that Huyan can't walk. Lost in the woods too long, and now he's out of strength? "Ah, Mo, share some of our meat with him." Ye Yang replies that he has no interest, but before he can finish, the smell of meat overwhelms him. It smells so good, he'll go with them. As they walk, Banyan encourages everyone to persevere, as they'll soon be out of the forest and in Hai City. Ye Yang paused, pointing to the right, asking if the road to Haicheng was that way. Someone in the group questioned whether they could really trust a Han, even as the princess urged them to try. She glared angrily, questioning, "So you found someone else for me to trust? I doubt it. To me, Han is just a freeloader, and in this forest he's just a burden who will hold us back." Then a terrifying roar echoes through the forest, scattering birds in a frenzy as Banyan grabs Ye Yang's arm, urging everyone to flee. The ogres emerge from the trees, their faces dark with rage. The group hid behind a large tree as Ye Yang wondered what was happening, but Banyan quickly silenced him, telling him not to speak. The ogres scanned their surroundings with cold eyes, like a pack of wolves hunting prey. Unable to find anything, they turn and leave. Banyan breathes a sigh of relief. They're gone. Suddenly, a giant face appears, greeting her, startling her. Banyan, pale and aghast, screamed, while Ye Yang looked on innocently. The ogre's eyes suddenly froze, a flicker of fear within them. It was utterly bewildered to see Ye Yang, seemingly unable to believe its eyes. The giant demon's eyes widened in terror, sweat pouring out uncontrollably. It spun around and ran for its life, screaming, and the other ogres were stunned to see Ye Yang. With no time to think, they scrambled to escape, desperate to survive. Ye Yang thought to himself that his enemies remembered him after he killed their comrades. They weren't so dumb after all. Princess Banyan's people were shocked, and Shan rushed out exclaiming, "They all ran away!" The man in the hat next to him said, "Maybe they're just full and only came to scare us." Princess Banyan wondered what could have scared them so badly, and worriedly called out to Ye Yang as he left, "Hey, bookworm, don't wander off." The forest was silent once more, birds flitting about creating a peaceful scene. Ye Yang stopped and said, "All right, this is it. Follow this path for about 3 more hours, and you'll leave the forest and reach Four Seas City." Banyan is surprised and asks if he isn't coming with them, but he replies that he has to go back and read. Banyan remarked that the bookworm must have gone mad from reading. Suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the silence, stunning everyone. Hunter Y. Min, with his fiery red eyes and long fangs, appears in the middle of Ko Trang village. The hooded figure is startled, realizing they've been discovered. A demon of this magnitude could wipe out an entire village. Spring, rubbing his wrists, excitedly says, "Leave it to me." He decisively threw a punch, his arm radiating a blue energy. Xuanra unleashed the Doan Kai Thien, striking the Y. Min hunter squarely in the face. Xuanra knew ordinary attacks wouldn't work. He had to defeat the Yi Ming hunter quickly, using a forbidden technique to drain his life force. He unleashed the soul-burning blood dance, striking the Yi Ming hunter relentlessly. The Umbra hunter exploded, smoke billowing and obscuring vision as Xuanra, his eyes bloodshot, breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Yan was overjoyed. They were saved. The hatted man gaped, thankful that Zhuan preemptively risked his life to eliminate the extremely dangerous Netherworld hunter. A series of explosions, large and small, erupted simultaneously, tearing apart the space before them as shadow hunters suddenly appeared, their eyes as cold as wolves stalking prey. Yan let out a cry as nearly 100 Netherworld hunters approached. "Bookworm, stay behind me." Ye Yang raised an arm and a strange blue energy appeared around it. Ye Yang unleashes the level 100 elementary lightning array, unleashing a torrential downpour of black lightning, each strike a furious burst of energy. The underworld hunters screamed in agony, their cries echoing from the depths of their souls, before exploding like fireworks, leaving the sky clear once more. Ye Yang floated in the air, looking like a savior. Banyan gazed at him with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Bookworm, so you're this strong." Shan, looking ashamed, clasped his hands and said, "A divine being has appeared. I was blind. Please forgive me." Ye Yang turned and said, "Remember what I told you. Leave before nightfall." A happy smile graces Banyan's lips as she quietly agrees with him. Soon after, Banyan's group arrives at the Limitless Sect and meets Diep Tran, who says, "Although we've never met, we receive supplies from Nian Nation every year." Hearing this, Diep Tran gently replied, "Thank you very much. If the non-nation needs anything, we will certainly do our best. Master is not here, so I will take everyone to see Senior Apprentice Sister first." As she walked, Diep Tran thought to herself, "Although the Vokuk sect is in decline, it is still very thoughtful." As they walked, Shanja glanced at the disciples practicing and said, "Is the Limitless Sect only left with these weak female disciples?" Yejen smiled and replied, "They're not weak. They've all been instructed by our master." But Shanja remained unconvinced. "The weak are weak, and even gods can't teach them. Like a baby who could be killed by just one of my hairs." Hearing this, Yan Yu ran over, pointed at Shanjia's face, and shouted, "Hey, great Meng, let's spar." Banyan, unable to hide her surprise, exclaimed, "Ah." Shunja shook his head, refusing. No, even if I hold back, I'll still kill you." Seeing this, Banyan suggested, "Why don't you just try, as long as you don't cause any fatalities?" In her mind, she thinks, the Limitless Sect has fallen so far, refusing even training. They'll be so ashamed. The wind picks up, rustling leaves on the roof, as Shanjia agrees. "Very well." The two face off, ready to begin, as Shanjia arrogantly threatens, "My power is terrifying even if I hold back. Anyone hit will be severely injured, so be careful." Unfazed, Yanyu confidently replies, "You won't even touch me." As he spoke, Shanjia threw a powerful punch at Yanyu, but she vanished, causing him to strike the ground. Yanyu swiftly and gracefully dodged the attack, wielding two large blades. Stunned by the attack, Sanja remarked that while the speed was impressive, all he could do was dodge, and eventually he'd run out of room. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanyu appeared right behind him, catching him completely off guard. Nhanyu circled Sunjia like a whirlwind, leaving him utterly bewildered as the fabric of his clothes began to fall away like rain. When the dust settled, Sunjia was left without a stitch of clothing, while Nandu stood calmly and said, "I yielded." Sunjia, finally realizing what happened, covered his privates and screamed. Seeing this, both Yejen and Bayan shyly turned their heads, while Wu quickly ran over and said, "My lord, quickly change into my clothes." After Shanja took Wu's clothes and wrapped them around himself as pants, he said angrily, "Speed is just a trick." Shanja cracks his knuckles facing the stone lions, declaring that true strength is the only proof, and he'll show them. He struggles to lift a statue, his throat hoarse, proclaiming that he is the true warrior, for only strength can shatter heaven and earth. From the sky, Lamvu effortlessly lifted all three lion statues with one hand, leaving Sunjia dumbfounded. She sighed from above, "I just wanted to come down the mountain and make some money, but my master made me cultivate superpowers." With a flick of her wrist, she sighs, "How boring." The lion statues shatter into pieces, leaving Shanjia speechless. Shanja, refusing to give up, swallowed his pride and said, "I won't accept defeat. Our great desert has even more powerful experts who can control flames." As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Yu conjured a massive fireball in the sky and taunted, "Is there anyone like that?" sending Shanjia into a panic. Shanja knelt down, his mouth agape in shock, and cried out, A sage who can summon the sun. Please, come with me and save the great desert. I will be your servant." Ye Chen, standing nearby, said softly, "This is just a fireball technique from the library. Senior Apprentice Sister is still waiting for us." As Anknang began to cast fire spells, a gentle breeze swept over the rooftops. "This way," he said. Yu, puzzled, muttered, "Wasn't the Limitless Sect supposed to be declining? How could this sect leader produce so many formidable experts? This sect leader is no ordinary person." They walked a short distance and arrived at the land of myriad beasts. Rijue looked at everyone and said, "I know why you're here. There's no problem." Boyan asked in disbelief, "You can really lend it to us?" Rijue turned towards the hall and slowly said, "Although my master isn't here, he is very generous. Please, come inside with me." They began to walk deeper, step by step, along a steep, winding staircase, until they reached the end and were astonished to find a vast, desolate valley. Even the little bird is surprised, saying that there isn't even a sect-guarding beast left. Bayan panics, saying that without the limitless sect's beast, how can the great desert avoid utter destruction? The image of a fierce eagle roaring appears in Bayan's memory, and she speaks. The great desert's guardian eagle is too weak to fight. They were counting on the limitless sect's beasts. Knowing the situation, Rijue says the great desert faces a calamity unseen in 1,000 years. The limitless sect could have helped, but with the master gone, they must return to the great desert on their own. After a pause, she continued, "Recently, my master has been refining a powerful artifact. Princess, you can take it with you as a precaution." Bayan nodded. "Okay." And so they gathered in front of the palace gates. Rituyet presented a knife called the Ultimate Martial Blade, causing Bakyen to hesitate and ask if this was the powerful weapon she spoke of. Bakyen examined the knife with confusion, while Sun Ka looked around in disbelief, prompting Natuyet to continue. This blade was the master's first attempt, so he couldn't control it well. Its power is too great for everyday use and could easily harm the innocent, but in a great calamity, it might be of some help. It can probably be used twice. Shangu frowned in annoyance, while Yu complained, "Ridiculous. Are they trying to fool us with a knife made from knives?" Shangu couldn't help but add, "Do they think we're naive bumpkins?" Ruyu smiled, recalling how Ye Yang had created a massive crater when forging this weapon, admitting it was a bit too powerful for everyday use. Banyan reluctantly accepted the weapon, thanking the Boundless Sect for their kindness. Then Banyan bid farewell, saying the situation in the Great Desert was worsening and they had to return. Ling Rushui told them to be careful on their journey. As they left, Yu complained, saying it was too much. They always gave gifts to the Limitless Sect, and this is what they got in return. Sun Ka angrily shouts that if this knife works, she'll eat it. After Banyan's group leaves, everyone gathers in the hall before Diep Duong. Ye Yang flipped through the notebook in his hands and said softly, "If there's nothing else, let's end our meeting." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked in the face by a small bird. "Weren't you going to gather everyone to discuss supporting the Great Desert?" Ye Yang, looking slightly embarrassed, said, "I almost forgot. The Supreme Sect's token was thrown into Nyan country by the old sect leader. The Great Corpse World event in a year also requires this token. It seems I have to make a trip to the Great Desert." One of the 3 disciples, Shui, stepped forward and said, "This disciple is willing to go to Nyan country to assist and retrieve the sect token." Ye Yang looked up and said that Nuk Tu Yet would go to the Great Desert alone to train, and all the disciples below shouted in unison, "Then, in 3 days, I will also lead some disciples into the Great Desert special training. Since last time you couldn't even beat the Demon Lord. You need more training, Nuk Tu Yet. Depart at once, and we'll meet in the capital of Nihian. I must also warn you that the ancient tomb army is about to be resurrected in the desert, which could spell doom for all of humanity, so tread carefully." As it spoke, it noticed that Ye Yang had vanished. "Your mission to the desert is critical." The little bird squawked, creating a shockwave that shook the palace. Ye Yang, that bastard. He always disappears from meetings. He's not even a hired hand anymore. The scene shifts to the great desert of the western wilderness, where the only sound is the chirping of mice. In the distance, a group travels, their voices echoing. The great desert is ever-changing. Mortals, do not disturb. Ye Yang sits leisurely on a large sedan, while shady figures below grumble, "This limitless sect master." Another adds, "What's his background?" Meanwhile, a fierce lion surveys the scene, thinking, "I'm a world-destroying beast, yet I'm pulling a cart. This sect master is too much." A group of people and beasts journey across the desert, as Ye Yang, atop his sedan, remarks, "Not bad. This cart puller is quite steady." Another chimes in, "Master, try this grape." Ye Yang eats and says, Cold grapes in summer. Reminds me of Earth." Wherever they went, they drew stares and whispers of, "How majestic." Someone else said, "For a minor sect leader, who is he?" Another added, "Surrounded by women, they don't seem to be in a hurry." Hearing that, both Ouyang Lele and Jian Yu jumped out and confronted her, saying, "What are you looking at? How dare you approach our master?" Xian Yu added, "You deserve a beating." Those below remarked, "This person has no sense of propriety and uses Master Ye Shen's name to deceive people like us for profit. We understand this kind of sales tactic best." Standing behind them, Lan Yu grimaced darkly, scaring the two into silence. To think you'd gossip about my master behind his back. You're bolder than I thought. See clearly, this is the Ren Emperor's token. Your rights to trade on behalf of Shanghing Li are now forfeit. Upon hearing that, the crowd immediately bowed down before Lam Vu, apologizing while contemplating. Lam Vu, the Queen of Commerce, was indeed a force capable of bankrupting someone in an instant. Ye Wu, sitting above, glanced down and said, Xiao Wu, let it go. Everyone traveling with the trade caravan to Ren country is fate. Forgive them, and don't spoil Vai Su's reading. Hearing that, Lan Yu suddenly walked back to Ye Wu's side and said, Okay, I understand. One of the men below complained. I really don't understand why Queen Lan Yu serves such a gigolo. He said angrily, The young master has to be careful when talking to her, afraid of saying the wrong word and angering her, but this Ye Wu can casually order the queen around. And she's happy about it? Bai Yan, standing nearby, couldn't contain his anger, saying, The woman I couldn't have is being enslaved by him. He must be dealt with. Bai Yan planned to lure Ye Wang away. I've been watching. This kept man sleeps alone at night. That's when I'll grab him. Dragging him deep into the desert and using a little trickery, he'll be begging Lam Yu to sign himself over to me. The man beside him swayed back and forth, saying, As expected of you, young master. In the still of the night, two figures lurk, plotting something sinister. Meanwhile, at the Infinite Sex camp, Lan Yu sits with Su Shu and Ye Wang, roasting meat and chatting, scaring a nearby beast half to death. Master, have some more late-night snacks. If it's not enough, we can roast this dog. Su Shu approached, massaging Ye Wang's shoulders, saying, Master, does that feel good? I've added some boundary magic to my fingertips to make it even more soothing. Ye Wang chewed and said, Not bad. You're finally using the magic I taught you flexibly. As they spoke, Lan Yu emerged from the tent, saying, Master, your tent and bedding are ready, and I've washed them. Everything's prepared, so you can rest whenever you like. From afar, Bai Qian hid behind a rock, listening to their conversation with resentment. Traveling in the desert is truly exhausting. I'll go to sleep first, seeing Master off, Bai Qian said uncomfortably. Bastard. Daring to let the queen wash his chamber pot. Bai Qian wanted to cry, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm not only the young master of the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce, but also the top disciple of the moon-devouring sect. His face flushed with rage, veins popping as he thought, You leech of the limitless sect. Tonight, I'll show you the cruelty of this world. Night had fallen, and the fire in front of Ye Yang's tent had been extinguished. Bai Qian rushed into the tent, quickly gagged him and wrapped him in the blanket before running out. As he ran, he thought to himself happily, Success. This pretty boy was easier to deal with than I thought. Suddenly, Bai Qian realized something and turned around. He wondered if he had made a mistake, while Ye Yang yawned and asked, Junior brother, why did you bring me out here in the middle of the night? Bai Qian calmly produced a piece of paper and replied, Fine, I have something good for you to sign. With so many female disciples, you won't miss one Lan Yu. Ye Yang's eyes widened. What are you saying? He was immediately enraged. Still being stubborn? We're in the wilderness now. No one will help you, pretty boy. Bai Qian raised his hand and shouted, It looks like I need to show you some color so you understand the situation. Before he could act, Ye Yang slapped him so hard his mask flew off, sending Bai Qian face-planting into the ground far away. He cried out in pain and disbelief, You... Ye Yang, now free of his disguise, sneered, What about me? Still don't understand the situation? He adds that he should sober up a bit more, then decisively slaps Bai Qian away, sending him flying. Bai Qian crashes into a rock, then another below, and another, 3 times in a row. The desert churns with dust and sand where he rolled. Bai Fei collapses, trembling, barely able to speak. Ye Yang suddenly appears before him, startling him. Bai Fei struggles to his feet, draws his sword, and says, Pale face, you forced me to kill. He brandished the imposing sword, boasting, This is the Moon Devourer blade of my Moon Devourer sect, capable of splitting mountains and severing realms. Countless great demons in the mystic realm have fallen by its edge. Ye Yang, unfazed, casually reached out and took the sword. He calmly twisted the sword, snapping it into pieces. Bai Fei stood frozen as Ye Yang asked, You still want to resist? He immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Spare me, hero. I'll never resist again. Ye Yang then presented a piece of paper, saying, Then sign this agreement and carry it with you. Such underhanded tactics shocked many, and Bai Fei stammered, I'll sign. Big brother, I was wrong. He grabbed the paper and pen, repeating, "Big brother, I was wrong. I'll be a good person from now on." Bai Fei lowered his head, hiding the unwillingness in his eyes, and thought, "I'll endure this for now. I'll find a chance to settle this debt with the limitless sect later. I'll cripple the sect leader and take all his female disciples as concubines." He respectfully held out the paper and said, "Big brother, I've signed it. Please check it." Ye Yang reached out, took it, and said softly, "Very good." Without a word, he suddenly swung his hand and decapitated Bai Fei. Ye Yang's expression darkened. Now that he had signed the contract, his life belonged to him. Ignoring him, he tossed the paper aside and strolled away, continuing, "Taking it now is reasonable, isn't it?" From inside the hut, Ye Yang's voice echoed, "Lan Yu, your breakfast is improving, but it's still far behind Xiao Ru." She brought over the food, then said quietly, feeling sorry for her master, "I'll learn to cook with senior sister, Yan Yu." Ye Yang drank his soup and replied, Keep it up." Those around them were angry. As the legendary queen of the underworld, Lan Yu hated women doing housework the most. Lam Vu then asked if the young master of the Five Lakes Commerce Guild, who tried to cause trouble for him yesterday, had disturbed his sleep, as his body was found in the sand this morning. Ye Yang replied that he slept well, and the others remarked that the young master of the Five Lakes was also the top disciple of the moon-devouring sect. But that violence was wrong, especially since they were scholars. Just then, Su Shu emerged from the tent and greeted, "Hello, master." "Hey, where are Xiao Ru and Du Yang?" Ye Yang glanced over and replied, "They've gone for special training." She's excited. "Special training, I want to go too." Ye Yang holds up a book and says, "Your special training is to memorize theories and magic formulas. Even a great fireball can't kill a demon lord. You need to improve." Su Shu is sad. "But I get dizzy and sleepy when I read books. Master, can't we repay debts with our bodies?" Ye Yang scolded her. "Where did you learn that from? Study hard for tomorrow's exam." It seemed she had noticed something. Su Shu then hugged Ye Yang and said, "Okay, if I pass tomorrow, can you try calling my name once? With that one call, I can ask you to do anything for me." Ye Yang quickly said, Okay, get down now, I promise you, as long as you pass." She was satisfied. "Okay, but where did Yang go?" Lan Yu thought to herself, "Now we need a junior sister Xiao Ru." Lan Yu angrily said, "Keep this a secret. All you need to know is that Master has to go to the human kingdom to resolve an apocalypse involving countless humans and needs to set up a formation to subdue the forces in this desert, right?" "Stupid. You wouldn't understand even if I said more." At that moment, Su Thu angrily shouted, "So what if you're smart? At best, you're just my martial sister's strategist. I'll be your master's wife later." Lam Vu, surprised and then angry, retorted, "Is being a master's wife so great? I can be one too. Master never said he'd only have one." She scolds, "You foolish woman, you want to monopolize our master?" Su Shu retorts, "Master doesn't like gold diggers." Ye Yang is stunned. Why are they so hostile? It must be the desert heat. Meanwhile, Yang, Lei Lei, and Yan Yu were armed with guns and knives. Yan Yu spoke up, "That's right, I'm just a passing mistress. I mean, young lady, what do you want?" One of the demons laughed. "Your luck's run out. You've stumbled into the territory of us sand bandits. Our boss loves pure-blooded humans." She smirked. "Not bad at all. You're exactly the demon bandit gang my master wanted us to find." The demon roared in anger. "This idiot is still smiling. Break her limbs before taking her back." Nyandu said nothing, and with her swordsmanship sent them straight to hell. She gazed into the distance and sighed. "These bandits are truly bloodthirsty, quick and decisive. After this is over, I'll catch some mountain goats for Master. He'll be so pleased." Suddenly, a group of people rushed in, shouting, "Insolent fool! Hack her to pieces!" Before they could even run, something whizzed past and ended their lives. And below the mountain, more demons lurked. Lei Lei sets her sniper rifle on the mountain, sighs, and fires a few shots, still not quite proficient. 2 bullets fly through the air, piercing the heads of 2 demons below. Nyanzu quickly wipes her blade clean, realizing she needs to pick up the pace. In the distance, a rocky outcrop marks the main base of the surrounding demons. She flew towards the 2 guards, shouting, "Die, demons!" Nyanzu swung her gleaming blade with lightning speed. Before they knew what was happening, Nyanzu sent those 2 demons to their doom. She swung her blade and called out, "Oh Yang, you're up." The blade pierced through the demon's protective barrier, and a horde of them, armed to the teeth, swarmed out. Seeing this, Nyanzu quickly reminded her, "Ouyang, there are nearly 1,000 demons in this fortress. I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, Ouyang used her flame-enhanced flamethrower to continuously fire below. Her powerful firepower targeted the demon's lair, gradually blanketing their base with a storm of bullets. She quickly riddled the area with bullets from the outside, and the base, overwhelmed by firepower, imploded in an earth-shattering explosion. Nyanzu is shocked by the devastation. She never realized Ouyang could be so violent. Lele simply stated that she doesn't like demons getting close to her, so they must be destroyed before they can. Nyanzu, with his hands on his hips, hoped they could wrap things up quickly today, so he could make dinner for their master. Over on the other side, Ouyang Lele raised her gun and said, "The target seems to have appeared." Several tall demons emerged from behind the bonfire saying, "Oh, so it's two humans causing trouble." The demon asked what these weak humans were looking for, and Nyanzu exclaimed that it was him, while Lele replied that they were looking for someone. He swung a club and roared that we had a death wish. We narrowly avoided the blow, but its destructive power was immense. Lele leaps into the air, gun aimed at his face, and says, "Goodbye." The demon is instantly blasted apart, his head flying off, the ring around his neck sent spiraling. The hulking demon fell backward, his blood splattering everywhere, and the jade ring around his neck snapped and fell off. Nangdu swiftly catches it, delighted. "Ouyang, we got the keepsake master wanted. Clean up." Suddenly, several balls are thrown into the remaining demon's midst, startling them. Witnessing the bloody explosion, Xiang Yu was relieved, finally done with the job. Lele wondered, "Xiang Yu, I've always wanted to ask, is your true wish still to become the world's greatest chef?" Nangdu, holding her two swords, replies, "Of course. To become the world's greatest chef, making food that brings joy to everyone is my dream. That doesn't conflict with Master choosing me to be an assassin." She asks again, saying she only ever wanted to be someone who quietly protects their eldest martial sister. Lele continues, saying she's just a girl who knows how to summon a machine and feels that their master's guidance is what led them to this. Lele worries about her sister's situation as she's been sent alone to the ancient demon's stronghold. Then, from atop a high desert mountain, a child's voice echoes, saying that the demons eat one of them every day. The girl smiles, saying she isn't afraid because she must be as brave as the goddess Ling Yu. The boy asks, the one who has been single-minded in her swordsmanship, determined to slay all demons under heaven? The goddess Ling? When Ling Rushui was 11, she followed her master to the great desert. Her master died fighting a great demon, and she alone carved a path of life and death, stopping over 100 demons to save the village. Becoming a guardian deity in the hearts of the desert girls, a strong wind blows towards the two children, and the boy cries out, "It's coming!" Out of nowhere, bird-like feet descend as the girl bravely shields the boy behind her, saying, "Don't be afraid. The guardian of the ghostly forest, the soul-guarding demon, is here for his snack. Which sweet child will fill my teeth?" The little girl bravely stands in front of her friends and stammers, No, you can't." He wondered if this human brat was trying to resist, but the girl calmly raised her wooden sword. The goddess Ling once said, "Never give up the sword in your hand until the very end." The boy from before also picked up a brick and shouted, "The goddess Ling once said, humans can never sit and wait for death." Another child yelled, "Let's fight! We're going to die anyway, so let's fight it." The soul guardian reaches out to grab the children, laughing, "Humans cannot defy a god." But a swift blade slices through the air, severing his outstretched arm. The soul guard demon, writhing in pain, lost his footing and tumbled down the slope, both he and the rock he stood upon plummeting from the heights in a deafening crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The little girl, seeing Ling Ruoxu fly before her, happily exclaimed, "It's the Ling goddess!" The other children were equally surprised, and the girl excitedly added, "The Ling goddess is back in the great desert." Ling Ruoxu confronts the soul guardian, declaring she is here on her master's orders to learn the location of the demon's resting place, so the dead may find peace. The soul guardian, struggling to rise, scoffs, stating the location of the ancient demon army is sacred to their race, and they will never allow inferior spirits to enter. He wiped towards Ruoxue, saying, "You only got lucky with a sneak attack. Now let me devour your soul as punishment." The soul guardian then created a black orb filled with lightning called the Doomsday Bullet. Meanwhile, Ruoxu unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, creating the one sword, 10,000 dust technique, instantly slicing him and his black orb into pieces, much to his shock. And just like that, before he could even react, the vile soul demon was blown away by his own attack, right in front of the children. Ling Ruoxue calmly retrieved her soul-collecting crystal, drawing the black smoke into it. Within that black smoke was the image of the soul guard demon trying to fly away quickly. She was satisfied as she collected him, knowing that with his soul she could pinpoint the location of the ancient demon army's slumber. The children below quickly knelt before Ruoxue, chanting, "Thank you for saving our lives, Goddess Ling." She approached and patted the little girl's head. Quickly stand up. You were very brave. Your parents will be here soon. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. The boy beside her spoke up. Sister, I want to ask you something. Ruoshu agreed. Go ahead, he asked. Do you have a boyfriend? She blushed, flustered. The girl protested. The ice goddess doesn't have a boyfriend. She only has the sword. Ruoshu quickly turned away. Children shouldn't be so nosy. As she left, the boy waved and shouted, Goddess, you have to get a boyfriend. Swordsmanship can't bring a woman happiness. The girl scolded, Don't talk nonsense. Swordsmanship is better than men. She pinched the boy's arm, making him cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Ruokzu thought to herself, Swordsmanship. Master, since you took Lan Yu, they must have entered the desert. I must quickly find the place where the ancient demon army sleeps and then go to the capital of Ran to meet Master. I hope my fellow disciples take good care of him. Cut to Ye Yang's group's tent, where Yan Yu is shouting outside. You've got to be kidding me. She's utterly shocked. No way. Sushu actually succeeded. Lam Yu turns away, muttering that she wondered what Master and Sushu were doing when they left the caravan. Lele adds that she wonders what Sushu will ask of Master, recalling what happened in the ancient city of Lulan. Susu kissed her master. Could it be? Yan Yu cries out, saying she has to find them. Meanwhile, Lele muses that their master keeps his promises, and he probably won't refuse Susu's request, meaning she can't stop them. Nyan Yu was now burning with fury, saying if she couldn't stop them, she'd join them. Lele and Lan Yu were speechless at her bizarre idea. The scene shifts to the towering Huangvu Mountain, where a solitary tomb stands alone. Tuthu clasps her hands and says, Master, thank you for coming with me to see my grandfather. Ye Yang replied, This is what I promised you. Anything you want for an hour. You passed the exam, after all. You've been studying and not sleeping these past few days. She softly said, I had to pass because only then could I bring you to see my grandfather. He smiled and said, Silly girl. Susu bows, remembering her grandfather's words. If you're going to marry, bring him to me so I won't worry about my foolish girl being alone in this chaotic world. Ye Yang reassured Sushu's grandfather that he would protect this silly girl. Sushu, her tears wiped away, said, Master, Grandpa loves me more than anyone in the world. He always tells me I must be a good wife, one who makes her master feel like an immortal, diligently cooking for him myself. Just then, a large bird suddenly flew in and landed on a tree, rustling the leaves. The large hawk cried out, and Sushu exclaimed, It's Grandpa Hawk. She happily sang, Grandpa Hawk is here too. Yo-Yang looked at the bird curiously, and Sushu explained, That's right. Eagle Grandpa led me to the great desert, helped me bury my deceased grandpa, and saved me. Every time I came to pay respects, Eagle Grandpa would fly over, and I would tell him about my recent situation. Stepping forward, Sushu said, Grandpa Eagle, this is my future husband. I brought him to visit you. As the eagle cooed, Ye Yang marveled at the bird's spiritual nature. The great eagle seems angry, hooting, and she says awkwardly, Master isn't weak, he can protect me like you did. Ye Yang is speechless, thinking, I didn't know Sushu could speak bird. The eagle flapped its wings and cried out, but Sushu quickly interjected, No, my master won't go and get some great desert warrior certificate. Even if you don't approve of our marriage, I'm still going to marry him. Yang asked about the certificate belonging to the Fire Tribe, one of the 4 great nomadic tribes, and then continued. Lan Yu said that the apocalypse required their submission, and if they encountered the Fire Tribe, he would try his luck. The giant eagle flaps its wings and flies away, leaving behind 3 goo sounds. Sushu is troubled. The eagle says, though weak, he has great courage. The scene shifts to a vast mountainous region swept by icy winds. A group of tall, sturdy people are setting up camp, laughing and milling about outside. A large bearded man says that normally outsiders can't participate in their tribe's warrior trials because they're too dangerous, and a scholar like him shouldn't risk it. But since he was recommended by the Great Rock, protector of the southern desert, they'll make an exception. Surprised, Sushu learns his eagle grandfather is a sacred beast, and Ye Yang asks if the first of 3 trials is climbing the snowy mountain. A member of the Fire Tribe replies that the first trial is to gather frost starstones from the mountain's peak. Everyone's already started. I advise you not to act rashly and see how our warriors do it first. This snow mountain is extremely dangerous, with treacherous terrain, bone-chilling cold, and ferocious snow monsters. The voice continued, explaining that after overcoming countless difficulties to reach the summit and pluck the frost starstone from the harsh landscape, a stone harder than diamond, It would take days and nights to succeed. He finished by asking Ye Yang if he understood the danger of the first trial. The man worried, advising him to give up and not throw his life away for an impossible goal, but Ye Yang ignored him and suddenly raised his fist. He mercilessly punches the ice mountain where the other examinees are competing. In the blink of an eye, the summit is shattered into pieces, and rocks rain down. The top of the mountain quickly broke apart and fell, leaving the man in stunned disbelief as the other examinees scrambled to escape the collapsing peak. Ye Yang then lifted the mountain and asked if the tons of frozen starstones within were enough, and if not, he could gather more from the surrounding peaks. Hearing this, he frantically waved his hands. No, 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 no more. Please be happy. Master is so cool. The other candidates weakly lamented, this scholar is terrifying. Even the most fortified city couldn't withstand one of his blows. As expected of the man the holy beast introduced, one punch can level a mountain. Now, Ye Yang calmly asks what other trials await, eager to return to his disciples. Now gathered before a large lake, someone complains that they were told not to kill the king beast, only the smaller ones, after it was all over. A colossal beast lies butchered, and Ye Yang waves it off, leaving the others in stunned disbelief. Before their fearful gazes, he simply said, "That'll do." Now, Ye Yang approached the lake and gently raised his foot. He decisively stomped his foot, cracking the ground, and a massive column of water erupted from the lake. Atop the water column, a boat is lifted, and Ye Yang asks if the tribe's lost treasure is on board, completing the final test. Tathu asks if her master has earned the title of Great Desert Warrior, as her grandfather wished, but the Fire Tribe exchange uneasy glances. The crowd knelt towards the lake, paying respects to the Fire King, surprising the two. Ye Yang then said, "Enough with the heroics. I have no interest in being some Fire King." The man quickly said, "According to the rules of our Fire Tribe, a record-breaking warrior becomes the Fire King." Ye Yang replied, "Forget the Fire King title, but there is something I'll need the Fire Tribe's help with. You can also ask me for a favor." The man exclaimed that the Fire Tribe would do anything for him. As he left, Ye Yang said that they were only doing business and he would tell them what he needed later. The people respectfully saw him off. The man pondered. The Great Rock introduced someone whose strength was indeed at the saint level. The Fire Tribe's connection to such a saint was all thanks to the Great Rock's favor. They worried that the Great Rock was too old. Its countless clones used to protect the desert were gradually disappearing, and it was growing weaker. Soon, it would lose its fighting power, and who would protect this desert then? The people wondered if this young man would be the Great Peng's successor, and they said, "Let's go. We'll return to the tribe first." At the same time, smoke billowed from the Fire Tribe village. A group of soldiers suddenly appeared, slaughtering the people who cried out in terror, "Help! Run!" No resistance. An injured man shouted, "The Great Rock protects humanity and is the faith of the desert. You, soldiers of the Burning Kingdom, serve demons, betraying your nation and the royal family." Without hesitation, he decapitates the messenger from the Fire Tribe. The soldiers descend upon the villagers, swords raised, and cry out, "Kill!" Amidst the carnage, one man, witnessing his loved one's fall, desperately tried to escape, igniting a smoke signal in a desperate plea for help. The leader laughed. "Excellent. That's exactly what we want, for you to call for help, capture the Fire Tribe." He waved his hand, gathering his forces, and shouted, "Everyone, assemble!" The red-haired man and his group saw the smoke rising from where Ye Yang was and cried out in alarm, "We're done for!" He added angrily, "Now that the Great Peng is weakened, those traitors in the Burning Kingdom's army have begun colluding with demons, seeking to eliminate any human resistance." The group rushes towards the village, shouting to go all out, vowing to avenge the village even if it's destroyed. Meanwhile, the soldiers continue their slaughter, as a woman and her child cry out in terror, begging for their lives. The soldier raised his bloodied sword to her, terrifying her. "Help me," she cried. The soldier swung his sword, declaring, "Humans who resist demons will only find death." Suddenly, something flew in from afar, startling him. Filled with rage, Ye Yang rushed forward and killed him with a single blow. Seeing his comrade killed, the soldier cried out, "Who dares?" Ye Yang, without a word, unleashed a golden energy blast. Before the soldiers could react, the attack sliced through them, and in an instant, both man and sword were cut in two. Ye Yang coldly replies, "Who allowed you to act in Huobu?" The soldiers behind him ask, "Outlander, do you know the consequences of killing Penguin soldiers?" Before he could finish, he was struck again, and the soldiers cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as their commander appeared. Witnessing this, he spoke up, "Young man, calm down. I know you're strong, but you can't fight an army alone. We came prepared, so don't rush to kill. We can both win. Whatever you want, I can make it happen. I can even give you the power of the ancient demons." With that, Ye Yang suddenly strikes him down in one blow, killing him instantly. Enraged, he says, "You talk too much." The soldiers are shocked. Then, Ye Yang told the remaining soldiers, "My disciple received news from Dapeng that you're colluding with demons. The massacre of the Fire Tribe wasn't my concern, but they had a deal with me." His eyes turned cold, declaring that anyone who interferes with his deals must die. Undeterred, the soldiers charged, believing that even the strongest warrior can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Ye Yang stood motionless as they charged, shouting their war cries, then unleashed a single punch, sending them flying dozens of meters. The punch's terrifying power instantly turned the soldiers to dust, and the force of it leveled the land. Seeing this, the rest scattered, screaming, "Monster! A monster who kills 500 with one punch! Run!" But Ye Yang had no intention of letting them escape. With a single blow, he obliterated them all. The Fire Tribe people were astonished. Our God, this foreign hero single-handedly defeated an army. Suddenly, Su Shu appeared, saying, "Master, am I late?" Ye Yang replies that this is over for now, as the tribe leaders' group rushes over, shouting that someone has saved them and pointing at him. Upon arriving, the people prostrated themselves in gratitude, vowing to remember their hero forever and obey any command. But suddenly, Ye Yang took to the sky, declaring that he was only ensuring the safety of their domain. He tells Su Shu that the apocalypse is near, and the kingdom of Iran is out of control. Every generation of the Limitless sect has taken the king of Iran as a nominal disciple. The current king is considered half a disciple of mine, since he was a disciple of the old sect leader. As the Flame Country military cleans up the surrendered demons, it's also considered a matter for our Limitless sect. Su Shu asks Ye Yang, "Master, what should we do next?" He tells him to follow him. Cut to Eagle Mountain, where the divine beast Garuda is chained by 3 figures. It clings to the rocks, desperate not to be dragged away, but the pain becomes too much and it cries out. The 3 great holy knights of Nian Kwok stand on the cliff, asking Dai Bang if he knows his crimes, colluding with demons and betraying the friendship between the people of Van Nam and himself. Bateni says that before the Western General of the Burning Kingdom, Mushatu, and the Holy Knight Vongthan Lam, he should bow his head and admit his guilt. Mutatu also says not to think he can be forgiven by escaping back to Ungsan. Suddenly Fanshu appears, gripping the chain tightly, spewing blood, declaring that the Great Pung protects the great desert of Bawanan and always eliminates demons. He yanks the chain, scolding, saying they can't fight anymore, that they're just a bunch of failures who consort with demons, adding to his crimes, and that they don't dare seek out his true form, only bullying his avatar. Seeing this, Laktu asked who he was, and Fan Thu, struggling to hold the chain, replied that he was a demon-exorcising monk who came because of the stench of demons on them, and that he wouldn't let them harm the holy Pung. Immediately, Luosi yanked the chain back and cursed, and the two clashed, exchanging blows. Their fists collided, unleashing a blinding surge of power, and the area exploded. Lozi scoffs, saying, "So you're the Fanshu monk who lost his original heavenly book? You think you're still a master of the heavenly rankings, meddling in things that don't concern you?" Then, Fanshu throws out a book, but it's not the heavenly book. He then hurled the book towards him, casting the forbidden spell, "Scripture Vault, Exterminate Evil Sword." The book instantly transformed into a massive sword aimed at Rakshasa. Facing imminent defeat, he unleashed his divine binding chains, declaring that mere mortals could never withstand the power bestowed upon them by the 3 taboos, and demanded submission. Immediately, Luosi's chains ensnared Fanzi's sword. In an instant, the sword shattered into hundreds of pages, and then Luosi cried out, "Demonic awakening!" Dozens of chains shot out, binding Fanzi, causing him to cough up blood and cry out in pain as he was hurled to the ground by Lore, his health bar plummeting, forcing him to exclaim, "Damn it!" Then, that Luosi unleashed the ultimate chain of heaven and earth to attack Fanzi, but suddenly all the chains were severed. Immediately, Ye Yang appeared before Fanzi, saying, "Monk, long time no see. Who knew General Nianguo would be here, slaying demons?" Hearing this, Fanzi frantically reminded Ye Yang, "Sect leader Ye, don't believe their lies. They've already joined the demons." He calmly replied, "Don't rush. You 3 listen carefully. My disciple needs practice, and you need to cooperate. Let's think of it as a little game." Then, Ye Yang raised a finger and twirled it. He created a barrier around the mountain, declaring that they couldn't leave it. This enraged them, and they shouted, "Are you crazy? We're in front of Commander Mercer's 100,000-strong army. How dare you cause trouble?" Taz laughed, saying, "Young man, this desert is my territory, so I make the rules. You can't just draw a line in the sand for me." Ye Yang sincerely advised, "I suggest you don't challenge the rules." Tatu ignored him and ordered the Dakengi to proceed, so he did, while Meng Thien gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, stop him if you can." Bottega laughs as he charges toward the barrier, but the moment he crosses it, a flash of light severs his arm and leg, sending him screaming in agony. Loach watches in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Witnessing this, Mursa uses his ancient demonic magic to heal Tukni, then shouts an order. "Fall back. This formation is powerful. Until it's broken, we can't just charge in." The injured man clutched his arm in agony, howling in pain. In mere seconds, his limbs regenerate. He's been saved thanks to the power of ancient magic. Badatni glares at Ye Yang and curses him. "You bastard!" He then jumped back to his comrades, and Fanshu exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, sect leader Ye's casually drawn circle is so powerful." Meanwhile, Sushu clung to her eagle grandpa, declaring she could protect him now. Ye Yang continued, explaining the rules of his disciples' special training game. "The three of you will be my disciple Sushu's training dummies, entering the circle to accept your challenge. If you can defeat my disciple, you three traitors who abandoned humanity for demons, you'll have a chance to live. The total time is 2 incense sticks. The circle will shrink by a quarter, so pay attention, Sushu. Do you remember the rules?" Sushu, still tearfully embracing her grandfather, replies, "I remember. In the first incense stick, I can only defend, and in the second, I can counterattack." Hearing these rules, they felt insulted, and the enraged Tagni said, "Only defend? He looks down on us, the 3 great holy knights." Latz, however, remained silent. Tazi reminded her that her master was a grand formation master, so this kid was definitely not simple, but they should kill her quickly while she was still in the defensive phase. As he spoke, Sushu unexpectedly cast a spell, stacking infinite defense. Seeing this, the 3 Teague unleashed their energy and summoned the Holy Master armor. He then launched an attack towards Sushu, who retaliated with a concentrated strike against Taini. He was shocked to see his Holy Master's sword vanish. He'd have to fight carefully. Witnessing this, Ye Yang was speechless. Sushu had mindlessly stacked over 50 types of defensive magic on himself. He's really abusing his immense mental power. How could anyone possibly hurt him? Meanwhile, Sushu is still deep in thought, thinking it's not safe enough. Let's see. Light shield, shadow wall, fire immunity, resistance to wind. Did I forget a space trap? Never mind, let's add it again. Being a mage is such a pain. At that moment, the 3 darks raised their swords, planning a sneak attack. "While you're distracted, I'll send you on your way with Thunderclap Star Shatter." He then slammed into Sushu's defensive circle, a foolish move that left her speechless. He was doomed, having triggered a chain reaction of magic. Then, Sushu unleashed a barrage of spells, pouring all her power into her defensive circle. Seeing this, Batengia panicked, and as he charged forward, a massive explosion erupted. The remaining 2 were stunned by the sight, and the 3 charred bodies of the knights fell to the ground. His entire body was reduced to dust, leaving only his armor behind. Even the eagle grandfather and Fanshu were horrified, as the lance instantly evaporated from the intense heat. Susu had no talent for cultivation, yet Ye Yang taught her to be this powerful. Seeing the Dakengi's foolish actions, Ye Yang could only facepalm in embarrassment for the idiot. He directly entered Sushu's absolute defense space and initiated an attack, a suicidal move. Sushu, bored, said from above, "Hey, you 2 big guys over there, don't just stand there. Keep attacking me." She urged them on. "Master won't let me attack right now, so hurry up and hit me so I can get this over with. I have rune class tonight." Seeing her provocation, Loktu's face darkened as he cursed, "You wretched thing, you're pushing your luck." Musates stepped forward, urging calm, "Don't fall for her taunts. Wait for the right moment." He resolved, "I'll awaken the demon heart within her first. Then, we'll obliterate her and every living thing within 100 yards. Mutasi thought to himself, "I must awaken the heart of the devil as quickly as possible." Seeing their silence, Fanshu wondered, are these 2 great generals scared witless by Sushu? No, they must have some kind of trump card. Growing impatient with their slowness, Ye Yang orders his disciples to attack directly, and Sushu immediately obeys. Seeing this, Tatsi ordered, "Full alert, prepare for battle." Lorsi immediately obeyed. Then, Sushu summoned fire elementals to attack them. Seeing this, Luosi angrily says, "Is she trying to humiliate us by summoning such a low-level fire spirit?" Sasi agrees. "Its energy response is very low. It seems she's only good at defense, but we can't let our guard down." Seeing their low hit rate, Sushu tells them to rely on themselves, then adds fuel to the fire elemental. It instantly became more powerful than ever before, then unleashed a mighty roar. Seeing this, Fanshu panicked, saying it was like a volcano about to erupt. She blessed Luozi and quickly ordered, "Go, make this a quick victory." Luozi instantly powers up and charges towards the fire being, both of them hurtling towards each other with immense power. But suddenly, the fire being grabbed Loth's leg, then gave a sinister smile, causing Loths to pause and look down in confusion. Then, another explosion erupts, shaking the entire area and shattering the earth. Witnessing this, Satsu panics and cries out Geth's name. The explosion left a gaping crater in the earth, shocking both the Eagle Grandfather and Fanshu. Ye-Yang helplessly covers his face, saying that the magic lies in precise control. But this kid, Su Shu, always relies on his inexhaustible energy to blow everything up, giving everyone a headache. In the end, only a very annoyed Sasi remains. With a great cry, he unleashed the ancient spell, Massacre Wing of Life, sprouting wings from his back. Seeing this, Su Shu shouted, "Hey, you over there, the fight's still going on, stop posing." Sats calmly brushed his hand, saying, "Petty tricks." The fire people were blown away and instantly exploded. He smugly declared, "In my demon dance state, I am the master of this desert. I can easily stop this." Hearing this, Su Shu chuckled, telling him to hang in there, as there were too many for him to handle easily. She then summoned tens of thousands of fire people who swarmed to attack Saz. Their numbers are overwhelming, and he can't handle them all. Suddenly, fire people are clinging to his limbs. The horde swarmed Tatsuji, engulfing him like an erupting volcano, until a blinding light flashed. Finally, a massive explosion rocked the entire area, and Musaz instantly shattered into pieces. Fanshu was stunned, but the three great saints of the kingdom were wiped out just like that. Sushu asked her master if her special training was a success. Ye-Yang says it's a failure, hoping she'd use her head in battle, but she retorts that they must have been too weak. Fanthu says she didn't force her to use her head, adding that an army of 10,000 became their training dummies, yet they still call others weak. What a twisted pair. Ye-Yang jumped down, saying that the new monk was unusual, disliking beautiful women and instead liking abusive stepfathers, which made Fanshu shout, "Only stepfathers give a sense of conquest. Only stupid men like you would want beautiful women to do that all day long." Meanwhile, Sushu watched, feeling helpless. Here they go again. Another wasted day. I'm going to see Grandpa Yang. Fanshu suddenly turned serious and said, "Stop. Let's talk business. I've come to the Great Desert to stop the ancient demons from resurrecting, especially their ruler who threatens the safety of the world. This time, the heavenly ranking will likely have many experts fighting the ancient demons, and who knows, you might even see heavenly ranking experts on your level." Ye-Yang then asked foolishly, "Will the publisher of Bewitching Nymph be there? He seems to be a heavenly ranking expert, and I've been wanting to meet him for a while." Hearing this, Fanshu grew angry. "Is this your focus right now?" He turned his back and replied, "I'm not saying anything more. I still have to go to Ning country." Fanshu frowned. Ning country is the front line against the ancient demon army. I've heard that recently the situation in Ning country has been changing rapidly. I hope nothing happens to this nation. Ye-Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Ning Kingdom belongs to the Limitless Sect. No one can touch it. Anyone who wants to cause trouble will pay the price. Let's say goodbye here. Sushu, let's go." Sushu hugged the giant rock and said, "Grandpa Eagle, I have to go now." "What? Telling me to quickly marry my master?" "I want that too. I've signed up for so much. The taste of instant womanhood and even wooden boyfriends are rebelling. The king won't attend court anymore, but I'll definitely win over my master." Hearing this, both Fanshu and Ye-Yang were speechless. Then she added, "What? Consummate the marriage immediately in that cave? You can even help me give birth to master. I just need to moan a little." This isn't bad, the other two thought, horrified. Ye-Yang immediately urged her to leave, but Sushu lingered, saying she still wanted to win her master over with her own strength. "Grandpa, please support me. I'll bring you good news soon, that I've transformed from a maiden into a woman." Cut to a rocky hillside where a figure stands atop one of the peaks. A girl in the foreground senses someone behind her and speaks. "Lament, long time no see. Master took Sushu for special training, so you've come at a bad time." Fang Xing cheerfully replied, "Junior brother will be mine sooner or later. I'm very confident. I'm here for you this time." She continued, "Miss Lan, you're the smartest woman in the entire Tu Nguyen kingdom. You should be ruling a country, not managing the finances of a small sect. What a waste of time." Lan Yu replied bluntly, "Oh, so you want me to go into demonization like last time when we were trading in the far north and rule the Bakhong kingdom with you? I refuse." Hearing this, Fang Xing pouted and smugly said, I didn't make you become a demon. You were always going to become one. Ye Yang comforted you, saying the demonic marks on your hand were caused by your overwhelming power, but you didn't believe him. We see a terrifying vision of Lan Yu consumed by darkness and surrounded by weapons. Fang Xing seizes the moment, saying, I don't know your origins, but half of your blood is from the strongest demon lineage I've ever encountered. Sooner or later, you'll abandon your humanity and become a demon, and the world will see you as a monster with nowhere to turn. It doesn't matter. Even if the whole world sees me as a monster, it's enough that my master acknowledges me. Fang Xing retorted, Ye Yang will naturally protect you, but can you bear to see him become the enemy of the world to protect his demonic disciple? Lan Yu frowned, speechless. Lam Vu remained silent as Fang Xing continued with a somewhat arrogant tone. I know why you desperately earn money. You've known since childhood that one day you'll become a demon, a monster. You must earn enough money before that happens so your fellow disciples can live safely in this chaotic world. It then cuts to a flashback of a young Lam Vu innocently telling her master, Master, I'll figure out the money issue. I definitely won't let everyone go hungry. Fang Xing continued, ignoring Lan Yu's darkening expression, saying that now that Diep Duong was protecting them, she could leave, as her existence would threaten their safety in the future. As she finished speaking, Fang Xing's pale hand brushed across Lan Yu's shoulder, causing her to blush slightly. Fang Xing said, Work with me. Fang Xing then slowly lifted Lan Yu's chin from behind, giving her a strange and somewhat unsettling feeling. Help me become a god first, then you can become a god, and then we'll both marry Diep Duong and serve him together. Lam Vu, upon hearing this, jumped back, her hands now creating a glowing orb, and shouted, Shut up! Then she hurled a ball of light toward Fang Xing, and as the light flew, she angrily shouted, Fang Xing, don't waste your time trying to seduce me. I don't want to be any queen or god. In this life, I only want to be my master's concubine. Seeing the ball of light hurtling toward her, Fang Xing calmly dodged it and laughed with disdain. Lam Vu, you're smart. Your deadline is less than 3 years away. I suggest you plan ahead for Ye Yang. Lam Vu, standing high above, noticed Fang Xing's contemptuous look and retorted irritably. Fang Xing, you silly woman, worry about yourself first. If you don't consummate your relationship with my master within a year, that will be a real disaster. Suddenly, a small explosion came from the large rock behind him, and Lan Yu's annoyed voice rang out. My affairs are my own concern. As for the ancient demon army's revival, tell Diep Duong to be careful. The ancient demon lord is about to awaken, and it not only has the power to destroy the world, but it's also good at corrupting people's hearts. I hear that the entire Nakian Kwok court is already in its grasp. With that, she flew off, not forgetting to say, We, the Infinity Sect, will quell the chaos in Nian Kwok ourselves. You, an outsider, need not concern yourself. I'm off. Fuang Tin, atop the peak, casually replied with a hint of jest, Run fast, then, and say hello to my junior brother for me. Meanwhile, Lam Vu flew high above, a hint of sadness on her face as she thought, I still shouldn't tell Master about the demonic possession. Being so far away, I can't let him worry. Right now, resolving the chaos in Nian Kwok and stopping the ancient demon's calamity is what matters. Soon after, they finally arrived, and Lan Yu gently landed on the ground, while Ye Yang, who was eating fruit, asked as soon as he saw her, Lan Yu, where did you run off to? She replied, Master, I went on a business trip. Hearing Lam Vu's words, he popped a cherry into his mouth and quickly said, Oh, you're back, then let's go. Then he stood up and gave orders to the others there. Our target is the capital of Nian Kwok. Pacifying Nian Kwok is also a test for you all. They replied, Thank you. Not long after, at the Great Yan Kingdom's imperial palace, Bayan appeared, slightly raising her head to look around and saying, It's been 3 days since I returned to the capital, and Father still refuses to see me. Is it because I failed to meet the leader of the Limitless Sect? Father is displeased that I failed to fulfill his wish. The other person turned and replied, No. The king is simply busy with state affairs, especially with the recent surge in demon activity. Besides, you brought back the token of the Limitless Sect. Bat Yan suddenly grabs the sharp object and asks, This? The man is left speechless. Suddenly, all three bowed to someone, a eunuch who looked up and said, Summon Princess Ba Yan and the 2 envoys to the audience chamber. Ba Yan happily opened the door, only to be met with a scene of brutal slaughter. Father, I'm home. The 3 of them witnessed this scene, their eyes flashing with horror. Bat Yan, seeing her father murdered on his own throne, couldn't help but scream. "Father, the blue-robed man is dead against the wall, and the rest are no different." Witnessing this, she couldn't help but cry. Suddenly, a man in white appeared with ox head and horse face, and upon seeing her, the man in white announced, "Tak Tak Yan, you've returned." Seeing this, the bald man stepped forward, pulled Ba Yan behind him, and said, "Princess, step back. National Preceptor." So he was the National Preceptor, Bai Lun. He said sternly, "The traitorous King Toktakyun shielded the Great Peng, colluding with demons and betraying humanity. Having committed crimes against the heavens, he has now taken his own life to atone, and all those who protected the Great Rock have been brought to justice. Bayan, as the daughter of this sinful king, what do you have to say?" Hearing this, Bat Yan couldn't contain her anger and retorted, "You're clearly colluding with demons and betraying humanity, yet you're here turning black into white and talking nonsense." The man next to her angrily echoed, "You who have joined the demons are the criminals of human history. This Bakwan is becoming more terrifying." He coldly replies, "Humans will be destroyed sooner or later, and history will naturally be erased. You must learn to move with the times. They are not demons, but gods." He reveals that the uncle and the king both knew and accepted their roles, and that General Tutu has sided with the new king, beginning the slaughter of the resistance. Suddenly, the obese king appeared with 2 women in his arms, gleefully declaring that these demons were gods. The beautiful women chimed in, "Your Majesty is so right. It turns out he's the new king, Bathim, who believes only through servitude can they live without worry." The bald man raised his sword to protect Bat Yen, saying that the new king of Nianquak was drunk with power. The White Army arrogantly replied, "Bat Yen, kneel and accept your death. Now you're trapped in a divine net, and with 2 incredibly powerful divine guardians here, you have no chance of escape. So just obediently accept your death, and I'll spare your people." At that moment, a shining knife in her hand, she bravely declared, "I will protect Yan Nation." That Bat Yen shouted, "I will not acknowledge this new king." She's tense. Without the elders and the 4 great tribes' approval, the new king's reign is illegitimate. Bolin smirks. The Grand Sorcerer has made arrangements. They'll agree or die. And now, the first in line for the throne conveniently commits suicide. Hearing that, Thap Bat Yen's eyes darkened, and Bak Luan added, "Don't the 2 divine guards enjoy torturing women the most? This is a noble lady. Torturing her will be very pleasurable." Sonda gritted her teeth and cursed, "Bastard." Chow Dao grinned wickedly. "Princess, I'm here to serve you." Sonya focuses her power into the blade. "Let me enlighten you, demon." Then, Sonya leaps high and swings the blade with both hands. Thunderous lightning strike, but the moment the blade touched Tuju's body, it shattered. Shards pierced Sonya, and Tuju gloated, boasting that his body's strength was too much for a human. A golden body of invulnerability. I could crush you lesser beings without even moving. Then, it unleashes a sonic blast, sending Shanya flying backward. Tuaba Yan watched in horror as Shanya was thrown into the wall. "Shanya!" The hooded man stood in front of Ba Yan. "Don't come any closer." The demon didn't even acknowledge him. Human women, they always excite me. Tuaba Yan trembled with fear. "I'm not afraid of you. I have a supreme treasure crafted by the Wuji sect leader himself." Balin was surprised to hear her say that, followed by a mocking laugh. "The limitless sect has really fallen," he sneered. "To use this against the Tuoba family. This woman is cheap," the horsehead muttered. Tuoba Yan gritted her teeth. "Horsehead, you look down on me? Then use your broken knife to cut through my indestructible golden body. I absolutely won't dodge." A surge of spiritual energy envelops Thakbat Yen's sword arm as terrified but resolute. She steels herself and unleashes a mighty strike towards the demon leader. The horsehead's body was instantly sliced in 2. "My golden body!" Those nearby suffered the same fate, as Tuoba Yan's strike cut through the entire building. In the ancient void, a furious roar echoes, "How could this be?" The crimson-clad demon stares intently at the sphere, aghast that Tuoba Yan has shattered the inescapable net he laid. The red-robed figure, the first demon lord, unleashes his power and schemes. But no matter the source of her strength, I'll leave her with nowhere to run, activating the secret weapon hidden in the Imperial Palace. The ground is now a chaotic mess, as the orange sphere containing the 3 floats in the air. Shan uses a space-shifting talisman to envelop the 3 of them, relying on a meat cleaver once again. At this point, the 3 are still looking at the weapon in disbelief, unable to accept that it's just a cleaver. Dark energy gathers around the first demon, summoning the giants of a fallen kingdom, and colossal figures rise from the earth. Yan frowns warily as three colossal destroyers of nations loom below. She raises the cleaver high, defiantly taunting them to come. With one final strike, she cleaves through the three giants, splitting not only them, but the very earth itself. He exclaimed in disbelief, how could Yan have a divine weapon to fight the giants? Yan was also confused by the scythe's power. Who dares to come closer? I'll use this god-slaying blade to cut you into a million pieces. Chun thought to herself, the princess knows how to intimidate people now. Ling Ruoxue had said that this pain can only be used twice. The figures of the three Tabayan gradually blurred, this time serving as a warning to those traitors who betrayed humanity and demons. We can return at any time, and the soldiers below, terrified, kneel and beg for mercy, while Tabayan remains unconscious on the ground. The two girls who accompanied Bayan were annoyed, thinking he was useless and not worth risking their lives to teleport and save him. The first demon master was unwilling, as the supreme ruler in the great desert had spent nearly a century setting up the situation, and it absolutely couldn't be broken by a nobody. He was determined. No, I must return to the capital and control everything before the sovereign descends. Cut to the royal capital of Nan, where Ye Yang held a wanted poster of Bayan, muttering, I've met this girl before. Is she really worth this much? He indifferently throws away the wanted poster, realizing Wu and the others must be on their own missions. He must complete his task as well, but the climax of the story is too captivating to stop. Ye Yang approached the city gates, addressing the two guards without looking up from his book. I am Ye Yang, sect leader of the Limitless Sect, and I wish to see your emperor, Thakba Huyan. The guards exchanged doubtful glances. A few seconds later, the two turned and said, Follow us. They stopped at the Ren Kingdom's prison. The prison door slammed shut, and Ye Yang was surprised. Hey, why aren't we going any further? Are we here already? The guard coldly replied. You're here, along with the rest of the royal family's remnants, obediently wait in Tianlao prison to be punished. Behind Ye Yang, a large figure appears. Bookworm, whatever your reason for being here, understand this. I'm the boss here. Ye Yang calmly replies, Whoever you are, don't bother me while I'm reading. We can talk when I'm done. The burly team stands before Ye Yang, arrogantly declaring that new recruits must take a beating. But Amu chimes in, saying he's too weak and might die, and they still need him for accounting. The vulgar man, full of momentum and self-satisfied, sneered, Bookworm, I advise you not to dodge. My shattering mountain fist never misses. It'll be quick, a little pain, 3 broken ribs, and it's over. He took a few steps before Ye Yang tripped him. He falls flat on his face, while Ye Yang continues reading, nonchalantly dusting off his shoe, saying his leg was asleep and he needed to stretch. Xiao Yi and Amu are bewildered by the scene before them. Amu raises an eyebrow, wondering what's going on, while Xiao Yi, face flushed, explains that the bookworm suddenly stuck his foot out. Scholars truly use their wits to overcome brute force. He's so cunning. I love it. Enraged by Diep Duong, they charge toward him, shouting, before absolute power. Your petty cleverness is worthless. Let me show you that fists are the only truth in this prison. They roared, promising to beat him until he understood, and charged at Ye Yang. He calmly flips through the pages of his book, kicking them away with one foot as Amu and Xiao Yi watch in stunned disbelief. They were kicked against the wall, leaving a clear mark. Ye Yang calmly turned and asked, Who's in charge here? I want to talk to him. The others behind him were startled and fearful. They hesitantly pointed at Amu, shouting, Him! Amu looked bewildered, and Ye Yang smiled, satisfied. According to prison rules, whoever defeats the boss becomes the new boss, right? Hearing this, Amu's face darkened with rage, his body clenched, and he stomped his feet. You little punk. The most they can be are martial arts masters, but I'm a soldier who's survived countless battles. Between us, one of us is going down. Ye Yang had been standing right in front of Amu, but suddenly vanished, causing Amu to gloat. Yo, he's gone, ha ha ha. He ran away. Indeed, no one can stand before a true warrior. The men behind him suddenly pointed up in fear. Amu turned his head, curious. What was it? It was then that he realized Ye Yang was standing right above him, and he froze in confusion. Ye Yang, never once looking up from his book, declared that the leader of this prison has changed, then stomped on Amu's back, using his other foot to pin his head, throwing him off balance. Immediately, Amu fell hard, his face crushed beneath Ye Yang's foot. Ye Yang sat comfortably on Amu's back, asking if he agreed. Amu weakly replied from the ground, I agree. I yield. I'm no match for you. From today on, he is our leader. Everyone pay your respects to the new boss. No, we only have one boss. Ye Yang coldly looked at them. You all seem very united. None of you are willing to submit to the demons. Was Nian Guo the soldier imprisoned here? Do something for me and I'll return his position and give you all a great reward. Inside the prison, Amu excitedly says, New boss, just say the word, and Amu will do it. Ye Yang coldly replied, unhurried, Let's talk after we eat and drink. Tell me, why won't you submit to the demons? Amu angrily responded, The three great banners are dead. I know that only by submitting can I survive, but no matter how strong the demons are, I will never submit. The servant, massaging his legs, was indignant, saying that even if they lacked the strength, people should still resist. The servant frowned uncomfortably, saying that the signal of humanity is to forever resist the darkness, but they, as mere soldiers, were useless. Then even if it cost them their lives, they must tell the humans beyond the desert that the human race has never given up resisting. With such backbone, you're clearly not truly loyal to this temporary leader. Amok, a soldier like you, can handle this mission. This is for you. Amu takes it and examines it closely, his eyes widening in surprise. He stares at the token in his hand, utterly astonished. A general's command, a command for the living, a command against the dead. After Tam Dai Kai surrendered to the demons, these soldiers of Nien Kwok hated them to the bone, shaming these three. Suddenly, they knelt and kowtowed to Diep Duong. We once swore, whoever can avenge Nien Kwok, by killing them. We pledge our loyalty forever. He coughed a few times. I didn't kill them. It was my disciple, Tuthu, during special training. Amok burst into tears. We pledge our loyalty for generations to come to you, our benefactor and master. Ye Yang coldly turned away, saying there was no need for such formality, as he'd been up all night reading and was incredibly sleepy. He went to the bed and lay down, saying he'd sleep for a bit and talk later. Meanwhile, they were in an uproar, realizing their benefactor had helped the three wonders, and that's why he was imprisoned here. No matter what, they had to protect him. The innkeeper was told to take good care of him, and he hesitantly agreed, as the prison suddenly began to shake violently. The third demon master is grotesquely large, escorted by a guard, surrounded by human food. He's pleased, declaring humans the most delicious food, promising power like the three great wonders to those he empowers after his feast. The guard looked menacingly at the prisoners, saying, Enjoy, great demon. I'm especially hungry tonight, so devour everyone in this prison. The guard complied, and as the demon emissary opened his mouth, dark energy poured out, transforming into long, winding tentacles that snaked through the prison doors, seizing everyone inside. The demon uses his dark energy to constrict them. They cry out in pain, and their bodies slowly vanish without a trace. Amu shouts, ordering the second in command to hide the benefactor and unfinished secret passage, while the others assist. They quickly took Diet Duong down to the secret passage as instructed, while Amok and the remaining disciples stood in front to block the demon. The demon lord approached and ferociously kicked away the prison bars between them. He looks hungry, saying soldiers with the most blood and energy are the tastiest, wondering what delicious treats they're hiding. Amu, undaunted, stands before him, raising a fist, telling the monster to try eating him first if he dares. As he spoke, dark energy surrounded Amuk, ready to consume him. But then, a sudden burst of light erupted, scattering the demon emissary's dark power. Amu was stunned. The dark energy from moments ago had vanished. He turned to see Diet Duong, who had just blocked the surprise attack. His savior, his energy, had returned. Amu, indignant, exclaimed that Tam Dai Kai was seducing people to betray them. Diet Duong approached the demon, asking if he was the one behind Dai Bang's capture. The demon sneers, You must want the ancient demon's power too, right? To resist my demonic corruption? You could be a better human war slave than the three great disciplines. But Demi just silently plucks a blade of grass from his shoulder. He used it to slice through the demon emissary's body, who was still rambling on about kneeling and swearing allegiance to the ancient demon, betraying humanity. I'll make you even stronger, he said, before noticing something was wrong and asking, What did you just buy? Dongyang calmly replies that the answer will be revealed soon, and as he speaks, the demon emissary's face is sliced into 4 pieces, causing him to collapse to the ground before the horrified onlookers. The onlookers were stunned by the scene before them, and the guard who had been walking beside the demon envoy immediately knelt down, begging, Hero, spare me! I was forced by the demons. Before he could finish, a long, sharp object flew toward him, piercing his helmet and sending him flying. His body slammed into the wall, cracking and shattering it. He looked utterly defeated, devoid of life. Turning, Diet Duong declared, You are free. But the waiter sighed. It's no use. The new king of the human kingdom has surrendered to the demons. The desert is no longer our sanctuary. Simple, then we'll just replace the king, Diet Duong said, pointing at the guard. A mid-level undead was summoned, his body moving again, his facial structure changing. He suddenly slams the wall and dashes off, appearing before Diet Duong in an instant. His appearance completely changed. He had become a skull warrior. Duong makes a request. If you do one thing for me, I'll not only give you back your leadership position, but also a great gift. A promise is a promise. Leading the skull warrior to the imperial palace of Ren marks the completion of the mission. The rest is up to him. He will cleanse the great Ren imperial palace with blood. The murderous emperor. Amok is confident and decisive. Understood. The two now stand before the gates of the Neon Kingdom, and Amuk declares, "We're here. The fate of the great desert rests here. I'm counting on you." The skull warrior's arm transforms into a sharp blade, ready for battle. At the city gates, a crowd stirs, voices rising in a chaotic din. A soldier asks, "Did you hear that strange sound?" Another replies, "The imperial palace is under the protection of the divine envoy. Anyone who approaches is killed." The Han soldier, looking ahead at the dust cloud, says that the lowly Thach Bayen doesn't have the guts to come, so they can rest assured. But as he speaks, a strange figure appears, scaring him out of his wits. The skeletal warrior emerged calmly from the black smoke. A terrified soldier stammered, "What is that?" Another hesitated. Is it a follower of the divine envoy?" It approached, and with one strike, cleaved the soldier in two, sending his comrade into a terrified frenzy. Before they could even finish their sentence, the skull warrior ended them with a single blow. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this, raised their weapons and shouted that a monster had invaded. A general stepped forward to block its path, arrogantly declaring that no matter what demonic entity it was, it wouldn't pass him into the imperial city. But the skeleton warrior silenced him with a swift blow. The remaining soldiers charged in a rage, yelling, "He's dying! Everyone attack! Use the magical formation the divine messenger taught us." They all thrust their spears into him, adding, "This skull can't withstand the impact. Let's scatter its soul." With that, they exerted even more force, lifting the skull warrior off the ground. Black energy emanated from it, and the soldiers exclaimed that the divine envoy's formation was indeed effective. Vanquishing myriad evils. It's just a small skull. We were too tense. Suddenly, a light flashed in the skull warrior's eyes, freezing the soldiers in place, their faces filled with shock. Then screams echoed, "No, please, help me," as blood splattered everywhere. The skeletal warrior annihilated the soldiers, piling them into a grotesque heap, and emitted a savage cry. Just then, the Forbidden Army arrived on horseback as the surviving soldiers fled, shouting, "It can't be killed! This monster can't be killed! Run!" The newcomers confidently declared that all the weapons in the engineering battalion were bestowed by the divine emissaries, specially designed to counter heretical demons, and that the skull would soon kneel and submit to the law. But the skull warrior ignored them, rushing forward, and in a flash it sped through the soldiers, sending them all to their graves. Having crushed the soldiers, Skull Warrior stepped out, blade in hand, leaving a trail of fallen men. Meanwhile, in the royal palace's main hall, Tobayan, with a beauty in his arms, asked, "What's all the commotion outside? Sounds like an army is losing." A girl raised her glass, saying, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the 3 divine emissaries are in the palace. Even if the heavens collapse, they will hold it up. No army can break through." He laughed. "You flatter me. Let us drink and celebrate the coming of our supreme ruler, who slumbers so that he may soon descend and unite the world." The sycophants below quickly chimed in. "Let us enjoy eternal prosperity." Eternal prosperity. Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior was steadily approaching a building. The 4th demon envoy scoffed, unable to contain his contempt. These humans are useless, an army routed by a single skull. The 5th demon envoy rushed out, vowing to tear that skull apart. He advanced, unleashing the great wheel slaying of the greater demon upon the skull soldier. The 4th demon emissary scoffed, displeased that the 5th was ending the fight with his ultimate move right away. As the 5th devil envoy rushed out, he was shocked to see it unleash its ultimate move. In an instant, he was defeated. The 4th devil envoy was astonished. One move from this little skull, and the 5th is done for. The 2nd demon asked if it was immune to physical attacks. The 4th demon, hearing this, unleashed his magic, declaring they'd seal it away and send it back to hell. He unleashed a barrage of dark magic upon the skeleton warrior. After a long series of attacks, the fourth demon couldn't help but feel satisfied, thinking, "It's over. I really made a mountain out of a molehill. It was just a low-level undead." The second demon couldn't help but shout a warning, "Be careful." But before the fourth demon could react, the skeletal warrior was already upon him, sword flashing. Caught off guard, I'm cleaved in two by a sudden attack. It lands gracefully while the fourth demon envoy explodes, meeting his end. The second demon emissary lamented that even they, elites among elites, couldn't stop a single blow from a low-level skeleton. "My lord, forgive me, but I must save myself." And with that, he turned tail and fled, leaving the skeleton warrior alone. It has now entered the building's outer perimeter, the skeletal warrior raising its sword and growling as if in amusement. At this moment, outside the Imperial Palace, winds are howling and leaves are swirling. The skeletal warrior leaps inside, terrifying the powerful officials and royalty. Terrified, Tuobayan cried out, "Divine messenger! Where is the divine messenger? Sisters, save me." The girl in pink coldly said, "Fat pig, it seems the divine messenger died for you. Even he was no match for it. You're on your own." The two girls tried to flee, shocking everyone, but the skeletal warrior unleashed two swift strikes. Instantly, both of them were sliced in two and killed, and it turned its gaze towards Tuobayan, sitting above. Terrified, the emperor sat frozen, calling for help. "Someone save me, save me." A powerful minister standing nearby spoke up. "Everyone stay still. The divine general's target is the new king, not us. If we don't move, we might live. Your Majesty, please sacrifice yourself." Thabek Vayem, terrified, stammered, "Great general, please don't kill me. If you spare me, the entire treasury of Nianquak is yours. Mountains of gold and silver, jewels beyond measure, countless servants." But the skull warrior continued to advance, and the king fell to his knees, begging, "Don't kill me, great general, have mercy. I know I was wrong to serve the demons, please give me another chance." Ignoring Tuobayan's pleas, it mercilessly struck him down, his head flying off in a spray of blood. Seeing this, the court officials quickly knelt and shouted, "The new king is dead. Great Merc cannot be without a ruler for a day. We are willing to support the divine general as our king." As soon as they said this, the skull warrior turned around and struck them down. Some of the people behind him were shocked. Wielding a blade in each hand, he moved through the crowd, beheading the power-hungry officials. Finally, the headless warrior departs, leaving behind a scene of desolation and death. Cut to another location, where towering buildings stand in eerie silence. Amidst the bisected demons and lingering scent of death, voices echo. After sealing the scene, Ye Yang calmly states, "It should be over on the other side too. Let's go." Xiaoer asks, "Go where?" He spoke. "To the Imperial Palace. The next ruler with the Yen clan bloodline is a daughter, and so are you. You will lead the Imperial Guards and protect her." Xiaoer was embarrassed. "Me? I don't have the power to protect her." Ye Yang simply snapped his fingers, and a pile of knives appeared on the ground. He said, "These are the first knives I made when I started refining." Yen's blades had no limits, but could only be used 3 times. These are limited, but can be used 999 times. The group took the blades and asked if they could really protect the princess. Ye Yang replies that it's no problem, adding that ordinary demons can be easily dealt with. He's teaching his disciples how to refine qi, and will provide power corresponding to the throwing knives, ensuring the long-term security of the Imperial Palace. Only then did the group decide to shout, "All right, we, the Knife Squad, will take over the Imperial Palace." Ye Yang led everyone out and said, "Let's go. The little skeletons have been cleared, let's take over the Imperial Palace." Cut to the Imperial Palace, where someone suddenly shouts that there's a pervert. Nam Dong-tuk is caught leering, and 2 passing girls scold him for his lewd gaze. The man ahead scolds, "Eighth, we're royal soldiers now. Stop staring at the palace maids' behinds." He scratches his head, laughing, and says to the second, "Second, I didn't know the palace maids were so hot. I'll be more careful." Suddenly a soldier rushes in, reporting that they've discovered a hidden demon emissary at Fengyang Pavilion. Nan Rongxu asks, "Fengyang Pavilion?" Hearing this, the second elder commanded, "Han is likely planning to ambush the princess on her return to the palace. We must intervene." At that moment, in Fengyang Pavilion, a figure soared through the air, laughing maniacally. The second demon envoy then laughed, saying, "That skull is already lost. What can you do even if you find me?" He unleashed a massive surge of energy, shouting, "Now, I will slaughter you all." The second elder arrives, scolding, "Fiend, don't even think about it." The infinite sect's blade is here. The second demon emissary ignores him, laughing as he enters his own energy circle. Nam Dong-tuk trembles, wondering if his blade will work on a divine messenger, as Han launches a barrage of demonic bullets from above, sneering that they're all just fodder. Seeing the energy orb hurtling towards him, he was terrified. Nam Dong-tuk swung his blade wildly, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Unexpectedly, just a few wild slashes shattered the orb into pieces, and the demon envoy was shocked as he was sliced apart. And with those strikes, he was cut to pieces. The second demon emissary, before dying, cried out, "I cannot die in peace." He exploded in the sky. Nam Dong-tuk grabbed the knife in awe. "Wow, this knife is insane." The girls who had scorned him now flocked to his side, saying, "A man of charm is a hero. Do you have a girlfriend? How annoying, I saw him first. Didn't you say his eyes were so vulgar?" Nearby soldiers jealously remark that the sect leader's blade even attracts women, while Nan Rongsu inwardly drools, thinking that the Emperor Master's gift is indeed a divine weapon, and that the Emperor Master is probably already meeting the princess in the flower garden. On the other side, the princess knelt and said, "The human country is at peace now, thanks to the sect master for eliminating the new king, avenging the Tuoba family, and having my 2 senior sisters rescue me. The Tuoba family will never forget your kindness," Ye Yang replied. "Rise. The Tuoba family has been loyal for years, so it's only right that Wuji helps you. Prepare yourself to ascend as the new queen of the Ren Empire." Tuoba Yan waved her hand, protesting, "Absolutely not. I'm truly not fit to rule the Ren Empire. There are more talented people better suited than me. I know nothing of politics." He turned and said, "But your heart in protecting the kingdom is stronger than anyone's." Lam Vu stood there calmly listening. "I have accepted you as a disciple, and I will have Lam Vu assist you for 3 months. You can ask her anything you don't know." Tuoba Yan hesitated, but the 2 beside her cried out, "Please, princess, accept the emperor's decree." She knelt. "Thank you for accepting me as a disciple." He replied, "Rise. The coronation is at hand. You and Lan Yu must go." Tuoba Yan was embarrassed, remembering how almost all the elders had rejected her, but Ye Yang simply said, "Go." Meanwhile, everyone else had gone to the council hall to attend the elders' meeting. As the 2 entered, the elders greeted them. "Greetings, Miss Lan." Lan Yu coldly replied, "Greet my junior disciple. Greet Tuoba Yan, your true master." Only then did the elders comply, greeting her as princess. Bayan wondered if they all knew Miss Lan, to which Lan Yu replied that she had paid them each a visit. "Those who obey me will be promoted, and those who defy me will lose everything if they value profit, and lose their reputation if they value honor." She asks in surprise, "Is it all over, Sister Lan?" Lan Yu replies, "No, there are still a few stubborn ones. Look, they're here." A voice announces the arrival of the esteemed scholar, Master Mo, a highly respected figure and an idol to all scholars in the Great Desert. He apologizes for the wait. Lam Wu notes that this man is suspicious, as he was the first to spread the rumor of the Great Desert colluding with demons, shocking Tuoba Yan, who wonders if he has already surrendered to the demons. Seeing a stranger, Tuk Mak wondered who he was and what gave him the right to sit at the council table. Ye Yang enters, announcing that he is the new General Zhenshi, and directly asks Jimo if he has a problem. Hearing this, Tuk Mak was shocked and furious, asking if it was really him. Lam Vu, sitting in his chair, coldly stated that before the new king's enthronement, the regent emperor's words were law and no one could question them. At the end of the table, someone spoke up, rallying behind the grand preceptor. Hearing this, Tuk Mak fell silent, no longer daring to act rashly. Ye Yang casually says, "Lam Vu, don't waste words on this old man. They're late and need to be punished. Guards, remove their seats." The soldiers rush in, yelling at the elders to move and carry away the chairs, infuriating Tuk Mak. Ye Yang began to speak his mind. "Everyone standing. Regarding the enthronement of Tuoba Yandeng, let's hear your opinions. Who agrees? Who opposes?" The old man hurriedly said, "This old one is the first to object." Jimo expressed his view. "Tuoba Yan is too young and has never shown any talent for governance. Furthermore, I have someone more suitable to be the king of Ren. For the sake of the Great Desert and Ren country, I cannot agree." Yang snaps his fingers, telling Ouyang to let Mr. Mo rest if he's tired. As he spoke of his incorruptibility and refusal to bow to power, Ouyang aimed a gun at his head from behind. In an instant, Simo was sent to the heavens in a hail of bullets. His sudden fall shocked the other elders, filling the room with stunned silence and fear. With a dark and somber expression, Ye Yang coldly says, "The meeting continues." In the council chamber, Ye Yang's voice echoes. The final vote begins. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? The elders of the Zemo faction raised their hands, saying, I agree, I agree. I'm the first to raise my hand, I wholeheartedly agree. Everyone then shouted in unison, we all agree with the Emperor's proposal. With that, Ye Yang leisurely departed, saying, Everyone, prepare yourselves to face the great tribulation of 10,000 demons in 3 days. The crowd bowed their heads, seeing off the Emperor-teacher. Tabayan hurriedly spoke. But I'm worried. Lam Yu softly replied, Don't worry. Leave the difficult matters to me. In Tianlao, the night before the inauguration, a voice echoes, Tabaguang, Chief Lam, the Great One, has come to visit. Lam Yu steps inside and says, Tianlao is no place for people. Even the incense has a strange smell. Within the tapestry carried by the maid behind her were incense and a vase. Lam Yu asked, the son of Tabayan, the one who tried to stop him from ascending the throne, a man of principle? Tabaguang replied, You flatter me, something every educated person in Nyan would do. What brings you here? She says the new queen believes you are the most suitable person for the throne, to safeguard Nyan. But my master has ordered that she will ascend the throne first, and after 3 months she will abdicate for you to take over. What do you think? Hanlian refuses, saying the title would be illegitimate. I once prevented my late father from ascending the throne, and the same goes for me. This Nian kingdom, it should be entrusted to Tabayan, a pure girl devoted to her country, and I will fully support her. Lam Yu said, To call my junior sister pure, I worry your two-faced and Nian country will soon change hands. Otherwise, my master would have to come all the way to deal with this mess. Bai Guang said softly, You think too much, Lady Lan. She then suggested, Drink this cup of wine as a show of loyalty, and I'll release you from prison. He chuckled. So, Miss Lan is determined to hunt me down. If that puts you at ease, I'll retreat deep into the desert. Lan Yu coldly replied, You truly are intelligent. To ensure my master can read in peace at the infinite sect without worrying about the desert, this ticking time bomb must be defused. Silver light bled from his nose, and he angrily spat, You? Lan Yu flipped her hair. I've always preferred setting up traps. For the past few days, I've been adding an invisible poison to your water and food. Whether you drink or not doesn't matter. I've prepared the catalyst for your poison. He reveals his true form as the first demon envoy and curses, Bitch, so you knew my true identity all along. She explains that it was truly an accident. She doesn't care if he's human or the first demon envoy in disguise. She only wants to kill the identity of Silver Light. Lam Vu says he's just unlucky, and not even a demon king could withstand her master's max-level poison. He transforms into an ancient demon, so I'll drag you, you wretch, down to hell with him. She calmly watches him turn into black smoke to transform. He grew in size, but Lan Yu scoffed, What good is being big? She raised her hand, saying, Don't underestimate me. You're poisoned and crippled, yet you want to fight the queen of abilities? Using her powers, Lan Yu reversed gravity, sending him crashing into the ceiling as the silver-haired man screamed in terror. What is this? She held him suspended there, floating up to face him. Lam Vu coldly raises her hand, using her powers to disintegrate the demon messenger, who screams that the supreme ruler will soon descend upon the great desert with the grand ancient demon, and they will all pay the price. He screamed and vanished, and Lam Vu couldn't help but curse, Idiot, only my master can claim the title of supreme ruler. She thought to herself, All right, it's 2 days until the great ancient demon tribulation. I heard that every time it happens, the entire great desert will be plagued with disasters. I wonder what kind of calamity will occur this time before the ancient demon army awakens. She then thought to herself, I hope this doesn't bother my master while she's reading. Cut to the day of the great tribulation, in a desolate wasteland. The crowd gazes at the mountains, murmuring about the powerful figures gathering, as the great ancient devil is about to emerge from the abyss. And now, a woman's silhouette appears on the mountain's edge. Ling Ruoxu vowed to herself that she would do everything in her power to stop the ancient demon great tribulation, as someone shouted that a heavenly ranking expert had appeared. La Yue Tong Si, ranked 84th. Then someone spotted Master Yixin of the 71st rank, while another noted Wu Bei of the 96th rank, and some pondered who would lead them. Some saw through the intention to take the treasure, but Wu Bei simply said, My life is dedicated to saving the great desert, not for personal gain. Zigui scoffed, Even those at the bottom are here. If the 9th-ranked master was here, they'd all be calling her grandma. Naturally, Xiaobao struggled. Big sister, let me go. I can't handle this ancient demon. I don't want to die. But she murmured, No, you must follow me and kill 6,666 demons before I can release you, or I'll tell Ye Huini. Realizing escape was impossible, Xiaobao knelt down, sobbing softly as a sudden gust of wind startled the drunken Zigui. She abruptly sobered up, wondering, This wind. Then she stood up and said, "The final tribulation is about to begin." A massive golden vortex appeared in the sky above the mountain hollow. The tornado gathers from all directions to a single point, and the people wonder what level of cyclone it is. The zombie covers her hair, surprised, and blinks as the barrier in front is blown away. Ling Ruoxu then cried out, "Break it open!" and drew her sword. Everyone charged forward to defend against the sandstorm. Some cried out, unable to breathe, feeling the earth tremble. "This storm," Xiaobao said, "no cultivator could withstand for long. Let's run." But Zigui replied, "There's nowhere to run. In 3 incense sticks, the great desert will be gone." The tornadoes toppled nearby mountains, sending rocks and debris flying. The city gates were battered by the winds, and soldiers cried out, "Mother, the Yan kingdom is doomed." At that moment, an official reported, "Your Majesty, the history books foretell utter destruction. The desert and Nian nation will be completely buried." Thapbat Yen replied, "We will turn danger into safety. The Great Peng's true form is about to appear, and it has already summoned a barrier to protect Nian nation." As she predicted, the Great Rock is pouring his energy into creating a protective green barrier, one that shields not only the palace and mountains but also the homes of the people. Now, strange creatures approach, and Dapeng cries out that the ancient Sama are nearing Ren country. Dapeng doesn't hesitate to grab the snake-like creature with its foot, forcing it to turn around. The ancient Sama mercilessly pounces, biting him. Enraged, Depyong swats its head off, swearing that he's getting too old, his strength and speed failing him. Lin Yu calmly says not to worry, as he had Sushu carry their master to build defenses before the sandstorm hit yesterday. Shibayan is shocked, wondering if even natural disasters can be dealt with. Meanwhile, Sushu is struggling to wake up Yayang, calling out to him. She shook him violently, shouting, "Master, wake up!" Meanwhile, Dapeng cried out in pain, and Sushu realized the divine barrier was about to break. She cried out, "Grandpa, fall back. Let my master handle this." Yayang finally opened his eyes. "I'm not drunk. Just one more sip. Huh, too much sand in this wine." Dapeng was still in a daze, but he heard the call. "Grandpa, come back. You're the only family I have left. Don't die. My master will stop the sandstorm. Trust me." He then flew away, calling back that the apocalyptic sandstorm would last 7 days and 7 nights, and he hoped that he could truly stop it. The sandstorm began to take on a bizarre appearance, and the crowd cried out that it was the sand demon. The great sandstorm had entered its 2nd stage of mutation. Seeing the situation worsen, Sushu turned and shouted, "Master, hurry!" But Ye Yang, who had been lying there, was suddenly gone. She wondered, where did he go? As he left the city, he muttered, "My mouth is full of sand. Even the beauties in my heart have turned to sand, ruining my dreams." A powerful golden energy flickered in Ye Yang's hand. He flails his arm and curses, "Damn that apocalyptic sandstorm!" From the city gate, a massive, brilliant red energy erupts as Ye Yang's ultimate level 100 rage attack pierces through the sandstorm. From Ye Yang's perspective, that move successfully quelled all the swirling dust, even carving a powerful path across the earth. Seeing this, Zikui is shocked. The energy is too strong. It's about to force out the origin of this sandstorm. At this moment, the final ancient Ye Buddha of the Great Tribulation finally appears. Ye Yang's raging sphere of power locked onto its target, and the newly awakened ancient leaf Buddha was obliterated by Ye Yang's ultimate technique. A deafening explosion shatters the silence, sending shockwaves through space itself, and throwing the heavenly ranking into disarray. He shattered the sandstorm with a single punch. Heaven, Ling Ruox thought to herself. Her master's power is terrifying, even from 10,000 miles away. Thuobayan announces that he is the new guardian deity of the Great Desert, and the powerful ministers kneel, thanking the imperial teacher for saving the desert with his iron fist. Ye Yang was still confused. The sandstorm was resolved, but was this just the beginning? What exactly is the Great Tribulation? He collapsed to the ground, exhausted, deciding to take a nap. "I have to go see," he said, shocking Dapeng and Su Shu, who called out, "Master." Su Shu relays Dapeng's words. Her grandfather thanks Master for protecting the Great Desert and offers a reward. "He's agreed to our marriage, so rest well, Master. He'll take us to the demon battlefield." Just then, a blinding red light descended from the sky, creating a massive shockwave and a cloud of dust, followed by 3 humanoid figures. 3 enormous stone figures appeared, their mouths uttering dry, raspy sounds. "Kill. Kill. Exterminate all humans." The sudden appearance of the stone figures startled Ruoxue, Zigui, and Dongzi, and someone cried out, "It's finally here!" As the three massive stone figures hovered in the air, wreathed in crimson flames, a voice from the crowd warned everyone. The first ancient demon has appeared. Everyone be careful. These aren't just demon masters with the power of the ancient demons. These are the real, powerful ancient demons themselves. The cultivators of the earth ranking were all enraged, and a person who seemed to be the leader gritted his teeth and said, "The best defense is a good offense. Everyone focus your fire and kill one first." Instantly, numerous pale blue bursts of power were unleashed upon the three stone figures. Twin Dragon Flash, Qiankan Cannon. The attack actually struck one of them, the impact creating a considerable aftershock. But as the dust settled, the stone figure stood firm, uttering, "Damage, 0.1101." The cultivators were horrified. Their firepower was useless against the ancient demon. At that moment, Vob leaped into the air, his fists moving relentlessly as he roared with fury. "Leave these demon-level threats to us. The heaven ranking..." His fists flew, each blow carrying immense power. But the stone man swiftly countered with a punch of its own, the clash of forces creating a deafening explosion. Immediately, Vob unleashed a decisive blow, shattering the massive stone man into fragments. Meanwhile, Lai Ren wasn't idle either. His expression darkened as he roared, "Crescent moon touch!" Instantly, a blade flashes, cleaving another stone man in two. In perfect sync, Yisan's expression hardens as he extends a hand, channeling power. Void guidance. A surge of power shatters the stone giant into 100 pieces. As the fragments fall, Tom warns, "Fall back. The real fight is just beginning." The crowd below, witnessing the scene, began to murmur, "So cool!" As expected of a heavenly rank expert. I'll never reach that level in my life. On a nearby mountain, Nuktuyet was calmly closing her eyes and regulating her energy. Seeing their excitement, the death spirit felt a little annoyed. "Fools, those aren't ancient demons, just puppets sent out as scouts. The real ancient demon soldiers haven't even arrived yet." Just then, two pale pink lights shot out from behind the mountain, and the earth-ranking elder shouted, "Everyone, be careful, something else is coming." Yisan felt it even more clearly. Such strong miasma. As the dust settled, two elite-level ancient demons appeared, one demanding to know who destroyed their puppet, the other promising to take their lives as payment. Wubei, his eyes burning with battle lust, charged forward, eager for a true fight with an ancient demon, a prospect that thrilled him. He quickly threw a punch, but this time, the golem's defense was completely different. It blocked all of his attacks and even caused him to cry out in pain. "Ah!" A surge of purple energy erupts from the golem's hand, slamming Wubei into the ground in a massive explosion, leaving onlookers in shock. How could a heavenly ranking expert fall with a single blow? At that moment, Liet Nguyet struck the back of the ancient demon's head, creating a massive impact, and shouted, "Break!" The crowd below erupted in cheers, relieved that Liet Nguyet had finally landed a hit and urged him on. But the joy is short-lived as his blade suddenly snaps in two, startling him. Immediately after, a force strikes Lai Yue, sending him flying, accompanied by a mocking voice, "Are you just tickling me?" The crowd was horrified as Li Yue's attack proved ineffective. The ancient demon kicked him away, sending him flying dozens of meters, along with his broken blade. Lai Yue quickly lost control, plummeting through the air. Just then, Yisan unleashed waves of pale, pink energy, his voice a cold shout. "Use my soul as bait to bind the evil spirit." With his technique, the soul threads of the binding talisman, Tom tightly bound the ancient demon from head to toe, and he shouted, "Liet Nguyet, Vobi, use your strongest moves. I'm binding his soul, but I can only hold him for 3 breaths. Hurry." The dark-faced ancient demon trembled with rage. "Weak humans, you can't bind me." And soon the soul threads wrapped around him began to break. Though gravely wounded, Wubei and Lia Yue resolutely roared in unison, "Go!" Immediately after, Wubei unleashes the Great Compassion Heavenly Dragon Blast, and a massive fireball forms and hurtles towards him. At the same time, Li Yue uses the remaining half of his sword to unleash the ultimate Lai Yue destruction, shouting, "Die!" Meanwhile, the ancient demon, having broken free of the soul threads, smugly declared he was untouchable, just as 2 massive attacks hurtled towards him. Before he could react, a huge explosion tore him to shreds, and the remaining ancient demon nearby was caught in the blast's aftershock. After that attack, Wubei and Lia Yue were panting with exhaustion, and seeing their foe had been blown away, Lia Yue breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, we finally killed him." The crowd below cheered with joy. Well done. But the elder of the Earth ranking noticed something was wrong, and his face changed as he spoke. What about the other one? The 3 seniors are utterly exhausted, and the one behind asks, should we run? Just then, the remaining ancient demon notices Ruok Sue sitting atop the mountain. Han quickly rushes forward, aiming a blow at her. The longer you sit there, the more interested I become. But Ruok Sue remains calm and unafraid, gently drawing the sword before her. With a gentle flick of her sword, the ancient demon froze mid-air, the sharp blade cleaving the massive creature in 2. Before he could react, 2 more streams of sword energy rushed forward, tearing the ancient demon's body to shreds. Those below watched in stunned disbelief. 1 strike? Who is she? Ruokshu calmly sheathes her sword. She is Ye Shen's disciple, the sword maiden, Ling Ruokshu. Ruokshu rises, looking down from above. From afar, Xiaokui observes her, marveling at how much stronger Ye's disciple has become, while Xiaobao beside her gushes, "Big sister is so beautiful." Yi-san adds, "I dare say, after this battle, Ling Ruoshui will ascend to the heavenly rankings." In the sky, multi-headed beasts appeared with furious expressions. Those below wondered if this was the gate to hell, and if they could wipe out an entire human army. Suddenly, Ruok Sui descends from the mountain like a shooting star, surrounded by a blue aura, obliterating the sheep-headed demons in a flash, cutting them to pieces. Those below marveled, wondering if the women of the village were truly the bane of the ancient demons, and if joining the limitless sect meant she was destined for the heavenly rankings. A powerful purple light erupts from the ground, and with grave urgency, Ruok Sue shouts for everyone to retreat. Suddenly, lightning crackles across the sky, followed by a mysterious descent. Ancient demons of the magical class. The blue-haired demon smirked. "We've barely awakened, and so many new sacrifices have appeared. Humans are so hospitable." The ancient demon continued. "Then let's harvest them slowly. It's just a one-sided affair." Then, demons emerged from the storm, ready to strike with ferocity. Yisan shouted urgently, "They're ancient demon generals. Everyone on the Earth ranking, retreat immediately." Everyone looked up at the sky, fear and worry etched on their faces as something descended. Zikoi turned away, defeated. "It's too late." With a calm voice, Ruok Sue chanted, "Celestial Sword Requiem, anti-control." As she finished, the sword soared into the air, striking the ancient demons. Her sword clashes with the ancient demons, who mutters, "This human is a little interesting." Little does he know, Ruojue is behind the sword formation, preparing to strike. She summons her swords and they attack the ancient demons, but a purple energy emanates from them in retaliation. The ancient demon scoffed, telling the others to step aside so he could have some fun, hoping this human would be entertaining. Meanwhile, Ruokshu flew up with her sword, summoning power and merging with it. She commands, and the sword flies towards them, piercing the ancient demons and setting them ablaze. The sword unleashed a terrifying power, poised to obliterate the ancient demons, and plunged into the mountain peak, leaving a leaf-like fissure. Lysan and the girl in green stare in shock, truly worthy of being the God-Slayer's disciple. While Ruoksua calmly analyzes the battle, the ancient demon speaks, surprised that a human has forced him to transform, then lunges to attack Ruoksu. She's injured, coughing up blood. The ancient demon beast general scoffs. Such fragile creatures. With a sigh, he bid farewell as the blue-haired girl cried out in alarm, "I'm awakening!" Standing beside her, Nat Tom was equally terrified. "It's the ancient demonic beast general. We have to save them." The little devil rushes to save someone, sending little Bao flying. The blonde-haired boy tensely tells everyone to push it back together, buying time for the tomb's recovery. Suddenly, a figure descends from the sky like a whirlwind, and the little imp is furious. The goddess of massacre has awakened. Yi-san raises his hand, reminding them to protect their alpha. As soon as the old howler finishes the ritual, it will appear, as he said. The woman in blue, sword in hand, leaps into the attack as the blonde-haired boy clenches his fist, his face contorted with rage. Crescent moon. Slash. Great compassion. Selfless fist. The two then simultaneously lunged at the ancient demon, restraining him, but he retaliated with a punch that sent them flying back. The ancient demon's eyes turn red with rage. His woman dares to resist. He snaps, determined to make her die. The blue-haired guy snickers. He's on another rampage. The ancient demon still looks menacing. His mountain power is only at 50%. How pathetic. He throws a punch towards Ye Yang, Nuk Tu Yet, and Tu Bao, screaming, Ice World Fist! His devastating punch was about to land on Ye Yang, but he calmly stopped it with a single finger. He retaliates with the ancient martial art, Spirit 1, using a single finger to send the ancient demon flying. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? The blue-haired girl and the bull-headed man were equally stunned by what had just happened. Ye Yang stood atop the mountain, powerfully mocking, "Have I become even stronger again?" Even Yi San was a little surprised. This was the top of the heavenly rankings, Ye Shen. The blue-haired girl was also shocked. The top 10 of the heavenly ranking really are savior level. Ye Yang gently told Zhu, "Shui, that level of..." And Shuo looked at him pitifully, covered in wounds. He said, "Next time, deal with them yourself. I sense 100,000 demons in the abyss. I'm going down to play." She reminded him, "Master, there are still 2 up there." He replied indifferently, "Their aura is too weak. I forgot about them." The 2 ancient demons were furious. How could there be such a powerful human? Was there an error in the records? Ignoring everything else, let's join forces and kill him first. My move requires power. Before the ancient demon could finish his sentence, "Block for me." 2 attacks came at the speed of light. Piercing through the 2 demons before they could react, they were instantly blown to bits in the sky. Ye Yang's fiery gaze watched them evaporate, as the petrified cyan face muttered, unable to comprehend that a single glance could obliterate 2 general-level ancient demons. Is this the legendary gaze that brings instant death? Vobi was speechless. Ye Yang turned to his disciple, "Niu Tuyet. Get everyone out of here. The ordinary cultivators will be in danger." She immediately obeys. "Understood, Master." And the 3 of them flinch, turning pale as they realize he's talking about them. The others marveled, realizing those 3 masters were as insignificant to him as commoners, as Ye Yang instructed Demon Boy to take Little Bao away from Wei Niendo, preparing for the ancient demon army's potential attack. The demon spirit worriedly asked if Ye Yang intended to face them alone, but he seriously replied, "No," his silhouette fading into the distance, shrouded in mystery. "Waiting is a waste of time. I'll go down there and find them." With that, he flew off at the speed of light, leaving the 3 of them behind in awe. Dongfang Xing flew down, telling everyone to scatter, and they obeyed. Afterward, she flew to the mouth of the mountain, stopping at a cliff, thinking, "Finally, I've set foot on the ancient demon battlefield of the Supreme Monarch who has been asleep for thousands of years." She paused, recalling how her junior brother's gift of a general-level ancient demon slayer had made her stronger, realizing that being by Ye Yang's side would yield even greater rewards. She knew that in this ancient demon battlefield, only she and her junior brother would fight. She stared at the gun for a long moment, then Dongfang Bing decided to descend, determined to capture him quickly. Dongfang Bing dove down at the speed of light, thinking that Ye Yang couldn't have gone far in this first level of the battlefield. Suddenly she stopped, startled by what she saw, as Dongfang Xing laughed, knowing she'd found Ye Yang. Dongfang Jing excitedly rushes forward, thinking it's time to let loose. She laughs, abandoning all caution, oblivious to her surroundings, and starts rambling. "Junior apprentice, I think I've been hit with a love poison. Can you help me?" Ye Yang was shocked to see her. Dongfang Xing suddenly senses something is wrong, pointing at Chunfeng, saying her virgin boy P can help you. Chunfeng wondered why she was raising her leg and spreading it open, and Dong Wei scolded, "Mind your own business!" Dongfang Xing was now frozen stiff. She blushed and shouted, "You're not the only one who's been to the ancient demon battlefield." Dong Yue explains that she thought Little Fox would immediately seek revenge, so she planned to use the training grounds to her advantage, summoning her through the book. But the 2 of them ended up playing together and getting dragged here. Dongfang Xing crosses her arms and says seriously, "You really think a lot about Little Fox." Chunfeng picks up a garment, wondering why she's getting married in this, as Dong Yue shouts from behind to put it down. Dong Yue retorts, "Dongfang, I advise you to give up trying to seduce sect leader Ye. You can't compare to our master. After all, if she marries sect leader Ye, the 4 of us bodyguards will be part of the dowry, superior strength against your lone weakness. You're sure to lose." Dongfang Xing resolutely replied, "Kui Wei isn't here, yet you're sent to steal a man from me? I won't give up." Dongfang Xing then pressed close to Ye Yang, seductively asking if he could help her put on the frozen garment. Suddenly, a Taoist appeared, yelling about a wicked woman stealing the yang essence of cultivators and demanding they release the scholar and target him instead. That man is none other than Do Nam, ranked 63rd on the heavenly ranking. Another Taoist priest chimes in, telling Donam that he has a bright future ahead of him, so why lose his essence to a demoness? Turns out it's the Dark Arts Master, ranked 32nd on the heavenly rankings. He's too old, she can have him. Just target me, demoness. Dongfang Xing, enraged, curses the Dark Arts Master as a voice echoes, "This man has no cultivation." Then, two mysterious figures fly in. Two people appeared, Guanghui and others, who said Ye Yang was a beastmaster relying on 3 pet beasts to fight. Following them was Chu Wenzhifang, ranked 38th on the heaven list, who looked down on Ye Yang, saying that the beastmaster profession was for men who freeloaded off others. The heavenly ranking is divided into 5 tiers: black, 1 to 10, gold, 11 to 30, red, 31 to 50, white, 51 to 70, and gray, 71 to 100, each representing a different level of power. Dongfang Xing is excited, never expecting to see so many red rank experts, and finds the Tang siblings' nephew and Shen Ruo's sister somewhat interesting. The Dark Arts Master spoke up, saying they were there to deal with the ancient demon legion, and that the Beastmaster was late. He saw only one person, and if he traveled with them, the ancient demon army would be too much, and his beasts alone wouldn't be enough to survive. Ye Yang, focused on his book, vaguely replied, telling him to lead the way. He advises him that the ancient demon battlefield has 100 levels, each twice as dangerous as the last, and that while his beasts are impressive, he himself is too weak and must stay close. Ye Yang, unconcerned, simply says he'll be in his care. A dark and misty landscape unfolds, with rocks and mountains shrouded in fog, where a group of mysterious figures emerges from the haze. The spectacled assassin confidently ordered everyone to halt. Ye Yang, however, remained unfazed, still holding his book. As the smoke clears, everything is revealed, and they cry out in surprise, "What is that?" Emerging from the mist are 4 bizarre monsters. First to appear was the ancient demon mammoth, followed by tens of thousands of soldiers as the mist cleared, overwhelming Ye Yang's group from above. The Dark Arts Master, who was just boasting, now hesitates at the truth, saying there are too many. The Radiant Ring, sweating, adds that these giant elephant soldiers are elite demon soldiers, close to the level of demon generals and beyond the strength of even the Crimson Board. They can handle demon generals, but this many? Shuat Vanchifuang adds that there must be tens of thousands. The Dark Arts Master is sweating bullets, saying that a head-on fight would exhaust them, but something is strange. Why haven't they left the Abyss to attack the human world, and instead are garrisoned here? Dongfang Qing explains very simply, because the entrance to the Abyss was destroyed and all the scouts sent out were dealt with. They've likely received orders to wait for the ultimate demon lord to be resurrected, a revelation that shocks Du Nam. Hearing this, Darkwind Venerable realizes that this ancient demon battlefield is fraught with hidden dangers. As Duinan moved to tease Diet Duong, the Beastmaster's pet rabbit proved to be smarter than it looked, but also deadly. Shuat Vanchi Puong worried, "What do we do? This is only the first level, and we've already encountered 10,000 ancient demon behemoths. Are we to be stopped here? We are the glorious families who will save the world." He interrupts, "We haven't gone far. As long as we don't disturb them, they probably won't notice." With a single word, Xuanfeng dove into the horde, shocking everyone. Kuang Hui Tri Nan cried out, "Beastmaster, why is your pet running wild?" Faces paled as he shouted, "Quick, stop her, don't disturb the giant army." Dongyang calmly reads from his book, stating that they couldn't save the world anyway, and he'll just retrieve his little fox. He telepathically tells her to remember not to dodge, but to face it head-on. And understanding his words, Chunfeng charges straight at the demonic giant elephant's neck. The monster stomped down, creating an earth-shattering tremor, and Guanghui Jiren covered his eyes, unable to watch what would happen next. "Damn it," Shuat Van Tri Puang clenches her fists, blaming Diet Duong. Not only is the Beastmaster useless, but he's sending such a cute pet to its death. Shameless. The monster stomped, leaving behind a massive crater as Xuanfeng burst from the ground, radiating immense power. She brushed herself off, sighing that she wasn't strong enough. Not again. Shuat Van Tri Puang was shocked to see she was unharmed. The Dark Wind Honored One couldn't believe his eyes. Could this be the legendary immortal fox demon? Impervious to weapons, fire, and water, this little fox would become terrifying when fully grown. The ancient demonic giant elephant roars in anger, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks. Xuanfeng desperately dodges and flees, crying out for help. "I can't defeat it, sect leader." Ye Yang stops reading, deciding to make them stronger, using the power of words to control them. Let's see what this flashy trainer can do. He gestures with 2 fingers, and Dong Yue obeys his command to join. Instantly, a magic circle appears beneath Xuanfeng and Dong Nuyet, and as Diep Duong curls his fingers to control it, a spatial gate suddenly opens in the sky. A death spirit appears behind them, startling them both. From above, he commands, "Death spirit, release Little Treasure, step away. I marked Little Treasure's hat. I didn't expect you to come too." Yo-Yang's eyes widened with serious intent as immense power descended, awakening the Beastmaster's ultimate level 100 skill. The three stood within the magic circle, crying out as they received his immense power, leaving everyone who witnessed it speechless in astonishment. From within the smoky haze, a surge of power erupts, and the dust and debris begin to dissipate as Chunfing's sharp eyes transform into those of a super battle spirit fox. Dong Yue also transformed into a celestial spirit fox, sprouting massive fiery wings. Another monster appeared, resembling a colossal ice-type dinosaur, the Dragon Child, Baxia. The previously dismissive Suat Van Qifeng group now wore awkward, shocked expressions, their faces pale with disbelief. In a short time, he seemed to run through every emotion. The Dark Shadow Master's eyes widened so much that his glasses broke in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The dragon turtle roared, shaking the heavens as three ancient demonic giants stepped forward to confront it. Its massive feet threatened to blow them away, and the shockwaves from each step were almost too much to bear. With a single blow, the ancient demonic giants were reduced to mist. Dongfang exclaimed that the legendary dragon turtle was indeed a mobile fortress, and the hidden weapon master was so moved that he shed tears. The Aothu only possessed half-dragon blood and couldn't evolve, yet Beastmaster Tu Ka helped it become a pure-blooded dragon basilisk. Dip Duong landed and announced that everyone should use it for transportation. They began to climb onto the massive back of the dragon child Bixi, as Guanghui, green with envy, lamented that he had lost and that his mobile fortress was 10 times smaller. The dragon child Baxia stood tall, reaching for the heavens. Dongfang Qing took his arm, and Ye Yang asked what kind of beast awakening skill she had used, and if it could be used on him. Her words startled him. It wouldn't work on someone too old. This made her sulk. Meanwhile, Xuanfeng was reveling in her newfound power, and Diep Duong ordered her to test it out. Obeying his order, she streaks forward, creating a vertical line of light, but the moment she lands, the demoness kicks her. The Dark Energy Master worried she was dead, but then saw Xuanfeng, grinning, lift the giant foot with one hand. Xuanfeng leaps up, piercing the demoness's foot, then rises to her head, ready to strike. The she-devil was struck by Xuanfeng's heaven-rending blow, and her massive body was sent flying. She slammed into the wall, creating a huge tremor. The Dark Shadow Master is shocked by the terrifying power of the demon fox. The Radiant Ring of Wisdom exclaims in disbelief, "I lost again. Even my spirit beast guardian couldn't withstand a single blow from this fox." Ye Yang speaks. "Dong Yue, it's your turn. Use your speed to help the little fox escape if Chunfeng can't defeat a strong enemy. Remember, do not attack below the feet of the giant demons. Mark an X under their left foot and an O under their right to complete the 3,000 demon training." Dong Yue silently obeyed, and Xu Wenzhifeng exclaimed that this beast trainer was a pervert, with equipment that couldn't possibly complete the objective. Guanghui Jiren added that he couldn't even imagine how it could be done, let alone by just a pet. Dong Yue acknowledged Ye Yang's instructions and immediately took flight. Her swift attacks caught the demons off guard, causing their massive forms to lose balance and collapse, leaving Xu Wen stunned. The high-speed air currents she generated directly swept up the boulders. Dong Yue flew around them, leaving them suspended in the air, their feet barely touching the ground. The Ring of Radiance couldn't believe his eyes. It was a celestial spirit fox, and after its transformation, its speed rivaled that of a divine beast. This kid's pets are all divine grade. The Dark Shadow Master was speechless. The Radiant Ring knelt, weeping in despair at being inferior to a mere pet, while Zhou and Zhifeng shouted, "Get up! Don't embarrass our clan." The Dark Arts Master points and shouts, "I know now! You're the number 17 beast on the heavenly rankings." He turns away, muttering, "No, that can't be right." Then he asks, "What are you?" Yejin stumbles towards Ye Yang, complaining that she drank too much last night and her little treasure is still shaking, giving her a headache. She pretends to stumble into his arms, causing him to shyly ask if she's all right. Seeing this, Dongfang Xing feigned a headache and sat down, thinking, "I can't lose." Yejin sighed. "Your leg is so hot." This made Ye Yang's face flush, while Duanan drooled as he watched, thinking this scene was truly one of a kind, and even the Dark Weapon Master blushed with anger. My dear grandson, I've always wanted to change careers and become a wrestling coach, so I'm passing my skills on to you. Gloryhold taunts, why don't you join us, or are you not feeling sociable? Go forth for the bloodline of the divine race. We must absorb stronger bloodlines, all for the divine race. Xuan Zhifeng blushes, unable to believe what she's hearing. She abandoned all shame, straddling him and silencing Ye Yang's cries. On the second level of the ancient demon battlefield, an entrance appeared, the sky above shrouded in the bizarre colors of a mystical gate. The sounds of massive beasts being struck down echoed as they fell to the ground. Dong Yue, having completed her formation, landed gracefully, stating that she had finished off $3,000 and that Chunfeng had taken care of her side. Xuanfeng is also fighting with great enthusiasm, and I'm almost done here. Just as she finished speaking, the giant soldiers struck by Xuanfeng cried out in pain. Her attacks were swift, leaving the giants defenseless as they stared death in the face, the air thick with the stench of blood and agonizing roars. The unfortunate giant soldiers were quickly sent to meet their maker, as the Eastern Star devoured the rising energy, eager for more. Witnessing this, the Dark Arts Master was astonished. Using ancient demons to nurture pets is truly terrifying. His future is vast and uncertain. We must protect him, for he may be the key to saving humanity. Radiant Glory Ring looks worried. There's no denying he resembles our future savior. It's a shame the person riding him yesterday was thrown off. Standing beside him, Suat Van Chi Puang seemed displeased that the Beastmaster liked small animals, but from afar, Diep Duong calmly said, "Want to leave the first level? Fine. Xuanfeng Dong Nguyet needs to improve, so he needs to challenge more powerful monsters." The demon blade hurriedly spoke. "Wait. The two of them together have killed thousands. These tens of thousands of giant soldier elephants are too simple. When the time comes for them to attack the human world, it will be a huge disaster. 5 large giant soldier elephants can destroy a city. In recorded history, some countries have even been destroyed by them." The Dark Arts Master slowly spoke. "There's no choice. We're outnumbered. We'll have to go below and deal with the leader. Some sacrifices are unavoidable." Just then, Ye Yang spoke up, wanting to send Chunfeng, surprising them both. He silently observes the distant giant soldiers, each one large and strong, ready for battle. Ye Yang slowly gathers his strength, activating his mid-level limited ability, Venomous Fire. With just a point of his finger from over 100 meters away, any giant soldier that enters his sights is sure to fall. As soon as it's hit by Ye Yang's attack, a powerful aura engulfs the giant soldier, causing it to roar in agony. A strong beam of light, like a volcanic eruption, seals it in place. Immediately, the entire army of behemoths was dominated by Ye Yang's power. A deafening roar echoed, followed by the anguished cries of the behemoths. The Dark Chi Master's eyes widened at the scene before him. A chain attack? Even burning one of their own leads to pursuit? He then realized, explaining that this was gene fire, and these giants, like gene spirits, were being completely eliminated. This skill can precisely eradicate a species no matter where in the world they are. From afar, the Ring of Radiance watched him with awe. The hanging soldier giant elephant quickly fell to her blade. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the palace as people scattered, seeking refuge. Lam Vu is worried as more and more of these giant beasts appear. The situation outside the city isn't any better, with ancient giant demons showing up all over the area. As he realizes this, the ancient demonic giants have always been the vanguard of the demonic army. The legends of ancient demonic battlefields having spatial teleportation arrays seem to be true. While they sent in the vanguard to scout, half of the giant ancient demons had already moved near Niandu before quickly attacking. He grew increasingly worried. The main force of the giant statues had arrived, and this battle would mark the beginning of humanity's end. Inside the city, soldiers cowered in fear, believing the destruction of their nation was inevitable, and they should flee to the imperial mausoleum to escape the calamity. Lan Yu firmly urged him, "I'll hold them off while you escape. I promised my master I would protect you to the end." As she spoke, the giant ancient demon soldier in front of them was suddenly struck by a powerful force of energy from an unknown source. The two of them were initially surprised as this happened too quickly and suddenly. A similar event occurred on Ling Ruoju's side, completely catching her off guard. Outside the city gates, the group led by Natam witnessed the same event, as pillars of light rose ominously. Their faces paled as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The ancient demon army engulfed in flames. Was this divine retribution, turning a vast army into dust in an instant? Dongfang Xing was also shocked by his terrifying power. The world fell silent. This gene fire is truly frightening. Was what would happen if it burned a human? In a short time, all the giant elephant soldiers, no matter where they were quickly annihilated. After observing the scene, Ye Yang calmly states that humans of the same bloodline vanished from the world in an instant, prompting Dongfang Xing to admire him. This divine skill can not only annihilate an entire species, but also curse targeted enemies. My junior brother is, indeed, the man I chose. Meanwhile, at the 100th level, 2 giant guardian statues stood watch at the entrance to the high-ranking giant leader's domain, and as expected, they were instantly incinerated. The event unfolded in an instant. The agonizing screams still echoed, leaving only ashes on the ground. The Curse Ancestor Queen was immediately taken by surprise. How could this be, when the enemy hadn't even reached the 100th floor? Some of her close guards were increasingly confused. How could the 2 giant sentries have been taken out? But the ancestral Curse King didn't seem to care. So they died. So what? They were just Lord level, and anyone could kill countless of them with ease. It was just a desperate tactic. The Blood Queen then spoke. Let's get down to business. After the Supreme Ruler destroys the human world, the entire East will belong to me. I will raise the last of the humans in the East as blood slaves, to offer to the Supreme Ruler. The Curse Ancestor King was immediately enraged. Our Supreme Monarch doesn't need such disgusting blood food. You've provoked me in the East time and again. Do you think I won't kill anyone? The Blood King clearly disliked the other as well. Very well. Before the Supreme Monarch awakens, let's decide who is the Monarch's true servant. The Elven Kings, seeing the 2 bickering, tried to mediate. Don't be angry, let's talk it over. We can yield the Western Wisdom Lands to you first. Suddenly, an angry voice boomed. The Supreme Monarch hasn't awakened, and you're already fighting over territory. How the human world is divided will be decided by our Lord. It turns out the 3, the Hung King, the Chung King, and the Supreme Demon Concubine, had arrived, and the others stopped arguing and bowed to the Supreme Demon Concubine. With utmost devotion to our Supreme Leader, let us destroy the old human world and build our own. Let's go have some fun. She raised an eyebrow. No need. The Thak Tuong King guards that level, so there's nothing to worry about. Then the Supreme Demonic Concubine loudly ordered, Now, let us sincerely pray for the Supreme Monarch to descend quickly. The others echoed in unison, praying for the Supreme Monarch's arrival. After using the jealousy fire, Ye Yang finally revealed his identity as Ye Shen, causing chaos on the heavenly rankings for a few hours. Forget about the ancient demons, let's focus on playing a round of dog-eat-dog with him. Directly reaching the 9th level of the ancient demon battlefield. Everyone doesn't seem too stressed as they're still gathered playing cards. Ye Yang's continuous winning streak made some of the higher-ups visibly uncomfortable, but they were powerless to intervene. Shuat Vanchi Puang spoke up from the sidelines, reminding him, Brother, we came to the ancient demon battlefield to save the world. Why are you spending all day indulging in these gambling games? Quang Huichiren frowned. Wasn't I trying to win Ye Shen for her? But my luck is so bad, I've lost several family stores. I have to play a few more rounds. At the same time, a dark shadow flashed by, followed by Chunfing falling freely. She plummeted to the ground with terrifying speed, cracking the earth upon impact. Gasping for breath, Xuanfang struggled to her feet. Sect leader, I think I broke a rib. I can't fight anymore. Several monsters were tailing her, charging like rockets, but upon meeting Ye Yang's gaze, something mysterious compelled them to freeze in fear. It hastily turned and fled, leaving the others in awe of the power Ye Yang exuded, intimidating even elite demon generals. Following him was truly reassuring. One person even told the Dark Chi Master that they absolutely had to build a good relationship with him, or they'd have to pawn off their grandmother. Ye Yang, controlling the Thunder Peak, ordered Xuanfeng to use the Beast Blood Pill. She, covered in dirt and exhausted, obediently opened her mouth to receive the pill from him. With puffed cheeks, Chunpung slowly chews each bite with difficulty. But in mere seconds, her power returns and she roars with delight. She then quickly ran forward, happily realizing she was alive again. With renewed energy, Chunfeng charged back into battle. Xuanwen Trifeng looked on with concern, as this fighting pot was revived stronger each time it was injured. A truly terrifying constitution. Jiren's face paled, unable to comprehend how she could become even stronger. Ye Yang, eyes glued to the book, tells them to play cards without him, as he needs to read. Suddenly, the large insect-like creature stops, surprising the Dark Energy Master, who wonders why his little buddy halted. He vaguely senses something. A dragon's instincts can detect great danger. Before them lies the entrance to the 19th level of the Demon God Tower, the graveyard of all human powerhouses. This is the forbidden zone of gods and demons, and no human has ever broken through it. We must not act rashly. Suddenly, a giant, mysterious hand emerges from the gate, swiftly seizing the dragon turtle. Then they were all immediately swept into a powerful vortex. The mysterious gate transported them to a strange place, surrounded by what appeared to be water. The vortex descends towards the water, seemingly about to release them, but instead it moves across the surface to a desolate wasteland. A strange creature materializes in midair as Du Namwa looks on in stunned disbelief at the ever-shifting landscape. Seokman's face turned ashen with worry as he ran out to survey the surroundings. Below, a vast maze of rectangular blocks stretched out endlessly. Immediately, they all plummeted from the sky, their screams piercing the air, while Long Tu Baha fell into the labyrinth below. The eastern star was vast, and neither humans nor giant beasts who entered this level could ever leave. The insect lay curled in a corner, surrounded by skeletons that were decades old. Curious, Donam quickly landed in front of it, approaching for a closer look, pausing as he went, realizing that even the greatest of that era could not escape this fate. After a few steps, Dunam stopped short at a large figure in iron armor, sitting imposingly before him. The Dark Chi Honored One quickly noticed and warned him loudly, "Never touch the corpses, or they'll instantly turn to dust." Dongfang Jing was equally tense, recognizing the Sword Sect Master, Corpse Extermination Light God Monk, Dragon Valley Master, and Devouring Haze Fairy. These were all top experts who were famous throughout the world 30,000 years ago. This maze is essentially a tomb of experts. Meanwhile, Ye Yang was engrossed in his book, chuckling to himself, as Yan Xiang sat down beside him, and Su Wenzhifeng exclaimed in shock, "He's our ancestor. We finally found him." The war god Shen Lang, commander of the Black Banner 30,000 years ago, slaughtered countless demons to protect humanity, ultimately disappearing with his army in the Great Desert. For 30,000 years, Shen Rao has sought him, inheriting Shen Lang's will to protect humanity and slay demons. And now, he's here. Amki Tongjia pondered. Perhaps now Dongfang Qing understands why these two fools keep talking about saving the world. The two brothers are now holding hands, determined to bring their ancestor home. Suddenly, a mocking voice rings out, "Naive humans, you yourselves will be trapped in this labyrinth, and you want to take that old soldier's corpse with you. How laughable." Amki Tanja heard the mysterious voice, a sense of unease washing over him. The voice continued, "I am the will of this labyrinth world, and I don't mind telling you humans that you will never leave here. No matter what, their souls would be trapped here, unable to be reborn." In the distance, a general charged forward, vowing to protect humanity, but it was just a soul trapped here for 30,000 years, a sight that filled Dongfang Qing with sorrow. The voice continued, warning them not to release the souls, for they would ultimately join this world and struggle in vain. But the light surged forth, vowing to bring their god of war home, declaring that a mere labyrinth would not stop them. Suat Van Chi Huang declared she would map this maze, and flew into the air to survey it from above. But no matter how high Chi Huang flew, the wall kept growing taller. She stopped, realizing it would continue infinitely, as the venerable of hidden weapons angrily used thunderous hatred to destroy it. Countless poisonous spiders shot from his hands, relentlessly attacking the wall. Wherever they clung, the wall exploded. At first glance, cracks and holes appeared on the wall, but they immediately sealed themselves, and the explosions filled in as if nothing had happened. The Guanghui clan realizes this maze is alive and self-healing. Donham grits his teeth, resolving to try Earth Escape technique. In mere seconds, he plunged straight into the wall before him, leaving a trail of raised earth like a giant worm tunneling through the ground. But just as he was about to escape the wall, he was held back. Donam was shocked to be stuck on the massive wall, and luckily able to get his head out, he cried for help. "Grandfather, save me." Enraged, the Dark Chi Master used his dragon binding technique, telling his precious grandson not to panic. But little did he know, his move would injure his beloved grandson. He was then sucked deeper into the eerie wall, accompanied by a bewitching voice. "Grandfather and grandson, united as one. Come join me." Dark Sky Supreme panicked, crying for help as the situation grew increasingly dire. He stared in terror at the wall before him, exclaiming that it was about to devour them. Dongfang Xing frowned. This massive labyrinth is constructed from 100,000 formations, ensuring it will never stop growing. Devouring and defending, the creator of this labyrinth is undoubtedly the greatest formation genius in history. The voice rang out again. Since you know so much, I'll give you a stimulating gift, the dragon's suppressing seal. Yaoyang was the only one who didn't care about what was happening outside. He was confused why it was dark, and he couldn't see the words. Then, Yaoyang gently used his magic to quickly release his hand. Instantly, the dragon-suppressing seal was shattered into 100 pieces. Watching the large and small stones fall like rain, the voice praised, "This mortal has some resistance. Very good. It only fuels my killing intent." But Diep Duong was still annoyed, unable to even read in peace. Dong Fuangtin noticed and remarked that their junior brother had finally made his move, and with a single punch, he could shatter the maze. He retorted, "One punch isn't necessary. One finger will suffice. Isn't this world just made of a few dozen reverse formations? Then let's just dismantle them all." Ye Yang chanted an incantation and formed a seal, instantly creating a revolving halo that enveloped the entire labyrinth. In mere seconds, the labyrinth shattered to everyone's astonishment, dissolving completely and awakening the heart of the young Su Wen Jifeng. With the formations undone, the walls crumbled one after another, including the one that sheltered Do Nam. Rocks and debris fall, piling up into a chaotic mess. An escapes and sighs in relief. "Thank goodness I'm out. Mr. Ye is truly a god." Grandmaster Hai Hung of the Dark Arts beholds the scene. A single finger shattered dozens of counterformations. What is this power? Dongfang Qing, standing high above, proudly proclaims, "My junior brother is a god of formations. There's nothing he can't do except maybe have children." Enraged, the man summons the stone statue king. "How could a mortal shatter my millennia-old array with a single finger? I refuse to accept it." Breaking the formation freed the imprisoned souls, allowing them to find light in paradise. At last, they could leave this place. Humanity's new protector had arrived. "Thank you, Ye Yang." Guang Huizhu and the others knelt down, thanking Ye Shun for saving their ancestors, vowing to never forget his kindness. He replied, "No need to be so polite. They shouldn't have been trapped here in the first place. Since that's the case, let's go straight to the 100th floor and deal with them." Meanwhile, in a remote mountain forest, two girls were talking. "Have you received any news from Chunfeng's soul from the demon battlefield?" Xiaohuat is surprised, saying that Ye Zongzhu has many women around him. Chuzhue sighs, regretting that their lord has no interest in Ye Zongzhu, but Bai Fei hears everything. Unaware, the two continue to chat, saying that the rabbit has been held in his arms many times, and that fortune-telling addict is still relying on sect leader Ye. I even heard some worldly heiress sat on sect leader Ye's lap. Hearing this, Bo Fei completely lost control, her anger reaching its peak. She was engulfed in a terrifying blaze. Xiahua panicked, asking what was wrong, but Bai Fei was frighteningly cold, asking if she'd gone mad from cultivation. The two were speechless, awkwardly saying, "Take care, master. Hopefully those two can protect sect leader Ye on his way to other women, or it will affect your cultivation speed." At this moment, all that Bak Fei could think about was Diep Duong, and the mere thought of him made her blush uncontrollably, her actions spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, on the 100th level of the ancient demon battlefield, Diet Than, starting from level 10, unleashed a punch that instantly shattered through to level 90. Following Ye Yang, Du Nam was scared out of his wits, and the dark assassin was no different. "We've been falling in this cave for 3 days and nights, and I'm scared to death." As they plummeted to the bottom floor, everyone was on edge, except for Ye Yang, who was sound asleep. Seeing this, Dongfang Xing blushed, thinking how cute her junior brother looked when he was sleeping, and wondered if she should take the opportunity to sneak an attack. After free-falling from the 10th level, they bypassed the rest and went straight to the bottom. Finally, they've arrived. Is this the legendary 100th level? Do Nam, paralyzed with fear, couldn't comprehend the events unfolding around him. The surroundings were a bleak, cold blue, and the silence was absolute. Unbeknownst to Do Nam, a terrifying anomaly appeared before him, a colossal hand lunging directly toward them. Xuanfang's eyes flashed with a savage light, perfect timing. Then she shot towards it like an arrow, launching a relentless assault. Even more terrifying, many more of these hands are rising from the crimson earth, and as Dong Yui appears, even more blood-red pits open up before them. The noise beside her startled her, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Then dozens of enormous eyes floated up, a suffocating scene of purple mixed with fiery red. Du Nam shouts, "Don't panic, everyone, this isn't real. I'm detecting a huge amount of mental energy. It's the ancient demon king, an illusion created by the evil king." The dark assassin. Venerable frowned. "Good nephew, the Hung King is more terrifying than you imagined. It can create its own small world." Dongfang Jing explained, The Hung King has two abilities. One is to create a world of Han's imagination in the real world, or to target the enemy's soul and create a mental world to trap them. The soul-trapping tactics in the Great Maze were likely the work of the tyrant, perhaps even the reason the ancient demon army has slumbered for millennia, sustained by the tyrant's endless harvesting of human souls. That voice echoed again, boasting that Han's knowledge was correct. For the last 30,000 years, the souls he'd taken included countless human soldiers and demon-slaying cultivators. Whether Han plotted an attack or came to the human world to create disaster, he ultimately had them to thank. The Ring of Radiance seethed, "Shameless! We must eliminate these pests. Only by killing it can the ancient demon army be prevented from endless resurrection." Han sneered, "How naive and foolish! All of you combined are not worth a single thought of mine. Humans want to kill a god? How laughable." Zekwai, bottle in hand, curses their arrogance, urging Ye to rise and strike them down. Han scoffs, mocking their hope for Ye, claiming he's trapped forever within his perfect world. If only Ye Shen hadn't so easily entered the 100th level of the ancient demon battlefield. This is the consequence of underestimating our ancient demon race. Hearing this, Zekwai immediately ran to Ye Yang, trying to wake him up and calling his name in the void. The Bear King laughs, "Now I'll destroy your Yi with the World Eye Ray." But Dongfang Xing rushes forward. "I'm the one junior brother promised to train with the demon summoning seal." Then, the black flame double destruction she unleashed generated a terrifying power. A devastating blow aimed directly at the triumphant Hung Vuong's eye. But suddenly, Han swiftly retaliates, catching Dongfang Xing off guard. She coughs up blood, her condition severely weakened. Then, Han created a terrifying seismic wave, displacing everything within its reach. Everyone on their pets was pushed back, terrified. The arrogant Beast King proclaimed, "You think you can stop my attacks? The answer will be revealed soon." In a dreamlike haze, Ye Yang faintly hears the call of a vengeful spirit. Or is it someone gently calling out, "Daddy, we're back from the market." It's Bai Fei and the two children, arriving with his favorite breakfast. "Are you hungry?" Ye Yang, still dazed, blushed and wondered, "Am I married?" He scratched his head, unable to process the information, and asked again, "Am I really married?" Blushing, Bai Fei hid her face, saying it felt like a dream. 3 years had passed in a flash, and she'd been swindled out of her money and affection for so long by a stranger with no background. What a loss. Meanwhile, the two children noisily fought over a piece of cake Bai Fei had brought for Ye Yang. He then reached out and gently took a piece of cake from the tray, saying it should be fair. Diep Duong happily enjoyed the delicious cake, much to the children's annoyance. He then turned to Bai Fei and said, "My wife's pastries are delicious, just like the imperial chefs in the palace." Upon hearing this, Bai Fei was immediately taken aback. Had her secret been discovered? With a calm voice, Bai Fei said, "What nonsense are you spouting? You've never even eaten food in the imperial palace." He uncomfortably recalled his previous encounter with Bai Fei in the imperial palace. She coldly tells the servant to go to the imperial kitchen alone and bring back as many freshly baked egg tarts as possible. The servant is confused because she doesn't like sweets, but Bai Fei retorts, saying it's because he likes them and to mind their own business. Ye Yang smiles knowingly, so his wife is the empress of a nation. No wonder she disappears so mysteriously. Bai Fei's voice rings out, ordering that the chaos in the West must be quelled within 10 days. She needs a peaceful and prosperous era so that he can live a normal, idle life. After Ye Yang came to this world and married a random woman, it turned out to be a female emperor, but luckily, she's a good one. He munched on a pastry and said, "Although I've never had food from the imperial kitchen, my wife's cooking skills are definitely top-notch." She coldly replies, "Spare me the sweet talk, I'm not fooled. I make you good food because you're the only layabout in the house, so know your place." The younger sibling exposes their mother, saying she's lying and that she previously said she could give up the world as long as she had Dad by her side. The older brother quickly covers his sister's mouth, saying their mother didn't say that and that she'll lock them in the heavenly prison if they talk nonsense. Bai Fei turns around in a fit of anger, saying her sons are disobedient and, as punishment, she'll have another child to divide the inheritance. She then turns to him. "Husband, did you hear that? It's not that I want another child, I just want a third to punish these two." Ye Yang smiles. "Oh, understood. I'll prepare something tonight." Bai Fei then turned and reminded her children to go inside, wash their hands, and rest. Ye Yang sighed. "You must think this is such a perfect world that I'll be lost in it and forget everything. But if this is a perfect world, why isn't there a Yan Yang? Then he gets angry and shouts, "I'm not happy. Get out of here." The evil king is surprised. This is the first time someone has seen through the truth of the world I created, and even summoned thunder in anger. "You do have some skill." Yang scoffs, saying, "How could a fool like you be the legendary source of calamity? The moment you invaded my spiritual world, my passive soul magic skill caught you. I was just curious what kind of world you would let me experience." The evil king was shocked. "This is the world I created. How can I let you humans control it?" Han transforms into a ferocious dragon, roaring, "I will destroy this world and obliterate you, human." But Ye Yang shows no fear, simply chuckling and raising a finger, ready to strike. Instantly, Han reverted to his original, tiny, harmless form. He lifted Han up, mocking him, "Fool, I'm the boss here. One thought from me, and you'll vanish into smoke." "Lan Yu wants me to ask you for a partial list of the Supreme Ruler." Han scoffs, saying that the Supreme Ruler's network has affected tens of millions of people, so how could he possibly reveal it? "Kill me if I breathe a word," Han declares. Hearing this, Ye Yang slowly replies, "Then I'll take you somewhere fun. Let's see how long your spirit and loyalty can endure. What game are you playing with humanity?" Baifei cries out, "The child's father, are you leaving us?" He gently turns and comforts her. "Silly girl, we'll definitely meet again in reality." Back in the desolate mountains, the scene remains silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Baifei faintly hears a voice. "He will meet in reality." Xiaowa seems to ask her lord something, but she vaguely replies, "I feel like I had a very long dream." Perhaps it was the great power in the world, in the spiritual world, that placed a part of my consciousness into it when Ye Yang attacked. But it's all right now. Everything is under Ye Yang's control, though it ended too quickly. The two grew more confused, and she said, "Enough talk. I told Ye Yang not to contact me anymore. I don't want to be with humans." In the underworld prison, with Ye Yang's soul hunter duties fulfilled, only the evil spirit space remains imprisoned, as Ye Yang lands gently, bringing the Hung Vuong with him. In a scene from the underworld, the Legion stands at attention, and director Kong Hen has returned. Outside, King Xiang creates illusions to threaten them. His final blow seemed like the end, as he wanted to dissolve everything into nothingness. Grandmaster Darkwind was terrified, thinking it was all over. He closed his eyes, screaming in despair, "I'm too young to die." But everything slowed to a crawl, then stopped inexplicably. The Dark Arts Master braced for the impact, but nothing happened, leaving him utterly bewildered. Everyone froze, as events took an unexpected turn, leaving them struggling to understand what was happening. Dongfang Qing suspects that Chongwang trespassed into his junior brother's spiritual world and ended up having his own soul sealed. Song Guanghui and the others are shocked. Chongwang, a god who can control tens of thousands of human souls, was sealed instead. The Dark Arts Master added that looking at the frozen state of the world they were in, it had truly been sealed to death, and it was likely extremely dangerous. In the Nether prison, a gloomy atmosphere permeates everything. The cell blocks are shrouded in darkness, and slivers of light cast chilling shadows. Hung Vuong, in human form, laments his fate. All his power sealed away by that damned godslayer, trapped in this weak mortal form, but he refuses to yield. He muses that he must protect the Supreme Ruler's top-secret list and bravely defend their glory. Hung Vuong looks at the small token in his hand, deciding to escape first and tell the Supreme Ruler how to deal with these vile humans. In mere seconds, he manages to pick the lock on his shackles and the cell door creaks open. Hung Vuong proceeded cautiously, knowing he was too weak to risk injury lest his soul be lost forever. He had to escape this hellhole. Suddenly, the scraping of fingernails against the wall echoed from behind. The shadow quickly moved right behind Hung Vuong, silently following him. He slowly approached, saying, "Let's see who's lost. It's just the new cat." The approaching figure is the S-Class fiend, the Gut Ripper. He stares at Hung Vuong with dead eyes, saying, "You seem sick. I want to open you up and find the source." Hearing this, Hung Vuong breaks out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. He frantically ran, shouting, "Stay away from me!" He thought to himself, "That terrifying aura is telling me this person is extremely dangerous." The Gut Ripper slowly followed, saying, "Little kitty, are you playing hide-and-seek with me?" As Hung Vuong frantically ran, he wondered what kind of beings this Godslayer's private prison held, and how such terrifying humans could exist. He glanced around, desperately seeking refuge, when he spotted an open door ahead. Without a second thought, the king pushed open the door and ran inside, where he found a beautiful red-haired woman already waiting. Her long, crimson hair was mesmerizing, and she looked up and greeted him with a captivating smile. Hung Vuong grinned, thinking, "Little girl, you'll make a fine hostage." The crimson woman rose and softly asked, "Well, do you think I'm beautiful?" Hung Vuong smirked. "You're beautiful, but you'll have to suffer for a bit." Without another word, she transformed into her true form, a fearsome demon with long fangs, terrifying Hung Vuong. This situation leaves him helpless, his fear compounding as he struggles to understand what's happening. Hung Vuong slowly backs away, complimenting her beauty, but she won't let him escape. The vengeful spirit stuck out her long red tongue, threatening that liars must be punished. Then, with her sharp scissors, she cleanly severed his hand from his body. The suffering maiden raised her blood-soaked scissors, eyeing him hungrily as the king, clutching his severed hand, fled screaming, "My hand!" Oh, oh. But he'd barely taken a few steps when he caught sight of the gut-ripper approaching from behind. All he could think about was escaping. As he lifted his head, Hung Vuong saw a clown asking if he was all right, telling him these evil people were bullying the new guy and that he should leave quickly. He hesitated, looked at the clown suspiciously, but still thanked him. But a beeping sound from behind suddenly startled him, turning his face pale. He quickly turned around to see a timed explosive attached to the back of his coat. The dark clown's face twisted into a sinister grin, stretching from ear to ear. Then, the bomb detonated, sending Hung Vuong flying, his clothes torn, and leaving him sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Diep Duong slowly approached. "I know those with awakened powers have integrity and will keep this secret, but these evil people are more terrifying than you think, and their methods are far worse." He paused. "If you want to submit the list, remember to beg me." The dark clown chuckled. "Sorry, squad leader, but I need to borrow this cat for a bit." Ignoring it, Diep Duong nodded, and Hung Vuong was dragged away, screaming, "Help! Don't come near me! You're humans!" 3 years ago, the Supreme Monarch gave instructions to his confidants after a battle with the top 3,000 human powerhouses. His energy was depleted, forcing him into a deep slumber. But fortunately, as long as we rely on our clan's layout, we will definitely return. Now, give your final reports. The subordinates immediately obeyed the Supreme Monarch's orders in unison. The Infinite Demon Consort spoke next, saying that the Great Maze on the 10th level had been designed to the Supreme Ruler's liking, and that its world of countless formations would trap all of humanity within. He praised them, saying these human souls would become fuel for the demon's repeated resurrection research. Then he turned to the Puppet King, reminding him, as one of the few kings who didn't slumber, to spread bait and rumors to lure humans to the demonic battlefields for the next 30,000 years. Next up was Curse King, who said that the Supreme One had created the Asura Realm Pearl for him, a replica of the legendary 18 levels of hell, capable of holding millions of human souls. The Supreme Ruler raised his eyebrows, saying this was the key to his resurrection, and to remember that he only needed the souls of human soldiers, as their soul energy was the purest and most intense. He wants to throw 500,000 military souls into the Tula world, so these soldiers will suffer endless torment in hell, triggering immense pain. He grows more sinister, preventing their souls from dissipating or reincarnating, so they continue to generate energy, and in 30,000 years he will return to his peak. Hung Vuong solemnly vowed to offer the souls of the human army to the Supreme One. The Supreme Monarch continued, saying that as one of the 3 immortal kings, Hung Vuong had a crucial responsibility. Besides collecting souls, he must find the list of human members he was given by any means necessary. Hung Vuong immediately obeyed, obtaining all the humans on the list and cultivating them step by step in the human world. He would use the ancient demon contract to implant demon cells in their brains, causing the cells to divide continuously. When they're born, they'll enter the bodies of their descendants, and anyone who resists will become a tool of our clan. Hearing this, the Supreme Ruler was so excited that he stood up and praised him. Han declared that in 30,000 years they would destroy the human world and build a new one, as the Supreme Ruler still hoped to one day dominate the world. After that, Han turned and entered, his subordinates shouting in unison, "Farewell, Supreme Ruler." The doors slowly closed, but their voices echoed, "In 30,000 years, we will destroy the human world and create a new supreme world." Back then, Hung Vuong was a key figure in the ancient race, so he knew all the important things. Returning to the present prison, that was the whole story Hung Vuong told. Han begged for mercy. "Please, don't hand me over to those 3 monsters again. I can't take it anymore." Ye Yang slowly said, "Mac, the interrogation can end now." Mac Liade puffed on his cigarette, looking at him. "Yes, Warden." Then he turned to Han. "The final step. Hand over the list of human traitors." The book instantly appeared before the 3 in the prison cell. He ordered, "Old Mo, take a look for me." And the man obeyed. As he read, he noted the list contained countless influential figures, from heads of state to local dignitaries. This list had thoroughly infiltrated the human world. Whoever created it understood humanity's weaknesses and structure. The Hung King sneered. It's a pity. Even with the list, the supreme ruler is about to descend, and the pawns scattered across the world have already begun to move. Dip Duong interrupted, ending the interrogation, gun in hand, ready to pull the trigger. Han smirks, saying that even if he dies, it won't change the outcome. The pawns have united and shaken the human world. They will spread like wildfire across the plains, and with the destruction of the human world, the overall situation is set. Immediately, a shot pierced Han's head, cutting him off mid-sentence, and Xiong Wang was sent crashing into the cold prison wall. Han scoffed, saying that his death wouldn't change the final outcome. Diep Duong slowly approached, saying that the genes of all the human traitors within his body would be buried in flames. Hung Vuong's fire gene ability, enhanced by him, has reached the level mark, and he is instantly incinerated. Meanwhile, after Han was incinerated, General Wang Shi led an army of Zhao, preparing for battle, ordering them to meet their resurrected lord in the Great Desert. In a split second, he was incinerated by the genetic flame, dying in agony as his soldiers watched their general perish without explanation. As a result, the Grand General of Zhao, Wang Shi, perished, and the 7 sages of the Bamboo Grove met a similar fiery end. In the Jiangnan mansion of the wealthy Shi Rong, he was suddenly burned to death during a meal, and King Zi Yuan was incinerated soon after, before anyone could comprehend what was happening. The 9 generations of the royal Zi Yuan family were wiped out, without exception, and all related genetic codes in the human world, traitors, were incinerated in an instant. Ye Yang strolled ahead. I'll head back first, leaving this dark prison to you. The man replied, your subordinate will surely eliminate those monsters in place of the warden. He also begged the warden to deal with the formless monarch so that the 10,000 souls of the soldiers in Asura could rest in peace. Looking into the distance, he calmly replied, no problem. Purple flames are slowly engulfing the magic user. Donam looks over in a panic, wondering why they're suddenly on fire, while the Dark Chai Master speculates that the fierce king has likely been dealt with by Ye Yang. At that moment, Ye Yang suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and immediately commanded, I'm awake, let's go. Wen Zhifeng eagerly replied, Ye Yang, you don't need to ask, I'll go with you. Dongfang Xing looked annoyed, and Chunfeng quickly affirmed, Sect leader must have dreamed about our master. Ye Yang retorted, how could that be? Dong Yue chimed in, Ye Yang, you seem flustered. Something's up. Chunfeng looked at him suspiciously, and Ye Yang retorted sarcastically, you 2 foxes are awfully idle, aren't you? He then commanded, come here, I've got a task for you. Go smash that gate. Consider it a test of your training results from the ancient demon battlefield. Dong Yue eagerly steps forward, ready to obey, and Chunfeng is just as determined, saying, let's go smash it. Seeing them about to charge, the 2 gatekeepers appear to stop them, shouting, halt! This is the forbidden area of the Supreme One. No ants may pass. The elven sisters blocked them, warning, you will die if you cross this line. The Dark Lord recognized them instantly. 10,000 beast slaves and a master of all vegetation. The twin elves of the ancient demon king. Dongfang Jing is worried. These sisters are stronger than the ferocious king, and these 2 foxes are in trouble. But Chunfeng, unfazed, provokes them, annoyed that they're blocking the way. She aggressively unleashes an attack, a surge of green power appearing as she scoffs at the audacity of the weak fox clan. A tiny sprout emerges from the ground, fueled by dark magic. But a second later, it transforms into a giant ancient tree, a demonic tree of immense power. Its twisting branches reach for the 2 fox spirits imbued with demonic intent. Sensing danger, Zhuanfeng quickly warns her teammate to dodge, but she's too slow and gets hit. Dong Yue, worried, quickly came up with a plan. Chunfeng, go over there and smash the door. Though injured, she angrily agreed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Dong Yue creates a shield to fend off the tree's branches, as Xuanfeng uses her magic to break free. But suddenly, the remaining members of the Elf King's forces appeared, blocking her path, leaving her questioning their motives. How strange, you 2 fox spirits are relying on humans. From ancient times until now, only by being enslaved by the ancient demons could your fox clan ensure its power. Feel the power of your ancestors. A silver fox slowly appears, joined by another of its kind, and the 3 massive foxes gradually form an encircling formation. Faced with such a powerful transformation, Xuanfeng is shocked by the sheer force, while Dong Puang is in awe of their strength, and the legendary fox who can move mountains is revealed. She only summoned 3 of them on a whim. The Elven King sneered, saying, see, Only our invincible one can obtain such great power. Relying on weak humans will get you nowhere, you two fools. This infuriated them, and their faces darkened. Unable to bear it any longer, she issues a challenge. A death wish, perhaps? Then let's settle this. Immediately, the demon tiger lunges toward Xuanfang. She's fired up now, eyes blazing. Come on, I'll take you all. Both sides charge at each other with blinding speed. Xuanfeng retaliates with a punch, but the demon easily swats her away with a single swipe. The impact creates a massive crater, and Xuanfang struggles to her feet, saying her strength is immense and half her body is numb. On the enemy side, she's trying to entice her, imagining her ancestors were just as strong, so surrender at our feet. But Xuanfang, touched where it hurts, immediately hardens and shouts back, I scorn you! She angrily declares that she will defeat her and take her summon beast, the blood demon fox's authority. The sluggish demon fox is repeatedly punched all over its body. The Eastern Star official was overjoyed. Excellent, the little fox is suppressing the opponent. But the Dark Energy Master gravely replied, it's not suppressed. He couldn't underestimate this fight. These two little foxes were terrifying, having grown up on the ancient demon battlefield. Having risen from a demonic soldier to a lord, her opponent is still the legendary ancient demon king. Xuanfang seems exhausted, breathing heavily. The demon fox's sharp teeth snapped shut, closing in on her. It easily seized Xuanfang in its jaws. Dongshu struggled with the vines and tried to fly to Chunfeng, but the elf queen teleported, saying, Little one, look over here. You can't lose focus. The vines lashed out, striking Donghyul's leg, while Chunpung pried open the demon fox's jaws, reassuring her, Don't worry, I won't lose. She struggled to hold on, but reassured her teammate. I can take it. The remaining elven queen appeared behind Dongshu unnoticed. A flying fox. I've always wanted to raise one. We elves love keeping foxes. You should be our exclusive playthings, not relying on humans. Dongshu angrily retorts, Damn it! She then mocks Ye Yang. What can that bookworm teach you? Can he give you true power? Hearing this, he agreed. You're full of it. It was time to remove the initial training restrictions on that fox. With a flick of his fingers, he cast a removal spell, and instantly, the person in the demon fox's jaws vanished, and the teammate who was stuck in the magic tree grove was also teleported away. Seeing this, Ye Yang secretly calculated his next move. With the restrictions lifted, golden halos enveloped Chunfeng and Dong Shui, initiating the Douhu fusion. Their eyes ignited with a mystical fire, drawing in the surrounding energy to form a sphere of power. The Dark Weapon Master is shocked to witness this incredible event, the primal fighting spirit, the ultimate battle form of the Spirit Clan. In the blinding light, a figure absorbs all the spiritual energy of the earth. The Ring of Radiance and the Phoenix of Inscriptions were also astonished. When the light faded, the combined form was complete, the ultimate primal battle fox. Dongfang Jing is astonished, wondering if her junior brother is a creation god, evolving two types of mixed foxes to their ultimate form, while the Elf Queen is shocked by her opponent's sudden transformation. The demon fox is ferociously charged, but the primal fighting fox raised its sharp claws and growled. Immediately after, a series of sharp thorns suddenly erupted. She cried out in pain, tears welling up as she clenched her fist. Sister, that fox is too convenient. The primal fighting fox is questioned. On what basis do you resist our supreme ancient demon race? As the lament fades, a dragon wreathed in immense flames engulfs the dragon's head. The Elf Queen watches in horror as her magic is countered. The primal fighting spirit sneered at her, asking what kind of supreme ancient demon clan they were. A second later, she teleported behind her opponent and grabbed her head with her claws. With a slight squeeze, blood began to seep out, and the Elven Queen could only tremble in fear. In the blink of an eye, the primal demon was the only one left standing on the battlefield. Seeing Shuewen Zifeng blown away, perhaps losing all reason, Ye Yang calmly ordered everyone to be careful and continue breaking down the door. But unexpectedly, the primal fighting spirit, radiating power high above, obediently accepts the mission, quickly flying towards the great door. She pulls her arm back, and thousands of lightning bolts are summoned into her hand. The massive energy orb was then hurled away, devastating the surrounding landscape as it flew. But just as it neared its target, a figure suddenly appeared, intercepting it, followed by a burst of laughter and the clash of power. Finally, the energy sphere detonates in mid-air, leaving the primal fighting tiger quite surprised. As the smoke clears, a deep, excited voice echoes, and the prison king muses, "Something that makes me feel alive. How wonderful." The Ring of Glory and the Dark Air Supreme Elder stare in disbelief. The prison king, A supreme being among demons slaughtered 15 ancient demon kings before being sealed away by the supreme monarch. He quickly grins, a strange smile. A worthy opponent has appeared, and so, I have come. Even as chaos erupts around him, Ye Yang calmly studies his books, while on the 101st floor of the ancient demon battlefield, the prison king stares intently at his opponent. In the final moments before the supreme being descends, he dismissed the need for a guardian at the ancient demon's hall, saying that if Ye Yang was as strong as they said, he'd give it his all in a satisfying fight. Thinking this, he was thrilled, his face dark. Ye Yang, I'm coming. The Dark Wind Honored One mused that the prison king was a pure warrior pursuing victory, and the only king among the ancient demons who didn't kill indiscriminately. The Ring of Radiance added that, according to legend, he only saw the strong and the weak, forever challenging the strong and never bullying the weak. Legend has it that the prison king once slaughtered 15 ancient demon kings and left 9 others crippled, all to protect a human infant. He was punished for defying the supreme monarch and sealed away forever in chains. Unafraid, the primal fighting spirit doesn't care who he is and dares to block her path. She unleashes her full power, as if a divine beast roars behind her, threatening to crush him. She transforms into a beam of light, hurtling towards the underworld king. The demon fox's shadow is about to ensnare him. Primordial eradication. Fist. Her confidence begins to crumble, and a look of bewilderment spreads across her face as the primal battle spirit's powerful attacks are easily stopped with a single finger. With a gentle push, he nullified all her power, shattering Chunfeng and Dongyue's combined form. The Dark Asura Honored One comments that Primal Arena was blown away with one finger, and this battle must be fought. The Underworld King chimes in, saying they are no match for him and the weak are not worthy to fight him, so they shouldn't seek death. As Xuanfeng impulsively tries to attack, Dong Guyet stops him, urging him to remain calm. She is terrified by their opponent's power, feeling a chill run down her spine when she exchanged a blow with him. This is terrifying. He's not an opponent we can handle. Only the sect leader can deal with him. So you're the legendary #1 close combat fighter of this world? Excellent. He stops reading, saying he likes unbeatable opponents and hasn't PK'd in a while. A mysterious aura emanates from him as he reveals he was once a top-ranked PK player in a game. To gain the ultimate combat experience, I joined the game company, and ever since coming to this world, I've been waiting for the most epic battle. Ye Yang slowly flew in front of the prison king, saying, "If you are a warrior worthy of respect, then as a sign of my goodwill towards pure warriors." He boldly declares that he won't use any skills in this fight, only close combat. The Jail King sneers, saying he's heard no one has ever defeated Ye Yang, so let's see who the real champion is. Both were determined that this fight would decide victory and death, as Ye Yang coldly challenged, "Come." They both quickly unleashed their full power. Prison King strikes first, for there can only be one true champion. Denam warns with concern that this is Prison King's boundary-breaking fist, which no human can withstand. Dongfang Jing signals to him, "Junior, keep your distance in battle. Don't let him get close." His fist is overflowing with power. A boundary-breaking strike. A massive pressure collides with Ye Yang. The orb of light explodes, wreaking havoc on everything around it as the Prison King unleashes a flurry of punches, but Ye Yang calmly retreats, evading each blow. The sky trembles as explosions erupt one after another. The Prison King fights with increasing frenzy, his power surging as he unleashes limitless destruction. But as the echoes of the previous clash faded, only Ye Yang's figure remained, serene within the smoke. The Ring of Light cried out in shock. The Prison King's limitless fist was completely sealed, and terrifyingly, no power could penetrate Ye Yang's world. Debris rained down from the sky like a storm. The Dark Energy Master realized the gravity of the situation. Both sides were just warming up, and this was likely the greatest battle they would ever witness. Ye Yang coldly asks if he's warmed up because he's about to get serious. The Underworld King, thrilled, breaks his chains, urging him to come and let him feel the true thrill of battle, but he'll give him a taste first. A dark aura emanates from him, a destructive force beyond human comprehension. His muscles swell, transforming him into a demon. The once frail body now bulges with power as the Underworld King sneers, "Try this!" From the heavens, lightning strikes, forming a colossal hammer, the Shattering Destroyer. With murderous intent, he hurled the destructive weapon at Ye Yang, the Prison King, commanding, "Crush him!" It slammed down where Ye Yang stood. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the battle to turn. With a mere burst of true energy, the weapon from before was crushed to pieces. Those watching from the sidelines were stunned. Sect leader Ye's head is harder than the executioner's hammer. Before the dust settled, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The next second, Diep Duong appeared before the King of Hell, saying it was his turn, and lightly punched his opponent. He was sent flying, crashing into the mountain. Not stopping there, he teleported to continue the assault again and again. With that, Ye Yang relentlessly pummeled him, driving the Prison King back with a relentless barrage of attacks. A second later, a great force slams into the ground. The Dark Arts Master can't hide his shock. The ancient Devil Diamond Wind is even stronger than a meteorite cannon. Once again, Sect Leader Ye has defeated him with a single punch. Even Dongfang Qing sympathizes with him, for this battle is truly terrifying. The King of Hell slowly rises, saying that Ye Yang is indeed worthy of being called the strongest human, and he is starting to get excited. Unexpectedly, Ye Yang was speeding towards him like lightning. His attack posture looked light, but it forced his enemy to defend with all their might. Ye Yang casually complimented him, saying he wasn't bad, able to withstand his light consecutive kicks, the first to do so as his normal physical attacks are divided into 3 levels: light, medium, and heavy. Even with a light attack, the Prison King was forced deep into the stone, as Ye Yang coldly announced the next strike would be of medium force. He only increased his strength slightly, and the ground beneath them exploded. The Underworld King was kicked deep into the earth. He was like a drill, constantly plunging downward, and Ye Yang had no intention of stopping, maintaining his strength to keep him pinned. Moments later, they burst through the earth on the opposite side, where Ye Yang found himself in another space, with a sea of blood below, the 101st floor of the demon battlefield. Finally, the Underworld King was submerged in the liquid of the 101st floor, but he sensed a shift beneath the surface. The Underworld King still has power. He rockets toward him. Though caught off guard, Ye Yang barely manages to retreat into Sanodon. The Prison King has now entered his super-demonized state, and he grits his teeth, saying he can't believe it. I've been forced to use this transformation by a human. Now I'll show you just how much stronger an ancient demon insectoid is than a human in battle. In the next moment, he spun continuously, the energy quickly forming a red vortex that shot toward him. The demonic spiral obliteration. Ye Yang, caught off guard, paused to observe the attack. The people above peered curiously into the hole, revealing a world of black storms, as if the apocalypse had begun. Dongfang Qing encouraged him. "Junior brother, you must dodge it." Ye Yang found the scene amusing, and his fighting spirit ignited. He merged with the surrounding energy and charged straight into the eye of the storm. The Underworld King was suddenly stunned, unable to react, as Ye Yang pierced through the vortex and struck him. The Hell King is sent flying, but Ye Yang excitedly declares war once more. The Hell King kicks away his iron chains and accepts the challenge. But it continued to expand, growing to the size of a meteor, and Ye Yang quickly leapt onto its surface. His body radiates a strange aura as he welcomes him to his world, the Hell God's domain of 10,000-fold gravity. Suddenly, the book is pulled down by the immense gravity, and he frantically watches it fall. Amidst the blood-red sea, a sphere radiates crimson light. Ye Yang anxiously picks up the book. "My treasure. You absolutely must be all right." Taking advantage of his inattention, the Prison King lunges, declaring he won't hold back. But Ye Yang effortlessly dodges with a simple backbend despite the king's incredible speed. The Prison King spins around, lashing out with a kick. But Ye Yang calmly sits, dodging the blow. He attacks again and again, but Ye Yang evades each strike with ease. He threw his entire body into the attack, but Ye Yang simply sidestepped, causing him to miss completely. The Prison King turned to his opponent with a look of shock, while the spectators above used illusions to observe everything. Dongfang Xin felt something was off. Was this truly a battle between supreme powerhouses? Dunan was already pale. The Prison King was probably about to go insane. The Dark Arts Master commented that the Prison King was truly terrifying when enraged. Only when he was at his angriest was he the real Prison King. Just as he predicted, the Prison King was reaching his emotional limit, challenging Ye Yang to dodge his guaranteed kill. A demonic god statue is summoned from the void, the demonic extinction colossus. The King of Hell unleashes his full power, but Ye Yang is still preoccupied with examining his fist. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad he was okay, and prepared to continue the fight, but the giant demon statue was already upon him. His fist was inches away from landing a blow, but Ye Yang shattered it with his bare hand, creating an explosion and sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. The water's surface churns from the force of the demonic energy as Ye Yang's palm strikes through the demon statue and sends the Underworld King flying. His body became an arrow, shattering nearly 10 mountains. The blood-red sea was pelted with hail. The Hell King's voice echoed from afar. "I have always pursued the pinnacle of martial arts." He was unyielding. I have not seen the end of power. How can I fall? It's as if the underworld king is burning his very being. I cannot lose. Complete celestial demonic body. The surroundings become a vent for his rage. He cannot lose. The prison king roared madly again and again. The earth, stone, and sky around them were gradually reshaped into a bizarre place, reversing the galaxy. He's channeling all his energy into one final devastating blow. Take this, Ye Yang. Ye Yang calmly replies, I understand. If you're so determined to pursue power, then I'll respect that once. Ye Yang taunts him. Watch closely. The prison king, enraged, unleashes his demonic energy, shouting, Die! The ground beneath Ye Yang shifts as he proclaims, Experience a power you can never attain. His demonic claws reach for Ye Yang. Suddenly, a brilliant hole tore through the sky created by the prison king, a super heavy handblade striking. The hole grew larger, revealing a super galaxy within, shocking the prison king. The galactic vortex emanates a force, consuming his illusions as the prison king, drenched in sweat, stammers at the sight before him. The void cleaved in two, but in that instant he seemed to awaken, tears streaming down his face as he whispered, I see it. The underworld king cried out in satisfaction. I've finally seen it. The power I've been searching for. With his final breath, the prison king uttered 3 words, Thank you, friend, before fading into the endless vortex, leaving only a ripple behind. The sea churns violently, drawn in by the spatial gate, now torn asunder, leaving them in stunned silence. Beyond their shock, the world had already been shattered by Ye Yang with a single blow, let alone the gate. Dongfang Xing realized that this power was indeed A-class, as his junior brother had said. Ye Yang had already flown back to them, confirming that he was indeed A-class. He remained calm as he turned around, saying he had only used a little force and that they should hurry. They ventured deeper into the gate, together facing the Supreme Monarch, while at that same moment, Four Seas City was at peace. Inside the manor, a group plots their schemes as a graceful figure enters. Meanwhile, a patron lustfully recalls, Yanjiang Chapter 9, Little Jade ambushing the protagonist underwater is simply divine. Ting Chi retorts that the best scene is still the one where he himself is moved, as a girl angrily tells them to stop, reminding them they're in public as others nearby scoff. Luckily, Yanxiang isn't here. It's an eyesore to see these guys with the same interest gathered together. The tavern owner elegantly chimes in, but Yanxiang's absence always leaves something to be desired, and besides, Yanxiang is truly a good book. A man loudly orders, Boss, the usual. 2 measures of daughter red and a plate of spiced beans. Seeing her looking around, the crowd teases, Miss Lee, don't bother looking. Sect leader Ye hasn't returned yet. She shyly retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Who cares about him? I'm just looking for a seat. The tavern owner quickly diffused the situation. I understand. This demonic world is overbearing. The Four Seas domain hasn't seen a demon in ages, mainly because Ye Xiangdi is stationed here. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes from outside. It's a demon! Run! Everyone ran and screamed, She's killed so many people, run! But a second later, they were all torn to pieces. Feng Hao and the tavern owner rushed outside to see what was happening. Everyone gasped at the sight before them, stuttering, She's a great demon, a nation destroyer. The arrival of one figure throws everyone into chaos. It's the Puppet Queen. How could this happen while Sect Master is away in the Great Desert? The Puppet Queen gives a bewitching laugh. I'm just asking for directions. Why are you all running? Moreover, Ziyuan Kingdom will be destroyed. Whether you run or not, you'll die. So save your strength and struggle in hell. Miss Lee worried that the boss wouldn't be able to escape. I truly look down on them, and now a human is willingly offering themselves at our doorstep. Very well. This human will immediately tell me how to get to Tamdang Tavern. Hesitantly, with a hint of fear, he asked, Why are you looking for the Nguyen Tu Tavern? The Puppet King replied grimly, Diep Duong ruined the Supreme Sovereign's 10,000-year plan, burned the Supreme One to death, and exposed all the spies in the human world. To avenge him, I, by order of the Supreme Sovereign, must kill all his drinking buddies while he's away. The tavern owner grits his teeth. So that's how it is. Yang did well. His friends are proud of him. Our lives for a flame. It's worth it. He exposes the Puppet King. Tavern owner, you couldn't even try to disguise yourself? Actually, I've been controlling all of your intel, and now take me to your tavern. He then channeled all his strength into his muscles, tearing his clothes and blurring. Seeing this, the Puppet King swung a red rope, which sliced off the tavern owner's arm as it passed. He screamed in agony, and Feng Hao charged to attack. When the distance closed, he was thrown into a cloud of fine powder. He turned back and ordered, "Take the boss away. Back to the tavern quickly. Sect Master Ye once said that if anything happens, you'll be safe inside the tavern." The Puppet King, frustrated and furious, clutched his face. "Damn it, you little prick." Everyone quickly makes it to the tavern. I grab Feng Hao, Ye Yang's friend. "Let's go to the tavern. Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I'll slowly drain your souls." The Puppet King was ecstatic. "For tens of thousands of years, I've had vast experience tormenting humans. When Ye Yang sees your misery, he'll surely shed tears." Finally, he reached the steps. Suddenly, he's frozen, unable to move. The entire tavern is encased in a magical shield. This power terrifies the Puppet King. What is this? Such immense pressure. I stare blankly at the peach tree, emitting electrical energy. Its aura is 10,000 times stronger than the ancient devil tree of the Spirit King. The phantom images of a rooster and divine carp appear, and the Puppet King wonders why she can sense the ancient demon clan's dragon and phoenix aura. Wait. This sapling in her mind is taller than the sky itself. All things converge, connected by a unique aura that terrifies the Puppet King. What is this? No, something's wrong with this tavern. I have to get out of here. Strange, I can't move. Cold sweat drenches her as the Puppet King gapes. What is this? Then, the carp on her clothes transform into mighty golden dragons, and the rooster, which seemed so ordinary before, is now radiating the aura of a great phoenix. Bai Qiuran appears from the tree, scolding, "Why are you so small?" The Peach Blossom Inn's owner appears, ethereal and angry. "How dare you barge into my inn? This is no place for your mischief. You've disturbed my slumber." Bai Qiuran coldly states that their master used his immortalization skill to keep them here for this very day. The Puppet King, terrified, loses his composure, overwhelmed by their aura, and cries out for salvation. Feng Hao was stunned. Everything in this tavern had been secretly transformed by sect leader Ye. From the outside, the tavern seemed peaceful, but inside, the Puppet King, now under control, knelt down, begging for mercy from the great holy beasts. The tangerine carp then turned to ask how they should deal with him. As Bai Qiuran healed the owner, she said calmly, "A minor demon like this? Why are we even discussing how to deal with him?" You're all so naive." Feng Hao was astonished. The ancient devil king could easily destroy a country, yet in the eyes of these seniors he was just a minor demon? Even the sacred tree chimes in, saying that those with blood on their hands deserve to be torn apart. Along agrees, adding that safety comes first, and he supports eliminating any chance of future trouble. The beautiful Peach Blossom Hermit gently nodded, agreeing to follow the others. The Puppet King hastily explained, "Holy beasts, listen to me. Humanity is as good as extinct. You don't need to get involved in this dirty business. If the sacred beast would only stand aside after the Supreme Being destroys humanity, the ancient demons will surely reward you handsomely, even helping you build your own sacred kingdom." The people in the tavern immediately became worried upon hearing this. The grafted tree spirit retorts, "Is she a stupid fox? Our master is human, and he wants to exterminate humanity." Bai Qiuran rebuts as well. "What good is a holy kingdom? Our master's mission for us is to protect this tavern." The Puppet King is shaken. The great beastkin have a master, and a human at that? How could a human possess such powerful sacred beasts? Bai Qiuran coldly replies, "What's so scary about us? You're just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." A long scoffs that even the strongest summoned beast would wet herself in fear before their master. He casts a spell to imprison her, lest her tainted body defile their tavern. The Puppet King is immediately suspended by a strange rope structure. Bai Qiuran looks at her blushing. "My magic is indeed suitable for tying up demons," infuriating the koi. "Are you really doing this for the tavern, or are you just indulging your own perversions?" The men in the tavern were very pleased with Bai Qiuran's decision, impressed by his unique methods. The Holy Spirit Koi turned to look at him, saying, "Safety comes first. Before dealing with you, I'll ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully." The Puppet King suppressed his fear and replied, "Great holy beast, although I wouldn't dare resist you in the slightest, I will absolutely not reveal any information related to the Supreme Sovereign. Just kill me." Meanwhile, Bai Qiuran quietly asked, "Little Tao, do we have the intel we need?" The Peach Blossom Hermit nodded. "I've read her soul waves. When the Prison King fought Master, the Supreme Monarch and the Ancient Demon King went to the skies above Four Seas City. They're preparing to destroy the Fengzi Origin Kingdom, starting with Four Seas City. Either it holds special value to the Ancient Demon Clan, a secret known only to the supreme ruler, or they seek revenge against our master, to cleanse his most important tavern with blood. The Puppet King's face darkened. How do you know? I didn't betray the supreme ruler. He kindly explains to me that Along is just gathering intel, and as long as you hear the question, whether you answer or not, the information is generated in your mind, and Little Tao's soul reading can get everything we want. With us here, anyone who tries to touch our master's precious tavern will pay the price. And now, it's time to deal with you. The Puppet King could only silently endure the despair. The Peach Blossom Hermit smiled, reminding them that this was only half of the Puppet King's body, and she's always been cautious. This half is just bait. Along reminded, safety first. Cock God, you understand, make it clean. The Puppet King cried out in alarm. What do you want? The Supreme Ruler will not forgive you. The Chicken God's arrogant eyes flashed with defiance. Then tell him to come here. Sharp claws immediately lunged toward Ata, while elsewhere, a group gathered in the skies above Too High City. The Supreme Monarch speaks, you still can't sense the rest of your divided self? The Puppet King immediately reports, absolutely not. Something in the tavern seems to be blocking the transmission of information. Ata gasped for breath, sweat pouring down, and an immense unease washed over him. The Supreme Monarch coldly reached out, saying, then I shall forcefully extract your soul. Can the insignificant tricks of the limitless sect leader really stop us? He refuses to accept it. My consciousness is fading. My eyes are, no. In an instant, the Corpse Puppet King's entire body explodes. This turn of events greatly surprised the Supreme Ruler. Had he really repaired the Puppet King's body? Could there be some secret hidden in this tavern? According to our intel, the disciples of the limitless sect leader shouldn't be a match for a king-level opponent. The Supreme Ruler then ordered the Blood King and Corpse King to investigate, and they obediently replied, understood. The tavern gradually came into view, and the Blood King disdainfully summoned his power, scoffing at the small tavern. She ordered her minions, level it, Blood Ghoul Legion. Aliot obediently replied, the Blood Ghoul Legion awaits your command. The Blood Queen was overjoyed, ordering them to turn everyone in Yeyang's tavern into her blood slaves. The blood zombies responded in unison, marching forward. Aliot suddenly approached, asking, Master, the Puppet King died in that tavern. Should we be more cautious? She was clearly confident. That wooden puppet was too weak. Our blood clan has destroyed hundreds of human nations. Surely we can conquer a tiny tavern. Aliot still cautiously advises, humans have a saying, better safe than sorry. I suggest leading a small team into the tavern. The Blood King finally agreed. Very well. You've been with me for years, and we've survived countless massacres together. Your loyalty and wisdom are unquestionable. Go now, and after we destroy the tavern, I will take you to serve the Supreme Ruler with me. I've known of your desire for this for a while now. Blushing, she replied, Thank you, Master. I swear my loyalty to you, forever unchanged. Then her expression shifted as she commanded her army, Move on. We're going to the tavern immediately. Unexpectedly, the golden dragon revealed its true form, soaring into the sky, as Aliot gasped in astonishment at its oppressive presence. She couldn't believe her eyes. A divine beast was being nurtured in this tavern, its aura suppressing even the 8 emperors. The phoenix's eyes widened, forcing her to kneel, a true phoenix, suppressing our bloodline, shaking my very soul. The divine tree strode forward, warning them. I'm telling you, you wretches kneeling here are affecting the tavern's business. The master will be angry. Aliot begs. Great true phoenix, I've come to repent. I've had enough of the Blood King and the Supreme Monarch. I'll only be loyal to you in this life. The tree god glances at her. I'm not qualified to take on pets. I already have a master. Besides, what use is a half-baked vampire like you? Aliot desperately tries to persuade him. My flexibility is top-notch, and I'm sure I can please your master. But the tree spirit is speechless, frozen for a moment, and thinks, what nonsense is this? Suddenly Baikuran appears, waving his hand and casting a spell. Lowly demons only know themselves. Be sealed. As a result, Aliot is bound in an embarrassing position, blessed by the spell. The men in the inn once again admired the beautiful scenery as Senior Votran subdued demons, this time with a new technique. Bakthu Nian replied piously, To subdue demons, one must constantly innovate, and in the future I will let you broaden your horizons with more of my demon-subduing skills. Unable to bear it any longer, the Peach Blossom Hermit intervened, reminding them that besides the demons in the shop, there was a large number of them outside. Along seriously reminded them that safety comes first, and the remaining carp suggested taking care of all the demons in Four Seas City in one fell swoop. Kay's expression darkens, but our duty is to protect the tavern, so we can't leave the area. Waiting for them to come is too slow. Baikuran transforms back into his broom form, saying, "Let me handle it. I'll borrow your Mars power for a bit." His mind gradually glowed, connecting with the broom, and Baikuran blushed again from touching Ari's body. The men in the bar are excited. The senior is finally showing his thunderous demon-banishing skills. Baikuran pulls the stopper from her mouth, and the two are now intimately close. He looks up and cries out, saying that he had to go this far to subdue the demon and plant the star of Mars in her body. The crowd around him is moved to tears, praising his morality. Along grimaces, calling him a pervert, and orders Aliot to leave the bar and head outside, where the impatient Blood King is waiting. A blood soldier suddenly shouted, "I see him. The chief guard is outside." The entire army had been waiting, but only Aliot returned. However, I was emitting a strange aura, and I couldn't stop laughing with glee. The Blood King sensed something was off. Something bad. Aliot's body erupts with true energy like raging fire, a pseudo-phoenix transformation. Seeing the flames spread, she orders a retreat. "Run! Everyone, run!" A true phoenix's divine flame has been forced into my body. However, the Bloodkin were useless and were soon engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as the world was about to be burned. Seeing the phoenix shadow chasing after him, the Blood King panicked and flew faster, thinking, "No way, I don't want to turn to dust." The fire phoenix was gaining on her, and the Blood Queen's eyes widened with panic as she uttered her last words, "Oh no, it's still chasing me." Then the phoenix engulfed her, creating a resounding explosion in the sky. Meanwhile, the Central King instructed his subordinates, "Remember, you will test the tavern's defenses for me. You are human, and they won't suspect you. This world will be ruled by our supreme leader, and their surrender is key to our survival." The crowd below chanted in unison, vowing allegiance to their supreme ruler and promising to eliminate the tavern. But the fire phoenix was already upon them. The phoenix's shadow immediately targeted the Central King, launching an attack, leaving nothing but its blinding light in its wake. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupts, shaking the entire city. Has sect leader Ye's final safeguard destroyed the city of Four Seas? Bai Kuran quickly turned away, commenting on the beautiful weather, and made excuses to leave. Even from a distance, he could still see the terrifying explosion created by the fire phoenix. The supreme monarch pondered on his throne. This counterattack from the tavern is somewhat intriguing. The supreme demon concubine raised her eyebrows. The enemy in the tavern only made one move, and the Blood King, the Legion, and the Insect King were all annihilated. The ancestral curse. King suddenly stepped forward, asking his master to allow him to go to the tavern to play, but the Han looked angry and replied, "Let you go? To be able to destroy the Blood King and Insect King with one move, it's worth me taking action myself." Hearing this, his subordinates bowed respectfully, begging the supreme ruler to let the tavern be destroyed. The supreme ruler's eyes flashed as he slowly reached his hand towards the mortal realm and said, "Come then." His hand's shadow began to darken the sky above the tavern. The people were still unaware of the true danger, but this demonic tribulation, thanks to the elders, had finally come to an end. The girl cheerfully added that they should drink until they drop with the elders, especially to learn some techniques from Wu Chen. Bai Churan immediately turned serious, saying, "This storm has only just begun. The Supreme Ruler is possibly the strongest enemy humanity has faced in 30,000 years. He anxiously explains that what makes him terrifying is that he's not just a strong man, but a world ruler." Suddenly, he feels a pang of pain. A giant steel arm descends from the sky, instantly activating the tavern's barrier, and the patrons scream in terror at the sky-rending arm of destruction. The monstrous arm then found a rock and smashed it against the barrier, but to no effect. The barrier around the tavern immediately released true energy, pulverizing the obstacle. The barrier reassured them. "Don't be afraid. The barrier the master set up in the tavern is very high level. Even that supreme ruler can't break it." Bai Xuran looked up at the sky in surprise, feeling very strange. He suddenly withdrew his hand. The supreme ruler above was both amused and excited, realizing the unbounded sect leader was indeed cunning, setting up a series of defensive formations to lure him in. How interesting. The supreme devil consort beside him couldn't hide her shock. He smiled, thinking Ye Yang believed he would play a game of dismantling formations with him. He would soon show him the difference between a martial artist pursuing the limits of power and a ruler creating a new world. A paper fan in the supreme ruler's hand emanates demonic energy. Awaken. Rivers and mountains painting. As his command ends, the fan transforms into a ghostly flag and flies away. The ancestral Curse King is ecstatic, never imagining he'd witness the Supreme Lord's Crimson Rivers and Mountains diagram in his lifetime. Each activation requires 3 million souls, and this time, tens of thousands from the Tunguyan Kingdom will be sacrificed. The demon is overjoyed, thrilled that the Supreme has finally used the blood-soaked rivers and mountains as a tool, and is using Tu Hai City as material to refine the strongest treasure of their clan. Below Tu Hai City, the residents begin to panic, wondering why a large blood-colored formation has appeared in the sky, and if this calamity will ever end. The brave warriors below suddenly charged forward and flew up. Let's go see what's happening. The Supreme Ruler coldly watched the lamenting living beings, knowing that soon the Crimson Rivers and Mountains map would refine the entire Four Seas city into a world-class magic weapon, marking the beginning of the world's destruction. Suddenly, countless bizarre objects float up from the ground, and the warriors are engulfed in demonic energy, their souls seemingly drawn away as sacrifices to the formation. Even the soldiers in the Tunguyan Kingdom arena and the servants in the Prime Minister's mansion can't escape this tragic fate. Everyone is being drained and turned into empty shells. The souls of the residents are drawn to the center, and the blood-colored rivers and mountains formation begins to glow brilliantly. Tens of thousands of weak souls are sucked in, and Tu Hai City becomes a land of lifeless corpses. Why is everyone outside standing still? Are they dead? That means if their souls can return to their bodies, they can wake up. The Peach Blossom Hermit realizes that once the formation absorbs 3 million souls and turns gold, all of Tu Hai City will be refined. What is the Supreme Monarch planning? All souls will be obliterated in the process, and the world may soon face destruction. Despair sets in as the city vanishes and the kingdom faces depopulation. Despite Wenhai's pleas, Bai Qiuyan remained resolute and cold. I can't. We can't leave Master's domain. The Divine Tree pondered. If we could leave, the four of us together could fight the Supreme Ruler. Feng Hao hesitated. Then who will save Ziyuan Kingdom? Who will save us? Is the girl beside the Emperor afraid? Are we just waiting to die? Bai Qiuyan believes in Ye Yang, that her master will avenge us. The carp worries. And at this moment, I only hope that the Master's disciples won't be impulsive and absolutely won't leave the Wuji Sect's mountain tomb. In the remote mountains where the Wuji Sect exists, Ye Yang's barrier is still exerting its full power. Shuxi's mountain and river's capital spreads further across the land. Hunter has left the barrier. Everyone, go back. Leave this great danger to us professional disciples. The whole world is dangerous now. Those behind them gave chase, shouting that the inexhaustible sect must advance and retreat together, that the two sisters had always been timid and they would face this crisis together. But unexpectedly, demonic energy enveloped their bodies. Meng Lan'er trembled. Sister, I'm so scared. The two girls gritted their teeth. Even if we're scared, we have to protect Tu Hai City and the tavern for our master. Suddenly, a voice appeared. Are you disciples of Ye Yang? Startling the girls. The demoness sneered, flying towards them. You think you can save the world? Ye Yang's disciples are ill-taught. Allow me to educate you. Meng Lan hurls a talisman in anger, declaring that who will teach whom a lesson remains to be seen. As a winged beast emerges, her summoned Shikigami. Han Ni and Yang aimed at the Supreme Devil Concubine, ordering, take care of that old woman at top speed. The summoned beast then condensed a ball in its mouth. Energy assaults the Supreme Devil from both sides, followed by the resolution of the bloody flag formation. Then an explosion erupts. Meng Na was overjoyed. It hit! But then Yishuan's face darkened. No. Sure enough, from within the smoke, the Supreme Demon Concubine was unharmed. So, this is all Ye Yang's disciples are capable of. She unleashed a terrifying wave of demonic energy, declaring they were only fit to be ingredients for the Riverhead altar, sending the sisters flying. Immediately, the formation began to drain their souls. Nam Kwangdong's urgent voice echoed, Are you all right? The formation's power in the sky intensifies. I can barely withstand it. Lu King reassured Nan Guangtong, saying it would take a little more time, as this was her first time using the upper cave art, middle knowledge. Suddenly, Nan Guangtong sensed an anomaly, danger. They'd been discovered. The curse ancestor creates a vortex, declaring death to the infinite sect's pawns, as Lu Qing announces the completion of the spell. A massive beam of light shoots towards the Curse King. Upper Realm Art, Zhangshi. She senses danger, as a surge of purple electricity surrounds the golden light, which erupts like a spear into the sky. Finally overcoming their fear, they rejoice that someone is finally intervening with the painting of rivers and mountains. A strange hand reaches out and seizes the light. Seeing it crush the power they struggled to muster, Lu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" The supreme ruler eagerly devoured the souls of Nan Guantong and Lu Qing. Ye Yang's disciples had entered the mountain and river diagram. The formation's eye grows stronger. The blood-red Shan He Tu formation is 95% complete. They cry out in fear. The painting is about to be finished. Who will save us? Bai Qunian also felt the helplessness in her heart as powerful experts from all over the Yuan kingdom rushed here, only to have their souls drained. Karp wrathfully said that in the eyes of the supreme monarch, all cultivators are just pawns. He could only watch helplessly as everyone was sacrificed to the formation, those damned mist bones. From within the sect, a warning cry rang out. "Everyone, get out of here." Inside the giant robot, Yejin announces her departure as the others try to stop her, saying, "Second sister, that's just a puppet master gave you for digging. Going out there is suicide." The little bird flew to dissuade her. "Luke Thon Nam and the others were far stronger than you, and they've already been ensnared. Don't waste your effort." But Yejin was resolute. "Lord Bird, you yourself said that once the Crimson Rivers and Mountains formation is complete, all the sisters who have been ensnared will die, their souls scattered." But she was determined. She had to stop the Crimson Land no matter what. Oh, she couldn't let them die. And with that, Deep Tran took off as the little bird sang out in despair. Everyone was heartbroken. Their second senior sister had always been the kindest in the sect. Why is she acting like a madwoman? She's crying all alone. Second sister always cared for everyone, but she's not a fighter. What is she trying to do? The blood-colored mountain and riverhead is so close to the clouds where the supreme ruler stands. Determined, Ye Zhen set her sights on the bone frost, knowing that destroying it would save her fellow disciples. She gritted her teeth, thinking that her master and sisters would no longer grieve, and everyone could return to a peaceful and happy life. They absolutely must not die. Ye Zhen encourages herself, "Just a little closer. I have to get a little closer. The mech refined by master is very sturdy. I can get through it." But from within the formation, tens of thousands of demon spirits fly out to stop Ye Zhen. They appear more and more. "Intruder, you must not invade the supreme realm. Annihilate the Shadow Guard Legion." Ye Zhen continued to fly straight into their encirclement, enduring the barrage, trusting that her master's mech could withstand the firepower. Soon after, she was in front of the Supreme Overlord. The Supreme Overlord, surprised that Ye Zhen had made it this far, questioned, "Human, why do you do this?" The black part of the armor emitted light as Ye Zhen pleaded, "My senior sisters, everyone must come back for me." Her hand slowly reached for the red button on the control panel. Time suddenly rewound 5 years, as Ye Yang asked with concern what she wanted in order to take care of everyone in the Limitless sect. "It's time for you to start your new career as a fighter," but she shakes her head, saying she wants nothing, has no interest in cultivation, and only wants to take care of everyone. Little Ye Zhen declares that she's an orphan, who has lived with everyone since she was little. The eldest sister uses her sword to protect everyone, and she will use her own way. She sincerely expressed that she just wanted to take good care of everyone's lives. Ye Yang then produced a treasure, seeing that she had recently been immersed in rebuilding the sect, and gifted her a construction mech that he had crafted, capable of doing a lot of heavy work. Ye Zhen happily accepts the gift, thanking her master, saying she loves it. He gently tells her that since she doesn't even have a name, she can go by Ye Zhen, meaning treasure, which moves her to call out, "Master." These memories strengthen Ye Zhen's resolve, and she says, "Thank you, Master. I'm so happy to be considered a treasure. Now I must protect everyone." The mech accelerates and she presses a button, instantly summoning Ye Yang. Ye Zhen exclaimed in shock, "Master, what are you doing here?" He replied, "How could I teach my student to self-destruct?" Di Yang then explained, "This keyboard is how I switch places with you." He quickly moves to pull the lever, declaring that he's changing drivers and will take over. The mech vanishes, leaving the Supreme Ruler astonished. The mech has been transformed into an advanced battle robot, and he senses the danger, immediately becoming wary. Bai Qioran senses his arrival with surprise. The master has returned. The worried Peach Blossom Hermit thinks, "Has the master finally returned? Is there still time to complete the plan?" Ye Yang then pushes the lever up with force. The mech then slashed at the Bloodlust painting hundreds of times, tearing the magical barrier to shreds. Those watching from below were dumbfounded. The Bloodlust mountain and sea diagram had been torn to shreds. The koi carp proudly exclaimed that he lived up to his title as master. The divine tree added that even world-class artifacts were destroyed by the master's shovel. The supreme ruler roared, lamenting the destruction of the mountain and sea map, and that he wouldn't recreate those souls, trapping the 3 million souls in this Asura world pearl forever. Inside the mech, Ye Yang confidently retorts, "Simple, just kill them." Yejun furiously shouts, releasing the souls and all the war spirits trapped for the last 30,000 years. "Hanmen Michael, you're just a weak human. You won't take a single soul. You and the rest of humanity's souls will be devoured," the Supreme Monarch declared, devouring everything. Then, Han also rose to join the battle, an immortal fight. The Supreme Monarch arrogantly declares that he will devour the souls of humanity, as those below warn that this is an annihilation attack capable of destroying a city. Sect leader: "Yeah, be careful. You can't block this blade of destruction." Yang controls his mech, raising the scepter in his hand. Realizing defeat is imminent, Daohua Nunnery's master is skeptical. A scepter. The Supreme Monarch mockingly declares that his scepter can shatter the universe, and warns him to be careful. Then, like a surge of dark energy, Han flew to challenge him, his mech rocketing toward his opponent like an arrow. The scepter begins to emit a radiant glow, a super heavy strike, a swing of destruction. Han retaliates with a critical strike from the blade on his arm, bone, and the annihilation of Chankin. The two slashes collided, creating brilliant streaks of light, and the Supreme Monarch sensed a void. Han is bewildered. How could his supreme being lose to a mere hall? No, could it be that someone disguised a super hall as an unfinished hall? He can't accept this. A massive cut suddenly appears on the Earth's surface. In the blink of an eye, such a large planet loses a portion of itself. 10,000 cultivators who betrayed humanity on the severed surface are in a panic. Weren't we promised survival if we surrendered to the Supreme Monarch? Where is this? I can't take it anymore. Help! Two domineering figures clash on the battlefield as the Supreme Monarch rises again, determined to extinguish the reborn monarch. He nearly screams at Ye Yang, demanding another confrontation, and his monstrous form instantly teleports ahead. Seeing this, he charged into battle, launching the Supreme Monarch into the heavens with the mech's thrusters. So he likes to fly, does he? He flew through the Earth's atmosphere, and Ye Yang quickly activated his mech's thrusters to keep up. Then he fires off like a rocket in pursuit, and the two begin a contest of speed. The Supreme Overlord sinisterly turns, as if luring prey into a trap, waiting for his pursuer. He unleashes a flurry of blows upon the mech, hacking wildly, each strike threatening to destroy it. The armored fist sends the Supreme Monarch flying, teeth shattering, as he's weakly thrown back by Ye Yang's force. Then the robot's hand grabbed one of his legs, and he tormented the Supreme Ruler by spinning him around and around. With enough force, he's hurled toward another planet. The Supreme Monarch roars in fury. I've imagined countless times the first time I'd use this move, never expecting it would be on the last of humanity. He compressed the air between his hands, infusing it with demonic energy, and two ferocious demon-bone dragons appeared, unleashing forbidden magic. Ye Yang retorted, not backing down. Then I'll let you experience the high-length wave of energy surge. A massive halo expanded endlessly across the Earth's surface. Ye Yang focused his power, directing the massive light source toward him, while the Supreme Overlord unleashed a counterattack, declaring they would destroy the blue planet together. The two immense powers immediately collided, and the blue light began to push back the Supreme Ruler's dark magic. He could feel the despair of impending annihilation. But Diep Duong's blast sent him hurtling through the planet. Across the galaxy, shimmering streams of energy appeared as the Supreme Overlord floated in space. The gem in his abdomen begins to crack, and a moment later, it shatters into fragments. The souls absorbed by the Supreme Monarch are now free, and tens of thousands are returning to their bodies on Earth. Back on Earth, people regain consciousness, returning to their bodies, realizing someone has saved them. Overjoyed, they celebrate their newfound freedom. Mengninger suspects that her master has taken action, and Mo Liade approaches to thank Warden for freeing 500,000 Fox soldiers and mechs. The two landed safely and unharmed. The Silver Guards knelt respectfully, thanking their master for his intervention, once again protecting the tavern and Four Seas City. Ye Yang nodded, allowing them to rise, and happily praised them for a job well done. The others rejoiced, knowing that with Master Ye here, even powerful cultivators like them could finally retire in peace. Tonight, they would drink until dawn. Ye Yang politely replied that he would return to the sect first, as he had been away for some time, and that they would have a good drink tomorrow. He turned to leave, saying, "Let's go, Ye Zhen," and she obediently followed behind. "Yes, master." A white mist suddenly appears in the dry remains desert. A slow step emerges from the hazy smoke. The man speaks reverently. "Lord Governor." Lam Yu coldly glanced over. "You've arrived." The underworld king curtly replied, "Sorry to keep you waiting." She simply smiled in response. The prison king met Lam Vu's gaze, replying, "In the desolate great desert, only the hardiest cacti survive." Standing in the biting wind, Lan Yu slowly tells prison king that her master spared his life, sending him into exile, and now he owes the limitless sect a debt. Since the prison king has spoken, she won't hide anything either. "The demon blood within me will soon fully awaken, and you already know what I'll become." Indeed, he knows what she will become. Her demon blood, like the ancient demons, comes from the same world. Lam Yu asks if the monsters trapped in the central world's walls are from his world, realizing she knows the origin of her bloodline. The underworld king somberly recounts that they not only approached gods, but killed them, and that the ancient demons came from the same chaotic world as they did, a cruel place of mad slaughter, where the Chaos Clan reigns supreme. "Half of your blood comes from the Chaos Clan, who devour and hunt other races in their mad pursuit of evolution. Our ancient demons fled to the human world millennia ago to avoid extinction. It all began 30,000 years ago, when the energy of the Chaos Realm was depleted and began to collapse, bringing the Chaos Clan to this world and threatening humanity's extinction. But humanity paid a heavy price to wound them, and then used the wall to trap them." Lam Vu coldly states that the one suppressed in the abyss by the supreme ruler resisted him and didn't provoke the Chaos Clan. Prison King enjoys challenging the strong. It's his reason for being. So, they were a perfect match. Lam Vu offered an alliance, as the Chaos Clan had always sought to break free. "There are 4 of my bloodline outside the wall, and they could all become wall breakers to help us." The prison king realizes their alliance is to kill these individuals. Lam Vu then stated that he would find all the wall breakers himself, and that all he needed was for the jail king to do something even more difficult. The jail king, burning with fighting spirit, immediately agreed, as the Chaos Clan was an enemy he had wanted to face for 10,000 years. "Having fought Ye Yang and received his guidance, I will face the Chaos Clan, no matter how difficult." With those words, she was relieved. "In about 6 months, after I help stabilize the Great Desert with junior sister Tuoba, we'll join forces to deal with them." The prison king, burning with fighting spirit, cracked his knuckles as the deal was sealed. 3 months later, on the wide roads of Four Seas City, a crowd gathered, and Yan Yu happily patted the wanted poster she had just put up, searching for her master. But then, Ling Muoxue appeared behind her, snatching the notice and asking who authorized the frying of paper. Though a bit guilty, her worry for Ye Yang outweighed everything as she cried out that their master had been missing for over a month. "We've tried everything, but there's still no news. I'm out of ideas." Ling Duox disagrees. Their master is the protector of Dongyun. Knowing he's gone, demons will swarm. Nanyu suspects their master has returned to Earth, but Duo Jue knows Ye Yang wouldn't leave without a word. Something must have happened. Ye Jin reassured her, saying not to worry, as they had already entrusted the top detective of Four Seas City. He had investigated the time frame and recently found new clues, so everyone should return to the sect first. Gathering at the Yuchi sect's training grounds, Yan Yu eyed a man suspiciously. Wasn't that the wooden puppet from the Yan Nuo Society? Yejun explained that despite his lecherous exterior, he was actually a highly efficient detective with a 100% success rate in Four Seas City. Despite the praise, Dingo feigns modesty, but his subordinate can't help but point out that he always uses images of the Flame Maiden to find sect leader Ye when he's in trouble. Sweating profusely, Tingo declares that Ye Yang is like his lost brother. This time, his disappearance is shrouded in mystery, but he has searched the city and gathered some key clues to share. The group, though doubtful, had no choice but to follow him. First, they went to a bookstore where the owner angrily complained that Ye Yang hadn't returned his manuscript, and a servant tearfully accused Ye Yang of defiling his precious illustration and not paying for it. Next, they went to the place where he fought the owner, but learned that Ye Yang hadn't been there in a long time. Only one place remained, Le Huang Institute. As soon as Din Kao entered, he was surrounded by girls dressed as Ye Yang's disciples, and he was so infatuated with their affection that he drooled. After a night with the beautiful ladies, Dingo shakily emerges, exhausted, and leaning against the door, he tells them that he's researched all night and has some news. According to Dia Yang, if 5 people visit at once, they can get a 10% discount. Nonsense that infuriates the women. Especially Yunyu, who is so angry that she curses Tingu, asking why no one called her. He nervously eyed the women, cracking their knuckles, saying, Relax, I was just joking. You all seem so tense. This momentarily quelled their anger as they waited to hear what he had to say. Tears streaming down his face, he fabricated a tale of Ye Yang and Bai Fei eloping. A couple defying the world, abandoning everything for a secluded paradise where they could live happily ever after. These nonsensical words offered no information, and Yan Yu, who'd been holding back for a while, jumped up and kicked him, knocking out a tooth. Lang Ruokshui interrupted the laughter, saying the limitless sect doesn't treat people unfairly. If he can't find his master, he'll pay back the debt 100 times over, and don't ask why his #1 detective sign was destroyed. Tingu, terrified, ran away while promising, "Don't worry, Goddess Lang. Ye Yang must be somewhere in this world. Even if I have to search the ends of the earth, I'll find him." He was shocked. The kind and perfect goddess Lang Ruokshui had turned dark for his master's sake. How terrifying. It's strange. It's as if Ye Yang vanished. Could it be that he suddenly became a child and is starting a new life? Arriving at the picturesque South City, a splash of color on a blue canvas, Ye Yang clutches his rumbling belly. Hearing that cry, the lust demon panicked. He's hungry again, and it's all my fault. Little Ye Yang's eyes welled with tears, on the verge of a hungry outburst. The color demon watched Diep Duong, fearfully contemplating that the monster she'd picked up was definitely cursed with bad luck, as terrible things happened whenever his emotions were unstable. The last time he cried and was hungry, the moon exploded. After he destroyed it, she made a fake moon out of energy, and before that, when he got angry, everyone's clothes were torn to shreds. Watching Ye Yang build up to an explosion, she didn't know what to do. She had to find a way to control his emotions and prevent him from triggering another curse. The lust demon could only think of one way: to sacrifice her own body to please this little devil. To earn a living for Ye Yang, the lust demon seduced innocent men. She gazed deeply at a man and asked, "Little brother, what are you so afraid of?" He's already speechless, yet he pretends to scream, "Don't come any closer," as onlookers whisper enviously. The lust demon, with her unique taste, loves flirting with men of average appearance. She whispers, asking him to guess what she likes most about him, but he can't answer. The more he resists, the more she wants to tease him, saying she loves when he surrenders to love, making him blush furiously. To gain his trust, she sincerely confesses that she likes chubby guys like him, and he seems a bit swayed, asking for time to think. Suddenly, in the distance, a child's scream and the sound of tearing fabric echo, and the lust demon grumbles in annoyance, thinking raising kids is expensive, another outfit ruined. The boy couldn't believe his ears. She already had a child? He wouldn't be caught, and with that, he ran away crying, leaving the demon to hopelessly explain. "That's not my child, I found him." I don't know why the plains turned into a deep abyss back then. Holding his warm hand, she felt sorry for herself, hoping to use him to get rid of all the suitors. Seeing Ye Yang so hungry he was speaking Japanese, she reluctantly took him to eat. Otherwise, the world would be destroyed. At the restaurant, Ye Yang frantically stuffed food into his mouth, surrounded by stacks of empty plates and bowls. The Grim Reaper watches the boy devour food like a pig, thinking he's about to go broke, but then shrugs it off. After all, the boy will be dead in 3 days, so the money is useless anyway. Picking him up was just a cruel twist of fate, bringing him home. After they finished eating, she took the boy she'd picked up to the mountaintop, where a dilapidated temple stood, the temporary base of the demon resistance. The demons cheered. "The Scarlet Devil's back!" I knew she couldn't resist men. But Fan Shu smirked. "Look closely. You're the loser." She brought a man back with her. Looking closer, he saw that the lust demon was indeed carrying a sleeping child. The demon was shocked and yelled, "Did the lust demon finally have a child?" Fan Shu smiled, reminding her not to go back on her bet and to remember to sleep with a male escort at the greenhouse. The demons, unwilling to lose, retorted, "Enough nonsense. I'll get someone to call Nam's son to run more snow lanterns than you." Amidst her clamor, the exhausted demon dragged his weary body back. She drunkenly boasts of her amazing achievements, setting a new record by bringing in over 200 customers to the newly opened Than Lao Lang Nam. Her eyes narrowed as she caught a glimpse of something, instantly sobering up. A child in the arms of the lustful demon, sleeping soundly. Not only Death Fiend, but the little one also recognized Ye Yang's aura. This oppressive feeling was both familiar and terrifying. It really was Uncle. Why was Uncle here? The little devil angrily rebukes. "Are you crazy, lustful devil? We're about to die and you pick up a baby? Little Bao has dragon blood. He'll pee his pants being near him." But then she slowly stopped, noticing the child's strange behavior, since he was desperately kowtowing to the sleeping Ye Yang, apologizing and blaming himself for not doing well enough, which is why his uncle had come. The lustful and deathly demons curiously inquire, and little Bao freezes in fear. It's a disaster if his uncle's disguise is exposed. He must cover for his uncle, or perhaps silence the deathly demon. His strange behavior also caught the attention of the demon spirits, and at that moment, Fan Shu sensed something was amiss. He raised his communicator slightly, realizing something was wrong. Something is approaching, and there are many of them. His words struck like a hammer, putting everyone on high alert. Outside the temple, 3 ships hovered over the human disposal facility of the assembly. Shadowy figures lurked within, and Fan Shu realized they were the assembly's 3 great demon emissaries who planned to destroy humanity. A traitor must have revealed their location. The color demon stares intently, realizing their mission to assassinate the assembly hall leader has been compromised. In an instant, the ships unleash gamma rays upon them, and the 3 great demon envoys descend violently to the ground. The imp urged her comrades to retreat, reminding them that without the assassination artifact, they were no match for the 3 demon emissaries, and that she would hold them off. But the lust demon stopped her, urging everyone to escape into the void. "We can't win anyway. My death alone will suffice. Take care of the cursed child for me, and make sure he lives." The lead demon recognizes the Scarlet Demon's taunt, noting that she couldn't even make it onto the heavenly rankings, and now humans like her dare to resist them. How laughable. They watch from above as the Scarlet Demon rushes toward them, like a moth to a flame. The demon then seized the opportunity, casting a spell and using her ultimate technique. Centered on her, a compass-like totem appeared, blocking the spell and creating a protective barrier for the others. Just then, the second demon emissary sneered, saying humans weren't worthy of standing, and should kneel. A surge of demonic power gathered at his fingertip. The demon was crushed under the pressure, collapsing to her knees, which were instantly bloodied. She could only suppress the pain, gritting her teeth as she glared at them. Seeing the lust demon lying there, the 3rd demon envoy mocked her. "You wanted to hold us back so your comrades could move into the space, right? Unfortunately, the space is sealed, and all of you humans must die." At that moment, Ye Yang, who should have been sound asleep, was awakened. The demon, kneeling on the ground, felt the pressure increase with every struggle, as the 2nd demon envoy scornfully gathered energy to end him, believing the weak have no right to exist. At that moment, the distant spaceship suddenly exploded, the resounding destruction startling him and interrupting the magic he was gathering. The cause of the explosions was just a flick of Ye Yang's finger. The 3 great demon envoys stood in the thick smoke, unable to believe that their fleet had been destroyed in an instant. Before they knew it, an unseen force crushed the 3 of them to the ground. Unable to resist, they crashed in a devastating explosion. The demon envoy was speechless at the sight before him as the smoke gently dissipated and the scattered debris fell back to earth. The 3 great demon envoys couldn't comprehend what was happening. They were unable to stand. The lead envoy struggled to sit up, humiliated and threatened. The demon envoy, dumbfounded, asks what he's doing, unaware of the consequences of provoking them. Meanwhile, the little darling, blowing bubbles, thinks to herself that she has to play dumb and pretend to be a normal child to cooperate with her uncle. The bubbles floated gently around Ye Yang, concealing his actions, making him appear as a child simply curious about bubbles as he tapped the air twice with his small hands, causing the heads of 2 demon emissaries to explode, horrifying the remaining leader. The fear of death made him beg incessantly, "Don't kill me. Spare my life, and I'll leave the Human Affairs Council immediately." The demon didn't understand a word and was quickly subdued, but to him those words meant no mercy. Driven to the brink, he decided to take her with him. At that moment, little Dia Yang gently blew a bubble floating in front of him, when suddenly a great gust of wind rushed towards the leading demon messenger. The wind turned into a whirlwind, sweeping him away with the surrounding rubble, slamming him into a nearby mountain, and then died down. The rebels were aghast at this absolute power, while Ye Yang, who had just created this one-sided battle, fell fast asleep. Standing nearby, Du was pale with fear, realizing the terrifying power his uncle possessed, the very laws of the world at his command. Du, the rebels, and the gamblers stared intently at the sleeping Ye Yang. Du Bao, afraid of being discovered, frantically claims he's just a normal child and begs them to stop investigating his uncle or he'll die. But knowing they won't give up, he confesses to doing everything himself. At this moment, Corpse Kuai weakly believed that he was just an unlucky child, No wonder he was abandoned on the street. As long as he was around, terrible things would happen, and his emotional outbursts would trigger terrifying curses. With her words, Dukui was somewhat convinced, and she turned to them saying, "Take Xiaokui away. In 3 days we will assassinate the chairman of the medical association, the Human Purge." She worriedly crossed her arms. "I fear the survival rate is very small. We can't let him die with us." It was then that Fan Shu spoke, saying that although Ye Yang had nearly wiped out the 12 demon lords, the Demon King and Tiger Demon were still alive. They were the ones who devoured the ancient Demon King, and most of the top experts on the heavenly rankings were imprisoned. Aside from Ye Yang, no one could be 100% sure of defeating the Tiger Demon. Putting aside her usual drunken stupor, Dukui solemnly reminds them that Ye Yang is in seclusion, so they must grow stronger, and humanity needs more people to stand up against the demons to win. But Dukui is still concerned about the strange child, Ye Yang, and since they're starting the assassination of the Tiger Demon now, they can't find anyone to take care of this cursed child. Regardless, Dukui insists he'll take the child because in 3 days he'll drag the Tiger Demon down to hell with him. Fan Shu sighs. His hatred for the Tiger Demon runs deep. "Your comrades were all killed by it, and you were the only survivor. Now, the time has finally come to face it. I know. Even if I drink myself into a stupor, I'll eventually have to wake up." They stopped in a forest, the moon shining brightly overhead. Dukui, annoyed, said, "Those guys all ran off. Throw that cursed kid out here for me." The leaves rustled as she sat on a rock, drinking. If it weren't for that kid digging like a dog, how picturesque this would be. Taking a swig of wine and gazing at the crescent moon, Zikoi thinks of Ye Yang, wondering where he is now. His disappearance will remain a secret between us, and we will protect this world in his stead. Her face flushed with drunkenness, she thought. "You always asked me why I love to drink so much. I'll tell you my secret. It's because only when I'm drunk can I see them." Tu Kuai fell backward, silently shedding tears. Ye Yang was frantically digging when he suddenly stopped at her words. The rich aroma of wine filled the air, and in a drunken haze, Zikui drowsily opened her eyes. Familiar faces appear before her, and Zikui murmurs, "Old Captain, we meet again. Don't say I'm so skinny. I'm trying to eat meat, and I'm not really your daughter. You talk too much." She confided in them. "Brother Wang, your sister-in-law is still sending money. Rest assured, I won't let her and little Yanzi go hungry." At that moment, little Wu painfully said, "Sister, please forget about us. It's all in the past. We are no match for the demon fox, not even you. We don't want you to avenge us. We just want you to live." Zikui laughs bitterly. "Just live, huh? I don't care about living. I will avenge you, or I'll never forgive myself for hiding in the shadows of the fox demon." The old captain is heartbroken to see the girl he once cared for suffer so much. Xiaowu couldn't contain her emotions and cried sorrowfully, which only fueled Zikui's hatred. "I will drag the demon fox down to hell, and then I'll return to the team and be with everyone forever." Unbeknownst to her, Ye Yang had been behind her all along, gently stroking her head in comfort, easing the hatred that burned within her. That was all she needed in that moment. The anti-establishment group stopped at an abandoned house outside Nam Lang, having waited so long that the Q Kuei team was about to explode. Q Kuei carefully reminded her to keep her voice down, or they wouldn't be able to obtain the most important assassination artifact this time. She feared she might lose her life here, and indeed, they were being watched from the shadows. The impatient earthly sunflower fumes, complaining about the excessive security checks, quipping that they're not meeting the emperor. Fan Shu retorts that meeting this enemy nation is harder than meeting the emperor. After all, he's the only merchant in the world who can get his hands on anything, but he's also volatile, and a single wrong word could get you killed. In Takbak, Majiabao, Truongfang, and Jiangnam, thousands were robbed and murdered in a single night. Hearing that, Du Kuai grew even more furious. This man was clearly a bandit, so why trade with him? Targeted by her anger, Fan Thu stammered, "We have no other choice. Just be careful what you say." As the corpse fiend froze, Ye Yang wondered where this merchant came from, but Jacha silenced her. "He's here." Even before Broken Card arrived, his voice boomed, "Relax, I'm not a demon." He slowly appears with his subordinates behind him. "Since you've come all this way, you know my rules." The representative of the rebels steps forward to negotiate. Each time he makes a deal, there's a random condition added, and refusing means the deal is off. Satisfied, Sui Pai realizes they've done their research. He signals his men to bring out the G97 laser gun for them to see. The group eyed the legendary assassination weapon with curiosity, noting its similarity to one Ye Yang had used. It must be top-notch. Then, Suibai revealed his condition. In addition to the payment, they had to gamble with him. Win, and they get the weapon for free. Lose, and they get nothing and must give him the heart of the strongest person. Hearing this, Duqui asked again in disbelief to confirm what he'd heard. He was addicted to gambling, but this price was too high, and it involved human lives. Fanthu was so scared she turned pale. She always lost when she gambled, so wasn't the outcome already decided? His face darkened as he warned them that no one dared refuse his creations, not even royalty. No one in this world could defy him, and he gave them 3 seconds to consider. With each tick of the clock, Duqui gritted his teeth, seething as he pondered, while Sequai remained oblivious, and behind them, Diep Duong awoke. With only 1 second left, Ye Yang suddenly appeared before him, leaving Tuai Bai staring in confusion at the courageous boy who stood before him. He lunges forward, landing a punch that shatters the man's teeth, leaving the rebels and the gamblers in stunned disbelief. The once composed elder is sent flying into a pillar by a mere child. The atmosphere grows tense as the attendant forces a smile, apologizing for the child's ignorance. But turning around, he saw Sui Bai kowtowing to Ye Yang, begging for his life, and the confused subordinates followed suit. Inside Du Kui's head, countless question marks swirled. Why did everyone who met this child immediately prostrate themselves? Due to his strange behavior, Kwai hurriedly ran to hug Diep Duong, while Tuai Bai fearfully thought, "The master's memories are sealed. I've broken a taboo, but unintentionally. It didn't harm the master, but I must hide my fear first." He turned around, smiling lovingly as he approached Sak Kwai, saying, "I won't hide it. I love adorable children. Though it's our first meeting, I feel a connection with this child." Tuai Bai generously added, "You don't need to pay any more. Just take the goods and all conditions are void." With utmost grace, he shattered the artifact against the traitor, saying it was a small gift for the child. As Tuai Bai left, Tu Bao thought to himself, "So the wealthy men of the underworld like kids, huh? Maybe I should get in on this." He then adorably jumped up and grabbed his arm. Unlike before, Tuai Bai held Tu Bao's hand, shocking his subordinates. With a perfect kick, he turned to leave, saying, "Farewell, and may your assassination be a success." While Fan Shu's group was stunned, he and his subordinates disappeared. After he left, Demon Slayer Bi Ye lifted Yang up high, wondering if he was a cursed or a lucky child. Meanwhile, Fan Thu suspiciously eyes the artifact, wondering if this freebie is a fake. Having returned to the ship, Tuai Bai is still in disbelief, never expecting to find his master here, and he must immediately tell his brothers. Impatient, he raises his hand to initiate contact with his comrades. A communication window appears before Tuai Bai, where everyone inside demands an update on his progress. Tuai Bai recounts recent events, shocking the entire conference room. Maliadean consoles, "It's not your fault. Due to a system error, the master has become a child with sealed memories, leaving us with 2 possibilities. Either the master will gain a new hidden profession upon recovery, or they will grow up once again. In the future, all that is plundered from the great summons will be offered to the master. As for the second option, we've decided to initiate the plan to infiltrate the Great Zhao dynasty. Let's each discuss our current responsibilities. Tuai Bai will report on their progress first. Everything is going smoothly here. 6 months ago, we started a business based on the destiny granted by our master. Now, acquiring the 4 major corporations of Great Zhao is a minor matter. Liko Nu, Yang, reports her achievements. 10 days ago, my child killed the saintess of the Guangming sect, and is now using her identity to infiltrate the imperial palace. Hearing Hailong's words, Moli was satisfied. My son has been guarding the Ming dungeon and can't leave. But what about Wuchen? At this moment, Jishin spoke up. Wuchen has reached the peak, overcoming the disasters we created. He has helped many people with his medical skills and strength. He's now seen as a new saint in the eyes of the people of Great Zhao. Xiaoba couldn't help but scoff. It's hard to believe that this lecherous rascal, Ran Huang, could actually pass himself off as a saint. I also managed to become the leader of the Great Zhao Evil Dragon Gang after killing half its members. The progress is good. I know the master doesn't want us to use dirty tricks, but we all want to contribute to him. Even if he blames us, our conscience will be clear. Their absolute loyalty stirred. They proclaimed in unison that they would offer the Great Zhao to their master without regret. At that moment, Z spoke up, asking if he should intervene, as the master had been led away by several female demons to assassinate the chairman of the Human Purge Council. He was a little uneasy. Moli, however, shook his head, saying they absolutely shouldn't approach him unless necessary. and no matter what happens to them, their master will be fine. For now, their master doesn't need them to worry. In the serene Than Bin Mountains, people are heard urging each other to flee, desperately running as if pursued by something terrifying. Suddenly, a hairy foot descends from the sky, targeting the fleeing people, and crushes everything beneath it. Only one survivor remained, and he cried out in terror, begging it to stay away. The demon lord, in its arrogance, offered him a choice. Become my slave, and I will let you live. Though tears streamed down his face, he roared, Humanity will never stop resisting. We'll fight until our last drop of blood. Enraged by his defiance, the demon smashed a nearby boulder to pieces. The demon fox shrinks, trapped within a crimson magic circle, hating these wretched humans who think they can hide forever in the shadows. It orders its minions to annihilate every human in sight. The demons obey, eager to slaughter the weak humans, but just as they're about to strike, the demon slayer grabs the boy and flees. But he refused to flee, demanding she let him go, saying his family was dead and his life was meaningless. Hearing this, the little demon clenched him tighter, shouting that he had said they must resist the demons, and only by living could he have a chance to resist and await the day of revenge. Her words struck his dead heart. The little demon then turned and left him to the demon slayer. The demon slayer hesitated, but knowing the little demon's resolve, didn't interfere, instead silently bidding farewell before departing. Meanwhile, the approaching demons were blocked by the goblin's sealed space. Enraged, they cursed and split up to search for the goblin. Standing within the space, the little demon raises her palms to the sky, chanting the incantation, Infinite Confinement, as dark magic surges from her hands. The binding spell ascends, splitting into strands of magic that encircle the tiger demon, tightening around him and rendering him immobile. It roared, looking down and asking the imp, Have we met before? She reminded it, 7 years ago, in the black snow forest, all my comrades died by your hand. The tiger demon suddenly remembers, so one of those stubborn ones from back then survived? The little devil is happy to inform him that she's lived this long for revenge, though the tiger demon is still extremely contemptuous. Humans are like weeds. If they don't die the first time, they'll just sprout again. It's time to wipe you all out. Those words made the little devil raise her eyebrows. I won't give you any chances. It sneers, asking if she thinks these seals alone can take its life. Of course, there's more to it than that. The seals are just the beginning, as the little devil takes to the air, summoning energy. She added 3,000 blood-pact curses just now, and now the tiger demon is trapped with no escape. Blood curses appear all around, entering its body. The tiger demon roars, cursing humanity, but she used blood curses to bind herself to me. If I die, she will as well. But the little devil fears nothing, as long as she can drag him down to hell. The little imp landed and whispered that this was the moment of truth, wondering what else he was waiting for, as Fan Shu stood behind the tiger demon. In his hand is a divine artifact bought from the fragment market. Disappear here. Chairman of the Human Purge Committee. At that moment, the surrounding rocks were shattered by immense pressure. An energy sphere expands from where the tiger demon stands, its shock wave slamming into Fan Shu. The backlash of that terrifying energy causes the little imp to bleed, and the surrounding monsters are injured, crying out in fear. Even the chairman's true form is bound by this world, yet weak, insignificant humans dream of opposing him. As the dust settles, a massive paw with razor-sharp claws appears. She gasped, realizing she was utterly defenseless. The tiger demon grinned, revealing its jagged teeth. I told you, humans are like weeds. If they don't die the first time, you stomp them again. Its massive paw, blotting out the sky, descends upon Tiu Kuai. Huang Hot cries out her name, and the other demons can no longer hide their terror. In this moment of life and death, Little Ghost knew how her story would end, but she was determined to have her revenge. At least she wouldn't be ashamed to face them again, and she resigned herself to letting the tiger demon release her. But just as the claws were about to strike, they stopped short, as the tiny figure of Ye Yang blocked the attack. Up close, she saw that Ye Yang was stopping the giant tiger with just one finger, bathed in light beneath its foot. Within that light, a vibrant young man appeared. Ye Yang had entered a divine state, and he slowly opened his eyes. Standing nearby, Little Devil was astonished as Ye Yang's power radiated, making the tiger demon tremble. As the light flared, a sharp pain from its soul made it scream. The tiny Ye Yang in its hand was incredibly powerful. Sensing danger, the demons tried to flee, but Diep Duong wouldn't let them escape as the aura of energy expanded, consuming all that was evil and burning it to ash. The demon disciple, witnessing his true form, was terrified. That little imp was actually Ye Yang, whose body contained the lingering energy of a god. Fanshu was even more incredulous. A mere passive attack had wiped out all the members of the Human History Correction Committee. Even Tiger Demon, once the terror of humanity, was incinerated. The little devil watched its gruesome end, eyes wide, and muttered, "The old captain, Brother Wang Xiaowu. Tiger Demon is dead." The Tiger Demon, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless humans, is finally dead. Ye Yang, like the sun, radiated an intense heat that incinerated everything around him, while Fanshu still didn't understand what was happening. Ye Yang slowly explained that this was his super god state, which would automatically destroy all living things around him, and if he hadn't granted them immunity, they would have been burned to a crisp. Ghoul and Fanshu, like eager students, peppered him with questions. How did this happen? Can't you return to normal? Ye Yang slowly explained that after fighting the Supreme Monarch, he was constantly attacked by heavenly tribulations. A month ago, he went to the Yellow Featherlands to face them, enduring 8 tribulations. I discovered that I could withstand the 9th tribulation, which was of apocalyptic proportions, but this world could not. While the God mode can prevent the tribulation from erupting, it consumes too much energy and cannot be sustained for long. So I sealed myself as an infant, but even an infant could destroy the world, so I activated a special function. Unemployed. Unable to use any combat skills except in God mode. Once I find this world's origin land, I can alter the heavenly laws and solve the problem. I'm going into hibernation now. Monk, after you take me back, have my disciples lead me to the origin land. This is also the true test for the disciples, and Fanshu immediately complies, after which Ye Yang withdraws his world-destroying power. He slowly fell towards the death spirit, and she thanked him, whether he could hear her or not. The spirit approached reverently, saying, "Is this the Ye God I worship? I should have hugged him more before." The zombie lamented, wondering if he'd even glance at her next time they met. The zombie then recalled, "We soaked in the hot springs with Ye Yang once, so we've lived a worthwhile life. I will escort Brother Ye back to the Limitless Sect in place of the monk, until we meet again." With that, they parted ways. Meanwhile, on a majestic mountain, Xiaoer contacted Macleoda, saying, "I just confirmed that the Master briefly awakened a while ago. The Master has become an infant, so what happened earlier must have been intentional." Macleoda surmises that after their Master sealed his original consciousness, all summoned beasts and NPCs gained free will, and he didn't shut them down, so they should proceed with their plans. Conquer the Great Zhao, then seize the world. Zier also felt helpless, suspecting that the Master had simply forgotten them, but she supported the plan to seize the Great Summoning as a surprise for the Master. Little did they know that a single statement would determine the demise of a dynasty. The Fanshu group completed their mission of bringing Ye Yang to the Limitless Sect, and he is now in the land of limitlessness, where, thanks to his unemployed skills, he's fast asleep in his teenage body. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoxu asked Zhong Xiaoxi about news of the land of origin, and she quickly shared what she knew. The Great Elder and I scouted everywhere, and we finally found it. Now the little bird reports that the land of the gods opens once every 3,000 years, and the origin of the world lies there. The trials are incredibly dangerous, and throughout history very few have received divine favor. Ling Ruoxu firmly states that they don't care about divine wishes. They only need to find the world card. Zhong Xiaoxi is a little worried, as the world land is vast and may not be easy to find. The little bird has a solution. Someone from the Infinite Sect once went there and can guide them. Though no one knows how old she is, only that she's the first demonic master. If she's the first, then Ling Ruoxu knows who she is. The Numa Masters emerged over 10,000 years ago, each rivaling the ancient demon kings with unique abilities. And the ancient Numa Master was the most powerful and wicked of them all. Zushu now remembers that she's the new Ma Master, imprisoned in our prison of demons. The little bird agrees with her, saying she's one of the dangers in the old sect leader's prophecies. She must never leave the demon prison, but she may be the only one who knows the location of the world tablet. With no other choice, Nang Ruoxue decides to meet with her. A terrifying aura emanates from the prison as Destruction's disciple and Nang Ruoxue approach the mysterious imprisoned demon. Recognizing them, she was unsurprised, taunting, "So even the limitless sect has come to beg." The mysterious Ingu Maju, face flushed, smiled meaningfully, asking, "Which of you will do it?" Bewildered, Sushu didn't understand her words, while Neng Ruoxue and Xiong Xiaoxi remained silent. Neng Yu blushed with embarrassment and simply called her a pervert. The demonic mistress then said seductively, "Neng Ruoxu is a rare find, and a goddess of humanity at that. If only I could have her for a night." Having heard that, Xiong Xiaoxi was speechless. The slut demon lord truly lived up to her reputation, but the naive Su Shu thought it was just a massage and said she would feel very relaxed. Xiang Yu helplessly told Su Shu that she had no idea what the slut demon lord meant. The succubus queen is pleased, thinking that Su Shu is a naive, long-legged demon she can play with. Suddenly, Ye Yang appears beside Xiong Xiaoxi, greeting her. Long time no see, miss. The demon lord panicked. Weren't you asleep? Ye Yang retorted playfully. I just remembered the debt you owe me, so I suddenly woke up. A trip to the Divine Fall Land will erase all previous debts. Otherwise, I'll settle every single one with you. Seeing that he was about to list them all, the foolish demon lord stood up automatically. All right, enough, I'll go to the Divine Fall Land. Hope flickers in her eyes. Finally, she can leave this place. A day she's long awaited. As Ye Yang collapses, Xiaoxi catches him, overjoyed that he fainted right next to her. Zhu Shu refuses to yield. I'm the future mistress. I'm the one who put him to bed after he fainted. Yan Yu also joins in. Leave my master alone, Lang Ruoxue shouts. All of you be quiet. How can you let such a small matter ruin the sect's harmony? This enrages everyone, but the disciple will accept this responsibility. Yao Moju is perplexed, his face betraying his disbelief. What kind of harem is this? Inside, unnoticed, was a substitute puppet as Lang Ruoxue prepared for her departure, saying, I should make some preparations before leaving. Elsewhere, atop a vast mountain peak, Baifei's voice echoed, I've suddenly made a decision. Her decision surprises everyone. She's going to the land of divine remains right now. Xiahua worries, saying that she's almost fully recovered, and going there now might undo all her hard work. Chunfeng warns that she's heard of men being seduced and thinks the master is afraid of that, to which Xiahua agrees, saying she's both poisoning and growing stronger, so the master must be worried about the safety of sect leader Ye. Bai Wei retorts, who cares about Yeshen? The land of divine remnants may hold divine wishes, which will aid in my clan's revenge, so that's why I'm going. I lost interest in Yeshen long ago. Chun Feng questions, then how do you explain the painting from that day? Xiahua chimes in, after the previous dream, you drew so many. Enraged, Bai Fei silences them, declaring she's going to the divine remnant land, not to protect Yeshen, and that's final. Xiahua and the others quickly agree, while Shouzi whispers that she's just saying what they want to hear, and Chun Feng sighs, hoping they can get used to it. In the lands of the great Zhao dynasty, amidst the harsh winds and stones, a subordinate whispers to Zhao Ying at the Seven Herbs Hall. The emperor's incompetence has left the people in despair. Only the enlightened young prince can save this nation. But now he intends to go to the divine remnant land, and if he does, great Zhao will be in peril. They hope Zhao Ying can stop him. Zhao Ying arrives at the Nyanthao Duong to find Bai Chu Ran already waiting. Bai Chu Ran speaks first. You've come to tell me that you absolutely must go to the divine remnant land, haven't you? Zhao Ying replied that he had to go, but there was something he couldn't let go of first. Bai Chu Ran didn't understand. Great Zhao was already unstable, yet he was going there. There were indeed many things to worry about. He took a sip of tea and asked Zhao Ying what he couldn't let go of most at this moment. Zhao Ying's eyes were firm as he voiced his concerns. What worries me is you, the saint. You've won the hearts of the great Zhao people in such a short time, which is highly unusual. While I'm in Great Zhao, I can suppress you, but if I leave, the people will likely side with you. Annoyed by Bai Qiuran's smugness, Zhao Ying draws his sword, coldly threatening, I will kill you, the saint, so I can reach the divine fall land. Bai Qiuran sets down his teacup, scoffing at Zhao Ying's threat, and praises him, clever. Silence falls, broken only by the sound of birds in the sky. Bai Qiuran wonders, as the world's most powerful young genius, ranked 15th, do you think you can kill me? Zhao Ying coldly replies, since your appearance, you've always been a saintly figure who doesn't kill, and if you kill me, your image as a saint will collapse. Bai Qiuran retorts that if a saint dies by his hand, the prince's image as a savior will also collapse. Zhao Zheng affirms that everyone in this forest is on his side, and he will take care of everything to prevent any news from spreading. Bai Chunran mocks Zhao Ying, startling him. You're still too naive, Prince. Suddenly, a surge of power strikes the area where they stand. Dragons and phoenixes appear in the sky, startling the guards. The two sacred guardian beasts appear together. Is this an auspicious omen for the little prince's arrival in the divine remnant land? Zhao Ying's face darkens. I didn't expect the two sacred guardian beasts to be your accomplices. Just how many people are on your side? Bai Qiuran reveals that he plans to seize the throne and control the Great Zhou, scheming to make the emperor kill loyal subjects. And then, in time, he will kill his own father to take the throne. One wrong step, and his plan is exposed. Zhao Ying feigns silence after that unwavering exposure, then forces a laugh, saying the sage misunderstood, that he was only joking, and that as the prince is about to leave Dazhao, he needs the protection of the sage and the sacred beasts. Bai Qiuran casually agrees, promising to protect Great Zhao as if it were their own family. Zhao Ying bids farewell, mentioning the world's stone tablet. As he turns to leave, he warns that even saints and sacred beasts can be killed, and for the sake of Great Zhao, he will definitely take the stone tablet. Meanwhile, the fish beside Bai Qiuran wanted to take the stone tablet, but he refused, saying that with the master here, he couldn't do anything. But when he's gone, they should accelerate their attack on the great Zhao dynasty. In the dense, misty sky forest, a group of people gathered. Nyangdu insisted that he should be the one to keep watch over their master tonight, or rather, to sleep next to him, to guard him. But Malu refused, saying that this forest was extremely dangerous, and tonight, the last night before they arrived at the Divine Remnant Land, they had to be extra careful, and the weak couldn't protect their master. Nangdu flares up, saying he's strong enough to chop up any demons for their master, asking for confirmation from Sushu. Sushu, however, is preoccupied, wondering whether their master prefers soft or colorful pajamas, wanting to make them comfortable tonight. Nangdu panicked, yelling that he shouldn't act on his own, as who would guard their master hadn't been decided yet. The demoness's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, her eyes showing confusion. What kind of chaotic sect is this? Then, in the forest, the group shouted in unison, "Three of a kind! Three of a kind!" as they spun the dice in their hands before releasing them to the ground, spinning many times. In the end, all 3 dice showed 6s, and Sushu twitched, annoyed that her silk pajamas were ruined. Nangdu was furious, wondering who had such good luck, while the demon lord rejoiced, declaring that she would assassinate the sect leader that night. Susu then shouts that protecting their master is their responsibility, not the demons, but the demon lord avoids her gaze, claiming to have been at the limitless sect for thousands of years longer. Suddenly, she realizes something is wrong, and turns to look at Ye Yang, realizing someone is about to die. Turning around, she saw that Lokthan had fainted, and the cat demon was behind Diep Duong. "So you're all fighting over this man. He must be delicious." Nangdu jumped up, furious, and shouted, "Damn you, let him go!" Sushu called out to Lu Qing, who was sleeping soundly on the grass, ignoring her pleas. Xiangdu was furious. "I'll give you 3 seconds to let him go." But the cat demon quickly whisked Ye Yang away, unwilling to let anyone steal the food from her mouth. Susu reaches out, crying out in anguish, "Don't eat my master. Eat me. I'm more delicious." The cat demon carries Qing away, darting through the trees. "I'm taking this food with me. You guys can play with each other." Enraged, Xiangdu and Sushu gave chase, vowing to kill the fiend, urging each other to hurry. As their figures disappeared, the bull demon lord muttered that the food was chosen by the forest's bewitching cat demon. She stood still, not bothering to chase after them, and said casually, "Never been able to reclaim home." The wind blew through, rustling the leaves as they fell in the silent forest. The bull demoness spoke from behind, puzzled. "They've all gone to save Ye Yang, so why are you still here? Seems you don't care much for your master." Milo tended to her wounds as she retorted, "I have to stay here and guard against that dangerous demon." Hearing this, the ox demon lord writhed with excitement, saying, "How dangerous could it be? I'm part of Infinity's harem. I have a way to bring Ye Yang back immediately." After Milu's question, she chuckled, looked at her, and proposed, "Release my seal. I'll save Ye Yang for you. This enchanted forest is far more dangerous than you realize." Milo looked at her with suspicion. Under her gaze, the bull demon queen winked and chuckled, saying that if she hesitated, Ye Yang might never return. The ox demon lord stared into the dense forest and sighed. Underestimating this forest would be a grave mistake. Meanwhile, inside the forest, Yanyu and Su Shu worriedly pressed forward. "Damn it, we've lost his trail." After searching for half a day without success, Su Shu reassures her, "Don't worry, I guarantee it." Her eyes gleam as she looks at Yanyu and says, "Master will be fine." Hearing Su Shu's words, she immediately flew into a rage, yelling, "I'm the top candidate for Master's wife. If Master doesn't make it, I'll be your #1 widow." At that moment, Ye Yang, soaking in the hot spring, was startled. Immediately, he felt disoriented. Looking around, he must have slept for hours. What is this place? As Ye Yang dressed, he wondered, a clean slate, then straight into something exciting? Suddenly, a voice from behind makes him turn around in confusion. "Esteemed guest, please follow us, memorize every action, and follow the schedule." A Miu Yao doppelganger stands behind him, giggling. or you'll be eaten alive. Seeing this, he turned around and calmly stepped aside. The two people cutting each other apart are actually one, right? She was so surprised by what he said that she shouted loudly, "You're the first person to discover this secret." Immediately, Miu Yao explained that all the thousands of Miu Yao in this forest are actually one being, each a clone with different abilities and privileges. Suddenly, Ding Xiao and Chuton's voices rang out, surprising him, so marrying her would mean having over 1,000 wives. What kind of joke is this? Miu Yu is the guardian of the divine land, and marrying her also means gaining many divine rights, the closest to the divine. Deep Duong immediately turned to look at the two of them and said with confusion, "Why are you both here?" Chuton and Din Kao were surprised to see that Diep Duong, their brother, looked so young. "We were forced by the goddess to come to Four Seas City to find someone, costing the limitless sect a fortune." He helplessly said, "That bald woman is really scary." Miu Yao, standing nearby, loudly interrupted the conversation. "Distinguished guests, please move to the center of the forest. Our divine envoy assembly is about to begin. The winner gets to marry the oracle, and the rest become food." Ting's face paled as he glanced at Ye Yang. "Aren't you worried about being eaten?" Ye Yang replied matter-of-factly, "The winner gets the right, so I'll join this game. Once the mission is done, the disciples can rest easy." Hearing this, he was surprised. "Ye Yang, you're mistaken. This Miu girl is real and even more fragrant than Yan Jiang." Arriving at the scene, Miu Yao happily announced, and Ding Qiu exclaimed in shock, "So these are our competitors?" Ahead, in the vast clearing, men and demons alike appeared, and the monster was furious at the interruption. Oblivious to their anger and confusion, Miu Yao excitedly announced, "Competitors, please get acquainted. The grand recruitment assembly will begin in a few minutes." Enraged, the monster turned to leave. "I don't want to recruit anyone. I'm leaving. You can play by yourselves." Annoyed that he turned to leave, Miu Yao blocked his path, ordering the demon to return, her red eyes flashing with warning. No one is allowed to break the rules of the selection ceremony. Enraged by her interference, he roared, "Are you tired of living, daring to block my path?" He then swung his mace, preparing to strike Miu Yao. She turned her back to him, swiftly striking out with a powerful blow. Ye Yang was surprised to see the monster sliced in two before it could strike Miu Yao. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide with horror at the scene that had just unfolded. Maidu Yu immediately turned around, her cold expression replaced by a smiling face. "Esteemed guests, I didn't frighten you, did I?" The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise Venerables seemed unfazed by what had just transpired, while the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Venerables calmly urged them to begin. Those present recognized the others and exclaimed in shock, "Even the Grand Tutor of the Great Zhao Imperial family has been captured." Each of them is skilled in both martial and literary arts. They weren't captured, they came prepared. The honored guests wondered why someone as noble as the Great Summon's supreme advisor would hold a body offering ceremony. It must be the 7th Prince Zhao Ying's doing. They only listened to Zhao Ying, and Dingo deduced that Zhao Ying would surely win over Miu Yao. As Di Yang grew weary, he began to complain. "Why hasn't it started yet? I'm getting sleepy again." Miu Yao, overjoyed, laughed gleefully. "I didn't expect so many people to participate in our choosing spouse convention. This is so much fun." Hearing this, Din Kao felt helpless. Weren't they kidnapped? Soon after, Miu Yu stood in the crowd and explained the rules. Due to the large number of participants, it would be 4 people per team. Everyone can choose their own teams. The first round is team-based. Those who can't find a team will be forced into the last one. Zabai, a member of the famous association pursuing the wealthiest beauty in Four Seas City, frowned and said with difficulty, can I join your team?" Choton and Din Kao immediately surrounded him, laughing and joking, welcoming him to the team. Choton explained that he was leading a trade caravan through the misty forest when he was captured, to which he angrily replied that he hated men and wouldn't let Vuong Laotan freeload any longer. Chosun comforts him, saying he's no demon, and only lied because the brothel was demanding payment. Nearby, Ye Yang feels helpless amidst the laughter, thinking he's not the biggest freeloader. Milo Yu's voice echoes, announcing the teams are set, except for 4 special cases. They can form their own teams or join others, but they've chosen to go it alone. She then looked towards Bai Hu, Juxi, Qinglong, and Huang Wu, and introduced them as the 4 great generals. Zun and Tingo stood aside, marveling at them. 4 lunatics. Who can defeat them? Aside from the 4 great generals, the rest are just cannon fodder. He immediately turned to Ye Yang, offering a suggestion, but was quickly rejected. Sect leader. Yeah, you can't use combat skills now. Why don't we just sneak away as soon as the match starts? Mio Yo excitedly announced the rules for the first round. The deity needs a husband with both literary and martial talents who can sing and dance. The first round is a musical instrument competition. Each team chooses its own opponent to challenge, with a maximum of 2 players fighting. Good luck, everyone. Good. Hearing this, the demons laughed maliciously, saying, "Hey, you 4 humans over there, we challenge you. None of you know instruments, so how about we just kill each other for the win?" The 4 humans, Xiao, Mu, Du, and Yu, trembled in fear at the demon's challenge. How can we compete? We can't run, we can't fight. I'm only 8 years old and I'm being forced into a martial arts contest for marriage? Is being handsome a crime? Miao Yao then reminded Lian, the first round doesn't allow fighting, or you'll be disqualified. If neither side knows instruments and the whole team is killed in the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they're terrified, not wanting to die. He immediately reaches behind him and pulls out the horn he had hidden. Leon immediately took a deep breath, put the horn to his lips, and muttered, to Mu's confusion, that the voices of the demons were multiplying. Then he blew a powerful breath, making the horn sound echo throughout the area, shocking everyone. Miyu pointed at the woodcutters, explaining that he could play an instrument while they could not, sealing their fate. Her face turned cold as she glared at them, ready to deliver the verdict. They cowered in fear, shrinking away from her gaze. And without hesitation, Miyu killed them, announcing the continuation of the competition. Announcements echo through the forest, scattering birds in terror. They lost. After the slaughter, Miu announces the next contestant, Huin Vo, the Zither King. Xiaobai and Tingqiu were terrified by what they saw, and Miu was so violent. We don't know any instruments, we're doomed. Everyone's face went pale, and they were speechless. As the crowd buzzed, Huin Vo, the current music king, stepped forward, known for his cunning nature. His music could suppress resentment, and his violent melodies could overwhelm armies. Which team would face the misfortune of his selection? He slowly approached Ye Yang's team and spoke, causing Dingqiu to be very suspicious. "It's been a while, Sun King." Hearing this, Old Sun sighed softly. This old man has left the great staff for many years, and is no longer any Sun King. Just a small elder of a small sect. You are too polite. The crowd was shocked, asking, "Isn't that freeloader actually the great elder of the human emperor? The venerable king who dislikes power and only likes to have fun?" It turns out, Old Tan was once an elder of an orphanage sect, raising children everywhere, but he was also a legendary venerable king, relentlessly hunted. Ignoring their chatter, Xuanwu stared intently at the old man. "Lord Sun, please enlighten me." Lord Sun sighed. "Since we've unexpectedly met here, let's put an end to this." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the cat demon beside him and made a request. The young lady could lend this old man a zither. Hyunwoo and the old man sat facing each other on the rocks, ready to battle amidst the crowd's chatter. Huinvo is the continent's #1 zither king. This old man is doomed, and this team is as good as dead. Then, Tan struck a powerful chord, creating a beautiful and moving melody, the dance of the soaring cranes, summoning cranes to fill the sky. Tingqiu and Xiaobai are astonished by his technique, never expecting Old Sun to be so capable. "Go, Old Sun." This old man was hiding his strength. Seeing this, Hyunwoo chuckled and snorted coldly. He immediately began to display his talents, creating a sound that was incredibly powerful and firm. Hyundai's song creates a powerful Hyundai figure, who immediately launches a devastating attack on the old man's cranes. Seeing this, Din Kao anxiously cried out to Triu Tan, his body unable to withstand such a massive attack, and he began to vomit blood in agony. Seeing this, the demoness immediately concluded, "The outcome is clear. You old geezers have lost." But just as she was about to act, Ye Yang's mocking voice suddenly echoed, "This zither music sounds pretty good." He calmly caught a falling leaf and, to her confusion, explained that he would use it as his instrument. His opponent scoffed, "Young man, you're being too casual. Using a leaf as a flute against the king of instruments, he must be mad." He ignored him and began to play, the sound clear and captivating. As Ye Yang's music filled the air, the cat demon stared at him in astonishment. Suddenly, the sound of a flute echoed through the forest, bringing tears to the cat demon's eyes. How can this melody be so beautiful? And why am I crying? Not just her, but everyone around us is bursting into tears. Tingqiu and Xiaobai cried and lamented, "I feel so sorry for this world." From peeping to being caught, loneliness was solved with money, but this is too sad, too heartbreaking. Suddenly, the Xuanwu coldly spoke, blaming it all on the flute's melody. He sniffled, his face wet with tears, yet he stubbornly declared, "You're all pathetic. Why do I feel so sad?" Yeo Yang listened to the flute's simple melody and spoke up, for destruction was about to occur. From atop the hill, a sphere hurtled down at an incredible speed, leaving everyone stunned. It sweeps away everything in its path, nothing able to withstand its destructive power. The terrifying attack wounds Xuanwu, causing him to cough up blood. The Taoist disciples were stunned. How could the Harp King lose to a young man? But Zhu Tian immediately responded, explaining that Xuanwu's harp music was inferior, while the young man's leaf playing was at the level of a music god. So they conceded defeat. Ye Yang remained calm, and whispers began to circulate about him. Who was this young man, this musical prodigy? Mu Yao declared that the outcome was clear. Who would have thought a musical prodigy would appear among the divine envoy's fiancés? Now they must deal with the loser. Xuanwu struggles to his feet, looking pained after that battle, and Han declares that he cannot be killed. Without a word, Mu Yu transforms into a giant cat and lunges towards Han. Without hesitation, she moves to kill Han. Witnessing this, the old white tiger is furious. Damn it, everyone has to endure because of the seventh prince's scheme. Just kill the prince and that boy later. Not only him, but Zidaoren is also speechless with anger, unable to believe that Xuanwu. Miu is in high spirits as she announces that the next and final round of the literary exam will focus on calligraphy and painting, the envoy's favorites, adding that her dream husband must be a master of literature. The rules remain the same, with teams competing, but each team can only submit one painting and one piece of calligraphy. Zidaoren and Zhu Tian are eager to accept the challenge. Your Highness, allow us to team up and learn from you. The calligraphy battle between his team and Qing Feng's is about to begin, and Dian Q can't help but worry. We're doomed. Qing Feng is a calligraphy sage, and Zhu is a painting genius. Whispers spread as people called the Great Chao shameless. This young music god may be gifted with instruments, but how could his calligraphy and painting compare to those two monsters who have immersed themselves in their fields for nearly a century? Contrary to Dian Q's worries, Ye Yang remained calm, yawning and lazily saying, "I'm sleepy, I'll take a nap, you guys go ahead." Zun calmly stepped forward, a master of martial arts and music, but no one is perfect. "My calligraphy is still decent, I can give it a try." Though slightly worried, Dian Cao replied, "Then I'll draw." He walked to a large rock nearby and slowly wrote something, when suddenly the character Mook appeared on the stone. The calligraphy Muchkathan Lam is used, creating a towering green tree, surprising Juchai as this calligraphy belongs to the very powerful spirit communication level. His opponent also writes the character Tien on the stone. The calligraphy Immortal descends, overwhelms everyone around, and they exclaim that the calligraphy sage writes like a god. Truly living up to his name, I proclaim him the strongest calligraphy sage on the continent, but his opponents are in for a world of hurt. Meanwhile, at the duel, Jutuk painted an inkwash painting, while Dian Cao was in utter disbelief, only able to stammer a few words. He was sweating profusely, unable to make out what the painting in his hand was, wondering if it was really necessary to use such a powerful move against someone as insignificant as him, leaving him utterly speechless. The two next to Ye Yang gossiped, "They're done for. They're going to die in this round." He woke up with a start, and the person next to him continued, "It's fine if these people die, but it's a pity about the young music god." With his eyes barely open, he plugs his ears, ready to shield his teammates, but the sketch is already done, so he decides to add a few lines. Ting's pointing instantly transforms into a galaxy, leaving Zhu Shi stunned. Those around him were stunned, realizing that the majestic landscape painting was nothing compared to this cosmic masterpiece. Who knew the god of music was also a god of calligraphy and painting? Is it possible for one person to master all four arts? Qing Feng collapsed to the ground, shouting, "Zhu Shi, quickly kneel with me before this divine calligraphy and painting. With just a few strokes, he's reached a realm we couldn't achieve in 3 lifetimes." Everyone around him knelt in worship, crying out, "Mom, come see the reincarnation of the Wenk Star. It really is the Wenk Star." From afar, Din regretted this, thinking, "If I had known the debt note that Boss Dieppe wrote last time would be worth so much, I would have kept it and become rich." Mu Yu blushed as she looked at Dieppe Duong, thinking, "This man seems to be more attractive to others than I am." Qing Feng and Juxi were injured by Mao Yao, who angrily shouted, "You dare to break the rules of my game?" She then declared, "The game continues. Congratulations to the woodcutter, herdsman, and gambler team for winning the next round and advancing." They were surprised that they had won, and the scholar said in confusion, "We don't know a single word, yet we won." Xiao added, It seems that Wengxing splashed ink on our paper just now. We're really lucky. The demoness looks towards the rustling forest, announcing that the final round, a survival game, is about to begin, leaving everyone confused as a massive two-headed snake emerges, and she commands it to play with her challengers. Witnessing this, the onlookers were stunned as the guardian beast of the mystic icefire forest, the magic vine, appeared, only to have its head instantly blown apart by a sharp arrow. Faced with this overwhelming force, Mu Yao angrily demands to know who dares disrupt the game's rules, calling it audacious. She turns to see a commander leading hundreds of soldiers who arrogantly orders his troops to end the game and kill everyone. He calmly forced the scheming woman to reveal her true form, preparing a sword dance formation as his men echoed his orders. A storm of arrows then rained down, streaking across the clear sky. They charged towards the group who stood frozen, stunned by the scene before them. They screamed in terror, "The Great Zhao's celestial army! What are they doing here? We're doomed!" The strategist demon leads the charge, shouting with all her might that this is not their playground, but the dense rain of arrows strikes her, causing her to cry out in pain. No matter what's happening outside, Ye Yang and his teammates are finishing planting a large tree. The seventh prince, Zhao Ying, had laid out two plans before the game even began. If winning her over failed, he'd resort to more violent means. He must have the demon strategist. The old silver tiger roared, "Even you, King Zun, must know the truth. No one can break the seventh prince's plan. As a gift from the prince to the emperor on his 100th birthday, you should obediently come out and die. Don't hide anymore." Looking at the situation, Master Zun sighed. This seventh prince has been intelligent since childhood, cold-blooded, and as ambitious as a wolf, seeing all things as mere pawns. He has never failed, and in this situation, the outcome is already set. Little Silver couldn't help but worry. We're doomed facing someone like this. Ye Yang calmly sits back and analyzes that to enter God mode, he must grant immunity to many people. Now, with 4 seeds to strengthen the useless, he asks everyone to find 4 people with useless roots. Silver Tiger stands behind the remaining survivors, coldly stating they're lucky to have lived this long, shocking them. To reward them, he'll send them on their way. Suddenly, a blow descends, causing a massive explosion and sending debris flying. Someone moved faster than Silver Tiger, injuring him and catching him off guard. What's going on? A figure rises from the rubble, poisonous Yan Xiao with his massive frame and muscular body. Besides him are others, Super Carp, Steel Hero 2, and Giant Mu. Everyone around them stared in shock as Silver Tiger stammered, Who are you monsters?" Ye Yang calmly states that these are his player classes, created with 4 super seeds to produce 4 heroes. The old man retorts sternly that they are merely combat characters under his control, and whatever they are, they will be annihilated. He calmly opened the control panel and replied indifferently, "Then let's begin." Humiliated repeatedly, Silver Tiger roared in anger, "Don't underestimate me," as he launched an attack towards the giant tree spirit. With a mere wave of his hand, the old man instantly perished. Everyone around was horrified, staring in fear, shocked by the single blow. The seventh prince stammered, "Silver Tiger is dead?" He pointed and ordered his troops, "Avenge Silver Tiger! Skywall Army, kill them all." They responded in unison, following his orders. Back with Ye Yang, he calmly checks his control panel, saying it's time to play something a little more interesting, just as a barrage of arrows comes flying in. He looks at his control panel and begins to use it, summoning tentacles for a massacre, his face filled with murderous intent. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he commands the tentacles on his back, sending them hurtling toward his targets. The demons can't believe his power. This human is more demonic than they are. Lang Qiang pulls out a cube, confidently stating that his presence alone is enough to revive the Heavenly Wall army. As soon as it finishes speaking, it flies into the air, emitting a surge of magic. A girl watches from afar. The Heavenly Army, known as the Undying Legion, once sacrificed 1,000,000 souls. As long as the general doesn't die, his soldiers will continue to revive, a terrifying prospect. His body radiates extremely powerful magic, and he intends to have the Heavenly Army devour all life in this place. Lang Qiang transforms, his armor shifting with grim determination. As Ye Yang summons Zhang Yu, it's his turn. He manipulates him to jump through hyperspace to get close. The wolf general is shocked by the sight before him. He jumped over my army and appeared right in front of me. Before he could recover, Fish unleashed a fatal blow, his face full of fury. Wielding his sword, he cast a spell upon it. A supernuclear strike. Of course, Lang Xiang couldn't dodge Yu's incredible speed, nor did he expect his immortal body to be cleaved in two, leaving him to scream in despair. The crowd below, having witnessed everything, showered them with praise, calling it a strike that annihilated an army. They were grateful for the Four's selfless act of saving them, and the Four seemed proud of themselves as they struck a cool pose together. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, and Zhao Mu, Tu, and Wei reveal their true forms, stunning everyone into silence. They immediately fall to the ground as Ye Yang walks straight ahead, completing the game and heading home. Exhausted, he collapses into Miu Yao's arms, who laments that their assembly is ruined, as her clone happily suggests rewarding him with a visit to the Divine Stillness Pool for saving them, despite not completing the ritual. Hearing her clone's words, she went downstairs to follow him, and the others blushed at the Miu Yao's intimate gestures. Ignoring them, she took Ye Yang's hand and placed it on her forehead, instantly transforming into a small cat nestled in his arms. One of the group members spoke up, saying that Ye Yang taking this Miu girl as a new pet was truly enviable. Tinga revealed a sly expression, beginning to have dark thoughts, a different way to play each morning and another each night. She instantly knew what he was thinking and clawed at his face, causing him to yelp. The white-haired man looked at the girls ahead, announcing their arrival, and pointed out the girl with the horns, calling him a beast girl fanatic. Startled by Ye Yang's sudden appearance, Xiang Yu exclaimed, "Master, you're back!" Lu Qing rushed to support him. "You're covered in dust. Let me bathe you, Master." Hearing that, she was furious, declaring that only she could touch Master's body. Tathu snatched Diep Duong away, suggesting a Thai-style bath to relax him, while Lo Dengyi suggested dividing the body parts and rolling dice for each. The three can only watch on in envy at the warm welcome he receives. What kind of disciples are these? We want in too. In the great Xia dynasty's Dharma Cloud Hall, the building exudes a majestic and magnificent aura. Li Mu presided over the meeting, calling this emergency gathering to discuss dealing with the Limitless Sect. Jia Xiao disagreed, saying it was just a small sect in the Ziyuan kingdom, and was it worthy of all the great Zhao dynasty's important officials discussing it together? Zhu Qing agreed, saying that sending a master from the heaven ranking would solve the problem, but Li Mu immediately explained that the seventh prince had set a trap in the misty forest, but it was broken, and both the Grand Summoning Advisor and the Heavenly General were destroyed. Lai Muk's words shocked everyone at the meeting, prompting them to ask again. He continued, explaining that the seventh prince had deduced from gathered intelligence that he was Ye Chen, the missing sect leader of the Limitless Sect. He's surprised by this information, and Mu Yu speaks up, saying that Ye Chen has grown rapidly in the last 2 years, ranking in the top 5 of the heavenly rankings. Li Mu summarizes the purpose of today's meeting. The prince wants to take advantage of Ye Chen being in the Divine Fallen Land away from Four Seas City. He plans to use the power of the Great Chao to massacre the Limitless Sect in 3 days, making Ye Yang pay for his sins in blood, disrupting his Tao heart so the prince can easily deal with him in the land of Divine Fall. All three are willing to follow the prince's orders, shouting with courage, "Massacre the Limitless Sect!" Li Mu then asked everyone to listen to Meng He, who announced he had devised a plan. The Ministry of Rights Chu Shulang would go to the Ziyuan Kingdom's royal family and force them to return the land. Chu Qing immediately agreed. He closed his eyes, stating that the Dark Division would set fire to the unending peak and poison the water source, leaving the unending sect with nowhere to escape. Datieu vowed to leave no one alive in the unending sect. He tasked Mu Yu with intelligence, spreading rumors in Ziyuan Kingdom that Ye Chen was colluding with demons, isolating the Infinity Sect from humanity. She agreed. Li Mu then ordered General Wei Yuan to lead 300,000 troops to destroy the Infinity Sect. Wei Yuan hesitated, but remembering how the prince had treated him, he accepted. He praised their unity and wished them success in their mission. But suddenly, Li Kunu interrupted Li Mu, saying she had a slight problem on her end. One of them explained that the Saintess would work with Miss Mo to mobilize all believers, proving that the Limitless Sect had betrayed humanity. She denied it, then asked if anything that happened here would remain secret. Without hesitation, he assures her that this is a top-secret meeting protected by barriers, so the Holy Maiden need not worry about leaks. A sinister smile creeps across the woman's face as she reveals her true nature, saying, "That's good." Without hesitation, she uses her sword to bisect the powerful Meng He, the force of her attack sending his blood flying. Li Mu witnessed the scene, utterly bewildered. She stood proudly on the conference table. The mastermind was dead, and now it was the executor's turn. It was then he realized she was a disguised evil, and he fell into a trap. The demoness sets her sights on the next target, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Minister Chu, let's start with you." Chu Cheng sneers, believing himself different from the Prime Minister. He then began to cast his magic to attack her, thinking she was a weak mortal and that the demon would surrender. But the demon's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. She dodged the attack and swiftly cleaved Chu Cheng in two, a confident smile gracing her lips as she claimed the first kill. She found their movements too slow compared to her own, and the succubus launched an attack. Wei Yuan confidently declared his invincibility, unaware that the woman was already behind him, a fatal oversight. Wu Yuan's earlier arrogance has vanished, his face now pale. She points her blade straight at Limu, the mastermind behind the plan to destroy the infinite sect. His end is near. Before he could recover, the lethal woman finished Limu off with a swift blow, sending his body crashing into a wall, coughing up blood. Limu begged for his life, saying she could keep her saintess identity, remain hidden, and do anything she wanted in Dazhao, but she considered none of it as important as her master. She creates a massive explosion, sending him flying into the sky, and the building is left with a gaping hole. Standing atop the corpses, she laughs, knowing no one will disturb her master's peace in the divine questioning ground. All eyes turn to the divine questioning gate, opening in the dark sky, as countless cultivators gather, seeking divine favor. The young man stood with his arms crossed as the goddesses of the limitless sect arrived at the divine question gate, having overcome the perilous maze forest. The long legs of Fire Goddess Maiden and the innocent face of Curse Goddess Loli stirred hearts. Zhu Shu pulls the wheelchair. It's been several days since Lao Zun left, and Master has been sleeping for so long, let's massage his feet. Nangdu immediately agreed. They became jealous seeing Ye Yang being treated so specially. The Fish Demon Lord was speechless at their bold words and just wanted to kill those three idiots. One of them noticed he was sleeping, and another started making wild guesses, saying his body must have been weakened by the goddesses last night. The young man sighed, trying to contain his anger, as the test was only delayed because of Ye Yang, that leech. He smirked, knowing that this test required individual action, and if he slept, he'd be disqualified. He would crush him. Hoping to impress Miss To, the fatty agreed, and finally, Xuan could prove her abilities. All eyes turned as the loudspeaker announced the start of the ability test. The young man clenched his fist, straining with all his might, and wiped it swiftly to the side. He poured every ounce of strength he had into a powerful punch against the wall, igniting a blaze. The screen displays an attack power of 76,000. The young man breathes a sigh of relief as the loudspeaker announces that he has passed the energy test of over 5,000 pounds. His friends cheered him on from behind, but the young man tried to play it cool, hiding the strain on his hand after that display. Seeing Ye Yang like that, the two immediately sneered, while Zhu Shu remained silent, only glancing at them with disdain. They mocked him, saying he was just there to play around and that An Bam was truly disgracing the limitless sect. Mao Yao said nothing, lightly punching the wall with his hand. The two laughed, thinking he was letting his cat do the work, and that he thought he could use the same tricks he used on women to pass the test. Suddenly more cracks appeared on the stone wall, leaving the young man utterly shocked, his mouth agape, his eyes wide. The wall collapses from the punch, and the announcer declares number 1378 has passed the strength test, stunning everyone. Bitter, he thinks. Can pets fight for you? He relies on women and pets. The speed test requires the person to reach the destination, not the pet. All the competitors gathered before the starting cauldron, as the speaker presided over the match. As soon as he called the start, everyone else sped off, leaving Ye Yang alone at the cauldron. Seeing him not move, the young man rejoiced, thinking he'd reach the finish line before he woke up, hoping Su Gunyang would notice him. But Miao Yo floated in the air, pushing Ye Yang's wolf cart with her hand. In the blink of an eye, his wolf cart overtakes those in front. She tries to run faster than Ye Yang, jumping over the cauldron to the finish line. Miu Yu gently stops his chariot, and the system announces that number 1738 has passed the speed test, eliminating the other competitors. Enraged, he cries out in frustration, cursing his loss to a vegetable. The battle arena rises from the ground as a loudspeaker booms, announcing the next test, combat against giant puppets. A chilling aura emanates from the puppets, and a player stammers, overwhelmed by their size. She sits atop Ye Yang, calmly calling out. The remains of the combat puppet pile up beneath his vehicle. On the other side of the battlefield, many died in the previous test due to a lack of strength. The spy was utterly astonished. He just slept through it and passed? The young man cries out in protest. I can't accept this. He's just a leech. The system announces, combat puppet assessment complete. Number 1738 is the first to pass all tests and is qualified to enter the Divine Remains. Despite passing all the previous tests, Ye Yang is still very sleepy. On the second day in the Divine Remains, many figures appear in the area. No matter the situation, Lukthan would run 10 kilometers every morning as soon as she woke up, and despite her body aching, she still managed to do 100 push-ups. She lay on the cliff edge, risking her life to do 100 sit-ups, and then diligently performed 100 squats. After that, she found a large, clear waterfall where she could bathe alone, and then dealt with those who were spying on her master. Perhaps she sensed someone was watching her as the demon lord startled from afar, relieved he hadn't been discovered. Outside the tent, a voice spoke. "Lu Qing is out training again, isn't she?" Another girl replied. "She doesn't like the cat in Master's arms, so she stormed off." Inside, Miu Yao and she fought, neither willing to yield. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tuathu thought, "While you two are busy, I'll give Master his morning massage," infuriating them. Suddenly, an announcement blares. "Attention all cultivators within the Divine Trial grounds. The first trial is about to begin. You will be transported to the Sea of the Departed. Pass the trial or be killed. Now, the teleportation begins." But as the words fade, the cultivators vanish, one by one, except for him, who uses his privilege within the Divine Trial land to remain unaffected. The Sea of the Departed. Those who enter will meet the most important person they've lost. There, Du sees his long-dead mother, her face filled with sorrow. She looks at her, smiling gently. "You silly girl, I'm hungry. Aren't you going to cook for me?" Tears well up in Jia Yu's eyes. Mother was a heavenly ranking master whose job was to slay great demons. No matter how badly she was injured, she would recover as soon as she ate my cooking. My childhood dream was to cook the most delicious food in the world for my mother. Her expression falls. "No, it's okay. I was happy to cook for you, Mother, but I'm grown now, and there's someone I want to cook for the rest of my life. You look unhappy. It seems a bad man has deceived you, and I have no choice but to take you with me." She hands her mother a scroll containing information about Ye Yang, telling her to learn about him first. Her mother opens it and reads about him. He possesses an ancient sect that once ruled the world, enjoys reading, and is upright, but his flaw is being too attractive and not understanding the rules. After reading it, she fades into the air. Yanu watches, thinking she didn't choose the wrong person, and that her mother shouldn't worry, as she won't be lonely anymore. Elsewhere, Lu Qing has also defeated her opponent. She strikes decisively, for no one can humiliate her comrades. With everything settled, Lu Qing teleports away. Arriving, she found everyone already there. "So, you've arrived." A voice echoed as Sushu and Mai Luo were teleported out for having cat hair on them, leaving the others in awe. Like a demon lord with arms crossed, the most dangerous cultivator in the Godfall zone has appeared. Perhaps the most dangerous human of all. She stood pensively, gazing at the distant sky I once knew in my lifetime. Zhu Ying surmises that, according to the game's logic, the most important and deceased person to him would be his father, the Emperor. After many days apart, Zhu Yan greets him. "My son, long time no see." Zhu Yan's frowned, a mix of emotions washing over him as he reunited with his father. "Great Zhu Emperor, you don't need to worry anymore. After killing him, I used a puppet to impersonate him." His father calmly asked, "What direction do you want to take, Great Zhu?" He looked annoyed and replied, "You should be asking what direction I want to take this world. I hope the flames of war engulf everything. I love war, the thrill of annihilation, and the pleasure of conquering my enemies. Now, my goal is to destroy the gods and the limitless sect. I will summon my hidden cards from across the world and unleash them all at once." He mercilessly slashes at Zhu Yan with his sword. With that strike, he was gone. Zhu Ying's true nature is revealed as an announcement echoes. The second trial at the Land of Fallen Gods, one versus all, is about to begin. All participants will be transported to 4 trial arenas, where one will be chosen as the rioter, who must face all the others alone. Hearing this, the two were horrified, lamenting, "What is this? What's a rioter?" The divine mandate is truly beyond the imagination of mortals. The announcement echoes again. Teleportation commencing, all cultivators will be transported elsewhere. In the first arena, clouds envelop the trial grounds and everyone wonders where they are. Nangdu wondered if Sushu was in the same arena as them, but Milo reminded her to focus on the task at hand. The young man wondered who would be chosen as the rebel, hunted by all, as the man beside him speculated that it should logically be the strongest here, and it's not even certain who will hunt who. A surge of immensely powerful magic suddenly appeared, and the rebel descended. Nyangdu and Milo are shocked by the scene before them. Sushu's face is filled with murderous intent as she wonders why she can't sense her master's presence, while the two villains underestimate her abilities. She immediately sensed their presence and unleashed a magical attack in his direction. The man's arm is severed, and he screams in agony as she unleashes a powerful wave of magic, declaring that a world without her master must be destroyed. Hearing this, the scarred man cursed and the bald man roared, ordering everyone to charge and kill her. A crowd of people rushed towards Sushu, but she quickly overwhelmed them, creating beautiful golden vortexes. Scarface wondered how she, supposedly a fire mage, could wield such terrifying wind magic, warning everyone to run and avoid a direct attack. Suthu summons two massive dragons of ice and fire, incinerating everything around her. She watches the blazing inferno with despair, believing that without her master, the world must be destroyed. Susu's magic engulfs the arena, golden flames erupting all around. Those caught within her inferno are consumed, one crying out, "Has the god Extinction raised a world-destroying monster?" But Milo easily blocks her attacks. Tethu's power is second only to the head disciple, and in a berserk state, her destructive force will be even more terrifying. Lokthan is starting to feel fear, afraid that we will all die at the hands of the berserk, Tethu. In the second arena, the cultivators were brutally battered by the scythe wielder, screaming in madness. Seeing his power far surpassed theirs, he grew even more smug. "Killing all these cultivators, I love it." One of them cried out that the heavenly chain user was now ranked 19th, and they couldn't possibly fight him. Jiying stood with his arms crossed, saying that if they wanted the divine decree, they had to pay the price. But this one versus all seemed to want something from the cultivators. He sensed his presence and immediately launched his scythe at Chudoan. But he remained cold, saying, "I have no interest in playing silly games, so let's end this." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people attacked the heaven-refining envoy in unison, creating a massive explosion. Afterwards, the cultivators below thanked and praised Zhu Ying incessantly, grateful for the prince's merciful intervention. Yet he remained disdainful, the ignorant fools unaware of their impending doom. Meanwhile, in the third arena, the foolish demon lord unleashed demonic power, declaring that there was no need for rebellion if he simply slaughtered all the small fry. Meanwhile, in the fourth arena, the rioter there was also extremely energetic, saying, "Seventh Prince, I will definitely clear out the riffraff and help you obtain the divine wish. At most, with one incense stick's time, all living things here will be burned to ashes." The Sword Saint squad suddenly appeared in the sky to provide assistance, delighting the two below. They didn't expect them to show up in the land of divine fall, only they could deal with the mad woman in white. Two of them spoke in unison. One was the strongest disciple of the Godslayer sect. Killing her here will throw the Destroyer's Tao heart into chaos. The other agreed, saying the prince might be pleased. Together, they combined their magic and charged, yelling, "Kill!" They conjure a giant dragon with magic, similar to hers, but a different color. Seeing that's all they can do, Susio is unimpressed. Her eyes gleam as she uses her clawed hand to cast a spell. Hell Hand. Sushu mercilessly decapitates it, ending it swiftly. Seeing their magic was ineffective, they cried out, shifting to their second formation, lamenting that they were being forced to use their ultimate move and told everyone to prepare. But before the Sword Saint squad could use their magic, she appeared behind them. Too late, leaving their faces pale. Su quickly conjures a massive fireball, engulfing them in hellish heat. A massive explosion erupts on the battlefield, shattering nearly everything. Debris from the floating island flies everywhere, along with plumes of smoke from the explosion. The Demon Lord watches from above, witnessing everything, believing this girl will become the strongest female cultivator on the continent. Seeing such immense magical power, Chudoan suspects she's a disciple of the Godslayer. Meanwhile, Lo cries out that Tethu has completely lost control. After she kills everyone, her consciousness will likely collapse entirely, and her body will become a puppet exploited by the land of fallen gods. Lu King rushes forward. "I'll open a portal. We have to get to Master and have him stop Su Shu." She throws her spear with all her might. It lunged forward with incredible speed, but she effortlessly caught it. Tethu melted the spear, declaring that no one would leave before the world's end. She blamed them all for failing to protect their master and vowed to punish them for his disappearance. Shang drew out a painting, hoping only their master could calm Su Shu. She wondered if the portrait she secretly painted would work. Lucheng doubted it, but Milo wanted to try. She uses her magic, hoping to calm Sushu, but is startled by someone's sudden appearance. Toshu's expression changes instantly. Her master can truly do anything with those who come after. Ye Yang's illusion appears before her, saying of course she can do anything she wants. Hearing this, Sushu seizes the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kiss him, her passion igniting Milo outside the Genji fire sphere. Her face was flushed, and it was unexpected that Sushu knew so many tricks. Perhaps Mei Lu, always conservative, had fully experienced the 18 styles Sushu learned from books in order to cooperate. The flames die down and she floats in the air, Mei's face flushed as she sleeps, breathing heavily. Someone below wonders how the goddess could return with a blissful expression after all that. As an announcement declares that Squad Leader 4 and Squad Leader 3, the insurgents, have won, while Squad Leader 2, the insurgent, is dead. Team Leader number 1, both the rebel and the participant survived, the trial is incomplete, begin eliminating all members. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as a group of scythe-wielding figures appears in the sky. The crowd below panics at their presence, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Grim Reapers. The Grim Reapers charge towards Sushu, as Baifei grumbles about Ye Yang's troublesome female disciples in Arena 2. She immediately teleports to Arena number 1 to help them, as Baifei removes his hat and robe, glaring at the enemy. Her demonic powers quickly defeat the death gods before her. Sushu awakens from her slumber, asking, "Little fox, why are you here?" Malu called from below, "You're strong. Have you regained your full power?" Baifei, overflowing with magical power, declared, "You can't fight against the power of the fallen god's land. You're still inferior. This is to repay the favor I owed Ye Yang." She immediately changes her form, declaring their debt settled and severing all ties. The death gods surrounding Baifei share one goal: to kill her. Baifei was unafraid, calmly using her magic, and they were all affected by it. Baifei conjures a massive magic sphere, sealing off the surrounding space. The cultivators below are affected by her magic, paralyzed with fear. What does she intend to do? Baifei continues her magic, chanting, "9 silences obliterate spirit, jhana space." A massive magic circle appears, illuminating the sky. A young man below then remembers, she's the 9-tailed demon empress, Baifei, whose every appearance brings about the destruction of a nation. Huang Mang beside him asks, "She's been missing for years. Why is she here?" Little Sushu arrives, telling everyone to leave quickly, as she's opened a barrier. Lucheng wonders why they have to leave now that the punishment is over, but Lujie explains that she destroyed the rules, and the Divine Remnant Temple won't forgive her. Dismissing them as talkative, Baifei snaps her fingers, and the 3 vanish from the battlefield, transported elsewhere, leaving the others in stunned silence. One of them asks why she would defy the Divine Will Hall for their sake, when she doesn't even desire a divine decree. The other speculates that she's worried about Master Anyu and doesn't care about the divine decree. Lightning-filled clouds gather in the sky and strike the earth, but Bakfei stands defiant, declaring that the ancient rules here cannot control her. Bolts of heavenly lightning strike the ground, creating a massive explosion. Her face pales as she realizes she's in trouble. Baifei covers her ears. The thunder is too loud. This is bad. My PTSD is acting up again. She remembers Ye Yang's words. "If you ever escape, I won't be there to cover your ears from the thunder anymore. Take this advertisement I drew on. It will protect you once more." Baifei takes out the enchanted paper. She uses it to block the lightning strike. The paper absorbs the lightning, then draws in the charged clouds. Its task complete, the paper spontaneously combusts, creating a massive explosion in the sky that scatters the clouds. Those watching below couldn't believe Baifei had blocked lightning with paper, and she herself was stunned by the scene, unable to believe Ye Yang was this powerful. As the clouds dissipate, a strange blue light suddenly appears. The Judgment Gate is stunned. The order of magic broken by a single piece of paper? A powerhouse beyond our imagination has emerged. The Hellhound stands idly by, declaring that divine punishment is the only way to destroy those who defy order. But Ling Mu retorts that divine punishment won't cause a spatial collapse as long as it doesn't affect her master. She believes the fox killed Ling Yi, disrupted the order of magic, and is challenging the supreme authority of the divine remnant land. Uema scoffs, wondering if Ling Miao is preventing divine punishment because she's in heat and wants to mate with a human. He immediately denies it, and she seizes the opportunity to unleash divine punishment, eliminating all participants. It seems the chosen one of the demon horse is none other than the 7th prince, the strongest of them all. Why wasn't he chosen as the destroyer? Could it be that he has the heart of a divine messenger and is receiving protection? Uima breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking, I am a high and mighty divine messenger. I won't be seduced by humans. She frowns. We've guarded the god's relic pool for so long. It's normal for people to waver. Some have gone mad and died, while others betrayed us and became the first demon lord. Time is running out, and if we don't find a suitable person, the god lord's last vestige will be lost. I believe in the loyalty of the spirit Meow Girl. In each reincarnation, she seeks a new master, and only by resisting divine punishment can one obtain her. Such a person does not exist, so she must be loyal to the gods. The high priest declared that the chief divine envoy was still in a deep slumber, so he decided not to initiate divine punishment and to let them proceed to the Tower of Divine Remains. If there was someone unimaginably strong among them, they would become the vessel of their god, and the three below immediately obeyed. On the ancient road to the God's Fall, leading to the final trial at the God's Fall Tower, a group hurries towards the tower, urging each other to arrive first and claim the divine wish. One of them laughs, saying that there are no rules on this road, so why not eliminate some of the competition? Before they could react, a blade of light sliced through them. A demon general landed, declaring that anyone who stood in his way would die. His teammate complained, saying, You're killing people again? The prince told us to restrain ourselves, so I was just cutting tendons and gouging out the eyes of those in the way. That way, we're both merciful and satisfied. The other one replies, I want to find someone from the Limitless Sect to play with. The other demon retorted that they couldn't, as the prince ordered their demon sword troop to the tower first, and he would deal with the Eternal Sect members himself. They quickly flew towards the tower together. Meanwhile, a scheming demon on the ground below the carriage grumbled, So what if you can fly? If that monkey hadn't stolen our trial privileges, I would have gotten master to the tower in a flash. Then, turning away in anger, it said, Master's unconscious, and I'm stuck pulling the carriage to keep up. But what's with those two women up there? Bai Fei, embracing Ye Yang's right side, angrily berates the demon lord on the left. Get away from him, you demon who likes to enslave men and treat them like toys. The demon lord indifferently replies, How strange. Who was it that said they were no longer interested in Ye Yang and that I could use him however I pleased? How fickle, Bai Fei. Though I no longer care for Ye Yang, I'm still tied to the Limitless Sect. The female disciples are like sisters to me, and I can't stand by and watch you destroy their master. The disciples behind the carriage are annoyed by Bai Fei's lies and her favoritism. The demon lord retorts that while the disciples see her as a sister, they see her as their master's wife. And she and sect leader Ye have already become intimate, spending their days together in forbidden games while Bai Fei was away. Bai Fei coldly retorted, The Limitless Sect forbids extreme acts. Your forbidden game is just playing cards. Back then, when I followed Ye Yang, we did things that truly broke moral boundaries, sleeping together in the demon imprisonment cell, singing day and night, oblivious to the world. Hearing this, Nangdu flew into a rage. Little fox, I knew you were seducing master, you hussy. The demon master panicked. That's all in the past. Now sect leader Ye is head over heels for me. A small explosion erupts on the carriage as Bai Fei transforms into her fox form, cradling Ye Yang and declaring that only she could ever truly captivate him. My waist, my technique. There's no comparison to you, you lowly thing. The demon lord retorts, Why can't I be both a mature woman and cute? I'm juicier. No man can resist me. Their squabble drew the attention of onlookers who stared in bewilderment. One man, suffering a nosebleed, exclaimed, Both of them are beauties who could captivate a king. How lucky is this vegetable? Nangdu, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed a peachwood sword and charged forward, yelling, Release my master! Sushu also rushed onto the carriage, saying, As my master's first wife, you can have his love, but I must keep his body. Leaving Nangdu bewildered, asking, What are you doing here? Lu also joined in, saying, Let's all get on. As a disciple of Ye Yang, I feel his body belongs to everyone. All of Ye Yang's disciples piled onto the cart, infuriating the cat. Like a volcanic eruption, he explodes. These women, all piling onto the cart. Did you even consider the feelings of the cat pulling it? He unleashes a kick, sending the cart flying and everyone with it. Everyone around thought having too large a harem was a real nuisance. That night, the clear moon shone down, and a large forest held a single white tent, lying peacefully within. Bai Fei sat next to Ye Yang and said, Okay, everyone's asleep now, I can talk to you. Do you know why I came to the Divine Remnant Land? It's because on many stormy nights I was scared and sleepy, but I didn't dare to sleep. You promised you wouldn't leave, that you'd stay by my side as I slept, so when you fall asleep, I'll be the one watching over you. Fool, after I repay my debt to you in this trip to the Divine Remnant Land, we really won't have anything to do with each other anymore. At the Tower of Divine Fall, where a massive spatial gate pierces the sky, The limitless sect stands ready. Su Shu notes the tower's imminent opening and the sudden disappearance of the two demonesses. As Aoyang Lei Lei expresses her annoyance, two figures converse within the dense mist above. One asks, "Tell me, what do you really want to do back at the tower?" You should just answer that you will guide Lord Deep, but you're strange because you have a grudge against the divine race. The demon lord crossed her arms and said, "You're definitely not going to accept the divine will. Do you really like Diep Duong?" Bak Fai promised with a sneer. "It's ridiculous. As a former Vici lord, I would fall for such a trivial mortal. You demon lord just laugh. Yes, humans are just toys. Tools to make us happy, so that's right." With a dark aura, Bai Fei retorts, "I have no interest in discussing this with you. In short, Ye Yang is my toy. No matter what you want to do, I have only one request. Do not involve Ye Yang, or you will become the eternal enemy of the entire Tushan clan." The demon lord turns away. For a former great demon lord to swear on the entire Tushan clan to protect a toy? Are you serious? Bai Fei retorts. "Enough nonsense. Remember my words. Don't touch Ye Yang. Focus on your goal." The demon lord pondered, "The land of fallen gods. I've finally returned. This time I'll reclaim everything I've lost." Just then, a voice announced, "The boundless tower of fallen gods is about to open. It is the sanctuary of the gods and the location of the world pillars. Find them and you shall obtain a divine wish. Good luck, everyone. Commencing teleportation." As the announcement faded, everyone was transported to a strange new space, each holding a blue lantern. Lukthon found himself alone, wondering where the others were, when another announcement echoed. "Welcome to the land of exile, where the remains of gods, corrupted by curses, become world steles, existing for eternity." As remnants of the curse lingered, they scattered throughout the nightmare realm. In this nightmare realm, the lanterns in everyone's hands must never be extinguished, losing the protection of the spirit lamp. The person will soon be swallowed by the cursed life forms in the darkness, and Blood Puppet Man said, "Let the old man try his strength." He then unleashed a power that caused the lights of those nearby to go out. They all panicked loudly. I saw it. I saw the monster. A blood-red hue engulfed the surrounding space. Desperate screams echoed repeatedly, and the message reminded everyone to protect the sacred lamp in their hands, well, as it is the greatest safeguard for survival. If you want to find the world monument, make your lamp shine brighter. Only by extinguishing the lamps of others can your own burn bright enough to find it. Good luck. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Luoqing, smirking slyly. They were the four great evils of the Bronze Corpse sect, plotting murder to obtain divine wishes. Lokthang quickly moved to find his master, thinking that the cat might not have taken anything. Suddenly, the four great evil sect demons approached, intending to attack and extinguish the light in her hand. Her face darkened, and she simply said, "Go away." One of the cowards in the group laughed and stepped aside, but said she had to play with the brothers a little first because no one here would protect the young lady from harm. Before she could finish her sentence, the wound on Lokthan's head was struck hard by her. She remained indifferent, saying, "I told you so," causing the others to riot. They all charged at her, wanting to kill her, but Lu Qing brushed past them without a word. Each powerful strike of her spear was filled with elegance, quickly piercing through them, and she noticed the lamp in her hand was glowing brighter. Those who witnessed it were astonished by Luo Qing's power when a muscular man appeared, saying, "Little girl, your ruthlessness is quite like Lao Fu's." Everyone recognized him as the Blood Hand Butcher, who specializes in slaughtering top experts, and believed Qing Lu would meet a tragic end. The Blood Hand Butcher boasted that Lao Fu had killed many experts and demanded someone become Lao Fu's disciple. Agree to join Lao Fu in slaughtering everyone here, or refuse and die? Before he could finish, Loqing pierced him with her spear, coldly stating, "I told you to leave." Those around her realized she was Ye Chen's disciple, after easily killing a heavenly ranking lackey. They called her the Spear God, but Lu Qing didn't care. She just wanted to find her master. Meanwhile, Ye Yang was fast asleep on his pushchair, muttering about Ye Yang in his sleep. Ye Yang dreams of her body, blushing with embarrassment. In the dark night of the tower's space, a voice echoes, "How awful. I haven't found a normal man to marry, and now I'm going to die?" "We only have one light left," Tukui said. "As long as it doesn't go out, we won't fall into darkness." Sequoia replied, "That demon is having too much fun killing. It probably won't chase us." Beside him, the proud Grandmaster Shin thinks he could handle it, even if they were followed. He just doesn't want to waste energy. Sequoia swears that if she had known, she wouldn't have come to pray. This place is hell. Tukui replies that life is always a gamble, and someone is coming. They saw Lu Qing and whispered that she had no aura or cultivation, so she probably wasn't there to exterminate demons. Suddenly, Lu Qing brushed past them, and Tukui warned. Don't go over there. It's too dangerous. Your light will be extinguished. Lu Xing coldly refused and continued to attack the demon, while Sukui instantly appeared behind her, trying to knock her out, apologizing that he couldn't let her go to her death. She dodged the Seikui's attack, thinking only that her master would never stop killing demons, and that replacing the light could transmit her to the border world's light. Lu King ruthlessly wipes out the demon, the sound of shattering air echoing through the space. Sukui rushes over, but it's too late. The demon is stunned. Luo Qing stands calmly on the corpse of the demon, while the horrified Sak Kwai stammers, unsure of what just happened. The group behind is also confused by the death of the great demon. Lu Qing stands alone, contemplating, this one's dealt with, what's next? When a voice suddenly echoes from behind. Even though you lack cultivation, I sense you possess some strength. But in this nightmare world, a lone wolf won't get far. You'll have a target on your back. Why not join us? Suddenly, two more figures appear, declaring the corpse of the devouring heaven demon is theirs. They are the discarded bone twins. One says they're lucky to have caught one, and the other notices the old man. Zach Kwai shouts that the Wastebone brothers are sadistic and will torture any weaker cultivators they find. Great Master Not Tom quickly get away from them. Grandmaster Zun says, the two venerable ones still remember this old man. I am honored. I beg you, for the sake of our fellow clansmen on the heavenly ranking, spare me a path to survival. One of them retorts, how absurd! The heavenly ranking is also divided into upper and lower classes. This old dog dares to talk to our brother. Kneel, he said, using his power to force them all to kneel. I'm not one to forget old times, so I'll let you die a little slower than the other prey. Enjoying my Zhuandi's method of extracting marrow while struggling in pain and losing blood. I'll concede defeat to anyone who can catch them. Suddenly, a red spear pierced his throat, and both were killed by it, their lamps falling to the ground. After killing them, Lu Qing landed lightly and indifferently, while the two men choked on their blood and cried out in agony. Their lamps sputtered out, their energy flowing into the lamp in Lu Qing's hand, turning it a bright orange. She coldly said, sorry, I can't accompany you any further. Master Tam immediately knelt, begging the benefactor to stop. He shamelessly asked for protection money before. I was truly insane. Please forgive me and take me as your disciple. Lokthan replied, I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying, and I'm not qualified to take on any disciples. You all be careful and leave this battlefield while you still can. One spear killed 2 top 4 masters on the heaven rankings. I fear she is destined for fame. Lokthan announced himself. I am Lokthan, the disciple of Deep Duong of the Limitless Sect. Zach Kwai is surprised, having only heard of the swordswoman Than Lang Niet Tuyet and Than Tuswang, never expecting Diep Than to have a disciple who uses a spear. Tondai Su explains that she is Thuong Than, who once appeared in the bloody arena, but then disappeared from the Jianghu world and is now unexpectedly terrifying. Zach Kwai thought to himself that each of Ye Chen's disciples was likely capable of standing at the pinnacle of the Great Path, and that he was lucky to have once held Ye Chen in his sleep, wondering where Ye Chen was now. Meanwhile, the cat demon in Ye Chen's arms set up lanterns to lure in more players as the Corpse Fiends group continued to move. Someone next to the Corpse Fiend asked loudly, how much longer until we reach the teleportation point? I don't want to stay in this freakish place for another second. She replied, God only knows. If I can just survive this, I'll marry the first normal guy I see. Corpse Demon chuckled. I'd definitely get rejected. If he accepts, I'll marry him too. The Taoist master warns of a powerful demonic presence ahead, urging everyone to avoid it. The figure radiating that dark energy in the sky is the evil celestial lord, who smirks. I saw the lights earlier. Come out. Hiding is useless. Come out now, you cowardly rats. Hearing this, Tu Kuei used the head-throwing art to increase his speed. Tianxie Zun sensed a terrifying power and turned around warily. Immediately, massive fireballs hurtled toward him, one piercing his body. The others rained down, triggering a series of explosions in the distance. Soaring through the sky, Demon Lord Yao mocks humanity's weakness after unleashing a barrage of fireballs, then turns to Bai Fei with a hearty laugh, confident in her victory and certain that she will light the lamp on the world monument and claim sect leader Ye Yang as her own. Meanwhile, Bai Fei effortlessly sends another soul to the afterlife, remarking, what's the point of senseless killing? I've hunted countless people as a trial taker. Less effort, more reward. The lamp in her hand glowed a bright rosy red. Yamonu taunted. Your words condemn, but you only kill the wicked. Have you truly fallen for Ye Yang? Afraid he'll hate you if you go soft on him? Bakfei remains aloof, saying, Are you changing the subject because you're about to lose? Remember, whoever loses this game can't compete for Ye Yang. The Yao Demon Lord pretends to ponder. If I win, I can have all the power and be with sect leader Yi forever? These words cause Bai Fei to blush as she scoffs, saying, Who would want to be with a human forever? I simply want the power to possess him without anyone else vying for him, not because I want him for myself. Yao, the Demon Lord, laughed triumphantly. I love your stubbornness, but I will have Ye Yang as my toy. I will win, and then I will play him until he's spent. Bai Fei was furious. You pervert, I absolutely won't lose, and I absolutely won't let anyone touch him. I'll light the lamp. High above, their battle raged, leaving the lustful demons below in shock that two great demon queens were fighting over a human man. Grandmaster Chu Hai said perhaps he was suffering from old age and dementia, and Bai Fei destroyed the imperial court. Yao, the demon lord, has built a demon kingdom for herself. What kind of romantic calamity is this godslayer? The demon is frustrated, wanting to join the fight for Diet Than, but knows they're too weak. But who will be the first to light the world monument in this hidden place? Grandmaster Sun says he's definitely lost. He taught him for a few months when he was young, only to be quickly surpassed. His strength is now unfathomable. Even the top 19 on the heavenly ranking can't withstand a single move from him. What's even more frightening is his obsession with war. He's a disaster for the world. One of them reveals that his elite squad of demon sword berserkers, forged with demon medicine, is enough to wipe out all the trial participants. Each one of them is terrifying, and a female demon swordsman destroyed our nation. The lustful ghost worried, I just hope we don't run into those psychos. I don't want to die before I get married. Elsewhere, the demon sword clan surrounded the limitless sect, saying smugly, Now, the demon sword clan will officially wage war against the limitless sect. The sword demon sect and the limitless sect were once the best in the world, now returning to their peak, but there can only be one number one. The limitless sect has a god-slayer, while we of the sword demon sect willingly serve the seventh prince in exchange for unlimited demon drug body refinement. We must win this battle. The wounded Malu struggles to speak. So, this is your idea of war, disguising yourselves as our masters, luring us into this trap? Is this how you plan to take us down? Meanwhile, the injured Tothu lies beneath the earth, and Yandu has fainted nearby. Despite his injuries, Milo desperately casts a protective spell, calling them shameless as the demonic swordsmen laugh from above, saying their seventh brother taught them war is cruel, so why not save energy where they can? She transforms back into her demon sword form, saying, Don't struggle anymore. Obediently let the demon formation refine you. With Diet the Not by your side, killing you disciples of the limitless sect is the best opportunity to begin the destruction of the limitless. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Destroying infinity, what a boastful claim. It seems you've gathered quite a bit of information about us infinity disciples. Lu Qing rushed forward from behind, full of killing intent, saying, But your only miscalculation is that our master has long since allowed us to shed our mortal forms. Lok Qing thrusts the spear towards the demon sword, but Mathan dodges, sneering that she's just a discarded soldier, and even divine training can't change that. Come here, and I'll show you what true cruelty is. Better than any god could. Lu Qing tucked the lamp into his belt and gripped the red spear with both hands. She fully concentrates, unleashing her power, her spear aimed at the enemy. Mathan smirks, unimpressed by the tactics of a mere soldier, not even fit to kill a dog. He's stunned into silence, unable to utter a word, as Qing's figure flashes through his body. Before she could react, her body was torn in two. She landed, leaving Mathan's body behind as it exploded. The demon swordsmen were aghast, unable to believe that the demon Than had been impaled by a mere soldier. Than's spear plunged straight into the demon formation below. She effortlessly shatters the demon formation, surprising the demonic swordsman. Malu, exhausted, kneels on the ground, finally able to breathe. The demon sword commander, now enraged, declares, We underestimated you. From now on, we'll use awakened sword techniques to slaughter your army and properly welcome you. With a long spear attack, let's see how you alone can protect the lives of these three deadbeats. Lu Qing draws a line in the dirt with her spear, declaring that anyone who crosses it will do. And they foolishly take the bait, charging in for the attack. They attacked from three sides, trying to crush her escape route. Blood splattered as one of the demonic swordsmen, his throat pierced, realized in horror that she was behind him. Other blades strike, all three attacking Lu Qing at once, but the one behind her senses something is wrong. Immediately after, he could only utter one last word before dying in agony. Her face full of murderous intent, she turned back to him. "I told you. Those who cross the line will die." The remaining demon swordsman retreated in fear. She's still alive? We demon swordsmen die in agony, yet she can still fight back? Lu Qing muttered. Because my master saw how much I liked risking everything. Sufeng taught me a final force blast locking skill before entering the battle. Moreover, as long as the body isn't completely destroyed, even if an attack leads to death, one can live for another 5 seconds. The demon behind quickly uses resurrection magic. As long as there's a last breath, I can restore the body to 50%, even if only once. Lu Qing smiled faintly. That's enough. The demon swordsman calmed down and said, "Our demon swordsmen fight robots, but this woman is even more insane. You're truly suited for our demon sword sect. It would be great if she could join us, but it's too late, because no one from Limitless will survive this burial ground." He shouts, "Sacrifice to my soul, summon all of the demon sword sect." Instantly, all the demon sword sect soldiers appeared behind him, like towering giants before the Limitless sect. Milo paled. 3,000 demon sword sect swordsmen had been summoned in their entirety. These massive monsters were no longer human after their demonic training. The demon slayers watching from afar were horrified, exclaiming that all the members of the demon sword sect had been summoned to this burial ground. A blatant cheat. Master Zun said with difficulty that the 7th Prince Tongtian had dealt with the 2 divine envoys of the Scarlet Earth God clan, allowing his demon sword legion to gain the privilege of entering this place. He wondered who their opponents were, as this was a disaster. The commander immediately ordered, "Kill all the disciples of the Limitless sect." The demon sword soldiers soared into the sky, vowing to destroy the Limitless sect. Suddenly, Luo Qing remembers. "All I know is how to fight, and my life was given to me by my master. Limitless is the only place my master has ever called home in this world, so wherever my master is, that's my home, and protecting Limitless is protecting my home. Therefore, I only know how to fight, and I will protect it at any cost." She gathers all her strength and adds, "Anyone who crosses this line now will die." Luo Qing roars, the demonic path lends its power, and together they unleash a devastating force, fighting for the Limitless sect with everything their master taught them. That power became Lu Qing's ultimate move. Infinite blood spears. A terrifying forest of blood spears erupted from the ground, impaling everything. The demonic sword giants are impaled one by the blood spears. Even those flying in the sky can't escape, helplessly meeting their end. The scene transforms into a terrifying forest of blood spears, and after unleashing their full power, Lu Qing and the demon wheeze with exhaustion. Amidst the battlefield, Gu Xinggan declared the end of the fight, as a lone figure atop a giant wolf silently led his troops in the desolate expanse. In the war against Number 2, the Headless Queen assassinated countless generals on the battlefield. She was the nightmare of every hero. From a young age, she killed her parents, then her master, and finally even the old leader of the Heaven's Kill organization. She's a bloodthirsty maniac, and Zhu Ying wants her to hunt down Fu Ai. Now perched on a rooftop, she laughs, having discovered that Fu Di's kingdom is the greatest source of funding for the Limitless sect. This unholy saint who sings with the 8th princess also secretly funds the forces invading the great Xia dynasty. So she vows to sever this golden lifeline as she sits upon the vice family treasure of the Limitless sect. Meanwhile, among the 4 great war gods, the most terrifying are the uncontrollable war god Chao Shan and Bai Tianjia, the world's #1 power minister. Chao Shan, the drunken demon, relies on his brutality as the war god of the great Xiao dynasty, an existence whose one punch can destroy thousands of troops. Even someone ranked 8th like him is just another piece in Zhao Ying's game. He mutters from his throne, "Invincibility is always accompanied by loneliness." In the great Zhao Imperial Palace, Bai Tianjia stood there with a faint smile, never expecting their first defense to be against the monsters under the God Slayer's command. Bai Tianjia, who rose from a poor teacher to become the great Zhao dynasty's premier imperial tutor, rumored to have slept with the wives of the dynasty's important officials to get promoted, is the world's most powerful formation master. Zhao Shan says that dealing with these guys only requires fists, so why use the dragon veins beneath the great Zhao dynasty to set up an ambush? Rumors spread that the immortal emperor had died, and whoever possessed the Jade Seal would rule the world, to lure them here. But you won't let me act. I hate bookworms who love to scheme. Bai Tianka smiles slyly. This Han Dragon Heaven Suppression Formation has them trapped. Of course you don't need to act. There's endless dark energy within the formation. This alone prevents the dragon and phoenix from transforming, and all prey will be digested into ashes. Now, the demons under Ye Yang are either angry or indifferent, all trapped within the addictive formation. Chao Shan unleashes his power. I came back to fight, not to watch. I'll have to ask the prince to leave Ye Chung to me later. In the Divine Fall Palace, where hundreds of islands float in space, Chu Doan's face is clouded with sorrow. The corpses of Tuyet Vian, Uima, and Hung Huyen are covered in blood. Trapped in the formation, the scheming demon could only scream at the heavens. You bastard, why did you even kill Uima? She loved you so much. Han Ying coldly replied, she was just a tool. Haven't you gods always seen us awakeners as tools to contain your divine thoughts? However, this time, you didn't expect that the awakened's target wasn't just the world monument, but also to devour the divine will. The Muyu angrily replies, I don't care about the divine will. I only hate that you deceived Uimei and used her to enter the divine remnant palace. He used her to bring the entire sword demon squad into the burial grounds, causing infighting among the divine envoys, and then he killed her, you monster. Zhu Ying replied sternly, as far as I'm concerned, all the sword demon squad members who entered the burial grounds were destined to be eliminated by the divine envoys, so victory or defeat is irrelevant. The key is to sow discord, creating an opportunity for my attack. I promised Uima I'd only imprison the divine messengers, not kill them, but to avoid complications. They must all die. Although I've created a smokescreen, once your main body dies, your clone will become alert and wake up sect leader Ye. So, we're not in a hurry. Step by step, we'll first cut off all of the limitless sect's forces, and then I'll personally deal with Han. Speaking of which, Tibuka Han is about to arrive at the limitless sect, isn't he? Just the thought of Tashiki trampling the corpses of the endless sect disciples excites me. Meanwhile, in the desert, Tashiki Khan and his entourage approached the endless sect. Khan noticed someone approaching from ahead and called out, "Who goes there?" The figure stood alone against his army and calmly replied, "I am not human," causing Khan to be wary. "Blockading my army, be you man or demon, I'll send you to hell." The figure soars into the air, declaring, "How convenient. I am Xiao Yi." He unleashes his power, proclaiming, "I'm here to open the gates of hell." Massive explosions erupt, tearing through the desolate landscape, sending bodies flying and wiping out the Thiet Boka Khan. Amidst the brutal battlefield, Zhao Yi coldly declares the mission complete. Meanwhile, at Fo Ra Bao, Toanbai is working when he hears a voice behind him, asking why the world's greatest moneymaker is working for the limitless sect. The headless queen was already behind him, a sharp blade at his neck, offering him a chance. Betray Ye Yang. Pledge allegiance to the seventh prince. The trade of grain and iron in Dazhao and its vassal states could all be his. A businessman like him surely knows which choice to make. Toanbai coldly replies that her definition is tempting, but his loyalty to his master has been etched into his DNA since he came into this world, and even if offered the position of emperor, he would not abandon serving his master. Alien glared and said, "Then go to hell and continue your loyalty to the limitless sect." Suddenly, the dagger aimed at Toanbai's neck was blocked by a mass of flesh. A massive tongue emerges from the gaping maw, instantly ensnaring me. The headless queen thrashes in terror, warning her people behind her. "It's a trap! Run!" They all rushed toward the gaping jaws, trying to escape, but the monster's mouth snapped shut, sealing their doom with agonizing screams. Toanbai clears his throat. "Xiao Yi farts every time he drinks blood. I need to stay away." In the demon prison, a report echoes, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er have completed their missions. Inside the prison, the two strategize, but those they seek to eliminate died for the Emperor's ambition, falling into a trap while vying for the Jade Seal. Calmly, McLeod replies that any trap would ultimately be destroyed by them, but this Bakthian Kaba human is somewhat special. Han uses the Great Zhou's dragon vein as its eye, setting up the Dark Dragon Imprisonment Grand Formation, using the Great Zhou's fate to destroy them. The bitter woman assesses that the Great Zhou used the cruelest means to build an invincible dynasty. This dragon vein carries the power of a world-class artifact. Are we really here to save them? Molliade smiled. "No need. Have you forgotten where Jiaoba comes from?" She responds that she comes from the land of the old gods, and he adds that the destructive power of darkness can control everyone. But it will only cause her to absorb endless dark power to the point of losing control, and once she loses her composure, the endless old gods will descend upon this world. In essence, this power creates countless imperfect old gods. In the great Chao capital, the land where the palace once stood is now completely destroyed. Tentacled eyes and a black dragon appear in the sky. There, amidst the eyes, stands Jiaoba, facing the dragon with a furious expression. The great dynasty will suppress the monster in the sky. Changshan crossed his arms and sighed, saying that those who use the dragon vein to suppress these lesser demons leave him no chance to act. Hearing this, Bai Chenga chuckled, finding the little octopus girl strange, able to summon so many monsters even when surrounded. Changshan added, "So what? Against the dragon clan, she's just a small fry." The situation was set when suddenly something flew towards Bai Tiange, and in the blink of an eye, the octopus beast had struck her down. Changshan, standing nearby, was stunned, frozen in place. The old man laughed heartily, his hair spreading out into the surrounding space. Her power erupts, forcing even Diet Duong's subordinates to flee. Truong's son regains his composure, saying, "It's all right. As long as the Dragon Nation remains, all sacrifices are meaningful. Even if I turn to dust, the great summons will endure." Following Han's command, the Azure Dragon roars, using its flames to incinerate the ancient gods. But these incomplete beings combine their power, coiling around the Azure Dragon and using their dark matter absorption technique. They coiled around it, engulfing the ancestral dragon's entire body, and it roared in agony, its red eyes reflecting pure terror. Before the dragon could react, the ancient gods tore it in two. Dragon blood splattered across the court, and Han was left speechless with horror. The great dynasty people knelt, mouths agape. With the ancestral dragon gone, what would become of them but destruction? Chaos reigned as Han, with his last breath, vowed to drag the little witch down with him for destroying their ancestral dragon. Han's power erupts, radiating outwards, but before it can inflict any damage, a colossal ancient god roars, freezing Chaoshan in place. It gently bites down, sending Han to the afterlife. The great dynasty soldiers knelt in stunned silence, their ruler and generals gone with a single bite. Xiaoba's laughter echoed through the space as Bai Tuiran stood on the cliff face, assessing the situation. Something wasn't right. They hoped to stop the little one, otherwise when their master returned and found the great Chao gone, they would surely be punished. They all pretended not to know anything, agreeing to let everything pass, only worrying about how their master would react upon their return. In a massive oasis within the God Tower, a colossal stele stands tall. A figure atop the stele wonders, "What's written on this thing? I can't make heads or tails of it." That figure is Lu Qing, and as he looks around, he wonders why he's the only one transported to the tablet world. Where is everyone else? As he speaks, countless coffins suddenly descend, piercing the ground and causing explosions. From those coffins, ghouls emerged, saying, "Finally, we awaken once more." As they spoke, they pulled themselves from their coffins. The new Daoshi was shocked. "I'm meeting old demon ancestors who died tens of thousands of years ago. And these trial takers look so delicious." There stood 4 figures: Wan Ling Yuan, Bei Ming Lang, Tu Xuanhu, and Tian Xiuhe, reminding each other to focus on the mission. The new instructor panicked. The powerhouses of generations have come to the land of divine remnants, but why are they wearing prisoners' clothes? Are they still alive? Hao Min Mao Lao then appeared, instantly killing 2 people, licking his hand as he said, "It's rare to be active, so of course I have to taste human blood." They watched the deaths unfold before their eyes, unable to move, realizing these beings all carried an aura of bloodlust. Once they were gone, the lustful demons breathed a sigh of relief. But where were they going? They all flew quickly toward Ye Yang and landed right in front of him. Mao Yao, lying on top of Ye Yang, quickly sat up, realizing the gravity of the situation. His actions were suddenly completely sealed, meaning his true form must have been bound by a god. Impossible, unless a god has awakened. But how could a god awaken without finding a vessel? Could it be that a god has been absorbed by someone else? So, these god slaves were all released by that person. Those god slaves are too strong. Even self-detonation barely pushed them back. They're the real deal. Just then, a gentle voice spoke from behind. "Little kitty, what are you so afraid of?" Bai Fei had been behind them all along, gently picking up Mu Yao and saying, "Leave it to me." She sternly questioned those standing before her. "Where are you elders rushing off to?" The freed slaves assess her, a 9-tailed fox with some skill. The old sorcerer laughs, saying he respects her cultivation and will spare her if she steps aside. Hearing this, Bai Fei simply uttered a soft invitation, and the old man wasted no time rushing towards her. Instantly, his body exploded in midair, shocking everyone. Bai Fei then revealed a threatening aura, asking if they were sure they wanted to continue with her. Tushan Hu then asked if she was a descendant of Tushan, to which she confirmed, and he revealed he was the 3rd leader of the 9-tailed fox clan. Bai Fei recognizes the elder and bows respectfully. Bai Fei greets the most powerful nine-tailed ancestor in history. The elder scoffs. The master of the newest nine tails is a girl. Our clan has fallen on hard times. Rest assured, I will uphold justice for you. Bai Fei bowed her head, thanking the elder. Du Shenhu then said that he was trapped here, and only by killing that young man could he regain his freedom. The elder states that he and Bai Yi have a karmic connection, saying that one who bears the deep hatred of their clan cannot be immersed in personal affairs with a human. He offers a dagger, saying that this Tushan blade is entrusted to her, and that stabbing him to death with her own hands will grant her half of his power. He continued to persuade Bai Fei, saying this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Hearing this, Bai Fei replied with a cold, sharp look in her eyes. Understood. She took the blade from Tu Shanhu and said, I understand. Then, without another word, she used it to strike him down. This action stunned all the remaining god's slaves who were watching. Even he couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at Bai Fei. She indifferently explained, knowing my clan was destroyed by the gods and I've become a divine slave, I'll entrust my hope to those who come after. Chiangqiu Hemi smiled. So, you're willing to let your own ancestor die for the sake of humans. So, you made our ancestor a god slave. I'm starting to like your cruelty, little girl. Bai Fei coldly replied that she didn't care what he said, but no one would kill this human today. The soldiers approached. This young man must die. We're just scouts. The most terrifying prisoner here is the first emperor of the Great Zhou, who sought revenge against the central land gods. He seduced the Great Chu Emperor, defied the gods, and destroyed the Great Chu dynasty. He will seek retribution. I once hated him, and I know things haven't been easy for you, little fox. I advise you to leave and not bury yourself for such a despicable man. Bao Fei's face darkened as she retorted, I won't leave. I swore that if he ever fell asleep, I would protect him. A stern voice called out from behind her, Little fox? Ye Yang slowly sat up and gently asked her, What if I wake up? Miu suddenly turns, a hint of strength in his gaze, and softly says, Greetings, everyone. Ye Yang, still standing there, calls out again, Little fox, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Hearing that, Bai Fei blushed with embarrassment, saying, What nonsense. Listen carefully. The strongest of the gods throughout the ages have become god slaves, and their only goal now is to kill you. There's no time to explain, Miu. Take your master and run. He can't fight. Get as far away as you can. Ye Yang simply nodded in response. Suddenly, another voice echoed from behind. Does your little lover think he can escape now? He can't. And neither can you, Fox. You seduced the last emperor of my Great Chu to obtain the title of Empress, yet refused to advance with him. The emperor of Great Chu stood there, enraged, ranting about how the gods' decree against marriage until his death led to divine punishment. The destruction of the empire he built with his own hands. He vowed to make them pay in blood. With a cold expression, Bai Fei said, Destroying your Great Chu was clearly the work of your unfilial descendant Mutoan, who wanted to establish an immortal achievement through divine punishment. If he didn't have such ambitions, would my seduction have even worked? Instead, you old fool don't dare seek revenge against the gods, and only make things difficult for a woman. How laughable, you pathetic slave of the gods. Hearing this, the emperor's face turned crimson as he roared in anger. How dare you? Today I will teach you how to behave. Bai Fei coldly retorts that humans value retribution and gratitude, and even a fox like her understands that the gods killed her people, so she must kill the gods, while the emperor has been enslaved for years, without even a hint of resistance. Bai Fei retorted, Compared to you, I'm more human, and you're more like a dog. This made his blood boil. Audacious demon with your sharp tongue. His power erupts, shattering the earth around him as he roars, Kneel before me, and beg for forgiveness. Bai Fei was forced to kneel under his pressure, her face paling slightly, while he, still reeling from the punch, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Ye Yang stood tall, his wave of a hand sending the foe crashing back into the world tablet, leaving all who witnessed it utterly speechless. The force of his blow was so strong, it cracked the world itself. Ye Yang, now in his super god state, radiated a blinding aura, and Lu Qing sensed that his master had awakened. Ye Yang landed next to Bai Fei, saying that this space was too old and the super god state would cause spatial destruction. Another second, and everyone would be erased, and the world monument would be destroyed. Still in disbelief, Bai Fei witnesses Ye Yang obliterate the human emperor with a single blow, as Ye Yang remarks on the human emperor's unexpected weakness. Bai Fei then voiced his doubts, asking just what kind of deity he was, while Ma Yao warned him that among the god slaves, Chu Yang wasn't the strongest, but rather the third emperor of Dazhou. Master, be careful. They're launching a combined attack with all the god slaves. In the dark sky above the tower, 3 figures float above the central mound. They began to chant, "Let all of us, the divine family, join hands to send off this sleeping one." The god slaves below echoed, "By your will we shall slay the sleeping one." Thunder rumbled across the sky with immense power, and countless beams of purple light rained down. Bai Fei tensed, knowing that even with his strength, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of the god slaves. "Run," my urges. "This is bad. Master, take out the weakest of the 3 human sovereigns and stop them from combining their power." But Diep Duong calmly raises his hand, saying, "Eliminating them one by one is inefficient." With a snap of his fingers, he activated the lamp-bearer's vocational skill, the lamp extinguishing technique, and snuffed out the light of one of the human sovereigns, who turned back in surprise. In an instant, all the divine slaves' lights were extinguished, and in the darkness, countless curses appeared, devouring them. Horrified screams echoed as blood sprayed through the void. The demon slayers behind the rocks watched Ye Yang's battle in astonishment, quickly realizing his power, while Bai Fei asked in surprise, "Ye Yang, how can you control the soul lantern of the fallen god? What can't you do?" He replied, "If you wish, my extinguishing spell can snuff out all the lights in this world. There are many things I don't know, like love. Oh, my light has been lit." Hearing those words, Bai Fei blushed with embarrassment and glared at him. Diep Duong clasped his hands behind his back, saying he could finally see the edge of the world. Bai Fei quickly agreed, saying they would meet at the edge of the world. Meanwhile, at the court of fallen gods, the demon fish lord stared in shock at the desolate scene before him. Seeing Cheo Yung standing nearby, Baekfi asked if he had killed the divine messengers, to which Cheo Yung replied, "Traitor to the gods, shouldn't you be seeking revenge? I saw you kill all your comrades earlier. Perhaps you should thank me. Why are you so angry? Only a god can kill a god. How could I let a mere mortal like you do it?" Machuying scoffs, adding, "So-called gods, you're just God's servants. Strictly speaking, I am your master now." The Ox Demon Master's face darkens as she scolds, "You beat me to it, devouring the god's remaining consciousness. But you haven't fully merged yet. Let me shake it out." She claps her hands together, unleashing her ultimate technique, Divine Kingdom Descent. Seeing this, Cho Young laughs. "You think a small divine messenger like you." He scoffs and unleashes his power, asking if she really thinks she can fight a god. How laughable. With a mere wave of his hand, the Ox Demon Lord's skull formation is sliced in 2. She cried out in pain, falling into the nothingness of the god's fall peak. Zhou Ying turned to Nu Yao and said, "Now it's your turn." She stubbornly replied, "My master will not forgive you." Cho Young explained that before entering the Steli world, he had already erased the Steli inscriptions, preventing him from obtaining any information. If he forcefully enters the god realm in a super-god state, he will instantly seize this entire world, plunging himself and everyone else into chaotic nothingness. As for you, I'll give you a gift. If you're lucky enough to meet your master, you'll self-destruct. With that, he cast a spell on Mu Yu. His work done, he flew away, declaring that the limitless sect had arrived. Standing in the sky, he proclaimed, "Yi Yang, this is no longer a battle between Great Summon and Limitless, but a god's punishment upon Limitless. The first step of divine punishment is to bury half the world with Limitless." He seized a planet near Earth, sending it hurtling towards our own, boasting that he would ascend to a celestial realm where cosmic energy could fully deify his body, leaving them to face annihilation. Then, in horror, humanity realized the sun was being blocked by something enormous, something that was getting closer and closer. The demon slayers in the divine trial land looked out and said, "The world outside the divine trial land is in complete chaos. Is this the beginning of the end?" The little devil beside him sobered up in shock. "Am I seeing things? Is the ocean about to explode?" Xiaobao confirmed, "You're not drunk. It's the apocalypse." Powerful lightning bolts struck the earth in terrifying waves. Witnessing this, Fanshu was utterly terrified. A calamity descends, and the world transforms. All the spirit masters on earth kneel in unison, seeking to avert divine punishment. With worry, Ling Duoxu resolves that with her master gone, she must protect this world. She leaps towards the approaching meteor. Niu Tuyet descends upon the highest land in the world, the Zenith Plateau. Famthu and a man have been waiting, and he speaks, "Goddess Ling, you finally arrived." The man, Bai Fan, ranked second on the celestial rankings, asked if she was DZ of Extinction God Ling, and how she planned to deal with the approaching planet. to which she firmly replied, "Destroy it." Bui Pham then said, "A promising junior, please. Strike first." Ling Duoxu nodded and channeled her energy into her sword. She enlarged her sword to a massive size, piercing the planet directly. Then, with an incantation, her sword energy exploded, targeting the approaching pair of planets. However, her life force depleted. The backlash caused her immense pain, yet the planet remained unscathed. She struggled to stand. This star was too resilient, completely unharmed. Fanshu worried. Ling Nuxu's sword seemed equal to a divine weapon, yet it was useless. Bui Pham then declared that the planet was too tough to break, and that he would split it apart and redirect it to the uninhabited far north. He began to exert his power, attempting to move the planet. Everyone saw the planet stop, and hope for salvation bloomed in their hearts. But soon, Pei Fan could no longer hold on, his power fading away. The planet hurtles closer to Earth. Collision imminent. From afar, Ye Chen appears, proposing a desperate solution: to use an intercontinental missile to alter its course. But the barrage of powerful missiles proved useless. Ye Zhen's armor soon ran out of energy, unable to continue the attack. The planet drew ever closer, and Beifan cried out in anguish, "Does God wish to destroy us?" Suddenly, a figure in the sky stunned him. Everyone recognized Sect Master Ye Yang. He gently encouraged them, remembering how hard Ye Zhen had worked. But Beifan immediately stopped him, saying Ye Chen must not directly attack the Doomstar, as it would amplify the attack 100-fold. Ye Yang indifferently responded, "Is that so?" Then, with a surge of power, he unleashed a devastating punch, the resulting light instantly pushing back the planet and piercing a massive hole through it. The planet, now affected by energy from this dimension, begins to shatter from within, its inner light shining through the cracks. Then, a supernova erupted in the middle of space, its brilliant light covering a corner of the Earth as Ye Yang stood calmly, his face unchanged. A terrifying tremor erupts after the battle, and the Earth violently shifts. Ye Yang slowly appears in midair, the light highlighting his ethereal figure. Below, everyone cheered as they saw him. Ye Yang had returned. Zikui was overjoyed, and Xiaobao shouted that his uncle was a god forever. Fansui cried out in horror that it was a world-destroying disaster, only to be smashed to pieces by a single punch. On the other side, Rietsu followed Ye Yang, saying that it was worth it to serve her master in this life, while next to her, Ye Zhen suddenly shouted his name. Hearing this, Ye Yang gently turned his head. "Nikshu Ye Zhen, wait for me. I'll go up there and come right back. So this is the wind and fate you speak of. I believe we've all waited a long time for this moment." Ye Yang, confused, asks who Han is and what he means by countless winds, insisting this is their first meeting. Han is left speechless by his ignorance. With a hint of grievance, Cho Doan lowered his head. Have you always overlooked my existence?" Ye Yang, faced with this, could only reply, "I just came over because you were causing trouble." Hearing this, Han was truly taken aback. "All right, how did you escape the divine confinement ground? I clearly erased the world stone the moment you teleported. You couldn't have known how to repair it to regain your freedom." Ye Yang calmly answers the question, saying that Danqing simply helped him see the complete world stele, and he only needed to scan and read her memories. Cho Doan couldn't believe there was such a method, but he didn't care anymore. In fact, it was good, as he was looking for Ye Yang to test his divine power. Hearing the word God, Ye Yang's face darkens. This opponent is somewhat interesting. He smirks. "Humans have no right to fight gods. You're nothing more than prey." Now, the hunt of the gods begins, and with that, Cheo Yung unleashes his power, blasting it across the surrounding planets at breakneck speed. Purple rays of light shot through the cosmos, piercing the surrounding planets. This was Cho Young's great star devouring art, a spectacle of immense proportions. The Great Star. Devouring art encompasses the power of the 5 elements: fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. And these elements are divided into copies of Cho Young, standing in an arrow formation before him. Observing this technique, Ye Yang was surprised and excited, turning planets into clones. The power of the gods is indeed unlike anything he's seen before, and he's getting impatient. With a provocative grin, Zhuoying declared that he would relish seeing his prey unleash their full power. Now he would make it clear that he intended to destroy the planet where Ye Yang's disciples resided, and he wondered what Ye Yang would do about it. Ye Yang flicks his fingers, creating a simple barrier, stating that to destroy it, they must first defeat him. As he speaks, an invisible barrier forms, enveloping the planet. Ye Yang teleported away and issued a challenge. Come, this is the battlefield where we will fight. With a smirk, Chodoan swiftly approaches. In this situation, you still want to turn the tables? Such a perfect sacrifice. As he speaks, he multiplies and surrounds him. Chodoan is ecstatic, ready to toy with this godlike native, initiating a 3-second countdown to crush his hopes as he launches his starfield descent to seize the initiative. From afar, at light speed, Zhuo Ying shot up to attack, but Ye Yang remained still, unfazed by the approaching danger. He unleashed his powerful fist, shattering stars, as planets hurtled forward with the blow. He simply raised a hand to block the powerful blow. Immediately after, he countered, creating a stalemate, the clash of their powers causing an earth-shattering tremor. Believing Di Yang was crushed, Cho Young was caught off guard when he landed effortlessly on his arm from behind. Startled, Cho Doan spun around, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse, but before he could utter a word, he was met with a swift kick. Ye Yang's kick sends Cho Doan hurtling out of the arena at breakneck speed, nearly colliding with his original body. Ye Yang calmly remarks that his strength is excessive, but his reaction time is too slow. All 5 of you gods, come at me at once. I want to take you all on. He no longer wants to hold back, but to end this battle quickly. Faced with such provocation, Cho Doan was enraged, declaring that he alone was enough as he gathered spiritual energy in his palm to unleash a planetary gravity strike. Ye Yang didn't even bother to retaliate, simply waiting calmly. Unable to hold back any longer, his opponent quickly lunged forward, seemingly determined to fight to the death. But to him, those movements were too slow. Ye Yang easily dodged while humming a tune. Cho Doan attacked with Quantin Trui Lak, his face full of madness, but Ye Yang simply shattered the move in a flash. Di Yang's advanced Tai Chi Chuan moved like a blur, his hand a whirlwind of after-images. Still arrogant, Zhao Ying sneered, "Not bad defense, but human endurance has its limits. Let's see how you handle this upgrade." As Cho Doan finished speaking, Ye Yang unleashed the Ice God's punishment, while he countered with the Divine Fire Split World, eager to see how he would defend. Ye Yang glances at Cho Doan before slowly raising his hand, launching a fierce counterattack with the Tai Chi Purple Lightning 8 trigrams, carrying immense power. Ye Yang is surrounded by Cho Doan's 5 clones, but he doesn't flinch, telling them to come at him so he can show them something. His strongest defense, the chaotic Tai Chi reversal. The waves of magic quickly surged towards the 5 elemental clones, as he stood in the center, calmly controlling everything as if it were child's play. These waves immediately blocked Cho Doan's every move. He was stunned by the situation. How could this be? A mere mortal's defense is equal to that of a divine beast guarding a city. Ye Yang says ominously that he'll be on the offensive now, quickly activating his immortal divine body, creating a shield and enhancing his strength. Cho Young couldn't believe that someone as insignificant as him could be so strong, and enraged, he ordered everyone to activate their immortal god bodies to kill him, before he appeared in front of Ye Yang and threw a punch. Ye Yang easily dodges and then grabs Cho Doan's arm, effortlessly ripping it in 2. Cho Young felt an agonizing pain, and his eyes widened as another clone flew in to attack, but before he could touch a hair on Ye Yang's head, his head and neck were sent flying by Ye Yang's ancient martial arts. Not willing to accept such a beating, he roared, "You dare injure a god? How arrogant! I'll destroy your body and soul." Immediately, 2 more clones attacked from behind. As if none of that mattered, Ye Yang subtly shifted, suddenly appearing behind the 2 clones and sending their heads flying with his bare hands. One of his clones tried to ambush Ye Yang with vines, but failed. Seemingly unaware, the clone threatened, "I'll bite you to death." Before he could finish speaking, Ye Yang yanked the vines, silencing him forever, his head crushed to pieces. Behind him, Cho Yong couldn't believe what he was seeing. His divine body countered by a mere mortal who explained that his energy came from a high-level cultivation assassination art, the Diep Tien Kin, the very thing he would use to deal with Cho Yong and his clones. Realizing the truth, Cho Doan was enraged, declaring that this mortal had defied both heaven and earth. Now, with his complete divine form, he would send him to his doom. He merged his clones, but Diep Duong retorted, "Wasn't it just starting? Why are you giving up already?" Faced with his deadly glare, he couldn't help but chuckle. Doan felt his appearance was acceptable, and then declared, "It's over. The final judgment of the gods on all of humanity is about to begin." Hearing this, he couldn't help but retort, "Is that so? But I've already ended my judgment on you." As he finished speaking, Cho Doan's body was torn apart and damaged. Ye Yang floated up and declared that the Di Jianjing would not disappear from his body due to the fusion. With a flick of his fingers, the market keeper exploded in space. Ye Yang pondered, after all, advanced danger skills are enough. I wonder when an enemy will appear that requires super danger skills. How lonely. Then, the barrier protecting the planet was withdrawn, and the aftershocks of the universe spread. The people below watched with curiosity as strange objects fell from the sky, only to realize in horror that they were the gods themselves. Unbelievable that a god could be slain. The undead gazed up at Ye Yang's figure, impressed that even gods could fall, while the little one in his arms was excited by his strength. Nearby, Rijue called out to her master, and Peifan watched the battle with awe, realizing there were mortals more terrifying than gods. Standing high above, Baifei pondered, now that I've taken Ye Yang's world, I'll use it to seek revenge against the ancient gods. Perhaps in this lifetime, perhaps we'll never meet again. She lingered there, contemplating her future. In the Liang imperial court, formerly the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Ying tried to dissuade him from outside. She couldn't help but curse, knowing death awaited her in meeting the new emperor. The saints and sacred beast backing him were too powerful, practically monsters. Suddenly, Cao Jing turned and signaled Zhang Ying to be silent, warning that even a single wrong word in the imperial palace could cost them all their lives in the 6th Fan Division. As a former dynasty's subject, the new emperor must be testing us by keeping us around, so we must perform well. Those people came from nowhere, yet they possess the power to destroy nations with a flick of the wrist. He frowned and turned away solemnly. Zhang Ying came closer, reminding him to be careful when facing them directly. Cao Jing quickly reassured her and instructed, I'm going in. Wait outside and absolutely do not act rashly. A voice echoed, summoning him inside. It was Cao Jing's turn. He cautiously clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Now Cao Jing faces dozens of piercing eyes alone. Prime Minister McLiam frowned slightly. All right, raise your head and speak. As Cao Jing looked up, he was shocked to realize they had lured him here with the title of new emperor. This humble servant knows his crime is punishable by death, but begs the great lords to spare his subordinates. Wu Chen calmly says, Don't be afraid of the rumors that meeting the new emperor means death. In reality, no one in the court has ever met the late emperor. We summoned you here to protect the new emperor. Hearing this, he panicked and blurted out, Have me protect the new emperor? Suddenly, Xiaoba spoke up. Look closely. This is the new emperor's portrait. There are only a handful of people in the world who know what he looks like, and you're one of them. Hearing this, Bangsing seethed with anger. So few knew that even the new emperor himself was unaware of his identity. These bastards dared to seize the throne, but didn't have the guts to acknowledge their master. Hearing his thoughts, she scoffed, Go tell him that yourself. Aren't you afraid of incurring his wrath? Moriarty raised an eyebrow and communicated with them telepathically. The master is unfathomable. Let's not discuss it further. Ye Yang's name is known throughout the land, but no one knows what he looks like. So we absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes tomorrow. I'll disguise myself as a guide and protect him from trouble. As I was thinking about the plan, Zhao Ying ran over from afar, shouting, Is the headquarters trying to cause trouble for the new emperor this time? He quickly denied it, saying that their recent activities were aggressive and that I was the gateway to every world. After explaining his plan to Zhao Ying, she was a little puzzled and asked, Sir, you're too famous and prefer to stay indoors. If you get lost every time you go out, how can you be a guide? He didn't back down from the challenge and decided to take the plunge. Zhao Ying walked beside him, asking who the chief was planning to entertain, to which Zhao Jing calmly replied, a member of the Yanyang Book Club. He explained to Zhao Ying that even though the royal capital was under strict security, Yanyang's press conference was not only able to proceed, but all the book readers were being given special treatment. She pondered, wondering if the new emperor had peculiar tastes. Yan Wang, face buried in the menu, wondered, which is better, the flirtatious mulberry dumpling or the delicious mulberry dumpling? It's such a hard choice, and Zhao Kan, sitting beside her, was sweating bullets. Yannian suddenly turned and asked if the guide brother had any recommendations. Startled, he stammered that it was also his first time at this restaurant, so he didn't dare to make recommendations to the Great One. His heart pounding, he felt like he was hanging upside down. If he made the wrong recommendation to the new emperor, the lives of his entire sect would be forfeit. He had to be careful with every step. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Brother Yang, she didn't bring you to a dumpling shop to look at the menu. Look at your sister-in-law over there. Jekka nudged Ye Yang, who didn't react, but just stared blankly. Over where Jekka was pointing was Wen Qian, who quickly struck up a conversation. All readers of Yan Yang are family. It hasn't been easy, so today's wontons are on me, she said gently. He was grateful, replying, "Thank you. I remember now. You're the model for the Flame Maiden Season 5 poster." Everyone around looked at her and started gossiping. They were determined to catch Wen Qian this time. The pervert smacked his lips and sneered. "So the little lady looks down on us here while favoring them over there. This table is also on the house, then." Flustered, she turned to explain, "I apologize. This young man is new to the capital and I'm showing him around. You've ordered quite a bit of food, so how about a 40% discount? I still need to make a living." The fact that they were only getting a discount, not a free meal, infuriated them. The thug sneered, threatening that their Thon Van Association always ran errands for the government and a single word from them could shut the shop down. Wen Thian panicked, quickly bowing and apologizing, even offering them a free meal. That scoundrel took advantage of the situation, saying it wasn't enough, and she'd have to sit on his lap and drink 10 glasses of wine to make things right. Jep Duong couldn't take it anymore, his body crackling with suppressed anger. "Stop it. You're making me angry." Not only was he unrepentant, but he mocked, "Hangry? This country bumpkin says he's angry." They laughed, saying, "A nobody from the countryside wants to stand up for someone else?" as Ye Duong gently pulled Wen Qian closer. At that moment, Officer Tao suddenly stepped forward in a fit of rage. "So you like to throw your weight around? Do you know who I am?" The man sneered. "Aren't you just a guide for this country bumpkin? Locals shouldn't stick their necks out for outsiders, or you'll bring trouble to your whole family." He hit a nerve, and the old man's face darkened. "Provoking me will bring trouble to thousands of my brothers. Impressive." With that, the old man delivered an earth-shattering blow. Secretly enraged, he thought of how the Green Dragon Society had been destroyed, and he delivered another devastating kick. The man tumbled, crashing into tables and chairs, sending dishes and glasses flying. What kind of cop is he? He slams the pervert into the ground for judgment. After 10 years of self-cultivation, he finally breaks his limit. The pervert, beaten to a pulp, continues to spout nonsense. "You old fool, let me go. I'll tell you, we have connections in the court. If you touch me, you're dead." The officer couldn't stand to hear another word, declaring that starting today, their connections in the court would also die. Bewildered, Jing asked him if he wasn't just a guide, a question that terrified the officer. He leaned in close and whispered to him, "Little Yang, I was just trying to scare them. We guides have to be able to handle basic situations like this." Ye Yang didn't understand, but just nodded. With the matter settled, the guide dragged them out, the man on his shoulder muttering curses. He watched them go, marveling at the potential of the capital, where even guides had hidden talents. It was then that Ye Yang noticed Wen Qian beside him, who timidly said, "Thank you for your help, Yang. You look rather frail, but you dared to stand up to them. You must be well educated." He scratched his head, embarrassed by the praise. "It was nothing. Mostly my brother, the guide, upholding justice." She glanced away and said, "Young man, I'm truly grateful for your help, but I advise you not to interfere again. In King's domain, even ordinary people have connections. They're not people you can afford to offend." Suddenly, a customer called Wen Qian away, and she quickly perked up. She winked at Ye Yang and instructed, "I'm busy, so I'll go first. You must come eat dumplings tomorrow. I've specially prepared a delicious treat to personally feed you," and without hesitation, he agrees. Ye Yang looks around in admiration. Indeed, everything in the capital is exquisite. Beside him, Zhai is a little jealous. "Doesn't this guy realize the landlady is flirting with him? We've never gotten this kind of treatment before." He put his arm around Ye Yang's shoulder, saying that since it was his first time in Wangdu, he would show him the sights, the horses, and the women, and that he would arrange for him to experience the open-mindedness of Wangdu's women. But unexpectedly, Ye Yang turned away and said that he was just worried if they had studied the classics of lovemaking, so they would have something to talk about. Seeing his standards, Brother Trak was impressed, while Diep Duong looked at him, confused. At the Six Flag Door headquarters, Tao San is currently commanding all his brothers to arrest everyone on this list and their families. Send them all to the far northern lands, and anyone who pleads for them can go with them. Is that clear? The members nearby wondered who those people had offended to warrant such a direct attack from Cao Jing. He stood up, explaining as he walked, "I have a meeting tonight and can't stay at headquarters. Ask Choan and Li He if anything comes up. I'm off." Just as he finished, a flustered woman rushed in. "Boss, I'm afraid you can't leave just yet." He was puzzled by this. In the heart of the headquarters, Choan announces that the divine enforcer of Tianjia is dead. In the secret chamber, Cao Jing roars in disbelief. How could this be? He went to the vault? Didn't I tell him to stay away? Choan explained that the destroyers of the wall were gathering and about to make their move, and that their empire was the gateway to the ancient wall. If it were opened, the world would be destroyed. He asked about the latest information, and she reported that villagers in the south had discovered corpses. They also found a memory crystal recording his final moments. I've seen it. He brought back intel so massive it could topple the world, Choan said, presenting the crystal. Chaojing grasped it, leading to a trance, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot. From within the crystal, Lisha's voice could be heard, followed by a top-secret meeting of the 6 leaders of the Wall Destroyers. I beg whoever finds this memory crystal to hand it over to the Green Forest. It concerns the entire world. This journey is a matter of life and death, so please, get it to the Green Forest by any means necessary. They're here. They stood there for a moment, waiting for one more person to appear. The Supreme Devil Consort spoke up in annoyance, wondering why that bastard wasn't on time as they were about to strike the wall. Little Bird quickly reassured him, saying their plan was meticulous and nothing would go wrong. The Dragon Demon King then joined in, saying they had waited too long for this day. The moment is almost upon them, and he anticipates it greatly, as does Jojok behind him. To open this wall, they've sacrificed so much, including the 7th Prince, whom they cultivated for so long. The Supreme Devil scoffed, cursing the 7th Prince's arrogance. Obtaining a divine thought only to forget himself was utter foolishness. That waste of space's death is no loss, especially since he refused to give the divine thought to Ji when asked. Jai, sitting silently on the rock, quickly refused the mention of his name, stating that the divine thought he obtained was only a fragment. Having swallowed 3 complete divine thoughts before, he coldly rejected the supreme responsibility the demon concubine offered him. The little bird chirps, saying that while the world thinks he's entered the wall, Ji calmly states it's just his avatar to deceive them. Nothing is more important than breaking the wall in 7 days. But he accidentally makes a noise, startled by this revelation. He subtly sensed someone eavesdropping, his white hair flying wildly with a sharp edge. Lee Hawk was terrified, thinking his movements had made too much noise. Suddenly Jai jumps down, as if the final member has arrived. Only now does he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he hasn't been discovered. But the final member? Following the little bird's words, a figure gradually appears, and they all bow in unison. Li He stared in disbelief at the final member's face, and with that, the memory ended, leaving Zhao Jing clutching the memory crystal. With a heavy heart, Choan spoke, but the memory abruptly ended there. Lee Hawk was killed. I never imagined the destroyer's identities would be so revered. He hung his head low, veins popping on his face. What I least expected was that the newly appointed savior, Ye Yang, would be the leader of the destroyers. Lee Hawk's death will not be in vain, he vows, as she asks what they must do, the wind blowing through the fallen leaves. Xian tensely explains that those at the top of the heavenly rankings only care about strength, not the world. Everyone believes Ye Yang is the savior, but if news of him being a wall breaker gets out, Tao Can frowned, foreseeing the consequences. The world would descend into chaos, turning into a global crusade against him, so this information must not be leaked. She stood still, asking him, Haka sacrificed himself to bring this news, and we're just going to suppress it? Realizing the world would descend into chaos, Zhao Jing decides to gather those connected to the organization, while Zhou Ying reveals that the 6 Fan School is monitoring 3 targets, one of whom is likely a member of the Wall Breakers. But they're all members of the new literary society. Are they untouchable? Hearing this shocking news, he panicked. Zhao Jing quickly turned and confronted her. What did you say? Members of the literary society, Yan Niang? They absolutely cannot be touched today. We'll deal with them after tonight's poetry meeting. We mustn't spoil that man's mood, Tao Can muttered to himself, leaving Choan bewildered. Finally, he dejectedly ordered her to reveal the information on the 3 targets the 6 doors were tracking. Choan, still confused, had no choice but to obey. In a small tavern in Lijiang, the streets are deserted. Yet the tavern echoes with the scornful voice of a woman complaining about the simple, poor food and drink. You lowly commoners bring out your most expensive food and offer it all to me, she demanded, causing a scene in the restaurant, much to the dismay of the other patrons. Bailu's face lit up like a flower as she snatched candy from a customer, leaving everyone in the tavern speechless at her devilish behavior. Meanwhile, 2 others were locked in an arm wrestling match, but the muscular man was instantly defeated and mocked for being too weak, leaving onlookers unsure if she was even a woman. Shangguan Yin leisurely enjoys her wine, almost forgetting that she's supposed to be a refined lady and not be so crude. She punishes herself with 3 cups, urging everyone to drink up, quickly downing 10 cups of wine. Guan Yin gently feeds the chief officer wine, turning his face pale. After that last drop, the chief officer is done for. This brutal woman isn't like anyone from the wall-breaking organization. He spotted the ultimate target of the 6 doors, a woman shrouded in mystery. Then Ice calmly picked up a cat and said, "Sorry, I saw this cat on the roof and it couldn't get down, so I left for a moment." She calmly walked back to the table and sat down, saying, "I have broken the rules of the Palian Assembly. What is my punishment?" As the young man joked with her, another approached, beaming, and asked, "Whatever the punishment, you'll do it?" Without hesitation, Bing Ling agreed. With the agreement secured, he makes his request. "Take off your clothes. What do you say?" "Accept the punishment." The other customers laugh and jeer. Unexpectedly, Bing Ling agrees, and the men around them gawk with anticipation. She actually removed her outer garments, yet her face remained unmoved, while the men in the tavern were completely mesmerized. Intrigued, Guan Yin glanced over, musing, "Stripping is part of the show here? I suppose I should follow suit." And with that, she began to disrobe, drawing the attention of the men around her. They were completely captivated by the 2 beauties, utterly smitten, practically ready to sell their homes for them. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, munching on candy, sensed the unusual activity outside. She noticed and said that a large number of martial artists were approaching. Guan Yin panicked, realizing she'd been discovered despite her disguise. Xiao Jing was equally terrified, fidgeting and worrying that his subordinate had been too reckless. Suddenly, Bing Ling held a knife to Ye Yang's throat, saying, "I'm sorry, young man." Xiao Jing jumped up to stop her, pleading with her to spare Ye Yang and target him instead. The surrounding customers were shocked, thinking the tour guide had a heart of gold, willing to sacrifice herself to save a client. Bing Ling explained to him calmly, "Don't worry. I won't hurt the weak. Just help me escape, and you'll be fine." Ye Yang, unfazed, agreed. She moved towards the window and declared that if they knew her goal was to assassinate the new emperor, then the only route was through the Tram Chow Manor. Once the new emperor dies, our empire will fall into chaos, and only then will it be easier to break the wall. Xiao Jing, beside her, was so frightened that he cursed her. Hearing these words, Choan squinted, secretly questioning why the boss, who had always been iron-blooded, cold, and decisive, was now so panicked. Could he be too immersed in his role as a guide? Xiao Jing didn't dwell on it, kneeling on the ground. "Heroine, please spare that little brother. We'll agree to any conditions." Holding baby Ye Yang, she warned them not to follow or search, or the hostage's life would be forfeit, leaving him stammering in fear. And with a decisive leap, she was gone. Crying, Xiao Jing was terrified, thinking his 6 doors was doomed. Zhao Ying, behind him, wondered why he was still acting, now that she was gone. Meanwhile, in a deserted part of the forest outside the world wall, a rustling sound and the snapping of branches break the silence. Ice Cold and Bai Lu landed gracefully on the branches, looking completely at ease. They bickered for a while as they faced the ominous wall. She was unwilling. "And I dislike inferior beings." Before Bai Lu could finish, she sensed danger approaching from behind. A monstrous, ferocious, bull-headed serpent was closing in on them. Seeing it, Bing Ling was furious and wanted to eliminate it, but it was too big. Never attack it head-on. "This is the hell-different python killer transformation," Bai Lu warned the others while being extremely wary of the beast in front of them. It suddenly opened its maw, wanting to swallow Ye Yang whole. He was examining the corpse and wasn't pleased to be interrupted. Before Ye Yang could speak, Guan Yin retrieved her dragon hammer and struck the beast's head, stunning it, and buying Ice Queen enough time to rescue him from its jaws. "I'm sorry you had to see that. This area is near the wall, and monsters exposed to the tainted air evolve rapidly." That vicious beast seemed unfazed by the attack and angrily swatted Guan Yin away. Her small frame was sent flying, and her dragon hammer was destroyed. Just then, Bai Lu spoke up, saying that this immortal, hellish serpent evolved into a village-devouring serpent, and it would never give up the chase. They probably wouldn't escape. The Guan Yin was sent flying, enraging her as she warned everyone that the enemy was impervious to weapons, while Bang Lang realized the situation was dire. Meanwhile, Ye Yang secretly took out a talisman, chanted an incantation, and threw it at the beast. Instantly, the beast was struck by the enchanted slashes from the talisman. It was torn to pieces, and even the surrounding trees couldn't withstand the sharpness. In under 3 seconds, the beast was torn asunder, and the trees fell in its wake. Perhaps we'll encounter the wall's formation. Our luck is holding. Ye Yang pondered silently in the back. Didn't they see me attack? Have I been using my hands too much lately? Is my hand speed getting faster? Suddenly, Bing Ling apologized to him. Hearing that she had implicated him and wanted to take responsibility left Ye Yang dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what Bing Ling was saying. Suddenly, she shed her clothes and said with a hint of emotion, "I'll bear your children as my responsibility to you. We'll do things by the book." Hearing this, he blushed with embarrassment. "Are you a robot? Everything's a procedure. Someone's adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. There are so many rules in this city. Well, when in Rome..." To bear you more descendants, she shyly smiles and removes her clothes. Just then, a giant bird appears, drawing their attention. Bai Lu cries out in alarm. It's a high-level killer transformation, and ferocious beast, the ancient sky giant owl preyed upon by the hell serpent. Everyone run! With that, the four of them quickly fled deep into the forest, as she fearfully clung to a tree and turned back to observe the situation. Bai Lu looked back to see the bird's feathers falling before her. She watched the bird, wondering how it died with the wall's defensive formation in the sky. Ye Yang, secretly letting Bing Ling hold him, pondered. Another flyer? Yan Yang's ads have really changed lately. She hoisted him onto her shoulder and comforted him. Don't be afraid, little country bumpkin. I'll take you somewhere safe and I'll protect you to the very end. Bai Lu, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. Assassin. Are you really part of the Wallbreaker organization? Have you ever met the 6 great leaders of the Wallbreakers? Ice coldly glanced at her and replied, I'm just the lowest speck of dust, unworthy to meet the 6 great leaders. She sighed with emotion. A female assassin ranked in the top 10 of the continent is just a speck of dust. This Wallbreaker organization is terrifying. Ye Yang, hearing about the wall-breaking organization, turns to ask questions, and Bai Lu, looking at the towering wall, explains that the Wallbreakers are an organization of peerless experts who will stop at nothing to break the eternal wall. He asked, still reading, does breaking a wall really need to be this complicated? Why not just smash it with your fist? The 2 beauties were speechless at his ignorance. Unable to contain herself, Bai Lu explained that this commoner, Wu Zhi, couldn't break the wall, especially with the holy flag guarding it. Why else would the wall-breakers use any means necessary? But what she didn't understand was how this girl could assassinate the new emperor. She turned to face the 2 and asked. Kuan Yin agreed, saying that with saints and sacred beasts guarding the new emperor, assassinating him was like throwing an egg at a rock. Ye Yang was curious, asking if the new emperor was really that terrifying, and Bing Ling, who was carrying him, turned to answer the 2. My superiors don't care if I succeed in the assassination. I'm just a pawn in their plan. He calmly advises her to leave the organization, but she somberly replies that she can't. They implanted a super-grade restraint device on her. It can be detonated at any time. Ice spoke grimly, touching her chest lightly. Bai Lu scoffed, clearly annoyed. The destruction organization is quite generous. That restraint was forged by an ancient master craftsman. It's incredibly sturdy and unbreakable. Her words hit Bing Ling like a bolt of lightning, his face paling as Zhuo Ye Yang gently pulled, shattering the restraint, and she watched in horror as the 2 beauties looked on in disbelief. Ice Cold gently examines her hands and mutters, Pulled it off and it's broken? Guan Yin exclaims in disbelief. The restraint device is broken? Bai Lu, equally shocked, adds, It's an antique anyway, probably hasn't been repaired in ages. She approached him, saying softly, A broken seal is useless. Every member of the organization has a demonic mark, bound to our souls, impossible to remove. It's on my thigh. Without a word, Diep Duong examines Bang Lan's clothes, revealing the mark. His actions stun the others as he begins to destroy the magic seal, telling her to endure for 3 seconds. The 2 women watch in stunned horror. He spoke up, All right, you're free now. The magic glyph on her body had vanished without a trace. Bai Lu and Guan Yin were extremely embarrassed, and she couldn't help but exclaim, This thigh looks so alluring without the mark. I really like it. I stood frozen, barely registering the words. You're free now. From now on, you can go anywhere. Overcome, she asked, Who are you? Then, incredulous, she stammered, I'm really free? I can really go home? Deep Duong's affirmation throws her emotions into turmoil. She never thought she'd be able to return home. Ice gazes blankly at her palm, lost in thought, remembering her life with her sister, without her parents. Taken as a puppet by the organization since childhood, she never thought she'd return home to find her sister. She remembers the beautiful days with her sister, and the emotions deep in her heart surge. Dip Duong turned away, telling Bing Leng to go home, but she remained rooted to the spot. Her master would never forgive this. As the head of the Dark Division, she wouldn't let betrayal go unpunished. With a calm flick of his fingers, Ye Yang requested a simple favor. Suddenly, the Minister of Public Works, Liat Yang Huangchao 02, appeared, obeying his master's command. He narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Extract her master's movement code from her body and initiate spatial positioning." He quickly received the order and began to carry out his mission. Baolu turned to Diep Duong, asking if this young man wasn't just a level 1 curse master, and yet he'd brought out a puppet master. Kuan Yin observed from the side, assessing that this puppet seemed to have the ability to control this land. With a mad grin, he used translocation to vanish, leaving Kuan Yin in stunned silence. In the dark sky domain, a city floats in the sky, and within, chaos erupts as the ice-cold's restraints and magic sigils vanish. They couldn't accept this immediately and questioned whether the device was malfunctioning. One of the elders sitting above rejected this, saying that Bing Leng was a machine he nurtured and no power could make her escape his surveillance. Besides annihilation, another speculated, this wench must have been seduced by a man and betrayed us. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. "So, you're the ones who train people to be machines, right?" The three elders quickly looked towards the source of the voice, demanding to know who it was. Ye Yang calmly stepped forward. "I have something I want to discuss with you all." The elder was shocked. Negotiation? A whore coming back thinks she can negotiate? Anyone who betrays the organization deserves death. Another couldn't contain his anger. Women are so easily swayed. "Let me extinguish this love affair, kill the man clinging to her, and then bring her to the wormhole for inspection," he said, lunging towards them, the elder using the wall-breaking art, directly attacking with a spear, leaving her utterly horrified. But the arm that touched Ye Yang's shoulder burst into flames, shocking him. Soon after, the elder's entire body was consumed in agonizing pain, leaving everyone in utter shock at the unbelievable sight. He coldly gazed at the ashes and murmured, "Could this be the righteous aura of a scholar?" Another elder forced a smile, realizing there was something wrong with Ye Yang's body. They couldn't directly touch him. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move, attacking Ye Yang before anyone could react, the elder's infinite falling star strike hurtling toward him like lightning. Ye Yang gently touches it, his face darkening. This is their natal magic treasure and life-bound fate? He mercilessly severs the endless falling target-killing pillar, causing the elder to suffer a backlash. She couldn't bear it any longer, not after seeing two elders brutally murdered. The organization members below were terrified by Ye Yang's rampage, feeling they were doomed. He stood beside Bing Leng, asking if her master had anything to say, but she refused, infuriating the elder. Receiving her answer, Ye Yang quickly gathered his power, deciding to end it all. He unleashed a scorching fireball, ready to incinerate everything. A massive explosion rocked Sky City, causing a tremendous uproar. Ice Shadow gazed at the remaining embers and casually asked if he was a god, to which Ye Yang calmly replied that he was just a member of the Flame Party. Meanwhile, a group of people arrived wondering about the explosion. The leading officer of the army spoke up, saying they were ordered to attack, but the base had already been blown up. He decided to just eliminate the Shadow Unit, secretly relieved. The soldiers roared in unison, "Annihilate Yang Yi of the Shadow Unit!" Bing Ying lowered her head, her face darkening. "They are the army of the Lin Yang Empire. Don't worry about me, young man. The fate of a pawn like me is already sealed. Neither light nor darkness accepts me. Don't defy the Empire for my sake. The saints are subordinates of the new emperor, beings even gods fear." Bang An laments her fate. Ye Yang silently snaps his fingers, summoning someone. His subordinate, hearing the call, quickly appears. Yenan Chu greets his master. Bin Ying frantically shouts, startling him. He's the Minister of Justice of the Radiant Sun Dynasty. She's seen his name on the list. He calls him Master. She can't believe what she's hearing. Ye Yang calmly asks Ye Nangu, "What does it mean to be above the minister?" He awkwardly approaches with a forced smile. "It's nothing. Just a nickname." Immediately after, Gu turns to Bing Ying, giving her instructions. He commanded him to safely escort her back to her hometown, telling her to keep quiet. Jiao Namku respectfully bowed his head, acknowledging Diep Duong's departure. Watching him leave, Bing Ying felt a pang of emotion. "We'll definitely meet again." Suddenly, Jiao Nanku's demeanor shifted completely as he furrowed his brow and barked, "Everyone, make way." The soldiers didn't dare disobey. and could only follow his arrangements. She walked between the two lines of men, her lips moving just enough for Jiak to hear. A country bumpkin is really the new emperor. Before she could ask, he interrupted, telling her to keep it a secret for now, as he was ordered to take her home. After all, the palace is full of deceit, and only we can protect him. Back in the forest near the World Wall, Bai Lu suddenly spoke up. There's no one else here now. Tell me, what brings you to the capital? Yin flinched, then whispered, to seduce the new emperor by any means necessary. She narrowed her eyes and chuckled. What a coincidence. I'm here for the new emperor too, but my purpose is a secret. But to these two beauties, the new emperor is an enigma, and they don't know if risking everything will even grant them an audience. On the bustling street, a brightly lit brothel stands out. Inside, Deep Duong opened his eyes to a shocking scene. Beside him was a nude Shangguan Yin, who greeted him saying, Good morning, I was truly impolite last night. I'm usually very refined. Before he could recover, Fang Xing's voice came from behind him. What elegance! You brute, even I'm aching. Ye Yang was shocked and grabbed his pants, demanding, Why are you here? He jolted awake, causing yet another woman to fall out of the bed. Sikwe asked, aggrieved, How many more people are in this bed? Suddenly, two apologies came from within the blankets. Then, from within Ye Yang's legs, someone began to stir. He pulled his legs apart to reveal Qi Feng's tired, sleepy face, and without realizing the situation, she asked, Is it morning already? What a dark night. Ye Yang quickly shook off the leg and retreated, while Zhai Feng grumbled unhappily, lamenting that she, a noble daughter of a prominent family, had suffered such a humiliating night. Finally, he couldn't help but muster the courage to ask, Can anyone tell me what exactly happened last night? Bai Fei flies into a rage, yelling, Stop pretending you don't remember. Men are all the same. You have no self-respect and can't keep it in your pants. Her tirade leaves everyone speechless. Fang Qing angrily retorted, If you hadn't interfered, we would have succeeded. Bai Fei was extremely dissatisfied. What do you mean by interfering? I'm close to Ye Yang's disciples, so I must protect their master's wife. Sequai scoffs at the women, complaining that they fought all night for Ye Yang's favor to no avail. Just as an announcement is made that the selection ceremony for the new emperor is about to begin, Bai Fei threatens him, saying that even though she's not interested in him, he can't give himself to those indecent women. A man needs to learn how to pleasure himself. With a flirty wink, she says everyone gives their bodies to Huyin before entering the palace. She wants to give her body and soul to Huyin and only sees the new emperor as a fling. With that, she disappeared, leaving Ye Yang to wonder why everyone wanted to participate in the new emperor's selection. Just what was so appealing about him? Just then, Chen went pale, realizing someone was hiding under the bed. Summoned Amchu peeked out like fragile glass. Master, it is I, Tu Dao. Ye Yang, a bit jealous and speechless, had to ask her, What exactly happened last night and what's the deal with the peach tree? Amchu hesitantly explains that she only wanted to take advantage of the chaos and couldn't possibly reveal the truth, leaving them both speechless. She glances at Ye Yang, admitting that she also wanted to protect him while gathering information on potential future mistresses. Little Tao will report on the consorts entering the palace to the master. Shen Feng is trying to protect the Shen family, and he listened to her retelling everything while dressing. The nun continued to report on the materials she had collected. The little fox and Fang Xing were probably trying to get ahead. The ghost corpse was unclear, and this was all caused by the master bringing Guanyin here while drunk, causing such a struggle. Ye Yang listened intently, finally realizing it was all because he brought Guanyin here. He seemed to remember now, and his face paled. It was last night when Ye Yang was drinking with Guanyin that she asked, Brother, is there any way for me to sleep with the new emperor? I have to get to the top no matter what. Hearing that, he joked, Then it's simple. After reading so much smut, who could resist those moves? The new emperor is sure to be captivated. Even so, sleeping with the new emperor isn't that easy, Diep Duong said with a laugh. He glanced away and told her, Go join the imperial concubine selection. Lustful emperors usually choose consorts. Smiling, Guanyin replied that before sleeping with the new emperor, they needed practice, and she would let her younger brother take advantage. They should find an inn. An oblivious Ye Yang happily went with her to find lodging for the night. At this point, he looked up at the sky and said to his master, Quan Yin wants the new emperor, and so do those others. Is this new emperor lucky or unlucky? She suggested from behind, Let's go back to the imperial palace, master. Amidst the bustling streets, Ye Yang muttered to himself, Zitao is strange indeed. actually telling me to go to the Imperial Palace. What's so great about the Imperial Palace? To see those great officials? He still didn't understand his master's intentions. Suddenly, Ye Yang was drawn to the commotion ahead, a crowd completely blocking the way. As he stepped forward, a cheerful young man greeted him, saying he must have been a highly virtuous cultivator in his past life to witness the Prime Minister's procession during the new Emperor's reign. The crowd roared with excitement, saying that seeing Lord Mo's grace once would make this life worthwhile. Ye Yang followed their gazes, realizing people actually admired these officials. A booming voice announces the Prime Minister's departure as an extravagant elephant-borne palanquin makes its way down the road, its curtains drawn, concealing the occupant within. He looked on with a bit of awe, imagining the Prime Minister's impressive presence, though he couldn't see him inside the palanquin. Inside, Molyad was trembling with fear, thinking, "Thank goodness Master hasn't noticed. That scared me to death." Yo-Yang was lightly hit on the back, and turning around he saw Wen Qian, who smiled gently. "Little brother, I finally caught you. I've been waiting so long for you to come eat dumplings." Yang felt a little embarrassed and speechless. Wen Qian chuckled. "I was just kidding. Did you come here to see the Prime Minister's charisma too?" He scratched his head sheepishly. "I just happened to be passing by." At this, Wen Qian happily spoke of Molyadi. "Well, it's useless even if you want to see him. Lord Mo is second to none. If we two were to marry, all the complications would disappear." Ye Yang, without thinking, jokes that the Emperor is currently choosing a consort. She chuckled softly, explaining that she was only joking. How could she ever catch the Emperor's eye? She still preferred the country boys who enjoyed a good show and asked him to help her with something if he had time. Ye Yang quickly agreed, and as the warm sunlight shone down on the bustling street, the two went shopping together. Wen Qian happily praised his strength, and he simply replied that it was due to magic. Suddenly her eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed about a jewelry sale, and before Ye Yang knew it, she was off like a shot. Truly, women and shopping were universal. Drawn in by the jewelry store's sale, Wen Qian eagerly gazes at the dazzling ornaments on display, as do the other women. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the jewelry, noting that even with the discount it was still quite expensive. He chuckled softly. "It's okay. Just keep looking." Wen Qian continued to admire the pieces, praising them endlessly, and he suddenly felt that the jewelry here was like something designed by AI. Suddenly, a woman approached from behind, sneering, "Don't bother looking. Even with the discount, you can't afford anything here. This place is for the privileged, not you commoners." Wen Qian, looked down upon, didn't know how to react. She brazenly flaunted her superiority, berating them both for a long time, not missing a single word from her to Ye Yang. Unable to bear it any longer, Wen Qian stood up to fight back. "Curse me all you want, but don't involve my brother." The arrogant woman continued, "Hurt, are you? That person's got terrible eyes. Brother Wang is a big spender here. One word from him, and that country bumpkin will be kicked out." Unwilling to accept this, she retorted, "Impossible. This is government territory. There must be rules." Hearing the words government official, she laughed and slapped Wen Jian, acting like she owned the place. Then, a customer in the distance exclaimed that Madame Tao had arrived. Madame Tao is the shop owner with connections to the authorities, and she's always been indifferent, not giving a damn about nobles or royalty. That Wang points at Wen Qian and snitches, saying, "Madame Tao, you're just in time. There's a poor guy here who can't afford anything. He must be here to steal. Please kick him out." Seeing her unresponsive and only getting closer, he grew curious. Then Lady Tao slapped him with a resounding crack. This turn of events left Wen Qian and Zhang Man speechless. Even Ye Yang noticed. The man was crying after being hit by the woman. Why did she do that? Ignoring him, she gently bowed her head and apologized to Ye Yang for the oversight. With a glance at her staff, Madame Tao ordered the thieves who dared steal jewelry to be taken to the authorities for punishment. Immediately, Wang and Zhang Man were dragged away, protesting their innocence. Madame Tao smiled inwardly, her heart blossoming with joy. The new emperor mustn't know that I'm just one flower among thousands on the transformation tree. But that's for the best. As long as I handle things well, no one will be implicated. Wen Qian turned to Ye Yang, worried, and asked why the gold and silver shop called him an honored guest and who he really was. Tao Er took the initiative to apologize, saying that whatever ornaments this young lady touched, the entire shop would give to her as a gift. Wen Qian could hardly believe her eyes, her cheeks flushed as she stared intently. The nearby customers were equally astonished. Ye Yang suddenly realizes something and shouts, "I know!" Tower is caught off guard and becomes uneasy, secretly worrying that their myriad peach blossom schemes will all fall apart. Ye Yang stared at them intently, thinking that since it was the government's shop, giving it away wouldn't be a loss. Tower breathed a sigh of relief, adding that he was the 166th customer, hence his lucky qualification. Wen Qian finally understood, her eyes filled with clarity. So that's how it is. The two of them went home together, and she thanked Ye Yang. He voiced his doubts. "Were you serious about wanting to marry the new emperor today?" Wen Qian turned back with a warm smile, saying, "What girl wouldn't want to marry the new emperor? Remember to come to my shop for pastries tomorrow, and then we'll go to Ye Yang's autograph session lottery together." Ye Yang watched her leave, thinking to himself, "Ye Yang's autograph session lottery. I hope I can win a VIP spot." He focused intently, a determined look on his face, thinking he could not only obtain the fake Yan Yang, but also dictate the author's actions, a truly exhilarating prospect. The bright moon reflected his mood, lamenting that the book club girls lacked this fortune and wondering where Xiaolu had gone, as he hadn't seen her in days. Had she also been deceived? Atop a high mountain, a cultivator radiates a brilliant light. Bailu is serene, like a still lake, undisturbed by anything. A massive hand, reeking of dark energy, draws closer. How dare someone intrude upon her cultivation? The earth darkens as more hands emerge. Bailu senses danger and stops her training. Suddenly, a vortex opens in the sky and an eerie light emerges, flying towards her. The Dragon Demon King threatened his opponent, ordering them to dispel the defensive formation. She is the strongest holy maiden of light in history, fully awakened from her slumber, and those tricks won't work on her. Unyielding, Bailu warns them, "I don't care about your rupture sect, but you will not lay a hand on the new emperor." He reminds her, "The Holy Light Church has always protected this land. Even if the dynasty changes, you'll judge the new emperor by your own set of rules. Before the trial ends, if you harm the new emperor, I'll take 2 of you down with me, even if it means mutual destruction." The Dragon Demon King suddenly relents, telling her not to rush, that they're only interested in the wall and have no intention of harming the new emperor, and that they're eager to see what challenges await him. Then the imperial dynasty will lose its light and fall into eternal darkness, and the whole world will fall asleep. Shamelessly, Long Ma Vuong confirms that this is part of their plan, but she anticipates everything, declaring that she won't be disturbed by anyone. The little bird spoke frankly. "Of course, we don't mean to interfere, but if we prove the new emperor's world doesn't exist, it can fall into darkness forever, right?" Bailu was shocked and puzzled, sensing the dark intent in those words. Outside, a resounding call echoed through the late night, announcing that the ruler of the dynasty was seeking an audience with the new emperor, and Bai Qianran went out to investigate the situation. With a respectful tone, he announced that the 2 great dynasties have always had a good relationship, and this time he has come to meet the new emperor in person. If he is not met after 3 incense sticks, he will have no choice but to force his way in. The soldiers scrambled, knowing this was a master of the heavenly rankings. Who could stop him? The old man roared like a madman, threatening that the new emperor must appear at once. The deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, sending dust and debris flying. Even as Diep Duong was leisurely reading, he was disturbed and fell backward. The fragile page couldn't hold on any longer, tearing away and fluttering off. He was provoked into a rage, cursing throughout the room, "No matter who made my page fly away." Jiang Yeyang gritted his teeth, his face flushed with rage, determined to find the culprit. He peeked outside, slamming the doorframe as he cursed, "I'll beat you until your own mother won't recognize you." Suddenly, an announcement stops him in his tracks. A book fair for his fellow readers is offering a great perk, free books for everyone in line. Now he faces a difficult choice. Beat someone up, or... Upon the palace roof, a mysterious figure appeared, standing tall and proud. Marliade warned, "Whoever defies the new emperor's might will pay a terrible price." Cho cleverly deduces the meaning behind the words and asks, "Prime Minister, do you want to attack old who?" "I'm afraid he won't agree," he says with an icy expression. Marliade smirks, sizing him up, saying that the human emperor of Great Chu dares to provoke the celestial might of the Li Yang dynasty, but she has a gift for him. He looks up, surprised and curious. A large screen appears, displaying the border between Li Yang and Da Chu. His voice firm, he declares, "As long as I don't interfere, after 1 incense stick, the 1,000,000 black-armored troops on the border will mobilize." After reviewing the terms, he simply replied, "General, don't underestimate the beasts of Great Chu." Marliade paid it no mind. A million black beasts would gladly sacrifice themselves for the new emperor, but the war would begin in 3 days. Dichu will lose over 30% of its people, but your army will lose the hearts of its people, forced to confess their crimes. He seemed to be at a disadvantage, unable to refute anything. Without another word, Marliad issued his command. Their only choice was to leave Liqiang, ceding 30% of the border territory. For now, he would not pursue the matter of the unwritten letter, nor their transgression against the new emperor. Enraged, he stared intently, his face ashen, before finally announcing in a cold voice that he would attack 10 seconds after the incense burned out. The incense stick burns low, smoke rising ever faster as the soldiers ready their weapons, preparing to strike. In the final moments, he had no choice but to beg, "Stop! We'll retreat. I can't lose my title of benevolent ruler just yet." In his heart, Mo Li was pleased. A cultivator should be a pure person. All their power comes from the faith of the great Zhou people. If they lose that, they'll become nothing. They quickly leave, not wanting to stay a moment longer, as Mo Xiang is seen as a cruel man. Xiaoba floats in the air, announcing the evacuation to the soldiers, bringing the mission to an end. She secretly laments, thinking that the humans of the great Chu dynasty look quite delicious. A huge crowd had gathered at Joiduang, all huddled around to see something. And a beautiful, curvaceous woman caught Ye Yang's eye. His face flushed red as he entertained dark thoughts, the prize now in hand. But his plans were foiled by the sudden appearance of Wen Qian, as Ye Xing dealt with the missing pages. He quickly hid it on his person, turning to listen as she continued, "I've refried the yangxiang for you." Ye Yang was surprised and asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Wen Qian smiled warmly, leading him to the joyful Union Cake Shop. Then together, we'll attend Yan Yang's autograph session for a chance to win prizes and get tickets. He looked so innocent hearing about the cake for the first time. How exactly do you eat a Union cake? In the bright moonlight, Wen Qian's clear voice rings out, "Follow me, and you'll soon find out." A peaceful scene envelops the entire space, covering the 3 dynasties elder. The Supreme Devil Empress is furious. These barbarians chose the river and the palace, underestimating the monsters occupying the Blazing Sun dynasty. A voice echoes, reassuring her. The Blazing Sun's power is too great to confront head-on. Internal destruction is the key. Jia Yuan assured her, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will definitely cause the internal collapse of the entire Liang dynasty." The Supreme Devil Consort expressed her satisfaction. "As a 3-dimensional elder of this land, every generation of the dynasty will admire you. Integrating the old and new powers of the dynasties is all thanks to you. Who knew you were one of us?" He gratefully remembers the old kindness, saying he would follow her to the death, having been saved by her. She instructed Jia Wen to remember clearly that in 3 days, all the leaders of the wall breakers would act together in the final breach. No matter what, he had to obtain the formation design of the wall. He respectfully obeyed, saying that he would do his best and that neither Moriarty nor those monsters would particularly be wary of him. After all, besides his good connections, he's also a lecherous old dog. The Supreme Devil Consort looked at him smugly, saying she heard he was forcing another woman to be his 13th concubine and congratulated him on his upcoming nuptials. As she vanished, Jia Yuan was left alone, his face twisting with malice. "No one could possibly know the true face of my 13th concubine. I've already laid an inescapable trap." He stares at Wen Qian in the nearby painting, saying that no matter how she resists, she cannot escape his grasp. Soon after, horses and a bridal sedan arrive at Wen Qian's restaurant. Shameless, Jia Bavien loudly proclaims, "Come out, little lady, for I have come to marry you." Wen Qian looks out the door in fear, her heart filled with trepidation. Suddenly, she stood up and told Ye Yang to leave, saying she couldn't involve him. He was eating heartily, oblivious to what was happening, still picking up food. The man outside urged her on. "Miss Wen, we've been waiting long enough?" Lin Jian silently scolded Wen Qian, thinking, "Even the master has come himself," showing his sincerity. "Don't be so ungrateful." She panicked, her words stumbling. "I still need time to think." The steward's face darkened. "We've given you too much time. Only the master can give you a lifetime of wealth and glory." Lin Yan suddenly notices the man beside her, suspecting Wen Qian is having an affair with Ye Yang, which she immediately denies. The family butler smirks, saying, "According to our intel, this country bumpkin has been seeing you quite a few times, hasn't he? So this pretty boy must be playing her, stalling for time." Gyapavian calmly said on horseback, "Tu Lam Tu, you're too soft. You haven't put enough pressure on her. Before, sending people to mess up her shop didn't work, but now I'll make her listen obediently." What dark scheme does he have as he looks at Ye Yang mockingly? Showing no fear of Jia Baiyuan, he calmly watches him leave. Wen Chan, sensing trouble, urges him. Quick, escape through the back door. The new emperor is granting amnesty. They won't easily touch you. With a sinister look on his face, Lin Xian believes there's nowhere left for him to hide, as he's committed an unforgivable crime. A maiden emerges, and the crowd turns to look. She immediately pointed at Ye Yang, brazenly accusing him of the crime. This lowly commoner raped me. The men nearby whispered amongst themselves, harshly criticizing him. As if according to Jia Bavian's plan, last night on Temple Road, this man violated a Sangyuyat handmaiden. Severing diplomatic ties between the two nations, he must now be put to death, no matter who he is. Wen Chan objects to the absurdity, defending Ye Yang with all her might. The members of the Yan Niang Shu Xiao Society agree with her, saying that as a member of Yan Niang, he is an honest and straightforward man from the countryside, so there must be some mistake. But then, Bai Mingyu appeared, claiming this had nothing to do with her. She was only there to uphold justice on behalf of another, and because the evidence was irrefutable, she came to apprehend the culprit. She brazenly declared herself a witness, saying that after she and Xiaomei burned incense at the city god temple, he suddenly assaulted Xiaomei. Ye Yang simply grunted, his eyes filled with sorrowful contemplation. His tone turned indifferent as he looked at them. Since I came to this world, this is the first time I've met someone who wants to frame me. How interesting. Before the deed was done, Bai Mingyu demanded credit. If I withdraw this time, it'll be your turn next. Jiaboyuan chuckled, thanking the princess for her help, promising a generous reward once he gets his hands on the young maiden. He quickly took the final step, bringing the lecherous thief back to the elders for judgment to avenge his maid. Wen Qian pleaded, looking pitiful, I'll go with you, just spare my brother. Jia Baiyuan chuckled with satisfaction, knowing the man had to leave so he wouldn't die in prison. But he still had to pay for daring to approach a woman desired by the most powerful man. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, rushing towards them. Jia Baiyuan, never one to avert his gaze, noticed something. The squadron showed no signs of stopping, their momentum carrying them straight toward him. The members of DM Nuong exclaimed in shock. Why are the new emperor's black guards here? Lin Xian sneered. We were going to deal with you in the elder's mansion, but now we've alarmed the black guards. You country bumpkin, how pathetic. As soon as he withdrew his words, a sword flashed, piercing the steward's neck. Before Lin Xian could comprehend what was happening, he saw the blurred figure of the Kai soldier before him, and died. The remaining three were paralyzed with fear, able only to watch in stunned silence as the black guard mercilessly attacked Jia Bavian's men, the sounds of slaughter echoing around them. A chaotic battle ensues as people scramble to escape in terror. Blood flows like rivers, and bodies fall beneath the merciless hooves. The Black Knights showed no mercy, grabbing him by the hair and yanking him down. He crashed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Jia Baiyuan, now enduring the soldiers' taunts, claims to be a three-dimensional elder, highly regarded even by General Mo. Mo Liadi, upon hearing this, coldly retorts that in his eyes Jia Baiyuan is nothing more than a stray dog, undeserving of being called human. He bitterly swallowed his anger and replied that even a dog has its worth. He looked at Jia Baiyuan with disdain, saying, But a dog dares to bite my master. What do you think I should do? His face changed as he looked up at Ye Yang in fear, while Moriarty respectfully bowed, apologizing for his tardiness. Wen Qian stood silently beside him, her eyes fixed on Ye Yang. Perhaps now Jia Baiyuan understood the situation, but it was too late. The soldiers also knelt, chanting Godspeed in unison, bowing their heads in reverence, proclaiming, Hail the new emperor, welcome the new emperor home. The three of them stood frozen, unable to utter a word, as the commoners cried out in disbelief, The new emperor? The legendary new emperor? Ye Yang's expression turned cold as he spoke. No wonder the capital felt like a model of my city. Moriarty, you have some nerve. They could only listen in silence to his condemnation, each of them sweating with fear. Bai Mingyu and her maid trembled in fear, regretting what they had done. Cold sweat poured from Jia Baiyuan, soaking his pale face, as he begged the new emperor for his life. He kowtows repeatedly, begging for mercy in vain. But Ye Yang remains unmoved, like a still lake. Bound and hanging from a high branch, Bai Mingyu desperately cried for help, still clinging to her arrogance. Release me at once. I am a princess of Sangyu. You cannot humiliate me. The screams reached his ears. Sangyuyet is the world's largest producer of magical artifact materials. If you hurt me, You'll sever ties with Jade Star City. Bai Mingyu desperately threatened him, saying it wasn't too late to admit his mistake, that she was someone he couldn't afford to offend, but he flew in front of her, silencing her completely. The Ripper slammed Bai Mingyu across the face, then sneered, "Defiling the late emperor and forcing yourself on your handmaidens. Yu Jingguang is nothing, and even Sang Yue as a nation of spirits couldn't compensate for it." Bai Mingyue grits her teeth and retorts, "My father will not forgive you." The dissector's sharp claws then slice through her throat. The dimension was torn apart, revealing her imperial city, shocking her. He spoke with utter contempt. "This old man is the father who you said wouldn't forgive me? Like daughter, like father, raising such a disloyal daughter who sullies the late emperor. Perhaps he would be punished first." Bai Mingyu was immediately terrified. Without hesitation, he ordered the Blackguard to carry out the plan. "Go and kill everyone in the imperial palace. My father loves spicy vaccines. I am the master of Sang Nguyet. Please, 3 gods, have mercy on my subordinates. I am willing to pay any price." At this moment, Bai Mingyet humbly pleads for her father's life, begging not to kill my emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, he took his last breath under the Black Knight's sword. She called out to her father in helplessness, only able to stand and watch his departure. Emperor Ma Li ordered his men to cut open his belly and cry softly to avoid disturbing the new emperor, then dragged him away to be punished. At that moment, Bai Thu also apologized to Diep Duong. The old man was still struggling. "I know that harming the new emperor is a crime that cannot be forgiven, but out of friendship during the time of rebuilding, I traveled everywhere to gather forces from all sides. Spare my wife and children. Emperor McLaye is not so easily fooled just because you thought the new emperor was a country bumpkin. Do you think I'd spare him? He used vile methods to frame the new emperor, so execute his entire clan. Take him to the prison." Desperate, he offered a crucial clue. "I can reveal the hiding place of the Rupture faction. The former leader of the Supreme Devil Sect commanded me. I only beg you to spare my descendants." After a moment's thought, he decided, "Go to the Dali Temple and write your confession first. If the information is valuable, perhaps I'll consider sparing your bloodline." As if grasping at a lifeline, the old man profusely thanked him, promising to reveal everything he knew about Fabich and begging for leniency. He then secretly instructed the Dark Clown to use his mind-reading abilities to verify the old man's testimony before wiping out his entire family. The people couldn't help but stare at Moriarty. The Dark General was so cool, forever high above, forever cold. He dominates this world, a man who wouldn't flinch even on doomsday. They were all speechless, utterly unable to believe what they were seeing, as he put on a pitiful act and approached Ye Yang. He immediately knelt, admitting his mistakes, and even Lord Moriarty acknowledged his wrongdoings. Seeing this, everyone hastily knelt down as well. "Move over. Don't crowd me." Moriarty chided him, saying they shouldn't argue and should focus on appeasing their master. Outside, the onlookers broke into a cold sweat, a barrage of questions echoing in their minds. From beginning to end, Ye Yang exuded power, saying that they were going too far, and that he was going to say goodbye to his sister-in-law before returning to the palace to settle the score. He thanked Wen Chan, who replied warmly that it was no problem, and that he was the one who always helped her. Ye Yang expresses his regret, saying the fried dumplings are delicious, but he can't make it to the fan meet because of the tickets and lottery DM Nuong got. Someone walks up to Ontien, curious, asking if it's true she always said she wanted to marry the new emperor. Blushing shyly, she admitted it was a joke, born of desperation when she felt only the new emperor could save her. Wen Chan lowered her head in admiration, never imagining that a country boy, the new emperor no less, would save her. She dared not dream, but hoped to see him again in 3 days. She watched his figure fade into the distance, the sunlight illuminating every path he took. The scene shifts to a high cliff, offering a view of all the surrounding mountains. The one-hit explosive bear spoke. "The Supreme Devil Concubine is manipulating Jia Ba from afar, hiding in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Peach Heart Madam added, "According to his confession, it's here." She observed, "I can sense her with my Peach Blossom Soul Summoning technique, but there are countless defensive formations here. I need some time." Growing impatient, he roared that he didn't have time to sightsee, then unleashed his giant beast transformation. The colossal form of one-hit thunder rumbled toward the mountains, and the earth began to churn violently. He roars, unleashing an ice blast, and the ground erupts, sending rocks flying everywhere. Even Peach Heart Madam is helpless against this destruction of nature. The mountains are gradually destroyed, and dust fills the air. The supreme devil consort suddenly appears, angrily shouting that he destroyed her 72-ring underground palace and she will make him pay. No sooner had she spoken than a powerful force began to pull her in. Before she could react, she was swallowed whole. Lady Tao Xin, fond of mountains, remarked that the move was too quick, as she wanted to ask how she survived the ancient demon war. She suddenly remembered something, saying that the master should be returning from the Dali temple soon, and hoped the concubines wouldn't be rude. Just then, someone rushed in, shouting, "This is bad, Eunuch Li. The concubines are suddenly having a terrible argument." Hearing this, the delighted eunuch turned around, saying they were finally fighting over the new emperor, a sign of palace intrigue at last. He ran off excitedly, saying he heard the new emperor was about to return to the palace, and he was going to see their palace infighting firsthand. Before he even arrived, he could hear the muffled sounds of arguing. Their shared goal in entering the palace was to live in harmony, but someone declaring they want to monopolize Ye Yang? That's going too far. Bai Fei retorted fiercely, "When we first met in the prison of demons, you were still drinking from your mother's tietz. We fought side by side all the way from the Infinite Sect to the Devil's End, then back to Four Seas City. Our bond is stronger than gold. How could we let you get involved?" Dongfang Xing questioned her. "Didn't you say you didn't like Ye Yang?" The corpse fiend agreed. "If you don't love him, let him go." "Don't hog public resources." But Bai Fei stubbornly replied, "So what if I don't like him? What if I want to monopolize him?" Then she brazenly provoked them. "You disagree? Then hit me." Dongfang Xing agreed. "Fine, let's fight. Whoever wins gets to be with sect leader Ye." Bai Fei waved her hand. "Come on, all of you, let's go." Shang Kuan Yin watches the scene unfold, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. It's just like the horse bandits fighting over territory. From afar, the eunuchs watch them bicker, thinking, the emperor's future consorts are fighting over a commoner. What kind of battle is this? Night quickly falls, the moon now high in the sky. Shang Kuan Yin, hiding behind the door, tells herself, this must be the emperor's bedroom. Capture him, conquer him, and perhaps seize the opportunity. Little does she know, Bai Fei is secretly watching her. Just as she was about to enter, she was struck on the head with a stick. Seeing Shang Kuan Yin unconscious on the ground, Bai Fei scoffed, "You want to compete with me with just that little skill?" She then confidently transforms into her human form, declaring that she will now handle the emperor. Bai Fei glances at the figure behind the curtain, muttering that the emperor doesn't like being disturbed. But she is not human. She is a goddess who can turn the world upside down. As she danced, she softly called out, "I practiced this underworld shock dance, especially for today." But the person behind the curtain remained silent and unresponsive, leaving her frozen in place. Bai Fei wondered, could it be that someone could remain unmoved by her dance? She thought this was a challenge to her limits, and she had to step it up. As Bai Fei tiptoed, about to step onto the bed, the person inside suddenly turned over, leaving her stunned and speechless. Enraged, Bai Fei retracts her foot, saying he prefers a forfeit to a toast. But the sight beneath her foot perplexes her, and her face falls. Ye Yang, who had been reading intently, turned around with a blank expression. Seeing her, he immediately asked, "Little fox, what are you doing here?" Bai Fei doesn't answer, but shouts, "I should be asking you that. Are you the new emperor?" Still confused, he asks, "What are you doing here?" She honestly replies that she wants to enter the wall. As a demon, she's naturally restricted by it, and to enter she needs the emperor's essence to cover the demon's bloodline. Ye Yang guesses if she wants his clothes, which he hasn't changed in days. Hearing that, Bai Fei grew even angrier, saying she had no need for such a thing. She crossed her arms and huffed, saying her plan was to take the new emperor's heart and put it in the wall, never expecting the new emperor to be a person. With a wicked grin, Bai Fei declared that she had no choice. She reached out and lifted Ye Yang's chin as he stared up at her, stunned. Without hesitation, she kissed him, leaving Ye Yang in stunned disbelief as the moon shone brightly upon the world. In that moment, as they kissed, Bai Fei's 9 tails were revealed. Then she left, leaving Ye Yang lost in thought, realizing this woman was far more complex than he knew. She's not even serious about love, and she's already run off. Was she using me, or was it love? It was late, so he decided to sleep on it. The next day, as the sun rose over the Liang Kingdom's palace, Ye Yang interrogated his people, furious at their actions. "You insolent fools, tell me honestly, what other vile deeds have you committed behind my back?" They said that if we attacked the imperial court, Master would be pleased, so I invited them. Though I'm a bit twisted, I'm extremely loyal, even more so than the others when it comes to conquering this imperial palace. While you collected rare treasures, I gathered erotic palace paintings and pin-up art. It'll definitely please the master. The ritual suicide enthusiast immediately covered his mouth, obediently complying, his face covered in cold sweat. Next was the Peach Blossom Hermitage master, who lowered her head and softly said, I know my sins are heavy. Please allow me to use this body to cleanse them. Ye Yang couldn't understand how she could say such a thing, while Ziba criticized her for being too cunning, playing yet another card. Qin calculated that Peach's request for an apology was too ordinary, saying he spent a fortune selecting 3,000 artisans from the Jin Kingdom who could create anything the master desired. Yet, she offered nothing more. He then cheerfully added that they were all beautiful women, leaving Ye Yang speechless. He's furious, saying now isn't the time for apologies, and demands to know what they're hiding. Ye Yang then directly addresses the ringleaders, Moliada and Wu Chen, ordering them to reveal the key points. He immediately denied it. Master, you know me. I am loyal to you, as the sun and moon bear witness. I've always guarded Yumin prison for you, and I only acted on Wu Chen's suggestion. Hearing this, Bai Churan angrily questioned, My suggestion? Who was it that initially said the master might be reborn as a child? Better to offer the empire to our lord, Moliade calmly replied. You planned everything and want me to take the blame. How shameless. Hearing this, Ye Yang said with a headache, Enough, you bastards, can't you let me read erotic novels in peace in the sect and leave me with such a big mess? He sighed and offered a solution. Now that a new dynasty has been established, they must take responsibility for the people, ensure peace and prosperity, and provide them with a fulfilling life. He told them to rise, and they all obeyed instantly, as docile as puppies. Yang sighed, weary, saying, Ruling a country is complicated, and the sect is giving me a headache. You guys are really... Originally, leaving it to Lao Mo would be the least worrisome, but he's guarding Yumin prison, the area with the most bog outbreaks in the game, which has caused the game world's destruction multiple times. So, he has to go back there. Listening to him, Tunat thought to herself, when did Master become so focused on reading about the troubles of these sects? Mekli AD reported, I was just about to report this to you, Master. Yumin prison is on the verge of collapse, and I must return to Lianyang immediately, with no time to spare Hubir. After thinking, Ye Yang said that it would be most appropriate for Vu to take over, but she has been contemplating for a year now. He said he wanted to travel and cultivate, and I approved it, so who's going to take over? Everyone else keeps shaking their heads, not wanting to accept, looking like they're going to die. He considered that among his disciples, Natet could also shoulder this responsibility, but her heart was set on the sword. He couldn't confine her to political affairs, so he figured the other person probably had a suitable candidate in mind, right? He nodded, saying that he did indeed have a recommendation. The wisest mind in the Huang dynasty and one of its 10 most beautiful women, Su Qingxuan. Ye Yang imagined her for a moment, then agreed that a combination of beauty and brains would be good. Lai Aid analyzes that although she has the ability to govern the country, she still has a strong bias against the new emperor, feeling that he will lead the country down the wrong path, so I locked her in prison. If you want to use her, the master must personally persuade her. He immediately agreed, no problem. I have a knack for winning people over with virtue. Arrange for us to meet immediately. Once I deal with her, I can return to the infinite. I've played enough dating sims. Persuading a beauty should be a piece of cake. As dusk settled, the prison stood alone in the chilling cold. Shangguan Yin's group hid behind a rock, and a subordinate spoke up. Boss, didn't someone go to kill the new emperor already? Why are we forcing ourselves into such a desperate situation? She sighed helplessly. I originally wanted to persuade the new emperor in his bedchamber and then seize his head to save the lives of my Blood Oath brothers, but that path is closed. I will save all the lives of my Blood Oath brothers myself. But the Demon Lord is a being close to a god, the only Demon Lord from the first generation who cannot be replaced. Legend says that the other 11 Demon Lords combined cannot withstand even a fraction of his power. Shangguan Yin calculates that if we can't get the new emperor's head, we can't save everyone from him. Black subordinate uses a small pipe to blow sleeping gas through the door, and the prisoners in the room immediately fall asleep. The Demon Lord, resting his head in his hand, began to feel drowsy, the drug taking effect. Seeing the situation was stable, she ordered, Let's go. I want to behead the dragon myself so as not to cause trouble for the new emperor. Black Shadow wondered, just what kind of person is this new emperor? This is the first time I've heard the boss mention someone like that. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, a voice echoed, Rumor has it that Reverend Mother is the greatest Go master in the world. Let's play a game of chess. If I win, you'll manage the affairs of Liat Duong for me. After a pause, Ye Yang continued with his terms. The winner grants freedom to the other. Hearing this, she sighed and replied, "The new emperor is indeed the most arrogant in legend." She continued, "Knowing my chess skills are the best in the world, yet he wants to use chess to compete with me." Xiaoyi muttered from behind, as expected of her master, using Go skills to retain people. Suddenly she refused, saying that Go is a minor art, while governing a country is a major path, and it would be unfair to exchange a minor art for a major path. Ye Yang found her words incomprehensible and scoffed, while Chaojing thought that she was too stubborn, seeing the new emperor as a destroyer. How could Li Yang, who broke through, rule the country in place of the new emperor? And she hoped things would continue to develop without involving her six-fan school. She said honestly, not hiding anything from the new emperor, that she had been drawn into the path, and now her heart was only set on the great Tao. For the rest of my life, I only want to shed all darkness and seek the truth that exists in this world, even if it costs me my life. One of the men secretly speculated that it seemed their master couldn't tame this headstrong woman. He calmly said, "Don't get excited. Let's have some tea first." But Shixingquan refused. "The new emperor knows I'm obsessed with tea, but tea is a minor path. Now I only want to pursue truth and the great Tao." Unwavering, she watches as Diep Duong draws her sword, noting its age. She asks what the new emperor intends to do with her soul-bound blade. He sheathed the sword and explained that a friend of his was in trouble and he needed to borrow it for a while. The sword pierced the wall and flew out, showing no signs of stopping. It flew straight in a determined direction, leaving Lao Yunwu with only afterimages, while at the Dragon Demon King's location, a book on the ground began to glow. Shang Guanyin's subordinate, Han Bok, coldly states, "So this is humanity's resistance. I gave you the chance to trade the new emperor's head for the lives of the Blood Oath, but you chose poorly." Shang Guanyin painfully declares that they would rather die than implicate the kind new emperor. The Dragon Demon King, displeased, vows to kill them all and then eliminate the new emperor. In that instant, he sensed something approaching. Suyun's sword was hurtling towards them, piercing through anything in its path, even massive boulders. The sword flew at the speed of light, drawing a smooth and beautiful line. He finally understood what Lianjing often said about the secret art of sword control, but it was useless. He would break the sword and make its master explode. But contrary to the Demon King's expectations, the sword flew straight towards him, killing him instantly and ending the life of that arrogant fool. Then, before the astonished eyes of the Shangguanyin crowd, the ground split apart, and the sword flew around the earth without stopping, leaving a long slash wherever it passed like a distinct mark. Before long, it returned to the room where it had started, and Ye Yang easily caught the sword, despite its incredible speed. This scene leaves the Sword Saint stunned, as he realizes that a single strike has slain the ancient dragon demon, the strongest wall breaker of old. Ye Yang casually returns the sword to its sheath, his tone carefree. At that moment, she realized something. The sword's journey there and back proved the world is round, not square. The world is round. She clasped her hands together respectfully and said, "I understand now. This sword of yours has shattered my ignorance, allowing me to see the truth. If you don't mind, I'm willing to do my utmost, even to death, just so you'll take me with you to seek the truth." Ye Yang replied, puzzled, "You're really too enthusiastic. I just borrowed your sword for a moment. Seeking the truth and all that. You're exaggerating." She immediately kowtowed, sincerely begging the new emperor to take her with him to seek the truth. Tomorrow, the Limitless Sect faces its final battle. Will they take first place? The rules of the peak battle require Limitless to win 5 consecutive matches. In tomorrow's final battle, Sushu will solo against the Sword Sect's 5-person team. Who is the final opponent that Wuji has won 4 consecutive matches against? She pauses, then announces, "The Thunder Sword Sect, known as the fastest swordsman in the world, as swift as thunder and shadow, impossible to catch." The more Sushu heard, the more uncomfortable she became with this boasting. Sushu was known as a master of the human body's boundary lines, with a compression ratio close to 0, so the compensation ratio had increased 1,500 times, and the dealer, a true fan of Diet Than, was enthusiastically betting on her. All remaining assets are bet on the Thunder Sword Sect. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire audience chanted the name of the Thunder Sword Sect. From an observation deck, a reminder echoed, "Don't be careless in tomorrow's battle. We, the prestigious sects, must protect our dignity and honor and not allow some nobody to take the top spot in the world. Don't be careless. Even though she's not our primary target, her power rivals that of a destroyer." He then ordered, "Leia, go and monitor Su Shu. You must investigate the source of that terrifying power and find her weakness by any means necessary. She refused, saying, I am Lei Ya, the holy daughter of the prestigious Lei clan. To tail a country bumpkin would be a disgrace. The sect leader Lian Kuat retorted, This is about protecting the dignity of the righteous path. You've been spoiled rotten. Like it or not, she had to obey his stubbornness. Perhaps she should abandon her pride and uncover the secret of how this woman became a god of destruction. Su Shu was once known as trash, so she must find out how. The next day at the crack of dawn, Lei Ya arrived at the Limitless Sect's building, sneaking behind a wall as she watched everyone hurrying to class. Lei Ya wondered, is the Limitless Sect's external training a secret cultivation? Suddenly, a female instructor patted her shoulder, startling her. She said she'd seen her standing nearby for a long time, wanting to join but afraid of losing face. She urged her not to hesitate, as this was the last enrollment and missing it meant waiting another year. She was then quickly taken to a classroom, and after looking around she couldn't help but wonder, is this a classroom? Why can't I see any other students? She wondered what skills this red romance was ultimately trying to teach. Just then, the girl from before led in a large man and introduced him, saying that female students should be guided by female instructors, but since she was the last to register, a male instructor would have to teach her. Leia replied seriously, Men and women are equal. Please be strict with me, instructor. She thought to herself that her luck was good, as male instructors were probably better at teaching. Secretly delighted, she thought, Sorry, Su Shu, but I'm taking your luck. The male instructor cut to the chase. The main goal of our romance department is to create service professionals, and the first lesson is to unleash your nature and abandon all restraint. Leia looked confused and grimaced. What the hell is the service industry? The male instructor suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Stop pretending. Red Romance is a place to train courtesans. Originally, female students could only be taught by female instructors, but her luck was so heaven-defying that she was assigned to me. She fearfully tried to stop him from approaching. The male instructor ignored her, saying, It seems you've fallen into the trap. Wanting to accept but pretending to refuse is the first step. Leia cursed, Greenness isn't like this. Anyone who touches me, I'll kill them. That last sentence seemed to be screamed with all her might, echoing across the heavens and earth. After struggling to defeat the male instructor and escape, Leia couldn't help but wonder why she wanted to accept the training. Was it some kind of possession? Later, she followed Su Shu to a bookstore, and upon seeing the title of a book, Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Employee, she muttered in disdain. Why is she reading such third-rate novels? In the second training class, Lei Ya was chased by a group of people regretting and cursing, I won't participate in that strange training class with her again, even if this is really the secret to her strength, I really can't stand it. Soon after, Su Shu went to a remote mountain peak, and Lei Ya clung to a tree, gasping for breath, hoping this was the final stop. Seeing her busying herself, she muttered, I've finally seen the final ritual. Up ahead, as Su Shu hung the keychain, she muttered, Why did I won? I've gained power again. Lei Ya pondered. I heard from the rookie that she often comes here to perform some kind of ritual, and even said she gains power. This time, I've finally found her true secret to strength. After she left, Lei Ya cautiously approached the tree, only to find a heart-shaped lock engraved with the names of Su Shu and Ye Yang, a sight that left her stunned and disbelieving. She flew into a rage, thinking she came to uncover a great secret, not to witness a lovey-dovey display. She was happy being single. Leia then wondered if this was Tuthu's secret to power, deciding she couldn't ignore even a possible mistake. Soon after, a lock bearing Leia and Ye Yang's names appeared. On the arena floor, Xiao Dao's voice stirred the atmosphere, captivating audiences worldwide. Will the Limitless Sect return to the top spot in the world? Let's all look forward to this final battle. Xiao Dao excitedly introduces, first welcoming the goddess group of Limitless. She continues to excitedly narrate the match, adding that the ice goddess, who has been in seclusion for years, has emerged for this ultimate battle, drawing young cultivators from around the world to the 4 Seas. Xiao Dao, seeking popularity, speaks without restraint, as saying that the ice goddess only has her sword in her eyes, and only she knows if there is room in her heart for another person. The crowd roared with laughter, saying a woman wedded to her sword like her probably has no human emotions. Well, if I can't have her, we can all just look up to her together. Amidst the roaring cheers, Ling Rishui stood tall and declared, Regarding that question, I have an answer. Her proud voice echoed throughout the arena and stands, Be it my master or my sword, I, Ling Rishui, will never let go. Hearing her bold declaration, the crowd erupted in cheers for Ling Rishui, shaking the arena to its foundations, while Tu Dao laughed, clutching his stomach, saying that if everyone gave up, they could watch the match in peace. Now let's turn our attention back to Su Shu Kunyang and her face-off against the Five of Thunder Sword Peak. The clash is palpable, as she stands alone against a team of 5, with the countdown beginning its final 10 seconds. As Tuadao continues to commentate, Tathu Kan Wong might be too tense preparing for the match and doesn't seem to be in high spirits. But in reality, she was up late reading the dual cultivation scripture and didn't get enough sleep, so she's just sleepy. Su's opponents aren't letting their guard down. All 5 members of the Thundersword team are fully alert, believing this is her tactic to appear weak, befitting the world's number 2 and the most promising Grandmaster. As Tuadao's questions stirred the air, everyone wondered who would win, and the cheers for Vu Loi Sword Peak echoed throughout the arena. The leader of Loi Sword Peak directed the strategy, saying, "According to our research, Tathu is not to be trifled with. She'll definitely summon a large number of fire slaves, so Leigio, you're in charge of opening a lightning space to draw them in." He continued, instructing Leia to offer a lightning pearl and use a lightning magnetic field to restrain her. The Thundersword sect carefully assigned roles, with Lei Fan using Thunderflash to stealthily attack Su Shu. Then, the leader gave the final order: stick to the plan and nullify all her attacks within 3 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 rushed towards Su Shu, and Xiao Dao commented loudly, "Worthy of the name, Great Thundersword Sect. I see their winning spirit and perfect strategy. Let's wait and see their best performance." Before the commentary could even finish, the Thundersword sect members charging forward suddenly widened their eyes, their knees buckling in fear. The entire group simultaneously dropped to their knees, shocking Xiao Dao. They're kneeling so fast. What's going on? Looking toward Su Shu, a giant fireball larger than the arena was gathering in the sky, an extreme fire spell that shocked the entire audience. The fireball was so large it reached beyond the atmosphere, carrying the power to destroy the earth. "I'm still a virgin. Please forgive me. Don't destroy the world. My fiancé back home is waiting for me to finish this match and come back to get married." The audience's emotions explode. "We're innocent. Thundersword sect, quickly admit defeat. Don't involve us." The crowd that cheered now jeers, demanding the Thundersword sect show some backbone. "Just surrender already." The sect disciples are too afraid to speak up. "Second place isn't so bad. At least they won't die." The disciple happily announces, "Let's celebrate the infinite sect's return to the world's top spot. Though I'm broke, I can endure it." Zidao's voice is filled with excitement, as this is, after all, the sect of Diet Than. The audience is less composed, clamoring to destroy the Thundersword sect, lamenting their lost fortunes. Zhu Shu proudly speaks from the heart. Finally, the disciple has completed 1,000th of your power of the Harmony Ball. The disciple can now make the most primal request of a maiden. She is so excited that she sheds tears. Zidao was somewhat sentimental. After so much torment, would Diet Than shed tears at the news of the limitless sect reclaiming the top spot? Nam Kwandong replied seriously, "I think the last time Master cried, she was reading a book called Yan Niang." Luke Than quickly stopped her. "Children shouldn't talk about such things." Ling Wuxiu happily announces that news of the limitless sect reclaiming the top spot has reached their master, who has instructed them to relax in the hot springs. Xiang Yu feigns arrogance but is truly soft-hearted. The thing that angers everyone most about the hot springs is the Queen's dance. "I wonder where she is now. I want to tell her we're number 1 again." Ling Duoxiu replies calmly, "She said she was going to melt the ice, but it seems she hasn't received my message. I've been worried something might happen to her. I hope I'm just overthinking it." 2 dark figures moved with incredible speed, leaving only afterimages in their wake, kicking up sand and dust. It was Lan Yu and the King of Hell, and she apologized, saying her speed ability was at its limit. The prison king paid it little mind, but the dark mist was no longer able to pursue them. Lam Vu suggested they find a place to rest, but the prison king insisted he was fine, saying his body recovers quickly, but he never imagined it would be this terrifying inside. He frowned in pain and worry that even the bitter black nuns could devour all living things in the world. If they were to encounter the true overlords of the Chaos Clan, how could they fight? He put his thoughts aside for now. The most important thing for both of them was to find the fresh blood hidden in the cave before nightfall. Lam Vu understood. Nightfall here brings more than just the Black Masters. They must find the cave before dark to survive. As she spoke, the prison king silenced her. A deafening roar echoed through the forest, shaking the ground and scattering the wind. Birds scattered in terror, and the two, hidden behind an ancient tree, watched in fear. The underworld king worried, "Have we been discovered?" Lamvu reminds him to be quiet, and they both quickly transform into lightning, disappearing in an instant. As they leave, a giant foot crushes everything where they stood. Barely escaping, they realize these giants are extremely sensitive to heat, so keeping their distance should keep them safe. Losing hope, Prison King wondered if they could even survive reaching the Chaos Clan's forest, but Lan Yu reassured him. "Of course we can. Though half of my blood is of the Chaos Clan, my master is human, and I can only stand with humanity. I pledge whatever the cost of facing the Chaos Clan, I will pay it. I must stop them from leaving the wall, from destroying the world my master lives in." Unlike the apocalyptic scene inside, beyond the wall lies a world of blue skies, lush trees, and fresh air. Upon the cliff, a noble, solitary figure sat in silence, as if to absorb the world's essence. Long Lang, the prison warden of the Devil Imprisonment Hall. As Long Grandma played her zither, a sly voice shattered the tranquility. "Grandma, how refined." Bai Fei sat leisurely in a tree. "Playing so early, no wonder all the nearby birds and beasts have fled." Long Lang's face darkens. "Even unrefined spirits know to survive. Yet someone dares to trespass on my dragon territory." Bai Fei feigns distress. "Surely you wouldn't kill a person, would you?" Growing impatient, the dragon granny gives her 10 seconds to leave, never to return, but Bai Fei ignores her. "Granny's heart is kind, but my mind is made up. Even if she tries to stop me, I will break through the wailing wall." Seeing her stubbornness, the dragon granny showed her displeasure, saying she must truly be getting old. Bai Fei quickly retorted, saying that she was the strongest warrior in the world, and that this little fox would never dare underestimate her. She knows that Grandma Dragon is truly worried about her and won't hurt her. Grandma Dragon sighs, saying she's smart but stubborn, and that this visit is a final farewell, with one last gift. The dragon matriarch hands her a phone filled with photos of her and Ye Yang, remarking on their sweetness, which embarrasses Bai Fei, who asks how she got it here. With a smug grin, Long Ba reveals that this is the only item that sect leader Ye brought from the other world for her. She adds that it was dropped during the escape and recovered from the demon prison, remarking on how playful the younger generation is. Bai Fei was moved and overjoyed, her fingers trembling as she scrolled through each photo, each one capturing sweet memories of the two of them. Some of them cheek to cheek, some with arms around each other, and some leaning on each other at sunset. Granny Long chimes in, saying his escape was much later than planned, an excuse for needing more time to prepare, but she knows he just couldn't leave Sect Master Ye. Begbie refuses to admit it, denying any attachment or longing for a human. Longpo urges Begbie to face the truth, revealing that Ye Zongzhu often sits alone in his cell, reading. Though he never said it. "I know he hasn't given up on you." Bai Fei is conflicted, burdened by the hatred of her clan's destruction. Until that's avenged, she has no right to yearn for anything. She gazed at the vast sky, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. "In truth, our meeting was fortunate enough. I am content. Everyone has a destiny to bear, and mine is to slay a god, manipulating the Chaos Clan of the gods. If I don't, I'll fail those who died protecting me." Bai Fei is now more determined than ever. "Please tell Ye Yang that because I met him, I have no regrets." She could only call out "child," but it was too late. Bai Fei had vanished. She sighed, saddened. That love-sick fool. The Chaos Clan can enslave the God Clan. If it weren't for the barrier holding them back, the world would have returned to chaos long ago. Unable to stop Bai Fei, she could only lament her fate. Why did she have to go there? At the limitless sect, Ye Yang wondered to himself, so many natural disasters lately. It's hard to believe. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Shiking go home. The Peach Blossom Convent Master respectfully replied, "I think it's just a coincidence. You don't need to worry too much. Perhaps it will be normal in a few days." Ye Yang remained concerned. Volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, droughts, and earthquakes occurring almost simultaneously. Is that really a coincidence? I'll give you 3 days to handle it. Otherwise, I'll take action myself. The Peach Blossom Hermit hastily changed the subject, saying that they could handle such a small matter themselves and that the master should look at the list of chosen consorts first, which included noble ladies, disciples' daughters, chivalrous heroines, beautiful demonesses, and seductive enchantresses. Ye Yang wonders why there are so many familiar faces in the selection book, and if he really has to choose just one. But she says he can choose them all. The Peach Blossom Hermitage Master quickly withdraws, saying Zitao will handle the disaster and report good news to the Master soon. Tang Yi worriedly asked her if she had leaked information to the Master, but the Peach Blossom Hermitage Master assured her that she hadn't. After all, this was probably the first time the Master had encountered a traitor since coming to this world. She worried about Ye Yang, because even if the betrayal was terrifying, the Master would be able to handle it. But the Master was essentially just a pure otaku. If he knew that the person who had been by his side since he came to this world, Lord Wu, had betrayed him, he would be devastated. Ziyi was furious at the information she had gathered. He was one of the 6 great leaders of Pobich, and perhaps also a chaotic creature that had escaped from the Wall of Fortune. According to intelligence from the 6 Fan School, when the top leaders of Pobiac gather, a figure resembling the Master appears. The Peach Blossom Hermitage Master declares that anyone impersonating the Master will pay the price. Ziyi agrees. They must uncover the extent of the conspiracy of the one who's been lurking by their lord's side, and how many chaotic beings have escaped the wall. It's been too long since their last fight. With killing intent in their eyes, the two set off, ready to battle their lord's enemies. All they could think about was protecting their lord and destroying their enemies. But after all that bluster, Z is now a little lost. It seems they've lost their way. The Peach Blossom Hermit was worried. "Oh no, we're too late. Xiaochu is in danger," she carefully surmised. His forte is assassination. Once his defenses are exposed, his combat power is infinitely weakened. Now that Xiaochu has been discovered by that bird, we have no choice but to hurry. They both sped across the vast ocean like streaks of light, hoping he could hold on. The fierce attack and impact created a terrifying aftershock that shattered the ground, and the surrounding assassins were also severely injured. He arrogantly looked around. "To use the confinement curse against me, how flattering." The little bird has been waiting. He's Ye Yang's top assassin, and he'll eliminate his target, no matter the cost. The Dark Knight Clown, fresh from battle, is struggling. A man who betrays his master's trust is truly disappointing. He laughs. Humanity creates boring rules to bind themselves. How foolish. Human trust is something I can betray at any time. I know you're stalling for your comrades, but I've changed. I'll make sure they get lost in the sky. Now rest in peace, knowing you've been rescued. And with that, he unleashed a devastatingly powerful attack. The Dark Clown, exhausted, cursed under his breath. But another little bird appeared, blocking the attack and surprising him. The little bird appears, greeting him, "Calamity, long time no see. You're still such a loser." The Dark Knight Clown is stunned by this sight. 2 great ones. He finally understands the situation. That bird was a fake. "I'm actually one being split into 2, the little bird corrected, stating seriously that it was the original. "And I am the clone." The old bird was furious. "You're not even my clone. You're just the impurities I purged from my body, formed from the weak, fearful, and kind waste that I am. Scum like you should have just stayed by Yeishin's side and lived a carefree life." In response, it transforms into a human, ready to fight with all its might, daring to provoke me now. "It seems that Ye fellow has spoiled you." Driven mad by zealotry, it becomes even more fanatical. Relying on humans, betraying chaos, it must accept purification. Calamity unleashes a powerful strike, but the little bird manages to block it. The force of their blows shattering the earth. The older bird scoffs, calling him weak as it gathers its full power in its hand. The released technique was so powerful it pierced space, shattering the earth into a deep crater. As the dust settled, a massive, bottomless pit was revealed, the shocking aftermath of the previous attack. Everyone is terrified. The power of the Chaos Clan is truly frightening. The little bird quickly transforms into human form, leaping from the deep pit with surging power, ridiculing his low potential. Despite the taunt, the little bird's fighting spirit surged, relentlessly attacking the Calamity. Their battle a furious stalemate. Each blow carrying world-ending force, the heavens trembling, space shattering in the wake. They both stopped fighting to observe each other. The little bird was now heavily injured, but Calamity was unscathed, arms crossed and nonchalant. Is this what he learned in the human world? The two stood in midair, carefully observing each other, neither wanting to strike first. Their previous blows had torn the fabric of space, creating even more chaos around them. Xiaojing worried endlessly that if they continued to fight like this, the entire world would be destroyed. He sees that Lord Great's aura is fading fast, and it seems we and Lord Little are doomed. But Little Bird remains calm, for he has learned the most important fighting method from the human world: Calamity remained unconcerned, arrogantly assessing the situation, posturing mysteriously, but it immediately sensed the immense threat from the little bird's technique. A soul-synchronized sealing technique had tightly bound Calamity, rendering it immobile. The Calamity rages, mocking the self-imposed seal, calling it a foolish, self-destructive human tactic, claiming it will break free in 10 seconds, while the bird will be crippled by its suicidal technique. The little bird didn't care. Instead, it stated that the fighting style it learned was cooperation, and immediately Dongfang Xing appeared behind the Calamity. 10 seconds was enough. Her sudden appearance shocked and terrified it, and a gray hue spread across its face. Meanwhile, the demonic eye beside Dongfang Xing used a binding technique to restrain Disaster, who could only scream madly at the little bird. A chaotic rebellion? You're colluding with humans to scheme against me? Even now, Disaster refused to give up, using all its strength to escape the restraints, but it was all in vain. I'll break free from it immediately. Dongfang Xing crushes all of Calamity's hopes, entering its body directly, whether it can escape or not. Calamity's eyes widen in despair as the little bird and Calamity are, in fact, Dongfang Xing facing herself. She fully merges her soul into the Calamity's body, completing the process. Dongfang Xing remarks with satisfaction, noting the chaotic being's powerful form, bringing her closer to godhood. She happily thanks Lord Greatness for the cooperation, as the little bird admits frankly. Actually, I still admire your path to becoming a god, never giving up, forever abandoning everything for a stronger body. Dongfang Xing retorts, saying she would never abandon her junior brother, even if it meant abandoning everything else. One of the 6 giants of the Breaking Dawn seems to be impersonating him. He's from within the wall, isn't he? I'll go meet him now. The little bird screamed ineffectually, don't even think about taking his body. He's a true warrior of the Chaos Clan, many times stronger than my true form. The Dark Knight clown below also chimed in. Miss Dongfang, absolutely not. According to my intel, that guy is extremely dangerous. Dongfang Xing ignores them, saying she survived this long by using her wits and her determination to pursue the strongest body. Rest assured, she'll do fine. The more dangerous, the more exciting. And she has to go explore. Leaving them with wait for good news, she vanished like lightning, leaving everyone to lament their impending doom. Zhao Yi wondered why Calamity was taking so long, as the barrier had already detected her arrival. As expected of the top-ranked fighter, he immediately noticed something was off about her. He asked her why she was so late, as she was usually punctual. Did something happen? Dongfang Xing plays the role of Calamity perfectly, as the harbinger of disaster meets Dark Knight's subordinate, Destroyer. She pleads her case. Killing him tainted some of the aura. You two really do talk too much. Do you want to fight? Silently, a figure appeared, asking what the argument was about, noting that Tai Yi had indeed been tainted. With a dark expression and sharp eyes, he ordered them to discuss the main issue first. Dongfang Xing was worried seeing him, feeling the immense pressure. This chaotic body was definitely no weaker than a god's. I must, the Chaos Master continued to scheme. This operation of Pobi's will allow us to cooperate seamlessly to return the world to chaos. After all, weak humans can only become food or slaves. He turned to Tayak and asked what he thought of humans, as Dong Fuangtin tried to sow discord, saying, humans are no good. Gioi and Chowdich are humans. They are the original sin, so why not just kill them all? The two of them were confused by what Dong Fuangtin said, but didn't overreact. The master of the Chaos Clan nodded in agreement, saying that Calamity's words were not without reason. Humans are an unstable element, and something must be done. Before Jai and Joey's astonished eyes, he casually waved his arm, and Dongfang Xing didn't even have time to react. But those words were directed at Dongfang Xing, who was inhabiting the body of the Calamity. She was sent flying, smashing through ancient trees and vomiting blood. Her body slammed into a boulder, unable to stop, and Dongfang Xing was sent hurtling like a broken kite. When she finally stopped, she had created a crater, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out from the center. Her body was covered in wounds. In pain, she glared at him, full of hatred, and questioned, "What do you mean by this?" The imposter Ye Yang sneered, saying that no matter who she appeared to be, her body contained the pure soul of a human. He seethed with rage, realizing that Dongfang Xing had been bold enough to infiltrate the ranks of the Pobi. Even scheming against the sacred grounds of the Chaos Clan, Dongfang Xing was utterly shocked and stunned. Knowing she'd been discovered, she resigned herself, saying, I have nothing more to say. Do as you wish. Unexpectedly, the Rupture's leader doesn't kill her, but instead binds Dongfang Xing with iron chains, saying that she's far too valuable to kill, as she's a trump card until he returns to the wall to recover his energy. Killing Ye Chen would come at a great cost. Keeping you ensures my easy return. Dongfang Xing struggled to speak. You overestimate things. My junior brother despises me and wouldn't yield for my sake. Just kill me now. The giant head was even more delighted. So, you're afraid of implicating Ye Chen? I never thought the legendary pervert. Dongfang Xing is actually sentimental. Humans are bound by useless emotions. With a smug look on his face, he orders everyone to commence the wall-breaking operation. He waves his hand and leaves without looking back, entrusting the wall-breaking operation to his subordinates. The boundary of the world wall is a desolate wasteland, devoid of trees or life. Here, soldiers have already formed ranks, the legion guarding the world wall standing by for orders. Rows of soldiers stood ready, spears, halberds, and bows prepared for battle. The general, a veteran of countless wars, sensed something was amiss. He was warned to stay away from the forbidden zone, but the figure with the ancient zither nonchalantly advanced. He impersonated Ye Yang and even mimicked his consciousness. By chance, I secretly learned a zither piece from someone named Ye Yang. How about you gentlemen enjoy it together? His fingers danced across the strings, the music unleashing a cyclone of destruction that no army could withstand. A whirlwind that swept away dust and life itself. The general, now stunned, was horrified by the unbelievable scene before him. Every soldier under his command who guarded the world's walls was dead, their bodies piled high and their blood flowed like rivers. The hellish scene unfolding before him sent shivers down his spine. Knowing he couldn't withstand such destructive power, he tried to flee and report, "I must inform the general." But before he could report it, a single, effortless move snuffed out the general's life. Seeing his revered general buried in the earth and stone, he screamed in terror. Tai Yi, having regained his body, taunts, "Looking for this old guy? I'll bring him to you. I'm such a nice person." Indeed, one's own body is the most comfortable. Bound and enraged, Dongfang Xing retorts, "You dare steal my junior brother's music? He will not forgive you." The impostor Ye Yang was lost in his delusions, never imagining that Ye Chen's song would be so powerful, annihilating 100,000 soldiers in the blink of an eye. I've cleaned up countless battlefields after Ye Chen's attacks, and reading the memories of those he defeated, I learned this song, which always intoxicated me. The impostor is insatiable. This zither music is perfect. Ye Chen is a treasure trove, and I will kill him and read his memories. Dongfang Jing is furious at his arrogance, calling him a bastard. Chowditch, oblivious to boundaries, interjects, declaring that the priority is to enter the wall and utterly destroy him, words that draw a swift, warning attack. The attack obliterates the mountain behind him, and Zhou Yi is paralyzed with fear at the sheer power. He coldly rebukes him. "I'm still here. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Though angered, Dai felt he had to restrain himself due to his inferior power, and immediately replied respectfully, "I wouldn't dare. It's all part of Lord Chaos's plan." Jai, standing nearby, offered a rare, kind word of advice. "Don't say another word, or you'll be killed." The Chaos Master smugly declares that only one step remains, but a stern voice interrupts, drawing everyone's attention. Marie Aide warns the Chaos Master that he will never return to the New World from her territory. Ye Yang's subordinates and disciples have gathered, forming an impenetrable barrier to protect their world, and promising only hell for those who dare trespass. Led by Lang Niu Tuyet, they proudly declare that the human world will not be invaded. Dongfang Xing was deeply moved by everyone's solidarity, but she couldn't hide the extreme worry in her eyes. The Chaos Master didn't care, saying, "You want to challenge the Chaos Clan with these useless things Ye Yang created?" His eyes turned blood red with rage, asking if they've considered the consequences. Dongfang Xing worries, warning them not to be reckless, as Lao Mo has copied many of Ye Yang's moves. Hearing this, Adi became completely enraged, making it even more reasonable to kill him. Stealing the master's moves only leads to one outcome. Along with his declaration of war, Xiao Yi stepped forward, his face filled with rage, ready to tear his opponent to shreds. He quickly gains momentum and lunges at his opponent, unleashing the Ice Sky Strike, Xiao Yi's signature move, capable of shaking the earth. Yet the Chaos Clan leader neither dodges nor evades. Xiao Yi's punch cracked the earth and scorched the very air with its power, a devastating blow of light and thunder. The old man impatiently asked about the formation, but Ji calmly replied to wait a little longer. As the dust and rubble settled, Xiao Yi's signature attack was easily blocked. With just 2 fingers, he stopped him in his tracks, a cheap trick he still boasts about. It seems Ye Yang's finger of shattered skies can indeed halt all things in this world. The Chaos Clan master, pleased that Xiao Yi couldn't advance, unleashed an ice fist, triggering another form of Ye Yang's power with devastating force. Even Xiao Yi was heavily injured by this punch and sent flying dozens of meters. The surrounding space cracked, adding to the chaos. The ground where Xiao Yi landed was blasted into a deep crater, cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. Xiao Yi, covered in wounds, roared in helpless fury. Xiao braced himself in front of Xiao Yi, telling him to fall back. Then the Chaos Clan master wasted no time, unleashing a devastating attack to end the fight. The devastating blow seems to tear through space itself, inspiring awe. As the dust settles, Tu is buried in the rubble, her mechanical groans echoing. Molly AD and 1 were shocked that Tu was defeated in a single blow, unable to resist, a result that surprised Ling Duoxue, Zushu, and Yanyu as well. Xiao's machinery whirs as her system reports 90% damage, and the Chaos Clan leader appears before her, ready to end her with one final, merciless blow. At this point, Little 8 couldn't hold back any longer, her eyes filled with furious intent. Tentacles lashed out, preventing him from taking Little 2's life, as Little 8 unleashed her ultimate attack. Old Sun descends. Twilight of the Gods. She successfully rescued Xiao, gently lifting her with a tentacle, and brought her to Xiao Yi, standing guard in front of them and instructing him to protect Xiao. She fully enters a state of furious, crazed battle, determined to kill this old geezer. But the Chaos Clan master smugly summons even more evil gods. Before he could speak, Little 8's tentacles swiftly and accurately wrapped around him. She unleashed her most powerful technique: chaotic entanglement, universal destruction, with tentacles connecting endlessly. But unexpectedly, the Chaos Lord easily detonated the tentacles binding him, sighing in boredom. And then, the level 66 priest-guiding light bullet skill was unleashed. The explosion's force shattered her tentacles and tore the surrounding space. That binding attack had drained her strength, and she struggled to withstand the blinding light. But before she could react, that powerful light crashed down upon her with unstoppable force. The explosion threatened to obliterate everything, and everyone feared for her safety. Fortunately, a powerful lightning barrier saved her life, but at a great cost. Xiaoba was critically injured, her body broken, and unable to fight. The Chaos Clan master didn't expect her to survive, so he prepared to finish her off. But Moliadi wouldn't allow it, and quickly ordered Xiaosan to stop him. Without hesitation, it unleashed the full aura of a 3-headed ancient dragon, a fiery pressure that could incinerate all things. Its dragon's roar echoed with a power that threatened to burn everything in the heavens and earth. Standing tall, engulfed in destructive flames that warped space itself, Xiaosan converged its 3 heads to unleash a devastating blow: the divine dragon star-extinguishing flame. Against Zhao Tam's massive attack, the Chaos Clan leader merely erected a thin layer of defense, an attack that sent him hurtling off the earth and out of its atmosphere into space. To their relief, the master's presence vanished, and AD rejoiced. They had hit him. Xiaosan's attack had torn a massive rift in space. He unleashed an attack, believing it was over, but it was far from that simple. As Xiaosan was caught off guard, the Chaos Clan master suddenly appeared behind him, power gathering in his hand, his voice calm and indifferent. Calm down a little. He unleashes an ice attack, aiming to freeze Little Tam and anyone who stands in his way. AD and Bakthu Nian watch helplessly as Little Tam is encased in ice. The Chaos Clan leader smugly gathers an attack in his hand, boasting that it's been too long since he's slain a dragon. But a powerful sword light slashes toward him, barely missing. Drawing her sword, she slashes, as if to cleave the very heavens, preventing him from attacking Xiaosan. The Chaos Clan master's gaze darkens, growing colder, but Ling Rajwa shows no fear, determined to protect Xiaosan at all costs. As instructed by Grand Senior Sister Gu Nianrong of the Limitless Sect, Su Shu and Lu Qing agreed to form the 3 Absolutes God-slaying formation that their master had taught them. With Su Shu's command, Ling Rushui's sword light and Lu Qing's spear combined to create the 3 Absolutes God-slaying formation, obliterating all. No matter how powerful the formation, the Chaos Clan leader had an even stronger one, an absorption field. It absorbed the 3 Wonders God-killing formation, shocking Su Shu, as a formation that could kill gods was absorbed by Han in the blink of an eye. The Chaos Clan master stood tall, unscathed, while Nan Guangdong couldn't bear it, prompting Ling Ruoxue to anxiously question Han. The arrogant master remained smug, treating lives like grass, having had his fun. The ruthless Han, devoid of humanity, prepares to end it all, unleashing a sweeping array of red lasers that weave into a net of immense power. Ye Yang's subordinates and disciples are all within Han's sights, becoming prey for the chaotic master who sees himself as the hunter. Han unleashes his most powerful technique, copied from Ye Yang, a devastating sword strike capable of vanquishing countless demons. But then, a blinding force intervenes, halting the Chaos Clan leader's attack. Han is terrified, realizing his body is paralyzed. Sensing a familiar presence, all of Ye Yang's subordinates and disciples, including Jie and Zhao Yi, are shocked to see the light emanating from within the wall. The light incinerates Jai and Zhao Yi, who desperately resist, but they too turn to dust. The Chaos Clan leader struggles, his veins bulging, and Han is a shadow of his former arrogant self. The pillar of light incinerates Han, burning away his flesh. All resistance is futile, as his body is gradually consumed, ultimately turning to dust and scattering across the heavens. The attack from within the wall shattered the world's barrier, leaving rubble piled high. Ye Yang's emergence eliminated all threats to the world, saving his disciples and subordinates. Seeing the current scene, Bai Fei felt helpless, wondering if he had used too much force to break the wall. The earth was torn apart by Ye Yang's blow. The earth has suffered too much. He looked around, wondering if he'd accidentally broken something. His disciples and subordinates all clamored for his attention, calling him Master. None of his disciples or subordinates perished, and the two sides reunited once more. Led by Moliadi and by Shuran, they knelt to congratulate their master. He wondered why his master was inside the wall, as Dongfang Qing couldn't believe someone had returned alive from within. Ye Yang innocently replied that he only went in to retrieve the little fox who jumped in. Once again, Dongfang Qing is shocked by his power, as the Chaos Clan and the world within the wall are all complete beings so powerful they can enslave even gods. Oblivious, Ye Yang innocently asks what the Chaos Clan is, then recounts everything. I just saw a bunch of aliens, and I took care of them when they caught the little fox. Dongfang Qing was speechless. A race that could enslave gods had been wiped out. Yet Ye Yang was oblivious, saying he was just angry they took the little fox, and he might have overreacted. He didn't care about the Chaos Clan, saying they could do whatever they wanted, as he had a debt to settle with the little fox. He then swiftly embraced Bai Fei, who vanished, leaving Dongfang Qing speechless. A heavy hand that annihilated the Chaos Clan could very well destroy the universe. Ye Yang takes Bai Fei to a rock with a beautiful view, pretending to be aloof. The one chosen for my harem ran away on her own accord. How should this debt be settled? Bai Fei asks again, loving his approach. I've been chosen? Her straightforwardness surprises Ye Yang. Then there's nothing more to say. I'm responsible. I volunteered for the selection. If I'm chosen, then let's get married. Bakfi hugs Diep Duong from behind, as if embracing her whole world. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she vowed, I'll never leave you. Bakfi took the initiative. Never apart again. Let's get married. Diep Duong, stunned, was overjoyed. He solemnly promised, then it's a promise. We'll never be apart again. Bakfi agreed, and the two were eternally bound. At the Infinite Sect, the atmosphere heated up after the tense battle, and everyone's mood lightened. To avoid conflict among the sisters, we're holding a lottery for disciples. Only those lucky enough to win can represent all disciples in caring for the master, and the others must withdraw to check the results. Su Shu paid her little mind, saying that whether she won or not, she would care for their master. But then she drew a winning ticket, sending Su Shu into raptures. She happily exclaimed that she'd won, that it was meant to be, and Ling Ruxu also cheered, surprising Su Shu. Not only that, but Nan Guantong, Lu Qing, and Jian, you also won. An unhappy Han Yi questioned, Wu Yang, what the heck are you doing? After everyone succeeds, she realizes her mistake and hangs her head low. I was afraid that the eldest sister would be alone in taking care of our master, which would affect her cultivation. So I dragged everyone down with me. Wu Yang is pleased with her plan to allow her eldest martial sister to focus on cultivation even after marriage. The little bird soaring above takes it all in. When Ye Yang returns from the book signing, how crazy will these women get? The Crimson Maiden book signing is packed, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. The Yao Demon Lord, perched alone on the roof, couldn't help but sigh. Ye Yang would never guess that she was the author of Yan Niang. She recalled every time she'd braved the elements to send a package, the manuscript for Yan Niang. Having no other way to repay him, she used the scene of Ye Yang at the book fair as the avatar for the ending of Yanu. She added a passage dedicated to sect leader Ye and the little fox, and Yanu would be joining as well. The streets were bustling with activity. People hurried to and fro, and fireworks lit up the sky. Bai Fei, in her small form, clung to Ye Yang's neck, leaving him helpless. "There are so many people here. Please get down." Spoiled, she stubbornly replies, "Why would I get down just because you say so?" Bai Fei then clings to Ye Yang, showering him with kisses, saying, "This is so embarrassing. Hold me tighter." Ye Yang and Bai Fei happily watched the dazzling fireworks together, promising to experience life's joys and wonders side by side, while Yan Yu takes care of the cooking and Han Ni handles the laundry, each contributing to their harmonious and happy family life. Bai Fei's face radiates happiness, her heart filled with warmth. The entire Wuji sect is united in joy and laughter, unchanged through the years. And so, the story comes to an end, everyone.